Dark clouds and raging storms cover the sky as flocks of crows swarm over rotting corpses, pecking at the wriggling maggots and turning the entire city into a living apocalypse. The deafening roars of countless monsters echo from every direction, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Heavy rain pours down as violent coughing and splashes of blood stain the cold ground, making the scene even more hopeless. His trembling hand still grips the sword, but his strength is almost gone. Yi Zhangming clutches his bleeding stomach, grits his teeth through the pain, and realizes the traitor he trusted has led him into a deadly trap. As the monster horde closes in, Zhangming can no longer fight back and can only watch death approach. He never imagined his end would come, because of the people who once fought beside him. Zhangming bitterly wonders if he ever truly belonged in this apocalyptic world. He once believed in the future, so how did everything end like this? 10 years earlier, the world changed overnight as most of humanity became twisted, bloodthirsty creatures. At the same time, countless mysterious roulette wheels descended from the sky across the world. After killing monsters, survivors discovered that magic crystals from zombie heads could be exchanged for all kinds of rewards through the roulette wheels. Everything from daily supplies and advanced weapons to potions that awakened special powers could be obtained. Driven by those incredible rewards, people fought not only monsters but each other, turning the world into a battlefield of blood and betrayal. Everyone found their own path to survive, while Zhangming could only obey stronger people to stay alive. Even against his will, he buried the principles he once believed in, just to survive. After 10 years of fighting beside his team through endless bloody battles, Zhangming finally earned a solid place among them. He trusted many teammates like family and believed hard work would eventually bring a better future. But that hope shattered when the person he trusted most pushed him into the abyss. The price of trust was simply too high. After the betrayal, Zhangming suffered a fatal blow before the monsters finished him off, ending his life in vain. His consciousness slowly faded into darkness, filled with endless regret. He believed his journey had finally ended. Then the impossible happened, as Zhangming opened his eyes and found himself back in the past. Lying on his bed, he turned his head and froze when he saw Bai Shishi beside him. He could not believe his eyes, because she had died long ago in his memories. Looking around the familiar room, Zhangming realized he was back in the home he lived in before the apocalypse. He grabbed his head in confusion. Just moments ago, he had been murdered, yet now he was truly alive again. To make sure this was not an illusion, Zhangming immediately looked at the digital calendar on the table. The date read September 10th, 2022, the very day the global catastrophe began. Remembering the nightmare that was about to happen again, cold sweat covered his body as he feared reliving that hell. Horrifying images of the undead keep flashing through his mind, leaving him unable to stay calm. But then, Zhangming suddenly realizes something is completely different this time. With 10 years of survival experience and an unbreakable will, he decides to use this rare chance to rewrite his fate. Everything he learned over the past decade is now his greatest advantage. This time he will survive no matter the cost. Zhangming jumps out of bed, quickly gets dressed, and prepares to move just as Bai Shishi wakes up. Still half asleep, Bai Shishi rubs her eyes, acts cute, and asks why Zhangming is leaving so early. Ignoring her repeated calls, Zhangming opens a drawer and takes out the only precious keepsake his parents left behind. It is a bank card. He knows every dollar must be spent now because money will become worthless once the apocalypse begins. Seeing him completely ignore her, Bai Shishi angrily demands to know where he is going. After stuffing his bag with supplies, Zhangming gives only one name, Qin Jun. He then coldly exposes her secret affair with him and says all her kindness was nothing but an act. Bai Shishi turns pale, but still denies everything, repeatedly asking what nonsense he is talking about. Seeing her flustered face, Zhangming remembers how he risked everything to protect this woman during the early days of the apocalypse. In return, she abandoned him without hesitation and chose the wealthy Qin Jun instead. She keeps denying everything, crying and blaming Zhangming while mocking him for being jealous of Qin Jun. He calmly cuts her off and leaves one final warning that Qin Jun is not someone worth trusting with her life. He almost tells her that Qin Jun will one day use her as nothing more than a few cans of food, but he holds those words back. Zhangming knows she would never believe him now, so the warning is all he leaves behind. Without looking back, he walks away because time is running out. Behind him, Bai Shishi shouts that she was the one who wanted to break up first to save what little pride she has left. With 10 years of survival memories, Zhangming already has a detailed plan. His top priority is gathering equipment and medicine. Not long after leaving home, he quickly flags down a passing taxi. As soon as he gets in, Zhang Ming hands the driver a large tip and tells him to race to the nearest hospital as fast as possible. Seeing the generous bonus, the driver grins and tells him to buckle up before flooring the accelerator. Just minutes later, the taxi arrives at the hospital, exactly as requested. He quickly collects every kind of medicine and medical supply he needs, carefully packing everything into his backpack for the coming apocalypse. At that moment, a nurse walks in, shocked to see him taking so many supplies, and hesitantly asks who he is. Hugging his backpack, Zhang Ming heads for the exit, while the nurse chases after him, shouting that someone is stealing medicine. He simply says the payment is on the shelf and reminds her these medicines will soon become more valuable than anyone can imagine. After leaving the hospital, his next stop is an outdoor and survival equipment store. As Zhang Ming finishes checking the quality of the ropes, the owner brings over everything he ordered and asks whether he will pay with cash or card. While handing over his bank card, Zhang Ming suddenly notices another item displayed on the shelf. It is an expensive mountain-cleaving saber. The moment he sees it, he remembers it was his trusted weapon in his previous life, and its quality never let him down. After paying, Zhang Ming leaves with his supplies, satisfied that he has secured the essentials. Meanwhile, the shop owner happily raises the price of the mountain-cleaving saber several times over, completely unaware that the apocalypse is about to begin. Back in the taxi, Zhang Ming pays another generous bonus and orders the driver to reach Dingsheng Villa District within 5 minutes. Tempted by the extra money, the driver immediately speeds up, telling Zhang Ming to hold on tight before pushing the car to its limit. The taxi tears down the road at a terrifying speed, leaving everyone around them shocked and shouting in anger. Sitting quietly inside, Zhang Ming reviews his entire plan. Everything is ready. Now all that remains is waiting for the roulette wheel to appear. His mind is completely focused. The roulette wheel, also known as the exchange wheel, is the source of every resource in the apocalypse. Food, water, equipment, and even supernatural abilities all come from it, and he is determined to seize the very first opportunity. The taxi soon stops at the destination. Based on his previous life, the first roulette wheel is most likely to appear here. As soon as he gets out, a security guard blocks his way because taxis are not allowed inside the Villa District. Zhang Ming coldly tells the driver to crash straight through the gate and says he will take full responsibility. Hearing that, the driver no longer hesitates. The taxi smashes through the barrier and charges inside, leaving the furious security guards yelling behind them. A crimson sunset spreads across the sky as the security team's radios constantly broadcast emergency alerts about the taxi that forced its way into the neighborhood. After driving a little farther, Zhang Ming tells the driver to stop and advises him to leave through quiet roads to avoid trouble. Stepping out of the taxi, he silently scans the area with a serious expression, waiting for the crucial moment to arrive. Before long, the security guards catch up, shouting insults and demanding to arrest him for destroying the gate and trespassing into the Villa District. No matter how loudly they yell, Zhang Ming remains completely calm, making them even more furious. He quietly raises one hand, points into the distance, and calmly tells them to look over there. In the next instant, a massive fortress suddenly materializes out of thin air, surrounded by countless flashes of eerie purple lightning. The impossible sight leaves the security guard frozen in fear, while Zhang Ming clenches his fists, because he knows the apocalypse has truly begun. Looking at the familiar scene from 10 years ago, Zhang Ming is filled with anger and confusion. He still has no idea who created the roulette wheels or why humanity was forced into this brutal survival game. Zhang Ming stares at the fortress with unwavering determination. If every tragedy must happen again, then this time he will change the ending. His anger quickly turns into ironclad resolve. Zhang Ming swears that in this life, he will seize every opportunity to become strong enough to avoid repeating his past tragedy. At this critical moment, his greatest advantage is the knowledge of the roulette wheels that no one else possesses. His will to survive burns stronger than ever, driving him to make the most of this second chance. Suddenly, the entire fortress shakes violently as massive metal structures reshape themselves and merge into a gigantic warship glowing with brilliant golden light. The warship slowly powers up and rises into the sky. Its overwhelming thrust shakes the earth and sends clouds of dust into the air. The two security guards have no idea what is happening. They excitedly pull out their phones, thinking it is just a movie being filmed. Zhang Ming, however, grows tense. Even he did not expect the warship to activate so quickly. Ignoring the guards behind him, he immediately sprints toward his planned destination before the bombardment begins. Zhang Ming pushes himself harder with every step. He knows the warship's attack will last exactly 5 minutes, and every second counts. The moment he reaches the exact location, he stops in front of his target. Standing before a house, Zhang Ming takes a deep breath. In just a few minutes, this place will become part of the apocalypse. Without hesitation, he rushes to the front door and repeatedly rings the bell. A young woman calls out from inside, asking who is there. To avoid suspicion, Zhang Ming claims he is making a delivery while secretly believing the first roulette wheel will appear here after the bombardment ends. Instead of opening the door herself, the homeowner unlocks the front gate with a remote control. As soon as the gate opens, Zhang Ming steps inside and quickly surveys the entire house. He carefully walks into the spacious living room, but still cannot find the owner. Suddenly, the young woman's voice returns, now filled with suspicion as she declares he is definitely not a delivery man. The woman is Mo Xingfei. She stares coldly at Zhang Ming and demands to know who he really is. She orders him to leave immediately, or she will call the police. Zhang Ming calmly observes her and realizes Mo Xingfei is just an ordinary woman with almost no ability to defend herself. Just as she finishes speaking, a blast from the warship strikes the hallway outside, startling her as she asks what he is trying to do. Zhang Ming frowns and looks toward the doorway. He knows the bombardment that marks the beginning of the apocalypse has officially started. From the warship overhead, countless giant capsule-like objects rain down across the world. The massive warship glides through the sky, endlessly dropping those strange objects and ushering in a new age of chaos. The capsules plunge toward the ground at incredible speed, and their impact grows more terrifying with every second. The moment they hit the ground, they explode like bombs, sending nearby civilians into complete panic. As everyone else runs for safety, one curious man stays behind, completely unaware of the danger. He slowly walks toward one of the freshly fallen capsules. Just a few steps away, the capsule suddenly opens and releases a cloud of strange toxic gas. The gas quickly engulfs the man, making his body convulse as he screams in agony. A passerby rushes over and asks if he is all right, but the man has already begun turning into a zombie, with horrifying slime pouring from his mouth. When he turns around, with his body completely twisted, the kind stranger finally realizes he is facing a monster. From Mo Xingfei's apartment balcony, Zhang Ming watches the entire chaotic scene unfold below, as cries for help and terrified screams fill the streets. Mo Xingfei nervously looks outside, unable to understand why so many desperate screams are coming from below, and her unease keeps growing. Still unaware that the outside world has become hell, she picks up her phone and warns Zhang Ming that she will call security if he refuses to leave. Zhang Ming ignores her warning completely. At that moment, a strange glow appears in the kitchen, instantly catching his attention. It has finally appeared. Without wasting a second, he rushes toward the kitchen at full speed, with Xingfei hurrying after him in confusion. Before she can scold him again, the sight before her leaves her speechless. Right in the middle of the kitchen, the first roulette wheel appears exactly as Zhang Ming remembered. Xingfei stands frozen for a few seconds before nervously asking what that bizarre object is. Zhang Ming walks over and places his hand on the roulette wheel, confirming everything is unfolding exactly as it did in his previous life. He quickly examines the gray crystal at its center and confirms that it is a level 1 roulette wheel, the lowest tier in the system. Regaining her composure, Xingfei curiously asks if he came here just for this thing and wonders why it appeared inside her house. Zhang Ming's full attention is fixed on the rewards displayed on the roulette wheel. The moment he spots a strength enhancement potion, his eyes light up. It is one of the most valuable rewards from a level 1 roulette wheel, greatly boosting physical strength and endurance. He runs his hand across the crystal slots on the roulette wheel, before suddenly stopping, after noticing there are more than usual. Zhang Ming immediately realizes something is different. This roulette wheel requires 7 level 1 crystals to activate, 2 more than a normal one. He studies it even more carefully, convinced such a special roulette wheel must hide even greater rewards. Meanwhile, Xingfei keeps asking what it really is. The roulette wheel displays a wide variety of items, each with its own unique effect. Among them, Zhang Ming immediately notices a lucky card and cannot hide his excitement after recognizing its value. Even more confused, Xingfei taps him on the shoulder and keeps demanding to know what the roulette wheel does and what the lucky card actually is. Zhang Ming patiently explains that the card can grant special abilities to its user. At the same time, he quietly evaluates Xingfei. She is not mutated yet, proving she has excellent resistance to the toxin and could become a valuable teammate in the future. He explains that a lucky card can sharpen the senses, improve physical abilities, and may even grant a companion spirit beast. Xingfei only smirks, convinced he is talking about something straight out of a video game. Faced with her disbelief, Zhongming calmly tells her to listen carefully. He points out that the screaming outside has suddenly stopped. Only then does Xingfei notice the eerie silence. Still unaware of the danger, she decides to check outside. Zhang Ming can only watch helplessly because he knows she is walking straight toward death. Ignoring his warning, Xingfei throws the door open and even complains about the neighborhood's terrible security. The instant the door opens, a monster lunges straight at her face, leaving her frozen in terror. Sweat pours down her body as she stands completely paralyzed before letting out a desperate scream. The monster tackles Mo Xingfei and slams her onto the floor, leaving her in too much pain to react. It lets out a savage roar and opens its blood-soaked jaws, ready to tear into its prey. In a desperate struggle, Xingfei uses both hands to hold back the monster's neck. Its foul saliva drips onto her as she breaks down in tears and cries for help. But her strength quickly fades, and her trembling arms can no longer hold it back. The monster roars fiercely and violently throws Xingfei aside. At the most critical moment, Zhangming's blade slices through the air and splits the monster's head in half with a single strike. Xingfei looks up at the man who saved her. In Zhangming's hand is the mountain-cleaving saber he bought earlier. She gasps for breath, her chest rising and falling as the shock pushes her far beyond her limits. Zhang Ming calmly walks to the corpse and bends down to pick up the monster's head. With practiced precision, he removes the crystal embedded in its forehead. Only now does Xingfei truly believe everything Zhang Ming told her. The crystal he wanted is exactly the same kind used by the roulette wheel. Before she can recover, two more monsters burst through the front door and charge into the house. Xingfei stumbles backward in fear, overwhelmed as another deadly threat closes in. With a weapon in hand, Zhang Ming moves with remarkable speed and precision. He steps in front of Xingfei, locking his eyes on the crystals embedded in the foreheads of the two monsters. The two zombies roar at the same time and charge straight at him. Zhang Ming stays calm, his icy gaze never wavering as they attack. With just two clean strikes, he cuts them both down in an instant. After the fight, Zhang Ming stands there as if nothing happened. Battles like this have become second nature to him. Xingfei hesitates before quietly calling out to him. She still cannot believe what just happened inside her own home. After calming down a little, Xingfei nervously asks who he really is. Zhang Ming remains silent, his composure leaving her even more stunned. When he does not answer, she asks again, completely confused. Zhang Ming slowly sheathes his saber before finally speaking. He introduces himself as Ye Zhongming, helps her to her feet, and asks for her name. The young woman softly replies that she is Mo Xingfei. Hearing that name, Zhang Ming is visibly shocked. Xingfei quietly thanks him, while a bold thought flashes through Zhang Ming's mind. Could she really be the famous 9-star powerhouse of the future? Thinking about the Mo Xingfei from 10 years later, he can hardly believe the woman before him is the same person. After everything that happened, Xingfei's attitude changes completely. She respectfully calls him Brother Yi and asks what is really going on. Looking out the window, Zhang Ming slowly explains that Earth has been attacked by an unknown force. Most of humanity has turned into zombies, while only a small number, like them, have kept their sanity. As he speaks, he picks up a zombie's head and admits that even he does not know who caused this disaster. He continues by saying that those who did not mutate are the lucky survivors. Hearing this, Xingfei quickly asks if the government or the military will come to rescue everyone. Drawing on his past life experience, Zhang Ming calmly says that only minutes after the disaster began, both the government and the military completely collapsed. His cold eyes turn toward the outside world, which is no longer a human society but a true survival hell. As Zhang Ming speaks, Xingfei imagines a world ruled by zombies, where the undead roam everywhere and spread endless chaos. The more she hears, the more overwhelmed she becomes. Could a world filled with zombies really exist? Seeing that Xingfei is still struggling to accept reality, Zhang Ming quietly studies her. Right now she looks like an ordinary woman, but could she truly become the legendary 9-star powerhouse? If so, she must have extraordinary potential, and he also needs a capable partner. After making up his mind, he walks over to the roulette wheel in the kitchen and says, "Let me show you how to survive in this zombie world." The roulette wheel remains inactive. Zhang Ming points at it and explains that it is an apocalypse roulette wheel, the source of most weapons and supplies. To claim its rewards, every empty slot must first be filled. Listening carefully, Xingfei steps closer and examines the grooves. The moment she touches one, she realizes it perfectly matches the crystal Zhang Ming took from the zombie's forehead. Zhang Ming places the gray crystal into one of the slots and explains that it is a zombie crystal. Filling every slot with these crystals activates the roulette wheel once. Jingfei seriously asks if that means they must kill 7 zombies for every spin. Zhang Ming replies that the more valuable the rewards, the more crystals they require. She then asks if there are different kinds of roulette wheels with different rewards. Zhang Ming nods and confirms that the one before them is only a level 1 roulette wheel. After answering all her questions, Zhang Ming quietly notes how fast Xingfei learns and how sharp her mind is. But then she suddenly asks something that catches him off guard. "Brother Yi, how do you know all these secrets?" Zhang Ming hesitates because reincarnation is far too difficult to explain. Not wanting to continue that topic, he quickly changes the subject and asks if she wants to see the roulette wheel in action. Overcome with curiosity, Xingfei eagerly nods. Zhang Ming turns to leave, reminding her to lock every door and never open it for anyone because he is going out to hunt more zombies for their crystals. Watching him walk away, Xingfei remains astonished. Could killing zombies really be that easy for him? Out on the streets, zombies wander everywhere. Some are still tearing apart human corpses, creating a horrifying scene. Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence, instantly drawing the attention of a zombie feasting on a body. Before it can attack, Zhang Ming strikes first, with a single clean slash that severs its head. The noise immediately attracts the nearby zombies, and they rush toward him in a frenzy. Zhang Ming does not back away. Instead, he charges straight into the fight. With a few swift and precise moves, he wipes out the entire group in moments. One zombie after another falls, and none of them can force Zhang Ming onto the defensive. After clearing the area, he immediately heads off to hunt another group. As he closes the distance, he drives a powerful knee straight into one zombie's grotesque face. He follows by leaping into the air, gripping his saber tightly for the finishing blow. One powerful slash cuts down the last zombie left in the area. After clearing the street, Zhang Ming uses the tip of his saber to pry the crystals from each zombie's head with practiced ease. One by one, he gathers every zombie crystal from the fallen monsters. Just then, a desperate cry for help suddenly echoes from behind him. "Help me!" A young woman, clutching her wounded stomach, runs in panic while a pack of zombies chases close behind. Her pupils have already turned cloudy gray, and her breathing is fading as she weakly whispers, "Help, please." Before Zhang Ming can answer, she stumbles backward in terror to avoid the monsters. One glance is enough for Zhang Ming to understand her condition. He swings his saber again and instantly cuts down a charging zombie. Then, a single precise thrust through another zombie's chest finishes the next one. But the young woman's body suddenly begins convulsing violently. Within seconds, she loses all humanity, transforms into a zombie, and lunges at Zhang Ming with her jaws wide open. As if expecting this outcome, Zhang Ming calmly jams another zombie's severed arm into her mouth to stop her attack. Having only just transformed, she is still weak, and a single strike from Zhang Ming ends her life. A trace of sadness flashes across his eyes, but his resolve never wavers. By now, the sun has nearly disappeared below the horizon, and dusk quickly blankets the world. Carrying the crystals he collected, Zhang Ming returns to Xingfei. Seeing the haul, she excitedly says, "Brother Yi, you found 11 zombie crystals. With the 3 we already had, we can spin the roulette wheel twice." Zhang Ming smiles and says that today she will finally see the roulette wheel in action. Xingfei eagerly nods. He carefully places each crystal into the remaining empty slots. Xingfei watches every change with excitement as the crystals disappear and the roulette wheel begins spinning. She can hardly wait to see the reward. It is her first time witnessing something so unbelievable, while Zhang Ming silently hopes for a healing potion. But luck is not on his side. The pointer stops on canned food instead of the reward he wanted. Moments later, stacks of canned food appear before them. Xingfei excitedly cheers after seeing the roulette wheel create real items, while Zhang Ming can only force a smile. As he regrets wasting the spin, Xingfei opens the refrigerator to show him that it is already packed with food. She explains that while he was away, she organized everything, and they now have enough supplies to last for quite a while. Xingfei happily says their food stockpile is enough for both of them to survive for a long time. Hearing that only makes Zhang Ming regret wasting such a valuable spin even more. Having completely lost faith in his own luck, he hands the remaining crystals to Xingfei and laughs helplessly. "You give it a try. I've never been lucky." She looks surprised and asks, "You really want me to spin it?" Smiling, Xingfei happily accepts the crystals from his hand. Zhang Ming stands beside her, silently watching every movement with complete focus. Deep down, he cannot help wondering what kind of reward someone destined to become a legendary 9-star powerhouse might receive. Xingfei carefully places each crystal into the roulette wheel. As the final crystal clicks into place, both of them hold their breath. The moment every slot is filled, the pointer begins spinning at incredible speed. Zhongming kept his eyes locked on the wheel. Even after everything he had been through, waiting for the first reward still made him nervous. He only hoped Xingfei had better luck than he did. Right then, she suddenly shouted, "Ye Gei, I got this." The moment Zhongming saw the reward, his eyes went wide in shock. The result was far beyond anything he expected. Xingfei tilted her head and asked what it was. After a long pause, Zhongming finally said it was an incredibly rare job card. Zhongming looked at Xingfei very differently now. He never imagined her luck was insane enough to pull such a priceless item. Still confused, Xingfei asked if the card was really that rare. Unable to hide his excitement, Zhongming said it was almost priceless. It might not seem useful now, but later it could remove unwanted rewards when spinning for high-level skills or gear, greatly boosting the chance of getting top treasures. Holding the card, Xingfei laughed and said maybe her luck even worked on the wheel. Zhongming quickly asked if she was always this lucky. Xingfei eagerly shared story after story about her crazy luck. She always won free drinks, hit big prizes from egg draws, pulled the best rewards from mystery boxes, and even won a live cow in a supermarket lottery. The more she talked, the more excited she became. She had been lucky so many times that she could not even remember them all. After hearing everything, Zhongming was speechless. He had never even won a small prize, and every promotion always ended with the same message, "Thanks for participating." While Xingfei was still celebrating her super rare card, Zhongming quietly came up with a new idea. He smiled and joked that from now on, she should handle every spin, while he enjoyed her incredible luck. In the blink of an eye, a new day arrived. Seeing Zhongming getting ready to leave early, Xingfei hurried over and asked where he was going. She followed behind him with a worried look, wondering why he was rushing out to hunt crystals so early. Zhongming stepped outside with a clear goal. He would not come back until he collected at least 100 crystals. Watching his determined back, Xingfei suddenly felt he was someone she could truly trust. With that thought, she turned back inside full of energy. If he was working that hard, she could not just sit around. Xingfei marched into the kitchen and proudly declared that this was her battlefield. Without wasting a second, she lit the stove and started preparing a huge meal to celebrate Zhongming's return. As she cooked, she kept cheering herself on, like she was about to enter a major battle. A while later, Zhongming came back, but instead of looking happy, he simply said he was home. Still wearing her apron, Xingfei rushed over and asked why he returned so early. Zhongming closed his eyes, sighed, and nodded helplessly. After locking the door, said he had one piece of good news and one piece of bad news, then asked which she wanted first. His serious tone left Xingfei both confused and anxious. After thinking for a moment, she decided to hear the good news first. Zhongming slowly explained that the good news was they were now the only normal humans left in the area because he had wiped out every zombie nearby. Xingfei immediately praised him and asked about the bad news. Zhongming sighed and said that because he had cleared every zombie, there were no more crystals left to collect. He then took out all the crystals he had gathered, but the small pile made it clear the trip had fallen far short of his goal. Seeing his disappointment, Xingfei smiled and comforted him. She said the crystals were still enough for a few more spins. Zhongming sighed and said he had searched almost the entire area, but only found this much. Thinking about him hunting zombies everywhere, Xingfei could not help laughing while feeling sorry for him. He suddenly changed the subject and asked if there was anything left to eat because he was getting hungry. Caught off guard, Xingfei awkwardly replied that they still had food. She quickly placed a few dishes on the table, but they looked like a disaster. Embarrassed, Xingfei joked that they were dishes straight from the dark kitchen. She lowered her head and admitted she had never learned how to cook, which was why everything looked so awful. To her surprise, Zhongming did not complain at all. He kept eating and even said the food actually tasted pretty good. Seeing Xingfei still standing there, he smiled and assured her again that the food was fine. Only the presentation needed work. Little by little, Xingfei grew even more fond of Zhongming. She quietly watched him and realized he truly meant it. Zhongming ate without hesitation because he still remembered the last apocalypse, when having anything to eat was a luxury, and there were times he was so hungry, he almost resorted to cannibalism. After finishing the meal, Zhongming looked at the wheel and said it was time for the most important part. Once again, he let Xingfei handle the spin, hoping her incredible luck would work its magic. Sure enough, Her first spin landed on a gun with plenty of ammunition, leaving Zhang Ming stunned. The next spin gave her a crossbow, making it 2 incredibly useful weapons in a row. Xing Fei handed him the last of the crystals and suggested he try a spin himself. Zhang Ming immediately waved it off because he still did not trust his terrible luck. Suddenly, Xing Fei gently took his hand and softly blew into his palm. She smiled warmly and said she was sharing a little of her luck with him. The unexpected gesture caught Zhang Ming completely off guard, and the way he looked at her slowly changed. In Xing Fei's clear eyes, only Zhang Ming was reflected, and her voice became especially gentle. Though a little shy, she smiled and said he would definitely be lucky this time. Hearing that, even Zhang Ming could not help blushing. Looking at the wheel, Zhang Ming quickly calculated the odds. Rewards that had already been won would not appear again, leaving only 6 possible prizes. That greatly increased the chance of getting the enhancement potion. Just then, Xing Fei accidentally touched the wheel with the exclusion card. Zhang Ming immediately thought about using it to remove unwanted rewards, like cookies. But that accidental touch was enough to activate the rare card. It slowly dissolved into countless glowing particles. Watching such a priceless treasure vanish in the most unexpected way, Zhang Ming was left speechless, while Xing Fei froze in shock. She hurriedly apologized, explaining she had no idea a simple touch would activate the card. Zhang Ming could only reassure her that what was done, so they should make the most of its effect. Without waiting any longer, he placed the last crystal into the wheel. After the exclusion card took effect, the chance of getting the enhancement potion rose to 1 in 5. Everything now depended on this final spin. As soon as it activated, the wheel spun at full speed, and the pointer raced across every reward slot. Both of them silently prayed as the wheel slowed down, hoping the pointer would stop on the enhancement potion. At last, luck was on their side. The wheel finally stopped on the enhancement potion. Seeing the result they wanted, both Zhang Ming and Xing Fei lit up with excitement as if they had just found a priceless treasure. In the next instant, a glowing bottle appeared before them. It was a basic enhancement potion that could strengthen the body and boost close combat power by at least 3 times. Holding the precious item, Zhang Ming knew that during the early days of the apocalypse, this was one of the most sought-after treasures anyone could own. Just from its name, Xing Fei guessed what it did. She immediately urged him to drink it and become stronger right away. But Zhang Ming only smiled and calmly told her to wait because he wanted to show her something even more interesting. A moment later, he carefully poured the entire enhancement potion into a specialized mixing device. Then he added another medicine he had collected from the hospital before. It seemed the hepazine he found had finally become useful. Watching every step, Xing Fei curiously asked if this method could turn 1 potion into 2. Zhang Ming kept mixing while explaining that many different wheels existed in this world, each with its own unique rewards. He went on to explain that enhancement potions were highly valuable for trading. If they collected enough, they could exchange them with other survivors for rare function cards or valuable medicines. Xing Fei immediately understood and nodded in agreement. But then, Xing Fei asked how he knew so many secrets. Caught off guard, Zhang Ming quickly changed the subject and explained that the most important part was controlling the mixture's temperature, which was still a little too high. He seriously told Xing Fei to remember every step and learn how to control the temperature because she would handle the next batch herself. She happily agreed and promised to learn well. Once the process was complete, they carefully set the new potion aside. Using this method, they successfully turned 1 enhancement potion into 2. Even so, Xing Fei was still curious and asked why he had mastered this techniques so well. Just then, Zhang Ming suddenly heard a strange sound nearby and immediately signaled for her to stay quiet. The eerie noise grew louder and more frequent. Xing Fei lowered her voice and asked what it was. Zhang Ming frowned deeply. Just hearing it made him feel extremely uncomfortable, as if the sound itself was attacking his mind. Realizing the danger was closing in fast, he grabbed Xing Fei's hand and pulled her into a full sprint. Xing Fei had no idea what was happening and quickly asked. Zhang Ming only had time to say that something even more terrifying than a horde of zombies was coming. Hearing that, Xing Fei's face turned pale. She nervously asked what kind of creature was approaching. Zhang Ming's voice became tense as he recognized the threat. A swarm of mutant insects was coming. The sturdy front door began cracking under a series of violent impacts from outside. Without hesitation, Zhang Ming pulled Xing Fei upstairs, but she was so frightened that she could not stop herself from looking back. They were mutant beetles created by the apocalypse virus. Each one alone was not very powerful, but together they were incredibly dangerous. Within moments, the air outside became dark and suffocating. The front door shattered as the mutant beetles flooded inside. They never appeared alone. If you saw one, an entire swarm was always close behind. Countless giant beetles crawled up the stairs, each one large enough to terrify anyone who saw them. The two quickly hid inside another room. Xingfei trembled in the corner, her face completely drained of color. Zhang Ming pointed at a large cabinet and told her to help him block the door. Together they used all their strength to push the heavy cabinet firmly against the entrance, creating a temporary barricade. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Xingfei asked what those monsters were. Zhang Ming explained that they were mutant beetles. The apocalypse had not only turned humans into zombies, but had also transformed countless plants and animals into deadly creatures. He stressed that these mutated creatures viewed humans as food and would hunt down anyone they found. Just then, a massive crash shook the entire room, making Xingfei jump in fear. She burst into tears and trembled so badly that she could barely finish a sentence. Another violent impact slammed into the room. Unable to bear the pressure, Xingfei instinctively threw herself into Zhong Ming's arms. Clinging tightly to him, she trembled as she desperately asked what they should do. Zhong Ming gently held her and calmly said that as long as he was here, she had nothing to fear. His words slowly calmed Xingfei. For the first time, she felt truly safe and trusted someone completely. Zhang Ming gently guided her farther into the room and firmly told her to stay there no matter what until he came back for her. Xingfei looked at him with deep worry and quickly asked what about him. Zhang Ming simply smiled and told her not to worry because everything would be over soon. After saying that, he closed the door behind him and walked out alone to face the waiting swarm of mutant beetles. Zhang Ming took out the enhancement potion and prepared to use it before the battle. Even though he knew this was the right moment, he also knew the side effects would be severe. Every wall and every inch of the floor was already covered by the crawling beetles. They chewed through everything in their path, determined to find the humans hiding inside. Seeing the door on the verge of breaking apart, Zhong Ming realized he had no choice but to use the enhancement potion. He decisively tilted his head back and drank the entire bottle in one gulp. 1 second later, his eyes snapped open with a completely different presence, as if he had become an entirely new person. But his body had not adapted to the new power yet, so he instantly collapsed, as unbearable pain tore through him. Every cell in his body went through a violent transformation, making Zhong Ming scream in agony. At that exact moment, the swarm smashed through the door and rushed inside. Seeing their prey right in front of them, the mutant beetles charged in, ready to tear him apart. One giant beetle pinned Zhong Ming to the floor, while more kept pouring into the room, making the situation even worse. At the very edge of death, Zhong Ming finally finished absorbing the potion. He instantly drove his short blade straight through the beetle, pinning him down. Zhong Ming rolled away, then swung his blade and cleanly sliced the monster's disgusting head from its body. He threw the remaining beetles off him. After absorbing the enhancement potion, waves of heat poured from his body as faint steam rose non-stop. Zhang Ming's presence became overwhelming, but the potion's side effects still tortured him, making his entire body feel like it was burning. Watching one of their own die, the mutant beetles flew into a frenzy and charged at him together. Zhang Ming kept fighting while gritting his teeth through the intense pain, silently cursing the potion's brutal side effects. Ironically, that very pain pushed his fighting ability even higher. Every slash became faster, stronger, and more precise. With a powerful roar, Zhang Ming charged straight into the middle of the swarm. Moments later, every single mutant beetle had been cut down. None survived his blade. The house quickly fell silent. Only drops of foul monster slime dripped from his blade. Zhang Ming stood there breathing heavily. The short battle had drained a huge amount of his stamina. After calming down, he carefully looked around. From his past life, he knew that wherever a swarm appeared, a queen beetle was always hiding nearby. He still could not relax, because if he failed to kill the leader, the threat would never truly end. Just as he expected, a massive and disgusting queen beetle slowly crawled out from a crack in the wall. Zhong Ming looked at it and calmly muttered, "Just as I thought." The queen beetle's eyes darted around as it surveyed the battlefield with a terrifying presence. All that remained before it were the corpses of its offspring and pools of slimy fluid covering the floor. Seeing its entire swarm wiped out, the queen beetle flew into a rage and spat a stream of poison at Zhang Ming. Fortunately, he dodged just in time. The poison struck a wooden cabinet behind him, hissing as it corroded the surface within seconds. From inside the damaged cabinet, a gemstone bracelet suddenly fell onto the floor. Zhang Ming calmly continued walking toward the monster. He stared at it with icy eyes, as if asking whether it wanted revenge for its children. Enraged by his attitude, the queen beetle charged at incredible speed. Zhongming did not move because he remembered its fatal weakness from his previous life. At the perfect moment, he leaped into the air and landed on the monster's back. Putting all his strength into both arms, Zhongming drove his blade straight into the queen beetle's weakest point. Its agonized scream echoed throughout the entire house. Knowing the strike had landed, he dragged the blade down its back, carving a long wound that left the monster critically injured. Without stopping, Zhongming twisted the blade even deeper to finish it once and for all. After struggling helplessly for a few seconds, the queen beetle finally died and crashed heavily onto the floor. Zhongming quickly jumped backward to avoid being crushed by its enormous body. As he walked away, he rubbed his aching shoulder. The more power he used, the worse the potion's side effects became. He then walked to the room where Xingfei had been hiding and slowly opened the door. Zhongming stood outside, about to call her out when, before he could finish speaking, Xingfei rushed over and hugged him tightly. The sudden embrace caught Zhongming off guard, and he could only ask what she was doing. Xingfei refused to let go. All the fear and pressure she had been holding back finally burst out in quiet sobs. Zhongming smiled, gently patted her back, and teased that she was already crying after something this small, even though the apocalypse had only just begun. Hearing Zhongming's words, Xingfei gradually calmed down. She looked up at him with red eyes and realized that tears could solve nothing in this new world. She quickly wiped her face and shyly insisted she was not crying. The place was just so dark and smelly that it made her eyes sting. Seeing that, Zhongming kept teasing her, making Xingfei blush as she quickly stepped back after realizing he had seen right through her. Looking at the pile of insect corpses scattered everywhere, Xingfei could only sigh because she had no idea where to start cleaning. Zhongming, on the other hand, was completely unfazed. He even smiled and said the corpses were valuable resources that came to them on their own. Xingfei stared at him in disbelief and asked if they were really that valuable. Zhongming patiently explained that food could still be found in supermarkets and abandoned houses for now, but within about a year, it would become extremely scarce. Xingfei immediately guessed it was because the mutations made farming and raising livestock nearly impossible. He nodded and said there would only be 3 main food sources in the future: the few unspoiled plants left, rewards from dungeons, and dried meat made from mutant insects. The last one left Xingfei completely stunned. Zhongming said that was still far better than eating human flesh. His words sent chills down Xingfei's spine as she asked if people would really resort to cannibalism. The chopped mutant insects had been neatly arranged on plates, but their legs were still twitching, making the sight even more horrifying. Xingfei gripped 2 knives tightly, her face tense as she stared at the next insect she had to process. She squeezed her eyes shut and brought the knife down with all her strength, screaming that it was still moving. Seeing Xingfei desperately chopping away, Zhongming walked over and praised her for doing a great job collecting ingredients. Xingfei finally stopped and complained that he still had the mood to praise her. When she saw him packing his gear, she curiously asked if he was going out again. Zhongming nodded and said he was heading farther away this time, to gather more crystals and scout the surrounding area. Hearing that, Xingfei's expression immediately fell. She quietly accepted the task of staying behind to turn all the insect meat into jerky. She stepped closer, lowered her head, and softly said she would also keep making more enhancement potions to support him. Knowing she was worried about him, Zhongming smiled reassuringly and promised he would return safely. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and walked away with unwavering determination. Unable to fight, Xingfei could only stand there and watch him disappear into the distance. Her eyes were filled with both worry and sincere affection for Zhongming. The sky above remained peaceful, but the ground below was a scene of complete chaos. Strangely, not a single zombie could be seen anywhere nearby. Suddenly, a horrifying zombie appeared from behind a wall, its organs hanging out as it cautiously looked around. Zhongming immediately locked his gaze on the monster and went on full alert. Just then, the ground suddenly shook, followed by the panicked cries of a young woman calling for help. The moment he heard the scream, Zhongming frowned and cursed under his breath. Shouting like that was no different from calling every zombie in the city. The woman desperately running for her life was Liang Chuyin. With all her strength gone, she finally collapsed onto the cold ground. Her eyes were filled with tears of fear. The moment she saw Zhongming, she used her last bit of strength to beg him for help. Without hesitation, Zhongming rushed over at incredible speed and immediately covered Liang Chuyin's mouth. He glared at her and sternly ordered her to stay quiet, or they would both pay for her reckless mistake. In the next instant, a massive horde of zombies closed in behind them. There were so many that they seemed impossible to count. There was no time left to escape. Just then, one zombie grabbed Liang Chuyan's clothes, making her scream in terror. With no other choice, Zhongming immediately drew his blade and prepared to fight. He pulled Liang Chuyan behind him for protection, while delivering a clean slash that brought down the charging zombie. Even after killing one, the situation remained extremely dangerous, because an endless sea of grotesque zombies was still rushing toward them. Knowing he could not fight the entire horde at once, Zhongming shoved Liang Chuyan behind him, casually beheaded another zombie, and decided they had to retreat immediately. Liang Chuyan ran while crying, because she was already on the verge of a complete mental breakdown. Fortunately, a house appeared ahead that could serve as a temporary shelter. Without thinking twice, she rushed over and pushed the door open, terrified there might be zombies waiting inside. Luckily, the house was completely empty. She immediately shut the door and leaned against it, gasping for breath. Fear overwhelmed Liang Chuyan, and tears streamed down her face. A few seconds later, she peeked through the door and saw Zhongming desperately holding back the zombie horde. "Her still there," he shouted for her to lock the door immediately. Realizing the fight would only get worse, Zhongming turned and sprinted straight toward the house. He slipped through the narrow gap just before the zombie horde crashed into the entrance. Gasping for breath, he slammed the door shut with all his strength, but one zombie stayed right on his heels. It immediately shoved its bloody arm into the gap to stop the door from closing. The horrifying sight made both Zhongming and Liang Chuyan turn pale. Seconds later, the zombies began forcing their way inside. Zhongming immediately shouted for her to run upstairs. Even after exhausting so much stamina, he rushed up the steep staircase at incredible speed. Liang Chuyan was weaker and gradually fell behind. Only a few steps separated her from the zombie horde. Her body was completely drained, sweat soaked her clothes, and despair filled her heart. Just one moment too slow, and a zombie grabbed her ankle. Liang Chuyan cried out for help, and Zhongming instantly noticed the danger. He quickly assessed the situation and came up with a solution in an instant. Without hesitation, he lifted Liang Chuyan with one hand, while using the other to cut down the zombie clinging to her. The two leaned against each other, breathing heavily from exhaustion, while the zombies kept climbing closer. Just as everything seemed hopeless, a brilliant light suddenly shone through the window. Both of them instinctively turned toward the source of the light. High above the sky, a massive sphere of light slowly descended, radiating an overwhelming aura. Zhongming recognized it immediately. It was the secret realm key, the treasure he had been waiting for. Hidden within the glow was the mysterious key. It was one of the greatest treasures of the apocalypse, and the only way to enter the secret realm, where hope for survival awaited. Zhongming and Liang Chuyan stared at it without blinking. Memories from his previous life flashed through his mind, when even countless starry sky-level experts had desperately sought this treasure. Zhongming's determination to claim the secret realm key instantly ignited. No matter what, he would seize it in this life. Just as his fighting spirit reached its peak, Liang Chuyan's urgent scream snapped him back to reality. She barely managed to warn him before a zombie lunged at Zhongming with its rotten mouth, aimed straight at his weak spot, making him curse in shock. Zhongming's expression instantly darkened. Killing intent blazed in his icy eyes, making him seem even more terrifying than the apocalypse itself. Fortunately, Zhongming reacted instantly and smashed a powerful punch into the zombie's twisted face. Even now, it had aimed for the worst possible place. The hammer-like punch sent the zombie flying backward, knocking down several others behind it. Zhongming could not help muttering that he had almost suffered a disaster. With those precious extra seconds, he quickly regained his stance. The narrow staircase had become the perfect choke point against the zombie horde. His breathing steadied, and his eyes turned razor-sharp. There were only about 10 zombies ahead, and he was determined to kill every one of them. He did not have to wait long before the first zombie charged at him. Zhongming swung his blade without hesitation, cleanly severing the zombie's rotten arm. The severed limb and foul-smelling slime splattered everywhere. Some of the filth landed on Liang Chuyan, but she barely noticed. Her thoughts drifted back to the life she had only lost a few days ago, when everything she dreamed of was within reach. Back then, she was a popular social media star, constantly surrounded by admirers, gifts, and attention. She had a happy family, a successful career, financial security, and a life that many envied. She had also excelled in school, outperforming her peers, and truly believed her future would always be bright. But now, all that remained before her were hideous, bloodthirsty zombies. They had appeared without warning, and slaughtered countless people, destroying the peaceful world in an instant. The most painful memory for Liang Chuyin was fleeing from her own father. After he became a zombie, she felt she had lost everything. The endless roars of the monsters echoed in her ears until her spirit nearly collapsed. She closed her eyes and let despair consume her. Slumping onto the floor, Liang Chuyin desperately wondered if this would be the final moment of her life. Just as Liang Chuyin was about to give up, Zhongming's shout snapped her back to reality. He yelled at her to get up and keep running. Liang Chuyin looked up through tear-filled eyes. Zhongming was still risking his life to protect both of them. Before long, the last zombie fell beneath his blade. Liang Chuyin stared in shock and asked if he had really wiped them all out. After clearing the area, Zhongming simply let out a long breath. Other than that, he barely showed any sign of exhaustion. Though his expression stayed calm, he reminded Liang Chuyin that if she wanted to survive, she had to stop freezing up. Their top priority now was finding the secret realm key. Only then did Liang Chuyin finally come back to her senses. She had truly believed she would die moments ago. Looking at Zhongming's steady back, she could not help thinking he was unbelievably strong. After studying the surroundings, Zhongming noticed this rooftop connected to the building ahead. He quickly planned a route across the rooftops. After crossing 2 more streets, they would reach the place where the secret realm key had landed. Liang Chuyin immediately followed behind him, but Zhongming suddenly stopped in his tracks. The hope they had just found was instantly crushed by the shocking sight before them. The entire wall ahead was covered with countless thick vines that looked extremely strange. Before she understood what was happening, Liang Chuyin stepped closer and noticed the vines were actually moving. By the time Zhongming realized the danger, it was already too late. In an instant, the vines wrapped tightly around Liang Chuyin, and he could only shout a warning. The vines tightened more and more, making Liang Chuyin scream in pain. Unable to leave her behind, Zhongming immediately rushed in to save her. As he attacked, he frowned and muttered that another problem had shown up. With just a few clean strikes, he cut every vine wrapped around her into pieces. The moment she was freed, Zhongming caught her before she could hit the ground. After being rescued once again, Liang Chuyin started overthinking. She wondered if he kept risking his life because he actually liked her. Her cheeks turned red as she gently leaned against his solid chest, secretly imagining how perfect they would be together. But before her fantasy could go any further, Zhongming coldly let go, sending her straight onto the ground in embarrassment. Ignoring Liang Chuyin's reaction, he continued cutting down every mutant plant in sight while complaining about how troublesome they were. Watching him, she could only smile because he cleared the vines as easily as mowing grass. Less than a minute later, not a single vine remained. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Zhongming sighed because he had wasted too much valuable time. However, when he tried to open the next door, he discovered it was locked from the other side. Liang Chuyin curiously asked what was wrong. Zhongming calmly explained that something was blocking the door from outside, making it impossible to open. She then asked what they should do. Instead of explaining, Zhongming answered with actions. He delivered one powerful kick. The door burst open and crashed to the ground, revealing nearly 10 survivors on the rooftop, all holding weapons and standing on guard. Zhongming and Liang Chuyin looked at the group, while the survivors silently stared back at them. The atmosphere on the rooftop instantly became tense, and no one spoke first. Finally, a blonde-haired man demanded to know who they were and why they had come. Zhongming calmly explained that the area below had become too dangerous, so they climbed up to take shelter. He then asked if the group had been hiding there all along. The blonde-haired man immediately lost his temper. Pointing at the broken door, he shouted that if zombies came through that entrance, everyone would be in danger. Zhongming calmly told him not to worry. Without mentioning that he had already wiped out the entire zombie horde, Zhongming simply said he had checked the surrounding area carefully, and there were no zombies left nearby. While 2 other survivors tried to fix the broken door, the blonde-haired man kept yelling. He insisted no one could guarantee zombies would not suddenly appear, and accused Zhongming of being reckless. After struggling to repair it, a red-haired man shook his head and admitted the door was completely ruined. The best they could do was brace it with a few metal bars. That only made the blonde-haired man angrier. He pointed the club in his hand at Zhongming and blamed him for everything. According to him, if zombies really came up, everyone would die. Seeing the tension getting worse, the red-haired man quickly placed a hand on his companion's shoulders and reminded him that Zhongming and Liang Chuyin had no way of knowing people were already hiding there. Zhongming did not bother arguing with people like them. He only gave them a cold, contemptuous look. Just then, he noticed several other survivors, huddled together in a corner of the rooftop, trembling with fear. Suo Yin looked over and pointed at them, surprised that there were still more survivors here. Seeing their attention shift to the group, the blonde man quickly softened his tone. He explained they had escaped the zombies below and gathered on the rooftop to survive. Lowering his bat, the blonde man said it was all a misunderstanding and asked where Zhongming and Suo Yin were headed. Zhongming simply replied that he was going to the high school. The blonde man immediately mocked him. He guessed it was High School A, asked if someone was trapped there, and sneered that the streets were packed with zombies. So how could he possibly get there? Every street below was crowded with wandering zombies, creating a terrifying scene. Zhang Ming did not hide his goal. He said he wanted to see if there was a route from here, because he had spotted a strange beam of light over the school and wanted to know what it was. The blonde man admitted a strange light had fallen onto the school, but said charging into a zombie nest over that was pure madness. Zhang Ming ignored the mockery and only asked if there was a shortcut. The blonde man pointed to the building across the way. He said there was a path if they jumped from the eastern rooftop to the opposite corridor, but the gap was extremely dangerous. As Zhongming quietly studied the edge of the rooftop, the blonde man warned him not to try, because he would probably break his legs. Ignoring him, Zhongming measured the distance and realized the opposite building was one floor lower and only about 5 meters away. After calculating every detail, he decided to make the jump. Just as he was about to move, he felt someone gently tug on his clothes from behind. After being saved by Zhongming again and again, Suo Yin trusted him completely. She looked at him and begged to come along, asking him not to leave her behind. Zhongming did not object. He took off his backpack, handed it to Suo Yin, and told her to carry it. Even though she was still nervous, Suo Yin nodded. The blonde man mocked them again, saying jumping alone was risky enough, and bringing another person plus a heavy backpack was suicide. A moment later, he suddenly acted friendly and offered to hold the backpack. Gone was his earlier hostility. With a fake smile, he said he would return the bag after Zhongming reached the other side. Suo Yin did not trust the stranger at all. She hugged the backpack tightly no matter how much he demanded it. From the front, Zhongming firmly told Suo Yin to put the backpack on immediately. Seeing his serious expression, she answered softly without hesitation and did exactly as he said. In just a few moments, the backpack was securely strapped to her back. Then Zhongming tied a sturdy rope around her waist to keep her safe. Once everything was ready, he climbed over the railing and looked down into the empty space below. Terrified, Suo Yin wrapped her arms tightly around him from behind. At that moment, the blonde man's baseball bat suddenly blocked his path and pinned Zhongming's arm. Narrowing his eyes, the blonde man asked if the backpack contained climbing gear. Suo Yin glared at him in anger, but he coldly threatened to smash Zhongming's arm unless they handed over the backpack. Zhongming curled his lips into a cold smile and said only 2 words, "Fool." Without another second of hesitation, Zhongming pushed off with all his strength and launched himself from the rooftop. Seeing him jump while carrying Suo Yin, everyone behind him froze. The blonde man stared in disbelief that he actually dared to risk his life. Everything went exactly as Zhongming had calculated, so he never fell onto the zombie-filled street below. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them landed safely on the rooftop across the gap. The blonde man and the red-haired man watched the whole thing in stunned silence. To them, it looked like something only madmen would do. Zhongming untied the rope around Suo Yin and asked if she was hurt. Still shaking with fear, she steadied herself and said she was fine. Neither of them knew that somewhere else, someone was watching their every move through binoculars, with his gaze fixed especially on Suo Yin. The man was known as Fifth Brother. He licked his lips with greedy excitement and smiled with clear interest. Lowering his binoculars, Fifth Brother revealed a sinister grin and muttered that he had finally found 2 valuable targets. In the morning sunlight, his cruel expression was fully exposed, making him seem even more terrifying than the zombies. Behind Fifth Brother, his gang was taking advantage of the chaos to imprison and assault innocent girls. Curses, shouting, and arguments over whose turn was next filled the air. The captured victims could only helplessly endure the abuse from the entire gang. Those standing outside casually joked and placed bets on how long each man would last, treating the victims' suffering as entertainment. A gray-haired man took a drag from his cigarette and laughed. He complained there was no alcohol anywhere, but at least he had found a pack of cigarettes on an old man's corpse. A black-haired man said that if they wanted alcohol, they should check the principal's office because the school cafeteria would not have any. Hearing that, the bald man asked what they should do with the students they had locked up. The black-haired man sneered and said, they should wait for fifth brother's orders, though he wanted to throw all the students to the zombies. A blue-haired man even suggested keeping the female students first, shocking even the bald man with his twisted idea. Just then, fifth brother pushed the door open and asked what everyone was talking about. The moment he appeared, all eyes turned to him. The bald man asked fifth brother if they were going to stay trapped inside the school forever, now that zombies surrounded the place. The gray-haired man looked terrified. His voice shook as he said the whole world had changed overnight and asked if this was really the apocalypse. Fifth brother threw an arm over his shoulder and gave him a creepy smile. He simply asked, "The apocalypse?" Looking at the gray-haired man with pride, he said they could now do whatever they wanted and crush anyone without consequences. While the helpless girls continued to suffer inside, fifth brother preached his twisted belief that in this world, the strong were the ones who made the rules. His face turned colder than ever. To him, this was not the apocalypse. It was paradise where every desire could be fulfilled. The entire school campus and the surrounding streets were packed with wandering zombies, their horrifying growls echoing everywhere. Meanwhile, Jung-ming quietly hid behind a wall and carefully watched every zombie's movement. Suo-yin stayed low behind him. The moment the opportunity appeared, Jung-ming signaled for her to follow closely. The two rushed across the danger zone, while keeping their footsteps as quiet as possible to avoid attracting the zombies. After covering some distance, Jung-ming stopped and carefully checked the entire area before moving again. Once he confirmed the route, Jung-ming sprinted toward the next safe spot, forcing Suo-yin to push herself to keep up. But after running non-stop, sweat soaked her clothes, and her strength was almost gone. Gasping for breath, Suo-yin begged him to slow down because she truly could not keep up anymore. Jung-ming shot her an annoyed look and blamed himself for taking on extra baggage. He had let her appearance cloud his judgment and made an unnecessary mistake. Even so, he could not leave her behind. While complaining inwardly about how weak she was, he slowed down and told her to stay close. Seeing Jung-ming reduce his pace, Suo-yin quietly sighed with relief and told herself she could keep going if the speed stayed like this. As they reached a corner, she finally took a deep breath and felt relieved that there seemed to be very few zombies nearby. Jung-ming immediately disagreed. He reminded her this was a school packed with people before the outbreak, so the lack of zombies was even more suspicious. Suo-yin looked confused because she could not see a single one. While watching the classrooms above, he explained that something else had attracted the zombies and pulled them all in one direction. Sure enough, a massive group of zombies was clawing, smashing, and roaring at the door of a nearby classroom. Inside, several surviving students were desperately holding the door shut. One of them gave up in despair, saying that even if the zombies did not kill them, they would eventually starve to death. Another female student choked back tears and asked if all they could do now was sit there and wait to die. Just as she looked out the window, she suddenly froze after spotting something outside. Forgetting the need to stay quiet, she immediately shouted that someone was coming. From the third floor, she leaned out the window, waved frantically, and shouted to get Ye Jong-ming and Liang Suo-yin's attention. Seeing that, Liang Suo-yin quickly told Ye Jong-ming that there were still survivors ahead. He coldly replied that they were not even safe themselves, so they should stop worrying about others and keep moving. The students inside burst into tears and begged them to save their lives because they did not want to die there. Their desperate pleas left Liang Suo-yin completely torn. It was not that Ye Jong-ming did not want to help, but he knew it was almost impossible. He explained that their screams would attract even more zombies, and if they stayed any longer, both of them would be in danger. The cries for help echoed behind them as Liang Suo-yin lowered her head, quietly walked away, and softly apologized to the trapped students. Even after they had gone a long way, she still felt guilty for leaving them behind. Finally, she gathered the courage to ask Ye Jong-ming if there was truly no way to save them. Ye Jong-ming answered firmly that the students were already surrounded by zombies, and their constant shouting had surely drawn even more monsters. He was not a god who could save everyone. If she wanted to help, she could go back alone. Hearing that, Liang Suo-yin could only lower her head and quietly apologize. Ye Jong-ming kept walking and reminded her to stay clear-headed. This was the apocalypse, and acting on emotion would only get her killed. Night slowly covered the school campus. The long hallway disappeared into darkness. Every footstep made the atmosphere even more chilling, and Liang Suo-yin quietly followed behind him. She looked at Ye Jong-ming's steady back and wondered why he was so determined to come to this school. Could this place hold the key to surviving the apocalypse? After hesitating for a while, Liang Suoyin thanked him for saving her so many times and asked for his name. Without turning around, Ye Zhongming smirked and said that a simple thank you was not enough because he had just saved her life. The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped and pulled her close. His tone sounded playful, but carried an icy chill. If she really wanted to thank him, she should show some sincerity. He had risked his life to save her, so one sentence was hardly enough. Liang Suoyin flinched and instinctively stepped back. What else do you want?" she asked cautiously. Yi Zhongming gave her a dangerous smile and said, "Of course, I could use you as bait to lure the zombies over." Liang Suoyin stammered in panic, her face filled with fear. Yi Zhongming looked at her calmly and reminded her not to think anyone was obligated to save her. In a life-or-death situation, her value could be less than a rolling backpack. Liang Suoyin lowered her head and quietly admitted she understood. After a long silence, she softly introduced herself. "My name is Liang Suoyin." He replied with only 2 words, Ye Zhongming. Liang Suoyin paused for a moment, finally learning his name. His words were harsh, but he did not seem like a truly cruel person. Just then, a desperate cry for help suddenly echoed from the floor above. Yi Zhongming immediately looked up and quickly realized that Spot would likely give him a clear view of where the secret realm key had landed. He told Liang Suoyin to find a safe hiding place, then rushed off at incredible speed before she could respond. Climbing along a water pipe, he moved like a shadow through the night. Liang Suoyin could only call out after him. In the blink of an eye, Ye Zhongming reached the floor where the cries came from. One powerful kick shattered the glass door, and he charged straight into the middle of the zombie horde. 2 terrified female students immediately ran behind a woman for protection. Park Soo-young held her 2 students tightly and looked at Ye Zhongming with deep gratitude, thanking him again and again for saving the girls. But Yi Zhongming paid no attention to her thanks. His eyes stayed fixed outside, as he confirmed that this Spot really could see where the secret realm key had fallen. Park Soo-young knelt beside the motionless body on the floor and tearfully announced that Xiao Qiang was gone. She tried to comfort the 2 girls and told them they had to find a way out. Xiao Xiao wiped away her tears and said she did not want to stay in this nightmare for another second. Lily trembled in despair, because zombies were everywhere outside. Park Soo-young turned to Ye Zhongming and asked if someone with his strength could escort the 3 of them to safety. Every other student had already died, leaving only these 2 girls. Yi Zhongming calmly explained that he had come to the school to find something. If they could tell him where it was, he would escort all 3 of them to safety. Hearing that, Park Soo-young asked what he was looking for. Yi Zhongming pointed out the window and asked if they had seen a beam of light fall from the sky and where it had landed. The 3 looked at each other and shook their heads, saying they did not know. But a moment later, Park Soo-young remembered something. She said she had seen it, but Yi Zhongming had to promise to get all 3 of them out safely first. Yi Zhongming smirked and asked how she could prove she had really seen it, while trying to make demands. Park Soo-young firmly described the beam of light appearing in the sky like a meteor crossing the daylight before crashing somewhere on the school grounds. After hearing her story, Ye Zhongming knew she was telling the truth. He immediately asked for the exact location, but Park Soo-young stayed cautious. She said that if she revealed everything now, he might leave them behind with no one left to rely on. Yi Zhongming grew impatient and said they could stay there and wait to die if they wanted. But if she revealed the location of the secret realm key, they would at least have a chance to survive. The choice was hers. Park Soo-young still refused to give in. She asked if he could truly guarantee that everyone would survive if she told him the truth. Folding his arms, Ye Zhongming answered coldly. There were simply too many zombies inside the building, and with his current strength, he could only guarantee the safety of 2 people. Park Soo-young froze, unwilling to accept it. She kept asking why he could not try harder, and even accused him of being heartless for refusing such a desperate request. Yi Zhongming calmly drew his weapon and fixed her with a sharp gaze. He said there was no such thing as fairness anymore. The weak could only accept reality, so she needed to decide who would be saved. Lily clung to her teacher's clothes, trembling as she begged Park Soo-young not to leave her behind. Park Soo-young gently placed a hand on Lily's shoulder and calmly reassured her that as long as she was there, she did not need to be so afraid. Yi Zhongming had no intention of waiting any longer. His expression turned even colder as he urged her to make the final choice. Xiao Xiao clenched her fists and firmly said she did not want to choose between anyone. Not wanting her students to suffer, Park Soo-young decided that Yi Zhongming should take the 2 girls instead. Hearing that, both Lily and Xiao Xiao burst into tears and called out to their teacher. Yi Zhongming nodded and promised to protect the two girls until they reached safety. He then asked Park Soo-young to keep her promise and reveal where the light had landed. Park Soo-young remained careful. She said she would only write down the location and throw the note to him after he had safely escorted the girls downstairs. Ye Zhongming glanced at her, silently admiring how composed she was. He turned and walked toward the door, leaving only one sentence behind. He hoped her sacrifice would truly mean something, then told the two girls to follow him. Xiao Xiao bit her lip with tears in her eyes as she called for her teacher. Park Soo-young forced a gentle smile despite her trembling lips and softly told the girls to leave without worry. Before opening the door, Ye Zhongming checked outside and warned that 3 zombies were waiting. He quickly instructed Park Soo-young to lock the door the moment they left, block it with furniture, and make absolutely no noise. Park Soo-young nodded quietly to show she understood. The moment the door cracked open, the 3 zombies roared and charged straight at them. Without hesitation, Ye Zhongming unleashed a powerful kick that sent one zombie flying across the hallway. Fighting as he moved, he shouted for the 2 girls to stay right behind him. He carved a path forward while constantly urging them to run faster. Their footsteps echoed through the dark hallway. Lily looked back one last time, tears blurring her eyes as she cried out for her teacher. Xiao Xiao grabbed Lily's hand, crying as she pulled her forward and refused to let her stop. The other 2 zombies chased them like mad. Meanwhile, Park Soo-young slammed the door shut, locked it, and barricaded it with chairs. Her heart pounded with fear, yet she bitterly smiled at herself for choosing to stay behind despite trembling so badly. Then she quietly reminded herself that she was their teacher. Yi Zhongming led the 2 girls down the stairwell, shouting for them to stay close and never fall behind. The heavy smell of blood filled the staircase, where zombie corpses were scattered across nearly every step. He was quietly worried. Alone, this would not be a problem, but protecting 2 students made the situation far more dangerous. As Ye Zhongming carefully scanned the area, he noticed something strange. The stairs below were eerily quiet, as if every zombie had gathered on the upper floors, leaving the lower levels unnaturally empty. After a few more steps, he suddenly stopped. His eyes sharpened, as an overwhelming sense of danger rose inside him. Without hesitation, Ye Zhongming shouted for the 2 girls to freeze and back away immediately. Gasping for breath, Xiao Xiao nervously asked if something dangerous was waiting ahead. Ye Zhongming replied in a low voice that he was not sure, but his instincts warned him that a terrifying threat was drawing very close. Xiao Xiao cautiously stepped forward, looked around, and said she could not see a single zombie. Maybe he was just too tense and imagining things. Yi Zhongming narrowed his eyes, wondering if that uneasy feeling had really been nothing more than his imagination. But he quickly dismissed the thought and decided to assume he had been mistaken. Either way, they could not waste any more time standing there. The 3 continued down the stairs. Their footsteps echoed through the empty stairwell, but after only a few more steps, Yi Zhongming's suddenly stopped again. A chilling sensation brushed past his back, making him instantly spin around. Seeing his reaction, Xiao Xiao became even more nervous and quickly asked what was wrong. She had no idea why they had suddenly stopped in the middle of the stairway. Yi Zhongming immediately raised a hand, signaling both girls to stay completely silent. His eyes swept across the dark hallway, searching every corner without missing a thing. Yet all he saw was the same eerie silence. He quietly wondered if he had become too suspicious and was imagining the danger. After calming himself for a few seconds, he said he had probably been overthinking it. Then he motioned for everyone to keep moving. The 3 quietly continued downstairs, but the uneasy feeling still weighed heavily on all of them. It felt as though an invisible creature was silently following behind them, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Yi Zhongming frowned, unable to shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. At that very moment, a long red tongue suddenly brushed across Xiao Xiao's hair. She jumped in fright and instantly turned around to see what had touched her. Right behind her stood a mutated zombie, roaring savagely with its mouth stretched wide enough to swallow her whole. Xiao Xiao screamed in terror as the monster lunged forward to devour her. At the very last second, Yi Zhongming reacted instantly and threw his knife at the monster. The blade sliced off the mutated zombie's long tongue. The severed tongue hit the floor and kept twitching in a horrifying sight. Badly injured, the mutated zombie let out a deafening scream of pain that echoed through the hallway. Enraged, it swung its razor-sharp claws and charged straight at Yi Zhongming. Instead of dodging, he drove a powerful punch directly into the monster's grotesque face. But the blow did almost nothing. Seeing the creature's reaction, he immediately realized the situation was worse than he had expected. The answer flashed through Yi Zhongming's mind. This was a mutated iron arm zombie, but what shocked him was that this type of monster had appeared far earlier than it should have. Without hesitation, he followed with a heavy kick that forced the monster back and bought himself some distance. The zombies were evolving much faster than he had predicted. Yi Zhongming kept launching attack after attack, trying to find the creature's weakness. But the mutated zombie barely seemed affected and stood firm against every blow. None of his attacks produced any meaningful result. Behind him, Xiao Xiao was still sitting on the floor, trembling uncontrollably. Fighting back tears, she begged Lily for help, saying her legs had gone numb and she could not stand. But when she looked up, she saw Lily quietly walking away without even turning back, making Xiao Xiao cry out her friend's name in terror. At that moment, the mutated zombie slowly closed in on Xiao Xiao. Facing death at point-blank range, the little girl could only break down in despair. At the critical moment, Ye Zhongming leaped onto the monster's head and pulled the trigger without hesitation. He silently thanked his luck that he had kept the gun he won from the previous roulette with him all this time. The gunshot echoed through the building. The recoil sent a sharp pain through his arm, and Ye Zhongming cursed under his breath as his wrist seemed to slip out of place. He then looked coldly at Xiao Xiao, who was still frozen on the floor, and shouted for her to get up if she wanted to live. Before anyone could relax, strange noises suddenly came from behind them, making everyone jump. Yi Zhongming frowned. The gunshot had probably attracted a whole horde of zombies. He tightened his grip on the pistol, ready for the worst. His eyes stayed locked on the source of the sound, as he silently prepared for a zombie attack. But the moment, a figure appeared at the top of the stairs. Yi Zhongming froze in surprise. It was someone he never expected to see. It was Liang Suoyin. She ran straight to him, threw her arms around him, and burst into tears after finally finding him. Ye Zhongming looked at her in confusion and asked why she had come all the way up here. Seeing another survivor, Lily let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Xiao, however, stayed cautious and asked if Liang Suoyin had been bitten by a zombie. Liang Suoyin quickly explained that she had waited downstairs for a long time, but when he never returned, she became terrified. Yi Zhongming immediately scolded her for running around a building filled with zombies. She explained that a strange light had suddenly appeared in a room behind the building, drawing every zombie toward it. That was the only reason she dared to come looking for him. Hearing this, Ye Zhongming was stunned. He immediately asked if she was certain that the light had pulled all the zombies away. Liang Suoyin nodded, still shocked as she recalled what had happened. She said she never would have left her hiding place if the zombies had not all been lured away. As they continued moving, Ye Zhongming casually remarked that she had been lucky not to run into a single zombie. But in his mind, the pieces quickly came together. There was only one thing that could attract zombies like that. He was almost certain it was the light from a secret realm roulette. Without wasting another second, Ye Zhongming led everyone downstairs, determined to leave the building first. Along the way, Liang Suoyin glanced at Xiao Xiao and Lily and quietly made a guess. She figured Yi Zhongming must have rescued the two girls, which was why they were traveling with him. After a while, Lily hesitantly apologized to Xiao Xiao, explaining that she had only acted that way because she was terrified and had never meant to abandon her. Xiao Xiao simply replied that she understood it was panic and would not hold it against Lily. After that, the four of them quickly continued downstairs. Meanwhile, someone was still quietly watching them from a window on the upper floor. Xiao Xiao immediately recognized Teacher Park and smiled with relief. Lily quickly pulled her back and reminded her to keep her voice down so she would not attract zombies. From above, Park Soo-young smiled with relief as she watched her two students finally escape safely. But then she fell into thought. If she had not revealed the location of the light, would Yi Zhongming have come back to save her? Letting out a quiet sigh, she dropped a piece of paper out the window and told herself there was no point thinking about it anymore, because her students' lives now depended on him. She knew that all she could do now was trust Ye Zhongming. Liang Suoyin was the first to notice the paper drifting down. Yi Zhongming picked it up and quietly remarked that the woman truly was as a devoted teacher. Liang Suoyin curiously asked why he had not saved her, if he already knew she was a good person. Yi Zhongming calmly replied that she had tried to use information to bargain with him, so she could stay behind and learn a lesson first. He unfolded the paper and quickly read everything written on it. After reading it, Yi Zhongming finally knew the exact location of the secret realm key. It had landed in a hidden and secure place that most people would never think to check. Yi Zhongming quickly reorganized his plan. There were now two places he had to investigate: the secret realm key at the construction site, and the mysterious light Liang Suoyin had mentioned, which was most likely another roulette. He quietly looked at Xiao Xiao and Lily. The two girls had only just met him, and they were neither cautious nor good at keeping secrets, so they were not suitable companions for finding the secret realm key. For now, he decided to investigate the source of the mysterious light first. Yi Zhongming signaled for Liang Suoyin to lead the way. She was still worried because countless zombies had gathered there. He only smirked. The more zombies there were, the more valuable the treasure inside had to be. Ye Zhongming then called Xiao Xiao and Lily to follow. Both girls immediately agreed. After walking for a while, Liang Suoyin could not hold back anymore. She urged everyone to stop because she had seen an entire horde heading that way. Xiao Xiao turned pale, unable to understand why they were still moving toward such danger. Lily looked at Yi Zhongming suspiciously and bluntly asked if he planned to use them as bait, now that he had gotten the information from their teacher. Instead of giving a long explanation, Ye Zhongming calmly drew his sword. His eyes stayed unwavering as he told everyone not to panic. He casually said that the apocalypse had already begun, so there was no place completely free of zombies. As for using people as bait, he said he had not sunk that low. With that, Ye Zhongming gripped his sword and walked alone into the darkness ahead, telling the three of them to wait outside because he would be back soon. After speaking, he quickly disappeared deeper into the building. The other three could only stand there, anxiously watching his figure fade into the darkness. Liang Suoyin frowned, wondering what could be so important inside that he would risk his life for it. Once Ye Zhongming was out of sight, Lily let out a long sigh of relief. She had truly feared he would use them as bait. But in Lily's eyes, Ye Zhongming was walking straight to his death. Even with a gun, surviving against an entire zombie horde seemed impossible. After waiting a while, Lily quietly pulled Xiao Xiao aside and signaled for her to speak in private. Xiao Xiao asked what she was planning. They slipped into a hidden corner. Lily immediately suggested that they use this chance to find a safe place to hide, instead of following the others. Xiao Xiao stared at her in shock and asked if she wanted to abandon everyone. Lily quickly explained that this was the time to think about their own survival. With so many zombies inside, she believed Ye Zhongming had almost no chance of coming back. Xiao Xiao still hesitated, reminding her that he had saved their lives. Lily cut her off, saying that if the zombie horde rushed outside, they would all die together. Just then, Liang Suoyin suddenly turned toward them with a wary look and asked what they were whispering about. Lily reacted instantly, calmly saying that she was not feeling well and had asked Xiao Xiao to help her find a private place. Liang Suoyin did not question them further and quietly watched the two girls walk away. Deep down, she had only one wish left. She hoped Yi Zhongming would return safely. Inside the building, Ye Zhongming calmly studied the zombie horde ahead and thought that luck was on his side this time. To his relief, there were no dangerous mutated zombies like the ones from the previous building. He tightened his grip on the blade, his eyes turning ice cold. Another brutal fight was about to begin. He lightly touched his aching left shoulder and frowned. Even though he had reset dislocated joints many times in his previous life, the pain was still intense. Hoarse growls filled the room as the entire zombie horde spotted him and charged at once. Yi Zhongming did not hesitate. He drew his pistol in one swift motion and fired immediately. The deafening gunshot echoed through the building, making Liang Suoyin flinch as worry instantly filled her heart. All she could do was silently pray that Ye Zhongming would survive. Outside, Lily also heard the gunfire and panicked. She urged Xiao Xiao to leave immediately, but Xiao Xiao hesitated because she had no idea where it would be safe. After thinking for a moment, Lily suggested heading to the teacher's dormitory. She believed it was less crowded, less likely to have mutated monsters, and might even contain stored food. Xiao Xiao glanced at Liang Suoyin and quietly asked if they should really leave her behind. Lily did not hesitate. She grabbed Xiao Xiao and insisted that in a life-or-death situation, saving themselves came first. But Xiao Xiao suddenly yanked her hand free, leaving Lily stunned. The next moment, Xiao Xiao turned around and ran back toward Liang Suoyin. She grabbed Liang Suoyin's hand and urgently told her to leave this dangerous place at once. Watching from a distance, Lily grew furious. In her eyes, bringing along another person only meant having even less food to share later. She quietly regretted not slipping away earlier. At least then, she would not have to worry about anyone else. But Liang Suoyin firmly shook her head. She insisted on staying. Xiao Xiao anxiously warned that if the zombies inside rushed out, they would have no chance to escape. Liang Suoyin calmly looked at Xiao Xiao and asked how long she thought she could survive without Yi Zhongming. Xiao Xiao was left speechless. Liang Suoyin slowly explained that Yi Zhongming was far stronger than anyone realized. In the apocalypse, leaving him was no different from choosing death. Xiao Xiao still could not understand. She asked how Liang Suoyin could trust him so completely when he was still fighting for his own life. Liang Suoyin simply smiled and asked who had said those zombies were too much for Ye Zhongming. Xiao Xiao had no answer. At that very moment, inside the building, Ye Zhongming used his overwhelming strength to wipe out the entire zombie horde in a short time. After clearing the area, he looked at the roulette standing before him. Just as he had expected, the power from this object had attracted every zombie to this place. The roulette before him was not an ordinary exchange roulette. It was an extremely rare 3-color roulette. After the apocalypse began and the deadly virus spread, mysterious roulettes appeared everywhere. Besides the normal level 1 through level 9 roulettes, there was also a special series with multiple colors, including the 3-color roulette. Beyond that, there were even 5-color, 7-color, and 9-color roulettes. Together they were known as multicolor roulettes. Each one had its own reward system. Activating them gave users a chance to obtain rare classes or powerful skills, from combat classes like Blade Master and Genius Marksman to many other unique abilities. Besides combat classes, the roulettes could also grant valuable support classes for survival, such as Pharmacist and Chef. Only the matching class could unlock the full power of certain equipment and items. For example, a Blade Master wielding the right sword could unleash terrifying strength and cut down enemy after enemy. 3-color roulettes were incredibly rare, appearing only about 1/5 as often as ordinary roulettes, making them highly coveted. Even Yi Zhongming never expected to encounter a 3-color roulette this early. He carefully stepped closer because he knew these roulettes also carried enormous risks. Landing on a black space could make the entire roulette explode. But after taking a closer look, he noticed the black space had a class symbol on it, meaning it was not an explosive slot. Ye Zhongming frowned. Had someone as unlucky as him for over 20 years really stumbled onto such fortune? Or had Xingfei's luck somehow become his? Outside, Xiao Xiao continued urging Liang Suoyin to leave, because she believed Yi Zhongming could not possibly survive against the zombie horde. Liang Suoyin still refused. She said she believed in Ye Zhongming, and if the other two wanted to leave, they were free to do so. She only hoped they would not become zombie food after taking a few steps. Lily sneered, saying that would never happen, because every zombie had been drawn to Ye Zhongming, making the outside much safer. After saying that, she urged Xiao Xiao to stop listening to Liang Suoyin and leave with her immediately. Pulling Xiao Xiao by the hand, Lily mocked her for believing Yi Zhongming was some kind of savior. Liang Suoyin could stay behind and wait for him to die. Hearing those words, Liang Suoyin could no longer stay silent. She immediately slapped Lily across the face. Liang Suoyin shouted at Lily to remember who had saved their lives, and warned her not to speak so disrespectfully again. Holding her burning cheek, Lily screamed in anger, shocked that Liang Suoyin had actually hit her. Xiao Xiao quickly rushed over to check on her. Refusing to back down, Lily slapped Liang Suoyin just as hard and coldly warned her not to think she would keep putting up with it. She also mocked Liang Suoyin, saying Ye Zhongming would never protect her forever. With that, Lily grabbed Xiao Xiao and prepared to leave at once. At the same time, 3 men quietly watched everything from a nearby dark corner. One of them laughed with amusement at the girl's argument. He grinned with satisfaction, saying this was finally getting interesting. The leader, known as Fifth Brother, gave a slight nod and ordered his 2 lackeys to bring Liang Chuyin to him. The blonde thug turned pale at once and warned that the lower floors were packed with zombies, so going down now was suicide. Fifth Brother exploded in anger and called them useless. He said every zombie had been drawn to the media center, so the lower floors were safe and they should bring her up now. As they walked downstairs, Xiao Xiao hesitated and quietly asked Lily if leaving like this was really the right thing to do. Lily spun around and blamed her, saying she would never have been slapped if Xiao Xiao had stayed out of other people's business. Just then, strange sounds echoed from ahead and startled them both. They stared into the darkness, feeling that something was moving up ahead. Meanwhile, Liang Chuyin stayed where she was, grinding her teeth in anger over what the 2 girls had done. She believed they would have died long ago if Ye Zhongming had not risked his life to save them, yet they showed no gratitude at all. Suddenly, a horrifying scream echoed from the distance. Liang Chuyin recognized it at once as the voices of the 2 girls who had just left. But right behind her, a deep male voice suddenly said they had finally caught her. The blonde thug grabbed Liang Chuyin tightly. She struggled with all her strength, demanding to be released and asking who they were. The blue-haired thug stared at her with lust and said she was prettier than any woman they had ever seen. Liang Chuyin trembled in fear and asked what they wanted. The blonde thug grinned and said he would have her first. The blue-haired thug mocked her by saying the man with her had already died in the building, so waiting was pointless. Hearing that, Liang Chuyin froze in shock. She asked with a trembling voice if Yi Zhongming was really dead. At the same time, inside the building, Ye Zhongming let out a long breath. Zombie corpses covered the floor, and the battle had drained him badly. As he rolled a black crystal in his hand, he complained that picking them up one by one was too slow and wished they could auto-loot like in a game. Right then, hurried footsteps and desperate cries for help suddenly echoed from the stairway. Xiao Xiao ran while screaming for help in despair. Lily stayed close behind and shouted at her to stop yelling and keep running. The zombie horde was still right behind them, and their growls were getting closer. In the middle of the chaos, Xiao Xiao still turned back to help Lily. But in that instant, Lily shoved Xiao Xiao into the zombie horde as a distraction and sprinted away on her own. Xiao Xiao froze in disbelief and could only watch her friends back as she betrayed her. Lily ran while crying, repeating apology after apology. At that moment, she had only one thought left. She had to survive no matter what. As Lily reached the upper floor, she saw two men carrying Liang Chuyin away. The blonde thug laughed with a dirty grin and complained that the girl was heavy, but he wanted the first turn later. The blue-haired thug quickly warned him to keep his voice down, or fifth brother would hear. Seeing that scene, Lily stepped back in panic and tried to slip away unnoticed. But she was spotted anyway. The blue-haired thug laughed with excitement, saying another prey had walked right in, then rushed after her. The blonde thug shouted for him to hurry. Seeing only one guard left, Liang Chuyin seized the chance, bit the blonde thug's hand hard, and broke free. The blonde thug roared in pain and cursed furiously. He charged after her while yelling that, if he caught her again, she would pay for it. Liang Chuyin ran for her life, while shouting for help, until her voice turned hoarse. But it was not long before the blonde thug caught up, grabbed her tight, and sneered that he had finally caught her. With no one else to rely on, Liang Chuyin could only cry out Yi Zhongming's name in despair. The blonde thug burst into mocking laughter. He scoffed that Yi Zhongming was nobody worth mentioning. But before he could finish, a blade suddenly sliced through the air and pierced straight through his hand, sending blood everywhere. From the darkness behind him, Ye Zhongming calmly stepped forward with an icy presence. The moment Liang Chuyin saw him, relief washed over her. She rushed over, hugged him tightly, and called his name through sobs. Seeing him safe and alive, she was so relieved she nearly burst into tears. Meanwhile, the blonde thug clutched his injured hand and screamed in agony. He shouted that he worked for fifth brother and warned that anyone who touched him would pay the price. Ye Zhongming answered with nothing but an icy stare. Less than a second later, he rushed in with a powerful kick that sent the thug flying, then calmly replied with just 2 words, "No idea." He immediately asked where the other 2 girls were. Liang Chuyin quickly pointed across the hall and said they were still over there. Yi Zhongming told her to stay put and wait for him. Liang Chuyin nodded without hesitation. Not long after, Lily suddenly dropped to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she kept apologizing to Xiao Xiao through sobs. She said she had watched Xiao Xiao get torn apart by the zombies and knew there was no chance she could have survived. Yi Zhongming coldly reminded her that this was already the second time he had saved her life. If she had listened from the start, none of this would have happened. Terrified, Lily admitted she was wrong and promised never to ignore him again. Liang Chuyin glanced at the 2 unconscious men in the corner and quietly asked what they should do with them. Yi Zhongming calmly said to leave them for the zombies outside. Liang Chuyin agreed that it was a fitting end. They were simply reaping what they had sown. He then told everyone to head to the media center first, because he had already cleared out the zombies there, making it safe for now. Liang Chuyin agreed at once, while Lily was secretly shocked to learn he had cleared the entire area by himself. She suddenly realized Yi Zhongming was far stronger than she had ever imagined. Lily decided she would stick with him no matter what because it was her best chance to survive the apocalypse. Just then, Ye Zhongming turned back and told them to wait because he still had one more person to pick up. At the same time, in a room upstairs, Park Soo-young held a knife to her neck in panic, tears running down her face because she no longer wanted to live in this ruined world. To her, ending her own life seemed better than being torn apart by monsters. A loud crash suddenly came from outside the door. She flinched, tightened her grip on the knife, and tried to comfort herself by believing at least her 2 students had escaped. As the blade touched her skin, more tears rolled down her face. She sadly thought she had not even experienced her first love before her life had to end. At the last possible moment, Ye Jong-ming was smashing the door from outside. After several failed kicks, he put all his strength into one final blow and sent the door crashing down. As soon as he stepped inside, he muttered that the door was tougher than expected, then rushed over to ask if Park Soo-young was hurt. Park Soo-young stood frozen in shock. The knife slipped from her hand as she stared at him in disbelief. Ye Jong-ming gently reassured her that she did not need to be afraid anymore because he had come back to take her with him. Unable to hold back her emotions, Park Soo-young threw her arms around him and burst into tears because she had thought the zombies had found her. She also admitted she had been afraid he would abandon her and never return, leaving Ye Jong-ming speechless for a moment. Caught off guard by the hug, he stiffened awkwardly and could only tell her to calm down and let go of him first. Park Soo-young slowly released him, wiped away her tears, and gave a faint smile. She admitted she had believed she would die there and sincerely thanked Ye Jong-ming. He calmly replied that there was no need for thanks, because getting her out safely came first. Outside in the courtyard, Liang Chuyin carefully picked up the black crystals scattered across the ground. She could not hide her curiosity and wondered what these strange stones were that made Ye Jong-ming insist on collecting every single one. Not far away, Lily reluctantly did the same, while complaining about having to pick things off zombie corpses. Just thinking about it made her sick. Suddenly, a familiar voice called Lilith's name from behind. She quickly turned around, and her face lit up the moment she recognized who it was. As soon as she saw Park Soo-young, Lily ran over, hugged her teacher tightly, and burst into tears of joy after realizing she was still alive. Park Soo-young immediately asked about Xiao Xiao with obvious concern. After hearing Lily explain everything that had happened, she stood there in shock, unable to believe so many heartbreaking things had happened in such a short time. Park Soo-young sighed and blamed herself for failing to protect Xiao Xiao. She gently patted Lily's head and said she knew her student had gone through a terrible shock as well. Just then, Liang Chuyin spoke up coldly. She said that if everyone had trusted Ye Jong-ming from the beginning and stayed together, they would never have run into the zombies, and Xiao Xiao would still be alive. Lily immediately argued back. She insisted that if Ye Jong-ming had rescued their teacher from the start, none of this tragedy would have happened, because someone with his strength could have easily saved all three of them. Park Soo-young quickly hugged her student and explained that the situation back then had been far more complicated. Saving their lives was already a huge favor, yet Lily still had the nerve to say something like that. Lily refused to back down. She argued that if someone truly wanted to save people, they would not let others die before talking about kindness and gratitude. Liang Chuyin snapped, pointed straight at Lily, and shouted that Lily was the one who abandoned the group, causing Xiao Xiao's death, yet she was blaming everyone else. Lily sneered and said Liang Chuyin was only reacting so strongly because she felt guilty. She even accused them of deliberately abandoning the others. A loud slap echoed through the room. Before Lily could finish her accusation, she was struck hard across the face. Ye Jong-ming looked at her, coldly, and warned her to think before she spoke. If he had the strength to bring her out, he also had the strength to throw her right back. He calmly continued that in the apocalypse, no one could predict when danger would strike. Bringing another person meant taking on more risk. No one had the right to force others to save them, and he had never been obligated to do so. Park Soo-young quickly pulled Lily back and quietly told her that Ye Jong-ming had already shown them great kindness by returning to save them, and they should all be grateful to their lifesaver. Seeing her attitude, Liang Chuyin quietly thought Park Soo-young was a truly reasonable person. She then asked Ye Jong-ming why he was collecting those crystals. He simply told everyone to follow him first and said he would explain on the way. A while later, the group stopped in front of a three-colored roulette wheel. As Ye Jong-ming examined it, he repeated what he had explained earlier and asked everyone to hand over every crystal they had collected. Liang Chuyin widened her eyes in surprise. She never imagined the black crystals could be used like this. Ye Jong-ming only smiled and told them to wait a little longer to see the result. After saying that, he reached out and took the bag of crystals from Lily. Ye Jong-ming quickly calculated in his mind. The three-colored roulette did not work by the number of crystals, but by whether their total energy reached the activation threshold. He poured every crystal into the roulette and wondered if 26 level 1 crystals would be enough for a single spin. A few seconds later, the roulette finally began to spin. Ye Jong-ming quietly sighed in relief. It had finally activated. When the wheel stopped, the pointer landed on the red slot. He opened the pink box he had received, curious about what reward was inside. Judging by the color, he even guessed it might be a powerful combat class. The system notification rang out. Congratulations. You have obtained the Glory Craftsman class. After reading the description, he learned it was an apprentice support class that granted crafting-related abilities such as material refining, homogeneous enhancement, crafting, enchantment, and socketing. After reading everything, Yi Zhongming could only smile helplessly. He had actually pulled a craftsman class, and it was the lowest rank. He clearly remembered that classes from the three-colored roulette were divided into two branches. Combat classes greatly boosted a user's fighting power, like the archer class with its exceptional shooting ability. Support classes, on the other hand, did not directly increase combat strength. Craftsman belonged to this branch and was divided into 4 ranks from lowest to highest: apprentice, basic, advanced, and master. Thinking about spending more than 20 crystals just to get an apprentice support class left him disappointed. It seemed his luck still had not improved. The 3 people behind him grew even more confused after hearing him mutter to himself. Lily impatiently asked to see the item he had drawn, while secretly regretting that all the crystals she had worked so hard to collect were gone. Ye Zhongming had no intention of hiding it, and handed the item over for everyone to examine. Meanwhile, he carefully studied the badge in his own hand. 5 distinct colors were displayed on it, making it look especially unique. Lily looked over the information and asked in surprise why it looked just like a game status screen. Park Soo-young was also amazed to see its rank, traits, and abilities listed clearly. Liang Chu-yin noticed that the class possessed a total of 5 different skills. Her words suddenly gave Yi Zhongming a new idea. He immediately snatched the information sheet back and carefully examined every detail once again. Just as he expected, it listed all 5 skills: material refining, homogeneous enhancement, crafting, enchantment, and socketing. After reading it several times, Ye Zhongming finally understood. The 5 colors on the badge represented the 5 different abilities. That realization made him wonder if being reborn had changed not only his fate, but his luck as well. Noticing a few zombies still wandering nearby, Yi Zhongming eagerly suggested hunting them for more crystals. The more roulette rewards they earned, the better their chances of surviving the apocalypse. The other 2 agreed immediately, while Lily stayed silent with a cold expression. At the same time, someone hidden nearby was secretly watching the group through a pair of binoculars. He could not help admiring Yi Zhongming's strength. Fighting so many zombies alone and coming out unharmed was no simple feat. Fifth brother kept thinking, wondering if they were turning the media center into a shelter, which was why they had cleared every zombie in the area. But the more he thought about it, the less it made sense. Just then, his eyes stopped on a zombie corpse that seemed unusual. Seeing their boss lost in thought, one of his men quickly asked if he had discovered something important. Fifth brother immediately ordered all his men to gather, declaring that it was time for something big. Everyone looked confused, having no idea what was happening. A sly grin spread across his face as he claimed he had uncovered Yi Zhongming's secret. Meanwhile, Liang Chu-yin let out a sigh of relief after the group finally collected a good number of crystals. Right after that, she held her stomach and complained that she had not eaten anything all day and was starving. Hearing that, Ye Zhongming called her over and handed her some dry rations. Liang Chu-yin accepted them shyly and thanked him. Yi Zhongming also mentioned that he had checked the restrooms, and the clean water supply was still working, meaning the school's reserve system had not been damaged. After saying that, he opened the backpack he had been carrying. Inside was enough food to last about 3 days. He handed the entire backpack to Liang Chu-yin and asked her to keep it safe. She looked surprised and asked if he really trusted her with something so important. Yi Zhongming seriously explained that, under the current circumstances, those supplies were as valuable as their lives, so they had to be protected at all costs. Holding the backpack, Liang Chu-yin quietly felt the trust he had placed in her. Even so, she admitted, she still felt a little nervous. Yi Zhongming simply replied that he had chosen to trust her. He then announced that the media center would serve as their temporary shelter. Everyone else should stay behind and keep collecting crystals while he went to find the key. Lily anxiously asked if he was planning to go alone again. She pressed him, asking if he was really going to leave the whole group behind and act on his own. Without turning around, Yi Zhongming replied that bringing everyone along would only slow him down. He needed to gather more food and supplies and would return soon. Lily still looked uneasy and asked who would protect them if zombies suddenly appeared. He coldly answered that he had no obligation to protect anyone. At the same time, he quietly activated the crafting ability of his Glory Craftsman class. He added that if zombies really showed up, everyone would have to fight for their own survival. As he spoke, he quickly crafted a wooden spear strong enough for self-defense. Handing it over, he stressed that anyone who could not protect themselves would only end up dead. When someone tried to step closer, Ye Jongming immediately shouted for them to stay back. Park Soo-young nodded in agreement, saying they could not rely on others forever and had to learn to protect themselves. She turned to Lily and reminded her that the world was no longer the same. From now on, she could not keep depending on her family or her teacher and had to become strong enough to survive on her own. Yi Jongming handed the two women wooden spears for protection. Park Soo-young hesitated for a moment before quietly thanking him. As he prepared to leave, Liang Chuyin quickly called out, asking him to make sure he came back safely. Yi Jongming did not look back. He simply raised a hand in response and told everyone not to worry and to take good care of themselves. After leaving the media center, he walked down a tree-lined path while pinpointing where the secret realm key would appear. After rounding a corner, the construction site of the school's new campus came into view. One glance was enough for him to know he had found the right place. Given the current chaos, he guessed almost no one would come near this deserted construction site. Suddenly, a figure fell from above and landed right in front of him. Yi Jongming rushed forward and caught the person. The moment they saw each other's faces, both of them froze in surprise. But only a moment later, the young woman's eyes filled with caution. She quickly jumped back and put some distance between herself and Yi Jongming. A second later, she suddenly burst forward at full speed. In just a few moves, she locked his arm and twisted it behind his back. Yi Jongming winced in pain and asked why she was attacking the man who had just saved her. The young woman, Mo Ye, kept her guard up and demanded to know who he was. She also questioned why he was there. Yi Jongming gave no answer and seized the opening to turn the tables. In the blink of an eye, he subdued Mo Ye and wrapped one hand around her throat. Pinning her against the wall, he coldly demanded her identity and asked why she was here. Mo Ye angrily shouted that she was a security officer and ordered him to let her go. The moment he heard that, Ye Jongming released her, slightly surprised. Rubbing her sore neck, Mo Ye remarked that his fighting skills were impressive and that he had clearly received years of formal training. Ye Zhongming replied that he had trained for nearly 10 years. Inwardly, he remembered the brutal training from his previous life. Hearing that, Mo Ye was surprised that he had trained even longer than she had. She was about to ask more about his identity, but a bullet suddenly ripped through the air toward them. Reacting instantly, Ye Zhongming pulled Mo Ye to the ground and avoided the shot. The two of them quickly moved behind cover. Yi Jongming frowned, wondering who would open fire the moment they met. Mo Ye explained that those people were hunting her down. She had fled to this construction site to shake them off. Yi Zhongming was even more surprised, since she was a security officer. Mo Ye calmly replied that her position was exactly why she had become their target. The people chasing her were escaped convicts. Hearing that, Ye Zhongming immediately recalled his previous life. Many of the most ruthless forces during the apocalypse had been led by escaped criminals, and once society collapsed, nothing held back their brutality. He had no intention of showing mercy to people like that. As gunfire continued to echo, Ye Zhongming asked how they had gotten so many firearms. Mo Ye answered that they had looted the entire security force armory. At that moment, 3 armed criminals swaggered toward the place where the two were hiding. One of them ordered his partner, Da Li, to flank from another direction and force Mo Ye into the open. Da Li nodded and asked what to do with the man who was with her. Lao Qian coldly gave a single order: kill them all. Da Li licked his lips excitedly, grinning as he said it had been far too long since he had enjoyed taking a life with a gun. But just then, a gunshot shattered the tense silence. The bullet pierced straight through Da Li's forehead, leaving a hole in the center of his head. Watching the scene, Ye Zhongming thought that today, he would not be the one getting his head blown apart. The last thug panicked and shouted that the enemy had guns too. Lao Qian immediately ordered non-stop, suppressing fire to keep the two from raising their heads. He cursed Mo Ye through gritted teeth and swore he would kill her today. The gang unleashed a hail of bullets toward the bushes where the pair had been hiding. They kept firing while slowly advancing on the target. But when they reached the bushes, both men froze in shock. No one was there. Lao Qian angrily shouted, asking where they had disappeared. At that moment, Ye Zhongming's voice came from above. He was standing directly over them and coldly told Lao Qian to look up. The instant Lao Qian raised his head, Ye Zhongming fired and killed him on the spot. Seeing his two partners fall one after another, the last criminal let out a furious roar. But before he could react, Mo Ye drove a powerful punch into his stomach, making him double over. She followed with a crushing uppercut straight to his face. Blood and broken teeth flew everywhere, leaving his face horribly mangled. The criminal dropped to his knees, trembling as he desperately begged for mercy. But Ye Zhongming showed no hesitation and fired one more shot, ending his life. Mo Ye angrily demanded to know why he had killed the man after he had already surrendered. Ye Zhongming remained silent and offered no explanation. A moment later, Mo Ye checked the pulses of the three criminals and confirmed they were all dead. With blood covering her hands, she looked up and asked why he had insisted on killing the last man when he could no longer fight back. Ye Zhongming calmly replied that they were escaped convicts. He had merely finished the job the security force had left unfinished. He then asked if she truly believed those men would have sincerely repented and spared her. Mo Ye immediately asked what he meant. It plainly, there were no laws left. People like them only robbed, killed, and spread more evil if they stayed alive. He told Mo Ye not to let mercy become an excuse for monsters to hurt more people. He also revealed his ex-girlfriend Bai Shishi died at the hands of people just like them in his previous life. That was why he never showed mercy to people like this. After hearing him, Mo Ye quietly thought it over. His methods were harsh, but his words were not wrong. She could not help wondering how someone as young as Ye Zhongming could kill without the slightest hesitation. What had he gone through to become so cold? Meanwhile, a blonde thug rushed over and told Fifth Brother that the two captives downstairs had been bitten to death by zombies before he arrived. Fifth Brother spun around in shock and could not believe they were both dead. The blonde thug urged him to stop provoking Ye Zhongming because he suspected the man had serious martial arts skills. Fifth Brother ignored him, punched him in the face, and shouted that once Ye Zhongming was dead, all the women and supplies would belong to them, and the whole area would be theirs. Then Fifth Brother asked if everyone had gathered. Holding his swollen cheek, the blonde thug said they were all waiting in the main hall. Not long after, the room door opened. Fifth Brother walked in and loudly asked if everyone was present. The crowd answered with a united shout. Fifth Brother laughed and declared that an outsider had invaded their turf and gotten two of their brothers killed. The blonde thug quietly reminded him they had actually died to zombies, not by Ye Zhongming's hands. Without another word, Fifth Brother punched the blonde thug again and ordered him to shut up. He then said it did not matter how those two died. Before, they had to hide, but now zombies were everywhere, and no one could control them anymore. Hearing that, the gang exchanged looks as excitement spread across their faces. Fifth Brother kept firing them up, saying this was their chance to rule freely, and no brat would ruin their plans. According to him, anyone who stood in their way would end up dead. The gang cheered loudly, hailed Fifth Brother as their leader, and swore to avenge the fallen. Seeing everyone's morale rise, Fifth Brother ordered them to move out and deal with Ye Zhongming. He suddenly pointed at one man and called him back. The blonde thug pointed at himself in confusion and asked what he needed to do. Fifth Brother gave him a sinister smile, leaned close, and said an even more important task was waiting for him. Time slowly passed as evening shadows spread across the area. Seeing Ye Zhongming still searching, Mo Ye asked what he was looking for. While scanning the area, he explained that he was searching for a very important key and had to find it before today ended. Mo Ye asked what the key looked like. Ye Zhongming admitted he had never seen it himself. Still, he believed its appearance would be unique enough to recognize at a glance. Hearing that, Mo Ye joined the search, though she worried the area was too large and darkness was closing in. Ye Zhongming thought to himself that the darker it got, the better, because the secret realm key would emit a faint glow after nightfall. Just then, Mo Ye suddenly shouted that she thought she had found it and called him over. Ye Zhongming praised her for having the sharp instincts of a police officer and finding things so quickly. But after taking a closer look, he shook his head. Mo Ye asked in surprise if that strange object was still not the right one. Ye Zhongming helplessly explained that although it was unusual, it was not the key he needed. Mo Ye casually tossed the object away, disappointed that it was a false alarm. None of them knew the real key had landed right in front of the claws of a creature with glowing green eyes. Mo Ye suddenly looked ahead and asked if there was a dog over there. Even Ye Zhongming was surprised. She pointed toward the spot and insisted she could clearly see an animal. Ye Zhongming narrowed his eyes and suspected it might be a zombie beast. Mo Ye stood by her judgment and said it was a dog. She had worked with police dogs before and knew they were easy to work with if handled properly. As the creature slowly came closer, its full appearance was finally revealed. It bared its fangs and growled fiercely. Then it suddenly charged at them with incredible speed. Ye Zhongming's expression changed at once as a bad feeling hit him. Both he and Mo Ye locked their eyes on the creature rushing toward them. One glance was enough for Yi Jiangming to recognize it as a level 2 mutant dog. Without hesitation, he drew his gun. He fired several shots, but the mutant dog was so fast it dodged every bullet. As it closed in, Ye Jiangming thought they were finished. Mo Ye also cried out in alarm. The dog's sharp fangs were only inches from Yi Jiangming's face, but at that exact moment, it suddenly stopped. A second later, all its hostility vanished and was replaced with unexpected joy. The dog kept licking Yi Jiangming's face and wagging its tail while rubbing against him. He pushed it away in total confusion. Watching the scene, Mo Ye laughed and guessed the dog was trying to win his favor. Yi Jiangming said nothing and quietly observed the dog. His eyes stayed fixed on its tail, as if confirming something. Then he froze and muttered, "Wait." A distant memory suddenly came back. He remembered walking home as an ordinary student. Back then, he heard an angry drunk yelling after a dog stole his food. A small puppy was trembling beside a wall while enduring the man's insults. The furious drunk even kicked at it and yelled for it to get lost. The little dog dodged the kick and ran away in panic. The drunk refused to stop. He threw his liquor bottle and chased after it, shouting that he would beat the dog to death. The bottle struck the puppy, making it cry out in pain. Even so, it kept dragging its injured body forward to survive. But the drunk caught up and stomped hard on its tail. He laughed cruelly, believing the dog had nowhere left to run. Seeing that, Ye Jiangming rushed over to stop him. The drunk turned around with an annoyed look. He glared at Yi Jiangming and demanded to know why he was interfering. Thinking quickly, Ye Jiangming lied that the dog had a serious disease and had bitten him before, leaving his arm swollen for days. He added that the dog was covered with germs and parasites, and touching it would only bring trouble. When the drunk still tried to kick it, Ye Jiangming warned that its fur was filthy and would leave a terrible smell on anyone who touched it. While the drunk hesitated in disgust, the little dog seized the chance and ran away. Only after seeing it reach safety did Yi Jiangming let out a sigh of relief. The drunk lost interest in chasing it, cursed a few more times, and walked away. Yi Jiangming even politely bowed as the man left. Left alone, Yi Jiangming smiled, feeling he had done one good deed by saving the poor puppy. Just then, he felt something rubbing against his leg. Looking down, he saw the little dog had quietly followed him and was clinging to his leg. Yi Jiangming knelt down and patted its head. Seeing its bleeding tail filled him with sympathy. He took a cookie from his pocket and gave it to the puppy, telling it to eat something before it got too hungry. The little dog immediately grabbed the cookie and devoured it. Yi Jiangming said with regret that although he liked the dog, his family could not keep pets. In the end, all he could do was wave goodbye to the little puppy. Those happy memories with the dog flashed through his mind one after another. Overcome with emotion, Ye Jiangming stepped closer and kept asking, "Di Huang, is that really you?" Mo Yi asked in surprise if this was the dog he used to know. She found it amazing that it still recognized him after mutating, though the name sounded unusual. Yi Jiangming smiled and explained that it had been a stray he used to feed. It was round like a yellow ball, so he named it Di Huang. Reunited with its old friend, Di Huang would not stop nuzzling him until Yi Jiangming laughed and told it to stop licking him. Watching the reunion, Mo Ye realized that beneath Ye Jiangming's cold exterior was a surprisingly gentle side. Meanwhile, at the media center, the three girls were still sitting together. Lily impatiently asked Liang Chuyin if there was any food left in the backpack. Liang Chuyin calmly replied that everything was gone. Lily immediately lost her temper, accusing Liang Chuyin of lying because she had seen meat in the bag earlier. She called her selfish for refusing to share, and seeing the tension rise, Park Soo-ah quickly stepped in to calm them down. Lily had already eaten more than enough. If she did not like it, she could give everything back. Without another word, Lily suddenly lunged for the backpack. Liang Chuyin quickly hugged it tightly and demanded to know what she was doing. Lily shamelessly replied that if she would not hand it over, she would take it herself. Liang Chuyin held the bag against her chest. Yi Jiangming had specifically told her to guard it, so she refused to let anyone touch it. Lily immediately exploded in anger. She claimed there was no need to fear Yi Jiangming since he was not here, and demanded that all the food be divided equally. Park Soo-ah quickly stepped in and urged Lily not to make such a scene over a little food because Liang Chuyin had never planned to keep it all for herself. That only made Lily even angrier. She insulted Liang Chuyin and mocked her for guarding the food like she was saving it for a dog. Liang Chuyin sighed to herself. It seemed she had been kind to the wrong person and should never have shared her food with Lily. Park Soo-ah gently reminded her that the supplies did not belong to them in the first place, and they should be grateful that someone was willing to share. Lily only sneered, saying empty morals could never fill a hungry stomach. Lily slowly decided to steal the entire bag. She even believed Yi Zhongming was probably dead and would never return. At that very moment somewhere else, Ye Zhongming suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Mo Yi asked if he was feeling sick, but Yi Zhongming only smiled and said someone was probably talking about him. Then the two of them and the little dog continued deeper into the darkness. Mo Yi quietly said they were lucky to have a flashlight, because otherwise they could barely see anything. Yi Zhongming told her to keep the flashlight, since the item he was searching for would be easier to spot in the dark. At that same moment, a mutated creature quietly appeared. It silently watched the group's every move. As Yi Zhongming walked, his hand accidentally brushed against something, giving off a faint glow, immediately catching his attention. Without hesitation, he eagerly started digging at the spot. Before long, a key buried deep underground emerged. Yi Zhongming could not hide his excitement and burst into laughter, knowing he had finally found the secret realm key. All his hard work had finally paid off. Mo Yi smiled and teased that judging by his face alone, finding that key must have been incredibly difficult. But the celebration ended almost instantly when a mutated creature suddenly attacked and wrapped its tentacles tightly around Mo Ye. It opened a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth and prepared to swallow its prey whole. Mo Ye froze in terror and could only stare at the monster before her. Yi Zhongming immediately rushed in to save her and sliced off one of the monster's tentacles. His killing intent erupted as his eyes slowly turned crimson. Then he activated his skill and shouted, "Earth Enhancement, Blade Edge 1. Yi Zhongming silently thanked his enhancement ability. Without it, his blade would not have been able to pierce the monster's tough hide. Mo Yi stared at the creature in shock as she realized it was a gigantic mutant lizard. The monster's razor-sharp claws slashed straight toward him. With lightning-fast reflexes, Yi Zhongming twisted aside and narrowly dodged the attack. Di Huang instantly charged in and bit down hard on the mutant lizard's claw to hold it back. The fierce struggle between the dog and the mutant lizard quickly turned brutal. Blood sprayed everywhere as the mutant lizard roared in agony. Yi Zhongming panted heavily and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The battle with the giant monster had drained most of his strength. Even so, he tightened his grip on his weapon and shouted another challenge, ready if the monster dared to attack again. Suddenly, Di Huang ran in front of him and blocked his path. Yi Zhongming called out in confusion, unable to understand why the dog had done that. An instant later, his face filled with worry. Yi Zhongming urgently yelled for Di Huang to move, but the dog only raised its head and let out a fierce growl. The two beasts stood face to face, with their eyes locked on each other as the tension reached its peak. Watching the scene, Yi Zhongming shouted in panic. The moment Di Huang heard its name, the mutant lizard whipped its massive tail straight at the dog. Refusing to back down, Di Huang lunged forward and clamped down on the mutant lizard's tail. But its steel-like scales were so tough that the bite barely did any damage. The monster immediately struck back with a powerful swipe. Di Huang was sent flying and crashed hard onto the ground. Even while injured, the dog forced itself back up and bared its fangs with a determined growl. Meanwhile, the mutant lizard slowly advanced toward the group. Seeing the danger, Ye Zhongming charged forward without hesitation. He tried to stop the monster with his dagger and create an opening. But before he could attack, the creature's sweeping strike knocked him away. The mutant lizard opened its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth and prepared to tear him apart. Just as disaster seemed unavoidable, a sharp weapon suddenly sliced through the air. It flew straight toward the mutant lizard's head. Caught off guard, the monster froze and instinctively shut its mouth to defend itself. At that moment, Mo Ye stood ready with her blade, radiating overwhelming confidence. She faced the mutant lizard head-on, without taking a single step back. Within moments, the fatal wound to its head brought the giant monster crashing to the ground. Yi Zhongming let out a sigh of relief and praised her without holding back, saying she truly lived up to being a police officer. Hearing that, Mo Ye simply glanced back at him. Yi Zhongming then knelt down, patted Di Huang's head, and praised the little dog for bravely protecting its master. As the excited dog rushed toward him, he hurriedly tried to stop it. Yi Zhongming laughed helplessly and begged for mercy as Di Huang kept licking his face. Hidden nearby, two mysterious figures silently watched everything. Once the dust settled, they quietly disappeared without a trace. Yi Zhongming carefully examined the dead mutant lizard's head. Then he drove his knife through its skull, searching for something inside. Mo Yi watched in confusion and asked what he was looking for. Yi Zhongming opened his hand, and showed her the item he had just taken out. Mo Yi looked surprised. He explained that it was a magic crystal, one of the most valuable resources in the zombie world. She curiously asked if the magic crystal contained magical power. Yi Zhongming nodded and said it was even more valuable than ordinary magic. Mo Yi immediately asked how to use it, but he smiled and asked if she really wanted to know. She urged him to stop teasing and explain. Seizing the chance, Ye Zhongming made a deal. If she wanted the answer, she first had to agree to one condition. Mo Ye instantly refused, and sarcastically remarked that he was pretty bold to bargain with a police officer. If necessary, she would uncover the magic crystal's secret herself. Yi Zhongming was left speechless. He quietly thought every woman had a different personality. If it had been Xing Fei or Liang Chuyin, they would probably have hesitated instead of rejecting him so directly. Mo Yi turned to leave, saying he had already found the key, so it was time for them to part ways. Yi Zhongming groaned that their partnership was ending almost as soon as it had begun. After letting out a long sigh, he hesitantly said he had one more proposal. Mo Yi told him to go ahead. Yi Zhongming suggested they form a team, because the outside world was too dangerous, and having a reliable partner would greatly improve their chances of survival. Mo Ye fell silent in thought, while Ye Zhongming lowered his head, feeling he had humbled himself more than expected. Suddenly, Mo Ye's eyes lit up, leaving him surprised. She reached out her hand and agreed to work together, saying that, although he was a little strange, she believed he was not a bad person. Yi Zhongming immediately shook her hand and introduced himself. Mo Ye smiled in return and introduced herself as well. Elsewhere, a lifeless body lay curled up on the cold ground. Suddenly, a hand shot out and grabbed the gun lying beside the corpse. Its owner excitedly whispered that it was a real gun. But a red-haired man immediately covered his mouth and warned him to stay quiet if he wanted to stay alive. Then he pointed ahead and signaled everyone to move silently along the side path. Two men, one holding a knife and the other a gun, fixed murderous stares on Yi Zhongming and Mo Yi. The man with the gun shouted for them to stay still, while the red-haired thug threatened them to raise their hands if they wanted to live. Hearing that, the man in the blue shirt angrily scolded his companion. He reminded him that Fifth Brother had ordered them to kill the targets, while the red-haired man awkwardly scratched his head and admitted he had misspoken. In their eyes, Ye Zhongming was the man responsible for the deaths of two of their brothers, and today he would pay with his own life. They were criminals. The man in the blue shirt aimed his gun and shouted as he prepared to pull the trigger, but he froze when the gun did not fire at all. Confused, he asked if the gun was fake. The red-haired thug snapped that he had not even switched off the safety. The man in blue blankly asked what the safety was, leaving the red-haired thug speechless. He cursed at him for never watching an action movie, only to be asked how to turn it off. Unable to take it anymore, the red-haired thug snatched the gun away and called him an idiot. The man in blue hurriedly explained that he had only been a security guard and had never handled a real gun before. Just then, Di Huanghuang suddenly charged forward, making the man in blue scream in panic. Without hesitation, the dog bit down hard on the wrist holding the gun. The man in blue turned pale as he screamed for help. Lao Dao's face changed at the sight. He said it was a zombie dog, and anyone bitten by it had almost no chance of surviving. While the enemies were in chaos, Mo Ye rushed in. The moment Lao Dao turned his head, Mo Yi drove a powerful elbow straight into his face. Without wasting the opening, she slammed him to the ground. Lao Dao rolled several times before collapsing flat on the floor. Blood poured from his mouth after the devastating blow. Watching everything unfold, Yi Zhongming was secretly amazed. He decided it was best never to make an enemy of Mo Ye. A little later, Ye Zhongming demanded to know who Fifth Brother was and why he had sent people to kill him. The man in blue had completely lost his nerve and kept begging for his boss to save him. Yi Zhongming coldly warned that if he did not want to bleed to death, he had better tell them everything about Fifth Brother. Elsewhere, one of Fifth Brother's men asked if they could stop for something to eat. At the same time, Yi Zhongming was still fighting zombies to save people. Fifth Brother immediately cursed at his men for trying to slack off and ordered everyone to keep working. The blonde thug complained that they had been up all night and were now collecting useless items from zombie corpses. Fifth Brother sternly reminded them to seize every opportunity. The blonde thug muttered that this was not a video game with loot drops, and searching corpses was just a waste of time. That earned him another painful smack from Fifth Brother, along with an order to get back to work. Fifth Brother had already reached his own conclusion. He believed the glowing crystals inside zombie heads could not have appeared by chance. Besides, many nearby zombie corpses had already been stripped of their crystals, proving they held some special value he had yet to discover. Meanwhile, deep inside an office at the media center, Lily stayed awake all night without closing her eyes. She secretly watched Liang Chuyan's every move. After waiting for a while, Lily quietly stood up. Then she slowly crept behind Liang Chuyan without making a sound. A sinister smile slowly spread across her face. She was gripping a sharp piece of broken glass in her hand. The entire room was shrouded in darkness, with only a faint candle casting a weak glow. Lily gritted her teeth in hatred, believing Liang Chuyan only dared to look down on her because she had Ye Zhongming backing her. No matter what, she was determined to steal the precious food supplies. Just as Lily was about to act, Park Soo-ah suddenly woke up, sat upright, and asked, "Lily, what are you doing?" Hearing her voice, Lily quickly hid the glass behind her back and awkwardly claimed she was just going to the bathroom. After saying that, she immediately turned and hurried toward the restroom. But one question kept echoing in her mind, refusing to leave her in peace. The sound of running water filled the room as she silently stared at her reflection in the mirror. Tears and mucus streamed down her face. Lily felt both hurt and confused, unable to understand why those people could trust others so easily. In her eyes, once the world had become this cruel, no one should ever let someone else control anything related to survival. Lily became even more convinced that Ye Zhongming and Liang Chuyan had already started guarding against her. In this world, only those who relied on themselves could survive, while someone as kind as Park Soo-ah would eventually suffer. Just then, strange noises suddenly came from outside. The sound woke everyone else. Lily rushed out and anxiously asked what had happened. Park Soo-ah guessed that someone was trying to break down the door. Hearing that, Lily immediately panicked and demanded to know what was going on. Liang Chuyan quickly checked the door and tried to calm everyone, saying the zombies would never break in. But the moment she finished speaking, the door crashed down, and she cried out in terror. Realizing the people outside were not zombies, Park Soo-ah nervously asked who they were. Loud pounding continued from outside the entrance. Within seconds, the force against the door grew even stronger. Lily turned pale and screamed that the door was about to give way. As the entrance burst open, a group of armed men stormed inside. The blue-haired thug grinned smugly and said there really were a few young women hiding inside. Park Soo-ah trembled as she asked what they wanted. When one of the men approached, Liang Chuyan nervously asked who they were and why they had come. Another thug roughly grabbed Park Soo-ah's chin and looked her over with a disgusting grin, telling her to guess what they wanted. Park Soo-ah burst into tears and begged them not to hurt her. The thug only laughed harder, saying she was exactly his type. Suddenly, the white-haired thug noticed Lily had escaped and immediately ordered everyone to chase her. But a woman in the group reminded him that Fifth Brother had only ordered them to deal with Ye Zhongming and leave the girls alone. Dongs brushed the warning aside and said Fifth Brother was not here, so he was in charge now. Since these girls were Ye Zhongming's companions, there was no reason to show mercy. The woman could only nod fearfully. A bald thug volunteered to chase Lily, but Dong Zi immediately called him back and warned him not to act on his own. The man in the blue shirt grabbed Park Soo-ah and laughed, asking if she remembered him. She tried to pull away while he proudly said he had once been a student at this school and had attended her class. Park Soo-ah struggled to remember before calling out his name. At that moment, he began groping her and laughed that back in school he had only paid attention to her body instead of his studies. Meanwhile, another thug pinned Liang Chuyan's arms while his companion carefully studied her face. He quickly called Dong Zi over and said the girl looked just like a famous internet celebrity. After taking a closer look, they realized she was Liang Chuyan, a once well-known third-year actress, making her even more frightened. Meanwhile, Ye Zhongming had tied up the two captured thugs and left Di Huangwang to guard them. Mo Yi asked what he planned to do next. Ye Zhongming coldly replied that since Fifth Brother wanted him dead, he would take the fight directly to him. Mo Ye advised returning to the police station first, because Fifth Brother had too many men to underestimate. Ye Zhongming calmly answered that Mo Ye should not expect too much, because the outside world had already fallen into complete chaos. He said he had never chosen to run away, and this time would be no different. He would face Fifth Brother head-on. Mo Yi nodded and agreed to go with him, believing they would have a better chance together. She then asked why he had gone to such lengths to find the secret realm key. Yi Zhongming explained that it was the key to humanity's future. Mo Yi sighed softly and admitted that explanation was still too vague to understand. Yi Jiangming slowly explained that the zombies, the mutated monsters, and even the magic crystals all proved the world had changed beyond anything they once knew. After hearing that, Mo Yi asked when they would finally use the key. Yi Jiangming confidently answered that the time would come only after both of them became much stronger. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the bald thug kept chasing Lily without letting up. As he ran after her, he shouted for her to stop immediately. He sneered and told his little prey to wait until he caught her. He threatened to tie up Lily's hands and feet so she would never escape again. Lily suddenly realized she had reached a dead end. She desperately tried to open a door, but nothing worked, and her despair grew. The bald thug walked closer with a cruel grin and mocked her, asking how much farther she thought she could run. Lily could only back away and beg him not to come any closer. He leaned close and spoke with deep resentment. In the past, every girl had looked down on him, mocked him, and avoided him. But now everything had changed. He believed her fate was in his hands. Lily quickly denied it, swore she would never leave him, and insisted she had never laughed at him. The bald thug stayed silent for a moment, before coldly asking why he should believe her. Lily forced out a smile and explained that she was not like those shallow girls, and was just an ordinary student. She even flattered him by saying he looked incredibly cool, and promised that if he spared her, she would do anything he asked. Her looks were only average, but she sure knew how to talk. Even so, he insisted he could never betray Dongzi. Then he forced Lily to go back with him to meet Dongzi. Lily broke down in tears and begged to be released because she knew going back meant certain death. The bald guy ignored her pleas and said she would not die while he was around, then urged her to keep moving. But behind her back, Lily quietly hid a sharp weapon fragment. As soon as they returned, the bald guy happily told Dongzi that he had brought her back. But the scene before her left Lily frozen in shock, unable to understand what had happened. Fa Shuying stared blankly ahead, her spirit nearly broken. Her clothes had also been torn to shreds. The bald guy laughed and mocked that the others had gone too far, and even the teacher's clothes were completely ruined. Dongzi explained with annoyance that Fa Shuying fought back fiercely and even bit Dabai across the face until he would not stop bleeding, ruining everyone's mood. Dabai could only clutch his bloody face and groan in pain. He complained that he never expected Fa Shuying to be so tough. Just then, Lily rushed over and called out to her in panic. The bald guy immediately pointed at Lily and told Dongzi he had brought her back. Dongzi looked at Lily in confusion and asked what happened. The bald guy quickly claimed that she wanted to join their group. Dongzi laughed with satisfaction and praised Lily for knowing who was strong and who was weak. The bald guy eagerly added that he would never hide such good news from him. Then the bald guy told Lily to wipe away her tears and step forward to face Dongzi. The moment she arrived, he signaled for her to greet the boss. Lily could only tremble as she greeted Dongzi. Dongzi asked once more if she truly wanted to join them. Lily nodded at once, begged to be accepted, and promised to do anything for the group. Dongzi agreed, but demanded proof of her loyalty. He pointed at Liang Chuyin and ordered Lily to deal with her own friend. Liang Chuyin angrily called Lily an ungrateful traitor. Yi Zhongming had saved her many times, yet she turned her back on her benefactor. Before Liang Chuyin could finish speaking, Lily slapped her hard across the face. Tears streamed down Liang Chuyin's face as she choked out that Lily was worse than an animal. Dongzi clapped with delight and urged Lily to keep going. He said he loved watching proud girls get humiliated like this. Lily coldly replied that she and Liang Chuyin had always been enemies. Today she would finally settle the score. Liang Chuyin could only tremble and whisper that Lily now looked like a monster in her eyes. The men around them folded their arms and watched the torture with eager smiles. Lily grabbed Liang Chuyin by the hair and yanked hard, forcing her to raise her head. She stared into Liang Chuyin's face and gritted her teeth, saying the more she looked, the more she hated it. Only then did Dongzi tell her to stop. He said that was enough to prove her loyalty, and Lily was officially accepted into the group. Dongzi then told the bald guy that Lily would be under his watch from now on. He ordered him to keep a close eye on her and make sure she caused no trouble. The bald guy immediately bowed and accepted the order. He hugged Lily excitedly and happily declared that she was now his woman. Right after that, Dongzi gathered all his men because he had something important to announce. He reminded everyone that they had all served Fourth Brother before. Only after Fourth Brother turned into a zombie did they have no choice but to follow Fifth Brother. The men immediately joined in and mocked Fifth Brother. They said Fourth Brother had both status and strength, while Fifth Brother was nothing but a schemer who kept every reward for himself. Dongzi continued, saying Fifth Brother only sent his men out to risk their lives, while secretly doing his own thing and hiding everything from them. He said he could not tolerate it any longer. He believed that in this chaotic world, there was no reason to keep serving someone else. The man in gray and Da Bai both agreed. They said fifth brother had never truly cared about his men, so from today on, they would only be loyal to Dongzi. Hearing those words, Dongzi let out a cold smile and thought that fifth brother's end had finally come. A little later, the man in gray carefully cracked open the door and quietly checked outside. After looking around, he returned and quietly told Dongzi that the house was empty. Fifth brother had not returned yet, and their plan could still move forward. After hearing the report, Dongzi burst into laughter. He knew this was the perfect chance and immediately ordered everyone to move inside. Just as he was enjoying the moment, a bone suddenly flew over and smacked him right in the face. Caught off guard, Dongzi clutched his face and roared in anger, demanding to know who dared throw a bone at him. Yi Zhongming calmly stepped out and said they had just finished eating when Dongzi showed up. It looked like luck was still on their side today. Seeing the chicken bone on the floor, Dongzi instantly realized it came from the food his men had been saving, only for the enemy to eat every last bite. Rubbing his aching face, he glared at Ye Zhongming and demanded to know who he was and why he was there. Yi Zhongming gave a faint smile and reminded him that Dongzi's group had been trying to kill him. Since they wanted him so badly, he came to them instead. Dongzi frowned as he realized this had to be the man fifth brother was desperate to eliminate. That also meant Lao Dao had probably failed. Ye Zhongming bluntly said the two assassins sent after him were already dead, and now it was Dongzi's turn. Hearing that, the man in gray rushed forward, eager to attack. But Dongzi stayed calm, raised a hand to stop him, and ordered the hostage to be brought out first. A few minutes later, the man in gray returned and reported that the hostage had arrived. Dongzi pointed at Liang Chuyin with a sinister grin and asked Ye Zhongming if she was his teammate. Mo Yi could not hold back any longer and cursed them for using a hostage to threaten others. Dongzi sneered and mocked Yi Zhongming for standing still because his companion was in their hands. He even mentioned that Liang Chuyin was once a famous campus beauty and sarcastically claimed Yi Zhongming must have worked hard to win her over. Contrary to what Dongzi expected, Ye Zhongming calmly replied that he and Liang Chuyin were not lovers. Dongzi refused to believe it because he had seen them fighting side by side. Yi Zhongming coldly explained that they were simply working together to survive this world. His eyes turned icy as he warned Dongzi that if he kept using those filthy hands and that foul mouth, neither would remain for long. The moment he finished speaking, Yi Zhongming shot forward like lightning and stabbed straight at Dongzi's vital spot while shouting for everyone else to run. Dongzi screamed in pain after being stabbed, cursed furiously, and shouted that Yi Zhongming had a death wish. He immediately ordered all his men to charge and kill Yi Zhongming on the spot. Yi Zhongming quickly told his teammates to fall back and asked Mo Yi to protect Liang Chuyin. Dongzi kept roaring with rage, urging all his men to attack together. Da Bai was the first to rush into the fight. He threw a straight punch at Ye Zhongming, but Ye Zhongming easily leaned aside to dodge it. Yi Zhongming instantly fired back with a crushing punch that sent blood and teeth flying from Da Bai's mouth. Seeing that, Dongzi exploded with fury and yelled at his men to stop attacking one by one and rush him together. In the blink of an eye, they formed a tight circle and sealed off every escape route. Ye Zhongming calmly glanced behind him to judge the situation. A confident smile appeared on his lips as he coldly taunted them to come at him if they dared. A man in gray immediately charged forward to attack first. But before his strike could land, Ye Zhongming had already slipped aside with ease. Seizing the perfect moment, he grabbed the man's arm. Then he twisted it violently behind his back without mercy. The unbearable pain made the man scream in agony. At that moment, another man suddenly grabbed Yi Zhongming from behind and proudly shouted that he had caught him. But Ye Zhongming instantly locked a hand around his neck. Then he hurled him hard onto the floor. As Ye Zhongming walked toward the long-haired man, the frightened thug kept backing away. Mukun shoved the long-haired man aside and confidently declared that he would handle it himself. He pointed a knife at Yi Zhongming, while Yi Zhongming realized his opponent planned to rely on a weapon. Before Mukun could react, Ye Zhongming rushed in at incredible speed and drove a heavy punch into his back. The brutal hit left Mukun drenched in sweat from the pain. Even though he struggled back to his feet, he immediately spun around and slashed his knife with deadly intent. But Ye Zhongming was much faster and easily dodged the blade. He then struck his opponent's wrist, sending the knife flying to the ground. Yi Zhongming quickly picked it up and hid it behind his back. Right after that, he took full advantage of his superior speed. A powerful kick slammed into Mukan's head and knocked him out cold, while the long-haired man dropped to his knees and begged for mercy. Just then, an arrogant voice echoed through the room along with the sounds of a staff hitting the floor. The newcomer said fifth brother had ordered Yi Zhongming's death, and this bunch clearly was not up to the task. Dongzi grabbed Fa Shuying, pressed a hand against her head, and threatened to smash her skull if Yi Zhongming took one more step. The sight made Yi Zhongming immediately turn around. Dongzi grabbed Fa Shuying by the hair and smugly revealed that he had kept her alive on purpose to use as a hostage against Yi Zhongming. He coldly ordered Yi Zhongming to kneel at once. Even so, Ye Zhongming stood his ground and stared at him with icy eyes. Seeing that he refused to submit, Dongzi angrily shouted for him to kneel again. But at that exact moment, a brick suddenly flew in and smashed into Dongzi's head. The blow left Dongzi dazed, while Lily shouted that no one was allowed to touch her teacher. She did not care about anyone else, but Fa Shuying had always treated her kindly, so she had to protect her. After that sudden turn, all of Dongzi's men were subdued and tied up. Lily rushed over to untie Fa Shuying and burst into tears. Fa Shuying gently hugged her and thanked her for bravely saving her life. Just then, Liang Chuyin coldly accused Lily of being a traitor, while Mo Ye quietly realized that all the girls here seemed to know Ye Zhongming. Fa Shuying immediately defended Lily, saying she had just saved her life and had probably only pretended to side with the enemy while waiting for the right chance. Mo Ye also spoke up, saying Lily had simply endured everything while waiting to strike back. However, Liang Chuyin immediately argued back and questioned how Mo Ye could be so sure when she had not witnessed any of it herself. Not wanting the argument to continue, Ye Zhongming stepped in and reminded everyone that no matter what happened before, Lily had just saved Fa Shuying, so there was no point arguing anymore. Right after that, Liang Chuyin could not hold back her emotions and rushed into Ye Zhongming's arms, blaming him for disappearing for so long. He gently comforted her and told her everything was over now, so she should stop crying. Mo Ye simply folded her arms and shook her head, feeling that Liang Chuyin was still far too stubborn and proud. Meanwhile, Lily quietly watched every expression on Liang Chuyin's face. In the end, the five of them could only look at one another, as an awkward silence filled the room. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the mysterious three-color roulette began to change once again. Abian excitedly shouted after realizing the glowing crystals really were connected to the strange roulette. Fifth brother crushed a crystal in his hand and finally understood why that kid had suddenly become far stronger than an ordinary person. The blonde man excitedly pointed at the roulette and asked if the crystal could really be used to spin for rewards. In response, fifth brother punched him hard and yelled at him for asking such an obvious question. As the wheel slowly came to a stop, both of them held their breath. The moment the reward appeared, the blonde man jumped with excitement, convinced they had hit the jackpot. A reward card appeared with a message, congratulating the user on obtaining a new class. The new class was called Apprentice Alchemist. The system confirmed the class change was complete, but fifth brother exploded with rage. He cursed non-stop, saying he had spent so many crystals only to get an apprentice alchemist, which sounded just like a game class change with no obvious benefit. After venting his anger, he kicked the blonde man and ordered him to search the hideout, because there might still be something valuable left behind. The underling rubbed his sore backside and hurried to obey. Fifth brother gritted his teeth, heartbroken that more than 20 hard-earned crystals were now completely gone. He had no idea that he had inserted more crystals than necessary, and the roulette had quietly absorbed the extra without giving anything back. As a result, the next person only needed to add the exact number of crystals still required to qualify for a spin. While searching, the blonde man found a backpack and happily brought it over. Fifth brother immediately guessed it belonged to Yi Zhongming and believed it had to be filled with valuable items. But after opening the backpack, they found only ropes, snacks, canned food, and a first aid kit, all of which looked completely ordinary. Everything changed when they pulled out a bottle labeled Apprentice Enhancement Potion. Its description said it could greatly boost the user's physique, strength, and endurance to the level of a one-star warrior, but the unbearable pain could even kill anyone who failed to endure the side effects. After reading it, fifth brother burst into laughter, convinced he had just found a priceless treasure. The blonde man stared in confusion and asked how his boss knew exactly what the potion did. The question caught fifth brother off guard because it seemed he was the only one who could see the detailed description. He quickly guessed that his new alchemist class allowed him to identify every property of medicinal items. The bottle also displayed a warning that some users would die if they failed to survive the side effects. Ignoring the danger, fifth brother uncapped the bottle and drank it immediately. He believed Ye Zhongming had gained his strength from this very potion, and true power always required risking one's life. Seeing his boss about to finish the entire bottle, Abian hurriedly tried to stop him, worried that taking an unknown medicine would only bring disaster. The moment the potion entered his body, an enormous surge of energy exploded through every muscle and every cell. The overwhelming pain forced fifth brother to let out a horrifying scream. Abian rushed over in panic and kept asking what was happening to his boss. Seeing the situation grow worse, he turned and ran for the exit, shouting that he would find help. But a towering dark figure suddenly blocked the only way out, making Abian curse in fear as he had no idea what was happening. Abian froze in terror and stared at the creature, stammering as he wondered what it was. Standing before him was a gigantic monster with a horrifying half-human, half-mutated body. The bloodthirsty monster immediately charged at Abian, ready to tear him apart. Terrified beyond belief, he froze in place and could not even think about running. He simply closed his eyes and waited for death. But when he finally opened his eyes again, Abian was shocked to find himself completely unharmed. It turned out fifth brother had stepped in just in time and blocked the monster's attack by himself. Abian immediately asked if he was all right. Fifth brother only smiled confidently and declared that not only was he uninjured, but he had never felt so powerful before. Only then did he realize this was the true strength of a one-star warrior, the same power Ye Zhongming once possessed. Fifth brother decided to use this chance to test the limits of his new power. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a spacious villa. Ye Zhongming led everyone to the front gate and announced that this would be their temporary shelter. He told everyone to rest and put down their bags while he went to look for Mo Xin-fei. After taking everything from fifth brother's supply stash, the group felt this trip had exceeded all expectations. As soon as he entered the house, Ye Zhongming loudly called for Mo Xin-fei, but no one answered. He quickly searched the second floor, yet the entire house remained strangely silent, making him increasingly suspicious. Just then, someone downstairs urgently called for him to come and see something. Liang Chuyin anxiously pointed toward the kitchen on the first floor, her voice filled with concern. Ye Zhongming immediately rushed downstairs and asked what had happened. His eyes quickly stopped on a note, neatly attached to the refrigerator door. It contained only a few words. A roulette appeared at the supermarket. After a moment of thought, Ye Zhongming guessed that Mo Xin-fei had deliberately left the message for him. At the same time, elsewhere, the mutated zombie was finally defeated. Abian cheered excitedly because fifth brother had defeated the monster. Fifth brother laughed proudly as he looked at his blood-covered hand. He was certain that he now possessed far greater power than ever before. Abian immediately flattered him, saying they would never need to fear zombies again. Fifth brother only looked at him with cold contempt and asked a single question. In his eyes, zombies had become nothing more than prey to hunt. Abian eagerly agreed, and the two decided to go find Dongdae. Not long afterward, they returned to the villa. Abian forced an awkward smile and guessed that Dongdae simply had not returned yet. Otherwise, he would have come out to greet fifth brother already. But the moment they stepped inside, both of them froze in shock. People were tied up everywhere, and several others lay motionless across the floor, leaving Abian completely speechless. One of the underlings burst into tears of relief when fifth brother finally showed up. He immediately accused Ye Zhongming of killing Dongge and stealing every bit of their supplies. After hearing the report, fifth brother strode straight toward the door. His face turned dark as his anger reached its limit. Without hesitation, he yanked the door open with brute force. The moment he charged inside, fifth brother roared that he would personally kill Ye Zhongming this time. His terrifying grip even crushed and twisted the door, showing just how furious he was. At that moment, Ye Zhongming suddenly felt a chilling sensation run through his body. Noticing his strange reaction, Liang Chuyin asked if he was all right. Ye Zhongming replied that he was fine, but he had a very unsettling feeling. Mo Yi brought him a plate of food and told him to regain his strength before they set out again. Fa Shu Ying also handed him a cup of warm water so he could recover. Ye Zhongming said there was a high chance that Mo Xin-fei was in trouble. Since she had left a clue about the roulette, their next destination would be the supermarket where it appeared. Hearing that, Liang Chuyin hesitantly asked if Mo Xin-fei was his girlfriend. Ye Zhongming immediately denied it and explained that they were simply partners who worked well together. The answer instantly lifted Liang Chuyin's mood, and she asked to join the search. Deep down, she hoped she could finally help Ye Zhongming. Yi Zhongming agreed, but made it clear that she could only come if she did not interfere with the plan. Every teammate had to prove their value. As he observed the group, Ye Zhongming quietly evaluated each member. Liang Chuyin was quick and loyal, making her worth training. Mo Ye was an excellent fighter who stayed calm under pressure. Only Fa Shuying was someone whose role he had not fully decided yet. Fa Shuying volunteered to join the team, explaining that she was a school health teacher with first aid skills and could handle medical support. Yi Zhongming accepted, but reminded her that she had to learn to protect herself because he could not always be there. He then turned to Mo Ye and asked if she wanted to travel with them. Mo Yi calmly replied that the answer was obvious and told everyone it was time to leave. Yi Zhongming immediately ordered the team to move out. Before long, everyone had packed their belongings into backpacks and was ready to depart. Yi Zhongming calculated that the search for Mo Xin-fei and the Roulette could take several days. Their current food supply would not last long, but carrying too much was impossible. Seeing him deep in thought, Mo Ye asked what was wrong. Ye Zhongming admitted they could only bring the essentials and leave the rest at the villa. Mo Ye immediately pointed out that leaving all their supplies behind was too risky and said she had a better solution. After thinking for a moment, Ye Zhongming nodded and agreed with her idea. Mo Yi then led him to a massive special-purpose vehicle. She explained that it belonged to the security force and that the director had gone through great effort to obtain it from higher authorities. Even Ye Zhongming could not hide his admiration. Mo Yi continued, explaining that it was a powerful military vehicle with heavy armor, four-wheel drive, a maximum payload of 33 tons, and a top speed of about 87 kilometers per hour. The only thing missing was a missile system. Yi Zhongming sincerely thanked her for the valuable gift, believing it would be a huge advantage on their journey. Mo Yi simply smiled brightly. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Fifth Brother and a Bian also began making their move. As he followed behind, a Bian asked if they were about to leave the school campus. Fifth Brother gritted his teeth and swore he would find the one who destroyed his base and make him pay. A Bian then asked what they would do about the remaining underlings. Remembering what he had been told, Fifth Brother grew even angrier and decided that Dongzi's men had betrayed him, so he no longer cared whether they lived or died. Bound hand and foot, the captives could only cry and desperately beg for help. Fifth Brother tightened his grip on his knife and coldly declared that this world only needed one zombie hunter, and that man was him. The military vehicle carrying Yi Zhongming and the three girls sped down a road packed with zombies. Every zombie in its path was crushed without slowing the vehicle. Ye Zhongming remarked that traveling through zombie hordes was much safer with this machine, and Mo Ye smiled, saying a few zombies in front of the truck were nothing to worry about. Even as the zombie horde charged like mad, the armored vehicle plowed straight through without slowing down. Fa Shuying could not hide her admiration. She said they owed this incredible vehicle to Mo Yi, proving the security force was on a different level. Hearing that, Liang Chuyin glanced at Mo Ye and quietly felt unwilling to lose. She promised herself she would prove her own worth. Holding the note left by Mo Xin-fei, Ye Zhongming said it did not mention a specific location, so they had no choice but to search every supermarket one by one. Spotting one ahead, the group decided to check it first. Suddenly, Mo Ye pointed out the window and shouted for everyone to look. Seeing the scene outside, Yi Zhongming was stunned by the unusually massive zombie horde. Looking more carefully, Mo Ye realized the zombies were not chasing the vehicle. They were desperately fleeing from something else. Liang Chuyin followed her gaze and pointed into the distance in horror, where a gigantic creature was approaching. Chasing right behind the zombie horde was an enormous monster, moving at incredible speed. It was a mutated white ape. Within moments, it had almost caught up to the fleeing zombies. The ape reached out and grabbed one of the zombies running ahead. It immediately stuffed the zombie into its mouth and devoured it on the spot. Everyone was horrified to see the monster hunting zombies as food. Yi Zhongming instantly recognized it as a mutated white ape, a terrifying evolved beast famous for its overwhelming strength and savage nature. He quietly judged that with his current one-star warrior strength, defeating it would be extremely difficult. However, memories from his previous life also reminded him of the monster's fatal weakness. Just then, the white ape suddenly turned and charged straight toward their vehicle. Yi Zhongming immediately shouted for everyone to hold on because they had become its new target. As soon as he finished speaking, he sharply turned the wheel and tried to reverse away. But the vehicle slammed into a light pole and became stuck. Ye Zhongming gritted his teeth, knowing the situation had become extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, the white ape slowly approached, filling the air with overwhelming pressure. Without warning, it leaped high into the air and landed on top of the vehicle. A hammer-like punch crashed down, shaking the entire front of the truck. Liang Chuyin screamed as the windshield shattered, while Yi Zhongming kept his eyes locked on the monster. The white ape pressed its terrifying face against the window, as if studying its prey. Its razor-sharp claws slashed forward, but Ye Zhongming barely dodged the fatal strike. Frustrated at missing, the enraged beast began ripping the vehicle apart with brute force. Realizing staying trapped would only make things worse, Ye Zhongming ordered Mo Yi to drive away immediately, leaving her stunned. Without waiting for anyone to respond, he threw open the door. Then he rushed outside alone to lure the monster away from the others. The moment his feet touched the hood, he launched himself into the air. Ye Zhongming's powerful kick slammed directly into the white ape's face. But at that very moment, the monster's long tail suddenly wrapped tightly around his leg. Feeling the danger, Ye Zhongming instantly realized he was in serious trouble. The white ape whipped its tail, spinning him wildly through the air. Then it hurled Yi Zhongming headfirst into the ground with tremendous force. The vehicle also came to a stop near where he landed. Mo Ye anxiously shouted Yi Zhongming's name, but the only reply was his painful groans. After bringing Yi Zhongming down, the white ape calmly walked toward him as if victory was already certain. It stopped beside its prey, only a single step away. The monster even wore a smug expression, as though mocking its defeated opponent. Then it threw back its head and let out a thunderous roar. It repeatedly pounded its own chest and stomach to display its overwhelming strength. The moment its display ended, the white ape charged in to deliver the finishing blow. But just then, a burst of gunfire suddenly forced it to stop. Its glowing red eyes immediately locked onto the shooter. The monster's new target was Mo Ye. It let out another furious roar. Mo Ye kept firing, but the white ape was far too fast and easily dodged every burst. After slipping through the gunfire, it instantly accelerated toward her. The monster reached out to grab Mo Ye, but she barely dodged by twisting aside at the last second. At the same time, the damaged vehicle was falling apart, leaving Fa Shuying terrified inside. Liang Chuyin realized in horror that the white ape had switched its target to Mo Ye. Mo Ye seized the chance and fired another shot straight into the monster's abdomen. The white ape let out a furious roar as the bullet struck. Then it reached out once again to grab Mo Ye. Even after being thrown aside, Mo Ye realized the monster had completely lost control. The white ape breathed heavily as its rage kept growing. Its deafening roars echoed across the entire area. Then it bent down and lifted the entire truck off the ground. Liang Chuyin and Fa Shuying panicked as the vehicle was about to flip over. During the chaos, Fa Shuying was thrown out of the truck. The white ape immediately reached out to catch her. Its massive hand closed in within seconds. Its razor-sharp claws suddenly ripped across Fa Shuying's back. Her clothes were torn apart, and blood poured from the deep wound as she cried out in pain. After injuring Fa Shuying, the monster's savage eyes shifted toward Liang Chuyin. Terrified, she could only tremble and beg it to stop. At that critical moment, the white ape suddenly heard a strange noise. It was Ye Zhongming, deliberately making as much noise as possible to draw its attention. The plan worked, as the monster turned toward him. At the same time, Di Huangwan charged straight at the white ape. The monster immediately turned to face the dog. With a single swing of its arm, it sent Di Huangwan flying. The heavy blow made the loyal dog cry out in pain. Even so, Di Huangwan refused to give up and charged back in to bite the monster. It kept circling around, forcing the white ape to split its attention. Ye Zhongming instantly seized the rare opportunity. He shouted for Mo Ye to throw him the gun. Without hesitation, Mo Ye tossed the weapon toward him. Yi Zhongming caught it cleanly in midair. He immediately activated crafting, then combined it with homogeneous enhancement to reinforce the weapon. The gun gained 20% more armor penetration and 20% greater stability. The white ape continued roaring in blind fury. It raised both arms to block Di Huangwan's attack. Just as the dog was about to sink its teeth into the monster's arm, the white ape answered with a devastating backhand. Di Huangwan was sent flying far into the distance. The monster then turned to face Ye Zhongming. Right then, Ye Zhongming loudly taunted the beast, making it stop and focus entirely on him and the gun in his hands. He quickly lined up the monster's weak point. Without another second of hesitation, Ye Zhongming pulled the trigger and fired directly into the white ape's back. The monster's eyes immediately went blank. A few seconds later, its enormous body crashed onto the road. Yi Zhongming explained that the white ape's overdeveloped muscles had exposed part of its spine, making it the monster's fatal weak spot. He was also relieved that he had reinforced the gun beforehand. Otherwise, even knowing the weak point would not have been enough to pierce the monster's defenses. It also reminded him to make full use of every ability in his skill system. The 5 major skills he currently possessed were collection, homogeneous enhancement, crafting, enchantment, and socketing. Thinking about the potential of those skills filled Yi Zhongming with anticipation. Just then, Fa Shuying cried out in pain from inside the truck. Liang Chuyin immediately treated her wound, carefully disinfecting it while gently reassuring her that the cut was deep and would hurt, but she only needed to endure it a little longer. Sweat poured down Fa Shuying's face from the pain, yet she gritted her teeth and quietly said she was all right. Hearing the painful cry, Ye Zhongming immediately opened the truck door and hurriedly asked what had happened. The moment she saw him, Fa Shuying blushed bright red and quickly covered the exposed part of her body. Embarrassed, she shouted for Yi Zhongming to get out immediately. Realizing the situation, he awkwardly slammed the door shut and quickly apologized. Mo Yi walked over and asked about Fa Shuying's condition. Yi Zhongming replied that her wound was being treated. The slash was deep, but it was not life-threatening. He then quietly walked to the back of the truck. Even after surviving countless life-or-death battles, what had just happened still weighed heavily on his mind. He gently sat beside Di Huangwan and softly thanked the loyal dog for risking its life in the fight. As he stroked the dog's head, he examined its injuries and sighed with relief after confirming they were not too severe, though they would affect its mobility for a while. Yi Zhongming silently thought that wounds caused by mutated creatures healed very slowly, so he needed to find the right medicine as soon as possible. Filled with guilt, he quietly vowed that he would completely heal Di Huangwan no matter what. Just then, loud caws filled the air. A flock of black crows swooped down and began tearing apart the mutated white ape's corpse. Liang Chuyin stepped out of the truck in a panic and reported that Fa Shuying's wound was too deep and still would not stop bleeding. Mo Ye explained that the wound needed stitches, but they had no proper medical tools or anesthetic. Ye Zhongming said he could craft the tools with his crafting skill, but he had no way to make anesthetic. He recalled stitching his own wounds without anesthetic in his previous life, and the pain had been so unbearable that most people would never endure it. After thinking it over, he decided to head to a nearby private hospital. Besides finding anesthetic for Fa Shuying, they might also find supplies to treat Di Huangwan. Liang Chuyin immediately asked about the supermarket and Mo Xinfei. Yi Zhongming simply smiled with confidence. He believed Mo Xinfei was smart and calm enough to protect herself, so there was no need to worry yet. Deep down, he also knew that Mo Xinfei would become one of the strongest survivors in the future, making it even harder to believe she would die here. Mo Ye suggested splitting up. She would investigate the supermarket alone to search for Mo Xinfei and the Roulette, while Ye Zhongming took Fa Shuying to find medicine. She also promised not to take unnecessary risks. Yi Zhongming immediately objected, because countless dangerous mutated creatures were still roaming outside. Mo Yi remained confident and said she was a professionally trained security officer whose combat ability had already been proven, so she hoped he would trust her. Ye Zhongming stayed silent for a long moment as he considered her proposal. Mo Ye gave a firm thumbs up and declared that once she accepted a mission, she always completed it. In the end, Ye Zhongming agreed, but reminded her to be extremely careful. He emphasized that roulettes always attracted zombie hordes, so the surrounding area would certainly be dangerous. Mo Yi nodded and promised to remember. As he left, Ye Zhongming could not help remembering how his teammates had betrayed him in his previous life, and he silently hoped history would not repeat itself. Elsewhere, the rattling sound of a bicycle chain echoed down the road. A Bian was exhausted, but kept pedaling while gasping for breath. Fifth brother sat comfortably on the back seat, grabbed a Bian by the head, and kept urging him to pedal faster. A Bian timidly asked where they were actually going. The bicycle sped down the road, as fifth brother wore a smug grin. He believed his judgment was correct, and that Ye Zhongming was searching somewhere nearby. With a sinister smile, he declared that someone like Ye Zhongming would eventually head to places like that. Lowering his voice, fifth brother confidently announced that he had already figured out the kid's next destination. Still struggling to pedal, a Bian panted and asked again where they were headed. Fifth brother confidently explained that after stealing all his supplies, the group could not survive for long. If they wanted to keep living, they would have to visit a supermarket for more supplies. A supermarket packed with every essential item immediately came to his mind. Abiyan admired his reasoning, while fifth brother pointed ahead and urged him to pedal faster because the biggest supermarket in the area was just up ahead, and he was sure they would not skip it. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the massive supermarket. Abiyan cautiously stayed close behind, worried that the place was full of zombies. Fifth brother proudly declared that zombies should fear him, not the other way around. After looking around, Abiyan was disappointed to find every shelf completely empty, while fifth brother cursed in frustration because the place had been stripped clean. Just then, a pack of instant noodles suddenly fell from above. The unexpected sight left Abiyan staring in shock. Thinking there might still be food left, both of them immediately looked up toward where the noodles had fallen. The moment they looked up, their faces turned pale as they spotted a zombie sitting high above them. The creature let out a deep and chilling growl. Then it leaped to the floor, forcing both men to stumble backward and keep their distance. It stood up, turned around, and quietly observed the two uninvited visitors. Strangely, it did not attack. Instead, it calmly turned its back and walked away. Abiyan asked in confusion why the zombie had ignored them, while fifth brother watched it leave and guessed that it seemed to be searching for something as well. With that thought in mind, fifth brother decided to follow the zombie and find out what was really going on. After walking a while, he suddenly froze when horrifying sounds echoed from ahead. Wu-Ge's face instantly filled with shock. A massive horde of zombies had gathered in one place right in front of them. The terrifying sight left both of them stunned. Deafening roars erupted as every zombie opened its gruesome mouth. Abiyan was so scared he nearly cried and kept begging Wu-Ge to run because they had stumbled into a zombie nest. Unlike his teammate, Wu-Ge burst into laughter and claimed they had hit the jackpot instead of bad luck. Just then, rapid footsteps echoed from outside the area. Mo-Ye gripped her rifle and moved forward, using her knowledge of the route from her days as a security guard. She quickly hid behind a wall and planned to enter the supermarket from the right to scout the situation. Outside the supermarket, everything lay in ruins after the disaster. Mo-Ye immediately began searching for any useful supplies. In a dark corner lay the corpse of a dead zombie, covered with buzzing flies. At the same time, in another supermarket, someone else was also searching for essential supplies. She leaned against a shelf and carefully looked around. After checking every corner, she still could not find the roulette. Remembering Ye Zhongming's warning that it always attracted zombies, and seeing none here, she concluded the roulette was not in this supermarket. After thinking it over, she decided the only place left was Kuehua Supermarket, the biggest shopping center in the area. The truck sped down the road, while she kept worrying about Ye Zhongming's situation. Liang Chuyan anxiously reported that Miss Park was in critical condition and had just passed out. Yi Zhongming could only reassure everyone that they were almost there. The brakes screeched, and the moment the truck stopped, he jumped out and told everyone to stay put until he returned. Then he sprinted straight inside. Miss Park let out a painful groan, making Liang Chuyan even more anxious. She quickly checked the wound by pressing on the bandages. The moment she saw her hand covered in blood, she realized the bleeding had never stopped. Liang Chuyan immediately shouted for help and urged Yi Zhongming to come back before Miss Park ran out of time. Inside the building, Ye Zhongming rushed toward the pharmacy and operating room, certain the medical supplies were there. Just then, a shadow suddenly appeared ahead, too blurry to identify. Without warning, a massive tail whipped out from the darkness. Thick dust exploded into the air and covered the entire area. Looking closer, he realized it was the tail of a giant crocodile. The enormous creature slowly revealed itself, and Ye Zhongming instantly knew he had encountered another mutated monster. The giant crocodile stood still with its icy eyes locked on him. He silently cursed his luck for running into such a dangerous enemy at the worst possible time. It was completely different from the mutated creatures he had fought before. This crocodile was far more dangerous. Humanity later learned that these creatures were not native to Earth, but alien life forms that appeared after the apocalypse. They were known as guardian beasts, and wherever they stayed usually hid valuable rewards or rare supplies. Thinking that through, he quietly backed behind a wall and guessed the creature was most likely a level 2 guardian beast. After judging his current strength, he knew a direct fight was almost impossible, so his only hope was the special abilities he possessed. Without wasting another second, he turned around and ran outside. Seeing him return, Liang Chuyin quickly asked if he had found the medicine. But Yi Zhongming did not stop to answer and kept running. He opened the truck and searched through everything's inside. A few seconds later, he smiled after finally finding what he needed. Liang Chuyin was surprised to see him pulling out weapons. When she asked if there was a monster inside, he confirmed it and told her to stay with Miss Park while he handled it. Next, he entered a nearby store, hoping to gather the remaining items for his plan. When he came back out, he was carrying a box packed with tools. Watching all this, Liang Chuyin became even more confused about what Ye Zhongming was planning. He laid everything on the ground, satisfied that he had gathered all the materials. Even if he could not defeat a level 2 guardian beast head-on, these tools could still hold it back. Ye Zhongming immediately activated his skill and reinforced the crossbow and bolts to maximize their piercing power while carefully avoiding wasted materials. As he worked, he recalled that his crafting skill was still at the beginner level. The best reinforcement required matching primary materials with the right supporting materials. Just like the enhanced bullet before, combining two into one had greatly increased its power. Ye Zhongming assembled every part with his special skill. It could reshape materials while greatly increasing their hardness and durability, almost like magic. Before long, a brand new bow was complete, and the weapon enhancement was finished. He did not stop there, and immediately started making a large metal net. His mind drifted back to an inlay technique he had learned in his previous life. He carefully recalled the process. The essence of the technique was fusing two different materials while preserving the strengths of both. Holding the materials, he decided to combine steel wire with a green protective net, hoping the final product could restrain the savage crocodile. Once everything was ready, he quietly returned inside, hid behind a wall, and waited for the perfect moment. When the chance arrived, Ye Zhongming rushed out and aimed his bow at the target. Everything depended on this attack. 3 arrows shot through the air at the same time. The metal net followed behind the arrows and flew straight toward the crocodile. The first arrow struck beside its mouth, and the second pinned the ground near its front leg. The final arrow pierced through its tail and locked the net firmly in place. Suddenly trapped, the crocodile let out a furious roar. Ye Zhongming wasted no time and sprinted toward his real objective. He rushed into the pharmacy, grabbed the medicine and medical supplies he needed, and prepared to leave. A loud crash echoed as he forced the door open. Seeing bandages, needles, syringes, sutures, anesthetics, and painkillers, he finally breathed a sigh of relief because it was enough to perform the operation. As the monster struggled, one of the reinforced arrows was bent by its immense strength. Its massive tail whipped around wildly in a fit of rage. After only a few violent struggles, it tore the entire net off its body. Its razor-sharp claws ripped apart the remaining strands of the net. Its furious roar echoed everywhere, showing that its anger had reached its limit. Gathering all its strength, the monster launched itself forward with terrifying force. Then it quietly crept behind Ye Zhongming. At the same time zombies kept collapsing one after another with heavy thuds. Seeing the scene, Wu Gi broke into an excited grin. He turned to Abian with a smug smile and declared that he had been right from the start. Meanwhile, Abian trembled on the ground, surrounded by piles of zombie corpses. Wu Ji reached out and yanked away the cloth covering the front. The cover flew aside in a single motion. Hidden underneath was a brand new roulette. He immediately kicked Abian and ordered him to collect every crystal from the zombie corpses. Abian could only grimace and silently obey. While examining the roulette, Wu Gei noticed it was completely different from the 3-colored one he had seen before because its surface was covered with strange symbols and patterns. Just then, Abian timidly brought over the collected crystals. After counting the loot, Wu Gei found only 9 crystals in total, including those taken from the zombies they had killed along the way. He instantly became furious because activating the roulette required exactly 10 crystals, and they were still 1 short. Wu Gei cursed loudly. Abian quickly explained that the roulette would naturally attract zombies, so they only had to wait a little longer to get the final crystal. That only made Wu Ji angrier. He took out his frustration on Abian and smacked him hard on the head, making him cry out in pain. Just then, rapid footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. Mo Ye finally arrived at Kuihua supermarket and confirmed she had found the right place. The moment she arrived, she frowned because the area was unnaturally quiet, as if someone had already wiped out every zombie nearby. She carefully stepped inside, but the farther she went, the more she felt that something was wrong. Outside, the silence remained strangely unsettling. But from the pharmacy came the furious roar of the enraged crocodile. Hearing the violent noise from deep inside, Liang Chuyin wondered what had happened. She stared toward the sound with growing unease. She carefully wrapped Miss Park in a warm blanket and worried that Ye Zhongming was in serious danger. After thinking it over, Liang Chuyin guessed he had been trapped by monsters or zombies. She finally opened the truck door and stepped out, refusing to wait any longer. Her hurried footsteps echoed as she rushed inside. She could only hope that Yi Zhongming was still safe. At that moment, the crocodile kept slashing the door with its massive claws. The relentless attacks quickly tore the door apart. Watching the scene, she was horrified because she had never seen such a terrifying creature. Yi Zhongming held the medicine tightly and admitted to himself that a level 2 guardian beast was truly difficult to handle. It had already broken free from the trap, and now he was trapped inside. Hiding behind a wall, Liang Chuyin realized the monster was blocking the pharmacy exit and preventing Yi Zhongming from escaping. She forced herself to stay calm and searched for a way to distract it. Just then, her eyes landed on something nearby. In an instant, she understood everything. The crocodile's attention was fixed on the eggs it had been desperately protecting. A loud explosion rang out as the giant tail shattered the glass door. Yi Zhongming remained crouched in the corner with the medicine, regretting that his beginner-level tools could not restrain the monster any longer. Watching its violent reaction, he became even more certain it was guarding something extremely important. Just then, something completely unexpected happened. The person who appeared before him was Liang Chuyin. Yi Zhongming was both worried and angry, unable to understand why she had recklessly come inside and made the situation even more dangerous. Bricks and concrete exploded under the monster's destructive power. He quickly looked back and silently cursed as the situation grew even worse. The crocodile locked onto its target and slowly closed the distance. With one powerful leap, it landed on the wall ahead. Liang Chuyin took a deep breath and told herself to stay calm and think of a solution. She was determined to save Yi Zhongming. He had always protected her, and now it was finally her turn to protect him. Without hesitation, she charged toward the pile of eggs, ready to risk everything. She shouted loudly to grab the monster's attention. Hearing the noise, the crocodile immediately turned toward her. Without hesitation, it charged at full speed. From his hiding place, Yi Zhongming could only panic as he thought she was throwing her life away. He gripped the windowsill tightly. Then he immediately jumped outside. As he ran, he shouted for Liang Chuyin to run. His voice echoed throughout the area. The crocodile kept charging without slowing down. At that moment, Liang Chuyin threw all the eggs in different directions with all her strength. The eggs rolled everywhere, causing the monster to freeze in surprise. It hesitated, unable to decide which egg to chase first. In the end, its instinct to protect the eggs forced it to change direction. In the blink of an eye, it stopped one of the rolling eggs with its foot. Seeing that, Yi Zhongming immediately realized Liang Chuyin was exploiting its protective instinct to distract it. Taking advantage of the precious opportunity, she turned and ran as fast as she could. But before she got far, she tripped over a rock and crashed to the ground with a painful cry. At the most dangerous moment, Yi Zhongming grabbed Liang Chuyin's hand and pulled her to safety. Even though he was deeply worried, he could not stop himself from scolding her for being so reckless. Liang Chuyin simply whispered his name. Without saying anything else, he grabbed her hand and pulled her away, urging her to leave immediately. The two of them quickly escaped from the pharmacy. As they ran, Liang Chuyin looked back in surprise when the crocodile did not chase them. Yi Zhongming explained that it would never leave its nest for long, so they had escaped for now. Only then did Liang Chuyin finally breathe a sigh of relief. But the next moment, Yi Zhongming grabbed her tightly and scolded her loudly. He was furious because she had nearly sacrificed her life. His grip hurt her shoulder, and Liang Chuyin let out a soft cry. Still angry, he reminded her that she had almost died. She lowered her head and quietly admitted that she had been so worried about him that she never had time to think. Hearing that, Yi Zhongming fell silent, unable to keep scolding her. In the end, he let go and gently told her never to risk her life to save him again. Liang Chuin's eyes turned red as she softly apologized. Yi Zhongming's voice also softened, and he sincerely thanked her for what she had done. As night fell, the area outside the supermarket was packed with wandering zombies. Meanwhile, inside the roulette area, zombie corpses covered the ground. Mo Ye carefully observed the scene, alarmed by the unusually large number of dead zombies. Just then, Wuge slowly stepped out from behind the roulette, his mind instantly filled with dirty thoughts when he saw a beautiful woman. He looked at Mo Ye's uniform, grinned wickedly, and made vulgar remarks after realizing she had once been a police officer. Mo Yi immediately took a fighting stance and coldly replied that he would never get what he wanted. Elsewhere, Miss Park let out a soft groan as the pain continued. Long rows of stitches stretched across her back. Once the anesthesia wore off, the pain would only become worse. She sadly wondered if those scars would stay with her forever. Yi Zhongming looked away and calmly said that surviving was already a blessing. Her wounds had been treated, and now she only needed to rest. She quietly thanked him. Liang Chuyan walked over to check on her. Yi Zhongming replied that the operation had been successful, and with enough rest, Miss Park would recover. Just then, Liang Chuyan's stomach suddenly growled with hunger. She scratched her head in embarrassment after realizing she had not eaten for a long time. Seeing that, Yi Zhongming told her to eat something first, and then they would regroup with Mo Ye. Back at Kuihua Supermarket, sharp gusts cut through the air as a barrage of 5 powerful punches erupted. Wu Ge unleashed a relentless flurry of blows, forcing Mo Yi onto the defensive. With his massive build, every punch carried terrifying power and showed no mercy. One heavy punch finally landed squarely on Mo Ye. The impact sent her flying several meters away. The moment she landed, she planted a hand on the ground to steady herself. Without hesitation, Mo Ye flipped gracefully and launched a counterattack with a powerful kick. But Wu Ji easily caught the kick with one hand. He brushed off his shoulder and looked at her with amusement, admitting she had some skill. Wearing a sinister smile, he raised his fist in provocation, clearly enjoying the fight. Moments later, Mo Ye was struck by another devastating punch that made her wince in pain. Wu Gi laughed like a madman and prepared to overwhelm her again. At that moment, Mo Ye gathered all her strength and slammed a powerful strike into his arm. The counterattack caught Wu Ji by surprise, leaving him wondering what strange martial art she had used. Without giving him time to recover, Mo Ye followed up with another attack aimed directly at his face. Forced back again and again, Wu Ge finally began to lose his temper, and his face darkened. Even so, he sneered with contempt and claimed her attack felt no worse than a mosquito bite. He even waved her over, mocking her to use everything she had. Mo Yi could not hide her surprise. As far as she could tell, he showed no signs of mutation, yet his durability was terrifying. Seeing her take a proper martial arts stance, Wu Ge burst into laughter, realizing she was a trained fighter and becoming even more excited. Completely unfazed, Mo Ye gathered all her strength and charged straight at him. But the instant her punch arrived, Wu Ge casually raised his huge hand and blocked it with ease. The sight left Mo Ye completely stunned. He kept his sly smile, offered fake praise, and continued provoking her to attack again. Mo Ye instantly spun around and fired a lightning-fast roundhouse kick at his head. Wu Ge only laughed wildly, saying the harder she fought back, the more excited he became. From the shadows, Abian watched the entire fight and admitted that Mo Ye was incredibly strong. Even after Wu Ge used an enhancement drug, neither side had gained the upper hand. His gaze shifted back to the roulette, and frustration filled his heart because someone had appeared to ruin everything, just as victory was within reach. Thinking that, Abian decided he had to help Wu Jie as soon as possible. As long as they activated the roulette and claimed its rare reward, he believed he could become one of the strongest survivors in the apocalypse. A sinister smile spread across his face as he realized the perfect opportunity had arrived. Without any warning, Abian suddenly rushed in from behind and stabbed Mo Ye. Realizing she had been ambushed, she angrily cursed the two men. The instant she was distracted, Wu Ge seized the chance and threw a devastating punch. The blow sent Mo Ye flying, and her back slammed into a shelf. The intense pain knocked her to the ground. She burned with anger and frustration because they were shamelessly ganging up on her. She looked up, her eyes still filled with defiance. But Wu Ge turned and yelled at Abian, blaming him for interfering because he claimed he could have defeated Mo Ye alone. Then he charged forward and drove another punch toward her face, boasting that after taking the enhancement drug, he could handle dozens of police officers by himself. Mo Yi immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Wu Ge grabbed her by the collar, lifted her into the air, and kept mocking her. He sneered that the so-called police protecting justice had become nothing but a joke. Even covered in injuries, Mo Ye stared back without a hint of surrender. Wu Ji raised his fist again and arrogantly declared that true justice belonged to the strongest. Just as the punch was about to land, a mysterious smile appeared on Mo Ye's lips. Right behind Wu Ge, Ye Zhongming charged in at incredible speed. A sudden strike slammed into Wu Jie before he could do anything but cry out. He was blasted backward and stared in disbelief at the newcomer. Yi Zhongming stood in front of Mo Ye, his cold eyes locked on his opponent. Even after taking the hit, Wu Ge remained calm and casually slipped his hands into his pockets. Recognizing Yi Zhongming, he gave a cold laugh and said he had been looking for him anyway. Yi Zhongming glanced at him indifferently and replied that he had no idea who he was. The answer left Wu Ge speechless with rage. Behind him, Mo Ye softly called his name. She looked at Ye Zhongming and said she could still hold on. Yi Zhongming turned toward Wu Jie and declared that he was the one who had stolen all their supplies while pretending to be innocent. Wu Ge lifted his chin and loudly prepared to introduce himself. But before he could finish, Ye Zhongming rushed in and cut him off, declaring that he did not care who Wu Ge was. Anyone who harmed his people would pay the price. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Wu Ge barely dodged the attack. Gritting his teeth, he immediately launched a counterattack. But Yi Zhongming was just as fast and blocked it with ease. After several exchanges, Yi Zhongming quickly realized his opponent's strength and speed were almost equal to his own. That meant Wu Ge had most likely taken the enhancement drug and become a one-star warrior. Refusing to fall behind, Wu Ge threw another punch with his free hand, while smugly admitting that Yi Zhongming had some skill. But the careless attack was calmly avoided with a simple sidestep. Seizing the opening, Yi Zhongming locked Wu Ge's arm and drove a vicious kick into his body. The crushing pain forced Wu Ge to groan as blood spilled from his mouth. His entire body trembled with pain and rage as he kept cursing. Yi Zhongming coldly mocked him, saying that a little enhancement drug was nowhere near enough to challenge him. His pride wounded, Wu Ge roared and charged in like a madman. Facing the relentless assault, Yi Zhongming remained perfectly calm and dodged every attack with clean movements. Then he landed a precise punch to Wu Ge's lower back and sarcastically remarked that this one probably reached his kidneys. Wu Ge clenched his teeth as his body convulsed from the pain. Even though he threw punch after punch in blind fury, he could not touch Yi Zhongming and only screamed louder that he would kill him. While backing away to keep his distance, Ye Zhongming judged that although they were both one-star warriors with similar physical abilities, the real difference lay elsewhere. He spun around, trapped Wu Ge's elbow, and completely immobilized his arm. Keeping the hold in place, he poured all his strength into his next punch. At the moment he struck, he declared that what truly gave him the advantage was not raw strength, but 10 years of life and death experience in the apocalypse. Hearing that, Wu Ge's face turned pale with terror. The punch crashed down like a sledgehammer, twisting Wu Ge's face as blood sprayed everywhere. After stumbling backward a few steps, Wu Ge finally collapsed onto the floor. Standing nearby, Abian was frozen with fear as he shouted Wu Ge's name and watched him cough violently on the ground. Struggling to lift his head, Wu Ge asked in a trembling voice who Ye Zhongming really was. In total panic, he guessed that Yi Zhongming was either a retired Special Forces soldier or a professional assassin, then repeatedly begged for mercy and admitted he had made a terrible mistake. As he spoke, he kept banging his head on the ground and begged Yi Zhongming to spare his life. But while pretending to repent, he secretly pulled out a sharp dagger and promised absolute loyalty if his life was spared. The moment Yi Zhongming turned around, Wu Ge tightened his grip on the dagger, kept begging for mercy, then suddenly sprang up. Still thanking him out loud, he lunged forward to stab Yi Zhongming in the back. The blade flashed with a cold gleam as it aimed straight for Yi Zhongming's back. But Yi Zhongming caught his wrist in time and slammed him to the ground. A loud crack echoed as the arm holding the dagger snapped. Wu Ji immediately let out a miserable scream and clutched his broken arm. Yi Zhongming followed with a powerful kick to his stomach and coldly said he had met countless people like him. Wu Ge curled up on the floor. Yi Zhongming gave him a brief glance and judged that despite all his schemes, he was not much of a threat. In despair, Wu Ge desperately called for Abian to save him. Abian rushed over at once, and Wu Ge urged him to help him stand so they could leave immediately. Leaning almost all his weight on Abian's shoulder, Wu Ji repeatedly thanked him. Abian sincerely encouraged him and hoped he would recover soon. Watching the two leave, Mo Ye asked Ye Zhongming why he had let them go so easily. He simply shook his head and said it was not that simple. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he said those so-called brothers would eventually betray each other. Knowing Wu Ge's nature, he already knew how it would end without lifting another finger. By then, the sunset had slowly covered the sky. Yi Zhongming quietly watched the two figures until they disappeared from sight. Then he turned to check on Mo Ye. She replied that they were only minor injuries, and she would recover after some rest. Hearing that, he smiled and said she was lucky. Nothing had been broken. Mo Yi smiled back and joked that a security officer was not that fragile. Yi Zhongming pushed himself to his feet and slowly looked around the area. He walked over to the roulette, the very item Mo Xinfei had mentioned before. Outside, Wu Ge and Abian were still struggling as they helped each other along. Wu Ge forced a smile and said that only hardship revealed true brothers, promising they would share both fortune and suffering in the future. Abian replied that seeing Wu Ge recover was all that mattered to him. But thinking about his current state, Wu Ge's face darkened. He cursed bitterly that he had ended up like this while his enemies were safe, and even the roulette had fallen into their hands. A Bian nodded in agreement. Even so, Wu Ge acted tough and declared that after a few days of recovery, he would come back and make them repay everything with interest. A Bian eagerly agreed. But suddenly, a Bian stopped walking. His voice turned cold as he said there were a few things they needed to settle. All the resentment he had buried for years finally exploded. A Bian mocked Wu Ge's talk about sharing fortune and hardship, reminding him that they had followed him from their days on the streets through the apocalypse. Yet they had never received any real benefits. Wu Ge froze in disbelief. A Bian continued questioning why every good thing always belonged to Wu Ji, while everyone else only got the leftovers. Gritting his teeth, he said he was done living as someone else's pawn. The sudden rebellion truly frightened Wu Ge, who quickly begged a Bian to calm down. But a Bian had completely changed. He twisted Wu Ge's arm behind his back and coldly said that now Wu Ge was crippled, so the crystals would be much safer with him. With that, a Bian snatched the bag of crystals and walked away, saying he would keep them safe while Wu Ge stayed behind to recover. Just then, Wu Ge turned around and froze when he saw a horde of zombies approaching. Deafening roars filled the air as the entire horde charged straight at him. In complete despair, Wu Ge could only reach toward A Bian's back as he walked away without even looking back. Standing beside the truck, Liang Chuyin suddenly heard agonizing screams, echoing from afar. She immediately knew they did not belong to Ye Zhongming's group. A short while later, she saw two people slowly walking out of the supermarket. Seeing Yi Zhongming carrying Mo Yi in his arms, Liang Chuyin hurried over and asked what had happened. He calmly replied that Mo Yi was injured, and they needed to find a safe place for the night. Remembering the two men who had left the supermarket earlier, Liang Chuyin asked if they were responsible. After hearing the answer, she angrily gripped the steering wheel and regretted not driving straight into those two earlier. Not long afterward, the group found an abandoned house to spend the night. Yi Zhongming and Liang Chuyin sat beside the fire, warming themselves through the night. While eating rations, Liang Chuyin asked if they should hide the roulette to keep it away from dangerous people. Yi Zhongming shook his head and explained that the roulette could not be moved. Once its location was discovered, it would become the center of a brutal battle. As he chewed his food, he added that they had already finished using the roulette, and almost all the valuable rewards had already been claimed. Spread out before them were all the supplies and equipment they had collected. Yi Zhongming felt quite satisfied. Thanks to someone else doing the hard work of gathering crystals, the biggest rewards had still ended up in his hands. Liang Chuyin picked up a necklace and admired its delicate craftsmanship. She put it on and smiled, saying it looked beautiful. Yi Zhongming explained that it was not ordinary jewelry but an extremely important item. She gave an awkward smile and replied that even if it were real jewelry, no one would feel like wearing it these days. After saying that, Liang Chuyin quietly lowered her head with a troubled expression. The group looked up at the night sky through the window, knowing that their peaceful lives would never return. The three women sat in silence, their faces filled with sadness and exhaustion. Sensing the heavy mood, Yi Zhongming encouraged them, saying that as long as they stayed united and fought together, they still had hope of surviving the apocalypse. Yi Zhongming admitted that he had never been someone who enjoyed helping others. Saving the two of them was simply his way of building a trustworthy team, and he needed them to prove their worth with real ability. Then he took out a vial and said it was a gift that could give them the power of the future. Mo Ye and Liang Chuyin both stared in shock and unconsciously repeated those words. Holding the vial up, Yi Zhongming explained that it was an enhancement potion obtained from the roulette. It could improve the human body in many ways, including strength, speed, endurance, and metabolism. Once absorbed, the medicine would spread through the entire body, affect every cell, and provide a tremendous boost. Liang Chuyin curiously asked if it was like a superpower. Yi Zhongming corrected her, saying it was not that powerful, because this was only a low-grade enhancement potion. To make it easier to understand, he explained that it would raise a person's physical attributes by about 20 to 30 points, which was already enough to deal with ordinary zombies. Hearing that, Liang Chuyin sighed and said that with her weak foundation, such an increase probably would not make much difference. Yi Zhongming reassured her that the potion first awakened the body's hidden potential before adding even more power, so she should not underestimate herself. Mo Ye looked at him suspiciously and asked if the enhancement potion was the reason he had become so strong. He smiled and replied that otherwise, with his old body, he would never have calmly negotiated with a police officer like her. Mo Yi was still unconvinced. She pointed out that the potion could improve physical ability, but could not create combat experience or fighting skills. She questioned Yi Zhongming's true identity because he knew far too much about the apocalypse and fought even better than trained police officers. Liang Chuyin agreed, saying that from the first time they met, she had felt that Yi Zhongming seemed unusually familiar with a world full of zombies. The three of them then sat down in front of Yi Zhongming and continued the conversation. Mo Ye stared at him and asked if he knew the real cause of the apocalypse. Yi Zhongming gave a light cough to hide his awkwardness and said everything he knew had come from Mo Xinfei. If they wanted proof, they would have to find her. Deep down, he reminded himself that he could never reveal the secret of his rebirth. Liang Chuan immediately believed him and guessed that Mo Xinfei must be someone extremely important. Seeing her reaction, Ye Zhongming could only smile bitterly at how easily she trusted people. Liang Chuyin then asked whether the enhancement potion had any side effects. Yi Zhongming honestly answered that users would suffer unbearable pain deep into their bones, while in rare cases their cells would rapidly break down, causing blood to pour from all 7 facial openings before they died. Hearing that it could be fatal, Liang Chuyin jumped to her feet in shock. Yi Zhongming calmly replied that anyone seeking power had to accept the risks, because greater rewards always came with greater danger. Holding up the 2 vials, he said he would force no one. Whether to use them or not was entirely their own choice. Both girls fell silent and spent a long time weighing this risky choice. In the end, Mo Ye stood up first, reached out without hesitation, and asked for the potion because she wanted to try it. Seeing her decision, Yi Zhongming smiled with satisfaction since everything was going just as he expected. Before handing over the potion, he warned Mo Ye that the enhancement would be far more painful than any normal person could endure, and advised her to wait until tomorrow. She agreed, but deep down she refused to stay a burden to the team. Even if it cost her life, she wanted to earn the strength to face the dangers ahead. After seeing Mo Ye make up her mind, Liang Chuyin gathered her courage and shyly asked to use the enhancement potion too. Yi Zhongming agreed, but told her to wait until tomorrow, get a full night's rest, and prepare her body in its best condition. Then he suddenly remembered one more thing. Before Liang Chuyin could ask, he reached over to fix her collar and reminded her to wear more practical clothes, because her current outfit was completely unsuitable for fighting. The unexpected gesture made her blush, and she quietly promised to remember his advice. Just then, Park Su-ah woke up and happened to see the two standing very close together. She immediately turned away and grumbled for them to keep their voices down because she still wanted to sleep. Yi Zhongming then told everyone to get some rest while he handled the night watch, since tomorrow's mission would be extremely important. After saying that, he quietly walked outside to continue keeping watch. He looked down at Di Huang lying quietly beside him. Before long, a lone figure silently emerged from the darkness. Reacting instantly, Ye Zhongming drew his weapon, aimed forward, and shouted a warning. His shout startled Liang Chuyin, making her cry out in panic. After realizing it was her, he frowned and asked why she was sneaking outside instead of sleeping. Liang Chuyin softly admitted that she was terrified. He asked if she had changed her mind about the enhancement potion. Without another word, she suddenly rushed forward and hugged him tightly. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she choked out that she had no regrets. She was only afraid that if something went wrong tomorrow, she might never see him again. Just thinking about that possibility was enough to keep her awake all night. Yi Zhongming gently patted her head and said he would give her one more chance to think it through. Liang Chuyin looked up with teary eyes and stared at him. In a calm voice, he said that gaining power did not always bring happiness. Once she became stronger, she would have to stay by his side and fight for the goals he pursued. Looking straight into her eyes, he asked if she truly wanted to walk that path with him. Wiping away her tears, Liang Chuyin nodded. She said she understood because even the life she had now was saved by Yi Zhongming. Smiling with determination, she promised that as long as he accepted her, she would always stand by his side and never let fear control her again. Right after that, Ye Zhongming looked behind him and spoke to the newcomer. It turned out Mo Ye had been quietly standing there for some time, without anyone noticing. She calmly asked what the group's next plan would be. Yi Zhongming replied that, if everything went according to plan, they would visit the hospital tomorrow, before heading straight to the Pearl Lake area south of the city. After hearing that, Mo Ye apologized because she would have to leave the group for a while, leaving Liang Chuyin surprised and asking why. Yi Zhongming felt sorry to lose someone with so much potential, but he still agreed. He promised to keep his word and give her the enhancement potion. Mo Yi told him not to worry because she only had a few personal matters to settle. Once everything was finished, she would definitely meet them at Pearl Lake. Before leaving, she handed Ye Zhongming several bullets and told him to keep them since they might come in handy. He happily accepted them and joked that even if she had not offered, he would have tracked her down to ask for those bullets anyway. The conversation ended, and everyone returned to rest. The camp gradually grew quiet as they wished each other good night and prepared for the busy journey ahead. The next morning, the entire group gathered together for the crucial turning point. Before drinking the potion, both girls wore expressions filled with hesitation and tension. Taking a deep breath, Liang Chuyin gathered all her courage and drank the entire enhancement potion. Park Su-ah wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and decided to do the same. The two empty bottles dropped to the ground one after another and shattered with a sharp crack. Only seconds later, both girls collapsed to the floor, their faces twisted in agony as they coughed violently. Yi Zhongming crossed his arms and said he was heading back to the hospital. He told everyone to stay and rest. If Liang Chuyin and Park Su-ah recovered, they could hunt a few nearby zombies, but they must never fight a large group. If they spotted a white magic crystal zombie or any mutated creature, they had to retreat immediately. The two girls exchanged a glance in understanding, but Yi Zhongming still asked again to make sure everyone remembered his instructions. He then set off, and Di Huang immediately followed close behind. Liang Chuyin quickly called after him, telling him to stay safe. He simply replied with a quiet acknowledgement and kept walking. Before long, he returned to the hospital from the previous day. Standing on the rooftop and looking down, he quickly confirmed that his target was still exactly where he expected. Looking at the giant crocodile below, he recalled the rumors from his previous life about the three monsters guarding the hospital, each responsible for countless survivor deaths. According to his memories, a 6-star military expert later killed all three beasts and obtained a valuable map and a rare egg. Thinking about those rewards, he remembered that the map was actually a blueprint for forging a battle blade. Soon afterward, the military mass-produced incredibly sharp silver blades based on that design. Yi Zhongming smiled faintly. This time, both the blueprint and the egg would belong to him. He scanned the area and confirmed that he had already cleared out every zombie nearby, making any unexpected trouble unlikely. He then took out the necessary tools from his storage space and finished his final preparations. He recalled his last battle with the crocodile, when he was poorly prepared and armed with only a weak bow. Even his current gun was just gray-grade equipment, and its firepower was still limited by ordinary weapon standards. Looking at his remaining bullets and the claw taken from the giant lizard, he decided to use them to upgrade his ammunition. Without hesitation, he activated his ability and began enchanting each bullet. Once the enhancement was complete, he was pleased to see that the ordinary bullets had become armor-piercing rounds, with far greater penetration and damage. He crushed the remaining material in his hand until it broke apart with a dry crack. Before making his move, he told Di Huang to stay on watch. If any stranger or zombie approached, he had to warn him immediately. The loyal dog barked once in understanding. With everything ready, Ye Zhongming gripped his blade tightly and jumped straight off the rooftop. At that moment, the crocodile was still fast asleep and completely unaware of the danger approaching. Only after hearing an unusual sound did it suddenly open its eyes and search for the source. The moment it spotted the fluttering red cloth, the monster's fury instantly erupted. It let out a savage roar and charged straight toward the target. Gathering all its strength, the giant crocodile launched itself forward at incredible speed. But that charge sent it directly into the trap Ye Zhongming had secretly prepared. The red cloth was pulled even higher, hanging in front of the beast and constantly drawing its attention. Meanwhile, Ye Zhongming remained hidden nearby, silently waiting for the perfect moment to strike. When the time was right, he raised his gun and took aim. From what he knew, this mutated crocodile became extremely aggressive whenever it saw the color red, and the rumor proved completely true. A gunshot rang out as the bullet struck its target, and his lure plan began working perfectly. The injury only drove the monster into a greater frenzy as it roared and charged directly at him. Its massive footsteps shook the ground, but Yi Zhongming had already dodged aside. Only then did he understand why the monster had sought him out during their last encounter. It unleashed one crushing stomp after another, forcing him to keep moving without pause. Facing the beast, Ye Zhongming tightened his grip on his blade and charged forward instead of retreating. His slashes tore through the air, one after another, keeping relentless pressure on his opponent. He carefully watched the powerful tail sweeping across the battlefield and realized his opportunity had arrived. At the decisive moment, he leaped high into the air. When he landed, he stood firmly on top of the crocodile's tail, with flawless precision. Realizing someone was on its body, the monster immediately twisted its head around. Yi Zhongming seized the moment and charged straight ahead. His target was the monster's wide-open mouth. The sharp blade drove deep inside. He twisted the blade sideways, wedging it between the tongue and upper jaw so the crocodile could not close its mouth. With the beast pinned down, he quickly drew his gun. He aimed the barrel deep into its throat, ready to end the fight. A deafening shot rang out as the bullet tore through its throat, sending blood spraying everywhere. The massive crocodile crashed to the ground, while Yi Zhongming quickly jumped back to a safe distance. Looking at the motionless corpse, he smiled with satisfaction. He put his red coat back on and headed straight for the hidden nest. As soon as he arrived, he spotted a glowing sheet of paper among the loot. He immediately picked it up, unable to hide his excitement after finally finding what he wanted. Yi Zhongming carefully read every detail on the blueprint. After finishing, he was shocked to learn that the weapon's final form reached purple grade and possessed 2 skills, one active and one passive. During the early years of the apocalypse, equipment with skills like this was incredibly valuable. Looking at the illustration of the blade, he knew that the skills alone made it top tier. Now that it was also purple grade with 2 abilities, its value was nothing short of legendary. Even so, he could only grip the blueprint tightly because the required crafting materials were far beyond what he currently possessed. After thinking it over, he decided to focus only on completing the first stage of the blade for now. The later upgrades could wait, since his knowledge from his previous life gave him plenty of confidence. His attention then shifted to the nest of eggs. They were also priceless treasures that could greatly strengthen a person's body or accelerate a pet's evolution. He called Di Huang over for a meal, and the loyal dog rushed over barking excitedly. Yi Zhongming cooked the eggs and shared the valuable meal with Di Huang. As he ate, he could clearly feel his stamina and mental energy recovering at an incredible rate. After checking his condition, he realized his physical strength had doubled compared to when he first completed his 1-star enhancement. He called Di Huang over and told him to raise his head for a closer look. The obedient dog immediately looked up at his master. Yi Zhongming wanted to find out what special talent Di Huang possessed. He told the dog to demonstrate it, and instantly every strand of fur on Di Huang's body stood upright. In the blink of an eye, Di Huang's fur transformed into countless sharp needles and shot forward at astonishing speed, tearing through the air. Yi Zhongming stared at the wall, now covered with deep holes, and was amazed by the attack's power. It turned out Di Huang's innate talent was a skill called Shadow Golden Needles, and its destructive power exceeded all expectations. But when he looked back and saw Di Huang completely bald after using the skill, he was left speechless. He rubbed the dog's head and comforted him, saying it was not all bad. He might look miserable now, but the power was well worth the trade. Before leaving, he told Di Huang to finish off the leftovers, but never touch the 2 remaining eggs. The dog barked once in acknowledgement. After that, Yi Zhongming returned to the hospital. Holding his blade tightly, he slowly walked over to a nearby car. Resting his hand on the vehicle, he reminded himself that time was running out. His next priority was forging Feng Ji Yue. He closed his eyes and began channeling his special energy. Streams of energy gathered together and flowed into his hands. Without hesitation, he poured all that power into the blade. The materials taken from the flame turtle crocodile, including its claws, fangs, and a level 2 magic crystal, were added to the forging process. Moments later, a brilliant light burst forth and enveloped the forming blade. When the light faded, a completely new blade appeared before him, marking the successful completion of the forging process. Yi Zhongming immediately tested it with a slash against a nearby pillar. Seeing the perfectly smooth cut, he smiled with satisfaction, because its sharpness far exceeded his expectations. He quietly calculated that his remaining materials were enough to forge several more weapons for Liang Chuyin and Park Su-ah, greatly boosting their combat strength. He then gathered the eggs and returned to the parked vehicle. The moment he appeared, Liang Chuyin and Park Su-ah both stared at him with wide eyes. Liang Chuyin happily called out, asking if he had finally returned. Yi Zhongming asked how things went after Mo Ye left, and wanted to know what the 2 of them had accomplished. Liang Chuyin proudly showed off their loot. She said that after the enhancement, killing zombies was no longer difficult. One swing of her club was enough to knock them down, so she could not understand why Park Su-ah was still so scared. Park Su-ah pouted and said she had vomited until she was completely exhausted. Liang Chuyin laughed awkwardly and said the pain and nausea were normal the first time. Looking at the magic crystals they had collected, Yi Zhongming praised them. The loot was not much, but seeing them adapt to the apocalypse so quickly pleased him the most. He then took out the eggs and told both of them to eat. Liang Chuyin curiously asked what they were, and he explained that they were a special food that could further strengthen their bodies. Deep down, he vowed that he would claim that treasure at Pearl Lake, no matter what. He carefully stored the last remaining flame turtle crocodile egg behind the vehicle for safekeeping. After that, he turned back to the two girls. By then, both of them were happily eating without holding back. Park Su-ah casually tossed a piece of meat to Di Huang and laughed when she saw the dog had gone completely bald. Meanwhile, Liang Chuan kept eating while worrying that she might gain weight. Feeling the changes in her body, Park Su-ah remarked that the meal had noticeably improved their physical abilities. After they nearly finished eating, Ye Zhongming called them over and said he had an interesting gift for them. Liang Chuyin immediately asked what it was. He took out a whip and held it out to her. The moment she saw the weapon, she froze in surprise. The whip was beautifully crafted. Yi Zhongming told her to test it first, and if it suited her, he would give it to her. She instantly fell in love with it and happily accepted the weapon. Without wasting a second, she walked into an open space to test it. Her eyes stayed fixed on the whip as both hands gripped the handle, feeling every detail. Focusing intently, she swung the whip again and again with clean and decisive movements. Every strike carried tremendous force and carved deep marks into the ground. After examining the weapon more closely, she said in amazement that it felt perfectly natural from the moment she picked it up, as if it had been made just for her. She excitedly looked at Yi Zhongming and said she had practiced whip techniques before, so this weapon would let her support him much better. Park Su-ah quietly watched while Ye Zhongming asked what kind of weapon she wanted for herself. She looked a little embarrassed and hesitantly asked if she could receive one too. Stroking Di Huang's head, she awkwardly admitted that she still had no idea what weapon suited her best. Yi Zhongming smiled and shook his head, telling her there was no need to decide now. Before the apocalypse, most people had only ever held kitchen knives and never imagined using real weapons. Liang Chuyin brushed her hair back and asked if Pearl Lake was their next destination. He nodded and said everything they had prepared was for this mission. He reminded them that the journey ahead meant facing countless mutated beasts and zombies, while also risking ambushes from other survivors. Then he asked if they still wanted to keep following him. Liang Chuan agreed without hesitation, but Park Su-ah looked nervous. She quite said that if she could still be useful, she would follow him to the end, but if she only became a burden. In the end, Ye Zhongming decided they would all travel together. Then he smiled and said he had only talked about the dangers, not the incredible rewards waiting if they succeeded. The vehicle sped down the deserted road, tearing through the silent landscape. As he drove, his thoughts slowly drifted back to memories of his previous life. Back then, he had been a timid man who only dared to leave home after running out of food. Every time he stepped outside his shelter, he kept his head low, trembling as he moved forward with extreme caution. Suddenly, an earth-shaking explosion echoed through the air, freezing him in fear. He quickly looked back, trying to find where the terrifying sound had come from. His entire body trembled as he slowly turned around. What he saw was a massive tide of zombies charging toward him like an endless sea. Zombies kept pouring out of the buildings, falling like a deadly rain. Terrified, he turned and ran, hiding in a secluded corner to stay alive. As he backed deeper into hiding, he had no idea what was happening. Strangely, the zombies ignored him completely and rushed toward the explosion and the beam of light instead, so he decided to return home and keep watching. After getting back, Ye Zhongming walked to the window and observed the situation outside. He was stunned to see a massive fire blazing after the devastating explosion. He had no idea what had happened there. Back in the present, he recalled that only much later did one of the few survivors reveal the truth about that day. It turned out there was a very special roulette hidden beneath Pearl Lake. Unlike ordinary roulettes, its surface displayed no rewards at all. It only showed a golden coin symbol, and activating it required one level 1 magic crystal. Once activated, the surrounding area became a special trial zone. The user would receive a mission and a preview of possible rewards, including evolution potions, silver-grade weapons, job scrolls, or mysterious formulas. Unfortunately, no one ever fully revealed how that battle ended. Even now, many mysteries remained unsolved. Every faction that took part in that battle had either been wiped out, vanished without a trace, or grown so powerful that the old Yi Zhongming could never have reached them. The vehicle suddenly slammed to a stop in front of a dense forest. Yi Jiangming opened the door and stepped out without hesitation. Pointing toward the forest, he said countless incredible treasures were hidden deep inside. According to him, obtaining those treasures would give them a real chance to become the strongest force in the entire city. 10 hours after the zombie outbreak began, the undead had already overrun every corner of the city. At that moment, an armed military unit had surrounded another group of survivors. The commander, Captain Yi, asked President Li if he had thought it over long enough, and whether he had finally made his decision. President Li calmly replied by asking if refusing meant all of his men would die right there. Staring at Captain Yi, he clenched his teeth. Even with 3 one-star revolvers and 11 guns, the odds were completely against him. He tightened his fists in frustration, regretting that, if the military had not blocked his path, a little more time could have changed everything. His gaze shifted to Wang Ning standing beside Captain Yi. The man's overwhelming presence made him believe Wang Ning had already reached 2-star evolution. Captain Yi bluntly declared that, if they refused to cooperate with this mission, the military would eliminate anything that threatened the operation. Hearing those words, everyone behind President Li was filled with anger. One of his subordinates stepped forward and suggested fighting the military, even if it meant dying. However, Captain Yi calmly said that joining them would not be a loss. On the contrary, the rewards would be extremely valuable. Pointing at his military uniform, he said that even if they did not trust him, they should at least trust the honor of the military. Wang Ning also persuaded President Li, saying that after this mission he might gain power just like his, and missing such a chance would be a huge regret. After a long silence, President Li sighed and finally accepted the offer to cooperate. Wang Ning immediately shook his hand with enthusiasms, introduced himself, and said he hoped they could work together for a long time. President Li then looked at Captain Yi and asked what the true objective of this mission was. Captain Yi only smiled mysteriously before quietly revealing that they had received highly classified intelligence. According to that information, an extraordinary monster was about to appear at Pearl Lake, and every major faction wanted to claim it. Fortunately, the military had already stationed troops near the area. Just then, an urgent report came through the radio saying the critical moment had arrived. Captain Yi immediately ordered everyone to move out and protect the Roulette at all costs. Through the binoculars, the mysterious Roulette finally came into view. Sitting on top of the vehicle, Ye Zhongming surveyed the entire area and quietly remarked that it looked like all the major factions had nearly arrived. He jumped down from the vehicle and loudly asked if everyone was ready for the battle ahead. He instructed Liang Chuyin to keep monitoring the radio. Once the operation began, she had to move to the hiding spot immediately, and if she saw a yellow monster about 1 meter tall, she was to report it to him at once. He then assigned Park Su-ah to stay at the observation point, keep reporting the battlefield, and never lose sight of the small monster. Finally, he pointed toward a tall building near the bank and said he would personally set up an ambush there. He carefully reminded her that the moment she spotted the little monster's movement, she had to contact him immediately. He and Liang Chuyin would head straight to her location. He also stressed that her position was the safest, but if things became too dangerous, she should retreat first, find another high vantage point, and continue tracking both the monster and the battlefield. She nodded firmly and confirmed that she understood her mission. She then pointed to another nearby building and asked if it would make a suitable observation post. Shielding his eyes from the sunlight, he examined it carefully before nodding and telling her to wait there for him and Liang Chuyin. As he drew his sharp blade, he reminded her once again to contact him the instant she found the target. Before leaving, he warned them that the creature was not physically powerful, but was extremely cunning and could summon large numbers of mutated creatures, so no one was allowed to act alone. Just then, a brilliant pillar of light suddenly erupted not far away. Yi Zhongming immediately shouted that the roulette had been activated and the target monster was about to appear, ordering everyone to move out. A blinding beam of light then shot straight down into the lake. Qin Xiaoba's eyes widened as he stammered in confusion, unable to understand what had just happened. But when he finally saw the creature before him, he froze in shock. It was the monster everyone had been talking about. Sitting calmly atop the ancient roulette was a bizarre creature. Its relaxed posture in such a terrifying scene sent chills down everyone's spine. Suddenly, the monster pulled out a horn and blew into it with all its strength. Qin Xiaoba stood there in complete disbelief as he watched the bizarre scene unfold. The horn echoed across the area, and moments later, countless zombies flooded in from every direction like a tidal wave. The military immediately put all heavy weapons on full alert, as every soldier stood ready with determined expressions. Captain Yi continued observing the battlefield through his binoculars. Just then, a soldier hurried over with an urgent report. Captain Yi calmly asked for the update. The soldier immediately reported that Li Shujun's unit at the 2 o'clock position, Hu Dahai's unit at 10 o'clock, and the teams at 5 and 7 o'clock had all secured their assigned positions. However, the soldier's expression quickly turned grim. He added that Qin Xiaoba's team at the 12 o'clock position had completely lost contact. Several unknown factions with dozens to hundreds of members had also appeared, while large groups of mutated creatures were rapidly approaching from the Jianyin Building, Santong Street, Nan Wuwei Road, and the Liangliang supermarket area. Captain Yi asked if there was anything else. Under the pressure, the trembling soldier lowered his head and reported that their entire formation had been surrounded by zombie hordes. After hearing the report, Captain Yi simply smiled faintly. He tossed aside his binoculars and calmly said they had been surrounded by zombies from the moment they entered the city. He then raised his voice and called for every soldier to listen carefully. He ordered everyone to focus their full attention on him. With an icy expression, he said he might be leading them all to the place where they would die. The ruined city stretched before them, with danger lurking in every direction. Mutated creatures were closing in from all sides. If they failed to retreat now, the entire force could be wiped out. His words struck every soldier. He knew many were worried about their families, uncertain about the future, and questioning why they still wore the military uniform. His voice softened as he admitted he was no different. He did not know whether his parents back home were still alive, nor did he know what had become of his wife and children. But the next moment, he raised his voice and asked if that was really a reason to surrender or abandon their beliefs. Every eye turned toward him. He declared that they were soldiers, born to fight, and this was war. If they wanted to survive, they had to become stronger than their enemies, and stronger than this brutal era itself. His presence grew even more imposing, as he declared that if they had to die, they would fall wearing their uniforms with the last pride of this world. He then shouted their battle cry, and every soldier roared back in unison, "Glory belongs to us." Countless arms shot into the air, showing their resolve to fight until the very end. From a high window, Ye Zhongming silently watched everything unfold. A look of admiration crossed his face. A force with such unwavering spirit would be almost impossible to find in the later days of the apocalypse, and the sight genuinely moved him. Just then, a thunderous rumble echoed through the area, making him look down. A column of tanks rolled forward one after another. At this stage, the soldier's fighting spirit was still burning brightly. He looked into the distance, trying to see what was happening on the other side. Suddenly, countless bolts of lightning burst out from deep within the forest. Qin Xiaoba widened his eyes in shock, realizing the final spatial tunnel had finally opened. Looking closer, he discovered the little monster was using its horn to open the portal. The lightning quickly gathered into a massive vortex. The horn could not only summon zombies and evolved creatures, but also awaken terrifying beasts sleeping beneath the earth. The first thing to emerge was a sharp tail, followed by a pair of glowing green eyes. One terrifying beast after another then marched out of the tunnel. One of them suddenly charged straight at Qin Xiaoba. He could only let out terrified screams. The savage monster opened its enormous jaws, ready to swallow him whole. A heavy impact shook the ground as the giant creature landed. It was a terror ram, an extremely dangerous level 2 monster. Heavy footsteps echoed non-stop throughout the battlefield. Meanwhile, Ye Zhongming rushed up the stairwell as fast as he could. He kicked the door open with a powerful strike. The moment he stepped outside, he immediately saw a spatial gate opening before him. Endless waves of monsters poured out like a broken flood. His expression instantly changed when he spotted the purple cloud battle ants. Even though they were only level 1 monsters, there were well over 100 of them. He could not help wondering what level of forbidden zone the monster had connected to for so many terrifying creatures to appear. Memories from his previous life surfaced. When the apocalypse began, not only did the roulettes descend from the sky, but countless forbidden zones also appeared beneath golden pillars of holy light. From that moment on, the world fell into complete chaos. Alien creatures, monsters, and countless horrifying beings emerged one after another, pushing humanity into despair. Even so, danger always came with opportunity. Those forbidden zones also hid countless spiritual herbs, rare minerals, and priceless treasures. He quickly scanned the surroundings, trying to grasp the entire situation. Just then, a gigantic arm suddenly reached out from inside the spatial gate. The shocking sight left him staring in disbelief. The creature that emerged was actually a corpse ape. This was completely unexpected because it was not a monster at all, but a terrifying level 3 zombie. Yi Zhongming was stunned. The apocalypse had barely begun, yet a level 3 zombie had already appeared. It was beyond anything he knew. The corpse ape possessed overwhelming strength, crushing every obstacle in its path with ease. He suddenly remembered hearing that, in his previous life, the fastest person to reach level 3 had needed nearly 3 weeks, yet this monster had already achieved that level. The moment it appeared, the people below panicked and scattered in every direction to save themselves. Only President Li remained where he stood without taking a single step back. One unlucky survivor was seized by the corpse ape and lifted into the air. He cried desperately for help. The monster slowly raised its victim toward its enormous mouth, preparing to devour him alive. Agonized screams echoed across the battlefield. Witnessing the bloody scene, Fa nearly threw up on the spot. Just then, Ye Zhongming's voice came through the radio, ordering her to report the treasure monster's location immediately. She replied that it was still casually walking along the lakeshore. He immediately asked where the terror ram was. She urgently reported that the beast was hiding behind the credit company building, to his left. As he rushed toward the next building, he ordered her to keep tracking the terror ram, monitor the entire battlefield, and report anything unusual immediately. Right after that, he called Liang Chuyin and told her to move to his position as quickly as possible. Without slowing down, he leaped onto another building. A series of perfect jumps carried him across the rooftops at incredible speed. Over the radio, Park Soo-ah reported that she had spotted the treasure monster. It was riding on the back of a purple cloud battle ant and casually circling Pearl Lake. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, he immediately asked if the spatial portal had disappeared. While keeping an eye on the terror ram, Park Soo-ah replied that the portal was still open. As he landed on the ground, Yi Zhongming frowned and thought. In his previous life, the treasure monster could only use the horn once, before the portal to the forbidden zone closed. This time, everything was different, leaving him even more confused. By now, the entire area was swarming with zombies. He calmly drew his weapon and prepared for battle. As he pushed forward, his blade flashed non-stop, cutting down zombie after zombie, while black blood splattered everywhere. The moment one zombie fell, he immediately crouched to inspect it. He quickly removed the magic crystal from its head. It was not worth much, but he had no intention of wasting it. Suddenly, desperate cries for help echoed from the distance. Turning around, he saw a group of survivors being chased by the terror ram, all of them running for their lives. The beast's crimson eyes burned with murderous intent, eager to tear apart everything in its path. Tightening his grip on the blade, Ye Zhongming studied his target. Although the terror ram was one level stronger than him, it was actually the easiest monster to deal with among Today's enemies. With that thought, he burst forward at full speed. Besides, the terror ram carried a precious material called Yang Treasure inside its body, and he had to claim it. The sudden attack caught the monster completely off guard. He kicked off the ground with all his strength and launched himself into the air. In the blink of an eye, he landed on the terror ram's back, before it even realized what had happened. Without hesitation, he drove his blade deep into its body, ripping open a massive wound. His eyes turned ice cold, filled with nothing but determination and killing intent. One hand gripped the sword tightly, while the other held onto the beast's horn to keep his balance. The survivors who had barely escaped could only huddle together and stare at him, in shock and fear. One of them stammered that they were both only one-star revolvers, yet the gap in combat power was unbelievable. The terror ram let out a deafening roar as its fury exploded. It leaped and thrashed wildly, trying to throw Yi Zhongming off its back. He coldly muttered a few words before driving his blade in even deeper. Throw him off? Not a chance. Green blood instantly sprayed from the deep wound. The monster's eyes burned bright red as it roared in unbearable pain. The people below were left speechless. None of them had even scratched its armor, yet this young man's blade pierced through it like butter. The beast became even more frenzied, jumping and struggling without pause. Clinging tightly to its back, Yi Zhongming gathered every ounce of strength and stabbed it once more. A thunderous crash echoed out as the monster slammed headfirst into a wall as hard as steel. Flying debris filled the air, making Yi Zhongming frown. This monster was not only powerful, but also surprisingly clever. It rampaged through everything in its path, charging wildly from place to place. Its claws dug into the ground for momentum, while white mist continuously poured from its mouth. Yi Zhongming held on so tightly that his face turned purple from exhaustion. The monster suddenly snorted and twisted its head to look behind it. Covered in blood, Yi Zhongming sneered. You really want to throw me off? Fine. "I'll jump off myself." His blade ripped another long gash across its body, drawing another agonized roar. He then pushed off and landed on the ground by his own choice. The moment he looked up, a gigantic claw was already crashing down toward him. The stomp struck as fast as lightning, but he slipped aside at the very last second. He skidded across the ground, building momentum for his next move. His eyes blazed with killing intent as he charged straight at the monster. The blade pierced its body once again, sinking deep with unwavering resolve. Without hesitation, he pulled the blade free and used the momentum to leap high into the air. In an instant, he reached the same height as the monster's eyes. His hand lightly brushed across the cold, gleaming blade. As he swept past its neck, he slashed cleanly across its throat. Blood continued flowing from the corner of his mouth, yet he still smiled. He was determined to see this battle through. The final strike had landed, and the monster began losing its balance. Its enormous body crashed to the ground with a deafening impact. Yi Zhongming let out a tired breath and slowly walked toward it. Covered in wounds himself, he looked down at the beast's corpse. At last, this terrifying monster was dead. He then turned to look at the group of survivors standing in the distance. Everyone kept watching with curious looks. They could not believe their eyes. How did he actually bring it down? Zhongming replied coldly, "If you chose to run before, then do not bother coming back now." As he spoke, he waved them away. They were not welcome here. Even so, they refused to leave. They loudly claimed they had fought the monster too, so they deserved half the credit. Zhang Ming sneered. Your only achievement was getting wiped out, or failing to leave even a scratch on its hide. Their pride took a hit. The group immediately turned hostile, relied on their numbers, and claimed everyone should stick together to survive. Hearing that, his anger flared. He only shouted one cold word, "Get lost." Then he stood in front of the monster's corpse. The group exchanged sinister smiles, as if they had already agreed on something. One man raised a club and warned him not to reject kindness. If he refused to move, he would not leave alive today. Another man pretended to be reasonable. He said young people should think before acting, instead of making reckless choices. He rubbed his aching arm. Seeing that, the man became even more smug. "Look at you. One useless arm, and you still think you can fight us. Walk away while you still can." Another pointed at the man with the club and warned that he had killed someone yesterday. In this world, only the strong had a voice, and no one cared about murder anymore. Just as the tension peaked, the radio suddenly crackled. Tu Ying urgently reported that a massive zombie horde was heading straight for Zhongming. He tilted his head and listened closely. Tu Ying added that a monster carrying a yellow bag was riding a purple cloud battle ant into a fruit shop. She also reported that another survivor group was heading there. Zhongming simply answered that he understood. He immediately remembered the mysterious bag on the monster's back at Lunpan. That was the real target today, and he could not let anyone else take it. He returned to the Kong Yang corpse, quickly collected the Yang treasure, and prepared to leave. The man with the club still refused to back off. He declared that Zhongming could leave, but had to hand over every knife, the radio, and anything valuable. Zhongming only laughed. Their greed truly had no limit. Feeling insulted, the man charged first. His eyes burned with cruelty. Since the apocalypse began, he believed every old rule had vanished. He remembered the old neighbor who used to make him furious. Back then, he did nothing, but now he believed the man would never dare talk back. He also thought about the woman beside him. She once demanded a divorce, but now she could only obey whatever he wanted. Every cruel thing he had done became a trophy. He even broke the leg of a rival leader's son, forcing the man to kneel and beg for mercy. Thinking of that, he raised his club and rushed forward. To him, the new world had only one rule: the strong survived. But all he got in return was a cold blade cutting through the air. The club hit the ground, followed by his severed hand. His face turned pale as he let out a horrifying scream. Zhongming looked down at him and calmly said that the apocalypse had one simple rule. If you wanted to kill someone, you had to be ready to be killed yourself. Clutching his wound, he gritted his teeth. You actually dared to do this to me?" Before he could finish, a powerful kick sent him flying. His body slammed into the two men behind him, knocking all three to the ground. Painful screams instantly echoed everywhere. Some clutched their legs, others held their arms, all crying in agony. Zhongming calmly cut open the Kongyang corpse and quietly said they would never need to remember that rule again because their lives ended today. After collecting everything he needed, he walked away without looking back. Not long after, nearby zombie hordes rushed in. The three men could only scream for help in despair. At that moment, loud gunfire erupted from inside the ruined building. The non-stop shots signaled a fierce firefight. Wave after wave of bullet-ridden rats collapsed across the ground. Changze looked at Xiao Ye in confusion and asked why she had been so distracted ever since coming back. It was nothing. The mutant rats still gave her chills. She turned to Ha Lei and asked if she was hurt. Ha Lei smiled and said she was fine, but she was worried about her husband. Changze quickly reassured everyone. Xiao Qin's team belonged to the government. This area had just been secured, so there were few residents, not many zombies, and their armored vehicle was always nearby for support. After that, he looked at Mo Ye in confusion and asked why she kept insisting on leaving their team. Hearing that, Ye Zhongming suddenly came to her mind, leaving her unsure how to answer her. Just then, Chunglong rushed to the window and shouted for everyone to stay alert because the gunfire had attracted a monster. Everyone immediately rushed over to check outside. A gigantic corpse ape appeared before them. It let out a furious roar and suddenly leaped high into the air. Inside the building, the soldiers kept firing at the monster. Shouts echoed everywhere. They yelled that the corpse ape must not get close, ordered non-stop fire, and called for someone with a rocket launcher because normal bullets could not bring it down. If it broke through, everyone would die. Changze loudly called for Mo Yi to help. At that moment, Ha Lei screamed that something was coming from the 3 o'clock direction. The group quickly worked together and wiped out the mutant rats closing in. Under the heavy gunfire, the rats dropped one after another. Mo Ye spotted a zombie sneaking up behind Changze and immediately rushed over to shove him away. She saved him, but a zombie claw slashed a long wound across her arm. Changze turned pale and shouted her name. As he yelled, he emptied his gun into the zombie while cursing nonstop. After the danger was gone, he grabbed Mo Ye's injured arm and scolded her for being too reckless. She calmly assured him that she would not be infected. Changze did not believe her at all. He thought she was only saying that to calm everyone down. Ha Lei immediately drew a knife and told Mo Ye to hold out her arm so they could cut it off. Losing one arm was better than becoming a zombie. Mo Ye quickly stepped back and kept insisting she was fine, while Ha Lei urged Changze to hold her still. She pulled her arm free and loudly explained that she had taken an evolution potion, so she could not be infected. Changze looked even more confused. He asked what an evolution potion was. Without another word, Mo Ye activated her power and told everyone to watch carefully. She threw a punch, instantly blasting a huge hole through the solid brick wall. She confidently said she had become an evolver and had also taken an evolution potion, so there was no need to worry about infection. The whole group was left speechless. Before anyone could recover, she picked up her gun and reminded everyone to stay focused, because the monster was charging straight at them. The corpse ape roared and rushed forward at full speed. Everyone immediately shouted for Mo Ye to be careful. Countless bullets slammed into its body, but barely did any damage, as if they were only scratching an itch. Mo Ye calmly pulled the trigger and fired straight at the monster's face. The bullet pierced its eye, making the corpse ape scream in agony. Even Mo Ye froze, because she never expected the shot to work so well. She immediately thought of Ye Zhongming, because every special round in that gun had come from him. Writhing in pain, the corpse ape bent down and roughly lifted an entire car. Then, it hurled the car toward the building, where everyone was holding out. Mo Ye immediately shouted for everyone to get down. A thunderous explosion erupted as the car smashed through the wall and crashed into the building. Elsewhere, Ye Zhongming calmly walked down the street while contacting Liang Chuyin to ask where she was. When she replied that a group of fools had blocked her way, he could only sigh. Zhongming asked if she could handle it herself. Liang Chuyin confidently said it was no problem, though she might arrive at the meeting point later than planned. He told her to put safety first. If things got out of control, she should retreat immediately and regroup with Park. Suddenly noticing something unusual in the sky, he looked up. In the direction he was watching, cars had been thrown everywhere, while the corpse ape roared like mad. It looked badly wounded, which explained its frenzy. Zhang Ming quickly judged that the monster would not recover anytime soon. That also made him wish his team had a skilled doctor. He knew all too well that in the apocalypse, many survivors did not die in battle. They died because their wounds could not be treated. Medicine was even rarer than food, making doctors the most valuable people around. Having a healer on the team was like carrying an extra layer of insurance. Looking toward the alley ahead, he realized that a little farther on would lead to Pearl Lake. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Liang Chuyin was being blocked by a group of men. Every one of them wore a filthy grin. They pretended to be kind and claimed the road ahead was too dangerous, urging her to stay with them instead. She showed no fear. She broke free from their circle and prepared to fight. The leader smiled as he calculated his next move. Earlier, Ye Zhongming had given him weapons, an evolution potion, and even assigned people to support him. Even so, Zhongming had taken a card from the Lun Pan before leaving. The man was sure it was extremely valuable, even if he did not know what it did. His gaze shifted to Liang Chuyin. In his eyes, Ye Zhongming treated him like a disposable pawn, while the woman before him was the one truly worth watching. She had shown the strength of an evolver, carried a strange weapon, and had just contacted someone through a radio. He stared at her greedily. Everything suggested she belonged to a powerful faction. If someone this strong was not even the leader, then someone far more terrifying had to be behind her. He calmly made an offer. If she insisted on leaving, then she had to reveal how to become an evolver and where that strange weapon came from. Knowing the secret to becoming stronger was enough. Liang Chuyin calmly replied that she had once lived in despair, like a lonely prey surrounded by predators, never knowing when she would be devoured. But after the world collapsed, everyone who had bullied her became zombies. Even though she could die at any moment, she had never felt more free. The man only stared at her in confusion. He had no idea what she meant. Without hesitation, Liang Chuyin cracked her whip. She said she had met a man who gave her the chance to survive the apocalypse. He was strict, but everything he did was to help her grow stronger. He taught her how to survive and become powerful. For the first time in years, she finally knew what it felt like to trust someone. Determination filled her eyes. That man needed her help right now, and the situation was dangerous. Yet these people still dared to block her path. As soon as she finished speaking, she lashed her whip and charged forward. Move aside or prepare to die. At the same time, inside a shop deep in the city, Ye Zhongming remained hidden in the shadows, quietly watching every movement. Tank after tank rolled into the area, led by Regiment Commander Yi. Beyond the gateway, waves of vicious monsters poured out like a flood. Regiment Commander Yi immediately gave the order. He swung his arm forward and shouted, "All units attack! Open fire!" The moment the command was given, the soldiers unleashed a storm of bullets at the monsters. Under the relentless barrage, monster after monster was riddled with bullets and collapsed. The front line kept pushing forward with unstoppable momentum. Seeing the advantage, they shouted for everyone to advance, while urging the troops behind them to catch up. Watching from the rear, Ye Zhongming quietly shook his head. If they thought this battle would be that easy, they were being far too careless. Gunfire continued to roar as monster blood sprayed across the battlefield. The strange blood quickly splashed all over the soldiers. It was an extremely corrosive liquid. Metal weapons began to melt the moment they were stained, while the soldiers screamed in agony as their hands and eyes were badly burned. Zhongming hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should reveal himself and help them. Meanwhile, Regiment Commander Yi stood motionless, calmly observing the entire battle. Seeing his cold reaction, Zhongming could not hide his frustration. In the end, he stopped hesitating and rushed out without another thought. In an instant, he flashed right past Regiment Commander Yi. The commander merely snorted and made no attempt to stop him. Just then, a few small stones dropped into the water, making Zhongming stop and carefully scan the area. His eyes searched non-stop for the candy room that Park had mentioned, while also tracking down the monster's treasure. At last, his gaze settled on a small house completely surrounded by countless monsters. That was most likely where his target was. After locking onto the direction, he immediately sprinted forward. But before he got far, the familiar horn suddenly echoed again. Zhang Ming's face changed at once. The treasure monster's horn had sounded for the second time. His instincts warned him that something far more terrifying was about to appear. He immediately looked ahead, where massive waves of spiritual energy were spreading outward. Brilliant flashes crossed the sky like lightning, mixed with countless mysterious sparks. A gigantic foot slowly stepped out of the gateway. Its mere appearance created overwhelming pressure. The creature gradually revealed its full body. It had powerful muscular legs, but countless iron chains were tightly wrapped around it. A massive sharp horn rose from its head as if it could pierce the heavens. From head to toe, its body was covered in spiked chains, giving it a savage and terrifying appearance. Zhang Ming could not hide his shock. The creature before him was the chain convict, the monster that broke its seal not long after the apocalypse began. He stared at the glowing blue magic crystal on its head. It proved the creature had already reached level 4. According to his memories, it would soon evolve to level 5, then level 6, and finally level 7. Within a year, it would become one of the world's first level 9 monsters. At that time, humanity still had no 9-star powerhouse capable of fighting it. It never hunted a specific target. It simply wandered everywhere, crushing everything in its path. Even the last survivor stronghold had once been flattened by it. Later, After humanity produced 9-star powerhouses and fully understood how dangerous it was, the 3 strongest experts finally joined forces to kill it. Thinking about that, Zhongming suddenly remembered Mo Xingfei. That bloody battle was what made the Rose Assassin famous. Although he was only a 1-star evolver, the improved evolution divine potion and the Flame Lord crocodile meat had pushed his true combat strength far beyond ordinary 1-star evolvers. With the advantage of his current profession and his knowledge of future disasters, he was confident that killing a level 2 monster would not be difficult. One swing of his sword split the purple pattern battle ant in half. With his current strength, even a level 4 creature was no longer impossible to fight. The monster collapsed onto the ground as its breathing grew weaker. Zhongming immediately dropped to one knee beside it. Without hesitation, he stored the freshly collected pincer in his backpack while staying fully alert. Looking toward the chained monster, he silently made his plan. His top priority was still capturing the treasure monster alive and taking the bag on its back. At the perfect moment, he unleashed a powerful kick that blasted the iron door wide open. The sight inside left him stunned. Corpses were scattered everywhere among the ruins. He immediately reported through the radio that he had found the candy shop, but the treasure monster was nowhere to be seen. The only reply was endless static. Worry spread across his face. Both Fa Xiu and Liang Chuxin had lost contact. Had something gone wrong? Suddenly, he sensed something and instantly turned toward the source of the noise. At the back entrance across from him, chaos had broken out as a group of people poured out non-stop gunfire. Chang Chun gripped his radio and shouted for help. He reported to Commander Yi that they had found the monster carrying the yellow bag. It had even thrown an evolution potion toward them. The bag was clearly filled with priceless treasures. Meanwhile, bullets continued raining onto the monster's body. Within seconds, its entire body was riddled with bullet holes. Seeing the monster wounded, the commander immediately ordered everyone to chase it and knock it off the ant's back. At the same moment, Zhang Ming shot past the crowd at incredible speed while they were still firing. As soon as they noticed him, they shouted for him to stop. With no other choice, he fought his way through. In just a few clean strikes, everyone blocking his path was taken down. Seeing his allies defeated, another man immediately took advantage of an opening and launched a sneak attack. At that moment, Chang Chun also aimed his rifle directly at Zhong Ming with a wary expression. Zhang Ming instantly closed the distance and drove a powerful punch into the man's stomach without the slightest hesitation. The blow sent Chang Chun stumbling to the ground, and his rifle flew out of his hands. Seizing the opportunity, Zhong Ming quickly picked up the fallen rifle. After inspecting the rifle, Zhang Ming recognized it as standard military gear. Commander Yi had clearly invested heavily in this operation. Without another thought, he pushed through the chaotic crowd and rushed deeper inside. News about the treasure monster would soon spread across the battlefield. If he wanted that yellow bag, he had to move before anyone else arrived. Meanwhile, an injured man lying on the ground trembled as he reached into his coat for his damaged radio. Blood still poured from his mouth, but he forced himself to report to Commander Yi that the target was here. If they were too slow, someone else would steal it. Zhang Ming dashed across the uneven rocks before suddenly stopping. The treasure monster had vanished without a trace. As he searched the area, low growls suddenly came from behind him, making him spin around. Hidden beneath a narrow rock crevice, the treasure monster was curled up, badly wounded. Zhang Ming immediately rushed toward it, relieved that he had finally found his target. Looking closer, he frowned. It had taken countless bullets earlier, yet its wounds were healing at an unbelievable speed. Just then, he felt a cold gaze fixed on him from another monster. The creature let out strange cries and aggressively pointed toward Zhang Ming, as if ordering an attack. The purple cloud battle ant instantly charged at him so fast that only its after image remained. Zhang Ming barely dodged in time. Only then did he realize this was no ordinary ant, but a level 2 ant general. He immediately drew his weapon. From what he knew, normal purple cloud battle ants were only level 1, but their colony also had stronger variants, like the level 2 ant general, the level 3 ant king, and the ant queen, who had likely reached level 4 or even beyond. Seeing its attack fail, the ant opened its jaws and spat out a stream of dark green venom. Zhang Ming narrowly avoided the toxic spray, but his expression turned far more serious. Wave after wave of poison followed without pause. This monster clearly knew how to combine its attacks with deadly precision. At that moment, a pair of thin wings unfolded from its sides as it prepared to take flight. Zhang Ming tightened his grip on his blade and shouted, trying to fly away? Not happening. The moment he finished speaking, he burst forward at full speed. One clean slash cut through the air, and the ant's wings were instantly severed. The shattered wings scattered through the air, while the monster spewed body fluid in agony. Without giving it a chance to recover, Zhong Ming jumped onto its back. He drove his blade deep into the monster's body. As he pulled the blade free, a jade-like glowing object came out along with the green fluid. After collecting the loot, he calmly walked toward the remaining monster. Watching its companion die, the other monster backed away in fear. It searched desperately for an escape route, but huge rocks blocked every path. Zhong Ming smiled confidently. Once he dealt with this one, the yellow bag would be his. Even while retreating, the monster seemed to be secretly preparing a counterattack. Suddenly, it threw something at him. At first he thought it was another attack, but it turned out to be a scroll. Zhong Ming caught it and saw the words "Beginner Shadow Art" written on it. After opening it, he immediately recognized it as a summoning skill scroll, one of the most common items in the apocalypse. He crushed the scroll to absorb it, and could not help admiring the treasure. Seeing his reaction, the monster holding another scroll suddenly looked confused. It quickly tossed another scroll toward Zhong Ming. He caught it with ease, his expression still completely calm. The moment he read it, he froze. It was a class upgrade scroll, something he had paid for with countless sacrifices in his previous life. Yet now it was being thrown at him like it was worthless. Zhong Ming burst into laughter. The more he looked at this monster, the more he liked it. "If you have anything else, hand it over now, or do not blame me for what happens next." Hearing that, the monster hurriedly threw another item. He caught it and checked it. It was only a 1-star evolution potion, nothing too special. Another item came flying over right after that. This time, it was a profession certificate. He opened it and received the gardener profession, leaving even him completely stunned. Meanwhile, Mo Ye raised her rifle and aimed directly at the monster. Seeing that, someone asked in shock what kind of gun she was using that could actually hurt a monster. Xiaolei and the other two stepped closer, studied the weapon, and realized this gun was far from ordinary. Zheng Se immediately questioned whether the commander and Mo Yi wanted to leave because of this special weapon. Mo Yi recalled how she once believed evolution serum, weapons, and ammo were rewards she truly deserved. But now she realized her contributions were nowhere near enough to earn something this valuable. She quietly said the world held countless wonders, far beyond human imagination. Meanwhile, the beast kept rampaging through the streets, tossing cars aside with ease. Mo Yi stayed locked on her target and said she would explain everything when the time was right. A bullet screamed through the air and flew straight at the target. The shot pierced the beast's knee joint with perfect accuracy and left a massive wound. The impact burned everything in its path, exposing most of the kneecap. The monster looked down at the wound and clenched its teeth in rage. It threw back its head and roared at Mo Ye, shaking the entire area. The whole team shouted at once, "It is injured. Aim for its knees. Once its legs fail, it cannot move fast. Keep firing." The man adjusted his glasses and asked who fired that shot, then ordered the shooter to join Director Lias' team. Everyone quickly stepped aside, but Mo Ye acted as if she heard nothing. She suddenly took command and ordered everyone to focus fire on the monster's right knee. The team immediately followed her orders and supported her attack. The man angrily shouted that it was an order and demanded she obey. Mo Yi ignored him completely and kept waiting for the perfect chance to land another fatal shot. Just then, someone reached out to stop her, suspecting the rifle was hiding a secret. Before he could finish speaking, he took a crushing punch to the ribs. He staggered back, clutching his chest, and demanded to know why she refused to let him inspect the rifle. Was she hiding something inside? Mo Yi coldly replied that she was saving everyone's lives and told him to stay away from her. He kept arguing, but Mo Yi warned that if he bothered her again, she would kill him. Her words left everyone speechless. Trembling, he pointed at her and threatened that disobeying orders would bring severe punishment. A bullet suddenly grazed past him and buried itself in the wall behind, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Mo Ye simply stared at him with icy eyes. Her teammates froze in shock, while the man screamed that she had just fired at him. Mo Ye calmly answered that if he did not leave now, the next bullet would not miss. Within seconds, he turned around and ran for his life. Her teammates worried that she had gone too far and said she would never be able to stay in the unit after this. Mo Ye calmly replied that apart from her comrades, nothing here was worth staying for anymore. Cheng Zhe sternly scolded her, unable to understand why she would say such things. Mo Yi looked at her teacher and said this place was nothing like he imagined. She asked if he knew what everyone was risking their lives for, and what they would receive in the end. Cheng Zhe asked what exactly she had discussed with the commander after returning yesterday. Mo Yi revealed that she had overheard a call between the commander and Captain Yi. That was when she learned their squad had been used as bait, so Captain Ye's team could seize a treasure worth far more than this rifle and its ammo. In return, her squad faced almost certain death while gaining nothing, while the commander had already prepared evolution serum for himself and his family before moving into the military shelter. Everyone immediately asked if what she said was really true. Mo Yi replied that anyone who survived would see the commander and his family become evolvers with their own eyes. Meanwhile, Zhongming looked at his hand and realized he had gained a second class as a gardener. In his opinion, it was similar to the Glory Archer class because both had multiple class skills. The difference was that Gardener focused on cultivation instead of combat, with only two core abilities, cultivation and activation. The cultivation skill lived up to its name, allowing plants to grow from seeds all the way to full maturity. With the class bonus, plant growth, farming efficiency, and overall development increased dramatically. There was even a chance for special mutations. The activation skill allowed him to control plants in unusual ways, making it the gardener's signature ability. In his previous life, Zhongming had seen a parasol tree evolve into an unimaginable existence. Even 9-star human elites, overlord beasts, and mutant kings never dared enter the territory of that world tree. Thinking about it, he clenched his fists. Even without terrifying mutated plants, simply growing food and vegetables would be priceless, because in the apocalypse they were worth as much as gold. He walked up to the beast and coldly asked if it was hiding anything else. The monster immediately trembled in fear, making Zhongming curl his lips into a faint smile. In the next instant, he gathered all his strength and charged with a powerful strike. Zhongming's eyes turned icy as he prepared to end the battle with this attack. But at that exact moment, his danger sense suddenly flared, and his expression changed. A deadly attack shot in from far away. Luckily, he reacted just in time and dodged aside. The strike shattered the boulder beside him with a deafening explosion. Watching the dust rise, Zhongming instantly realized the enemy had set a trap. The thick cloud of dust slowly faded, revealing the scene ahead. A strange blue-skinned creature slowly emerged from the smoke. Without hesitation, Zhongming drew his blade into a defensive stance, trying to identify what kind of monster it was. To his surprise, the creature had no magic crystal and simply stared at him with an eerie gaze. A moment later, its body dissolved into countless glowing particles that sank into the ground, leaving behind pale blue light filled with powerful corrosive poison. Yet in the blink of an eye, its entire body regenerated as if it had never been destroyed. The monster charged at him. Zhongming quickly judged the situation. If he used Feng Qi Yue and the blade was corroded, the loss would be too great. With no better option, he chose to retreat. As he ran, he remembered the treasure he still carried and immediately took out the scroll. He dipped the scroll into a nearby lake and gambled on his luck. Fortunately, he successfully learned the beginner summoning art. The lake instantly erupted with violent waves, and bubbles continuously formed where the scroll touched the water. A water beast soon burst out of the lake. Seeing this, Zhongming could not hide his excitement because his plan had worked. The water beast immediately opened its mouth and unleashed a massive torrent. The powerful stream slammed straight into the strange creature ahead. Its watery body then stretched out and wrapped around the enemy to hold it in place. Zhongming calculated that he had summoned the maximum water element value of 30-30, but it would only last 1 minute, so he had to finish the battle quickly. Without wasting time, he turned back to search for the one-eyed beast that had escaped earlier. The moment it saw Zhongming, the monster panicked and fled again. But while running for its life, it crashed into a group that had just arrived. The leader laughed proudly and said, what belonged to him would always return sooner or later. The entire group immediately opened fire and bombarded the target. Meanwhile, Zhongming struggled to dodge the relentless hail of bullets. He cursed under his breath. He was only one step too late, and now they had caught up. His rifle was not even reloaded. Was he really going to watch the monster and its treasure bag fall into someone else's hands? Having made up his mind, Zhongming grabbed his pistol and burst out of cover. Shot after shot struck the target, catching the enemy off guard and throwing them off balance. Seizing the chance, he rushed toward the beast that was curled up on the ground, with its head covered. While using his pistol to pin down the enemies ahead, he lifted the beast into the air. Its body was covered in bullet wounds, and every movement produced sickening sounds. The next moment, Zhongming tightened his grip around its neck and held the monster high above the ground. At that moment, he remembered his previous life. Every fight over treasures or monster hunts had turned into a bloody free fall, where more than half the participants died. Staring at the beast in his hand, he wondered if he would be the one left standing this time. Choked by the neck, the monster trembled in absolute terror. Suddenly, Zhang Ming's danger sense warned him again. A devastating attack tore through the air from a great distance. The impact forced both Zhang Ming and the beast apart, who had just interfered. The beast was blasted away and crashed heavily onto the ground, screaming in pain. Zhang Ming looked ahead and realized that if he had reacted even a little slower, his arm would have been severed and he might not have survived. A group slowly approached and coldly warned him to leave now if he wanted to stay alive. Zhang Ming immediately recognized that all three of them were evolvers. From the way they fought, it was obvious they had fully adapted to the apocalypse. His face turned cold as he kept his eyes locked on the three opponents. Just then, another sharp attack came flying toward him. Zhang Ming stayed calm and showed no sign of panic. The enemy gave him no chance to recover, chaining attack after attack while closing the distance. The spear tip came within inches of his eye, but he still dodged it. Zhang Ming knew he was at a huge disadvantage. His right arm had not recovered, his strength was greatly reduced, and he was facing three evolvers at once. Forced to the ground, he suddenly kicked the beast as far away as possible before preparing to retreat. The strange move left all three opponents completely confused, unable to figure out what he was planning. The other group also spotted the beast flying through the air. Wang Jing immediately pointed at it and shouted, "The target is over there. Grab the treasure bag on its back." The beast slammed onto the ground between the two sides, hit a large boulder, and ended up right in the middle of the battlefield. Zhang Ming simply smiled. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned. Seeing the treasure about to fall into someone else's hands, one side immediately yelled for everyone to charge and seize it. They quickly agreed to ignore Zhang Ming for now and secure the treasure bag first. The other side also got ready to fight. One person stayed behind to block the enemy while the others rushed for the target. Without another word, both sides crashed into each other with their fiercest attacks. Watching everything unfold, Zhang Ming smiled. The waters had been thoroughly stirred. Now he only needed to wait for the perfect moment to claim everything. Meanwhile, back in the city, nothing remained except the ruins left by the disaster. Mo Yi still stood on the high ground, carefully watching the monster's every move. Below, the beast had picked up a huge steel plate and used it as a shield against the non-stop gunfire. Mo Ye calmly reloaded while keeping her eyes fixed on the target. It seemed the monster still had more tricks left. There was only one special bullet left that Yi Zhongming had crafted. If she switched targets now, all their previous effort would be wasted. Suddenly, her eyes froze as she spotted a familiar figure. It was Gu Fa, running alone through the ruined streets. Mo Ye immediately remembered that Gu Fa had been with Ye Zhongming before they separated. If she was alone now, Zhongming had to be somewhere nearby. Without the slightest hesitation, Mo Ye jumped straight down from the high platform, leaving everyone around her, stunned by the reckless move. She landed smoothly, barely affected by the massive drop. Without slowing down, she sprinted forward and loudly called out to Gu Fa. Seeing Mo Ye, Gu Fa let out a sigh of relief. She quickly asked why Mo Ye was here and anxiously wanted to know where Yi Zhongming and Liang Chuyin were. At that moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, as though something enormous was approaching. Gu Fa immediately looked into the distance in shock, unable to understand what was happening. On the rooftop of a nearby building, the chain criminal suddenly appeared. From above, Cheng Jie looked down at Mo Ye with both worry and frustration written across his face. Xiao Hu and Cheng Long exchanged a glance. Without saying a word, they both reached the same decision. The two immediately jumped down to look for Mo Ye. Cheng Jie angrily shouted after them, but Xia Lei quickly stopped him and told him to let them go. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from behind the group. A man rushed over furiously, demanding that Mo Ye show herself because she had broken discipline and had to answer for it. Xia Lei could only shake her head, unable to understand why they still cared about that at a time like this. Cheng Jie immediately argued that the most important thing right now was fighting, not assigning blame. After saying that, he jumped over the railing and declared that he would personally bring Mo Ye back. His actions made the other man visibly furious. Xia Lei quietly raised her rifle. She deeply admired those people, but she also understood that they had chosen a different path from hers. On the horizon, the evening light slowly spread across the city. Gu Fa could not hide her concern because the last time she saw Yi Zhongming, he was with that dangerous monster. Zhang Ming had deliberately sought out that creature. But did he truly have the strength to defeat it, or was an unexpected disaster waiting for him? She had seen Liang Chuyin risking her life against the enemy, while Zhang Ming's situation still worried everyone. Gufa shook her head and said, Zhang Ming seemed to have planned everything in advance and was searching for something, so he would never risk his life without a reason against that monster. After a quick discussion, the group decided to rescue Liang Chuyin first, before regrouping with Zhang Ming. They all knew following him would only slow him down, so they asked Gufa to lead the way immediately. But just as they turned to leave, someone shouted from behind, telling Mo Ye to wait for them. Seeing Cheng Long, Xiao Hu, and even Cheng Jie running over, Mo Ye asked in surprise why they were all here. They honestly admitted they had accepted reality. The world had changed, and there was no reason to stay where they were. Cheng Long and Xiao Hu also declared they would follow Mo Ye wherever she went. Cheng Jie lowered his head and quietly said that every era had its own rules for survival, and perhaps this was the right choice in such chaotic times. Hearing those words, Mo Ye smiled with emotion. She believed Zhang Ming would be thrilled to see Cheng Jie, Cheng Long, and Xiao Hu again. Mo Ye gently patted Gufa on the shoulder and told everyone to move out. Saving their endangered teammate came first. Xiao Hu curiously asked who they were going to rescue. Mo Ye smiled and replied that it was his biggest idol. Under the fading sunset, the entire group immediately set off. The moment Liang Chuyin faced the gang blocking the road, she was shocked by how tense the situation had become. Even with blood still flowing from several wounds, she forced herself to stay on her feet and used every bit of strength left to withstand the relentless attacks. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she calmly thought that taking a life was not nearly as terrifying as she had once imagined. The wounded man clutched his mangled arm, his face twisted in pain, and viciously swore that she would die here today. Driven mad with rage, he shouted at his men to keep her alive, even if both her arms and legs had to be crippled. The moment the order was given, everyone opened fire, turning her position into the center of a deadly barrage. Liang Chuyin swiftly swung her soft whip to block part of the gunfire, then instantly wrapped it around one unlucky enemy. She tightened the whip with all her strength, knowing that if the fight dragged on any longer, she would be in grave danger. Just when everything hung by a thread, someone suddenly shouted Liang Chuyin's name, making her freeze for a moment. Hearing the voice, everyone on the enemy side immediately turned toward the sound. It was Mo Ye's group arriving just in time. The moment they appeared, they charged into battle without hesitation. Seeing his men being overwhelmed, the enemy leader could not hide his shock. He angrily demanded to know who these newcomers were. A heavy blow smashed into his face, sending blood and teeth flying. He was stunned, unable to understand why another evolver had appeared. While the two sides fought fiercely, Ye Zhongming quietly hid behind a massive boulder and observed the entire battlefield. After watching carefully, he realized the huge muscular man had definitely obtained a class, most likely a powerhouse type, with incredible physical strength. His gaze then quickly shifted to another person nearby. The man holding the spear had clearly awakened a class as well. Looking at the red-haired woman, Ye Zhongming concluded that all three had not only become one-star evolvers through the Apocalypse Roulette, but had also encountered at least 3 different roulette wheels. Meanwhile, the two men continued their fierce duel without stopping. He thought it was not surprising that people had already evolved and even gained classes. Apocalypse Roulette wheels had appeared everywhere. Anyone lucky enough to find one, figure out how it worked, and take the risk could rapidly grow stronger. At that moment, several people below suddenly lost their balance and fell backward. What surprised him even more was that the soldiers who had just arrived also seemed to have become evolvers. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the treasure bag, thinking that even with the advantage of being reborn, he had only reached 1-star evolution so far. Without a bit of luck, obtaining a class would have been nearly impossible. Judging by his strength and appearance, Zhang Ming began to suspect the man had won a reward from a level 2 roulette wheel, but activating one required enough level 2 mutated life forms. At this stage, where could anyone even find that many, let alone defeat them alone? He immediately grabbed the sharp spear and charged straight at his opponent. Suddenly, a pale hand gently waved through the air, releasing a thin mist filled with strange energy. The moment he saw it, his expression changed. Only one thought remained in his mind. He could not let that strange mist touch him. It was already too late. The mysterious energy struck him head-on with tremendous force and sent him flying backward. Before he realized it, the spear had pierced deep into his chest, and blood poured from the wound. Even with such a grave injury, he kept his eyes locked on the enemy before him. Gathering his last bit of strength, he slammed the opponent to the ground and roared that they would die together. The shocking scene left Dung completely stunned, and he could only gasp in disbelief. The other man laughed like a madman and shouted that if it did not belong to them, no one else would ever take it. After saying that, he immediately changed direction and charged straight toward Xiao Tong. Dung panicked and screamed for Xiao Tong to get out of the way. It was already too late. The spear pierced straight through her chest. Dung rushed over, caught her in his arms, and cried out her name in agony. The man sneered at the helpless group and declared that the treasure bag was now his. But at that moment, a cold voice filled with killing intent echoed from behind him. Ye Zhongming calmly stepped forward with the treasure bag already in his hand. He glanced back at the man and casually thanked him for helping hold everyone else back. Hearing that, the man flew into a rage, immediately giving chase while roaring in fury. The chase quickly turned intense, with neither side willing to give an inch. As he ran, Zhongming calculated how to use the terrain to shake off his pursuer. Before long, he reached the foot of a towering rocky mountain. Looking up, he felt a hint of caution. Right ahead, the chain criminal was still rampaging wildly, smashing everything in sight. Every swing of its arms shattered rocks, filling the entire area with dust. Seeing the scene, Zhongming smiled faintly and calmly walked straight into the thick cloud of dust. His figure quickly disappeared into the haze, and the pursuer rushed in right behind him. The moment he closed the distance, he threw a devastating punch, forcing Zhongming to draw his dagger and block it. The enemy immediately followed with another vicious strike, but Zhongming twisted aside just in time. Seizing the chance, he rushed deeper into the dense dust cloud. However, before he could get far, the man was already waiting in front of him. Zhongming instantly tensed up, his eyes filled with caution. The man was secretly horrified. Even though Zhongming was only a one-star evolver, a slightly slower reaction earlier would have gotten him cut down by that silver blade. He then flexed every muscle and let out a furious roar. His power exploded, tearing apart the clothes on his body. When Zhongming saw the man's bare chest, he noticed a sinister black skull tattoo. Only then did he understand how the man had reached 2-star evolution. It was all thanks to the power of the devouring black soul. Elsewhere, Captain Yi kept pulling the trigger, his face tense with worry. Endless waves of terrifying zombies continued pouring in like a tide. They all charged toward a man in protective gear, but he quickly retreated to avoid being surrounded. Even so, the zombies continued falling one after another. A panicked shout rang across the battlefield. A man wearing a green cap hurriedly reported to Captain Yi that the more they fought, the more zombies arrived, and their men could barely hold on. Right after that, another subordinate reported that their forces had split into 4 groups, but 2 had already lost all contact. Director Liu had also sent word that they could not stop the giant mutated zombie and had been forced to retreat. After hearing every report, Captain Yi immediately issued new orders, and the subordinate beside him acknowledged them at once. He loudly ordered the entire team to break through toward the front left direction. The subordinate tried to warn him that the route was still extremely dangerous, but Captain Yi cut him off, insisting it was their only path to survival. After giving the order, he thought to himself that every sacrifice was worth it. As long as Wang Jing completed the mission, he would find a way to support him, no matter how great the cost. Meanwhile, at another location, 2 young men silently faced each other, and the tense atmosphere signaled that a fierce battle was about to begin. As he studied his opponent, Ye Zhongming recalled a legend from his previous life about a rare black card from the Apocalypse Roulette. Unlike normal cards, it had no description, only a strange skull symbol. The image of that card flashed through his mind. Once activated, it had only one effect. For a limited time, the user could devour a life form with the same evolution level and advance by 1 star. In other words, if a 1-star evolver absorbed a level 1 mutated creature with this card, they would immediately become a 2-star evolver. The same rule applied from 2-star to 3-star. However, the Black Soul ability could only be used within strict limits and was only suitable for evolvers up to 2-star. In return, the price was devastating, reducing the user's lifespan to less than 10 years. Wang Ning pointed directly at Ye Zhongming and coldly ordered him to put down the bag if he wanted to leave alive. Ye Zhongming looked at him calmly and realized this was the reason Wang Ning had reached 2-star evolution so quickly. It had almost made him doubt the advantage of his own rebirth. Pointing his blade at Wang Ning, he calmly said that Wang Ning's appearance had been unexpected and forced him to change his original plan. But that did not mean he would give up so easily. Hearing those words, Wang Ning frowned, wondering what hidden trump card his opponent still had. He clenched his fists, staying alert while convincing himself that no scheme could overcome absolute strength. Still holding the yellow bag, Ye Zhongming suddenly pointed into the distance and loudly told Wang Ning to look over there. The moment Wang Ning turned around, he froze in shock after recognizing the man ahead and instinctively called out, "Director Liu." Ye Zhongming then pointed in another direction and told him to look there as well. Seeing the three of them standing there unharmed, he quickly concluded that the lucky survivors from yesterday had all gathered here. He then turned back to Wang Ning and said he had just heard his men call his name. He admitted that he had once admired Wang Ning, but now he felt nothing except disgust. Those words made Wang Ning uneasy. Ye Zhongming continued, saying that real soldiers always deserved respect because they had protected their honor even after the apocalypse began. But Wang Ning and his captain were nothing like that. He went on to accuse them of changing the moment the world changed, saying everything they did now was only for their own benefit. Unable to endure the accusations, Wang Ning angrily shouted that it was all lies. Ye Zhongming merely smiled and asked whether any of it was actually false. Just then, Captain Yes Group slowly approached from behind Wang Ning. Wang Ning's face grew darker as Ye Zhongming continued questioning him. Since the disaster began, had he ever used his forces to rescue civilians, help survivors, or eliminate zombies for the sake of others? Without waiting for an answer, Ye Zhongming concluded that they had never done anything for anyone else. They hunted zombies only for magic crystals, abandoned ordinary people, exploited evolvers for personal gain, and treated real soldiers as nothing more than shields on the battlefield. His final words left the soldiers behind Wang Ning completely stunned. According to Ye Zhongming, they were the true soldiers, the ones who obeyed every order without hesitation and left their families behind to protect everyone else. After saying that, Ye Zhongming looked up at the ruined skyscraper ahead. In the next instant, he burst forward and leaped onto the top of a towering rock. Standing above everyone, he raised the bag and loudly declared that Wang Ning and the others wearing military ranks had long since lost their honor. If they wanted the treasure, they were welcome to come and take it. The moment he finished speaking, he opened the bag and dumped every item inside onto the ground below, challenging them to fight for it and see how many treasures a 2-star evolver could actually seize. Brilliant streams of light, like countless tiny suns, began falling from the sky. Wang Ning looked up at the sight as cold sweat instantly covered his forehead. The people on the opposite side also stood frozen for several seconds, in complete shock. One of them could not hide his amazement and remarked that the soldier's speed was unbelievably fast. Wang Ning immediately reached out and caught one of the falling treasures. The moment it landed in his hand, he burst into excitement. But at that moment, a streak of blue light flashed past at incredible speed. It snatched the item right in front of Wang Ning before he could react, leaving him staring in shock. When everyone looked again, the golden orb was already in Liang Chu-yin's hands. At the same time, Mo Ye rushed in to help. She pushed off the ground, leaped into the air, and caught the orb with both hands. Holding it tightly, she shouted for everyone to get ready to catch it. Without hesitation, Mo Yi hurled the orb toward Park Su-ah, leaving the young woman too stunned to react at first. After the throw, Mo Ye landed lightly and smiled at Liang Chu-yin. Hidden in a corner, Chung Long stared at another orb, lodged between the rocks, and quietly said there was still one left. Standing nearby, Wang Ning immediately realized Chung Long was aiming for the remaining orb. Refusing to give him the chance, Wang Ning kicked the boulder in front of him with tremendous force and shouted for Chung Long to get lost. The massive rock shot forward like a cannonball, slammed into Chung Long, and sent him flying. The impact was so heavy that Chung Long coughed up blood on the spot, while the teammate behind him froze in shock. Chung Zhe rushed over in panic to support Chung Long. He quickly asked about his condition, while Chung Long clutched his wound and cursed through gritted teeth. Taking advantage of the chaos, Wang Ning rushed to the orb, picked it up, and celebrated finally getting his hands on it. But just then, a sudden sense of danger made him stop and look up. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Wang Ning twisted aside just in time, narrowly avoiding the incoming attack. It turned out Xiao Hu was the one who had fired that object at him. In the distance, both Mo Ye and Captain Yi stared at the orb without blinking. Even while helping Chung Long, Chung Zhe turned and shouted for Mo Ye to be careful, leaving her staring at him in confusion. Just as someone reached out to grab the orb, an unexpected twist unfolded. A masked man suddenly appeared and blocked the way with a sharp spear, startling his opponent. Without giving him a chance to react, he followed up with a powerful kick. The kick knocked the man to the ground, Then the masked man's two companions rushed in to seize the orb, while Dung laughed loudly and declared the spoils now belonged to their side. Not far away, another group remained hidden in ambush, gripping their weapons as they waited for the perfect opportunity. Suddenly, an old man stood up and coldly ordered everyone to open fire. One subordinate asked in confusion who they should shoot, only to be slapped hard as the old man barked that there were no allies over there, so they should fire at everyone. Witnessing everything, a female soldier was horrified, unable to understand why her leader had ordered an attack even on people from their own side. Her face was filled with worry, and her eyes reddened as she thought about Mo Ye and Cheng Jie, still trapped in that area. Suddenly, she stood up, leaving everyone hiding around her completely stunned. The two people who had been talking immediately fell silent and turned to her with puzzled expressions. Even the prisoner, wrapped in heavy chains, shifted its gaze toward their hiding place. At that very moment, Ye Zhongming also arrived in the area. The chained monster kept letting out deep, terrifying growls. Without hesitation, Ye Zhongming raised his gun and fired, sending a bullet straight at one of the chains binding the monster. But the chains were far too strong, and the shot barely made any difference. Watching from behind, Captain Yi was completely baffled, wondering what this kid was trying to do. The old man on the other side also turned pale, fearing that Ye Zhongming was deliberately drawing the giant monster over to drag everyone down with him. Standing face to face with the monster, Ye Zhongming was so tense that sweat covered his forehead. He knew that with his current strength, injuring this level 4 monster disguised as a prisoner was nearly impossible, let alone killing it. Even so, he quickly regained his composure and raised his gun again, because his real target was not the monster itself, but the priceless materials attached to its chains. With that in mind, he fired another shot, this time aiming directly at the ghost metal locks, fastening the chains around the monster. Knowledge of forging immediately surfaced in his mind. In the future, ghost metal would become one of the most expensive materials in existence, with every gram worth a fortune. Adding even a tiny amount of ghost metal, while forging weapons or equipment, could dramatically improve their quality, and might even grant them special abilities. Looking closely at the bullet hit, Ye Zhongming quietly celebrated as the final lock finally showed a crack. Seeing that, the old man shouted for his men to rush in and seize the spoils. Captain Yi stayed frozen on the rock, completely confused by what was happening. Suddenly, he pulled out his gun and shot a soldier below, sending the man crashing down in agony. The old man panicked but still screamed for his men to return fire at once. Elsewhere, Mo Ye and Park Sua stayed hidden. Holding the orb tightly, Sua quietly asked what they should do next. Mo Ye replied that the factions should wear each other down, while they waited for the right moment to steal the two treasures Ye Zhongming had thrown out. Park Sua peeked at the battlefield and nervously asked what Ye Zhongming was planning and whether he would be in danger. Meanwhile, Ye Zhongming kept moving closer to the chained monster. Suddenly, a massive object slammed down where he had been standing. Thanks to his lightning-fast reflexes, he jumped onto it and looked up at his opponent. Seizing the chance, he sprinted along the monster's staff to close the distance. A perfect leap let him grab onto a section of the chain. He cursed under his breath and hoped his body could survive this reckless gamble. Gripping his knife tighter, Ye Zhongming knew only his intact left arm could help him claim the ghost metal. He poured all his strength into a powerful slash that shattered pieces of metal. The crack on the lock widened, and he could barely hide his excitement as his plan started to work. The monster, however, looked both furious and confused by his actions. Without wasting the chance, Ye Zhongming kept striking the cracked spot again and again. But at that moment, the monster's giant staff suddenly swept past him. Clinging to the chain with his right hand, Ye Zhongming grimaced in pain. He knew his fingers would have been crushed without his evolved body. Staring at the tiny crack, he grew impatient. This ghost metal was unbelievably tough, and cutting through it would not be easy. Sweat streamed down his exhausted face, but he refused to give up after coming this far. Just then, he barely avoided another devastating sweep from the chained prisoner. While dodging, his eyes caught a very unusual detail. Something strange seemed to be hidden inside the monster's staff. Keeping one hand on the chain, he swung his knife hard at the staff. The clean strike sliced through the strange branches growing from inside the weapon. He quickly grabbed the black seeds that were exposed and clenched them in his palm. He shoved the seeds into the crack in the chain and activated his gardener class ability. A special energy flowed from his palm straight into the chain. In an instant, the black seeds began to sprout inside the crack. The sprouts grew at an incredible speed and forced the crack in the ghost metal chain even wider. Feeling the chain slowly breaking apart, Ye Zhongming could not hide his joy. Watching the wild growth, he suddenly remembered the famous man-eating flower from his previous life, a terrifying plant that spread across the world from the dead zone with the monsters. Looking closer, he realized the bloodwood was the true ancestor of those man-eating plants. At that moment, he released his grip and let go of the chain. Then he raised his knife high and charged straight at the chain. Using every bit of strength he had left, he struck the crack and split the chain in two. Everyone below looked up in shock, unable to understand what had just happened. They could only stand there as half of the massive chain crashed to the ground before them. Wang Ning rushed over, grabbed the broken chain, and laughed as he thanked Ye Zhongming. He felt thrilled inside. Even without knowing its true value, Ye Zhongming's desperate effort proved it had to be a priceless treasure. From a distance, Liang Chuyin could barely stay calm. Ye Zhongming had risked his life for that treasure, only to have it stolen in the end. Just then, Ye Zhongming suddenly let out a loud shout. The moment he called out Earth Emperor, a four-legged beast shot over Wang Ning's head from behind at incredible speed. Wang Ning watched in shock as the beast snatched the broken chain and vanished in a flash. At the same time, Ye Zhongming crashed to the ground and grabbed his side in pain. Seeing this, the two women rushed over and frantically called his name. The chained prisoner remained motionless like a mountain, staring at them with icy eyes. Suddenly, green beams shot from the horn on its head and rained down on the people below. Liang Chuyin dropped to her knees beside Ye Zhongming and desperately called his name. Even on the verge of collapse, he forced himself to say that if they wanted to live, they had to leave immediately. After saying that, his face turned pale and he fell completely unconscious. Amid the chaos, only desperate cries for Ye Zhongming echoed through the air. In endless darkness, a gentle voice with a hint of complaint reached him. She said he was always cold as ice, with eyes that saw through everyone, and a face that never seemed to care. Ye Zhongming slowly opened his eyes. He could only make out a blurry figure as the voice softly continued, saying he was not invincible, just a little stronger than most. She begged him to wake up, even if it meant arguing with her again, because she had been worried about him every day. When he finally opened his eyes, Ye Zhongming still looked exhausted, with a bandage across his nose. Behind him, Park Su-ah was caring for him with a warm towel, while muttering that she had never had to look after anyone like this. He stayed silent, secretly sighing because he had expected Liang Chuyin or Mo Ye to be by his bedside, not the girl he could never quite figure out. Park Su-ah still had her back turned and had no idea he was awake. She kept complaining that someone so young had no reason to wear such a cold and serious face every day. When she turned around with the warm towel, Ye Zhongming immediately closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Park Su-ah kept talking, saying she had first thought he was the type to save the damsel in distress, but instead he gave her conditions and made her choose. Hearing that, he could only think that he had simply been practical, and in the end he still came back to save her. Even though he stayed silent, the irritation on his face was obvious. Meanwhile, Park Su-ah was convinced he was still unconscious, leaving him unsure whether to open his eyes or keep pretending. Suddenly, she stood up and loudly declared, "Hey, student Ye Zhongming, just because you saved my life does not mean you can do whatever you want. I am still your teacher." Resting her chin on her hand, she smiled gently and said he was younger than her, so he should address her properly. Calling her teacher felt too awkward, so he could just call her big sister. After that, she gently touched his cheek and quietly said that from now on he should call her big sister, little brother Ye Zhongming. But her smile soon faded. Park Su-ah admitted that she wished he would wake up soon because the whole group was in serious danger. Every day they fought over food and water while battling zombies, monsters, and corrupted humans. Even she had used 9 of his knives to kill plenty of enemies. Ye Zhongming kept his eyes closed and listened carefully. Fighting zombies over supplies was nothing unusual, but being hunted by other people was what truly caught his attention. Park Su-ah took the towel to wash it and continued talking. The group was in turmoil because Mo Ye's former co-workers kept demanding a share of the loot, claiming they had helped everyone escape. That constantly put them at odds with Liang Chuyin. Mo Ye tried to keep the peace, but Park Su-ah knew she was under tremendous pressure, especially since the instructor also seemed to have his own secret plans. Park Su-ah stared into the distance and sighed. In her eyes, only Xiaolei treated everyone fairly, but almost no one respected his opinion. Even she felt exhausted, let alone Mo Ye and Liang Chuyin. All she wanted was for Ye Zhongming to wake up soon. After pouring out her thoughts, she picked up the basin and prepared to leave, reminding him to wait while she went to get another bowl of porridge. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind her. "How long have I been unconscious?" The sudden question startled Park Soo-ah so badly that she dropped the basin onto the floor. She hurriedly asked when he had woken up, while Yi Zhongming slowly sat up and looked straight at her. The next morning, the scene shifted to a large apartment complex. Inside the building, many people had gathered, but they were split into separate groups with obvious tension between them. Yi Zhongming observed everyone around him and quietly concluded that Liang Chu-yin's group was probably quite satisfied with the current situation. Shifting his gaze to Mo Ye and the woman beside her, he guessed she was Xiaolei, the one Park Soo-ah had praised for being fair and upright. In sharp contrast to Liang Chu-yin's side, Xiao Hu's group all wore grim and tense expressions. Looking toward another group, Ye Zhongming quickly recognized the man as Yang Zhen. From what Park Soo-ah had said, he had been eyeing their treasures for days. Just then, Earth Emperor suddenly ran over, barking excitedly as it rushed toward him. Hearing the familiar call, Ye Zhongming walked over, knelt on one knee, and gently spoke to it. As soon as he finished, Earth Emperor picked up the item in its mouth and obediently handed it to its master. Yi Zhongming took the item and carefully examined every detail. At that moment, Yang Zhen stepped forward with a smile and said that since Yi Zhongming was awake, it was time to discuss his reward. Yi Zhongming calmly told him to get to the point. Given the chance, Yang Zhen immediately claimed credit, saying that when Wang Ning ambushed the group, he was the one who led the rescue, and no one could deny it. At that moment, Mo Yi quietly walked over to stand beside Yi Zhongming and subtly signaled him to pay attention. She softly confirmed that although Cheng Long had sacrificed himself to save everyone, Yang Zhen's group had also contributed a great deal during that battle. Hearing that, Yang Zhen grew even more smug. He went on and on about searching for food and water, killing zombies, and fighting Wang Ning, insisting he had never backed down once. Liang Chu-yin immediately sneered, saying he never backed down because he preferred dirty tricks and stabbing people in the back. Exposed in front of everyone, Yang Zhen flew into a rage, yelled at Liang Chu-yin, and threatened that if not for Mo Ye, he would have dealt with her long ago. Liang Chu-yin refused to back down and immediately pulled out her leather whip. But before she could make a move, Yi Zhongming stepped in and stopped her. Seeing that, Yang Zhen stressed again that he had saved Yi Zhongming's life more than once, so asking for some payment was only fair. Folding his arms, Yi Zhongming answered with a cold expression. He admitted the request was reasonable. Yang Zhen immediately revealed his true goal and proposed splitting all the treasures from Pearl Lake, equally as repayment for saving their lives. Instead of answering, Ye Zhongming turned to Mo Yi and asked where those items were now. Mo Ye opened her backpack and said they had obtained 3 treasures that day. After examining 2 of them, Ye Zhongming frowned slightly and asked where the third one was. The question made Mo Ye hesitate, and her eyes instinctively shifted toward Cheng Zhe. Seeing that, Cheng Zhe raised the mysterious card he had been holding. Yi Zhongming remained calm and said they should inspect the other 2 items first. Opening the yellow scroll, he discovered it was an alchemist-class recipe. It was not the rarest kind, but it had excellent practical value. Unfortunately, no one in his team had awakened that class yet. The recipe described how to brew a long-distance walking potion that greatly boosted stamina for 2 hours, with its strength depending on the alchemist's level and the quality of the ingredients. Examining the crystal next, he quickly recognized it as a 1 cubic meter spatial crystal. In his opinion, it was incredibly valuable because although it offered no combat power, it provided extremely convenient storage. After thinking it over, Ye Zhongming concluded that the egg-sized spatial crystal was easy to carry. Its 1 cubic meter of space was enough for magic crystals and other daily supplies. With that in mind, he handed both treasures to Park Soo-ah so he would not have to carry the bulky backpack or attract unwanted attention. After settling that, Ye Zhongming asked Cheng Zhe about the mysterious card. Cheng Zhe immediately replied that it was a resurrection card. Standing beside him, Mo Ye lowered her head in guilt. She admitted that the man had once been her instructor, so during the retreat, she had trusted him with the treasure, never expecting things to end like this. Yi Zhongming looked at Cheng Zhe and firmly declared that those items would never be divided. Hearing that answer, Yang Jin immediately signaled his men to aim their guns at Yi Zhongming and accused him of trying to keep all the loot for himself. Despite the threat, Yi Zhongming calmly raised both hands and said he acknowledged that Yang Jin had once saved the group. However, these treasures had been obtained before that, so they had nothing to do with Yang Jin's side. If repayment was needed, he would compensate them with something else. Yang Zhen smirked and told him to show something that was actually worth enough. Yi Zhongming immediately asked Liang Chuyin to bring his backpack. Moments later, he pulled out two unusual items. Holding up the first bottle, he explained that it was an immunity potion that could prevent the user from turning into a zombie. Yang Zhen stared at the bottle with obvious greed, but still shook his head and said it was not enough. Yi Zhongming then took out the second bottle and explained that it was a one-star evolution potion. Anyone who drank it would become a one-star evolver, and everyone already knew how valuable that was. The greed in Yang Zhen's eyes grew even stronger, yet he simply replied that he still was not satisfied. Even Yi Zhongming found it hard to understand and thought the man was unbelievably greedy. Liang Chuyin could not hold back anymore and accused Yang Zhen of being shameless. Everyone knew how valuable an evolution potion was at this stage. She said she had seen two groups slaughter each other over a single bottle just yesterday, leaving dozens dead. Yet Yang Zhen still wanted more. Mo Yi also spoke up in agreement. She believed the potions were more than enough because every one of them had been earned with the group's lives. Yang Zhen only sneered with one hand in his pocket and coldly replied that, in his eyes, their lives were not worth that much. Yi Zhongming stepped forward and offered something else. He said he also had meat from a level 2 mutant alligator. The first time someone ate it, it could improve their physique. While it was not as powerful as an evolution potion, some people could even double their strength. Hearing that, Yang Zhen eagerly asked whether it still worked for evolvers. Yi Zhongming nodded. It was even more effective for one-star evolvers, while its benefits dropped sharply after reaching 2 stars. Yang Zhen laughed excitedly and declared that he wanted that as well, but he still was not finished. As he spoke, he slowly pulled a pistol from his pocket and looked at Yi Zhongming with complete confidence. He praised him for surviving the apocalypse while leading a team made up mostly of women. He also mentioned how Yi Zhongming had driven Wang Ning into a rage and admitted he truly admired his abilities. Then the gun was aimed directly at Yi Zhongming. Yang Zhen smiled and said that once Yi Zhongming recovered, he could easily earn these items back. In his view, giving up a little now to gain much more later was the lesson he had learned after half a lifetime. Faced with the threat, Yi Zhongming remained calm. He pointed at Chengze and said the card could be given to Yang Zhen. He declared that should be enough. His decision left everyone present stunned into silence. The atmosphere instantly became tense as Chengze also drew his gun and aimed it at Yi Zhongming, warning him not to force him to use the card he was holding. Yang Zhen kept his arrogant smile and replied that there was no need to worry because he was not foolish enough to make that choice. He then ordered Yi Zhongming to throw over the backpack and the black metal block immediately, or he would shoot him on the spot. Facing the threat, Yi Zhongming coldly asked if Yang Zhen had finally revealed his true intentions. He calmly explained that from the very beginning, Yang Zhen had wanted all of their belongings. He only held back because he was unsure where Chengze stood, feared Yi Zhongming's strength, and worried Mo Ye would fight to the death. But after seeing Yi Zhongming badly injured and no longer at full strength, Yang Zhen lost all caution. He also realized Chengze had no intention of siding with Yi Zhongming's group, so all his concerns disappeared. As for the other evolvers, they had strength but lacked resolve and ruthlessness, allowing Yang Zhen to seize the upper hand so easily. Even so, Yang Zhen's greatest mistake was his endless greed. He did not want just a share, he wanted everything. Yi Zhongming continued by saying that Yang Zhen was right about this being the apocalypse, but there was another truth he wanted to give him for free. If you want to take everything, you first need the strength to keep it. The mocking words twisted Yang Zhen's face with rage. But before he could react, a bullet suddenly flew in from the distance and pierced straight through his chest. His subordinates immediately cried out in panic. When they turned around, they saw Xiaolei holding a gun behind them. The group immediately aimed their weapons at her and shouted for revenge. Just then, Earth Emperor suddenly burst out from behind Xiaolei. Moving at incredible speed, it leaped onto a bald man and clamped its jaws around his neck, leaving him screaming in agony. Seeing that, the rest of the group panicked and scattered in every direction. Meanwhile, Yi Zhongming looked at the pale-faced Chengze and calmly said he had lost. As long as he handed over the card, he could still leave safely. Yi Zhongming thought to himself that in his previous life, anyone who threatened his interests would have been killed. But now, both his situation and Chengze's were completely different. The morning sunlight slowly spread across the city, shining between the tall buildings. Near the window, Xiao Hu and Mo Ye stood quietly with worried expressions. Yi Zhongming slowly walked over and said Chengze could not have gone far. He told them to bring him the meat and one immunity potion. He quietly calculated that killing Chengze would have been easy, but it would only make Mo Ye wary of him. Taking a step back now would earn her trust more easily. With that in mind, he turned to Mo Ye and gently said that although Cheng Ze had done many wrong things, he had once been her teacher. With the immunity potion improving his condition, his chances of survival would be much higher. Hearing that, Mo Ye was so moved that she sincerely thanked Yi Zhongming again and again. As soon as he finished speaking, she ran off at once and called for Xiao Hu to follow her. Xiao Hu quickly caught up behind her. Xia Lei, who had been silently watching the entire time, finally asked if he was not being a little too hypocritical. Yi Zhongming kept his back to her, casually tossed over a dark blue vial, and calmly replied that if she thought so, she was welcome to try being a hypocrite like him. Xia Lei caught the vial and asked what it was. Half joking, she wondered if it was compensation for making her shoot her former teammate. Yi Zhongming simply replied without turning around that it was not a consolation gift, but an advance payment. He always kept his promises, and once he fully recovered, he would personally help her find her husband. As he left the room, he began reviewing everything he had gained and lost during the Pearl Lake expedition. Back in his room, Ye Zhongming quietly stared at the items spread across the bed and fell into thought. After taking inventory, he realized his biggest loss was his spear. He had also used up several level 2 magic crystals and a few potions during his trades. Next, he picked up the yellow card for a closer look. After examining it carefully, he finally understood why Cheng Ze had desperately tried to keep it. It was a Hellhound summoning card. Without hesitation, Ye Zhongming activated the treasure and stored the card inside the blue spatial crystal. Thinking back on the entire trip, he smiled faintly. Despite the losses, the rewards far outweighed them, especially the precious spatial crystal. The moment he set the spatial crystal down, a faint gray mist drifted out from inside. He was about to slip it into his pocket as usual, but then something strange made him stop. A piece of cloth had appeared inside. Picking up the yellow cloth, Ye Zhongming suddenly realized it was the same golden pouch from before. He immediately recalled the battle over the treasures. To create chaos and draw everyone's attention away, he had deliberately torn the pouch apart so he could destroy the ghost metal. It had clearly been ripped to pieces. Yet when he touched it, the fabric felt unbelievably soft and smooth. It was unlike silk or any material he had ever encountered. To test it, Ye Zhongming immediately drew his knife and slashed at it. The blade swept across, but the cloth remained completely unharmed. He was stunned because even ghost metal had once been damaged by Feng Qi Yue, yet this cloth did not even have a scratch. Refusing to believe it, he slashed at it again, with much greater force. This time, after putting in more strength, a tiny tear finally appeared on the surface. But the tear immediately healed before his eyes, leaving Ye Zhongming even more astonished. Instinctively, he threw the cloth away and exclaimed in disbelief, wondering what kind of bizarre object it really was. The cloth accidentally landed over the nearby egg, and a dazzling light instantly burst out. Yi Zhongming stared in shock as the light grew brighter and brighter. He carefully used the tip of his blade to push the golden cloth aside and inspect the egg. After a quick look, he realized the life force inside the egg was draining at an incredible speed. Only then did Yi Zhongming finally understand. The golden cloth could absorb the life force of other beings to repair itself. It was truly a rare treasure. That also explained why the monster carrying it could recover so quickly. Its amazing regeneration never came from its own body. It relied entirely on the golden cloth stealing life force. Even so, Yi Zhongming still had no idea how to use the strange item on command. After thinking it over, he stored the cloth inside the crystal space. Then he picked up another piece of loot and smiled. This one could directly boost his strength. Without any hesitation, he shoved the young treasure into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, Ye Zhongming swallowed it whole. Almost instantly, an enormous wave of energy exploded inside him. Veins bulged across his face as power surged through every part of his body. The overwhelming energy flooded his body with terrifying pressure, leaving Yi Zhongming gasping in pain. But a split second later, every trace of pain vanished. He was stunned by how quickly it disappeared. Without wasting another second, Ye Zhongming jumped out of bed. After carefully checking himself, he was shocked to find every previous injury completely healed. He quickly measured his current strength and found both his power and stamina had skyrocketed. He estimated he was now 8 or 9 times stronger than an ordinary person. For a 1-star evolver, absorbing a level 2 young treasure was an unbelievable gain. Taking out another item from the crystal space, Yi Zhongming also noticed his mental power had increased dramatically. That meant stronger skills and enough mental energy to use his craftsman profession on the ghost metal he had collected. With that thought, he gently tossed the item into the air. The refined collection technique activated at once. Under the skills effect, the solid item quickly broke apart into countless tiny pieces. Every fragment was immediately pulled into the crystal space. Yi Zhongming prepared the materials while calculating each step. He divided the ghost metal into 100 portions of about 10 grams each and decided to use only one portion for his first forging test. After everything was ready, he gripped his saber tightly and stood firm. Next, Ye Zhongming activated the forging technique. With the skill's help, the saber immediately entered the refining and upgrading process. He watched the floating mass of molten metal with complete focus. While calculating the perfect material ratio, he fused the ghost metal with a level 2 magic crystal and the sharp claws of the prosperous turtle crocodile. Right then, a brilliant flash engulfed the entire area. When the light faded, the saber was noticeably longer than before. Yi Zhongming could not hide his excitement, because his first forging attempt had exceeded every expectation. Not only were its attributes greatly improved, but Feng Qi Yue also awakened a new skill after absorbing the ghost metal. It was called Full Power Blade Aura. Whenever the user unleashed full strength, the blade fired a saber aura as long as the weapon itself. Yi Zhongming judged that even before the upgrade, Feng Qi Ye was already capable of fighting level 2 and even level 3 evolved creatures. Now, after merging with the ghost metal, it had become even stronger and gained blade aura as well. The reward was far beyond what he had hoped for. He immediately tested it with a slash. A sharp blade aura shot forward and tore through the air. Seeing it reminded him that blade aura was the signature ability of a master swordsman, earned only after advancing through apprentice, beginner, intermediate, and advanced ranks. Thinking about it, Yi Zhongming sighed. In the apocalypse, most survivors never advanced beyond the basic ranks. True masters, grandmasters, and transcendents were incredibly rare. Anyone who reached the transcendent rank earned the title of god, such as blade god or smith god. He also recalled that before reaching transcendent, the master and grandmaster ranks were commonly known together as the demigod ranks. Gently running his hand across the newly forged blade, Yi Zhongming smiled with satisfaction. He never expected the ghost metal to grant blade aura, the most symbolic ability for a swordsman. With this divine weapon in hand, he was confident that even a level 4 Lai's iron might not survive a single slash. Even so, Ye Zhongming quickly calmed himself. He knew he was still only an apprentice craftsman. Without rare materials and proper blueprints, the ghost metal could not reach its full potential. Forging more now would only waste resources. His top priority was growing stronger while collecting better materials and designs. After weighing everything carefully, Ye Zhongming stood quietly and planned his next move. Meanwhile, the others gathered on the other side of the room to discuss their plans. As Xiao Hu turned around, he immediately spotted Yi Zhongming walking in. He burst into laughter and shouted, "Got yourself a new weapon again? Let me see that saber." Yi Zhongming smirked. "Sure, if you can take it from me first." That only excited Xiao Hu even more. He rushed forward with a grin. "Your words, don't blame me if I don't hold back." Xiao Hu lowered his stance and planted one foot firmly as he prepared to attack. He drove all his strength into his elbow and struck straight toward Yi Zhongming's face. But before the attack could land, Ye Zhongming effortlessly stepped aside with speed that left Xiao Hu stunned. In the next instant, Ye Zhongming appeared beside him and lightly rested the saber on Xiao Hu's shoulder, leaving him no choice but to admit defeat. Xiao Hu sighed helplessly. "I'm outmatched in both speed and strength. I never had a chance." Yi Zhongming lightly tapped his head and smiled. "The world has never been fair. The stronger one makes the rules. Even as an evolver, you're still not strong enough to face me." Xiao Hu folded his arms stubbornly, still unwilling to accept it. Yi Zhongming calmly explained that only when every strike aimed to kill instead of suppressing an enemy would Xiao Hu be ready for real combat beside him. After saying that, Ye Zhongming changed the subject and asked if anyone had a map. Brother Wang pointed to a spot on the map and said that was their current location. Then Ye Zhongming moved his finger to another area and declared it would be their next destination. Xiaolei was slightly surprised, because it was the place where her husband worked. It seemed Yi Zhongming planned to keep his promise sooner than she expected. Liang Chuyin worried the journey was far too long. Even the shortest route was no small distance. Yi Zhongming explained that vehicles were no longer practical because zombies and mutated creatures had taken over the world. Even a little noise could attract nearby monsters, so traveling on foot was the safest option. He pointed at the map again and explained that this was the city center, while the other side was the old district. No matter which path they chose, the road ahead would be extremely dangerous. Mo Yi suddenly asked that while she understood the other locations, wasn't the final stop just a hospital for treatment and rehabilitation? Yi Zhongming nodded. He said hospitals during the apocalypse were filled with strange dangers and required extreme caution. Deep down, he knew far more than anyone else, but even he could not yet confirm his suspicions. Liang Chuyin immediately expressed her trust. Yi Zhongming had proven himself many times, so following his plan was the right choice. Yi Zhongming marked the route on the map and firmly announced that the team would travel along this path. Xiaolei frowned. She understood avoiding the crowded old district, but why take such a long detour? Even if everything went smoothly, it would take over 15 hours, nearly twice as long as usual. Yi Zhongming calmly replied that he had promised to reunite Xiaolei with her husband, but that did not mean risking his own life and the lives of his teammates. He could not guarantee everything would go perfectly, but he would do everything possible to keep everyone safe. After thinking for a moment, Xiaolei asked if the detour served another purpose. Yi Zhongming immediately confirmed that it was the best way to strengthen the team and improve their chances of escorting her safely. Mo Yi then asked if they would leave immediately. Yi Zhongming shook his head. There was no need to rush. Everyone had endured too much over the past few days, and they still had an old score from the previous battle to settle. Before long, a new morning arrived. As the first rays of sunlight spread across the streets, a man carrying a long spear rushed over and pounded on an apartment door, shouting for Brother Deng. Inside the old room, Brother Deng was carefully wrapping Xiao Dong's wounds. One of his men excitedly reported that they had collected another 35 magic crystals. Altogether, they should finally have enough for their plan. Brother Deng looked up and immediately asked how many magic crystals they had in total. The subordinate quickly answered that they had accumulated over 300. Hearing that, Brother Deng lost his temper. He reminded everyone how they had traded a silver-grade pair of boots for 260 magic crystals, only to waste every last one without getting any results. The man scratched his head and muttered that no one expected each use of the roulette wheel to cost more magic crystals than the last. Xiao Dong slowly got out of bed and told everyone to stop blaming each other. Finding the mysterious roulette wheel had already been incredible luck. Otherwise, the three of them would have died long ago. The subordinate sighed in amazement at Xiao Dong's luck. In just 5 spins, she had won 3 evolution serums and 1 skill scroll, with only a single bad result. Then, from the multicolored roulette wheel, she got a profession scroll in only 2 spins. Her luck was unbelievable. Brother Deng looked at Xiao Dong with hesitation, as if he wanted to say something. But at that exact moment, a loud crash echoed through the room, as a saber burst through the window and shattered the silence. In the next instant, Yi Zhongming appeared before them and closed the distance in a flash, placing his blade against Xiao Dong's neck. Brother Deng's face turned pale as he recognized the newcomer, Ye Zhongming. Yi Zhongming gave a cold smile. That's right, I'm the one who came. At the same time, Xiao Hu and Mo Ye charged into the room with their weapons raised, shouting for everyone to put their hands on their heads and stay still. Xiao Hu laughed loudly. You chased me so confidently the other day. Let's see you act tough now. Yi Zhongming quietly noted that a simple surprise attack had subdued 2 people with professions and 1 evolver. Mistakes like this only happened in the early days of the apocalypse. Later on, every survivor would learn through bloodshed and surround their shelters with traps and warning systems. Xiao Dong clenched her teeth and glared at him with fury. If you want to kill us, then do it, but don't expect us to surrender. Yi Zhongming replied calmly. If I wanted you dead, I wouldn't need hostages. With how careless you were, I could have killed all of you in a dozen different ways without anyone noticing. Then Ye Zhongming turned to Brother Deng. Answer 1 question correctly, and you live. Stay silent, and you die. Under the pressure, Brother Deng gritted his teeth and agreed to answer. Yi Zhongming got straight to the point and demanded the location of the multicolored roulette wheel. The question left Brother Deng completely frozen. Seeing him hesitate, Yi Zhongming calmly pressed the blade even closer against Xiao Dong's neck. The icy edge lightly cut Xiao Dong's skin, and a thin line of blood slowly trickled down. Brother Deng panicked and shouted for him to stop. He immediately revealed the roulette wheel's location at Long Run Jiayuan, Building 83, Block 1000, Room 107. He even offered to guide them there himself. Brother Deng shivered inside. He knew that, if he had hesitated for even a moment longer, Ye Zhongming would have killed without hesitation. The scene soon shifted to another apartment complex. Brother Deng's group was now leading Yi Zhongming and the others toward their destination. Along the way, Ye Zhongming told Xiao Hu to stop talking so much. It was just a damaged saber and not worth praising over and over. Xiao Hu immediately disagreed. It may look battered, but its power is incredible. Just watching it slice through zombies like vegetables says it all. Yi Zhongming raised a hand, signaling everyone to stay quiet, and reminded Xiao Hu to lower his voice. Xiao Hu stayed close and curiously asked why Yi Zhongming had two identical sabers. Yi Zhongming explained that both were made through his craftsman profession. That only made Xiao Hu even more curious. He immediately asked when he would get the chance to obtain a profession of his own. Yi Zhongming smiled. No need to beat around the bush. Profession assignments depend on what suits each person best, and the most important requirement is, he continued, saying only those willing to live and die alongside him would be considered. Hearing that, Xiao Hu fell silent in thought. After a moment, he firmly replied that he only took orders from Captain Mo Ye. Yi Zhongming silently nodded. This was the normal reaction. If Xiao Hu had switched loyalty just for a profession, he would never keep someone like that around. Soon after, the group stopped in front of apartment 1170. Brother Deng confirmed they had arrived. Without hesitation, Xiao Hu kicked the door hard, blowing it open. Mo Ye and Xiao Hu raised their guns and took combat stance at the entrance. In the center of the room was a huge multicolored roulette wheel, and Xiao Hu stared at it in shock. Yi Zhongming slowly walked toward the wheel. He placed his hand on its surface and sighed softly, saying they would likely have to stay here for a while. Meanwhile, outside on the streets, zombie hordes continued wandering everywhere. At that moment, a strange box was suddenly thrown into the middle of the road. The sound immediately attracted all nearby zombies as they swarmed toward it. A few seconds later, the box exploded violently, and a massive shockwave blew the zombies apart in all directions. Yi Zhongming looked at the horde and signaled Xiao Hu, "Your turn to clean them up." Xiao Hu widened his eyes, then asked where Yi Zhongming learned to make such bombs. They're powerful and can be triggered remotely. In peacetime, the police would definitely get involved. Yi Zhongming frowned. "Stop talking and fight." Xiao Hu laughed awkwardly and charged into the zombie group with his blade. While Xiao Hu fought his way through the horde, Ye Zhongming quietly observed from a distance. Seeing the rising smoke, he guessed Liang Shuyan's side was also progressing smoothly. If things continued like this, they could gather over 200 magic crystals before dawn. He told Xiao Hu that after clearing this area, he should immediately head to the market to assist Liang Shuyan, while he would check another zone. Xiao Hu loudly acknowledged. As he ran, Ye Zhongming calculated again. Each activation of the multicolored roulette required more magic crystals than before. According to Brother Deng's group, their last attempt had burned over 200 crystals and still failed. This time, they would need at least 350, and possibly even 500 for the final spin. Arriving in front of a large supermarket, Yi Zhongming changed his plan. He no longer had time to farm loadier crystals, and needed to find level 2 magic crystals as soon as possible. He judged that supermarkets once held large crowds, meaning far more zombies were concentrated here. That also meant higher chances of natural evolution among them. Stepping into the dark interior, Ye Zhongming believed encountering a level 2 mutated zombie here was very likely. Suddenly, a zombie burst out from the shadows, roaring as it charged straight at him. Yi Zhongming tilted his body slightly to dodge, then drove his blade straight through its head. He continued sweeping through nearby zombies. After they fell, he realized they were all ordinary ones. This floor clearly did not contain his target. Suddenly, a drop of green slime landed on his shoulder, instantly alerting him. Looking up at the ceiling, he spotted a massive shadow clinging above. It was a mutated long-legged spider, extremely dangerous. The creature immediately spat out a huge web, sealing off the entire space in front of him. Yi Zhongming quickly assessed the situation. The web's range was too large to dodge, but it was the perfect chance to test the power of Feng Qi Yue. He poured all his strength into the blade and unleashed a full-power slash, erupting in a brilliant blade light. Even the mutated spider froze for a moment, shocked by the force of the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Zhongming leapt forward and swung another strike that tore through the air. The blade aura shot out instantly, slicing cleanly through the monster's body. The spider's massive body split into two and crashed onto the floor. Yi Zhongming collected the magic crystal from the corpse, then carefully harvested its legs as materials. Looking at the result, he was quite satisfied. This trip had finally paid off. But at that moment, a strange object suddenly tore through the air at extreme speed, aiming straight for Yi Zhongming's back. Thanks to his lightning-fast reflexes, Yi Zhongming managed to block the ambush with his saber. He immediately went on full alert, wondering what had attacked him from the shadows. After only a brief glance, his expression changed completely. A strong sense of unease rose in his heart. Once he saw his opponent clearly, Ye Zhongming was shocked. It was a whisper woman along with its pet. The sight brought back memories from the early days of his previous life in the apocalypse, when a strange and bloody legend spread everywhere. He recalled a veiled woman, standing among the mutilated corpses of men. She would seduce her targets, spend a passionate night with them, and once it ended, she would dismember them, rip out their organs, and drain their blood while they were still conscious, dying in unbearable agony. Seeing the Whisper Woman flick its tongue in provocation, Ye Zhongming remembered that the legend was later proven to be real. Young women who became zombies and completed their evolution would transform into a special type known as Whisper Women. In his memory, Whisper Women were not the strongest type of zombie, but their innate ability, Seed of Mind, was terrifying. It allowed them to fully control mutated beings or beasts, turning them into loyal subordinates while preserving their intelligence. Their pets could also evolve alongside them, growing stronger over time. Yi Zhongming raised his blade defensively, realizing there was not only a mutated spider here but also a Whisper Woman. Even worse, her pet was a fast-moving mutated cat, forming a deadly level 2 pair. The Whisper Woman and the black cat stood facing him, their cold eyes locked onto every one of his movements. He suddenly recalled rumors from his past life in the East at Sea region about a level 9 Whisper Woman. Some even claimed it rode a giant white serpent. At that time, it looked and acted no different from a real human. Yi Zhongming continued to reflect. Although many level 9 stories were exaggerated, Whisper Women were indeed capable of speaking in regional dialects. High-level individuals were even less bloodthirsty and sometimes traded with humans. The more he thought about it, the more dangerous it seemed. There were even theories that some level 9 Whisper Women could recover all their human memories and secretly blend into human society unnoticed. Looking at the Whisper Woman in front of him, Ye Zhongming did not dare to lower his guard. Before reaching level 9, this species was infamous for its cruelty and bloodlust, far beyond most others. At that moment, the black cat suddenly shot forward at extreme speed. But its target was not Yi Zhongming. It rushed straight to the spider corpse and began tearing into the remaining flesh. Seeing this, Ye Zhongming immediately understood they did not see him as a threat. They believed they could deal with him any time, so they were focusing on absorbing energy from the spider before its life force completely dissipated. The sense of being underestimated ignited Yi Zhongming's fighting intent. Coldly, he thought this era was no longer the same as in his previous life. Without hesitation, he swung his blade and charged at the black cat, determined to prove he was no longer the weak man he once was. A sharp blade aura tore through the air, aimed directly at the cat, devouring the spider corpse. Seeing its pet in danger, the Whisper Woman let out a panicked scream. The black cat also jolted and looked up at the incoming blade aura with fierce momentum. In that split second, it barely managed to dodge, narrowly escaping a fatal strike. Immediately after, the Whisper Woman activated her ability and quickly healed the mutated cat's injuries. Seeing this, Yi Zhongming was slightly shocked as he recognized the ability, Energy Exchange. He focused fully on the Whisper Woman, carefully assessing her power. This was an extremely troublesome innate ability. Any injury could be converted into energy and instantly healed. Even worse, they could share energy during evolution, and at higher levels, their very lives could become linked. Watching the Whisper Woman gently stroke the mutated cat, Yi Zhongming grew even more cautious. Normally, a spirit-type creature would need to reach level 9 to awaken such an ability. Yet this level 2 monster had already manifested it. He knew he absolutely could not allow her to heal the black cat, or he would have to face 2 dangerous enemies at once. Yi Zhongming stops hesitating and takes the initiative, roaring as he charges straight at the enemy. Yu Po dodges at extreme speed, completely evading his closer-range strike, which surprises him. After a brief observation, he realizes her speed is far beyond expectations. He immediately changes direction, retreats out of the supermarket, ignoring the low-level zombies while planning his next move. The urgent priority is treating his wounds, since blood scent will attract zombies, so he cuts a path and heads for the exit. In an instant, Ye Zhongming breaks through the shattered glass door and rushes outside. Without hesitation, he leaps down from the upper floor. He lands safely, but a strong sense of unease rises in his mind. He turns back and sees a swarm of mutated birds rushing out from the broken entrance. He unleashes blade energy and slashes through the incoming flock. Every strike is precise, leaving none of the mutated birds alive. At that moment, strange sounds come from the sewer as something crawls upward, forcing him to stay alert. A group of mutated rats appears, and he immediately engages and kills them. Looking up, he sees Yu Po hovering above the supermarket roof, realizing she is controlling everything behind the scenes. He looks at her and smirks in provocation, showing no fear of her summoned beasts. blade energy erupts again, sweeping through the rat horde. However, two blue mutant rats manage to break through and bite onto his arm. Yi Zhongming reacts instantly, shaking them off and decapitating both in one motion. When the blade light fades, only piles of rat corpses remain at his feet. The surviving rats scatter in panic and flee in all directions. Yi Zhongming raises his blade coldly, pointing directly at Yu Po above. Seeing her nearly wiped out beast army, Yu Po finally feels fear. Realizing she cannot defeat Ye Zhongming, she chooses to retreat immediately. Before disappearing, she looks back with a vicious glare, clearly plotting something else. Yi Zhongming coldly says that next time they meet, she will die. At that moment, a loud explosion echoes outside, making Suo Yin and Xiaolei turn toward the sound. Yi Zhongming leans against the door, breathing heavily, his body covered in bleeding wounds and exhaustion. Tu An quickly locks the door and nervously checks his injuries. Yi Zhongming tells her in a hoarse voice to take wine and bandages from his bag. While carefully treating his wounds, Suo Yin asks where Mo Ye and Xiao Hu are. She replies that they went out to gather supplies, while Xiaolei steps in to help with the bandaging. Xiaolei works skillfully, wrapping the bandages tightly while noticing his injuries include both sharp blade wounds and deep beast bites, wondering what kind of enemy he faced. Sensing her thoughts, Yi Zhongming coldly urges her to hurry, warning that blood scent will attract zombies, making her speed up in embarrassment. The scarfist man mocks him, asking if he just got beaten badly, but still managed to survive. At that moment, Xiao Hu and Mo Ye return with bags full of supplies, happily reporting they found plenty of food. Yi Zhongming glances at the mysterious wheel and tells everyone to eat first. He then takes out a large number of magic crystals and throws them into the wheel. After absorbing the crystals, the wheel begins spinning rapidly. Yi Zhongming calculates that this single spin consumes 360 level-own magic crystals. Everyone in the room stares at the wheel, waiting anxiously for the reward to appear. After slowing down, the pointer finally lands on a slot containing a job scroll. No doubt about it, this is an extremely rare job scroll. Yi Zhongming picks it up and is slightly surprised by the name Light Apostle. Even with his experience, this profession is completely unfamiliar. After reading the details, his expression turns excited. It is a formal class combining healing abilities with light energy, specializing in defense, protection, and team support. He shows the scroll to everyone. In his judgment, this is a highly versatile class with healing, shielding, and combat support, all in one, something almost anyone would want. Xiao Hu immediately grabs the scroll and, together with Mo Ye and Suo Yin, reads it carefully and becomes excited. Yi Zhongming notes that only those without a class can inherit it, and once chosen, it cannot be changed or combined with others. Smiling faintly, he raises the scroll and asks who wants it. Xiao Hu reacts first and raises his hand eagerly to volunteer. Mo Ye and Suo Yin both look at him with teasing expressions, making Xiao Hu quickly pull his hand back in embarrassment. Xiao Hu realizes he reacted on impulse. He has only followed Yi Zhongming for a short time and is not yet an awakened evolver, so taking such a valuable class would be a waste. Yi Zhongming then turns to Mo Yi and asks if she already has multiple classes. Mo Yi immediately refuses. She does not want to be locked into a single path. In her mind, she aims for strength like Yi Zhongming, building power through multiple systems working together. After refusing, Mo Ye looks toward Suo Yin, who also notices her gaze. Suo Yin smiles helplessly and shakes her head. A healing-focused class does not match her direct and combat-oriented personality. Everyone then turns to Tu An. She panics slightly under all the attention and asks why they are looking at her. Suo Yin laughs and taps her forehead, saying that while she avoids fighting, this support-oriented class suits her perfectly, especially with her clean and gentle nature. Tu An lowers her head and thinks for a long moment before deciding. In the end, she quietly says she will accept the class. Yi Zhongming looks at her seriously and reminds her that accepting this scroll comes with responsibility toward both herself and the team. He then hands the scroll to her. Suo Yin smiles teasingly and says that the girl who once acted so fierce now seems surprisingly trustworthy, at least enough for everyone to rely on Yi Zhongming's judgment. The moment Tu An touches the scroll, it dissolves into light and floods into her body as a red energy stream. A blue glow spreads across her body as she closes her eyes and absorbs the inheritance. Soon after, she opens her eyes, and her entire aura feels completely different. She raises her hand toward Yi Zhongming and softly activates her skill, Sweet Dew Technique. A gentle energy envelops Yi Zhongming. His wounds close rapidly, and even the bandages fall away as his body fully recovers. Yi Zhongming immediately asks how many times she can use it. Tu-Ang confidently answers that she can cast it 89 times right now. That number shocks him. Either her mental energy is extremely high, or the skill cost is incredibly low. This class is truly unusual. Tu-An then excitedly says she has received another skill as well, surprising everyone since she just completed her class change. She explains that her current rank is Light Apostle. Later evolutions include Light Envoy, Light Saint Envoy, Light Holy Maiden, Light Divine Envoy, and finally Light Goddess. Hearing the full progression system, Ye Zhongming frowns in shock. This class is far stronger than he expected. Tu-An smiles and activates her new skill. A blue light shield appears as she chants, Light Wolf Shield. While putting on his clothes, Ye Zhongming carefully studies it and asks whether the shield can only protect the user. Tu-An explains that Light Wolf Shield can automatically detect the direction of incoming attacks and move to block them. She can also deploy it on any teammate she chooses. Mo Ye is shocked by this ability. Suo Yin smiles in excitement and tries to touch the shield to feel it. Ye Zhongming turns his attention back to the magic wheel, full of anticipation since 2 mystery rewards, black and gold, are still unopened. He believes that as the light class continues to evolve, Tu-An's defensive power will only grow stronger, even imagining her reaching light goddess level in the future. The 3 captives are tightly restrained, forced to watch everything helplessly. The Scarfist man grits his teeth in bitterness, realizing they failed to kill even a level 2 mutant zombie together, while Ye Zhongming alone killed 4. The wheel in front of Ye Zhongming begins spinning rapidly once again. A few seconds later, the pointer slowly stops on a reward slot. Ye Zhongming picks up the newly appeared scroll and reads its name. It is the Wind Dancer class. He glances at it briefly and hands it to Suo Yin to open. Suo Yin is instantly shocked after seeing the contents, realizing it is the Wind Dancer inheritance. According to the description, this is a combat class that uses ribbons, scarves, ropes, and similar tools as weapons. Only females can inherit it, and a strong dance foundation is required to fully unleash its power. After the class change, the first skill called Shadow 4 Direction Dance Spin allows the user to leap into the air and unleash continuous rapid attacks. Seeing Suo Yin still frozen, Mo Ye smiles and jokes that she cannot dance at all, so this class is not for her. Tu-An also laughs and says Suo Yin already uses ribbon weapons, so this class feels like it was made for her. After hearing everyone's encouragement, Suo Yin tightly grips the scroll and accepts the inheritance. Xiao Hu excitedly urges Ye Zhongming to spin the wheel again, but he remains silent in thought. After a moment, Ye Zhongming says all magic crystals have been used up, and they would need at least a day or more to gather enough again. Hearing this decision, Xiao Hu asks in confusion if they are really giving up this opportunity. Mo Yi immediately taps him on the head, telling him to stop making noise. Xiao Hu rubs his head in frustration, while Xia Lei shrugs helplessly beside him. Ye Zhongming orders everyone to quickly pack up and prepare to move out, and Tu-An responds immediately. As Ye Zhongming approaches, the captive panics and begs for mercy, saying he has a secret to trade. Ye Zhongming stops and looks at him coldly. The Scarfist man quickly assures him that what he is about to say is true, revealing that someone nearby holds a job certificate suitable for a blade user like Ye Zhongming. Ye Zhongming looks down at him, signaling him to continue. The Scarfist man explains that 2 blocks away there is a small supermarket called Ying Ying Supermarket. Inside, 6 or 7 people are holding a job certificate, but have not decided who should use it, planning instead to trade it for evolution medicine or valuable supplies. Soon after, the sky begins to brighten as the first rays of dawn appear. At the base of the building, the group gathers together. Suo Yin smiles and greets Ye Zhongming before setting off. Ye Zhongming takes the bag from her and tells everyone they must both hunt magic crystals and train to adapt to their new classes. Xiao Hu laughs and praises Ye Zhongming for being generous, since he did not even take the magic crystals from the 3 captives. Ye Zhongming calmly explains that it was only a warning. The black slot on the multicolor wheel represents the death slot. He adds that if the pointer lands there, everything ends instantly, even for a level 9 star evolver. The atmosphere in the group immediately turns heavy. Moya hesitantly asks what he plans to do with the 3 captives. At that moment, a violent explosion suddenly erupts behind them, with flames lighting up the area. Ye Zhongming calmly looks at their reactions and says this is the last time he will consider their feelings. From now on, he will no longer waste hundreds of magic crystals on such matters, and will handle things directly. Xia Lei hesitates and raises her gun, trying to speak, but Ye Zhongming cuts her off, already knowing she wants to mention the promise of sparing the 3 captives. He calmly asks back, "They surrendered only because we are stronger. If the situation was reversed, would she really believe they would show us mercy?" With both hands in his pockets, Yi Jongming walks slowly, while bringing up the Lakeside Square incident. When he was unconscious, that group had no hesitation in hunting them down. In his view, Xiaolei only sees their actions as cruel, because she has never paid the price of being soft. Hearing this, Xiaolei's expression becomes increasingly tense. Yi Zhongming pulls up his collar to cover his nose, and stands beside the corpse already turning purple. He says, "Only when mercy pushes her into the abyss will she understand the cost of compassion. By then, her ending will be no different from the dead girl in front of her." Looking at the motionless corpse on the ground, the entire group falls into a heavy silence. Everyone stays quiet with dark expressions, while Tuan covers her mouth in shock. Yi Zhongming calmly adds that this is the law of the current world. Only the dead are allowed to grieve. Survival requires abandoning useless sympathy. His cold voice continues through the silence. He believes those 3 survivors will hold a grudge, so he will never allow anyone with lingering hatred to stay alive. The scene shifts to an apartment in a residential complex. A fat man sits on the edge of the bed, gripping a bottle of water tightly. Behind him, a woman stands silently watching as he drinks it all in large gulps. Only after finishing does the man notice she is still there. He tosses her the remaining bottle with a mocking smile, saying the rest is hers. The woman quickly grabs it and drinks every last drop while the man casually puts on his jacket. Suddenly, urgent knocking comes from outside. Someone reports a new group has appeared, and they seem difficult to deal with, also aiming for the wheel. The man opens the door slightly and asks how many people there are. A bespectacled man immediately answers, 6 in total, 4 women and 2 men, all armed with guns. After hearing this, the man lowers his head in thought and concludes they are a strong team. He immediately orders all his people to gather on the other side. The bespectacled man nods and calls everyone to assemble, while the leader urges them to move quickly. As he opens the next room's door, the bespectacled man says he will go immediately. Seeing the woman curled up under a blanket, he cannot hide a sinister smile. He raises the water bottle in front of her and tells her to take it. He then forces her to obey. The woman closes her eyes, forces a submissive smile, and slowly lets go of the blanket covering her body. At the same time, downstairs in front of the building, 2 groups stand face to face in a tense standoff. Xiao Hu whispers to Ye Zhongming that the captives were not lying, since there really is a wheel here. A man in white raises his gun and asks if Ye Zhongming intends to spin the wheel, also questioning whether he understands the rules. Yi Zhongming calmly confirms that each spin costs 1 magic crystal. He then throws a bag of golden crystals in front of the man and demands 10 consecutive spins. The man catches the bag quickly and signals his subordinates to operate the wheel. Yi Zhongming smiles at Xiao Hu and tells him he always boasts about his luck, so this time he should test it himself. Xiao Hu eagerly agrees, full of confidence. The man turns to the bespectacled subordinate and orders him to carefully watch every development. He immediately nods in obedience. Standing in front of the wheel, Xiao Hu cannot hide his excitement, a grin spreading across his face. He boasts to Ye Zhongming that his luck is extremely strong, having already drawn 4 evolution potions, so he deserves a share no matter what. At that moment, the man suddenly rushes forward, pointing his gun at the group. His men also raise their weapons, shocking Xiao Hu. He loudly threatens them to hand over all evolution potions, or they will all die here. Contrary to their aggression, Yi Zhongming remains calm. He closes his eyes and says everything is already within his expectations, treating them as training targets for the group. As soon as he finishes speaking, he orders the attack. Suo Yin, Mo Ye, and Xia Lei all charge forward simultaneously. Seeing their overwhelming momentum, the enemy group immediately turns pale in fear. In an instant, the quiet atmosphere is shattered by continuous screams of pain. Before long, all enemies are lying scattered on the ground, at the group's feet. Yi Zhongming does not linger, and immediately urges everyone to move. Their next target is the supermarket to trade evolution potions for job certificates. Xia Lei worries and asks what they should do if the other side tries to force unfair terms. Yi Zhongming simply smiles and replies that if they refuse to cooperate, then they will just use strength to force the deal through. The scene quickly shifts inside the supermarket. Xiao Hu looks at Yi Zhongming and asks what the next step is. Yi Zhongming calmly assigns tasks. Since Xiao Hu has just taken an evolution potion, he should go with Mo Yi to clear nearby zombies and adapt to his new power. As for himself, he will scout the entire street alone to gather intelligence. Everyone immediately objects, saying going alone is too dangerous. Yi Zhongming explains that since the other group needs evolution potions, most of them are not evolvers yet, so they pose little threat. Besides, moving alone gives him more flexibility and a better chance to retreat if needed. Suo Yin gently strokes Di Huanghuang's head and suggests letting it accompany him for support. After thinking for a moment, Yi Zhongming agrees. Soon after, the scene shifts to another deserted street corner. Yi Zhongming and Di Huanghuang quickly cross a fence and enter the area ahead. Above them, a black cat has already spotted their movements and immediately runs into a building. Yi Zhongming presses his ear against the wall, listening carefully and realizing there are faint voices inside the supermarket. Suddenly, a sense of danger makes him turn back instantly. He retreats quickly, letting Di Huanghuang take the lead. The mutated dog bursts forward like lightning, lunging at the black cat. However, the cat is extremely agile and easily dodges the attack. Yi Zhongming grits his teeth. This cat is just as troublesome as before. Two familiar figures then appear, making him pause. Seeing Yu Po again, he feels annoyed, realizing she is still relentlessly following him. He confirms that the figure in front is Yu Po, accompanied by a twisted bone demon as support. He coldly remarks that she even brought reinforcements this time. Clenching his arm, Ye Zhongming locks eyes with her and releases killing intent, stating that as a spirit-type mutated zombie, she is already dangerous enough. If she understands the consequences of opposing him, then death is the only outcome. As soon as he finishes speaking, both sides explode into motion and charge into battle. Yu Po clenches her fist, her expression cold and completely unmoved. On the other side, Ye Zhongming unleashes full power, charging forward without hesitation. At that moment, the bone demon behind Yu Po also accelerates, coordinating its attack. Its eyes flash with laser-like light, and its sharp teeth make it even more terrifying. Seeing the dangerous beam suddenly fire toward him, Ye Zhongming slightly changes expression. Without hesitation, he prepares to counterattack mid-motion. Leaping into the air, he analyzes the situation. Although called a bone demon, it is still just an evolved mutant zombie, likely only using a bone-eye beam ability. In an instant, Yi Zhongming swings his sword down toward its head, aiming to split it in half. The creature raises its arms to block on instinct. It even tries to grab the blade, but it is too slow. Yi Zhongming presses down on its head and roars, "Finish it." Even while suppressing it, he remains alert to Yu Po behind him. He immediately changes the direction of his blade, aiming at her. Yu Po opens her mouth and unleashes multiple purple light rings. Yi Zhongming recognizes it as the spirit-piercing thorn's ability and feels a rare sense of shock at its abnormality. Without letting the attack land, he kicks fiercely, sending both Yu Po and the bone demon flying apart. With small cuts on his face, he wipes his cheek and analyzes the attack. The spirit-based strike is extremely dangerous, capable of directly damaging a target's consciousness. What confuses him is that Yu Po was only level 2, yet already possessed 2 abilities, Spiritual Seed and Energy Exchange, and now even a third. Seeing Yu Po retreat while holding the black cat, Ye Zhongming immediately realizes her intention to escape and becomes anxious. Yi Zhongming jumps up and shouts for pursuit, but the bone demon keeps rushing in to block his path. Without hesitation, he swings his sword and cuts the bone demon in half, annoyed that the obstacle is finally gone. Now he has only one thought: chase Yu Po to the end. If she is not eliminated completely, she will become a future threat. While rushing forward, he suddenly stops. He decides to collect the spoils first, then quickly assess the situation before leaving. Suddenly, a hoarse voice comes from a nearby apartment, asking if they really have to abandon this place. Yi Zhongming forces himself to stay calm. His goal is still the trade for the job certificate, since increasing strength is the priority. He presses himself against the door gap and quietly observes inside the apartment. Then he taps the window lightly and calls out to the people inside. He calmly explains he is here for a trade and carries evolution potions. He bends down and gently pats Di Huanghuang on the head. He tells it to return and regroup with the others first while he finishes the deal. As he watches Di Huanghuang leave, a cautious voice suddenly asks where he got this information. Yi Zhongming calmly replies that he was guided by Brother Dang. The man keeps questioning him about whether he is alone and if there are zombies outside. Yi Zhongming confirms he is alone and that the area has already been cleared. After hearing this, the man slowly opens the iron door and tells him to enter slowly with his hands raised. Yi Zhongming calmly steps inside the apartment, facing a man holding a bow in a highly alert stance. He quickly assesses the man's appearance and behavior. Besides the bow user, 2 other people are hiding in the corners of the room, silently observing. The man directly asks about the evolution potion Ye Zhongming mentioned. Yi Zhongming takes out a small vial and says he has more. However, he first wants to inspect their item. The three exchange looks and agree. The long-haired man then takes out a job certificate and shows it to Ye Zhongming. With just a glance, Yi Zhongming confirms it is exactly what he needs. Carrying his bag forward, he asks how they want to trade, but as he steps closer, he is immediately ordered to stop. The man demands 6 evolution potions in exchange for the certificate. Yi Zhongming refuses. After repeated bargaining, the price drops from 6 to 5, then 3, while the other side insists on at least 4 or the deal is off. Yi Zhongming thinks carefully. In the early apocalypse, every evolution potion is extremely valuable, requiring massive effort and risk to obtain. He notices the man's slightly trembling hand and realizes they are also extremely nervous. Evolution potions are the key to becoming an evolver, while the certificate is useless without strength. Adjusting his bag, Ye Zhongming calmly analyzes that 3 bottles is already a very fair price given the current situation. The man remains firm, gripping his bow and saying, the deal will be cancelled if he refuses to raise the price. The person beside him whispers that 3 bottles is already the best offer they've had in days. The man sighs, showing he understands that too. Yi Zhongming then interrupts and directly asks why they insist on 4 evolution potions. The man slowly lowers his bow, his voice heavy, explaining that 2 people in their group are seriously ill and may not survive without becoming evolvers. Hearing this, Yi Zhongming immediately understands. Evolution potions not only enhance the body, but can also treat diseases and offer hope for terminal conditions. Thinking this, he reaches into his bag and says he has something else for them to see. If the reason is truly medical treatment, the deal can still benefit both sides. He takes out a strange egg and explains it is a loot item from a level 2 mutated creature. He had 2, used one for testing. It cannot awaken ordinary people like evolution potions, but it can nourish and heal the body repeatedly with decent effects. Upon hearing Yi Zhongming explain the item's effect, all 3 of them freeze in shock, unable to hide their disbelief. The man immediately asks whether the egg works on everyone, including evolvers. Yi Zhongming calmly confirms it does, since he tested it himself. Yi Zhongming then declares this is the final offer. If they refuse, the deal ends here. After thinking for a while, the man finally gives in and agrees to complete the trade. By the time everything is settled, night has already fallen, and the sky is filled with stars. Before leaving, Yi Zhongming warns them that this area will soon become unsafe and advises them to relocate quickly. The man nods in response. After thanking them, Yi Zhongming asks about the origin of the job certificate. In his judgment, they should not have been able to obtain such a valuable item on their own. The man recalls that they once accidentally encountered 2 terrifying monsters, locked in a life-and-death battle. They picked up the certificate inside the lair of one of those monsters. Having obtained the information, Yi Zhongming immediately leaves at high speed, not forgetting to thank them before disappearing. On the way, he examines the certificate and feels satisfied. It is the rare class Radiant Seal Blade Master. He grips the certificate tightly as light merges into his palm, thinking that even his Crafting Glory subclass is already powerful, so this main class must be even stronger. A blinding light soon appears before him. Holding his sword firmly, Ye Zhongming decides to test the strength of this new class himself. He channels energy, igniting flames at his fingertips. Strange runes appear above the flames, revealing the method to activate the new power. He draws his longsword, and the flames intensify instantly. A multicolored glow quickly envelops the entire blade. Without hesitation, he unleashes a technique called Seal Wind Flame Blade. The result is overwhelming power, producing a deafening explosion. Flames surge violently, spreading intense heat across the area. Witnessing this, Ye Zhongming is shocked. A single strike is already nearly half the power of his full-force attack from his previous life. He silently studies the result. In his past life, he reached 6-star level as a blade user, yet now at only on-star evolution, he already has such power. In his analysis, Radiant Seal Blade Master is a complete fusion of 2 professions, Seal Mage and Blade Master. Seal Mages use spiritual power to create seals that trigger various abilities, while Blade Masters focus entirely on sword combat. After inheriting the class, Ye Zhongming quickly understands its system. The first branch is Seal Art, with his current skill called Infusion, allowing his blade to carry fire attributes. The second branch is Blade Art. He currently has only one skill, called Ravaging Sea Break, which consumes too much energy for him to use earlier. Sheathing his sword, Ye Zhongming calculates that with his current energy, he can only perform about 2 strikes if he activates both Seal Art and Ravaging Sea Break. Moreover, higher quality weapons greatly enhance seal power. With his crafting profession supporting him, his potential is enormous. However, the priority is still to regroup with Suo Yin's team before developing Feng Qiyu's strength. Ahead lies only rows of silent buildings, the dark night making everything feel even more oppressive. Suddenly, furious barking echoes through the mist. Yi Zhongming immediately thinks of Di Huang and worries his teammates may be in danger. Elsewhere, Mo Ye is caught in a brutal fight, constantly dodging deadly attacks from her opponent. Mo Ye, Pu Yingtu, and Xia Lei fight together, yet they are still overwhelmed by Wang Jing alone. Holding his sword, Wang Jing laughs in contempt, mocking Pu Yingtu for constantly healing and shielding Mo Ye, and claiming her blade is a treasure that will eventually belong to him, because she is too weak to wield it properly. Mo Ye stood in front, shielding Xiao Hu even in a losing situation while he was heavily injured. Seeing his teammate risk everything to protect him, Xiao Hu could only clench his teeth in rage, unable to stand and fight. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Ye Tuanzhang and Liang Chuyin were locked in a fierce battle with their opponent, neither giving ground. Di Huang blocked in front of Wang Jing's subordinates, growling non-stop to keep them from approaching Xiao Hu. The entire group was now completely surrounded by Wang Jing's forces, and the situation turned extremely dangerous. With a furious roar, Wang Jing charged in like a storm, focusing all his attacks on Mo Ye. He closed in and unleashed a series of lethal sword strikes, not giving her any chance to counterattack. In an instant, Wang Jing's blade was already right in front of Mo Ye, as if the fight was about to end. At the critical moment, Pu Yingtu managed to raise a protective barrier, blocking the fatal strike. Wang Jing roared in anger. Unwilling to stop, he continued his relentless assault, while Pu Yingtu desperately maintained the Konglang shield behind Mo Ye. Gritting his teeth, Pu Yingtu calculated everything in his mind. He had used Ganlu technique to heal Mo Ye and Di Huang, and also formed multiple layers of shields for Mo Ye, Liang Chuyin, and Di Huang. His spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, and he could only hope Ye Zhongming would arrive soon. Seizing the moment of weakness, Wang Jing slashed Mo Ye's wrist before she could react. He laughed victoriously, rushing forward, convinced the treasured blade was already his. At that instant, a cold voice sounded behind him. "You are too early." Hearing it, Wang Jing quickly turned around. What he saw was a burning sea of fire filling the entire space. Yi Zhongming arrived engulfed in raging flames, overwhelming everything in his path. Wang Jing froze in shock as he unleashed the Yin Feng Yan Dao. Mo Yi was stunned by the sudden appearance. Even Ye Tuanzhang could not maintain his usual calm. Without another word, Ye Zhongming swung his blade straight at Wang Jing. With a single strike, Wang Jing's arm was severed. He fell to the ground, clutching his wound and screaming in agony. Yi Zhongming looked down calmly at the defeated enemy, while behind him everyone cheered and called his name. Wang Jing forced himself back up. Enduring intense pain, he turned and fled without daring to look back. On the other side, Ye Tuanzhang also immediately retreated, leaving his opponent behind and quickly issuing orders to his men. Seeing the enemies flee, Liang Chuyin looked on in frustration and shouted that they had escaped. But at that moment, Ye Zhongming clutched his head and staggered, urgently telling everyone to leave immediately. Liang Chuyin could only grit her teeth in anger, unable to pursue. Noticing Yi Zhongming's poor condition, Liang Chuyin rushed to support him and asked anxiously. Leaning on her, he explained that his technique had drained too much stamina. Mo Ye helped Xiao Hu up while quickly organizing everything. She told Gu Bei to take care of Di Huang, Xia Lei to assist Liang Chuyin, and ordered the group to retreat immediately under Ye Zhongming's instruction. The next morning, on the streets, waves of zombies continued wandering as usual. On the rooftop of a building, Ye Zhongming was still in his sleeping bag. Xia Lei was packing up, while Liang Chuyin and Pu Yingtu were preparing breakfast nearby. Not far away, Xiao Hu was sparring with Mo Ye. He excitedly showed off his moves, but Mo Ye just smiled and said she was not even using her full strength. At that moment, Ye Zhongming slowly woke up. He sat up and rubbed his head as a dull pain remained. Xiao Hu immediately called out happily upon seeing him wake up. Mo Ye also stopped training and looked over. Ye Zhongming smiled to reassure everyone, saying he was much better after a night's rest. However, he still felt regret. Using the flame blade twice in a row last night had drained too much energy, making it impossible to stop Wang Jing. Bringing over a bowl of hot food, Liang Chuyin smiled and called everyone to eat breakfast. The group quickly gathered to eat. Xiao Hu excitedly asked Yi Zhongming to let him use Feng Qiyue, claiming he was now strong enough to stand beside Mo Ye. Hearing this, Mo Yi immediately rejected him and told him to stop dreaming. Yi Zhongming looked slightly confused and asked if it was just an ordinary blade. Xiao Hu immediately explained seriously. In his view, even Wang Jing, with overwhelming strength, had avoided Feng Qiyu's blade and never dared to face it directly. That alone proved it was no ordinary weapon. Hearing this, Yi Zhongming calmly finished his meal, put down the bowl, and said that if that was the reason, he could just forge another one for Xiao Hu. After speaking, he immediately stood up under the shocked gazes of everyone. Yi Zhongming placed his hand on a piece of metal and secretly activated the crafting technique. In an instant, the energy inside the metal began to transform. Under his precise control, the iron rapidly reshaped itself according to his will. A brilliant green light suddenly burst out. Moments later, a sharp sword was completed. Ye Zhongming handed it to Xiao Hu and smiled, saying it was a personal gift for him. Holding the sword, Xiao Hu was so excited that he kept exclaiming in disbelief. Liang Chuyin looked at Ye Zhongming with admiration, while Pu Yingtu could not hide his curiosity and asked what kind of ability this was. Yi Zhongming crossed his arms confidently and introduced it as his secondary profession, a true artisan. He then scolded Xiao Hu for not valuing it, saying the forging cost alone was a level 2 mana crystal, not counting other materials. If he had not killed a level 2 zombie last night, there would be no such weapon today. Hearing this, the whole group immediately forced all dirty dishes into Xiao Hu's hands, and Liang Chuyin playfully told him to go wash them. While Ye Zhongming stood on the rooftop observing below, Mo Yi walked up behind him and asked what their next move would be, since they were still following the original route. Hearing Mo Yi's question, Ye Zhongming pointed in one direction and firmly said their next target was to find a specific person. Mo Ye quietly looked at him, suddenly recalling that in the future, this person would be revered by the world as Master Ya. Meanwhile, in another large building, only a few survivors remained inside, all trembling in fear, some even lying on the ground in despair. At that moment, a group of ruthless men stormed in and headed straight for the hiding survivors. The leader casually walked while eating a chicken leg, greeting them arrogantly and calling them elite technicians. The burly man was named Zhang Chun. Beside him were a woman and a thug holding a club. Seeing the silent room, he loudly questioned why no one was speaking. Sitting on the floor, Yue Gong glanced at Zhang Chun with contempt and disgust. Hugging the woman beside him, Zhang Chun laughed and announced a so-called good news. Food was running low, so some people would be chosen to go out and gather supplies. He tempted them by promising food and water, even if they found nothing, and extra rations for 3 days if they succeeded. Hearing this, 2 people beside Yue Gong immediately volunteered. Zhang Chun nodded and chose them both. At that moment, the thug leaned close and whispered something into Zhang Chun's ear. After hearing it, Zhang Chun smirked and pointed directly at Yue Gong, saying they were still short one person and he had to go as well. Behind him, the thug revealed a sinister smile. Meanwhile, Ye Zhongming stood inside a heavily ruined room, filled with debris everywhere. Xiao Hu used his sword to poke at the zombie corpses on the ground and asked Ye Zhongming if he was sure the person they were looking for had ever been here, since there were only dead zombies and no survivors. Yi Zhongming fell into deep thought, remembering clearly that in his previous life, there were rumors Master Yu had escaped from this place, so maybe he had chosen the wrong location this time. Suddenly, Liang Chuyin called everyone to the window in panic, pointing out that someone across the street was using living people as bait to attract zombies. Looking outside, the group witnessed a horrifying scene of a living person being torn apart by a swarm of zombies. Inside the opposite building, Zhang Chun's men were using clubs to force survivors out as bait while the remaining people begged and cried, mentioning that Lao Li had just been killed by zombies. Zhang Chun angrily struck the speaker with his club and shouted for him to shut up. He then ordered his men to drag another person out and force them to run as far as possible to lure the zombies, while a thug immediately drew his knife in response. Holding the knife, the thug violently drove the victim out, yelling at them to get lost and run faster. After finishing, Zhang Chun walked over to the people looting supplies in the supermarket and loudly demanded how much they had collected. A trembling man reported that the supermarket had been almost completely stripped, with barely any food left. Hearing this, Zhang Chun immediately slapped him hard and cursed him out. He was furious that after sacrificing 2 bait victims, they only got this much, calling them all useless. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in from outside and reported that most of the zombies had been lured away, with only about 5 to 6 still wandering nearby. Zhang Chun gritted his teeth in frustration. He originally planned to use this chance to hunt a few zombies for mana crystals, but the remaining number was still higher than expected. A sly subordinate pulled Yue Gong over and smirked, reminding him that they still had one bait left unused. Zhang Chun looked at Yue Gong and coldly said they would only cut him to draw blood, not damage his legs. All he had to do was run for his life. If he survived, he would get food. If he died, it was just bad luck. Hearing this, Yue Gong's face instantly turned pale, completely desperate. Before he could react, the thug slashed deep into his arm, making him scream in pain. Zhang Chun then roughly shoved him out the door, yelling at him to run as fast as he could. Holding his bleeding arm, Yue Gong ran desperately. Only pain and despair remained in his heart, unable to understand how his life had fallen into such misery. As death approached, old memories surfaced. He had once been a senior engineer with a high income, leading a research team, and living a happy family life with his young wife. But ever since the apocalypse began, zombies and countless mutated creatures appeared, and that peaceful life completely collapsed. From that day on, he was forced to kill his own kind to survive. From that moment, his heart seemed to die as well. Running in despair, Yue Gong realized that before death, humans truly see their entire life flash before their eyes. Just as he reached his limit and was about to collapse, he suddenly heard a shout activating the Gan Lu technique. As Yue Gong fell from exhaustion, Ye Zhongming appeared and caught him in time. He handed the man to his teammates and told Xiao Hu and Liang Chuyin to stay and handle the situation, while he took Ye Gong away from danger first. Barely saved, Yue Gong looked at the young man in shock and cautiously asked who he really was. Ye Zhongming smiled and called him Master Yue, saying there was no time to explain. He only needed to follow them, and everything would be explained once they were safe. Looking at the man in his arms, Ye Zhongming felt satisfied. He had finally found the person who would become the father of mana crystal weapon technology in the future. Memories from his previous life surfaced in Ye Zhongming's mind. He understood why humanity could still survive in an era filled with zombies, monsters, and countless mutated creatures. Powerful individuals existed through special occupations and skills, but they made up only a tiny fraction of humanity. In terms of equipment, things were no better. Rune-board weapons were extremely rare, artisan-made gear was limited, and treasures from dangerous zones were even scarcer. What truly allowed most humans to survive was the emergence of mana crystal weapons. Ye Zhongming looked at Yue Dawei. This man had created mana crystal weapons by using science and technology to extract energy from mana crystals, then channeling and releasing it through a transmission system to create massive destructive power. This achievement later became one of the key foundations for humanity's survival in the apocalypse. While Pu Yingtu carefully treated Yue Dawei's injuries, Mo Ye could not help but ask Ye Zhongming who this man really was. Not only Mo Ye, even Yue Dawei was confused. He looked at Ye Zhongming and asked why they would risk their lives to save someone useless like him. He lowered his head in shame, believing he could do nothing but drag others down, unable to kill zombies or even secure food. Ye Zhongming said nothing out loud, but inwardly he smiled. Yue Dawei might not kill many zombies now, but in the future, the monsters indirectly killed by his weapons would be countless. Calling him the Slaughter Demon King would not be an exaggeration. Ye Zhongming simply smiled and said he understood Yue Dawei very well. Those words made him freeze in shock. Adjusting his glasses, Yue Dawei apologetically said they had never met before. Ye Zhongming calmly explained that he had read reports from the factory, which mentioned Yue Dawei many times. Respecting researchers, he could not ignore him when he was in danger. After hearing this, Ye Dawei sighed, saying all his past glory belonged to the past, and now he was nothing more than a dying lamp. Ye Zhongming asked Mo Yi and the others to step outside, because he wanted a private conversation with Yue Dawei. Mo Yi, though confused, still nodded. The door closed with a heavy sound, leaving only the two of them inside the room. Ye Zhongming took out a small pastry and handed it to Yue Dawei, telling him to eat something first. He then brought out a bottle of red wine, saying he had heard technicians liked this kind of drink. He had picked it up by chance and hoped it would help him warm up. Whether from long hunger or from emotion, after a sip of wine, Yue Dawei's eyes turned red. Seeing the moment was right, Ye Zhongming took out a mana crystal and asked if he knew its true nature. Yue Dawei nodded slightly. Ye Zhongming continued his thoughts. He believed mana crystals contained massive energy, and if they could be extracted and converted into usable human power, the value would be enormous. He asked what Ye Dawei thought of this idea. Hearing this, Yue Dawei immediately reached out, asking to study the mana crystal himself. After carefully examining it, his eyes lit up more and more as he kept praising how fascinating the idea was. Ye Zhongming seized the opportunity and invited Yue Dawei to join his team. He promised to secure his living conditions and provide full support for his research on mana crystals. Holding the mana crystal tightly, Yue Dawei fell into thought. Doubt still remained, but his interest in the proposal kept growing. In the end, he said that if Ye Zhongming helped him complete one task, he would fully dedicate himself to following him from then on. At the same time, in another building nearby, Jiang Chun and his subordinates were gathered inside a room resting. Thinking back to the earlier encounter, Jiang Chun still could not understand why a strong group like Ye Zhongming would risk their lives to save someone he considered useless. At that moment, a subordinate brought a box of preserved fruit and tried to flatter Jiang Chun, offering it to replenish his strength. Taking the food, Jiang Chun glanced at the subordinate and suddenly remembered that this man had once stolen Yue Dawei's wife. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a violent strike. The group panicked and jumped up, thinking zombies had broken in and shouting in chaos. Jiang Chun immediately went on alert and demanded to know who had just entered. The ones who walked in were none other than Ye Zhongming's group. Ye Zhongming turned and asked Yue Dawei if these were the people. With his hands still in his pockets, Ye Zhongming walked forward calmly, while Jiang Chun's group nervously asked what he intended to do. Without a word, Ye Zhongming rushed forward and grabbed the bald man by the collar. The man struggled in panic, screaming for him to let go. Despite his resistance, Ye Zhongming dragged him forward with brute force. He then casually threw him into the air like a discarded object. The body crashed heavily to the ground, right in front of Yue Dawei. Ye Zhongming coldly looked at Yue Dawei and said this man was now his to deal with, as he wished. Yue Dawei's eyes turned bloodshot with rage, all his suppressed resentment finally targeting the man at his feet. He bent down, picked up a large stone, and smashed it repeatedly onto the bald man's head, unleashing all his hatred. He struck without mercy until the man's head was covered in blood, with blood leaking from ears, eyes, and nose, leaving him barely alive. Witnessing this scene, Mo Ye's group fell silent, unsure how to react. Mo Ye quietly observed Ye Zhongming and concluded that he was not a conventional good person, but as long as no one touched his interests, he would not kill without reason. She then looked at Yue Gong, who was nearly out of control, wondering why Ye Zhongming treated this man so specially. Xia Lei could no longer stand by and quickly grabbed Yue Gong's arm to stop him, saying that going too far would turn into a habit. Yue Gong's eyes burned with ferocity as he roared at her to let go. Ye Zhongming also spoke up, telling Xia Lei not to interfere in unrelated matters, just as she was about to object, saying that if this continued, Xiao Hu suddenly ran in from outside and reported that they had found the target, and she was in the next room. Ye Zhongming stepped forward, gently placing a hand on Wei Gong's shoulder, and calmly said they should go over together. Liang Chuyin pointed toward a closed door, confirming that the person was inside that room. With an ice-cold expression, Ye Zhongming told Yue Gong that some things could only be decided by himself, and urged him to go inside. Everyone stayed outside in silence, letting Yue Gong enter the room alone. Unable to hide his curiosity, Xiao Hu asked who that man was, and why he harbored such deep hatred. Ye Zhongming sighed and said that in chaotic times, the hatred of killing one's parents and the humiliation of having loved ones taken away was something no one with a conscience could ever forgive. Suddenly, a sharp scream came from inside the room, making Mo Ye's group flinch. After a while, the door slowly opened and Yue Gong walked out unsteadily. The dagger in his hand was still clean, not a trace of blood. He bitterly admitted that he could not bring himself to kill her. Tears kept falling as Yue Gong choked out that she should be left to live or die by fate. Ye Zhongming immediately told Liang Chuyin to bring some food to the woman inside, and she quickly agreed and went in. He then gently patted Yue Gong's shoulder and told everyone it was time to leave. With heavy emotions, Yue Gong only quietly thanked him. Just as they were about to leave, a panicked voice suddenly called out from behind, begging Yue Gong to wait and take them along. It turned out to be the people who had been imprisoned with Yue Gong. They rushed over and desperately asked to follow him. Yue Gong asked Ye Zhongming for his opinion, saying the future research work would need assistance. Ye Zhongming agreed, but stated they could only take a maximum of 5 more people. He told Wei Gong to choose carefully, explaining that many important tasks still lay ahead, and 5 was already the absolute limit. Soon, night fell and covered the ruined city in darkness. Everyone returned to their rooftop shelter. Ye Gong's group sat around one table, while Ye Zhongming and his team gathered at another. Ye Zhongming pointed at the map, laid out in front of them, and spoke with Xia Lei. He said they were close to the final target of this trip, and once this area was cleared, they would set off to find her husband's whereabouts. Mo Ye curiously asked if it was a farm. Ye Zhongming confirmed it was a wild boar breeding eco-farm. Xiao Hu immediately swallowed his saliva, thinking their leader was craving pork after eating packaged biscuits every day. Hearing this, Ye Zhongming gave him a helpless glance, as he always only thought about food. He explained that the real goal of this mission was to collect level 2 mana crystals, not meat. Pu Tu excitedly said that Ye Zhongming had already defeated multiple level 2 evolved beings, and with their current strength, a coordinated attack could easily take down a mid-level, level 2 mutated creature. Ye Zhongming smiled lightly, but what he said made everyone feel a chill. The target was not a single level 2 mutated creature, but an entire herd of at least 50. Hearing this, the group felt as if they had been doused with ice water, their faces turning pale as they exclaimed in shock, "What?" In another place, a man dragged a lifeless corpse forward in silence. That man was Gu Fan. He cursed non-stop while drinking, his expression filled with irritation as if venting all his frustration into the air. Without stopping, he grabbed a body and threw it over the nearby fence. He continued throwing more down below, ordering the wild pigs rushing in to devour everything. The herd of pigs immediately surged forward, sniffing the thick smell of blood spreading through the area. They quickly tore into the prey in a frenzy, while Gufan watched coldly and urged them to eat more so they could evolve faster. In his eyes was a cruel calculation. Once the herd reached level 2, he would use them to hunt level 2 rune boards and officially step into the rank of a 2-star evolver. Dim light seeped through the old walls, making the scene even colder and more desolate. In that space, a disheveled bearded man sat alone, quietly drinking beer and lost in chaotic thoughts. That lonely figure was Gu Fan, a 1-star evolver. In the past, he had been an outstanding university student with a bright future, a promising career, and a happy family life. Everything collapsed when he was framed by colleagues and superiors, drowning him in debt, while his 6 parents eventually died in agony. At his lowest point, an old friend helped him open a wild boar farm as a way out. Unexpectedly, during that process, he revealed a rare talent for animal raising that far surpassed ordinary people. However, disaster struck again when his business partner suddenly broke the agreement, cutting off funding, causing the farm to fall into crisis and pushing him deeper into despair. At the moment he thought he had reached his absolute limit, a massive change occurred. All the wild boars in the farm mutated, becoming ferocious and bloodthirsty, yet strangely still obeying his commands without question. Back in reality, Gufan kept drinking beer as if trying to drown out the exhaustion and emptiness in his mind. Suddenly, he froze. A strong, abnormal feeling surged up, as if something in his connection with the boar herd was fading away. He immediately looked out the window, just in time to see another boar die. The continuous loss made him suspicious, wondering if he was mistaken, but the constant mental pain confirmed it was not an illusion. The death signals kept flooding in, making his mind feel like it was about to explode. He began to suspect the herd had encountered some high-level mutated force outside. Thinking of this, Gufan could no longer sit still and rushed outside to check the situation. He quickly blew a long whistle to summon all his forces. Instantly, the entire wild boar herd rushed in from all directions, kicking up clouds of dust. Gufan leapt onto the back of the leading boar, his eyes cold as he ordered the advance. The lead boar roared, and the entire herd immediately moved in formation, charging forward. The wild boar swarm surged like a tidal wave, rushing toward their target at extreme speed. In the nearby bushes, Xiao Hu reported through the communicator. Gufan had left, and only 7 boars remained in the farm, including 3 level 2 and 4 level 1. From a nearby abandoned building, Ye Zhongming's team occupied high ground and silently observed the entire farm below. Through a tactical scope, Mo Ye quickly summarized the situation. The enemy had left with the herd, and including scattered ones, plus the 7 remaining, there were a total of 74 boars. After double-checking, she reported again. 46 of them were level 2 mutated beasts, and 28 were level 1. Hearing this, Su Ying could not hide her tension and suggested retreating to rethink the plan. But Ye Zhongming only frowned briefly before maintaining his stance. He believed the greater the danger, the greater the reward, and there was no reason to back down. After speaking, he threw the communicator to Yue Gong and ordered him to hold this high position as the communication center due to its excellent visibility. At the same time, Xia Lei was assigned to protect Yue Gong, and she immediately accepted the task. Next, Yi Zhongming assigned Su Ying to coordinate with Liang Chuyin and Di Huang for combat support, and she accepted without hesitation. For Mo Yi, he ordered her to prioritize killing any level 1 mutated boars she encountered, while Xiao Hu prepared motorcycles for the second phase. Mo Yi immediately understood and moved out. Finally, he declared he would handle the remaining 7 boars in the farm himself, ordering everyone to prepare for battle. Before splitting up, Ye Zhongming reminded them once again that this was a life and death battle, and even a single mistake could cost them their lives. After speaking, he pulled his sword from the ground, his gaze turning ice cold. Looking toward Gu Fan's farm, images of a boar king at the peak of 9-star evolution flashed in his mind, once commanding a terrifying mutated herd, with several beasts reaching level 8. He tightened his grip on the sword, remembering its fate. Despite its former dominance, it was ultimately killed by 2 9-star powerhouses joining forces. At that moment, a wild boar suddenly charged at him, but Yi Zhongming did not lose focus, still analyzing Gu Fan and the farm in his mind. As the beast closed in, he only took a half step back to adjust his stance. Immediately after, a decisive sword strike fell, killing the target in an instant. Retrieving the shining core from the corpse, he told himself he needed more resources to continue evolving, and this place was the perfect level 2 mana crystal farm. His expression grew heavier, because to achieve his goal, he might one day have to face and kill a 9-star powerhouse. He looked toward the approaching herd, fully aware that the upcoming battle would be extremely bloody, with unavoidable casualties. Among them, one boar was still biting off a human arm, creating a horrifying scene. Even so, Ye Zhongming did not retreat. He smirked coldly, raised his sword, and prepared to wipe out the entire herd, treating them as monsters stained with innocent blood. In another direction, Mo Ye was already rushing deep into the forest, beginning her assigned mission. Behind her, the wild boar herd kept chasing relentlessly, kicking up thick clouds of dust. Mo Ye suddenly stopped without panic, turned around, and prepared to counterattack. Every shot she fired was perfectly accurate, taking down targets instantly. With each exchange, the boars behind her fell one after another, without any chance to fight back. In the end, only one boar remained, still charging forward in a crazed state. Mo Ye drew a sharp blade and cleanly finished it with a single strike. Looking at the fallen body, she quickly recalculated and confirmed the mission was complete with a total of 10 kills. Mo Ye sat down briefly to catch her breath, then immediately reported via communicator that the mission was complete and she would move to the next target soon. In another part of the battlefield, 2 wild boars were brutally tearing apart an unlucky victim on the ground. Their ferocious appearance alone was enough to make anyone feel disgusted and uneasy. Liang Chuyin remained calm and steadily walked forward without hesitation. Sensing someone approaching, one boar instantly went berserk and charged straight at her. Chuyin did not panic and immediately swung her weapon to counter. The strike hit its target, shaking the boar violently. However, instead of slowing down, the impact only made it more ferocious. It charged with full force, but Chuyin quickly raised a shield to block. The impact shattered the shield into pieces. The boar collapsed unconscious after the collision. Chuyin turned and calmly asked if she had come to provide support. Su Ying suddenly shouted in panic as a warning. It turned out the fallen boar had regained consciousness and was charging again in a frenzied state. Fortunately, Chuyin reacted quickly, slamming her weapon into the ground to generate a rebound force. Using the recoil, she leapt into the air, dodging the charge completely while quickly drawing her gun. Without hesitation, Chuyin pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced straight through the boar's head, finishing it cleanly. After the kill, she landed smoothly and decisively. Su Ying immediately reported via communicator that this area was cleared and they would move to the next point. At that moment, Xiao Hu appeared, breaking the silence of the area. Seeing Gu Fan and the herd charging in, Xiao Hu calmly said it was time for them to show up. Gu Fan immediately noticed someone ahead and frowned, shouting, asking who they were. Xiao Hu raised a finger provocatively and casually replied that if he wanted to know, he should come and find out himself. Provoked, Gu Fan became even more furious and roared orders to pursue. As he chased, he gritted his teeth in anger, repeatedly wondering who they were and what their purpose was. Xiao Hu rode his motorcycle while reporting via communicator that his task was complete and he was moving to the next point. In another area, wild boar corpses were scattered all around Yi Zhongming's position. He calmly reported via communicator that his side had finished and was ready to move to the next location. A clear killing intent appeared in Ye Zhongming's eyes as he prepared to face the boar king, Gu Fan, in another ruined building. Liang Chuyin suddenly exclaimed in shock at the situation unfolding. She then could not hide her excitement, admitting Ye Zhongming's clearing speed was terrifying, wiping out multiple targets in just minutes. Su Ying immediately refuted her, saying it was not that he was too strong, but that she was overly impressed. Chu Yin instantly blushed at being exposed. Retaliating, Chu Yin brought up how Su Ying had also once only cared about being saved by Ye Zhongming. Su Ying quickly explained it was just an emergency situation and had no other meaning. The two continued arguing back and forth, neither willing to back down, leaving Mo Ye watching helplessly. Suddenly, Mo Xie's expression turned serious as she warned that something was wrong. Below them, a massive wild boar herd, led by Gu Fan, was advancing straight toward their position. Everyone immediately switched into combat mode, fully focusing their attention. In the tense moment, Chu Yin muttered that dying here would be a huge loss, since she had never even experienced a proper relationship. Su Ying immediately shouted at her to shut up. Gu Fan looked at the casualties in his herd, boiling with anger. More than 20 boars had already been killed out of a total of 74, nearly on a third of his force lost. He scanned the surroundings, searching for the controller of the attack, and swore that if he caught the motorcycle rider, he would crush him to ashes. Just as tension peaked, a strange movement caught his attention. A bullet suddenly cut through the air, forcing a boar to jump in front, to block it before it could reach the target behind. Gu Fan immediately became highly alert, realizing there was an ambush in play. The next waves of bullets rained down, and boars were pierced and dropped one after another. Tracing the direction of the fire, he quickly pinpointed the position from a window of an abandoned building and roared for the entire herd to charge in. The enraged boar swarm surged forward like a storm, but ahead of them was an ambush formation, already prepared by Liang Chu Yin. Chu Yin leapt down from her hidden position, a confident smile on her face, briefly thinking that if she survived this, she would definitely make this fight worth it. Before even landing, she spun her weapon and unleashed a wide-area attack, releasing a terrifying surge of energy. The strike slammed into the herd below, causing heavy losses and knocking many boars out of formation. Upon landing, she immediately sent out a coordination signal. From the opposite window, Mo Yi responded instantly with suppressing fire, signaling she was ready to provide cover. Chu Yin immediately turned and retreated inward, understanding it was better to let the ranged firepower control the battlefield while she repositioned. She quickly used wall footholds to pull herself upward, escaping the pursuit below. While moving, she hooked her weapon onto a protruding metal structure to stabilize herself. Using that leverage, she launched herself upward, completely avoiding the sweeping charge below. However, being suspended mid-air was extremely dangerous, as a single mistake would send her falling instantly. Mo Yi immediately moved to assist, shouting for her to grab a safer position. With timely coordination, Chu Yin finally climbed safely into the building. Once inside, she collapsed from exhaustion, saying her mental energy was nearly depleted. Su Ying quickly checked her and confirmed she was injured. Su Ying immediately assisted with treatment, while Mo Ye analyzed the situation, stating that survival depended on using the remaining beasts to maintain the battlefield advantage and complete the mission. Suddenly, the main door was kicked open, and Gu Fan appeared, roaring at them and asking where they thought they were going. He blocked the exit completely, killing intent surging, as he declared no one would escape. Gu Fan clenched his fists, his face twisted with murderous rage, stating he would capture them alive, interrogate them, and then feed them to the boars. At that moment, Ye Zhongming suddenly appeared behind him, coldly asking a provocative question. Chu Yin immediately sighed in relief and called out his name. Su Ying also reacted, while Gu Fan turned around in shock, asking who he was. Before he could respond, Ye Zhongming delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying forward. Behind him was a raging sea of fire, its glow reflecting on Ye Zhongming's ice-cold expression. Around them, the corpses of wild boars were gradually being burned into blackened ruins. Xiao Hu walked while counting the bodies, muttering 70, 71, 72. After finishing the count, he reported that 72 boar corpses had been found, with 2 still unaccounted for. Ye Zhongming calmly replied that in a chaotic battlefield, it was impossible to control everything, and eliminating most of them was already a good result. After speaking, he turned and left, leaving the cleanup to the others. Xiao Hu then asked what to do with the corpses next. Ye Zhongming began explaining that certain parts like organs and meat from mutated boars were extremely valuable resources and could not be wasted. He glanced at Xiao Hu and reminded him that he had always been the one most eager to eat mutated boar meat. Hearing food mentioned, Xiao Hu immediately became excited. eyes lighting up at the thought of fresh resources everywhere. But Mo Ye quickly stopped him and told him to go pick up Yue Gong on a motorcycle first. At the same time, Mo Ye assigned tasks. Some people gathered salt and firewood, while others processed the meat for storage and cooking. Yi Zhongming tiredly turned away, leaving the rest to his team and saying he needed to rest. Everyone immediately agreed. Soon after, Xiao Hu and Yue Gong rode off on a motorcycle, disappearing into the dusty road. In another area, Su Ying and Chu Yin worked together to start a fire and hang boar meat for grilling. The others were equally busy, sorting and processing parts from the mutated herd. Yue Gong carefully marinated the meat and handed it to Chu Yin to be grilled. In a quiet moment, Ye Zhongming ate wild boar meat while reflecting. He concluded that his combined abilities were extremely powerful, but the mental energy consumption was also extremely heavy. Yi Zhongming determined that mutated pork was a good energy source, not very effective for him, but useful for improving the physical condition of people like Suo Yin. He then looked at the spoils, smiling faintly as he counted over 40 level 2 magic crystals, enough to continue his evolution plan and search for another level 2 wheel platform. At that moment, the small dog finished eating and looked up at him with unusually intelligent eyes. Yi Zhongming immediately noticed something strange. The crystal on its forehead was fading, and energy was fluctuating heavily, a clear sign of another evolution starting. Seeing it fall asleep, he chose not to interfere and let the evolution proceed naturally and stabilize. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside, demanding identification and instantly tightening the atmosphere. Mo Yi immediately drew his weapon, aiming at the newcomers in caution. Yi Zhongming stepped out to check and quickly confirmed they were not evolvers, just ordinary humans. A man introduced himself as Jia Min, accompanied by Da Ming, both from the new base. Hearing about the new base, Suo Yin was shocked. She grew worried, suspecting it might be a government-run settlement and possibly linked to the person she was searching for. In contrast, Mo Ye stayed calm and demanded verification before drawing conclusions to avoid unnecessary risk. Suo Yin tried to hold back her emotions and asked more details. Jia Min explained the new base was built by an artillery battalion and local authorities, gathering survivors from government units, military forces, and nearby residential areas. Upon hearing a familiar name, Suo Yin immediately felt hope and urgently asked whether they knew someone named Tan Yu, working in the new government office. Jia Min and Da Ming looked at each other and shook their heads, saying they had never heard of that name. Suo Yin was instantly disappointed. At that moment, Ye Zhongming changed the topic and asked if they had just come from the shooting range area. Jia Min explained the situation frankly. The new base had just been established. Resources were scarce, and survival depended on trading crystals from zombies and mutated beasts for food and weapons. Otherwise, they had to go out scavenging. Xiao Hu remained cautious and questioned their true purpose. Jia Min guessed Ye Zhongming's group was also heading to the new base and offered to lead the way. He added that he knew the routes well and could help them avoid danger and scams from other groups. However, Xiao Hu coldly refused, saying they did not need a guide and could handle everything themselves. Da Ming quickly explained that the outside area was extremely dangerous, with zombies and mutated creatures surrounding the base, main routes blocked, leaving only underground sewer tunnels for entry and exit. Noticing something off, Yi Zhongming immediately asked them to clarify the base's access system. Jia Min no longer hid it, and admitted that entering and leaving the base required traveling through an underground sewer network. The routes were like a maze, and newcomers often got lost, which was why they wanted to trade guidance for food. As he spoke, his eyes never left the roasting meat, his hunger obvious and impossible to hide. After considering, Yi Zhongming agreed to give each of them 2 portions of meat in exchange for helping process the remaining meat before guiding them to the base. Hearing this, Da Ming thanked him repeatedly in excitement, while Jia Min's also sighed in relief, saying he had no choice but to survive this way, while his family was still waiting behind him. Yi Zhongming quickly ordered the work divided, splitting the meat into 2 parts, one stored on site and the other taken along. Mo Ye sent Xiao Hu to scout the surrounding farm area to ensure no hidden threats remained. Xiao Hu immediately left on command. At that moment, a strange noise came from the room where the small dog was. Only Yi Zhongming noticed something was wrong. He rushed inside, guessing the evolution should normally take hours, or even days. But this time, something abnormal was happening in less than 10 minutes. Upon entering, he saw the dog's body weakening, with all its fur completely shed. Suo Yin panicked and asked what was happening. Ye Zhongming reassured her that it was still evolving, just more intense than usual. Xiao Hu suddenly shouted that new golden fur had begun growing on its body. In just a moment, golden fur like sunlight spread across the dog's entire body. Its eyes turned emerald green, glowing with intense intelligence and life. Its entire body fully transformed, officially completing its evolution into a level 2 mutated life form. Immediately after, it suddenly leapt straight at Yi Zhongming. The impact knocked him to the ground, and it kept licking his face excitedly, making everyone around burst into laughter. Mo Ye looked at the newly formed golden fur on Da Huang and commented that the color was too flashy. Suo Yin also teased that after evolution it really looked like a golden boy. Yi Zhongming wiped off the saliva and ordered everyone back to work, continuing to process the pork to avoid wasting time. He also scolded the dog lightly to stop messing around and follow formation. But Da Huang ignored him completely, running around excitedly and circling Suo Yin while barking non-stop. Later, Ye Zhongming seriously asked if it had awakened any new ability after evolution. The dog just tilted its head and barked, showing no understanding. That made him slightly suspicious, wondering if this evolution truly came without a new skill. Just as that thought ended, 2 powerful energy bursts suddenly shot out from its body, shocking everyone. Luckily, Ye Zhongming dodged in time. The 2 attacks flew past and slammed into the wall behind, shattering a large section of bricks. Observing the damage, Ye Zhongming analyzed again. He remembered Da Huang's previous skill was a Wideria spike attack with low damage, mainly effective against feathered or fur-type beasts. Moving closer, he checked the energy spikes embedded deep in concrete and confirmed its control had clearly improved. It could now adjust both number and intensity, upgrading its old skill into a far stronger variant. The perspective shifted to a panoramic view of the ruined city. On a tall rooftop, a man stood silently, using binoculars to observe the area below. His focus was on the group led by Tu An and Suo Yin, who were handling meat and cooking tasks. His expression darkened when he realized Gu Fan and his controlled herd of pigs had been eliminated, and the entire area was taken over by outsiders. At that moment, a man named Qin Ke approached from behind and asked what Commander Meng was observing. Commander Meng replied that in this era, ranks no longer mattered, and everyone was just a survivor tied to a base. Qin Ke smiled lightly and suggested he could be called Qin Yu instead of his old name. While speaking, his eyes kept drifting to the gun beside the commander's foot, and greed began forming in his mind to seize weapons, hunt magic crystals, and rise in power at the base. The gun seemed to hold an irresistible attraction, and his ambition grew more obvious. At this moment, a soldier reported that all preparations were nearly complete. However, he also reported that the area had been heavily devastated by mutations, leaving very little food. Only a sack of rice, a few barrels of cooking oil, and some dried noodles. Commander Meng immediately grew furious, saying such a small amount of supplies was useless. He crushed his cigarette butt on the ground, irritated that this expedition had yielded so little, especially since most of the loot still had to be handed over. Suddenly, a new idea emerged. The group that had killed Gu Fan and the pig herd was itself a valuable resource. In his mind, he formed a plan. If he could recruit or control them, the base's power would greatly increase. If not, he would. Looking at the massive pile of high-grade loot, Commander Meng could not hide his calculation. Dozens of mutated boar corpses and over a dozen magic crystals were enough to exchange for extremely valuable resources at the base. Even a potion of evolution was within reach. The moment the thought formed, he immediately turned around and ordered a full retreat. The command was clear: return to the base to report the situation as soon as possible. Elsewhere, Yi Zhongming's group was moving together with 2 young men, Jia Min and Da Ming. One of them excitedly pointed out that the tunnel through the wastewater plant was discovered by him and Jia Min by accident, and no one else knew about it. Ahead of them appeared a circular structure, tightly sealed, with only a single entrance at the front. Jia Min then pointed to the left side, introducing it as the territory of the newly forming base. Looking further out, everyone could see densely packed zombies completely surrounding the area, leaving no gap at all. Yi Zhongming could not help imagining a future where this place might become a legendary battle core. But he also knew that vision would last only half a year before everything collapsed completely. Jia Min walked while speaking in a low voice, saying life inside the base was far from easy. In hidden areas, mutated zombies were increasing, most of them already reaching level 2. The group moved closer and opened the entrance. Jia Min casually compared those creatures to familiar beasts, but extremely dangerous ones, with glowing white crystals on their foreheads. They kept launching large-scale attacks, each one causing heavy casualties for the base. Suo Yin could not hide her worry and asked if it was safe to leave Da Huang alone guarding the meat. Yi Zhongming smiled slightly, reassuring her that this area was within the territory controlled by the wild boar herd, so zombies rarely appeared. Besides, they could not carry all the meat with them anyway. At that moment, the two young men lifted the sewer cover together, revealing the underground passage. Jia Min carefully reminded everyone to stay alert, as the dark corners of the sewer often hid mutated insects or evolved rats. Ya Tong looked at the two men and asked with concern what they would do if monsters suddenly appeared while moving. Jia Min answered calmly that in that case, they could only rely on luck. Even inside the base, people could starve to death, so risking the outside was still worth it. At least the creatures in the sewer feared fire, and with flashlights, their survival chance was higher. Yi Zhongming gave a cold signal and the team immediately set off. The underground sewer was damp and dark, with only faint light at the far end. Jia Min explained there were 4 routes leading directly into the new base, all tightly guarded. Outsiders had to pay a passage fee to the guards. He continued that the fee was not too heavy and could be paid with food or weapons, and higher value items made passage easier. After passing this checkpoint, they would reach the west gate of the base. Meanwhile, from another tunnel branch, a different group was also approaching, only a corner away. Unexpectedly, both groups moved too close and met right at the narrow turn. A man on the opposite side immediately acted friendly, calling out Jia Min's name, as if they were acquainted and asking about the hunting trip. Jia Min froze in shock. Another man beside him smiled strangely and stepped forward, directly asking if they had obtained anything valuable and wanting to see it. Without hesitation, Han Tho Bao reached out and snatched the cloth bag from Jia Min. He panicked, struggling to hold on while shouting for him to let go. Before anyone could react, the thief yanked hard, snapping the strap and pulling the bag away completely. When it was opened, fresh meat filled the inside, making the thieves' eyes light up like they had found treasure. Greed was clearly written on their faces. Jia Min immediately rushed forward, risking everything just to reclaim his stolen supplies. The man holding the bag was suddenly knocked hard onto the cold ground. His companions shouted in shock. Chu Zhao frowned deeply, his face darkening as he angrily claimed the other side had gone too far just for a quick look. De Ming quickly stepped in to mediate, trying to calm things down and suggesting sharing part of the meat to resolve the conflict, hoping to avoid escalation. But Chu Zhao suddenly changed attitude and declared he would take all the meat. Jia Min immediately reacted furiously, unable to accept such blatant robbery. Anger erupted as Chu Zhao shouted, even louder, arrogantly demanding everything from everyone, not allowing anyone to keep anything. Hearing such unreasonable demands, the entire group froze in disbelief at their shameless greed. A Tai stood up holding his head in pain but still sided with them, saying they could not let the other group leave easily, and that the meat was too little anyway. Han Wang pointed at Ye Zhongming's group and ordered them to hand over all their belongings if they wanted to leave safely. Yi Zhongming's gaze turned cold, clearly displeased with the absurd demand, but he did not act yet. Suo Yin could no longer hold back and stepped forward, angrily demanding they return the items and get out immediately. A Tai immediately exploded in anger, pointing his weapon at her and issuing a reckless threat. He then charged forward like he had lost control, determined to strike first. But before he could close in, he was hit squarely in the chest by a powerful punch, his body curling up in intense pain. Before he could recover, a follow-up kick sent him flying backward, leaving no chance to react. His companions screamed in panic, not expecting the situation to turn so fast. Even so, the remaining 2 still roared and charged forward in a frenzy. Ye Zhongming's eyes turned completely cold. He lost patience and directly ordered Suo Yin to finish it quickly. Suo Yin simply nodded and gave a short reply, preparing to end the situation. With a few clean movements, Suo Yin took down all the opponents, leaving them no chance to fight back. The attackers lay scattered on the ground, groaning in pain. Yi Zhongming coldly signaled to continue moving, unwilling to waste any more time. As he passed the defeated men, he briefly considered whether they might be evolvers. Jia Min pointed ahead, reminding everyone they were about to reach a guarded zone and should stay close to avoid trouble. Yi Zhongming warned sternly that conflicts like this would become common from now on, and everyone had to adapt, since it was often the only way to protect resources and life. Han glanced back and analyzed coldly that in this chaotic era, even a small item could be traded for a life, and theft was essentially the same as killing. Yi Zhongming glanced at the aftermath, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, satisfied with how neatly Suo Yin handled it. Caught off guard by the praise, Suo Yin became flustered, her face turning visibly red as she struggled to respond. He gave a short acknowledgement and reorganized the formation, suggesting all weapons be centralized to prevent future trouble along the way. After things settled, Han signaled coldly to continue moving, unwilling to let any more incidents drag on. The scene suddenly shifted to a brightly lit area, sunlight pouring down as if they had stepped into another world. From beneath a manhole cover, an arm slowly pushed upward, trying to escape. A passerby quickly stepped in to help, pulling the person up from the opening. Jia Min stepped onto the ground and excitedly announced they had finally reached the new base. The view opened into a crowded scene, with people moving back and forth and rows of shops, creating a lively atmosphere. Han acted friendly and invited Yi Zhongming's group to follow him to find temporary lodging in the base. Yi Zhongming agreed politely, treating it as accepting a guide. Xia Lei suddenly stopped and said she could not continue with them, as she still needed to search for her relatives, surprising the group slightly. One member gently embraced Xia Lei and gave her a few words of caution and farewell wishes. Xia Lei did not hesitate and turned away immediately, leaving with a brief goodbye. Yi Zhongming asked about places to purchase supplies. Jia Min pointed out the direction and explained that basic goods were easy to find inside the base. He added that there was a small market at the southern junction, trading mostly food supplies and general goods. When it came to ammunition, Jia Min became cautious, explaining it was mostly controlled by the military or people in power and not available in civilian markets. However, he also mentioned rumors of a hidden black market inside the base where ammunition sometimes appeared. Hearing about the black market, Yi Zhongming became more alert and asked about unusual items like formulas, scrolls, or unknown objects. Jia Min shook his head, saying he had never seen such things. But Da Ming added that in the eastern area, someone once sold a mysterious formula at a very high price. Upon hearing this, Ye Zhongming's eyes lit up. He immediately asked if that person could be tracked down, judging it could be an extremely valuable opportunity. Noticing their hesitation, he offered 5 jin of fresh meat as payment for guidance, with no blame even if they failed to find him. Jia Min quickly agreed, seeing it as a rare opportunity and promising to search for the person. Yi Zhongming then adjusted the plan, splitting the group into smaller teams. One team would guide guests to the market and lodging before regrouping at the meeting point. He gave a forced smile, trying to appear friendly, and invited Yi Zhongming's group to continue moving. As soon as he finished speaking, Da Ming led the group into another direction, heading deeper into the base. At that moment, Fa Xiuying suddenly froze and pointed to the side in shock, shouting for everyone to look. In a nearby corner, a girl in tattered clothes was curled up against the wall, trembling weakly, as if completely exhausted. Suo Yin looked over and found another woman lying motionless on the cold ground not far away. Mo Ye quickly reported that 2 more people in the same condition were on the other side, making the atmosphere instantly heavier. Yi Zhongming cut in coldly, stating that saving these people meant accepting the possibility of killing others to protect resources or themselves. He asked directly if she was truly ready to bear that consequence, where kindness could lead to more deaths. Fa Xiuying was immediately thrown into confusion, frozen in place and sweating, as she could not answer such a heavy question. Da Ming also spoke in a low voice, confirming that in chaotic times, having too much food was not luck but a disaster, as it attracted killing and robbery. The words pressed heavily on the air. Suo Yin and Mo Ye both fell silent, as the reality here had already proven its cruelty. The weak became targets as soon as they had supplies, and survival itself was rare luck. Suo Yin stepped forward and gently placed a hand on Fa Xiuying's shoulder, trying to calm her shaken emotions. She sighed softly, accepting that, without Yi Zhongming's guidance, they might have ended up just like those people. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed rapidly from the distance. Yi Zhongming immediately sensed something wrong and turned toward the direction of the sound. 2 tall men appeared, muscular and aggressive, carrying a strong oppressive presence. He asked about their identity. Da Ming quickly lowered his voice, saying they were Yue Chao and Yang Shi Long, 2 highly dangerous evolvers with a notorious reputation in this area. Yang Shi Long stopped in front of a girl, holding a dark red object, and ordered her in a domineering tone to lift her head. The girl trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down as she begged for mercy and said she did not want to continue anymore. Yo Chao immediately got angry, rushed forward, and kicked her violently while cursing her harshly. He continued roaring, saying she had no right to refuse and must obey everything forced upon her. Yang Shi Long grabbed her hair and dragged her across the ground, leaving her crying in utter despair. Yao Chao stood nearby, with a twisted look of enjoyment, as he watched the brutal scene. Fa Xiaoying was stunned by the violence, unable to understand why they could act so cruelly, her fear and confusion rising sharply. Yi Zhongming coldly explained that in this world, the strong oppressed the weak without restraint, and those women had likely been forced many times before finally resisting in desperation. Da Ming nodded repeatedly, confirming Yi Zhongming was right. He added that those two were infamous for cruelty and had committed many killings of women in a short time, making everyone fear them. Han added that most evolvers here were equally ruthless, while ordinary people in the base were living in a half-dead state of existence. He spat on the ground in dissatisfaction, saying things would not have become this chaotic if not for the wheel platforms controlled by those people. Hearing about wheel platforms, Ye Zhongming's expression changed. He suddenly grabbed Da Ming's wrist and demanded how many existed here. Da Ming screamed in pain, begging him to let go. After being released, Da Ming rubbed his hand and explained that everyone in the base knew there were 3 wheel platforms, and many had seen them before the lockdown. When asked about their level, Da Ming guessed they were level 1 or level 2, based on the crystals on the zombies' foreheads outside, with pure white ones, usually indicating level 2. This information made Yi Zhongming unable to hide his excitement. He realized he had missed the existence of level 2 wheel platforms in his previous life due to leaving too early. He immediately threw a piece of meat to Da Ming as reward and declared that all supplies would be taken. In his mind, this trip had unexpectedly opened a far greater opportunity tied to the level 2 wheel platform. Night gradually covered everything, bringing a cold and heavy atmosphere across the space. Inside an old, dilapidated building, the group stopped to rest and prepare dinner after a long day of travel. Everyone began dividing tasks, some cooking, others organizing supplies, all moving in a fairly orderly manner. The atmosphere was simple but disciplined, with each person consciously completing their duties. From a distance, Yi Zhongming observed and noticed a nutritional issue being ignored, especially the near-total lack of green vegetables. If it continued, even evolvers would struggle to maintain stable physical condition. Yi Zhongming called Xiao Hu to go out and buy more essential supplies. Xiao Hu was slightly surprised, but quickly agreed. Yi Zhongming then asked about places to buy seeds or farming materials, which also surprised Da Ming. A while later, the two had climbed onto the rooftop and started preparing a detailed setup for cultivation. Xiao Hu sat down exhausted, panting as he admitted they had finally finished the assigned task. He questioned whether farming could even yield harvests in time, since the growth cycle was too long for their immediate needs. At that moment, Ye Zhongming placed his hand on the ground, and a faint blue light began spreading from his body. He activated the blue farmer profession skill. Green energy flowed from his fingertips, spreading into the soil and covering the planting area. In deep focus, he felt the connection between his spiritual energy and the land, roots of energy sinking into each seed and linking them into an accelerated growth system. Xiao Hu watched in shock as all the sprouts suddenly burst forward, growing at a speed far beyond normal. Yi Zhongming continued pouring in energy, stabilizing the soil and sustaining the rapid growth process. Once everything stabilized, he let out a soft breath and ended the process temporarily. Looking at the rapidly grown seedlings, he could not help but sigh that in less than 10 minutes, the seeds had already sprouted so strongly. He smiled with satisfaction, acknowledging the result. Even though it drained over half his mental energy, the experiment was clearly valuable. Seeing the green sprouts covering the soil, Yi Zhongming concluded that vitamin deficiency would no longer be an issue, and food supply could now be stabilized long-term. He clenched his fist slightly, reaffirming his resolve. Once the farmer profession evolved further, food production would increase dramatically, becoming a core survival advantage. After finishing, Yi Zhongming signaled to return. Xiao Hu curiously asked about his secondary profession. Yi Zhongming simply replied, "Farmer." Xiao Hu was surprised and thought it was just basic farming, but Yi Zhongming immediately frowned and warned him not to jump to conclusions. Dinner proceeded in a relaxed atmosphere, with everyone eating comfortably after a long day. In one corner, Da Ming ate hungrily, as if he had not had a proper meal in a long time. Xiao Hu laughed and teased that this was only the beginning, and the boss would bring back even better food later. The man curiously asked for details, but Xiao Hu just smiled mysteriously and said it was a secret. Yi Zhongming silently planned to let everyone recover their mental energy, then focus on planting cabbage the next day to secure a steady food supply. Suddenly, urgent knocking broke the silence outside. Da Ming quickly opened the door and immediately recognized Jia Min, surprised. Jiamin entered with a serious expression and reported that he had found the location of the man holding the mysterious formula. Yi Zhongming remained calm and asked for the exact location. Jiamin pointed behind him, confirming the target was hiding in a club building in the Haiba district of the Eastern Zone. The scene shifted to the city center, where tall buildings stood densely packed, forming a bustling landscape. Inside a sealed room, Xiaolei and Qinyu were together. Xiaolei panicked when she saw Qinyu injured and asked urgently who had done this to him. Qinyu forced a calm expression and said it was just a minor clash, not to worry. He smiled lightly while eating and commented that the food was strangely good, something he had never experienced before. Xiaolei looked at him, realizing that his wealthy background meant he had never been exposed to such simple food before. She glanced at the meat bag beside them, feeling slightly relieved there were still supplies and evolution medicine, but also uneasy about Qin Yu's presence. Suddenly, Qin Yu collapsed, clutching his stomach in severe pain, causing Xiaolei to rush over in shock. At that moment, the door was kicked open violently. A man named Anfan stormed in with a murderous aura. Qin Yu immediately changed his attitude, becoming submissive and quickly apologizing, trying to placate him to avoid trouble. Xiaolei was completely stunned by his sudden change and questioned what he was doing. Qin Yu quietly told her to let go first and that he would explain later. At that moment, Pan swept a blade-like gaze over Xiaolei, lingering on her body curves with a disrespectful intent. He licked his lips slightly, his lust and dirty calculation clearly exposed in his eyes. Without saying more, Pan turned and left decisively, throwing a cold line before disappearing, leaving first. Qin Yu tried to chase after him, but Xiaolei was faster and stopped him in time. Xiaolei felt a strong sense of unease and told herself this place was dangerous. She needed to find Xiaoye Group immediately and get weapons like guns for protection. The scene shifted to a luxurious room, where Pan and Dadong were enjoying themselves like people at the top. A woman flattered Pan and asked about Qin Yu's wife, saying she saw her at the base and she was unbelievably beautiful as rumored. Pan smirked and admitted she was beyond imagination, a rare beauty he had only heard of until now. Dadong immediately got excited and couldn't believe such a beauty existed. He stood up impatiently, urging to act right away and not wait any longer. His eyes flashed with predator-like desire as he growled to move now without delay. Pan suddenly stood and coldly ordered all subordinates to leave the room. The woman smiled softly, responded politely, and requested to withdraw. She gently closed the door and quickly disappeared from the area. Pan began lecturing Dadong, saying they were once low lives, but now lived in luxury and were served by others because of something that changed their fate. Dadong stayed silent, sweating and listening carefully, without interrupting. Pan clenched his fist and stated clearly that everything was because they had evolved. He continued with an arrogant smile, saying their strength surpassed normal humans. They could kill zombies, harvest magic cores, and expand power, but asked if that was enough. Dadong immediately said it was not enough. Pan agreed and stressed the base was surrounded by zombies and monsters and could be destroyed any time, so their current strength was not safe. After speaking, he lit a cigarette and calmly took a drag while thinking. Dadong seriously admitted they could not resist such massive forces. Pan concluded they must continue to grow stronger. Dadong frowned and asked what this had to do with Qin Yu's beautiful wife. Pan raised the issue that both Wang Zhurun and Jin Chef were one-star evolvers, so why they could dominate the base, while they could not. Dadong replied it was because those two had superior combat skills and large firearm support forces. Pan nodded and added that those with special abilities always secured resources first, while their group only got leftovers and stayed at the bottom. Pan described a mountain about 5 kilometers away, surrounded by zombies and monsters, hiding advanced weapons and rare skills under strict guard. Rumors and even photos had spread. Dadong confirmed he had also heard those rumors. Pan smirked and mentioned Jin Chef's strange preference for older women. With a cunning look, he suggested using that woman as a gift for Jin Chef to gain benefits, trading her for guns or future loot shares if no skill card could be obtained. Dadong immediately agreed excitedly, almost unable to contain himself, and wanted to capture her right away. Pan stopped him and said it was late at night. Acting now could cause problems, and Dadong might lose control. He decided to wait until the next day and deliver her directly to Jin Chef. At dawn the next morning, light slowly rose over the base. Jia Dan calmly explained about a man named Li Qiang, confirming he was not an evolver. He continued saying Li Qiang was a former national-level shooting athlete who survived the apocalypse with a huge arsenal. With overwhelming firepower, Even experienced evolvers struggled to approach him, making him a special force, likely to demand rare evolution medicine in any deal. On the way, Jiadan further explained that many factions were targeting Li Qiang exclusive formula, including Wang Ren and Jin Chef, but the price was too high and no deal was reached. Yi Zhongming questioned why they did not just use force to take it. Jiadan broke into a sweat and explained that Li Qiang forces were not easy to deal with, over 200 subordinates and more than 100 guns, turning the place into a real firepower fortress. On top of that, the base factions were not united, so no one dared to act recklessly. Soon after, Jiadan announced they had arrived at Li Qiang area. He looked at the long queue and explained that Li Qiang was one of the few leaders who allowed ordinary non-volved people to work in exchange for food. Even with slim chances, this place was still many people's only hope of survival. Guards stopped them and coldly demanded a full inspection before allowing them to meet Li Qiang. Jiadan patted his chest and assured that everything had already been arranged, telling Yi Zhongming to relax. The scene shifted outside a large building, heavily guarded with strict security everywhere. Inside the room, Li Qiang leaned back on a high chair, calm and composed, holding a cup of coffee as if everything was under his control. Jiadan cautiously greeted him and said they had arrived. Li Qiang calmly replied, already guessing their purpose was about the secret formula. Han Ying immediately went straight to the point, pushing hard on the price. As long as the offer was attractive enough, the treasure would change hands on the spot. Yi Zhongming stayed cautious and requested to inspect the goods first to avoid any risk. Li Qiang glanced to the side and signaled his men to prepare for the transaction. A subordinate quickly brought a laptop forward and placed it in the middle of the deal for inspection. After reviewing all the data, Ye Zhongming looked satisfied and agreed to let Li Qiang state his price. At the same time, Li Qiang began to see that this young man was not ordinary. Yi Zhongming calmly explained he had only recently arrived at the base and had not made much of a name yet. Li Qiang stated the final condition directly: 5 bottles of level 1 evolution potion, no negotiation. Hearing the inflated price, Yi Zhongming mocked that no wonder no one had ever bought it. The valuation was unrealistic. Han Ying laughed confidently, insisting the item was extremely rare and worth the price. The atmosphere tightened as the other side's attitude turned noticeably colder. Yi Zhongming countered with a sharp question that made Li Qiang pause. If it was so valuable, why not use it himself? He continued pressing, pointing out the formula was too difficult to handle, meaning the other side could not exploit it, and only chose to sell it, making it hard to refute. Li Qiang lost patience and ordered them to leave, but Ye Zhongming calmly raised a different offer: 100 level 1 magic cores. The price was immediately rejected. Li Qiang got angry, called it a joke, and ordered them to be escorted out. At that moment, Ye Zhongming shifted the topic and asked about the control rights of a wheel in their possession. Li Qiang became alert and asked coldly what he meant. Without much explanation, Yi Zhongming threw out a small bag containing enough magic cores to activate the wheel once. Li Qiang froze, his eyes locked onto the magic cores, clearly shaken. He then stood up and ordered all his subordinates to follow him. The group moved down a long corridor, heading deeper into the base. They stopped in front of a massive golden-orange spinning wheel. Li Qiang simply said one word: proceed. While observing, Yi Zhongming quickly analyzed that the wheel had already lost its highest value rewards, and now only needed a few level 1 magic cores to activate, with almost nothing valuable left except evolution potions. He further deduced that the wheel was handed to Li Qiang because after the core formula was removed, it was reduced to a low-tier reward system. The pointer on the wheel began spinning rapidly, producing steady, mechanical sounds. A result quickly appeared. A strange item emerged as the wheel stopped. Standing behind, Li Qiang broke into a cold sweat watching the result, feeling both frustrated and jealous, as he had never won anything valuable himself. A subordinate stepped forward, ready to ask for further instructions. But Li Qiang stopped and thought for a moment, realizing the opponent was not simple. Their standing position, which looked exposed, was actually extremely hard to approach, and effectively blocked all attack angles. After the spin, Ye Zhongming took out 3 green evolution potions and directly asked about the deal. Li Qiang finally nodded and agreed to trade for 3 bottles. But then Yi Zhongming suddenly changed his mind, took everything back, and only offered 1 evolution potion, plus a good gun as compensation, shocking Li Qiang. Li Qiang's anger erupted, his teeth grinding, as he could not believe what he just heard about a good gun. He glared coldly, killing intent rising, and sneered that he had seen everything in the world, even mentioning Barrett as if he was being looked down on. Without arguing further, Yi Zhongming calmly opened his case. Inside, he pulled out a rifle with a sharp design, its lethal aura instantly lowering the temperature in the room, making Li Qiang freeze. Li Qiang immediately wondered how such a weapon could have passed inspection when he had already checked everything carefully. Without a word, Ye Zhongming raised the rifle and aimed at a nearby wall before pulling the trigger. A thunderous blast echoed as the bullet tore through the air and completely shattered a large section of the wall into dust. Seeing that destructive power, Li Qiang felt a chill down his spine, realizing this was no longer a normal gun, but a miniature heavy weapon. Before the smoke cleared, Yi Zhongming calmly restated the deal. 1 evolution potion plus this gun for the item. No agreement means no trade. Li Qiang hesitated briefly, then agreed. Outside the city, dawn light spread softly across the urban landscape. Inside a building, chefs were busy serving hot dishes to everyone. A plate of fresh green vegetables was placed down carefully with almost ceremonial respect. The crowd erupted in excitement, their eyes shining at the sight of fresh vegetables in such a scarce era. Yi Zhongming handed a green liquid vial to a man and said the item now belonged to him. The musician trembled as he accepted it, too emotional to speak. Without staying long, Ye Zhongming turned to leave, reminding everyone to use it freely and that fresh vegetables would no longer be a problem. Back in his private room, he took out an ancient scroll and began studying it carefully. It recorded a strict formula requiring a dying person, 300 milliliters of zombie blood, a 500 kilograms pool of mutated creature blood, 5 level 2 magic cores, and 1 level 1 evolution potion. After reading, he understood why no one cared about it, as the requirements were impossible at this stage. He smirked slightly, judging that even obtaining level 2 magic cores was nearly impossible for most evolvers. However, that difficulty made him feel the formula had great hidden potential if properly unlocked. Standing by the window, Ye Zhongming considered whether to explore a secondary wheel tonight, to try for a level 2 evolution potion. In a central city villa, the lights were still bright in the night. An old man sat in a large chair, smiling with a dark and unreadable expression. Qin Yu bowed slightly and respectfully addressed him as Jin Chef. The old man laughed loudly and dismissed the title, calling himself just a simple chef. Qin Yu cautiously asked why he was summoned, and Jin Chef mentioned hearing about his father's reputation, with a subtle regret about his death during the first mutation wave. The old man's eyes flashed dangerously when mentioning Qin Yu's lover, entering the base alone in a zombie world, as if setting up a new scheme. Qin Yu froze, a heavy sense of unease rising as he realized the man had obtained information about his lover too easily. Jin Chef casually raised his glass, speaking as if it were a normal social chat, deliberately mentioning armed police in an implied tone, and suggested meeting the woman just for fun. After speaking, he drank the glass calmly, enjoying the tension he created. He wiped his mouth, his eyes full of cunning, and openly expressed interest in Qin Yu's lover, even demanding an immediate meeting. Qin Yu's veins bulged in anger as he realized this fat man was targeting the most important person to him. His fists clenched tightly, emotions pushed to the limit, but he still forced himself to stay rational, knowing the opponent was an extremely dangerous evolver. Jin Chef gave a faint smile, acting like everything was under control, then said he did not like forcing people, only offering choices. He placed an evolution potion on the table and laid out the condition. Either let him kill them both, or convince the woman to stay a few nights in exchange for a level 1 evolution potion. Qin Yu stared at the potion, his mind torn in two as he realized its terrifying value, something that could turn an ordinary person into a powerful authority figure. He understood that because of this potion alone, countless bloody massacres had already happened inside the base, with lives constantly being consumed in the struggle. Jin Chef continued his persuasion, painting a vision of the elite evolved class with endless power and resources inside the base. He laughed smugly and emphasized that once he agreed, Qin Yu would immediately rise into that upper circle and get anything he wanted. He even justified it as only borrowing a few nights, as if trying to legitimize a twisted act with future benefits. Faced with those temptations, Qin Yu remained completely silent, showing no clear reaction. In the end, he forced himself to leave, while Jin Chef happily believed the target was already wavering and let him decide. After Qin Yu left, the old man's eyes scanned the surroundings with undisguised amusement. In a dark corner, piles of motionless bodies lay stacked together, making the scene look like a forgotten battlefield. At the same time, in another high-rise building in the city, Yi Zhongming was certain the level 2 wheel he was looking for was on the rooftop of this building. After observing the weak security, he became more confident in his guess, since at this level almost no one could activate the wheel, so it was not heavily guarded. Taking advantage of the guards falling asleep, he silently infiltrated the building without making any noise. On the rooftop, a golden spinning wheel stood glowing in the empty space. Yi Zhongming approached and placed his hand on the wheel to inspect it. But after closer observation, he was dissatisfied, realizing the luck card was missing, the key factor that determined rewards and skill chances, greatly reducing its overall value. He stared at the wheel, scanning the reward slots, from level 2 evolution potions to antidotes, and even a low-grade gray armor piece. Suddenly, Ye Zhongming's gaze paused, catching something unusual. In that moment, he noticed a strangely shaped stone, immediately identifying it as an attribute stone. These stones came in various shapes and colors, usually embedded into weapons or equipment to enhance power, but their true value went beyond that, as they could also be directly absorbed to grant rare special abilities. The truth about absorbing attribute stones was discovered by accident, during chaos, when a gem-embedded sword shattered in battle and the stone fell into the ruins. After the fight, a survivor on the verge of death, starving and with no supplies left, stumbled upon those fragments. In desperation, he swallowed them just to survive, not expecting his body to undergo a violent transformation and absorb the stone's power. News spread quickly afterward, revealing that attribute stones could grant humans direct abilities. From an ignored item, it instantly became a heavily contested resource with skyrocketing value. Yi Zhongming smirked in excitement, realizing that if history followed its original path, this type of stone would still be overlooked for years, making it the perfect time to quietly stockpile it before the market exploded. Apart from materials needed for puppet crafting, he planned to keep at least 5 level 2 magic cores for himself. With his current stock, he could perform 6 consecutive spins, and as long as he hit one of the 2 core items, the plan would succeed. If that happened, this entire operation would exceed all expectations. Elsewhere, 2 men stood beside a deep pit. Yang Shilong complained that the targets were too weak and collapsed before he could even act. He was irritated that even at midnight he still had to handle corpses, a task both annoying and time-consuming. Yu Chao casually replied, explaining that leaving bodies inside the base could cause disease outbreaks, while dumping them outside would attract zombie hordes, leaving only manual disposal as the option. Yang Shilong sighed helplessly, annoyed at the other man's overly calm attitude. While he was complaining, Yua Chao suddenly changed expression, making Yang Shilong immediately suspicious and asking what was going on. Yua Chao pointed toward the rooftop, where the glowing light of the wheel could be seen, signaling that someone was activating a level 2 spin. Inside a room, Xiaolei sat silently on the bed, staring out the window in deep thought. Qin Yu stood beside her, desperately trying to persuade her to come back, admitting his mistakes and emphasizing the harsh survival situation. He tried to explain that without becoming an evolver, they would be pushed to the edge of survival with no food or water, forced into impossible choices just to live. Xiaolei coldly stared at Qin Yu with contempt. He continued, insisting that Jin Chef could help him become an evolver and that everything would be worth it. Qin Yu panicked and kept swearing that once he evolved, he would make it up to her, love and protect her even more, and erase everything that happened today. But before he finished, Xiaolei exploded in rage, shouting word by word, "How dare you say I disgust you?" Tears burst out as she nearly screamed in humiliation, questioning what right he had to insult her, her emotions completely breaking down. Xiaolei pointed at Qin Yu and accused him of pushing her into disgrace and now pretending to be righteous. Qin Yu could only stand frozen, calling her name in vain. She continued to curse him relentlessly, not giving him a chance to explain, every word cutting into his pride like a blade. Without another word, Xiaolei grabbed her backpack and prepared to leave. Qin Yu panicked and asked where she was going, but Xiaolei replied coldly that staying with him made her feel disgusted and nauseated. Qin Yu rushed forward and grabbed her hand tightly to stop her from leaving. Xiaolei struggled violently, shouting that he was planning to hand her over to someone else, and demanded he let go immediately. At that moment, Jin Chef appeared, mocking the situation, and saying Qin Yu's plan had failed, and telling him to handle it himself. Xiaolei immediately recognized Jin Chef, while Qin Yu hurriedly bowed in fear. Without hesitation, Xiaolei rushed forward and kicked straight at him. But Jin Chef easily caught her leg, smiling with a sinister expression, clearly enjoying her resistance. He tightened his grip, making it impossible for her to break free. Then he brutally threw her onto the bed, eyes full of desire, stating that if negotiation failed, he would handle it personally. Qin Yu rushed in and grabbed Xiaolei, trying to restrain her. Even as Xiaolei looked pale, Qin Yu still bowed to Jin Chef and begged him to proceed, reminding him not to forget the promised evolution potion. Enraged, Xiaolei kicked Qin Yu, making him stagger. She broke free, collapsing to the floor, but still trying to keep distance. Xiaolei cried desperately, shouting if this was what he was looking for, her voice filled with bitterness. She pointed at the 2 evolution potions in his hand, accusing him of betraying her for this, her eyes full of pain. The appearance of the 2 potions shocked both Qin Yu and Jin Chef, who did not expect them to appear like this. Qin Yu instantly changed expression, angrily cursing her, blaming her for hiding the potions, and claiming she never treated him as her husband. Xiaolei opened the 2 bottles and looked at him with despair, saying he was beyond saving. Jin Chef rushed forward in panic, trying to stop her from drinking the potions. But he suddenly froze mid-motion, sensing someone activating the level 2 wheel. He turned sharply toward the window, growling in anger, wondering who dared touch the level 2 wheel at this moment. Without hesitation, Jin Chef burst through the window, launching himself outside in a decisive move. He roared like thunder, ordering all forces to assemble immediately, targeting the level 2 wheel and capturing whoever was operating it alive. On a distant rooftop, Yi Zhongming continued controlling the spinning wheel. He held his breath, fully focusing on every rotation, waiting for the final result. From afar, chaotic noises began to rise, signaling an approaching disturbance. When the pointer landed on the attribute stone, Ye Zhongming clenched his fist in a burst of emotion, realizing the success. He quickly knelt down and placed the attribute stone back into the wheel, as it was the final piece and his only chance to spin again. Underground, Chef Jin leads his troops rushing in, shouting to capture the operator of the wheel alive at all costs. Above ground, the spinning wheel keeps rotating with no sign of stopping. Yi Zhongming feels like his heart is burning, pushing himself harder with every passing second. Then the decisive moment arrives. The wheel slows down and stops at a potion slot. At that exact moment, Chef Jin bursts in through the door, shocking Yi Zhongming. Soldiers immediately aim their weapons and order him to stand still with his hands up. Turning around, Yi Zhongming sees the potion slot on the wheel glowing brightly. Without hesitation, he grabs the newly appeared potion, his face full of excitement. Chef Jin freezes in shock, realizing it is a level 2 evolution potion, never expecting him to pull that out. Sensing the escape attempt, he roars an order to open fire and eliminate him. Yi Zhongming quickly ducks behind the wheel as a hail of bullets tears through the air behind him. With no way out, he jumps straight out the window and drives his dagger into the wall for support. Using the dagger's friction, his body slides down the wall at high speed while reducing the impact. Chef Jin angrily points his gun upward, cursing, then orders a full area lockdown in pursuit. Meanwhile, Yi Zhongming continues sliding down the building wall. He finally lands safely with a clean and stable impact. Standing up, Ye Zhongming raises his dagger, knowing he cannot stay and must escape before being surrounded. A soldier spots him and shouts that he is right here. Yi Zhongming moves with extreme agility, dodging every bullet and even forcing some shots back into enemy lines. The soldiers panic, shouting to stop firing to avoid friendly fire, while others are shocked at how fast he is closing in. Yi Zhongming grips his dagger tightly, quickly calculating his route, prioritizing a hidden place to refine the evolution potion and break through to 2-star level. He immediately accelerates and sprints forward. His body pushes beyond its limits to escape the pursuit behind him. Orders to capture him spread rapidly, demanding the entire base be locked down. Yi Zhongming does not hesitate and dives straight into the dense forest ahead to shake off the pursuers. Elsewhere, Tan Yu is violently thrown back, slamming hard into a wall. Xiaolei lands a kick that sends him flying, and Tan Yu roars in pain and rage. Mo Ye hands Xiaolei an evolution potion, telling her to use it immediately in case of emergency. Xiaolei looks at the potion in her hand, feeling both ironic and confused about this strange gift from a stranger. On the other side, Tan Yu looks completely different, holding a certificate while showing a cold and selfish expression, willing to sacrifice his so-called marriage for profit. With pain crushing her chest, Xiaolei drinks the evolution potion, making a bitter final choice as reality turns brutally cold. After finishing it, she throws the empty bottle to the ground without hesitation. Tan Yu tries to call out, already calculating his next moves, as Xiaolei has now entered the evolution threshold. Before he can finish, Xiaolei turns and slaps him hard, leaving him stunned. Xiaolei's eyes are icy as she cuts all ties, declaring there is no connection anymore, and anyone who interferes will be killed. Tan Yu holds his swollen face in shock, calling after her as she walks away. Xiao Lei does not look back, her voice firm, as if she has chosen a completely different path in life. Elsewhere, soldiers continue sweeping the area, commands echoing non-stop. Yi Zhongming hides in a dark corner, realizing he is fully surrounded with almost no escape route left. In his hand is the evolution potion, and he calculates that 10 minutes of safety is enough to refine it and break through to 2-star. As enemies close in, a soldier spots him and shouts, tightening the encirclement, while Yi Zhongming grits his teeth, knowing he must break through now, or be trapped completely. He pulls out a special card he obtained from a previous battle, preparing it as a life-or-death breakthrough move. The Hellhound summoning card is carefully examined in Yi Zhongming's hand before activation, a once common item in the chaotic era capable of briefly overturning the battlefield. Once activated, the soldiers opposite immediately panic as a grotesque creature appears and open fire wildly to eliminate it. The monsters charge straight into the formation, and the battlefield is instantly swallowed by gunfire and chaos. Yi Zhongming is constantly forced to retreat, feeling more irritated as new pursuit forces keep closing in. He quickly draws an energy rune on an ancient tree trunk and activates a basic transformation technique. The ancient tree shakes violently, as if forced by an invisible power to change its form. In an instant, the tree comes alive as a combat entity, rushing toward the soldiers and forcing them back in shock. Without stopping, Yi Zhongming immediately moves toward a nearby vehicle. He applies the same technique to the vehicle, preparing to turn it into a temporary combat tool. The vehicle rapidly transforms into a mechanical robot entity, while he uses the chaos to hide himself. While retreating, Yi Zhongming reminds himself to control mental energy consumption, since these summoned creations only last a short time, but are enough to mislead the enemy. He continues deeper into the forest, knowing he will never be safe unless he eliminates the 2 leaders of the base, Chef Jin and Director Wang Zhuren. At the base, the commander orders all forces to continue sweeping every area with extreme pressure. A soldier kicks open a door violently, insisting they must find the target at all costs. While the soldiers remain in chaos, Chef Jin and Director Wang Zhuren observe the entire situation from a distance. Chef Jin worries that the crowded residential area will allow the target to blend in, but Director Wang Zhuren coldly replies that if the evolution potion holder is not captured tonight, they will lose him forever. Chef Jin narrows his eyes with a faint smile, scanning another direction with calculation, stating coldly that the key is no longer whether they find him, but whether he comes to them himself. Director Wang Zhuren raises a steel chain and issues a sharp order to wipe out the entire area, killing everyone except their own people. The residential zone instantly falls into chaos as innocent people flee in desperation, trampling each other while gunfire and screams echo everywhere. Amid the destruction, Chef Jin and Director Wang Zhuren continue smiling calmly, watching the massacre while planning their next move. The entire city is quickly swallowed by smoke and heavy destruction. Amid the ruins, Yi Zhongming walks silently as if crossing a land completely stripped of life. From ahead, Xiao Hu and 2 girls notice him and call out loudly. Xiao Hu frowns and quickly asks about the situation outside. The atmosphere shows a night of heavy change. Their group has already fought and shed blood, but still adapted to the chaos. Yi Zhongming places his hand on Xiao Hu's shoulder and tells everyone to retreat first, surprising Xiao Hu. Mo Yi stands nearby with arms crossed, noticing Yi Zhongming's aura has clearly changed. He smiles faintly and tells Xiao Hu to call Jia Min over, leaving everyone confused but compliant. When Jia Min arrives with several others, the room becomes tense as Yi Zhongming raises a critical issue. His proposal shocks Xiao Hu and Mo Ye completely, as he directly asks Jia Min whether he wants to take over the entire base. Jia Min panics, face changing as he thinks this is a dangerous joke. Yi Zhongming leans in and calmly states that the 2 previous leaders have already been taken care of. Jia Min freezes in disbelief and immediately asks if Chef Jin and Director Wang Zhuren are really dead. He stands up straight and explains calmly that the base needs new leadership to stabilize the situation and cannot remain in chaos. Yi Zhongming then places his hand on Jia Min's shoulder, studying him closely and asking if he has the determination to take the position. Jia Min trembles and admits he is not an evolved fighter, clearly afraid he lacks the ability to handle it. Yi Zhongming replies calmly that in this world, as long as one has willpower, ability and subordinates can always be built. Jia Min still hesitates, unsure whether he can take on such a massive responsibility. He continues worrying because he has almost no management experience. Yi Zhongming looks at him with a cold smile, stressing that in this era old-style management is useless, only ruthless control matters. Jia Min still hesitates, wondering why he was chosen while someone else is trying to interrupt the conversation. Yi Zhongming cuts it off decisively, saying he picked Jia Min simply because he feels suitable and believes he can do it. Under pressure, Jia Min finally nods in agreement but still asks what he should do next. Yi Zhongming says there will be much more ahead but nothing urgent now, then turns and leaves to find someone else to support the next phase of the plan. His vague words leave everyone present confused, full of questions about what he truly means. Suddenly, a house explodes in the distance, flames erupting into the night sky. On a guard post, Li Kang and several soldiers, along with a bespectacled, intellectual-looking man, monitor the situation. The man in glasses anxiously points toward the distance, warning that the base is in severe chaos, especially at the east exit where civilians are trampling and killing each other to escape. And Li Chang can only sigh helplessly as everything spirals out of control. Cold sweat keeps pouring down Li Chang's face as he realizes he has reached his limit in protecting this small area. At that moment, Ye Zhongming's voice suddenly comes from behind, startling Li Chang, who does not know when he appeared. Instinctively, Li Kang draws his gun and enters high alert. Seeing Ye Zhongming right in front of him, Li Chang recognizes him and immediately suspects who is behind the riot involving the level 2 wheel. Suspicious, Li Kang lowers his gun slightly and directly asks why he has returned after the deal was already completed. Yi Zhongming smiles confidently and praises Li Chang's sharp awareness in quickly grasping the situation. He points ahead and says there is something that requires Li Chang's cooperation right now. Li Chang remains polite on the surface, but internally stays extremely wary, reassessing the true strength and identity of the man before him. At that moment, heavy footsteps echo from the grassland, breaking the tense silence. Regiment Commander Yi appears in a mutated state, his body zombie-like, moving slowly but ominously. Another mutated zombie suddenly roars, its eyes dull yet instinctively driven as it detects prey ahead. Regiment Commander Yi issues a hoarse order, commanding the mutated creatures to attack the target ahead immediately. A giant sandworm rises from the ground and rushes in the direction he pointed. An entire group of zombies and monsters follows, forming a moving disaster wave toward the target. The city sinks into a silent night, the atmosphere heavy and suffocating. Suddenly, massive explosions tear through the silence, shaking the entire area. A group of civilians flees in panic, shouting for each other to escape, suspecting a large-scale zombie attack has begun. But when they reach the intersection, they all freeze, unable to move forward due to an abnormal scene ahead. In front of them, Jiamin stands on a high platform with a loudspeaker, leaving the crowd confused amid the chaos. Jiamin uses the loudspeaker to order everyone to stay calm, stop panicking, and collect any light-emitting items for emergency use. The crowd quickly complies, gathering all available light sources, as Jiamin continues reassuring them that the base is still safe and order will soon be restored. He then assigns tasks, calling on strong young men to help fight fires and stabilize the chaos. From afar, Xiao Hu watches with satisfaction, noting that Jia Min is adapting quickly and handling his new role effectively. After dealing with several rebels, Liang Suoyin still cannot relax, knowing that in times of chaos, hidden threats always emerge. Xiao Hu looks up at the gradually brightening sky, guessing that Yi Zhongming's side is also nearing completion, and the overall situation is reaching its final stage. Under Ye Zhongming's supervision, Li Chang and Jia Min inspect the base food supplies, but the reserves are still extremely limited compared to demand. Jia Min suggests recruiting more manpower and using the harsh conditions to mobilize civilians, to handle corpses to prevent disease and further chaos. Yi Zhongming immediately orders forces to evacuate all civilians in the southern area urgently. Jia Min does not fully understand the situation, but still runs off to execute the order. Though full of doubts, he chooses to obey the command without question. The ground suddenly shakes violently, signaling a large-scale crisis approaching. Realizing the situation is worse than expected, Ye Zhongming shouts for Jia Min to speed up the evacuation of the southern district immediately. As Jia Min leaves, Ye Zhongming assigns Da Ming and Li Chang forces to set up checkpoints and block key routes if things worsen or after civilians are evacuated. He also confirms with Li Kang the adaptability of the level 1 evolution potion before the group prepares for imminent combat. Yi Zhongming then leads Li Chang, Xiao Hu, and Mo Yi forward, ordering the rest to follow formation immediately. He identifies the threat as sandworms, and the base defense now depends entirely on how they handle this situation. On the way, Li Tang is told that sandworms are underground mutated creatures with extremely fast destructive tunneling, and the current tremors are proof they are breaking through the southern wall. Li Chang pauses in shock at the scene ahead, while Yi Zhongming assesses that the structure will not withstand their assault for much longer. Xiao Hu asks while running what happens if the wall collapses, and why Yi Zhongming is suddenly helping defend the base. Yi Zhongming replies bluntly that he is not trying to be a hero, only that the base still has value for him and cannot be allowed to fall yet. He explains that even if the wall collapses, the rubble can still become a natural defense line, as long as the sandworms are killed and the defense is reorganized. A massive explosion suddenly erupts behind the high-rise buildings, shaking the entire area. The enormous monster finally reveals itself, and Ye Zhongming immediately warns everyone to prepare for battle. The sandworm appears with a massive body, its vicious eyes locking onto the target ahead. A suffocating pressure fills the air as everyone feels the threat of death closing in. Yi Zhongming leaps forward, initiating the attack. He swings his sword straight at one of the monster's massive legs. While dodging the toxic blood spray, he orders his team to focus on destroying the supporting legs to limit its movement. He follows up with another precise strike, cutting off another leg and destabilizing the creature. Understanding its structure, Ye Zhongming targets the weak point on its back and pierces through the armored layer, protecting its vital organ. He quickly retreats to avoid the toxic blood and warns everyone that the fluid contains powerful neurotoxin capable of paralyzing the body and severely slowing reactions. After a relentless series of attacks, the sandworm finally collapses onto the ground. Xiao Hu becomes excited, panting while praising the leader's overwhelming combat power. Both of them stand unsteadily on the twitching body of the massive beast, trying to maintain balance. Just when they think they can catch a breath, the ground is torn open again as two more sandworms emerge. They appear almost instantly, tightening the encirclement from multiple directions and trapping the group. Yi Zhongming immediately reassigns combat roles, saying he will handle two, while the rest decide how to deal with the remaining one. Without hesitation, he charges forward again, declaring it is either kill or be crushed. Li Kang breaks into a cold sweat, realizing all three enemies are level 2 sandworms, while their team has only recently evolved, making the fight extremely unbalanced. Guofat quickly agrees, but others nearby are still confused and ask for clarification. She rapidly assigns tactics. 2 fighters will hold back 2 worms while the full team focuses on one target, with Li Chang supporting using his spear and newly acquired weapon, then immediately moves into action. The team splits formation across the battlefield, as Guo Fat erects a solid energy shield at the front to establish defense. Observing their coordination, it is clear they are protecting team morale and guiding, rather than issuing rigid commands. One man mutters while gripping his new gun, then declares he will provide rear support. Liang Suoyan immediately unleashes her power, forming a whip-like energy strike. She leaps onto the sandworm's back while Xiao Hu below swings his combat blade to support her advance. In just a moment, Suoyan finds the right foothold and secures her position. But right as she prepares to finish it, the sandworm suddenly twists its body and turns its head to swallow her in a counterattack. At the critical moment, Li Chang fires a shot from a distance. The precise bullet forces the monster off course and saves her at the last second. Using the opening, Suoyan drives her weapon straight into the enemy's flesh armor with full force. On another side, Guofat and Mo Ye coordinate perfectly. They continuously unleash suppression attacks, holding back the remaining worms and preventing them from breaking formation. Xiao Hu rushes forward, thinking how smooth their coordination is. But the situation shifts again before he can finish the thought. A massive explosion suddenly tears through the air. Zhang Ming turns around and sees a horrifying scene. Countless zombies are flooding in from outside like a tidal wave, and he cannot understand how it escalated this fast. At this point, even if more monsters are killed, there is no time left to rebuild the collapsed defenses. Just as he prepares to return and support the last target, he suddenly stops, realizing the situation has changed again, because Yi Zhongming has already finished off all the enemies he was dealing with earlier. The others are shocked, repeatedly asking what just happened and where the 2 monsters went. They still do not understand why he had to intervene elsewhere, instead of letting the team handle it. With no time to explain, Zhang Ming points toward the incoming zombie sea, stating firmly that this attack has clearly been planned in advance. Not only that, multiple sandworm groups are also striking the same point, while zombies from different areas are being pushed together, forming a massive coordinated assault. Faced with this situation, the life-or-death question is whether to hold the defense or retreat while there is still time. However, someone proposes another plan to stop the monsters entirely. That person is Xia Lei. Her appearance makes Mo Ye sigh in relief as he rushes over to confirm she is also an evolved fighter. She quickly points toward two tall buildings in the distance, drawing everyone's attention. The plan is to use explosives to collapse both structures and block the southern advance route. Luckily, she has just secured enough explosives from the eastern area and only needs time to prepare. Xia Lei is assessed as an expert-level demolition specialist, especially skilled with directional explosives, almost fully in control of the technique. The only question is how much time she needs. She answers directly, only 30 minutes to complete the full setup. Xiao Hu and Mo Ye are immediately sent to assist her so she does not work alone. Fine, you have 30 minutes. Just hope you know what you're doing. Since we chose this path, we gamble everything this time. Underground, the zombie horde begins pouring in like a broken dam, squeezing through every gap as all defensive forces take position above. Open fire immediately. Everyone unleashes a dense barrage of firepower raining down below. But this cannot last long. Ammunition is dropping too fast and will soon be depleted. Cease fire now. Anyone unwilling to fight to the death can retreat immediately. No one is forced to stay. But those who remain, if they survive this battle, will be rewarded with highly valuable evolution potions. As soon as he finishes speaking, Zhang Ming jumps down to the front line and directly engages the approaching zombies in close combat. Charge. Life or death depends on you. Just try your luck. Suoyin immediately joins the fight at the front line. Her combat strength shocks many, even igniting hope for the evolution potion reward as morale begins to rise sharply. Everyone draws their weapons and rushes into the melee combat without hesitation. The battlefield is chaotic but filled with determination, and Zhang Ming feels slightly relieved, knowing that human will is still not so easily extinguished. He keeps signaling everyone to maintain distance, moving flexibly, and never letting themselves get surrounded by monsters. When possible, they can use kicks to counterattack, but only at the right timing to create openings for escape. While fighting, he keeps shouting reminders to finish enemies quickly whenever small opportunities appear to avoid wasting stamina. Fa Shuying glances at the watch, seeing only 15 minutes left before the limit ends. A soldier mutters irritably, complaining that a woman staying in the rear is only causing trouble. But right after, she suddenly shouts a warning, making him freeze in place. A defensive barrier is immediately reinforced, just in time to block a sudden incoming attack at close range. Only then does the soldier change his attitude, realizing he had misjudged her from the beginning. He expresses gratitude and even casually promises to treat her to a meal after they survive. She responds with a cold laugh, mocking how unrealistic that promise is. Then she criticizes herself inwardly, thinking she has been influenced too much by the surrounding chaos. Deep down, she only hopes everyone can make it out alive. At that moment, a tragic scream interrupts Yi Zhangming's focus for a brief second. He realizes the newly appeared target is the four ghosts. A soldier loses control and rushes forward, shouting to kill the monster immediately. Yi Zhangming immediately roars for him to stop, warning against acting recklessly. But the four ghosts suddenly releases a dense poisonous gas. The soldier fails to dodge in time and is completely hit at close range. He collapses in extreme agony, screaming in despair. In unbearable pain, he chooses to end his own life to escape the suffering. Yi Zhangming enrages instantly and cuts down the four ghosts on the spot. But immediately after, more panic screams erupt from another direction, signaling an even worse situation. On another battlefield, the formation is overwhelmed by strange mutated creatures resembling chickens but completely deformed, leaving everyone stunned at what they are facing. One of them suddenly lashes out with a long, whip-like tongue, killing two soldiers in an instant. Before anyone can react, another charges forward with a spear-like beak at lightning speed. Yi Zhangming roars again, pulling the team's focus back and ordering everyone to regroup at his position. While holding the line, he urgently asks for the remaining time. Fa Tuying quickly replies, only 11 minutes left. Without hesitation, Ye Zhangming sets the plan. She provides support while he holds the front, and the team retreats in formation behind them. The order is executed immediately, as he continuously raises defensive layers to reduce pressure from the incoming zombie tide. He then shouts for Li Chang to quickly provide support for the retreat operation. Li Kang reports in panic that the situation is worse than expected, as there are signs of humans appearing behind the zombie horde. Yi Zhangming becomes highly alert, trying to gauge the distance, but realizing it is completely out of shooting range. Hearing this, his suspicion deepens, almost confirming his earlier theory that this large-scale attack is not random at all. On a higher position, a mysterious figure stands protected within a ring of monsters. Its gaze locks onto Ye Zhongming, filled with undeniable danger. It reveals killing intent, almost obsessed with its target, claiming in a dark tone that he will definitely belong to it. Meanwhile, Liang Suoyin unleashes a powerful area attack, sweeping and suppressing a dense zone of zombies. However, after the explosive strike, her body reaches its limit, and she begins falling onto the battlefield. She realizes she has exhausted herself completely with that final move. Luckily, Ye Zhongming rushes in and catches her before she hits the ground. He immediately throws her toward Fa Tu Ying and orders her to provide support. Fa Tu Ying catches her in panic and warns her under extreme tension. Still fighting, Ye Zhongming orders the entire team to retreat from the ruined area immediately. Tu Ying anxiously asks what will happen to him if everyone leaves. Suoyin weakly urges everyone to follow the command, saying they are already at their limit and staying will only make things worse. All soldiers quickly coordinate and withdraw toward the upper defensive line. Tu Ying remains uneasy and asks Mo Yi whether Ye Zhongming can still hold on, and she reassures him that for now, he is still strong enough to resist. Mo Ye trusted Zhongming had changed due to training and life and death experience. Zhongming swings a decisive slash, tearing a zombie in half on the spot. Soldiers are stunned and impressed, unable to believe one man can hold back the horde. Zhongming stands amid corpses like a true war god, estimating he still has about 5 minutes left to hold. He feels his body has pushed past its limits, but the attribute stone he absorbed earlier boosts his endurance. That power greatly improves his stamina and recovery, letting him maintain his combat rhythm. No direct boost in speed or strength, but his sustained fighting keeps him killing non-stop, zombie heads flying everywhere. Elsewhere, Commander Lao Ye has fully transformed into a zombie, losing all human form. He roars in fury, his aura completely different from before. His roar triggers the nearby subordinates, who all howl uncontrollably. The monsters enter a frenzy, surging forward like a black tide, crushing everything. Zhongming grits his teeth, wondering if these creatures have completely lost the concept of life and death. The others fall into chaos, shocked by the sudden frenzy and the unusually high number of Tier 2 mutated monsters. In the chaos, Zhongming's name echoes across the battlefield, pulling all attention toward him. The monsters tighten their encirclement, focusing entirely on him, as if to crush him on the spot. They pile on top of each other, forming a massive flesh mass, swallowing the surrounding space. Li Qiang panics, shaking in despair and nearly losing all composure, wanting to retreat immediately. In his helplessness, he gives up mentally, feeling everything has reached its limit. At that moment, a loud shout echoes from afar, drawing everyone's attention. From within the packed horde, a blazing red fire suddenly erupts, burning through everything around it. The flames spread wider and wider, tearing open the dark night of the battlefield. In the sea of fire, a figure slowly appears, his killing intent even sharper than before, cutting a bloody path with his weapon. Zhongming calmly walks through the sea of flames, stepping forward, as if the encirclement is nothing but a minor obstacle. All soldiers watching are stunned, unable to believe he survived and broke out of such a deadly trap. Li Qiang is both relieved and excited, shouting out when he sees Zhongming return to the battlefield. In another area, someone orders sandbags to be moved quickly, the wall reinforced, and rocks transported to the defenses as ammunition runs low. Everyone works together to stack sandbags and use oil and available materials to build a temporary defensive line under emergency conditions. From the wall, some observers notice the situation stabilizing. At least the direct assault has been pushed back. However, they begin to suspect the monsters are being controlled by an intelligent commander, especially after hearing the mysterious screeching signals. Suo Yin anxiously confirms the abnormal behavior, noting that after the screech, the monsters suddenly shifted and began a coordinated retreat. Mo Yi reassures everyone that they are still alive for now, and the priority is to rest and recover strength. The dark night covers the entire base as the battlefield slowly falls into temporary silence. The casualty report shows over 3,000 dead, with only a few hundred survivors, most heavily injured, but zombies will not attack again tonight. Even so, the ruins still require strict guarding to prevent any sudden incidents. Another issue is raised regarding how to handle the wounded after the battle. Reports confirm all injured have been restrained under prior orders and are being controlled. A civilian expresses hesitation, saying that despite the vaccine shortage and infection risk, these people fought to defend the base. Zhang Ming explains that restraint is a necessary measure to ensure overall safety and prevent internal mutation spread. The opponent argues that it is unfair to the fallen warriors, sparking a heated dispute within the group. Zhang Ming stands up and directly counters that without control, the entire base could collapse from within. The man is left speechless, unable to respond to such a realistic argument. Zhang Ming continues, stating that without quarantine they only have two choices: kill them or expel them, and both would turn them into future threats against the base they once protected. Jia Dan freezes after hearing Zhang Ming's cold but decisive words. He explains that the soon-to-be mutated survivors will have their magic cores extracted and returned to their families as final assets. For those without relatives, the magic cores will be collected and exchanged for evolution medicine, then redistributed to the warriors who fought in the battle, with the final plan clearly set. He then orders the full plan to be announced in the base, and prepares to recruit 1,000 escorts to leave the city the next day, offering food, water, family benefits, and even advanced evolution medicine for merit. He pats his subordinate, saying this is not just command, but a lesson in how to truly run a survival base. At the same time, Zhang Ming hands the man a bottle of evolution medicine, stating he has no intention of seizing power, but while he is here, all orders must be obeyed without exception. In the dim dawn light outside the base, everything seems to be entering a new phase. Some followers are confused about leaving a relatively stable place, unaware that Zhang Ming already has a much larger plan in mind. He turns and asks the group to analyze the base's strengths and weaknesses. Suo Yin quickly points out the biggest advantage is the large population, enough to train into a massive organized fighting force. Xiao Hu adds that there are also 3 mysterious wheel platforms here, giving a rare advantage. The group continues discussing and identifies fatal weaknesses, such as poor weapon supply and weak city wall defenses. When asked, Zhang Ming states the greatest advantage is not defense or weapons, but resources. Xiao Lei immediately realizes he is referring to the massive number of monsters outside that can be harvested. However, he also points out the biggest limitation. This place only has a level 2 wheel platform, restricting its development potential. Some of the followers are left speechless, hearing him dismiss a level 2 wheel platform as if it is insignificant. He calmly says he will lead them to real resources, but first they must start by collecting assets outside. The group stops in front of an area that was once a bank, preparing to enter what is considered a special storage zone. But inside there is no money left, only a massive horde of monsters numbering in the hundreds of thousands, with their leader reaching an extremely high level. Someone nervously asks how they are supposed to earn enough points in such a place, since the area ahead is clearly a death zone. Zhang Ming draws his blade and coldly says there is no need for hesitation. This was never a treasure vault in the normal sense. He swings his blade, unleashing multiple energy slashes that crash directly into the gate. The reinforced gate is instantly crushed and collapses into large fragments on the ground. He calmly declares it is time to harvest the real treasure. As the gate falls open, countless locked compartments and sealed storage zones are revealed. Xiao Hu rushes forward excitedly, believing there must be valuable items inside, and tries to break a lock. He quickly calls Xiao Lei over to check the situation. Upon opening it, the group is shocked to find a sparkling crystal inside, resembling an extremely valuable emerald. Xiao Hu excitedly asks its value, estimating it could be around 2 million units. Xiao Hu's eyes light up at the number, dreaming of a fortune, but in the current chaos, 2 million feels like nothing compared to real external value. Suo Yin asks from a distance what is inside deeper in the area. Zhang Ming walks straight to safe B18 and brings up the 2 evolvers they encountered at the market before. Suo Yin reacts angrily, remembering those 2 men as inhumane individuals. Without further words, he opens the safe directly. Inside is a long box. He explains those men were subordinates of the former 2 leaders, and during the investigation, they extracted important information, with one of them not fully dead yet. Tuan looks at the box, unable to hide her curiosity about what is inside. Mo Ye glances once and immediately recognizes it as a gun case, most likely holding a rifle or sniper rifle. Zhang Ming places the box down and prepares to inspect it more closely. He then opens the weapon case. Xiao Hu immediately identifies it as the Type 88A rifle, equipped with both iron sights and optical scope, along with about 20 rounds of ammo. Zhang Ming smiles in satisfaction and decides to move on to the next location. Xiao Hu asks curiously what the next target is, since there are still countless magic cores and resources scattered outside after the battle. He quickly understands and guesses they are heading out to loot the battlefield. Zhang Ming stands up and confirms the plan, telling the group to move to the collapsed wall area and wait while he handles something alone. Outside the base, the atmosphere is slightly calmer but still tense. Xiao Hu sits and chats with others, remarking that their leader is truly mysterious. He speculates that Zhang Ming might possess knowledge far beyond normal people, almost as if he can predict the future. Another person chuckles lightly, saying it is not that important, while Suo Yin suddenly appears and strongly agrees. She states her absolute trust in Zhang Ming, since he saved her life, gave her evolution medicine, and taught her how to survive and fight in this harsh world. She continues, saying everyone here is alive because of him, and even if he carries secrets or burdens, she would still follow him without hesitation. Tu-an laughs and teases that Suo Yin has become his biggest fan. Suo Yin remains calm and replies that in survival, she rarely meets someone truly trustworthy, her gaze reflecting painful memories from the past. Xiaolei listens quietly, understanding that everyone carries trauma and loss they do not wish to speak about, making the atmosphere heavy. The older man lowers his head and admits that since being rescued from that hell, he has already dedicated his life to Zhang Ming, with no hesitation left. Xiao Hu scratches his head awkwardly, quickly explaining he was only curious about Zhang Ming's mystery and did not expect such a strong reaction. He straightens up and declares absolute loyalty to Zhang Ming, saying he still has no real ability and wants to follow him to see the wider world. Mo Ye smiles and says not only him, but even Suo Yin and others want to know how far Zhang Ming can truly go. Only then do they realize he has been gone for quite a while, over half an hour, without returning. The group laughs and guesses he is likely handling something on his own. Elsewhere, Zhang Ming stands in front of a strange area where a massive pit opens like a wound in the earth. Below is a sea of zombie corpses and human bodies piled endlessly like a bottomless grave. He observes and realizes that collecting the bodies here is not simple, as the number far exceeds what a newly established base should have. The sweep from yesterday caused massive casualties. Stacking corpses and zombie remains layer upon layer. Without hesitation, he steps down toward the piled bodies. His blade swings decisively, severing zombie heads one after another in rapid succession. Blood and dark fluids flow downward into a large container placed in the center. Yue Chao lies bound on the ground, trembling violently, unable to believe what he is seeing. He panics and asks Zhang Ming what he is planning to do, but only receives a cold stare. Zhang Ming explains he has discovered a new technique that requires large amounts of red blood cells as fuel for a basic deception art, and this place provides the perfect materials. He continues bluntly, saying he has not fully mastered the technique, so he needs test subjects for experimentation. Yue Chao begs for his life in terror, swearing loyalty if spared, willing to do anything. Zhang Ming coldly replies that he should look at the corpses below to understand the consequences of his actions, leaving no room for mercy. His blade points at Yue Chao once again, signaling the end is near. Yue Chao screams in despair, begging him to stop. In Zhang Ming's mind, the deception technique requires a dying vessel as a medium, and Yue Chao is the perfect candidate to extract final value from. Even so, he still feels this action is somewhat repulsive. As he approaches the container of corpses, he discovers faint signs of life still remaining among the dead bodies. A female corpse with striking blonde hair lies among the pile of bodies, immediately catching his attention. Zhang Ming recognizes her as the woman who was brutally taken away at the market earlier. He clenches his fist in anger, disgusted by cruelty that goes beyond limits, even in a world where the strong prey on the weak. Without hesitation, he jumps down into the mountain of corpses. He lifts the girl and realizes she still has faint breath, but her condition is already beyond saving. He places her beside the blood basin, confirming her body is completely depleted and cannot be saved, though she can still be used as a vessel for forbidden arts, leading to a completely different form of existence. The zombie girl in a blurred state seems to still sense everything happening around her. He ignores the broken body on the ground, thinking only that she at least deserves this chance more than that weak man. Zhang Ming calmly places the girl into a large basin filled with dark red liquid. Without hesitation, he throws in 2 energy cores. Immediately after, a potion is forced into her mouth. While maintaining control of his power, he silently activates the technique in his mind. The deceiver human art is activated, and the blood-like fluid begins to boil, quickly engulfing her entire body. Her eyes suddenly open, bursting with an eerie red glow. Her body slowly rises from the blood basin, levitating in midair. When she lands, her bare feet touch the cold ground first. A complete artificial life form now stands clearly before everyone. Zhang Ming steps closer to inspect, scanning carefully. Her pulse still exists but is extremely weak, only a few beats per minute. He gently touches her cheek, sensing the strange remaining heartbeat, even though her breathing has completely stopped, wondering what kind of being she has become. After checking, he shows a faint, satisfied smile. He immediately orders a combat test, casually pointing at Yue Chao as a perfect target. Without hesitation, the girl moves instantly. Her figure shoots forward like an arrow released from a bow. Yue Chao only manages to scream in pure panic. In less than a breath, he is blasted away by devastating slashing attacks. Elsewhere, Jiadan follows the trail to find Suo Yin's group. He scratches his head in confusion, muttering that he arrived at the meeting point, but no one is there. Jiadan looks around, wondering if Yi is still not back, and whether something happened, but he reassures himself that with his leader's strength, nothing should go wrong easily. At that moment, another figure appears, Xiao Hu. Xiao Lei immediately gets excited and starts a conversation. Xiao Hu cuts her off directly, saying he already understands her intention, but it will not work. The blunt answer instantly makes Xiao Lei lose her mood. She angrily hits his head, boasting that she has properly learned blade techniques, and asks what he has learned. Xiao Hu calmly replies that she was his teacher. Exposed, Xiao Lei immediately gets furious and scolds him loudly. Just as the atmosphere tightens, everyone suddenly freezes, sensing Zhang Ming's presence. He walks over with a faint smile, and the group greets him in unison. Zhang Ming hands his blade to Xiao Lei, a decisive gesture that surprises her before she quickly thanks him. After receiving the weapon, she looks behind him and asks curiously who the person standing there is. Wang Deng cuts in, saying that can wait, the mission is the priority. He quickly lays out the plan. The team will split directions and create noise to lure the targets at night. Once the zombies are drawn in, he will charge down to clear the outer area, allowing everyone to collect supplies quickly. The main goal is not fighting but scavenging, and they must retreat immediately when signaled. Everyone nods, placing full trust in his command. Zhang Ming leads the charge, signaling the start and ordering everyone to activate their lights. The other two immediately follow instructions. Xiao Hu lands, and cannot help swearing at the bizarre scene in front of him. He looks closer and notices the puppet has glowing red eyes and similarly crimson hair. Jia Gong freezes, realizing it resembles a zombie, but has clearly been fully controlled by Zhong Ming. Xiao Lei cannot stand still, and shouts for everyone to stop wasting time and move immediately. In the distance, Zhong Ming continues rushing into battle, every movement carrying heavy destructive force, sweeping away all monsters in his path. During the battle, he glances at the puppet beside him and silently judges it as an extremely dangerous living weapon, especially its terrifying destructive hands. A charging zombie is instantly dealt with by the puppet, its body sent flying back without even reacting. The puppet seems fully activated in combat instinct, growing more ferocious as it fights, its explosive power surpassing normal limits. Even while being constantly bitten by zombies, it remains completely unaffected, its steel-like defense making attacks nearly useless. Even Tier 2 creatures struggle to leave a mark. Standing amid piles of corpses, the puppet becomes a pure combat machine. No fancy skills, only raw power. Yet it overwhelms even on-star evolvers and forces weaker 2-star evolvers into difficulty. Noticing the encirclement tightening, Zhang Ming immediately signals to retreat, refusing to prolong the fight. Everyone responds at once, quickly regrouping and pulling out of the dangerous area. The group successfully retreats and returns to the base in relatively intact condition. Back at base, they gather around the newly obtained loot and discuss the harvest. Mo Yi reports over 1,000 Tyrone magic cores were collected, enough to exchange for many on-star evolution potions. Zhang Ming adds that only a bit over 20 Tier 2 cores were obtained, and after 3 attempts at refining, nothing valuable came out, so he stopped taking risks. He reassures everyone that the rest should be kept as reserves, since heightier potions are never easy to obtain. At that moment, the room door is suddenly pushed open from outside. Jiadan quickly walks in and respectfully greets Zhong Ming. He reports that all personnel have been assembled, all survivors from the ruined defensive zone battle. Zhang Ming points at the box of potions in front of him and begins speaking, implying that this item is already familiar to everyone. His words immediately cause a visible shock among the crowd below. He calmly explains the reward is fully deserved, but also emphasizes it came from life-risking efforts outside the city, and anyone who wants the potion must join tomorrow's battle outside the walls. The next morning, the entire base gathers early. Zhang Ming is about to begin his speech when a report interrupts him. Da Ming reports that requested supplies and equipment have been prepared as much as possible, but still fall short of expectations due to the base's limitations. Li Qiang adds that the plan for leaving the city to fight has been arranged properly. Da Ming hesitates, mentioning the 13 people who received evolution potions yesterday. Jia Dan steps forward, requesting to report directly to Zhong Ming, just as everyone notices his return. He reports an unstable situation. Out of the 13 people who took the potion yesterday, only 7 showed up today. He nervously adds, he is preparing to search for the missing ones, but is unsure whether they will cooperate. In contrast to the tension, Zhang Ming remains unusually calm, reminding him that base authority has been handed to him, and he must know how to handle resistance, not just construction. Jia Dan becomes even more confused, letting out a helpless sigh. Zhang Ming sternly reminds him that in this chaotic world, there are only 3 ways to solve problems: law, interest, and military force. In short, law, money, and guns. His gaze turns colder as he continues, explaining that when legal and moral order collapses, law loses meaning, leaving only the latter 2 options. Jia Dan turns pale, muttering that yesterday's benefits were used to exchange evolution potions for cooperation, but now the group has betrayed them, leaving only one option. His thoughts become clear. In this situation, force is the only solution. As a future leader, he must make everyone understand that obedience means survival, resistance means death. Zhong Ming immediately calls out, ordering Xiao Hu, Ha Lei, and Li Qiang to handle the situation together. Li Qiang nods without hesitation in agreement. He pats Jia Dan on the shoulder, his tone calm, but heavy with pressure, and orders him to immediately lead people to track down all fugitives. He also warns that they must either return voluntarily to join the monster hunting mission, or pay with their lives. Soon after, Zhang Ming stands still observing the situation, waiting for updates. Suddenly, he senses something abnormal, his eyes sweeping rapidly across the area. Jia Dan returns and reports that a resistor has been executed on the spot. Zhang Ming nods in satisfaction and warns the remaining 4 that they should not think they can escape, and if they fail to comply, everything previously given will be taken back. The remaining group turns pale with fear, faces drained of all color. They quickly bow their heads, begging for forgiveness. Zhang Ming ignores the past and orders the entire team to set out immediately. In another area, the city wall construction is still unfinished. Workers dig trenches and reinforce defenses, while other groups continuously stack materials onto the fortifications. From a distance, Zhang Ming observes that the defensive system is progressing better than expected. The group stands on top of a building to monitor the full situation. Mo Yi wonders why the original plan to lure monsters still shows no movement. Zhang Ming smiles and says he is waiting for a special target to appear. The 2 women curiously ask in unison who it is. He simply replies that they will soon find out. In Zhang Ming's mind, if his prediction is correct, the only existence capable of controlling both zombies and mutated beasts attacking the city is a specific type of being. He recalls information from his past life, a creature commonly called the brain worm. It is a parasitic species whose individual strength is not high, but it is extremely dangerous due to speed, stealth, and perfect camouflage, capable of invading bodies and gradually controlling their consciousness, turning them into puppets. Not only humans, even mutated beasts with magic cores can be controlled, turning their power into tools for the hidden manipulator. At that thought, he suddenly cuts his own arm to test something. Mo Ye is shocked, screaming in panic, and asking what crazy thing he is doing. He remains calm and cold, letting blood drip to the ground, saying that if he cannot find the mastermind, the best method is to make himself bait so it comes to him. Zhang Ming further explains that they do not have enough red blood cells, or fresh meat, to create a large disturbance that could attract all nearby zombies, so even loud noise would only draw small groups. He adds that luring small groups is too slow and inefficient, while at night their side is weaker and mutated creatures are barely affected, so it is better to let the target come directly. Mo Yi still does not understand what the target is. He raises his hand while Ha Lei treats his wound to stop the bleeding and explains that it is the being controlling all zombies and mutated creatures attacking the base. Mo Yi immediately lifts binoculars to carefully scan the front area. As expected, a massive wave of monsters is moving densely toward their position. Zhang Ming quickly signals that they are already very close. At this moment, the defensive forces are fully prepared, tension at its peak. Suo Yin spots them returning and urgently reports. It is Zhang Fing's group leading a massive horde of monsters behind them. All three quickly pass through the city wall. Zhang Ming immediately assigns positions. Suo Yin takes the frontline command, must not advance too deep, maintain defensive rhythm, and fall back according to plan after the first wave is exhausted. Suo Yin nods seriously, confirming she understands the order. She then shouts to rally the soldiers, boosting morale and pushing them to fight with full strength and courage. The battlefield atmosphere erupts. The young soldiers' morale surges as if empowered. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming separates from the main battlefield and moves to another area. Only the puppet fighter and the Earth King dog remain beside him. He senses that the trace of the brainworm is still lurking somewhere nearby. Observing the surroundings, he concludes this creature is not acting randomly. It must have a specific target in attacking the base. Given its parasitic evolution instinct, the most likely target is himself, the strongest evolved being here and the best host candidate. While moving, he thinks that although the opponent targets him, his goal is not simply to eliminate it. He mutters to the Earth King dog, asking if it wants to try brain noodles. At that moment, the Earth King dog suddenly reacts strongly, sensing something unusual. Zhang Ming immediately enters a high alert state. He follows the direction the dog is focusing on. He jumps onto a high rock to observe the surroundings, realizing that almost no one in this world truly understands the existence of brainworms. Moreover, few expected that this terrifying creature also carried immense evolutionary value, to the point that many desired it. He smiles faintly in a calculating way, judging that just like attribute crystals, brainworms can also become a power source if properly absorbed. Then he notices Commander Ye's corpse right in front of him. He pauses briefly upon realizing it is him, then pushes aside the leaves and steps forward, greeting coldly, "Commander Ye." Zhang Ming studies the creature carefully and quickly identifies it as a dense Tier 3 dark magic core, specifically a living variant of the 100-hand mutated zombie. The entity emits an extremely dangerous aura, and he immediately understands why the brainworm did not retreat but chose this place as a trap. It is backed by a Tier 3 monster. The creature growls, eyes filled with killing intent. Without hesitation, Zhang Ming charges straight into battle, muttering a cold curse. His blade erupts in blazing flames, slashing directly at the monster. The fire surges like it wants to devour the entire space, creating immense pressure. Using the explosive force of the flames, Zhang Ming pours all his power into the strike. He cannot hide his excitement, as this is the first time the Light Seal Dao master technique fails to instantly kill an opponent, proving this Tier 3 zombie is truly beyond standard limits. Eventually, the monster manages to extinguish the burning flames. Zhang Ming chuckles lightly, leaping upward, everything unfolding exactly as planned. He continues engaging directly with the wildly swinging tentacles. Below, Di Hong bites fiercely into the monster's arm but is instantly knocked away. It tries to stand again but is violently slammed back before it can react. The monster then prepares a devastating strike toward Zhang Ming. He dodges quickly while assessing that the Tier 3 100-hand mutated zombie is extremely powerful, to the point that even he may not win in a normal fight. Zhang Ming smiles calmly, stating he has already found a weakness the opponent cannot counter. He issues a firm command, ordering Di Hong to directly attack the black core. Di Hong instantly dashes like lightning toward the target. However, the monster has already detected the danger, realizing Di Hong's true target is not its body but the brain behind it. The 100-hand mutated zombie immediately wraps Di Hong tightly to restrain it. Even while restrained, it releases a barrage of sharp spikes toward Commander Yi. Commander Yi panics and raises his arm to block. At that moment, Zhang Ming twists his body and launches a lightning-fast strike. He swings his blade, cutting apart part of the tentacles binding Di Hong. Without stopping, he grabs onto another tentacle, preparing to finish off the weak point. Suddenly, a massive boulder flies in from afar, striking him and sending him flying. He quickly stabilizes himself, his eyes turning cold. What now? A giant zombie bear appears, with a bizarre humanoid creature riding on its back. This is the dual demon force. Zhang Ming instantly becomes highly alert, recognizing it as an extremely rare and dangerous evolution type. The humanoid is called Little Demon, specialized in ranged attacks and throwing objects with terrifying force. Meanwhile, the giant bear is Big Demon, possessing overwhelming melee strength and claws, capable of tearing through metal. Zhang Ming rapidly analyzes the entire battlefield situation. He glances at the puppet, still fighting the brainworm, realizing the enemy has prepared countermeasures, and may still have hidden backup forces. After a brief observation, he continues evaluating the situation. This brainworm is indeed cunning, keeping contingency pieces, and may still have multiple Tier 2 creatures hidden nearby. He immediately orders Di Hong to continue attacking. Zhang Ming takes the initiative and charges again. He pulls out a strange blue glowing ring. Energy rapidly condenses, forming a massive structure. Zhang Ming shouts to activate the technique, basic summing transformation. A giant metallic goblin instantly appears. It charges into the battlefield, directly confronting the monster. In moments, it completely overwhelms the situation. Zhang Ming smirks coldly, asking if the opponent finally understands why it cannot move. He explains that this metallic entity is made of osmium, a material with extremely high density. He further elaborates on osmium's physical properties, emphasizing its extreme weight. The entire metal construct he used has a volume of over 50 cubic meters, equivalent to roughly 1 ton of mass. Zhang Ming raises his blade, his voice turning even colder. Even if the opponent is the peak Tier 3 evolution creature, there is no escape today. Just as the dual demon beast was about to leap forward, Zhang Ming acted a split second faster and ended the battle cleanly. He immediately retrieved the valuable energy core that dropped from its body. At the same time, the massive metal construct he created continued blocking the path, fully restraining the advance of the remaining dual monster. Elsewhere, the puppet had already closed in on Commander Yi. The commander barely had any time left to react. However, in that instant, Commander Yi swung his blade at extreme speed and severed the puppet's head clean off. Zhang Ming immediately shouted, ordering everyone to act at once. While observing the situation, he calculated that it was still unclear whether the brainworm could directly parasitize a human body, but there was no need to gamble on that possibility. The severed head rolled across the ground. From the broken neck, disgusting white tentacles began to emerge. The brainworm slowly crawled out from inside the body. Zhang Ming seized the opportunity and rushed in, its true form finally exposed. He moved to finish it off immediately, but the worm launched a counterattack. A violent shockwave hit, forcing Zhang Ming to brace himself, not expecting it to also possess sonic attack abilities. The attack simultaneously triggered the distant horde into a berserk state, sending them charging forward. He immediately issued a loud command, ordering the incoming wave to be stopped. Zhang Ming's expression darkened as he coldly said that waiting for reinforcements at this point was already too late. On the other battlefield, the defensive forces continued their brutal clash with the monster horde. The battle dragged on in extreme tension. Suddenly, the zombie horde reacted to a signal and began to push back, retreating in mass formation. All of them withdrew from the front line simultaneously. Mo Yi was completely confused, unable to understand why the zombies were retreating on their own. Da Ming quickly judged that Zhang Ming must have intervened from behind the scenes. Suo Yin immediately seized the opportunity and shouted for a full pursuit to reduce battlefield pressure. The entire army surged forward, launching a counterattack. Back on the main battlefield, Zhang Ming continued relentlessly pursuing the brainworm. Behind him, the monster horde still followed in a frenzied chase. His eyes locked tightly on the fleeing target ahead. In front of the brainworm was now only a dead-end abyss. Zhang Ming immediately threw out a device, while taking another tool from his body. He pulled out a spray can and prepared to act. A burst of firefighting foam was sprayed directly at the brainworm. The worm panicked, trying to evade the white foam engulfing it. Within seconds, its body began to stiffen and weaken rapidly unexpectedly. The compound completely suppressed its parasitic ability. Zhang Ming smirked and said, it must be very confused about how he knew its weakness so well. The brainworm frantically sent a mental signal, begging for mercy, showing its ability to communicate through psychic means. He glanced at the waiting monster horde behind it. Zhang Ming pointed his blade downward and ordered it to command the entire horde to stand down if it wanted to live. The worm immediately transmitted the order. The entire monster army froze in place instantly. Zhang Ming nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with the result. He ordered Iron Corpse and Di Hong to begin cleaning the battlefield. Di Hong immediately charged into the immobilized monsters, slaughtering them. Blood splattered everywhere in the chaotic scene. At that moment, he suddenly noticed something unusual. The puppet in the distance was holding an energy core in its hand. Zhang Ming froze as he saw it swallowing the magic core. He silently thought this might be a new evolution path for the Iron Corpse. Zhang Ming glanced at the brainworm in his hand and coldly ordered it to crawl obediently into the sealing device. With that, he shut the box tightly, fully sealing it inside. He then stood up and ordered the team to withdraw and return to the base. Night had fallen over the entire base area, bringing a heavy atmosphere. Inside the meeting room, the mood was warm and completely different from the outside. Everyone excitedly discussed how large the magic core harvest would be after the battle. Xiao Hu boldly guessed it could exceed 5,000 cores. Tu An laughed and teased him, saying each person only gets one guess and he should not speak without basis. Hale also joined in, noting that, although their forces were large, they still lacked experience, and there were many risks in combat, so optimism should be tempered. She wiped her sweat and continued analyzing that even accounting for losses, the actual harvest would likely be around just over 1,000 cores. Su Ying praised Xiao Lei's judgment, while mocking Xiao Hu for underestimating the situation. She revealed the preliminary stats, with over 1,500 mana crystals already collected. Xiao Hu was shocked at the number, and immediately asked how many evolution potions it could be exchanged for. Su Ying explained that level 2 mana crystals were not fully counted yet since they were all in Zhong Ming's hands. Meanwhile, Zhong Ming stood calmly nearby, confirming the level 2 crystals from this batch were not small in number. He assigned Xiao Hu to keep 1,000 crystals, while the rest would be handed to Jia Dan and Li Qiang for exchange rotation. Xiao Hu excitedly agreed, full of confidence in his luck. Zhong Ming continued organizing, saying if luck stayed stable, these crystals could be traded for about 100 evolution potion bottles, and ordered 50 to be kept as reserve while the rest was distributed to subordinates. He emphasized building a loyal core force to secure the base's strength instead of scattering resources. Jia Dan nodded seriously, fully understanding his intent. Zhang Ming ordered an elite team to assemble that night, preparing for a next-day sortie to clear out the remaining mutated zombies. Jia Dan worried about the heavy losses, but Zhang Ming said tomorrow was the final opportunity and promised to share one-third of the spoils before leaving. Hearing he would soon leave the base, Jia Dan panicked and asked again. Zhang Ming simply turned away, told them to prepare and rest, and agreed to meet at the east wall the next morning. Outside the edge of the base, the air grew colder and more oppressive. Zhang Ming shook the box containing the brainworm. Inside, it trembled and desperately sent signals, begging for mercy. Zhang Ming smiled, saying he knew it could understand him, and ordered it to command all its subordinates to gather. The brainworm fell silent and submitted to obedience. Its tentacles began releasing control signals. The mutated zombies below quickly gathered into a massive group with no resistance. Zhang Ming signaled Jia Dan and his team to move in and eliminate all controlled targets. Receiving the order, the entire squad charged forward, shouting as they attacked. The brainworm continued pleading, repeating its promise of survival after cooperation. Zhong Ming only smiled, slowly drawing his blade, saying one final task was still unfinished. The cold blade pierced through the brainworm's body, followed by a chilling remark that this species was said to taste like chicken. The military pickup truck roared to life and slowly rolled out of the base. Da Ming walked over and patted Jia Dan's shoulder as comfort, saying it was time to stop looking back since Zhong Ming had already left. He asked about Da Qiang, hearing he wanted to follow Zhong Ming, but was kept behind to help manage the base with others. Jia Dan explained seriously that Zhong Ming judged their current strength as too weak, and that Li Qiang's strong firearm skills would help stabilize the rear, while Zhong Ming's departure was to open a path for future expansion and wider control of the region. Below, the base residents were still busy working hard, rebuilding everything from the ruins. Zhong Ming's vehicle had already traveled far away from the base. Xiao Hu looked around and complained that the vehicle's engine consumed too much fuel, and without a supply station, it would become scrap within hours. Zhang Ming calmly replied that if fuel ran out, they would abandon the vehicle, since it was only temporary. Xiao Hu asked about their final destination, wanting to know the real goal of the team. Zhang Ming smiled meaningfully and revealed they were heading to Shangyue Yunting in the Yun City region. The distance shocked Xiao Hu, as it was over 1,000 kilometers away, far beyond familiar territory. Xia Lei also questioned why they had to travel so far instead of safely developing the base. She unfolded a map and realized their current route was off, actually heading toward Alan County. Zhang Ming confirmed it and explained they needed to pass through there to track down an important person. He asked if anyone wanted to find relatives or acquaintances, offering help if paths overlapped. Mo Yi sadly admitted he had no information left about his family. Su Ying quietly shared that her parents had gone abroad for work before the disaster. Xiao Hu remained optimistic, believing his parents were still alive and capable of surviving somewhere out there. Su Yin felt even more uneasy, unsure if her relatives could survive such a brutal wave of mutation. As night fell, the group decided to stop and rest. Around the campfire, they ate and talked to recover their strength. Zhang Ming used binoculars to scan the surrounding area. In the distance, a fortified city appeared, crowded and clearly well-organized. Xiao Hu noted it was a massive base with strict defenses and a large population inside. Zhang Ming was also surprised by how fast humans had adapted and rebuilt in the apocalypse, far beyond his expectations. Xia Lei teased that no matter how fast others evolved, they still couldn't match Zhang Ming. Xiao Hu was confused, thinking they were already near the city so they might as well just go in and avoid sleeping outside, since he only cared about finding people and didn't bother with anything else. But soon he realized Zhang Ming must already have a deeper plan in mind. That thought flashed through his mind, and he quickly shut up, assuming there was another move waiting ahead. Zhang Ming cut off the wandering thoughts and said Xiao Hu talked too much. Then he turned to Xia Lei and told her to enter the city with him tomorrow, since this mission required her assistance. The next morning, Zhang Ming led the group into the long queue, slowly approaching the city gate. On the other side, several men began whispering excitedly, their faces red as they nudged each other and pointed in one direction. All eyes were drawn to Xia Lei. Today she wore an eye-catching outfit, elegant yet revealing a striking charm. She leaned closer to Zhang Ming and asked softly what she would actually gain from making such a sacrifice this time. Xia Lei felt annoyed and emphasized she was a true teammate willing to fight and die, but not someone who should use her appearance as a tool. Zhang Ming explained she only needed to act as bait to draw the target out, nothing beyond that, and it wasn't any major sacrifice. He continued reassuring her that the goal was only to reduce unnecessary trouble during the mission, not to turn her into a disposable piece. She pouted and argued back, insisting that even so it still counted as a sacrifice, and demanded to know what compensation she would receive. Half frustrated and half aggrieved, Xia Lei complained that her request was not unreasonable. In her mind, she compared herself to the red-haired girl, always following Zhang Ming and Mo Ye, who was also highly valued, and she wanted to prove her own position in the team, aiming to show potential as a strong second-level evolver. Zhang Ming simply asked what she would do if he refused. Xia Lei smiled slyly and threatened to tell everyone he had taken her alone, with improper intentions. Hearing that, Zhang Ming could only laugh helplessly and continued walking with the crowd toward the gate. Following behind Xia Lei, he quietly reconsidered her request and realized it was not unreasonable. In terms of second-level evolution potential, only Mo Ye and Xia Lei stood out in the current team, and her sword skills, after guidance, even surpassed others in certain combat situations. Thinking of this, he stayed silent and began forming a new plan in his mind. At that moment, a loud shout came from afar, ordering the crowd to immediately clear the path. A massive military convoy roared through the gate with overwhelming pressure right after the command. The crowd erupted in discussion, all eyes fixed on the passing convoy. They noticed heavily packed supply bags, believed to contain large amounts of high-grade mana crystals. Many guessed the mission area had been burning for days, and only after the fire subsided did they retreat, making this harvest extremely massive. Rumors spread quickly, with estimates of several thousand crystals, shocking everyone who heard it. Some even believed there were still survivors or mutated victims trapped in the burned zone, making the situation even more terrifying. Some people cursed in frustration, but others argued that in this era, the strong ruled and civilians could only endure. Despite their dissatisfaction, they still had to stay silent to safely enter the city. Amid the noisy crowd, Zhang Ming and Xia Lei stood quietly, listening to the scattered information being passed around. Once things stabilized, the guards signaled for the gate to open, allowing civilians to continue entering the city. Nothing more and quietly followed Zhang Ming, stepping through the gate into the city with him. At the gate, the guards exchanged meaningful looks, smirking as they wondered if they had just spotted a new prey worth taking. Their eyes were locked onto Xia Lei, filled with undisguised greed. In this chaotic world, her striking looks and presence made her an extremely rare target in their eyes. A few of them quickly agreed to report it to young Master Huang to gain favor, thinking he might reward them with benefits, even evolution potions. Inside the base, the atmosphere remained noisy, with constant streams of people moving in and out. Xia Lei subtly signaled Zhang Ming that it was time to begin the plan to lure the snake out of its den. She deliberately spoke loudly, pretending she wanted to walk around alone, telling him to find her later and not let her wander too far. After speaking, she casually left the group and walked slowly around the outer areas of the base. Xiaolei deliberately moved toward less crowded zones, separating herself from the busy flow of people. With her sharp senses, she quickly realized she was being followed from behind. The stalkers made no effort to hide their intent, moving carefully, as if waiting for the right moment. When they saw fewer people around, they immediately sped up, preparing to take her down on the spot. But Xiaolei had already been waiting. She leaned against the wall calmly, glancing at them with clear contempt, as if mocking their slow approach. One of them rushed back to report to young Master Huang that the target was unusual and showed no fear, even when surrounded. Xiaolei leaned casually against the wall, smiled confidently, and said she had finally lured the rats out of their hole, then called out for Zhongming, telling him he no longer needed to hide. A calm voice came from behind, confirming he was already there. Zhang Ming suddenly appeared right behind them, startling the group as they spun around and shouted, asking who he was. Several thugs immediately drew their weapons, warning him not to interfere and to leave if he knew what was good for him. Before they could finish, a figure shot forward with a powerful punch. The terrifying force sent one man flying backward without any chance to react. Zhang Ming did not stop, immediately shifting to another target. With a single grab, he slammed another man to the ground instantly. Everything happened too fast, and the entire group was wiped out in moments. None of the earlier aggressors managed to even touch Zhong Ming once. Young Master Huang panicked completely, dropping to his knees and begging for mercy, stammering that Zhong Ming was likely a level 2 evolver and offering everything he had in exchange for his life. Zhong Ming coldly demanded the location where Sheng Yuan was being held, promising to spare him if he spoke. Trembling, he replied that the man was kept in the basement of a warehouse. The location was an old grain storage warehouse in the southern district, a heavily deteriorated area. The place was heavily guarded and not easy to approach. Nearby, a female nurse interrupted, walking over and confirming the prisoner was still alive and needed to be kept because the boss had not finished dealing with him. The guards nearby whispered, recalling that Sheng Yuan had once been a strong subordinate under the boss. But after getting involved with a woman, he was reduced to a miserable state and tortured daily. At that moment, Zhongming and Xiaolei walked straight into the detention area, startling the guards who shouted, asking who they were. Without giving them time to react, Zhongming signaled Xiaolei to handle them. The nurse immediately panicked, shouting who they thought they were to barge in like this. She continued screaming that they were far too bold to cause trouble in this place. But in the next instant, a hand grabbed her throat. A single crushing motion snapped her neck instantly. The air turned colder as Zhongming continued walking deeper inside. Before him lay a man lying motionless on a bed of dry straw. Zhongming softly called his name, his gaze sinking as he looked at his former close comrade. Memories surged back. In the past, he was a sniper in the squad, while Sheng Yuan was a powerful defensive fighter who always shielded his teammates. Over years of missions, that man had no idea how many fatal blows he had taken in Zhongming's place. Yet only a few months before Zhongming's rebirth, Sheng Yuan had died in another mission. Thinking back on everything, Zhongming let out a faint, cold smile, guessing he had been imprisoned after offending someone recently. He bent down and lifted the large man into his arms. When they returned outside, Xiaolei had already finished cleaning things up and asked if this man was the target Zhongming was looking for. Zhongming nodded and confirmed that this was the highly defensive-type ability user he needed. At that moment, major disturbances began spreading outside. The cold bodies of the gate guards were discovered, shaking the entire area. The one who arrived was Huang Xie, the leader of Olan Base. His subordinates immediately guessed that Sheng Yuan's group might have returned to rescue the prisoner. Enraged, Huang Xie slapped the woman hard across the face, growling that all this trouble started because of her. His fury exploded as he raged about the death of 6 evolved subordinates. In his eyes, they had been killed like chickens, taken down far too easily. Worse, the enemy had openly escaped the city. The more he thought, the more he realized everything started from this woman killing Sheng Yuan's lover, dragging the entire plan into chaos. Still not calming down, Huang Xie continued beating the woman without mercy. After venting slightly, he turned to confirm with Huang Xiao that the enemies were only 2 people, a man and a woman, with the man being the main fighter while the woman barely participated. A forensic examiner stepped forward and reported that based on the corpse marks, especially the crushed neck, the technique was clearly from a male hand. The strike was fast and decisive. If not a level 2 evolver, then someone with extremely dangerous combat strength. He continued analyzing that the kill patterns of the two gate guards matched the same method, proving it was either the same person or fighters of the same level. Huang Xiejie paused and asked if this meant both attackers were involved and had comparable strength. The examiner nodded, confirming they completely overpowered ordinary OnStar evolvers. Huang Xiejie politely thanked Dr. Mu for the information. After a brief handshake, Dr. Mu prepared to leave and reminded Huang Xiejie not to forget the earlier warnings. With that, Dr. Mu turned and left the scene. Huang Xiao confusedly asked his father why he let that man go so easily, saying he should have been kept as a valuable asset. The two watched the doctor's figure disappear into the distance. Huang Xiejie coldly ordered the entire base to raise its alert level and prepare for combat at any moment. His subordinates quickly complied, still unsure why such extreme caution was needed. He murmured under his breath, eyes sinking into deep thought. A person with such unpredictable danger brought more risk than benefit if kept nearby. In another area, several girls were gathered outside a temporary shelter chatting. Inside the tent, Sheng Yuan lay motionless on a bed, morning sunlight shining directly onto his face. The light grew stronger, slowly pulling him out of unconsciousness. As his awareness returned, he suddenly sat up in shock. While still confused, he heard a voice beside him asking if he had woken up. In front of Sheng Yuan was Zhong Ming. He looked confused, then slowly recalled seeing this man before fainting, and asked if he was the one who saved him. Zhong Ming calmly confirmed it. Sheng Yuan cautiously asked why he was saved. Zhong Ming stood up and said bluntly that he was about to enter an extremely dangerous place and needed someone with strong tanking ability to absorb damage. He made it clear there was no need for old friendship, only a clear exchange of benefits. When Sheng Yuan asked why he was chosen, Zhong Ming replied it was because of his special ability. Worried, Sheng Yuan asked if he would be used and then killed afterward, but Zhong Ming stated that without his intervention, he would already be dead. Hearing this, Sheng Yuan gradually accepted the deal. The group began heading deeper into the Aolan mountain region. Zhong Ming asked Sheng Yuan about the newly obtained shield, and he expressed satisfaction with it. The others were shocked to see such a heavy weapon being handled so effortlessly. Zhong Ming reevaluated the equipment, noting its strong stats and special self-recovery ability. Despite being only white grade, its real combat value was extremely high. He silently confirmed that hunting the demon gold was the right decision, as the regeneration ability alone already surpassed many high-grade items from his past life. At that moment, Sheng Yuan suddenly shouted, reporting that he had discovered something unusual ahead. He pointed to a location and asked if the target was there. Zhong Ming only glanced once and immediately confirmed it was indeed the spot. The intel was reliable, and right before him, something from legend had appeared, the demon gambling wheel. The object stood like a warped anomaly in reality, its twisted form resembling a sealed Pandora's box. Zhong Ming slowly stepped forward and placed his hand on its surface. In his past life memory, this type of wheel had countless variants, most of them common and insignificant. But by the world's harsh rules, the rarer it was, the higher the value, and this one was clearly special. He searched his past life memories, recalling that different colored wheels represented rare job systems with extreme value. Some types were treasure-oriented, symbolizing near-limitless resource generation. The golden wheel in front of him, however, was called the demon gambling wheel, tied to extreme risk and equally extreme rewards. Mo Yi couldn't hide her curiosity and asked what made it different from a normal wheel. Zhang Ming gave a simple explanation, a life-or-death gamble where higher risk meant higher reward. Since they had found it, there was no reason not to try. He reorganized the team, telling Su Ying to stay beside him, but focus protection on Sheng Yuan instead, and to deploy extra shielding at critical moments. He then ordered the music support group to retreat 500 meters east and not approach the battlefield even half a step. The command made the entire music group freeze, immediately sensing the upcoming danger was anything but ordinary. Some quickly realized this was not a battle they could casually observe, and a single wrong step could cost their lives. Zhong Ming finalized the formation. Sheng Yuan held the front line. The reed-haired girl supported closely. Others formed a mid-layer defense ring, and any breakthrough had to be stopped immediately. Once the formation was set, he signaled the start, preparing to trigger the activation. Before activation, he took another item from his storage space and warned that what was about to appear would surpass anything they had faced before. He emphasized that he might not be able to fight directly for long this time, and everyone would need to rely on their own adaptability. The moment he finished speaking, the wheel erupted in blinding light, as if a gate was being forcibly opened. The four surrounding structures began spinning rapidly, accelerating further and further. Zhongming narrowed his eyes, feeling tension rise as the reaction had fully begun. A shadow inside gradually took shape, faint but enough to sense an extremely unusual presence, like a sealed battle beast. He explained internally that once activated, the owner could form a contract with this special battle pet, but unlike normal creatures, its life was strictly bound to the contract. If the master died, it would also cease to exist. Unlike regular battle pets that could betray or evolve freely, those from the wheel were tightly bound by rules with almost no escape. They were also highly specialized, mostly designed for combat or unique evolution systems, with far less versatility than rare support-type companions. In his past life, he once saw a powerhouse who owned a mermaid-like battle pet with almost zero combat power but terrifying healing abilities. The moment the crystal core was inserted into the wheel, the entire structure shook violently and began spinning as the awakening process fully activated. Zhongming watched closely, eyes filled with expectation, while reminding everyone to stay alert as activation was about to complete. In an instant, a dark figure shot out from the center of the wheel like a piercing arrow. It flew out without hesitation at terrifying speed, dragging a tearing sonic boom behind it. The high-speed impact created a massive explosion that shook the entire area. Immediately after, a giant lion with flaming red fur slowly materialized, radiating the aura of a true battle beast. Seeing the summoned creature, Zhongming immediately named it the Flame Lion and ordered it to block the target at once. Sheng Yuan asked how powerful the creature was in this tense situation. Zhongming's expression darkened slightly, and he replied shortly, "Level 3, absolutely not to be underestimated." Upon hearing this, Sheng Yuan immediately roared and charged into battle, without hesitation. The wheel continued spinning, while Zhongming kept calculating in his mind, waiting to see what would appear next. Soon after, a massive insect-like form began emerging from the vortex at the center. From the rubble, pitch-black jointed legs pushed out, dragging a grotesque body crawling into view. When it fully appeared, it was a giant insect humanoid, no smaller than the Flame Lion, leaving the entire team stunned. Exclamations of shock echoed everywhere. Zhang Ming immediately warned it was a level 3 insect human, capable of spraying highly corrosive acid and possessing black bone armor that could deploy unpredictably. They absolutely could not underestimate it. He then glanced quickly back at the wheel, as if expecting something else. In that instant, his eyes lit up as he recognized a familiar sign. It seemed luck was on his side this time. Without hesitation, he threw a rope-like artifact into the air and shouted, activating a summoning skill. A humanoid machina-like entity instantly formed mid-air, appearing clearly before everyone. He immediately followed up with another spell, pointing toward the ruins. From the ground, a massive stone-like creature awakened, gripping a giant sword as it slowly rose. It tightened its weapon, its entire body radiating heavy oppressive pressure. Without hesitation, the creature charged straight at the insect human, opening with a frontal strike. Behind him, Zhongming continued coordinating tactics, constantly issuing commands to summon more entities. At his feet, the ground suddenly shifted as if alive, mud and soil coiling into a massive shape. In an instant, a towering mud monster emerged, shocking Shen Yuan. He shouted in disbelief, but Zhongming did not respond and directly joined the fight. He stepped onto one of the summoned entities to gain momentum. The sword in his hand swept out, releasing a blazing slash that rushed toward the insect human. Flames tore across the battlefield, leaving a long burning trail on the ground. Observing the situation, Zhongming silently judged that everything he needed to do was nearly complete. He turned back and told everyone the rest would have to be handled by them, then withdrew from the front line. Xiao Hu immediately responded, promising not to disappoint him. Zhang Ming also felt slightly exhausted, as continuously using basic summoning techniques had drained his mental energy significantly. Without prior enhancement, he would not have lasted this long. He then prepared to activate a level 2 mana crystal into the wheel. Once the crystal was inserted, the wheel immediately restarted. Zhang Ming quickly analyzed the mechanism. Each spin could lock in a pattern if a higher grade item was used, and the wheel would continue until 4 rewards were obtained, or the time limit ended. However, the user would be fixed in place during the entire process. That meant he would be forced to stand in front of the wheel until everything was finished, unable to move. He glanced behind him, fully aware that everything else had to be left to his teammates. The demon gambling wheel could turn symbols on its surface into living combat entities, and the longer it spun, the more monsters would appear. with strength scaling beyond the initial activation material. If multiple failures occurred, the number of summoned monsters would grow exponentially, from 3 to 6, and continuing to rise with each cycle. Once bound to the wheel, the operator could barely escape, and if the outside team failed to hold, the operator's death was inevitable. In the midst of the intense battle, Zhongming briefly turned his head toward the rear, where Sheng Yuan and the others held the defensive line. At this moment, Sheng Yuan was pouring everything into forming a massive shield, barely holding back a torrent of firepower like a living wall of flames. The extreme heat pressure forced him to grit his teeth, muscles straining under constant overload. Around them, mutated creatures continued gathering in increasing numbers, tightening the encirclement. Xiao Hu shouted anxiously, asking why Zhongming would put himself in such danger, and even offered to take over the wheel himself. Zhang Ming frowned and explained that the wheel required the user's level to exceed the initial activation energy, meaning only a level 2 evolver like him was qualified to operate it. After inserting another crystal, he quickly calculated the consequences, realizing the system was not simple luck-based spinning. To complete all 4 patterns required at least 2 activations, the first using a higher grade crystal than the initial one, and the second requiring a level 2 mana crystal. Without the level 2 crystal taken from the previous zombie leader, he would not have been qualified to stand here at all. At that moment, one slot on the wheel reacted, and light surged upward, signaling that a new entity was about to emerge. From the spinning vortex, a new being slowly stepped out. Its shape was still blurry, but its aura was already spreading clearly. As its form became clearer, Zhang Ming recognized another insect human had been summoned. Looking closer, he let out a slight breath of relief. This time, it was only a level 2 mantis-type variant, not putting too much pressure on the current front line. But immediately after, another silhouette appeared on the wheel, and the situation shifted again. With just a glance at its aura, Zhang Ming confirmed it was a fully developed level 3 mutated creature. He slammed his hand down and growled in frustration, unable to understand why his luck kept dragging out high-level monsters, one after another. At that moment, all monsters began surging toward Sheng Yuan's formation, forming a massive assault wave. Zhang Ming gritted his teeth, telling himself the third spin was nearly complete, and they had to hold on at all costs. Seeing the giant insect human with black bone armor and level 3 aura made him even more irritated at the wheel's consecutive failures. He immediately turned to Xiao Hu and ordered concentrated fire on the level 3 target, while the summoned entities would hold back the remaining enemies. Instantly, the summoned creatures rushed forward like a tidal wave. Xiao Hu's team quickly received the order and deployed their firepower. A barrage of bullets tore through the air, forming a violent suppression zone. Another insect was bitten down by an earth beast, slowing its advance in the chaotic battlefield. Armor-piercing rounds continued to strike the target, as Zhang Ming shouted for everyone to fall back to safer positions and avoid being dragged deeper into the fight. At the same time, other summoned entities joined in, forming a chaotic but relentless defensive line. Flame Lion and other battle beasts charged together, pushing the battlefield into direct confrontation. Mechanical entity On Ming struggled to withstand continuous attacks from the enemy. Sword Spirit entered close combat, constantly counterattacking in the chaos. The entire battlefield had turned into a life and death wall, with both sides locked in brutal resistance. Sheng Yuan urgently reported that Zhong Ming's summoned units were being heavily depleted. Xiaolei quickly assessed the situation, admitting their remaining armor-piercing rounds were not enough for prolonged engagement, forcing them to prioritize weaker targets first. Xiao Hu and Mo Yi immediately followed orders and shifted fire. With a single precise shot, the level 2 mantis was taken down instantly. Seeing this decision, Zhong Ming silently acknowledged Xiaolei's judgment, as eliminating smaller threats first was the most efficient way to maintain formation stability under resource pressure. Immediately after, another slot on the wheel began rotating again, signaling a new cycle. Zhong Ming clenched his fist, his entire body tense like a drawn string. He held his breath and focused completely, as only one final pattern remained to complete the rotation. The crystal in his hand was squeezed, so tightly it seemed ready to shatter. He knew this was a life-or-death turning point. Without hesitation, he pressed the crystal against the wheel, activating the second stabilization phase. 2 powerful beams of light instantly shot out, sweeping across the entire battlefield. One of them condensed into a one-eyed poisonous serpent, its level 3 mutated aura erupting upon arrival. The other beam shot toward another entity, whose grotesque form slowly took shape in midair. From the thick mist, another level 3 monster gradually emerged. At the same time, two additional lower-level creatures were also summoned, pushing the battlefield into an even more chaotic state. Su Yin gasped in shock, unable to believe the sudden increase in monster numbers. She turned and shouted at Zhong Ming, asking if he had finished yet, as the situation was spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, Zhong Ming still clenched the crystals in his hand, torn between risk and opportunity, but already realizing there was no turning back. He decided to gamble everything and activate the remaining portion of the wheel. Another small slot continued spinning, resonating with the energy he had just injected. Light erupted violently, drawing all attention across the battlefield. A mysterious object slowly took shape at the center of the wheel. Once its form stabilized, Zhang Ming immediately confirmed the result and activated it without hesitation. His entire body was engulfed in strange light as energy flooded through him. The final reward appeared, a battle pet named Wan Ming Mech Core, but it was in an extremely weak state, leaving him completely confused. Seeing the tiny entity that had appeared, Zhong Ming could only stand still, unable to speak a word. His expression darkened. He never expected the final pull to be nothing like a mythical beast or dragon, but instead something leaning heavily toward a technological construct, far from his expectations of dragonkin or demonic creatures. The Roulette device occasionally drops high-end tech, but the rarest known output is a level 9 golden holy warship that once descended from the sky like a mechanical disaster against Earth. Zhang Ming places his hand on the Ming Realm mecha and recalculates how to use it as a combat tool, regardless of its true origin. He orders it to fire, but the system responds coldly that energy is insufficient and must be refueled first. He freezes for a moment, scans the area, and finds an empty slot behind it, letting out a helpless sigh. The so-called battle companion feels powerful in name only, since every activation requires constant fuel like a machine. With no choice, he inserts an energy crystal, and the system immediately awakens as the mechanical eyes light up. The small core begins to shift and reform into a complete cannon structure. Zhong Ming stares at the tiny weapon and doubts its real firepower could even pierce a basic beast. At that moment, Xiao Hu screams for backup in pure panic as he is pushed to the limit. The battlefield is in total chaos, with sword energy and explosions shaking every direction. The giant robot opposite has already been torn apart by Naga, scattering debris across the field. The flame lions unleash continuous fire waves, forcing Sheng Yuan into a desperate defensive stance. His shield starts cracking, and he coughs blood as his body reaches its limit. Zhang Ming grips his weapon tighter, sensing that if he does not act now, the entire squad will be wiped out. The Ming Realm mecha keeps spamming target alerts, making the situation even more chaotic. Annoyed by the repeated warnings, Zhong Ming snaps at it to shut up. He locks onto the mist monster and quickly analyzes that its corrosive fog can break Sheng Yuan defenses if this drags on. The system confirms full readiness, and the cannon enters firing mode. A sonic boom erupts as the recoil shakes even Zhong Ming. The monster reacts fast and tries to dodge the direct hit, but it is too late, as a huge hole is blown through its neck, proving the shot is lethal. Zhang Ming is stunned that the power equals high-tier awakened skills, while only consuming a low-grade crystal. He looks at the Ming Realm mecha with a completely new evaluation. A faint smile appears as he realizes this thing is far from ordinary, despite its small size. He upgrades the energy source and wonders how far its power can go next. The system responds that energy is near max, and Fortress Mode Level 2 is activated. A second blast launches toward the target at extreme speed. During the fight, one ally is knocked away but barely saved by teammates. Xiao Hu crashes into a large tree and struggles to stay on his feet. Tu Ying rushes in and activates a healing technique to stabilize the situation. Zhang Ming joins the battle as the entire front line escalates and the system reports full readiness again. He gives a firm command with no hesitation in his strategy. All weapons rotate and lock onto a single target. A barrage of firepower rains down like a storm of explosions. Xiao Hu is left speechless after seeing such overwhelming destruction. Zhong Ming quickly assigns roles, telling everyone to hold separate directions. The team surges forward in a full assault to prevent being overwhelmed. Holding the energy stone, he realizes bringing this device was the right decision. He originally thought they would need all trump cards, but the situation is easier than expected. The battle shifts in their favor as Zhong Ming charges straight to the front lines. His eyes lock onto Naga as he plans to hold it down for the next cannon strike, to finish it or severely weaken it. Just as he prepares the combo attack, the system interrupts with a cold warning that the skill is still on cooldown. Zhang Ming pauses in shock, unable to believe cooldown mechanics are still in effect at this moment. That brief opening is instantly exploited by Naga, its giant blade slamming down as Zhang Ming rolls away in anger, cursing the weapon's strict limitation in his mind. He immediately switches to command mode, shouting for the team to regroup, fall back to the central zone, protect Sheng Yuan, and call Tu Ying for immediate support. Before they can stabilize, a massive shockwave sweeps through and throws the Flame Lions out of the battle zone. Behind the line, Tu Ying rushes to Sheng Yuan, detects critical danger on contact, reinforces his shield, and continues using Cam Lu healing to keep him alive. Her mind is under extreme strain, and without earlier mental support, she would have already run dry on energy. Yet the situation keeps worsening. Amid the collapsing defense, one teammate screams in panic that if they keep stalling, the entire formation will fall apart. Zhang Ming's eyes turn red with pressure as he hesitates on using his final trump card, despite being close to victory. He knows the fatal flaw of the Ming Realm mecha. After a burst attack, it requires cooldown, and that gap is enough to flip the battlefield. After a brief hesitation, he forces himself back to the original plan, channeling all power into his blade with no retreat left. A blazing slash erupts, fire surging outward like a tidal wave tearing through the air. The flames spread rapidly, forming a wall of fire that blocks the monsters from advancing. Using the opening, Zhang Ming dives straight into the center of the battlefield. Without hesitation, he brings his blade down on the designated target. A sharp arc of flame cuts through space and strikes the enemy's weak point. The monster collapses instantly, losing all ability to resist. Inside its remains, Zhang Ming quickly retrieves a dimly glowing energy crystal. But just as he secures it, two more monsters rush in from both sides. His reflexes explode into action, dodging by inches and counterattacking immediately. Behind him, Tu Ying continues casting support skills to stabilize the entire team's rhythm. In the chaos, Zhang Ming pulls out a support item and orders the team to reform formation. At his command, everyone retreats and switches into an organized defensive stance. From a higher position, he looks up at the roulette wheel, fully focused on its spinning results. So Yin asks if he still plans to gamble everything again. He smirks slightly and says he will go all the way with no turning back. The roulette wheel spins faster as 4 energy slots blur like fate itself. One slot slowly decelerates and finally locks into place. Holding the energy crystal, Zhang Ming feels tension rise as the result is clearly something unusual. Meanwhile, Sheng Yuan's team is still struggling against endless waves of monsters. Continuous energy attacks push them into a purely defensive state. Xiao Hu notices a dangerous object on the ground and freezes for a moment. He tries to warn the others, but is cut off by Zhang Ming's firm decision. Zhang Ming confirms the plan and signals immediate execution. A teammate asks again about deploying bombs, but Zhang Ming remains calm and holds back that option. Another wave of monsters crashes in, raising battlefield pressure even higher. Sheng Yuan stares forward with determination, willing to risk everything to keep the promise alive. So Yin rushes to the front and unleashes a wide-area attack to block the enemy advance. But a sudden strike breaks through a gap in her defense and hits directly. She staggers and collapses inside the enemy encirclement. Xiaolei rushes in and drags her out, his face tense as the situation spirals out of control. The frontline defense begins to crumble under relentless pressure. Xiaolei turns to Zhang Ming and urgently warns that the team is running out of strength and cannot hold much longer. Zhang Ming quickly inserts the energy stone into the roulette device, recalculating the entire battlefield situation, as Wu Gui Tier 3 resources are completely exhausted. Another teammate who is treating the wounded is suddenly hit by a sweeping strike, pushing the situation into even deeper chaos. Xiao Hu keeps watch and shouts for the captain as battlefield pressure rises every second. The roulette keeps spinning slowly, wearing down Zhang Ming's patience. But at the most critical moment, the wheel finally stops, and the expected result appears. He grabs the newly obtained item and rushes toward the Ming Realm mecha, sensing he has finally hit the key turning point. Without hesitation, he kicks a decoy object far away to draw all monsters' attention in one direction. At the same time, he shouts a provocation to force the enemies to fully focus on the designated zone. Sheng Yuan tightens his grip on the shield and pours his remaining strength into defense under direct orders. Immediately after, 3 energy shields are deployed at the same time. They merge into a solid defensive wall, blocking the entire critical area. Zhang Ming leaps onto a support point and takes firing position. He lowers his stance and aims straight ahead. Sheng Yuan confirms readiness with a low growl, waiting for the command to fire. The barrel locks onto the charging monster horde. He pulls the trigger decisively, and a thunderous blast tears through the space. The front areas is instantly swallowed by smoke and chaotic flames. One observer is stunned by the explosion, while another begins to realize the strategy behind it. A figure rushes toward the battlefield to verify the situation. Upon arrival, he freezes at the sight of the front line split by overwhelming firepower. A massive wall of fire continues burning and dividing the battlefield in two. On the other side, Xiaohu is urgently treating the injured. Tu Ying continuously casts healing spells to maintain Sheng Yuan's condition. The arriving commander immediately orders full support to stabilize the collapsing front. Seeing the coordination still holding, Zhongming exhales slightly, acknowledging the timing of reinforcements. He grips the energy crystal and states firmly that survival is the most important result. In the end, he confirms the battle outcome exceeded expectations. A few days later, the battlefield has turned into ruins, with monster corpses scattered everywhere. Da Huang lies relaxed among the wreckage, enjoying rare peace. A piece of meat is thrown over, and it instantly snaps this up on instinct. Xiao Hu immediately complains after seeing the scene. He says, eating like that is no different from swallowing food without tasting it. At that moment, the door suddenly opens. Zhong Ming and Yue Gong walk in, and Xiao Hu quickly runs to greet them excitedly. He takes the bag of supplies and asks what they brought back this time. A lazy female voice complains about the repetitive daily meals. The voice belongs to So Yin, while Xiaolei stands nearby teasing her. So Yin blushes slightly and denies it, but her tone betrays her embarrassment. In another corner, Zhang Ming ignores the chatter and checks the supplies while Tu Ying assists him. He takes water from Tu Ying and asks about Sheng Yuan's condition. She reports that the injuries are improving, but still need time, and another person's condition is not optimistic. He reassures her to continue monitoring and not overstrain herself. He then signals Xiao Hu to distribute the recovered supplies and organize post-battle life. After finishing arrangements, Zhong Ming leaves the living area and heads to Sheng Yuan's room, still thinking about the 4-day gamble that pushed everything to the edge of life and death. That plan originally relied on a massive stockpile of explosives left by Xiaolei after leveling 2 buildings at the new base, used as the final detonator to reverse the battlefield. The idea was extreme but effective, dealing wide area damage to the monster horde, allowing them to harvest loot from the head demon ball, and forcing Sheng Yuan to take the most dangerous role. Fortunately, the desperate plans succeeded in the end, and the entire team survived the explosion and prolonged battle. After checking Sheng Yuan's condition, he returns to his room and exhales heavily once the situation finally stabilizes. Although the gains were significant, there was almost no time to process the loot, leaving everything still in chaos and unsorted. With injuries stabilized and food and water secured, this is the perfect time to inventory all recovered resources. Sitting on the bed, he spreads out all the items and begins sorting them while analyzing their true value. After the massive explosion, he nearly wiped out the entire area, and now the outside world is entering a new phase, where Tier 2 creatures appear in much higher density. By then, Tier 2 energy crystals will no longer be rare, but Tier 3 crystals will become the real scarcity, scattered and hard to track. Special items like soul beads are also examined, once recorded as the core energy source of the Changkai Sword Tower in old records. For most evolvers, they are almost useless, but for certain specialized professions, they are essential materials for crafting and skill activation. However, the true value is not in the soul beads, but in something far more important. From his crafting instincts, he quickly identifies its nature, a sacrificial gate that trades items for rewards based on value. What shocks him is its golden rarity, a tier only recorded in legends and reached by the strongest existences. Golden epic-grade equipment is almost exclusive to the 78-star layer, requiring an extremely high evolution rank to obtain. Thinking this, he inserts a crystal into the sacrificial gate to test its reaction. He continues feeding more items into it, waiting for any system response. But nothing happens for a long time, making him question whether he did something wrong. Unwilling to accept it, he tries again with another crystal. The result is still silent, leaving him unsure whether the items are incompatible or the activation conditions are missing. Finally, he holds a Tier 3 crystal, hesitates for a few seconds, and decides to test it one last time with higher grade energy. The moment the Tier 3 crystal enters the gate, the entire structure begins to shake violently, shocking Zhang Ming, but also igniting excitement as a reaction finally appears. He focuses on the energy fluctuations, and clearly notices a flow that did not exist before, confirming the activation phase has begun. This means the previous resources were still insufficient to fully unlock the gate's mechanism, missing a critical energy threshold. Zhang Ming keeps feeding crystals in while watching the gate's center, without blinking, capturing every subtle change. After some time, he observes the white energy stream stabilizing and condensing more strongly than before. However, despite consuming a massive amount of resources, the progress remains minimal and far below expectations. At this rate, even exhausting all his current supplies may not fully activate its mechanism. Still, he understands that with legendary golden rarity, difficulty is expected, and the final reward will likely be enormous. With that thought, he sets it aside and shifts focus to another device in his possession. From his storage space, he retrieves an old damaged robot and begins examining its structure and functions. Preliminary analysis shows a cooldown of over a day, meaning it cannot be used continuously as a battle companion. What puzzles him is its classification is not a standard cannon unit, but a specialized mechanical weapon with unclear function. An idea suddenly sparks in his mind that, as a craftsman, he might be able to modify its structure. If successful, he could turn it into a personalized weapon and even alter its original attributes. With that in mind, he tries combining a spirit core and enchantment technique on the robot to test his theory, but there is no response at all, as if the system refuses to acknowledge the attempt. He does not give up and repeats the same procedure, hoping for a reaction. Yet the robot remains completely inert, like a lifeless shell. This puts him into confusion, since theoretically enchantment should only fail on heavily modified items, but this one appears completely new. He begins to suspect whether the issue lies in the Quimo metal itself, or in a pre-existing defect within the system. After thinking, he casually throws another energy crystal into the sacrificial gate to retest his hypothesis. After observing for a while, he confirms the problem is not the material, but the robot itself. However, continuing to invest Quimo metal here carries a huge loss risk, forcing him to reconsider his entire strategy. In the end, he stores both items back into his inventory and temporarily abandons this line of testing. Once again, he turns the robot in his hand, sensing the issue runs deeper than he first thought. After a closer inspection, he discovers special inlay slots hidden inside the mechanical body that were previously unnoticed. He immediately recalls the concept of inlay crafting, a technique used to embed items and unlock additional attributes. Unexpectedly, these slots already exist naturally in its structure, without any need for modification. Without hesitation, he inserts 3 energy crystals into the corresponding inlay positions. He then activates the inlay technique to link the energy circuits between all slots. Instantly, an evolution sequence triggers, and the mechanical system shifts into a higher operational state. The robot lights up, displaying a flood of firing modes and energy requirements, with rapidly increasing consumption at each tier. The overwhelming data leaves him slightly stunned, unable to process all the new conditions in time. After careful reading, he realizes that unlocking higher firepower requires an enormous amount of energy beyond his current supply. Even at the lowest setting, the required number of crystals is still massive, forcing him to reassess its value. After some consideration, he retracts the robot, realizing that despite its great potential, the operating cost is currently unsustainable. He shifts his focus to the next task, treating the heavily injured member of the team. His gaze falls on the red-haired girl lying in deep unconsciousness. After closer inspection, he finds her injuries are extremely severe, far beyond normal human recovery. However, her body is not fully human, making her condition even more unpredictable. At that moment, he remembers the soul bead in his possession. Without hesitation, he feeds the soul bead along with supporting crystals into her body, in hopes of triggering recovery. After that, the group gradually returns to normal daily life in a temporarily stable environment. By late afternoon, Zhongming walks in looking more relaxed, holding a newly obtained coat. Xiaohu immediately notices and asks if it is bulletproof armor. He explains it was taken from an abandoned military vehicle found on a highway nearby. He also says he upgraded it using his crafting skills to improve basic bullet resistance. He then suggests Tu Ying try it first due to her key support role in the team. She feels slightly shy but accepts, while he explains how equipment will be distributed among members. He brings out the final coat and asks if anyone else wants it. Xiaolei and So Yin both refuse due to its rough design, while Xiaohu eagerly steps forward to take it. He reminds Xiaohu that he must always stay on the front line while using it. Xiaohu confidently agrees and holds the armor like a treasure. Afterwards, he announces he will check on Sheng Yuan before returning. He leaves the living area and heads toward the treatment room. Upon entering, he brings the armor and asks about Sheng Yuan's eating and recovery condition. He directly throws the coat onto the bed as a new piece of equipment for him. Sheng Yuan immediately asks whether his damaged shield can be repaired. He reassures him that the equipment has a self-repair system and does not require manual fixing. He walks closer, gently places a hand on his shoulder to calm him, and tells him to follow him, as the path ahead will lead far beyond anything he can imagine now. Upon hearing the names Huang Shiji and Liang Huan, the other man freezes, his memories triggering clear caution and his body stiffening instinctively. Sheng Yuan cannot hide his doubt and directly asks how a group from another city knows their situation so well. Yi Zhongming responds coldly, analyzing that those two are natural counters to shield users, far stronger than expected, and that revenge for Li Ying is currently impossible. The words hit like cold water, forcing Sheng Yuan to suppress the rising panic in his mind. He then questions Zhongming's identity, but Zhongming refuses to explain, and instead asks directly whether he wants to cooperate, saying the reason does not matter. With a dangerous smile, he implied this world has no place for mercy. Only violence can solve everything. Sheng Yuan knew the other side never gives anything for free, so he asked straight for the deal conditions. Yi Zhongming went straight to the point, saying their team was missing someone who could act as a shield. After careful consideration, Sheng Yuan nodded and agreed. As long as he could get revenge, he would join their side. After the deal was set, Ye Zhongming told him to focus on recovery. The plan could only start after 2 stable days. Seeing his confidence, Sheng Yuan could not help but ask if he was not afraid of being used. Without turning back, Ye Zhongming answered bluntly, only he could create a strong enough shield and speed up evolution. The tense conversation was suddenly broken by a random detail, making the situation even more confusing and messy. Sheng Yuan fell silent for a moment, then mentioned that Huang Shiji had a powerful backer behind him. Before he could finish, Ye Zhongming cut him off and directly named the Huang clan guild as if he already knew. That calm reaction stunned Sheng Yuan. The other side only showed disdain, treating that force as nothing important. The scene shifted to a cold mountain slope under the night sky. Dr. Mu led the group and revealed there were level 2 mutated goats below. If the ambush succeeded, they could earn enough magic crystals for high-tier rewards. The others wavered after hearing it, tempted by the profit but worried their strength was not enough. While they were debating, the leader opened a suitcase, showing everything had been prepared in advance. Inside was a syringe, filled with a strange liquid that made the atmosphere suspicious. He calmly said that as long as they waited a little longer, the plan would start running. Elsewhere, a dark room flickered with dim, unstable light. Huang Xijie was drowning in alcohol, drinking non-stop as if trying to vent all his frustration. His anger exploded, and he slammed the glass onto the table, sending shards everywhere. He did not stop, grabbing a large bottle and drinking wildly out of control. Liang Zhuan finally could not take it anymore and rushed in to snatch the bottle from his hand. She warned him that drinking like this would destroy his body, even though they were both evolved beings. She also reported that members of the Huang clan guild had not left and were still being arranged for service and support. She also doubted the reward paid to that group was too high and was not sure they would even return, so it felt unnecessary. Hearing this, Huang Shiji immediately snapped and shouted that they would definitely come back. In another corner, Xiao Dao stood outside the room, clearly irritated. At that moment, the door suddenly opened. A bald man walked out, and Xiao Dao immediately showed his annoyance, mocking that what Huang Shiji gave him was nothing compared to him. The bald man replied coldly, warning Xiao Dao not to view everything in a narrow and careless way. When Xiao Dao tried to force his way in, he was instantly stopped and could not take another step. That obstruction made Xiao Dao even more furious, and the tension between both sides rose sharply. The bald man warned that for the next few days, no one was allowed to interfere or act recklessly. Xiao Dao stayed silent for a moment, forcing himself to think despite his anger. In the end, he turned and left, still full of frustration inside. At the same time, Zhang Di and Zhang Jing came out and cursed Xiao Dao, angry at his growing arrogance. They felt the guild resources were being funneled entirely to Huang Shiji, making everything clearly unfair. Quan explained further about his backing, and said they only needed to support Huang Shiji and wait 3 days before leaving. Zhang Di still did not understand why they did not directly seize control. Quan explained Huang Shiji was extremely cunning and not easy to force into revealing secrets. He stressed that as long as the treasure secret was still hidden, Huang Xijie still had a chance to survive, and he would never reveal it, even under pressure. A Kuan continued explaining the higher orders. The Olin base would be protected by the guild and developed under control, becoming a magic crystal mining hub for core resources. In the eyes of the leadership, Huang Xijie was an important link and must not be touched. If anyone disobeyed, it would not only upset the higher-ups, but also disrupt internal resource division and future benefits. As for Xiao Dao, they were told to ignore him since someone above would handle any issues. Their only task was to complete the mission and withdraw safely. And after finishing his words, the group prepared to continue patrolling the area. After hearing the full explanation, Zhang Di gradually calmed down, nodded, and silently followed A Quan as they left the scene. The scene shifted to the night at Huang Xijie's camp, where the once quiet atmosphere turned tense like a stretched wire. Strange figures appeared in the darkness, heading straight toward the base, and instantly changing the mood around them. The gate guards widened their eyes in shock, their bodies freezing as they felt the approaching killing intent. As the towering figures closed in, the guards panicked and stammered, barely recognizing the name Sheng Yuan. It turned out to be Ye Zhongming's team. Leading them was Sheng Yuan, holding a massive shield like a moving wall. Before anyone could react, the guards scattered in panic, trying to rush inside and report the attack. But in that instant of retreat, a cold blade flashed through the air and cut one of them down instantly. Xia Lei smirked coldly, striking without hesitation, as if he had been holding back this urge since the last time he entered the city. The remaining guards panicked even more and fled at full speed, like evolved beings escaping death. Mei Jing hesitated and asked again about guards who once slaughtered an entire town out of greed. Xia Lei confirmed it without hesitation, saying they abandoned over 1,000 people to die or be killed by monsters. Standing before the closed gate, the group briefly paused, thinking about how to break through. Ye Zhongming stepped forward, his blade glowing with a deep red light as energy rapidly gathered. Without hesitation, he swung his blade down with overwhelming force. The gate exploded instantly, steel and debris scattering everywhere. Standing in the smoke, Ye Zhongming calmly said they would just push in. Inside, the defense forces reacted in panic, shouting and raising weapons to stop the intruders. Sheng Yuan threw Da Huang forward, hurling it like a living spear toward the wall. Da Huang immediately struck, killing a guard with a brutal pounce. Below, Ye Zhongming led the group forward, calm as if he were simply taking a walk. As they passed through the ruined town, Xia Lei questioned how a place with no production could survive. Ye Zhongming replied briefly that it survived through robbery and oppression. He further explained that this place was only a safe outer shell, while inside it was a system that drained and exploited survivors. Moving deeper, Liang Shuyin noticed a familiar trace and reported that Da Huang had returned. Yi Zhongming immediately ordered Liang Shuyin and Yue Shi to follow the hound's trail, locate Huang Xijie, and report back while prioritizing safety. He also emphasized that humans in this world were just as dangerous as monsters, even more unpredictable due to greed and cruelty. He warned about the Huang Clan Guild, a faction made of many evolved members with diverse classes, making it complex and difficult to handle. This battle was not only revenge for Sheng Yuan, but also a survival test for the entire team in the harsh post-apocalyptic world. Only by surviving it could they truly qualify to move forward in this world of blood and chaos. As soon as the order ended, the team split up and followed Da Huang's trail toward the target location. The leader quickly signaled, pointing firmly in one direction, as if locking on to the prey's position. As they entered a dark, narrow alley, shadowy figures emerged from the pitch-black night, signaling enemy contact. The leader of that group was none other than Xiao Dao. Ye Zhongming remained calm and cold, his eyes narrowing slightly as he recognized every familiar face. In his mind flashed an old memory. Xiao Dao had been an opponent he once faced in a bar in his previous life, leaving a deep impression. As for the Zhang brothers, Zhang Di and Zhang Jing, despite their strange personalities, they would later die in a major war between factions. A Quan would later become a very high-ranking figure, rising to vice guild leader and joining the top tier of the Huang Clan Guild. In his past timeline, Sheng Yuan once led a massacre of an entire battle group, triggering a chain of grudges that caused the Huang Clan to secretly oppose him. Xiao Dao held his weapon and spoke with contempt, mocking his opponents and declaring he would teach them a bloody lesson. Xiao Hu immediately rushed forward, pointing his weapon at the enemy with fierce momentum and refusing to back down. Xiao Dao paused slightly when he noticed the opponent's white-grade weapon, his eyes turning sharply alert. The Zhang brothers Zhang Di and Zhang Jing immediately grew greedy, seeing this as a chance to seize the valuable weapon. At this moment, Xiaolei stepped forward with an arrogant attitude, openly revealing that their side also had equipment of the same tier. Mo Yi's, standing beside him, drew his weapon as well, coldly confirming that all three of them were equipped with white-grade gear, creating a direct balance of power. That scene stunned Xiao Dao's group, unable to believe the opponent actually had 3 heightier equipment pieces. The unexpected gap in strength caused Xiao Dao's side to start wavering, a clear sense of unease rising. A Quan immediately pulled Xiao Dao back and warned him, stressing that the situation had worsened and they needed to act now. The tense atmosphere made Xiao Dao feel frozen in place, an overwhelming sense of danger flooding his mind. He clenched his fists tightly, cold sweat forming, as he realized the pressure from the enemy far exceeded expectations. A Quan stared directly at Ye Zhongming and immediately felt a heavy killing intent, as if it could crush any intention to act. He understood that look was a warning. Any wrong move would come at a catastrophic cost. After a brief hesitation, Xiao Dao still ordered a full assault, deciding to gamble everything on the outcome. Both sides instantly clashed, weapons colliding and turning the narrow space into a brutal melee. Yi Zhongming's team remained extremely calm, each strike clean and efficient, but carrying devastating power. The enemy side quickly fell into suppression, unable to understand why the gap was so enormous. Xiao Dao closed in on Xiaolei, speaking in a sickly teasing tone, his eyes filled with disgust and desire. Xiaolei responded instantly, with a cold gaze, slashing out a sharp blade that forced him to retreat. He used that opening to activate an illusion technique, creating multiple overlapping afterimages across the battlefield. Xiaolei was thrown off, unable to track the real trajectory of the enemy's weapon. She completely lost the real target and entered a state of extreme alert, unsure where the next strike would come from. Yi Zhongming transmitted a voice message from afar, giving her the exact position and allowing her to lock onto the killing point. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaolei turned and counterattacked at high speed, her strike piercing straight through Xiao Dao's body. Xiao Dao stared at the fatal wound in shock, his voice breaking before he collapsed, unable to believe he was taken down so quickly. The Zhang brothers, Zhang Di and Zhang Jing, immediately realized the battle had turned, their expressions changing drastically. Mo Yi took advantage of the chaos and loudly ordered the team to keep pressing forward without giving the enemy any breathing room. On the other side, Zhang Di and Zhang Jing were still fighting fiercely, both starting to panic as the situation slipped out of control. A Kuan's expression changed sharply as he urgently ordered everyone to use all available skills and not hold back any trump cards. After receiving the command, Zhang Jing immediately signaled for coordination, preparing a full-force attack. Xiao Hu suddenly shouted as the enemy vanished from sight. Mo Ye quickly realized the issue and warned that a white mist was blocking all vision. Xiao Hu immediately suggested switching formation, back-to-back defense, and Mo Ye quickly agreed. Yi Zhongming observed from a distance, rapidly analyzing the situation in his mind. The girl specialized in mist-based support, while the brother was likely an assassin-type attacker. But before he could finish assessing, a sudden slash cut through the air, followed by Zhang Di's mocking voice, filled with arrogance. He sneered, looking down on everyone, believing that class-based abilities always completely outclass ordinary evolved beings. Xiao Hu seized the opening and launched a strong counterattack, mocking them and claiming the enemy was nothing but overconfident fools. Zhang Di panicked, unable to understand what was happening. Xiao Hu continued to laugh coldly, ridiculing them as if the outcome had already been decided. Zhang Jing lost control and rushed forward in panic, screaming his brother's name through the chaos. At the same time, Mo Ye delivered a decisive slash, finishing the final target without giving any chance to resist. The two of them stood on the battlefield almost unharmed, with only the corpses of the Zhang brothers left behind. Ye Zhongming looked at the scene and nodded in satisfaction, praising their coordination. A Quan could clearly feel the overwhelming pressure radiating from Yi Zhongming, his heart sinking as he realized their team was being completely crushed without even needing full strength. Yi Zhongming looked down coldly and directly asked who the leader of the Huang clan guild was, warning that this would decide their survival. A Quan remained silent, then immediately activated the special weapon in his hand, preparing for a desperate counterattack. He charged straight at Yi Ming, intending to crush the opponent with a single full-force decisive strike. But Yi Ming easily locked his wrist. His cold voice rang out as he exposed the opponent's technique and dismissed it as not even close to his level. With just a crushing grip, the Golden Gauntlet's defense layer was completely shattered. Aquan's eyes widened in terror, the pain overwhelming him as he screamed out of control. Yi Ming kicked him away coldly, then ordered the spoils to be collected without wasting any more time. Xiao Hu immediately got excited and began looting the enemy corpses. He quickly searched Akuan's body, not missing a single valuable item. Sheng Yuan looked at the blood-soaked battlefield, shocked to confirm all enemies had been wiped out, and worried about the true strength of the Huang clan guild. Yi Ming calmly stated he had already known about the enemy beforehand, and never considered them a real threat. Xiao Hu rushed back to report a massive haul, multiple level 1 and level 2 magic crystals, plus high-value weapons and gear. Mei Jing also checked the loot, adding more crystals and potions recovered from the battle. Yi Ming simply nodded and stored everything into his spatial storage, judging the total gain as acceptable. Mei Jing looked at the corpses, unable to hide her unease about how wars and purges would only become more frequent. Yi Ming reassured her that in this world, adapting to brutality was the only way to survive. At that moment, a new message arrived from Shu Yin's side. She reported that she had found traces of Huang Xiji's group, instantly changing the atmosphere. Sheng Yuan reacted first, clenching his fist and immediately asking for their exact location. The group moved out at once, heading straight toward the main gate to regroup with their allies. As they approached the gate area, people inside detected the movement and immediately responded. Inside, a lookout signaled his teammates, indicating the target was hiding in the room and had likely prepared a formation. Yi Ming slightly curled his lips and coldly said that what they were waiting for would never appear. Inside the room, Huang Xijie and Liang Wan both looked tense, staring at the object placed on the table. Liang Zhuan couldn't help asking again whether they really had to hand over the treasure, especially after sacrificing so many forces and fighters to obtain it. Huang Xijie stayed silent, his eyes fixed on the staff on the table, full of hesitation. Liang Quan brought up the past again, admitting she had gone too far against Sheng Yuan's people, but Huang Xijie cut her off immediately, telling her not to mention it again. He calmly analyzed that this treasure would eventually be discovered by the Huang clan anyway, and could be used as a bargaining chip to maintain balance. Looking at the staff, he considered enhancing it by embedding additional enhancement stones to increase its power. Another person questioned whether the top experts of the Huang clan could even be defeated, but he was immediately refuted, with others saying such a thing was nearly impossible. At that moment, a familiar voice from outside shook everyone inside the room. Immediately after, the door was kicked open, the impact shaking the entire room. Panic erupted inside as the people lost all formation and fell into chaos before they could react. A series of rapid attacks swept through, knocking down multiple enemies in an instant. Yi Ming looked at the leaders and calmly evaluated their elemental shield defense. He continued analyzing their elemental techniques as if he already knew all their secrets. In just a moment, Huang Xijie's defensive barrier was completely broken. Liang Wan immediately jumped up and launched a supporting attack. But the enemy remained calm, not showing the slightest panic under the barrage. Xiaolei blocked all incoming arrows with her shield, protecting the rear formation. Meanwhile, Yi Ming caught an attack, barehanded, demonstrating overwhelming strength. He casually assessed their techniques, as if everything was already within his calculations. Liang Guan panicked, unable to believe the absurd power she was witnessing. Huang Xijie was forced to unleash his full strength, creating countless ice shards for a concentrated attack. But Yi Ming destroyed the entire attack with a single kick, leaving no threat behind. Sheng Yuan immediately rushed into the battlefield, seizing the chance to counterattack. Xiao Hu also wanted to join the fight, but was stopped by Yi Ming. He signaled that this was a personal battle for Sheng Yuan to handle. Sheng Yuan completely overpowered both targets, taking control of the battlefield in an instant. He used his shield to counterattack heavily, striking directly at Liang Wan. Huang Xijie tried to protect his ally, but was still crushed under the pressure. In a surge of rage, Sheng Yuan roared, bringing up everything he had sacrificed and the betrayal he suffered in the past. His emotions exploded, and he charged forward in a frenzied attack, no longer holding on to reason. He shouted in fury, questioning all the injustice he had endured. Huang Xijie panicked and ordered his son to step in and provide support. But his son was already trembling in fear and did not dare move forward. At that moment, an unexpected change happened behind him. Da Huang lunged in and bit directly into his neck, bringing him down in agony. Huang Xijie watched the scene and completely broke down, screaming in despair. Sheng Yuan grabbed his head, his eyes filled with killing intent and rage. He finished him off coldly, saying that he should go down and repent to Li Ying. Liang Wan collapsed, crying in despair as everything fell apart before her eyes. Sheng Yuan continued walking toward her, his killing intent clearly locked on her. Yi Ming signaled a retreat, leaving the battlefield for Sheng Yuan to deal with alone. The group quickly withdrew to a safe position to observe. Xiao Hu could not hold back his curiosity and asked about Sheng Yuan's current state. Yi Ming calmly replied that he was simply releasing all the emotions he had suppressed for a long time. Xu Yin reported that the staff in the opponent's possession had special value. Yi Ming explained that it was a natural staff and expressed doubt that the Huang clan would let it go easily. Xia Lei asked about the rarity and true value of the equipment. Yi Ming explained the embedding system of enhancement stones and how attributes could be transformed. Everyone around immediately became curious and kept asking questions. He also explained the limitations of this type of staff, especially its inability to embed certain special stones. The group was stunned into silence after hearing this. They discussed its potential for massive power amplification and support effects. Mei Jing showed regret when thinking about the value of the equipment. Yi Ming silently reassessed the true potential of the staff in his hands. He continued analyzing elemental systems and equipment mechanics. He also went deeper into the function of enhancement stones and activation effects. He emphasized its ability to release all stored energy in a single burst. In his memories, he recalled a famous assassin who once used a similar weapon. He ultimately concluded that it was still an extremely valuable weapon. He stored the staff into his spatial storage, keeping it as loot. Sheng Yuan returned and reported that everything had been resolved. Exhausted, Sheng Yuan slumped onto the steps, breathing heavily, and Mage Fu Shuying immediately stepped forward to heal him. Yi Zhongming scanned the remaining people and laid out the plan. Wait for Sheng Yuan to fully recover, then use him as bait to control the entire county Shu Yin, and the music team would investigate, gathering points of Huang Shiji's evolved faction to extract more information. He then assigned roles clearly. Mo Ye, Xiao Hu, and Xia Lei would build a trading point and form hunting squads to gather more magic crystals. Sheng Yuan and Fu Shu Ying would organize patrol teams to maintain order and collect intelligence within the city. He emphasized that a wave of level 2 mutations was approaching, and everything had to be prepared as quickly as possible. Time was no longer abundant, every minute had to be fully utilized. 3 days passed. In a small house, Han sat comfortably with his legs crossed, scanning everyone before signaling the report to begin. Xia Lei's group reported first, saying they had cleared mutated creatures around the area, kept the region relatively safe, traded supplies with survivors, and collected over 1,000 level 1 magic crystals and more than 50 level 2 crystals. The next report was even more astonishing. They had also collected a large amount of level 1 crystals and over 150 level 2 crystals from Huang Shiji's stockpile. Jin Gong continued reporting that the entire warehouse of Huang Shiji's faction had been fully inventoried. Xu Yin stood beside them, unable to hide her shock at the massive amount. Over 4,000 level 1 crystals, over 150 level 2 crystals, and a large stock of OnStar evolution potions. Jin Gong added that many special supplies and a large reserve of evolution potions were also found in storage. Fu Shuying summarized all resources: nearly 20 level 1 crystals, nearly 500 level 2 crystals, over 100 bottles of OnStar evolution potions, and 2 armored vehicles. Han nodded in satisfaction, clearly approving of the results achieved. He also added that, in the past 2 days, he personally explored the surroundings and obtained 2 special magic crystals, along with several rare materials. Xiao Hu's eyes lit up instantly. He blurted out in excitement and looked at everyone with pride in their leader's strength. After finishing the inventory, Han made a decision. The entire team would immediately leave and head to the next location. That decision froze everyone in place. Many were shocked, thinking this place would become their long-term base. But Yi Zhongming only smiled meaningfully and said he already had a better option, ordering everyone to prepare for immediate departure. The scene shifted as the group got into vehicles and set off. The convoy sped through the ruined road, entering an area filled with traces of battle. After stopping, Ye Zhongming ordered everyone to gather usable supplies and check the conditions of the red-haired member along the way. Xiao Hu and Fu Shuying silently followed after seeing the body. Ye Zhongming calmly confirmed there were no signs of recovery, with almost no hope left. Fu Shuying could not help but choke up, as she had tried her best to protect him in the previous battle. Ye Zhongming calmly said that since they were once comrades, it was best to bury him properly. After everything was done, Fu Shuying stood in front of the fresh grave, reluctant to leave. Yi Zhongming called her back, firmly reminding her it was time to move. After a brief hesitation, she nodded and turned to get on the vehicle. The convoy quickly set off again, leaving the area behind. The journey continued until the sun slowly began to set. A strange red creature suddenly crawled toward the freshly buried grave. It lunged down and violently tore open the soil. The ground split apart. From beneath, Sha suddenly burst upward. She grabbed the intruding creature instantly and crushed it without hesitation, realizing it was aiming for her heart. A distorted voice echoed from behind, filled with rage and repeatedly demanding humans. The sound was broken and chaotic, screaming and repeating without control. Sha turned and saw a horrifying corpse that sent chills down the spine. At that moment, something grotesque crawled out from the corpse's mouth. It shot forward like lightning and latched onto Sha-Sha's face. Its tentacles wrapped around her head, declaring that this body would belong to it. It probed inside and panicked when it discovered two strange forces in her mind, one red and one white. Sha coldly grabbed the creature on her face and ripped it off. In a dazed state, she muttered incomprehensible words, as if warning or calling for help. Then she opened her mouth, preparing to swallow the creature whole. But her movement suddenly froze mid-air. Her gaze shifted forward. A strange woman appeared there, accompanied by a cat-like companion. Both sides stared at each other in a tense silence. Sha lifted the creature in her hand, about to swallow it, causing it to scream in terror. The moment a stop was heard, the cat-eared woman immediately leapt in, without hesitation. In an instant, a barrage of sharp arrows shot forward, followed by the cat-eared girl's lightning-fast movement. Sha did not slow down. She simply swept her hand aside as if brushing away an annoyance, knocking back the black cat that rushed in. But in return, the arrows pierced directly into her arm the moment she struck. Taking advantage of the opening, the cat-eared woman instantly closed in and threw a full-force punch. The impact forced Sha to open her mouth, dropping the brain worm from her hand. The strange creature rolled onto the ground. The cat-eared woman reacted instantly and rushed to grab it first. Sha immediately changed direction and charged at her opponents back to counterattack. The collision sent both of them flying, rolling across the ground. After stabilizing, both locked eyes on the target on the ground, their killing intent rising sharply. Without any hesitation, they both launched forward at the same time. Each reached out, grabbing toward the brainworm simultaneously. Killing pressure erupted. Neither side was willing to yield even an inch. The poor creature was stretched apart and torn in two right on the spot. Both froze briefly, looking at what they held, then at each other. An eerie silence fell. They then turned and walked away in opposite directions, as if nothing had happened. Elsewhere, Ye Zhongming's group gathered around a campfire, resting and recovering after the long journey. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked into the distance, eyes locking on something, as if sensing an anomaly. Suo Yin, sitting beside him, immediately noticed the strange reaction and asked what was wrong. He only shook his head slightly, giving a casual reply to hide his real thoughts. In his mind, he tried to reconnect that faint link with the red-haired figure, but the signal was too weak to confirm anything. After closing the map, he turned serious and began preparing the next plan. According to the new instructions, the next segment required abandoning vehicles and continuing entirely on foot. Mo Yi questioned it, since the road ahead was clearly wide and convenient, with no reason to ditch transport. Yi Zhongming explained that the area ahead was not normal ground, but a deadly forbidden zone filled with risk. It was formed from catastrophic events, where monsters and extraterrestrial beings ran completely out of control. Despite the danger, the zone contained rare resources, like exotic herbs and valuable minerals. In other words, it was both a land of death and a treasure zone for those brave enough to enter. Xiaolei suggested taking a detour to avoid the danger, but the idea was rejected, since the detour was too long and not necessarily safer. Xiaohu supported Yi Zhongming's decision, believing he already had a clear plan. In the end, the group agreed to rest for the night and enter the forbidden zone the next morning. Night fell, and everyone slept except Yi Zhongming, who stayed on watch. He kept adding firewood to the campfire to maintain a steady glow in the dark. Occasionally, he used binoculars to scan the surroundings. His gaze lingered on the blazing red barrier ahead. From his observations, he confirmed the zone carried an extremely bloody and dangerous aura. Based on his memories, he suspected a gemstone vein and a mineral-rich mountain worth the risk. At dawn, the group entered the forbidden zone. They moved cautiously through barren mountain ranges, staying highly alert at all times. After careful observation, Yi Zhongming signaled that the area was temporarily safe. The team continued advancing. Xiaohu was shocked by massive footprints, comparing them to those of prehistoric beasts. Yi Zhongming explained that the beasts here absorbed energy from gemstone veins, evolving far beyond normal creatures. In the current era, gemstones were a core resource, affecting professions and even pet evolution. Suo Yin asked whether a gemstone mine truly existed in this place. He pointed toward the mountain ahead and confirmed it was a gemstone mountain containing a major vein. Xiaolei detected danger at the 3 o'clock direction and immediately issued a warning. Yi Zhongming quickly raised his binoculars to observe more closely. Beneath the bloody mist, a pale yellow liquid streak spread across the grass, making its origin unclear. Suo Yin asked what it was, and the cold answer came. It was monster urine used to mark territory. Tu Ying added that these creatures behaved like wild beasts, using urine to define their territory boundaries. Suo Yin still doubted it, and asked if it could be natural gemstone material usable for embedding into a staff. Yi Zhongming examined it, and explained the glowing pale areas were water-type gemstones, while the darker ones were ica-type, both formed from a coexisting mineral vein. He warned everyone to stay close, feeling uneasy as the creatures here had learned to mark territory biologically, meaning the situation required deeper investigation. As they moved deeper, countless massive creatures appeared ahead, shocking everyone. The overwhelming sight made the group freeze in fear, unable to comprehend what they were seeing. Someone nervously asked if they planned to retreat, but he replied he would act alone to reduce the chance of detection. The others immediately warned that the danger level was extreme, including a boss-class beast and a swarm of over 200 level 2 monsters, making any reckless move fatal. He suggested bringing Da Huang along, as its tracking sense was extremely sharp and could help avoid ambushes in the dangerous zone. He then assigned tasks, establishing a base at Yunding Mountain Villa and ordering reconnaissance of the surrounding area while waiting. They had to check for any occupying factions, dangerous monsters, or undead armies, and even locate the compass device and determine its level. But he stressed no one was allowed to enter Yunding Shanzhuang without orders. One man asked to go along but was instantly rejected, told to stay and protect the musician instead. The man fell silent and accepted the order after hearing the explanation. After finishing arrangements, he ended the discussion and prepared to leave. He also declared that his return would mark the start of taking over Yunding Shanzhuang. The scene shifted to Shanghe Village, deep in the danger zone, where he and Da Huang stood on high ground observing everything. He muttered in excitement after discovering an unexpected gain, a mutated sweet potato ginseng plant. Underground, strange sweet potato tubers were being dug up, each sprout hiding an automatic attack mechanism when approached. These plants also contained low-grade mana crystals, and with proper care could become a stable high-value food source that boosts physical strength. He quickly stored all the tubers using spatial items, already planning future cultivation expansion. While scanning the area, he spotted a level 4 three-tailed demon frog hiding near a gemstone zone. Even though he had grown stronger, he admitted fighting a level 4 creature was still extremely difficult. But now that he was here, retreat was not an option. His will to move forward made his resolve even stronger. Inside a stone cave, the demon frog was licking glowing gemstones in satisfaction. It sensed something outside, but stayed indifferent and continued guarding its loot. Meanwhile, Da Huang quietly observed, preparing to make a provoking move. It suddenly threw an object toward the target and acted mockingly. The action enraged the frog, its eyes filling with killing intent. It rushed out at extreme speed to chase the target. From afar, he observed and confirmed the frog had a weakness. It could not sustain long chases. After days of observation, he fully understood its speed, reflexes, and pursuit limit. Once the chase exceeded 1 minute, it would automatically give up and return to its cave. So he planned to use its own behavior to stretch the fight duration. He believed another level 4 beast was also approaching this area. In another direction, the frog was lured far from its nest. It suddenly stopped, sensing danger and noticing another creature appearing. It was a lava gecko with a murderous gaze. The two sides immediately clashed, starting a brutal battle. Meanwhile, he was pleased as the plan began to work. He revealed he had been waiting for a chance to exploit conflict between two different level 4 monsters. One was water type, the other fire type, natural enemies destined to kill each other. Once they saw each other as enemies, cooperation or retreat became impossible. Thinking this, he rushed toward the gemstone zone to harvest quickly. He stayed extremely focused to avoid triggering any energy traps. One wrong step could destroy all the resources. He acted decisively and collected several intact gemstones. However, the frog began reacting more violently. It unleashed a barrage of attacks from its mouth at high speed. The lava gecko was completely overwhelmed and could not dodge. It was finally blasted back in heavy injuries. Da Huang immediately signaled a warning to him. He realized the situation was beyond expectations and prepared to retreat. Just as they turned, the frog was already right behind them. It locked onto the target and went completely berserk. A powerful ice storm burst from its mouth. He was shocked, recognizing it as a high-tier skill of a level 4 beast. He quickly activated plant control to defend. A tree was pulled up as a shield in front of the attack. It was instantly frozen and crushed. Defense failed, forcing him to counterattack again. But his blade was also swept away by the icy storm. He was dragged straight into the center of the vortex. In a critical moment, he searched for a way out. The entire area was covered by a violent ice blizzard. He realized this was overwhelming level 4 power. With no choice left, he summoned a defensive artifact. He drew a weapon from his storage space and prepared to strike back. He activated the inlay skill. A pillar of force exploded into the ground. A divine shadow slowly formed inside the light. A water-type barrier emerged, protecting him from the ice storm. However, his defensive power was still not enough to withstand the full impact. He realized his current equipment was simply too weak, so he decided to use another mana stone. Once again, he activated the inlay formation. The staff slammed into the ground, causing a violent energy ripple. An energy ice layer spread across the ground. A temporary escape route was created. He quickly seized the chance to retreat. He signaled Da Huang to withdraw as well. The two of them sprinted at full speed, but a terrifying explosion echoed behind them. He turned his head for a brief moment, tense and alert. The collision caused the space behind them to erupt violently. He regretted that his plan was destroyed midway. The gemstone on his staff also began to crack. Just as he was about to fully retreat, a new attack struck. The frog still refused to stop and continued its pursuit. He realized the enemy was completely driven by rage. He drew his blade and counterattacked while charging forward. He unleashed a slash to block the strike. It neutralized part of the damage, but he was still injured. He was knocked to the ground, barely able to stand. At the critical moment, the lava gecko suddenly returned to the battlefield. It rushed in and attacked the frog, turning it into a chaotic three-way battle. He immediately realized this was a rare chance to escape. He signaled Da Huang to leave the area immediately. The two quickly hid in a temporary safe zone. He understood he could no longer move aggressively in his condition, so he ordered Da Huang to seek reinforcements. It immediately rushed off to complete the mission. He watched it leave while in a severely exhausted state, his consciousness fading. In his haze, he heard a group of people discussing his condition. They assumed he was an awakened being badly injured during exploration. Some even debated whether they should save him. One of them refused, not wanting to waste rare healing resources. Still, there was hesitation as they weighed the situation. While they were still deciding, a girl suddenly noticed the man on the ground twitch. She immediately called out, telling the others he had regained consciousness. As his awareness returned, Ye Zhongming instinctively became alert, silently scanning everything around him. He quickly assessed the formation of the group, judging them to be fairly well organized. A Dayan turned to an elderly man behind him and asked about the condition of the newly awakened stranger. The old man narrowed his eyes and calmly warned them not to jump to conclusions. While observing, Yi Zhongming noticed the young girl, estimated her to be very young, and identified the alchemy emblem on her as that of a likely alchemist. From this, he inferred she was the key reason the group had not left, not simple kindness. Just as tension rose, a Dayan suddenly kicked him to force information out. He leaned in and aggressively interrogated him the moment he could speak. A barrage of questions followed. Identity, purpose here, alone or with allies. The girl quickly tried to stop him, disturbed by the brutality. He coughed weakly, pretending to be injured, and said he came alone to search for opportunities. The answer stunned the group, both suspicious and displeased that a lone man would enter such a death zone. The old man stepped forward and directly questioned whether he truly acted alone. He calmly replied that the area was dangerous but not impossible to enter, and someone had even mapped it, which he used as guidance. As soon as he finished speaking, his body moved slightly, and pain spread through him. The girl supported him, gently suggesting treatment while reminding him to be careful, and he quietly thanked her. The adults called her back, signaling the end of the conversation for now. Watching her leave, he silently sighed, feeling both gratitude and the harsh reality of this world, not favoring the overly kind. He checked his condition and confirmed he had been unconscious for quite a while, only now regaining slight movement due to his evolution recovery. Even so, full recovery would take nearly a week, so the best option was to stay with this group for safety. Elsewhere, the team began discussing him, suspecting he might have a map of the area and considering how to exploit it. After rechecking, they found no map on him, making the situation even more uncertain. Adayan began to speculate that he was either lying to get them to escort him or deliberately hiding a map to manipulate the situation. From that, he suggested leaving him behind and moving on, refusing to carry an unknown burden. The girl immediately objected strongly, insisting they should at least rescue him and take him along instead of abandoning him. Adayan kept trying to persuade her, pulling her toward his decision as the argument grew more tense. The girl showed open disdain, no longer even looking at the man, turning away with a cold snort. At that moment, Uncle Da slowly stepped in to settle the situation, saying they would follow Xiao Guo's decision and bring him along. Adayan still felt unwilling and tried to speak again but was cut off. Uncle Da extinguished his half-burned cigarette and spoke firmly, ending the discussion without room for debate. He ordered the others to find a sturdy wooden pole to use as a crutch, while Xiao Guo checked the man's injuries. Hearing the orders, the team immediately dispersed and moved toward Yi Zhongming to carry out the tasks. While moving, Adayan secretly approached Uncle Da and asked why they should keep such a man around, worrying he might turn hostile once he recovered. Uncle D only gave a faint smile, showing no concern. He said the man was alone, while they were a full awakened team. There was nothing to fear. He also emphasized Xiaoguo's value, especially her ability to prepare medicines, like paralysis drugs, that made hunting level 2 beasts easier. He warned Dian not to upset her, since many others would try to recruit her. Moreover, the man knew the route from memory, making him useful as a guide and for observation during recovery. After hearing the explanation, Dian gradually calmed down and admitted Uncle Da's logic was airtight. Then Uncle Da gestured toward Yi Zhongming, being helped up, and told them to go speak with him directly. Uncle Da approached with a friendly attitude and asked directly whether he truly knew the map of this area. He only nodded slightly in confirmation. Immediately, Dian frowned and pointed at him, accusing him of bluffing since no one could possibly have a map here. Meanwhile, Uncle Da signaled the others to come closer, intending to speak with him further. He smiled politely, stepped forward, and asked again about the map, still keeping a friendly tone. He responded with another calm nod. Dian immediately lost his temper again, pointing at him and shouting that he was lying, and there was no such thing as a map. In response, Ye Zhongming simply smirked and tapped his own head, implying everything was stored in his memory, and no physical map was needed. Seeing this, Uncle Da suddenly reached into his pocket, as if taking out something important to verify the situation. He pulled out a piece of paper and asked whether the listed materials were things he had ever seen before. With just a glance, he immediately recognized it as a list related to paralysis medicine, a highly valuable resource in their current situation. Uncle Da understood he was neither a pharmacist nor an alchemist, so he used the formula as a test. Yi Zhongming instantly saw through the intention as well. Looking at Tang Guo, he began calculating that recruiting someone with refining ability would bring huge future benefits. From that point on, he decided to stay with Uncle Da's group. During night watch, he kept feeding the fire while observing both the surroundings and the sleeping members. In silence, he continued analyzing everything in his mind. After some observation, he judged the team's vigilance was too loose and their strength mediocre, yet they proudly called themselves an elite combat squad, which was almost laughable. His injuries were healing well, but he would still need at least 2 more days before he could fully discard the crutch. He slowly lowered himself, shifting position and turning his back to the others. In that posture, his eyes still scanned the surroundings for any unusual signs. Once he confirmed the area was temporarily safe, he took out a gemstone from his storage space, the one obtained from the 3-tailed demon frog earlier. At a glance, he was clearly shocked. It was a mid-tier ice attribute gemstone, far more valuable than expected, especially in the current conditions. He quickly calculated that if he activated blood resonance from this gemstone, its destructive power could rival an Ice Extreme Dragon Vortex technique, nearly a trump card on par with a level 4 mutated beast skill. Thinking of that, he glanced at Tang Guo and already began planning to recruit her once his injuries fully recovered. Time felt like it was cut off, and the next day arrived in an instant. The next morning, Yi Zhongming and Tang Tian walked at the front of the entire team. he casually tested him, asking if Tang Tian was Tang Guo's brother. The man did not hide it, directly saying they were half-siblings with different mothers and a noticeable age gap. He smiled and introduced himself as Ye Zhongming. Tang Tian naturally replied with his own name. Ye Zhongming set his crutch aside, brushing aside grass, while asking whether Tang Tian was the only one in the team who had not evolved. Tang Tian paused slightly, then said he had given his evolution potion to Tang Guo instead. After collecting what he had just found and storing it away, Ye Zhongming stood up. Tang Tian asked what was wrong, and he calmly replied that he had already found the material they were looking for. He immediately called out to the rest of the team, announcing he had discovered the tiger toothgrass they were searching for. Hearing this, Adayan reacted the fastest and rushed over as if afraid of losing credit. He quickly uprooted the plant and handed it to Uncle Da, acting as if he had made a great contribution. Uncle Da examined it and laughed in excitement, confirming it was indeed what they needed, then immediately ordered a wider search area. The entire team dropped down at once, splitting up to search every inch of ground. Meanwhile, Ye Zhongming observed silently, evaluating his luck as still very good, having obtained 2 important herbs, one of which matched an existing formula. Adayan reported they had collected about 10 more tiger toothgrass plants. Hearing this, Uncle Da became even more satisfied, calculating that this amount alone was enough to produce multiple batches of paralysis medicine, enough to hunt level 2 mutated beasts and push their strength to 2-star level. Just as everyone was excited, a panicked scream tore through the air, signaling trouble. A man ran frantically toward them, with 2 monsters chasing closely behind him. Upon closer look, someone immediately recognized them as 2 level 2 red-eyed deer and shouted a warning. Adayan quickly urged Uncle Da to retreat immediately, or it would be too late. The team instantly fell into chaos while retreating. Only Tang Guo kept looking back worriedly, for Ye Zhongming still behind them. Seeing the danger, Tang Tian grabbed her and said that with 2 level 2 mutated beasts, there was no chance to fight. They had to withdraw immediately. Tang Guo stood frozen, eyes locked on Ye Zhongming and the chaos, tears welling up from helpless fear. Unlike the panic around him, he remained calm and cold, gripping his spatial stone while muttering. He felt a trace of regret, thinking that if he were at full strength, he could easily crush those 2 beasts with a snap without needing this item. He then drew out a staff and a faintly glowing gemstone, preparing to act. Holding the weapon firmly, he calculated that this was the last of the 3 basic gemstones he had obtained earlier, so he must only use part of its power to avoid waste. He activated blood linkage, and immediately a strange energy flower bloomed at the top of the staff. In the distance, Uncle Da's group, after fleeing for a long distance, hid behind a large rock, breathing heavily while scanning their surroundings. Once temporarily safe, Uncle Da asked Adayan whether all supplies had been brought along. Adayan lifted the bag and confirmed nothing was missing. Tang Guo still could not hide her worry, repeatedly asking about Ye Zhongming's situation. Tang Tian also suggested going back to check since some time had passed, and perhaps the beasts had left, or at worst they could retrieve his body. Hearing this, Uncle Da slowly stood up and finally agreed to return and check the situation. The group immediately turned back toward the original location, staying highly alert. On the way, Adayan asked why they were going back, and Uncle Da lowered his voice, reminding him that the tiger toothgrass was still there and extremely valuable. When they returned, the scene made them freeze. Ye Zhongming was still calmly sitting there, even casually roasting meat. Adayan widened his eyes in disbelief and stammered, asking if he was really still alive. Seeing this, Tang Guo broke into tears of relief, overjoyed that he was safe. The others checked the bodies of the 2 beasts, then began suspecting a stronger predator had appeared. However, they quickly discovered the 2 beast cores on the monsters' heads were gone without a trace. Uncle Da immediately became tense and asked where the level 2 beast cores had gone. Without hesitation, Ye Zhongming calmly opened his palm, revealing 2 shining beast cores. The group's eyes lit up instantly, greed surfacing, while Adayan quickly demanded that he hand them over. He tightened his grip on the 2 cores, gave a cold, mocking smile, and said bluntly that they were not qualified to own them. Those words ignited the situation, and the group erupted in anger, fists clenching with killing intent. The atmosphere turned suffocating, everyone showing clear rage and hostility. They began mocking him, saying it was ridiculous for a wounded man to talk about qualifications. Tang Guo desperately called out his name, but it was useless as the situation spiraled further. Blinded by greed, the group began preparing to rush forward. Tang Guo quickly stepped in front of him, begging everyone to stop and urging him to hand over the cores to avoid conflict. She was so panicked she was almost pleading, afraid things would become irreversible. Meanwhile, Yi Zhongming remained calm, quietly evaluating her kindness and considering she was suited for alchemy research. A Dayan brutally shoved Tang Guo aside and pointed his weapon at him, saying there was no need for further talk. Suddenly, he tossed the two cores away, causing the group to freeze. That action made a Dayan hesitate for a brief moment. Uncle Da narrowed his eyes and coldly said that someone so uncooperative needed a lesson. He concluded that a bit of punishment was necessary for him to understand the situation. Yi Zhongming gave a faint cold smile, scanning the group and beginning to question them one by one. The first person questioned reacted angrily, saying he had no right to interfere in their thoughts. Another also looked down on him, telling him to stop speaking nonsense. When he turned to Tang Tian, he first remained silent, then coldly rejected the entire group's stance. He bluntly stated that he did not even consider himself on the same side as them. That answer satisfied Yi Zhongming, who smiled slightly as if he had already grasped the situation. He then said that if they were so hungry for beast cores, he had plenty more. Immediately, he waved his hand and a large amount of cores spilled out in front of everyone, shocking the entire group. Uncle Das' group was horrified, unable to understand why he possessed so many, and began doubting him. He then took out the spatial stone again, his eyes filled with provocation. Another wave of level 2 cores poured out, forcing the group to stagger back in disbelief. He still did not stop, saying everything was far from over. More and more cores continued to appear, plunging the scene into chaos. Uncle Da froze, realizing in terror that all of them were level 2 cores in an unimaginable quantity. He stood up straight, wearing a cold smile as he looked at the trembling crowd. He said there was still something else, and they might not even be qualified to recognize it. Immediately, level 3 black cores appeared, sending shockwaves through the group, as they could not believe one person possessed such terrifying resources. Amid the rising chaos, he smirked faintly and spoke with a voice as cold as ice, saying this was not over yet. The group felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place as the endless stream of cores continued pouring out. When the flow finally stopped, he calmly regained his stance, drew his staff, and said what they had just seen was only a small part, but they were not qualified to touch the rest. He emphasized once again, as if sealing their fate, that from the very beginning they had never been qualified to stand on the same level as him. Without giving them time to react, he raised his staff, revealing undisguised killing intent. In that instant, the cores detonated, turning into lethal energy blasts that shot forward at terrifying speed toward two primary targets. In the blink of an eye, Uncle Da and A Dian were struck directly, their bodies stiffening before collapsing on the spot. The remaining survivors stood frozen, trembling as they stared at the two corpses in suffocating silence. A man in yellow clothing watched everything unfold, trembling as he finally understood why those two beasts had died so miserably earlier. Tang Guo stood beside them, completely panicked, her mind blank, unable to say a word. He calmly collected all the beast cores back into his spatial stone, then turned to Tang Guo and asked in a softer tone if she wanted to learn a special pharmaceutical formula. Seeing the confused girl, he casually tossed her a handful of herbs, using it as the start of his proposal. His gaze turned sharp again as he scanned the others, his voice dropping with heavy pressure. Pushed to the edge, the group immediately dropped to their knees, banging their heads as they begged for mercy, completely losing the will to resist. He smirked slightly and coldly stated that if they wanted to live, they must obey and work for him from now on. From that moment on, the entire group had no choice but to continue the journey under his control. On the road, Tang Guo grew curious again, pointing at the creatures grazing below and asking what they were. He observed them briefly and calmly named the species. He then explained that they looked similar to earth horses with white hooves, so they were called cloud hoof beasts. At this time, Yi Zhongming helped Tang Tian and the man in yellow down from the stretcher, preparing to move on. Looking at the cloud hoof beasts and Tang Guo, he quickly formed a plan in his mind, realizing this was a rare opportunity in the Shangyi Forbidden Land, and with Tang Guo here, his plan could finally take shape. He smiled lightly and asked how much of the formula he had given her she had completed. Tang Guo happily lifted her bag to show all her finished work, then curiously asked about the red liquid, the staff, and the gemstones he had used along the way. She kept running around him while asking non-stop questions, her eyes full of curiosity. He laughed helplessly and teased her, saying she was basically a walking dictionary of questions. He then led the group forward, signaling them to head down to a lower area to set up their position. The group quickly moved to an open, suitable patch of land. He observed the area and nodded in satisfaction, confirming it could be used. He immediately ordered Tang Guo to distribute the red lotus liquid to everyone and spread it evenly across the chosen area. Everyone quickly took action and followed his instructions. He turned to Tang Tian and assigned him the task of preparing to lure the cloud hoof beasts. Tang Guo immediately panicked, grabbing her brother and strongly opposing the mission as too dangerous. But he coldly cut her off, stating no one here was allowed to stand aside, and he did not keep useless people. Tang Tian fell silent, clearly hesitating after hearing this. He looked straight at him and continued, saying he knew Tang Tian was not ordinary, and also understood his real goal was to bring his sister onto his path. Tang Guo grew even more confused and spoke up nervously. Yi Zhongming narrowed his eyes in thought. From their reactions, he confirmed Tang Tian only truly cared about his sister Tang Guo. So he stepped forward and said he needed Tang Guo for a mission, but this time it was different from their previous team, much safer and not a death charge. He further described Tang Guo's future, from on-star and 3-star evolution to even higher levels, and becoming a mid-tier alchemist, advanced alchemist, and even surpassing all limits. Tang Tian lowered his gaze and slowly asked what made him think he should believe any of this. Yi Zhongming calmly replied that he did not need belief at all. The only thing he needed to do was survive and see everything become reality. Tang Tian froze, surprised that the other man implied he still had a chance to live. Yi Zhongming tilted his chin toward the 3 men behind him and said bluntly that if someone needed to be sent to their death, those 3 were far more suitable. Of course, the Forbidden Land was always dangerous and nowhere was truly safe. After some consideration, Tang Tian finally agreed to take on the task of luring the enemies. However, he demanded that if anything happened to him, Ye Zhongming must take care of Tang Guo. Without saying much, Ye Zhongming threw him a vial of medicine, calling it an advance reward. Holding it in his hand, Tang Tian was still in shock, almost unable to believe what he had just received. He immediately opened it and drank it without hesitation. Only then did Tang Tian realize it was a on-star evolution potion, and also understood Yi Zhongming had been testing him earlier. He silently thought that if he had refused earlier, even if he stayed shamelessly, both he and Tang Guo would have been treated like those 3 nobodies. As the medicine's power spread through Tang Tian's body, the 3 subordinates also returned to report that they had completed using their potions. Yi Zhongming immediately assigned the 3 of them to escort Tang Guo to the rear, while Tang Tian only needed to prepare before setting off. Tang Tian stepped forward decisively, showing he was ready. After properly setting up the group, Ye Zhongming walked to the area that had been soaked with the special liquid. The next step was to force the plants to absorb it quickly. Without hesitation, he activated his gardening skill. The cultivation skill triggered, and energy surged violently out of his body. In an instant, the grass in front of him grew at an astonishing speed, visibly expanding right before their eyes. After consuming a large amount of stamina, Ye Zhongming exhaled heavily and reminded himself that the next step was to find a safe hiding spot. The group immediately returned to their ambushed position, while Tang Guo kept turning back, worried about her brother. She kept staring in the direction Tang Tian had left, not blinking even once. The moment she saw him returning in the distance, Tang Guo waved and shouted loudly, guiding him back toward the others. Tang Tian panted heavily and reported that the monsters were already close behind. Yi Zhongming only smiled calmly and looked straight at the charging cloud hoof beasts. He said quietly that he already saw them. But as they approached, the entire beast pack suddenly froze, their eyes filled with hunger as they scanned the surroundings. They began sniffing the air, like something had strongly attracted them. Moments later, the herd rushed forward and started devouring the grass, like they had been starving for days. Tang Guo widened her eyes and asked what Yi Zhongming had given her, wondering why it could attract the beasts so strongly. Yi Zhongming only smiled without explaining. He recalled that this red liquid was not a secret in the future, but the formula only appeared on 30-year roulette wheels, becoming common 5 years into the apocalypse. By then, mutated creatures were already too strong, so its effect was weaker, but now it was perfect for this stage. After watching for a while, Tang Guo asked if it was poison. Yi Zhongming immediately denied it. He showed a faint, meaningful smile. Then he revealed it was actually an aphrodisiac. As expected, the cloud hoof beast herd quickly fell into extreme agitation. The males had bloodshot eyes and roared as they charged toward the females. They completely lost control and started forcing mating on the spot. The entire beast pack sank into a frenzy driven by pure reproductive instinct. Tang Tian immediately covered his sister's eyes and told her not to look. Then he turned to Yi Zhongming and awkwardly asked if such a drug could really be used. Yi Zhongming replied calmly that as long as the goal was achieved, the method did not matter. Tang Guo pushed her brother's hand away and pouted, saying she was not a child, just shocked by what she saw. Tang Tian said nothing more, then asked Yi Zhongming if they should take the chance to wipe the beasts out now. Yi Zhongming slowly took out a large piece of meat and told everyone to wait a little longer. Down in the valley, the cloud hoof beasts were still in chaos. Charging down now would be suicide, so he threw the meat out first. After that, the group started a fire and roasted meat for dinner. Yi Zhongming reminded everyone to eat well, as they would need a lot of strength later. Tang Tian agreed immediately, and the three subordinates also quickly responded while eating. Once everything was ready, Ye Zhongming stepped to the cliff edge, looked down at the valley, and declared it was time to move. Below, most of the cloud hoof beasts had already collapsed after the frenzy, lying scattered across the ground. Seeing Yi Zhongming prepare to go down without his wooden crutch, Tang Guo nervously asked if he was going to be all right. Yi Zhongming smiled to reassure her, saying his body was not fully recovered, but his injuries were already about 60 to 70% healed. Tang Tian scanned the battlefield and saw countless beasts lying still, unable to understand why so many had died. Yi Zhongming calmly explained that the liquid did not only trigger mating instincts, but also stripped the beasts of reason. In their frenzy, they fought and killed each other over mates, sinking into complete chaos. After observing the area, he sternly warned everyone to only take beast cores from confirmed dead bodies and avoid anything still breathing to prevent danger. Hearing this, Tang Tian and Tang Guo tightened their weapons, still feeling cautious. In contrast, the three subordinates rushed down eagerly, digging out beast cores with excitement, laughing at how easy the harvest was, and claiming even injured beasts could not resist them. The man in yellow ignored the warning completely. He walked arrogantly toward a cloud-hoof beast that was not yet dead and spoke with a mocking tone. But before he could finish speaking, the monster suddenly unleashed its last burst of strength in a counterattack, scaring him pale with terror. The lightning-like charge pierced straight through his abdomen, killing him instantly. Tang Guo covered her mouth in shock, unable to believe what she had just seen. Yi Zhongming coldly looked at the corpse, then turned to the remaining two and ordered them to continue collecting beast cores. Emphasizing this was their final warning. He repeated firmly that they must never touch any beast that was not completely dead. Tang Guo worriedly spoke up, but Tang Tian gently comforted her, saying Ye Zhongming had warned them many times, and the man only suffered because he refused to listen. Tang Tian then apologized on his sister's behalf for her soft-hearted reaction. Yi Zhongming simply nodded and told them to hurry before the potion's effect fully wore off. After a busy stretch of work, night slowly fell. Tang Tian brought the beast cores he and Tang Guo collected over and handed them to Yi Zhongming. The other two subordinates also submitted 2 large bags. After receiving everything, Ye Zhongming immediately assigned a new task. He ordered them to drag several intact cloud hoof beast corpses to the canyon entrance and cut open their arteries to let the blood flow as much as possible. Though slightly disturbed, the 2 men still obeyed the order. They quickly dragged the corpses and lined them up at the valley entrance, then returned to report completion. Yi Zhongming nodded in satisfaction, but in the next moment, under the terrified gaze of the 2 subordinates, he suddenly drew his blade and stabbed the fat man straight through the heart, without any hesitation. Tang Guo screamed in fear, completely unable to understand why he would do it. After the kill, Ye Zhongming calmly reached into the corpse and pulled out several beast cores hidden inside. Tang Tian immediately understood that the fat man had secretly embezzled and hidden the cores on his body. Putting the recovered cores away, Ye Zhongming coldly ordered everyone to move to the ambush position immediately. The 2 siblings could only silently watch his ruthless and decisive back. Soon after, the group hid behind the bushes, quietly observing the canyon entrance. Yi Zhongming stood still, his sharp gaze fixed on the night sky as if waiting for something. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could the creature attracted by the scent of blood this time be the legendary 4-winged milk-cup eagle? Elsewhere, Uncheng and the Xiaohu group were observing a pile of zombie corpses, while Yuan was still sleeping soundly nearby. At that moment, a voice came from behind, ordering them to leave the beast cores and get lost if they wanted to live. Liang Xuan turned coldly and looked at the group that had just appeared. The blonde man immediately recognized her, grinning slyly as he mentioned Liang Xuan's former online influencer fame. Hearing this, the leader decided to keep Liang Shuyin, but ordered the others to leave immediately. Xiao Hu teased her, saying she really attracted warm welcomes wherever she went. Liang Shuyin angrily snapped back at Xiao Hu for poor vigilance, letting enemies get so close before noticing, and told him to deal with it himself. Yue Shi defended Xiao Hu, saying he was the one who had lured the zombies here, so he could not be blamed. Hearing the praise, Xiao Hu grinned proudly, while the opposing group grew furious at being ignored. They gritted their teeth and cursed, saying the group would regret underestimating them. Just as the leader was about to order a massacre, he suddenly sensed something rushing in at extreme speed. Before he could react, Yuan burst out and slammed into them, sending the entire group flying. Xiao Hu casually picked up his baseball bat and complained that he had been signaling for a while before Yuan finally showed up. Yuan scratched his head and apologized for oversleeping. Xiao Hu could only sigh and let it go. Immediately after, the two coordinated and charged in, quickly knocking down all opponents in moments. The enemies could only lie on the ground, groaning in pain. Meanwhile, Liang Shuyin and Mo Ye had already collected all the beast cores and urged everyone to leave quickly. When Xiao Hu asked about the loot, Liang Shuyin happily said that in just a few days, they had gathered over 1,500 level-1 cores and dozens of level 2 ones. Xiao Hu also lifted the bag taken from the enemies and laughed, mocking how poor they were. Mo Ye smiled and reminded everyone to hurry, as it was almost time to meet Xia Lei. Lighting a cigarette, Xiao Hu suddenly mentioned that Gu Bei had been waiting in the Forbidden Land for many days without any news, wondering when their boss would return. Just then, a blue light suddenly flared up behind them. The group immediately recognized it as Xia Lei's distress signal flare and realized something had gone wrong. The atmosphere instantly became more tense than ever. Back in the Forbidden Land, Yi Zhongming swung his staff hard, causing Bloodthorn to erupt brilliantly. In an instant, several monsters were completely wiped out. He immediately signaled everyone to move in and quickly collect the beast cores. Looking at the monster corpses, Ye Zhongming silently evaluated that the Hua Ming beasts were indeed ideal hunting targets. He cut open one and extracted glands from its body, explaining that, after proper processing, they could become valuable materials that enhance poison resistance. He then pulled out a heart, recalling that before his rebirth, even a single gland from a Hua Ming beast could be traded for a 2-star evolution potion. Since this species was slow and not highly defensive, using cloud hoof beast corpses as bait was truly an excellent choice. However, at that moment, an inexplicable sense of unease suddenly rose in Ye Zhongming's mind. Without hesitation, he immediately ordered everyone to retreat to the hillside and hide, sensing something extremely dangerous approaching. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed, and they quickly followed his command. Hidden in the dense forest for safety, Ye Zhongming took the time to summarize their gains over the past few days. In just 3 days, they had obtained over 500 level 2 beast cores, 7 level 3 cores, and many rare materials. This trip could already be considered highly rewarding. The only regret was that the level 4 Millie Great Eagle had escaped. The reason was simple. The 3 companions with him were nowhere near as strong as the elite team personally trained by Liang Shuyin. At that moment, he suddenly turned his gaze toward the source of a strange sound. What appeared before him was an entire pack of fanged riding beasts. It was the most organized and disciplined monster species he had ever seen in the Xianghe Forbidden Land. After careful observation, he realized that only 2 of them had reached level 3. Dealing with them would require intermediate gemstones, but the return would only be 2 level 3 cores, clearly not a worthwhile trade. Thinking this, Ye Zhongming concluded that the hunt here should come to an end. He lightly punched a nearby tree, unable to hide his regret. At that moment, a familiar howl suddenly echoed through the forest. Yi Zhongming immediately looked toward the sound and saw Da Huang trembling with excitement. He could not help but be surprised that this foolish dog had actually found reinforcements. He recalled that assigning Da Huang this task had originally been a gamble with very low odds. After all, it was only a level 2 mutated creature. Crossing the Forbidden Land alone to find Liang Shuin's group was nearly impossible. Yet Da Huang not only succeeded, but also brought the rescue team at the perfect time without delay. On the other side, the fanged riding beast pack had also discovered Xiao Hu's group. They roared in unison and charged forward with weapons raised. Yi Zhongming immediately ordered everyone to stay close and move along the hillside to regroup with the other team. Seeing the scene ahead, Tang Guo panicked and pointed out that Xiao Hu's group was about to charge directly into the monster pack. She could not understand why they would choose such a reckless, frontal confrontation. Yi Zhongming also found it strange. As far as he knew, none of his teammates were reckless enough for that, not even Xiao Hu. Normally, they would never choose a head-on fight, yet this time they were doing the opposite. With no time to think further, he immediately decided to lead everyone down to assist. The group quickly followed Yi Zhongming toward the battlefield. At this moment, Sheng Yuan was holding a large shield and activating the immovable fortress formation. Pu Shuying stood behind him, casting Void Spirit Shield to reinforce his defense. Just then, Ye Zhongming arrived and immediately shouted for Sheng Yuan to open a gap for them to enter. Seeing him return safely, everyone called out excitedly to their boss in unison. Stepping inside, Ye Zhongming smiled and asked about their situation over the past few days. He then questioned why they had chosen a direct frontal battle against the fanged riding beasts. Meanwhile, the monsters were still roaring and charging at extreme speed. Xiao Hu smiled and tossed him a card, saying everything was because of this item. Upon seeing it, Yi Zhongming immediately recognized it as a slave seal card. This item could seal a mutated creature of the same level inside it. If successful, the creature would become a combat beast serving its master. Unlike normal combat pets, sealed beasts would lose all former memories, obey commands completely, and could hardly evolve further without special conditions. Yi Zhongming smiled with interest and asked where they had obtained such a rare treasure. Huo Lei answered very directly. It was spoils taken from others. Tang Tian's two siblings were stunned, while Huo Lei teased Tang Guo, asking who she was that Yi Zhongming had brought along. Liang Shuyin also joined in with a few jokes, while Xiao Hu took the chance to act overly dramatic, making everyone burst out laughing. No one could stand his self-indulgent act, so the group collectively told Xiao Hu to get lost. Back on the battlefield, Yi Zhongming quickly noticed the fanged riding beast pack, splitting into two groups, with one quietly flanking to surround them from behind. In moments, the entire herd surged in like a raging flood. Xiao Hu scratched his head and asked for the plan, while Yi Zhongming looked at him helplessly, realizing Xiao Hu had not thought this through before rushing in. Xiao Hu quickly explained that he thought they only needed to use the slave seal card to capture one level 3 beast, and the rest would be no problem with Yi Zhongming around. Hearing this, Ye Zhongming could only give a bitter smile, realizing his teammates had overestimated him. However, now that everyone had gathered, he also felt the chance of victory was not zero. With that thought, Yi Zhongming suddenly leapt out of the defensive line. His eyes locked onto a target as he quickly activated his battle formation. At the same time, he triggered basic transfer technique. The leading fanged riding beast had no time to react to the sudden attack. The substitute puppet immediately grabbed it and hurled it toward Yi Zhongming. He seized the opportunity and raised the slave seal card. He activated the sealing process instantly. A massive suction force erupted, dragging the monster straight into the card. A blinding light exploded across the battlefield. When the light faded, the beast leader had completely disappeared, leaving only the card in Yi Zhongming's hand. As the dust slowly settled, the entire remaining beast pack came fully into view. Their faces were ferocious, with jagged teeth justifying their name, the fanged riding beasts. Yi Zhongming did not hesitate. He drew his flame-covered blade and charged straight into the enemy formation, unleashing Flame Blade. Under the power of fire, the small blade erupted with terrifying force, burning everything in its path. Xiao Hu cheered from behind, while Yi Zhongming immediately reminded everyone that the battle was not over and they must stay ready. Xiao Hu gripped his weapon tightly and shouted back that he understood. Just as one wave was dealt with, another group of fanged riding beasts, armed with various weapons, rushed in again. Fortunately, someone quickly spotted them and warned the others. Yi Zhongming immediately assigned Tang Guo, Tang Tian, and Yue Shi to hold the defensive line. He also handed cards to Liang Shuyin and Su Rock, ordering them to fully protect the three in the rear. Both accepted confidently. After setting the formation, Yi Zhongming raised his blade and led the remaining fighters into the charge. A chain with a green gem connected to the roaring Ming machinery appeared in his hand. He inserted a white gem into the activation slot of the device. The system immediately reported that 99 units of energy had been accumulated, and the level 2 fortress was ready. Yi Zhongming calmly placed the roaring Ming machinery on the ground. The device transformed into the combat mode, and the beam fortress immediately fired. A massive lisk swept across the battlefield, freezing the fanged riding beasts in terror. Seeing the opportunity, Xiao Hu, Tu Ying, Mo Ye, and Huo Lei all rushed forward together to launch a full assault. The battlefield was filled with the stench of blood. Amid the chaos, a level 3 fanged riding beast, holding a blade, locked its gaze onto Ye Zhongming. It roared furiously and charged at him for a decisive fight. Ye Zhongming calmly drew out a card. The card shot forward like lightning, carrying a blue glow. When the beast realized the danger and tried to escape, it was already too late. The electrical surge from the card struck and paralyzed it instantly. The other fanged riding beasts immediately let out strange calls, as if communicating with each other. However, the ferocity on their faces gradually faded away. Not just one, but the entire pack began to hesitate in fear. The reason was Ye Zhongming closing in at terrifying speed. One instinctively turned to flee, but still could not escape him. Ye Zhongming shouted for Xiao Hu to seize the chance and pursue. Xiao Hu responded excitedly, even more impressed by his boss' overwhelming strength. He even thought that with Ye Zhongming's current power, he no longer needed the slave seal card at all. He alone was enough to wipe out the entire beast pack. The observers were all stunned by his terrifying strength. For them, killing a level 2 zombie was already a life-risking task, yet Ye Zhongming was strong beyond imagination. Tang Tian silently looked at Tang Guo and smiled. He understood that his sister's kindness had brought them the chance to join such a promising team. The sky was dyed red by the sunset, while wind carried the stench of blood and corpses across the forest. After clearing the battlefield, Ye Zhongming reminded everyone to collect the fanged riding beast fangs and claws, as they were valuable crafting materials. Tang Tian and Tang Guo immediately nodded to acknowledge the order. While the group was resting, Ye Zhongming suddenly asked if anyone was interested in mounts. Xiao Hu was surprised and asked where the mounts were, while Liang Shuyin only cared whether they were cute. Ye Zhongming smiled and said that hatching the cloud hoof beast eggs would produce mounts, and when young, they were quite adorable. Hearing this, both Xiao Hu and Liang Shuyin's eyes lit up. Ye Zhongming pointed toward the nearby mountain near the exit, where the cloud hoof beast nest was located. He said the area had already been cleared of both cloud hoof beasts and fanged riding beasts, leaving only weaker creatures, so moving quickly would be relatively safe. Xiao Hu and Liang Shuyin were excited like children receiving gifts and immediately urged everyone to set off. At that moment, Huolei and Mo Ye stepped forward. Huolei reported that she had gathered a lot of intelligence about the situation in Ancheng City. She handed Ye Zhongming a map scroll and explained that they could not return to Yunding Mountain Villa yet. The area was crowded with forces divided into 3 major factions, but their exact strength still needed further investigation. Opening the map, Ye Zhongming discovered at least 5 major forces nearby capable of threatening them, not just Yunding Mountain Villa. Huo Lei pointed to the Science Technology Squad. Their leader was Da Kai, a 2-star evolver, with over 500 members and around 30 on-star evolvers. It was highly likely they also possessed a level 2 roulette. She then shifted to another location, a cement factory occupied by 70 to 80 people, calling themselves the Hungry Tiger Knights. Although they had no 2-star evolver, most members were already on-star and possessed strong professions. They had once fought Da Kai and nearly killed him. After finishing her report, Huo Lei handed the remaining information to Mo Ye, who was responsible for the prison area in Ancheng. Mo Yi continued her report. According to her findings, the prison had long been known for housing violent and deranged criminals. After the apocalypse, the inmates took over, forming a force of over 1,000 people with a large stockpile of vehicles and weapons. Their leader was Zhang Dalong, nicknamed Black Dragon. He trained Muay Thai in Thailand, then went to Korea to study Taekwondo. Later, he joined smuggling operations at the border, betrayed his boss, stole everything, and fled back to Ancheng to work as a hired killer. Huo Lei frowned after hearing this, saying someone like that should have been eliminated long ago. Mo Ye added that Zhang Dalong was now a 2-star evolver and reportedly had a special profession called summoner. Ye Zhongming immediately corrected her, stating that it was not a summoner. In his view, Zhang Dalong's true professions was spirit cat sorcerer. He also clearly remembered that in the future, this man would become a terrifying level 9 powerhouse. The scene shifted to an abandoned construction site under a dark, overcast sky. Tang Tian, Xiao Hu, and Yue Gong were dragging 3 carts filled with cloud hoof beast eggs of various colors, silently moving through the night. After a long journey, the group finally returned to base. Everyone gathered around the campfire to roast meat, while Ye Zhongming, Huo Lei, Liang Shuyin, and Mo Ye discussed strategy around the map. Mo Ye pointed at the map and analyzed that the most notable target was Zhang Dalong, who was actively expanding his territory to seize more roulettes and resources. Ye Zhongming agreed, emphasizing that after the apocalypse, everyone understood that roulettes were the key resource, determining a faction's growth speed. He said that the war for roulettes had only just begun. The chaos would last for years, and even after the world stabilized, people would still fight over higher-level roulettes. Liang Shuyin then mentioned another force called Loza, a group made up of ethnic minorities with considerable strength. She described them as living between a lake and mountains, with excellent defensive terrain. After the apocalypse, they quickly occupied an island in the lake, built strong fortifications, and developed steadily. Mo Yi also confirmed that this force was formidable. Their clan had hundreds of members, famous for their spear techniques and extremely ferocious combat ability. Next, Xia Lei introduced the Dongsun Cao force. This was the largest group in the region with over 5,000 members, led by village head Zhu Hai, a 2-star evolver. Hearing the name Zhu Hai, Ye Zhongming's expression instantly changed. Mo Ye added that Dongsun Cao's weapons were unusual, all handmade, yet their quality was on par with military factory products. After hearing the full report, Ye Zhongming leaned back against the wall and praised them for gathering solid intelligence. He quickly recalled Master Li Hao, the man who crafted all of Dongsun Cao's weapons. Though not large in scale, Dongsun Cao later became the predecessor of the famous Dongshan Battle Corps. Even the green sniper rifle he once used in his previous life was upgraded by Li Hao. The image of Loza in ruins surfaced in his memory. In his past life, when he reached Ying City, it had already vanished, with no clear cause, possibly a beast tide. Thinking of this, he reviewed the remaining factions. The Hungry Tiger Knights was a name he had never heard before. 3 future powerhouses appeared in his mind, each surrounded by different colored auras. Yi Zhongming smirked inwardly. Not long after his rebirth, he had already met 3 level 9 experts. Except for Mu Xingfei, the other 2 had their growth paths disrupted by him. Xia Lei added that aside from the 5 major forces, there were many smaller groups, but only the HY Sa team and the Spirit Merchant Association were worth noting. Hearing the name Spirit Merchant Association, Ye Zhongming suddenly paused. Mo Yi found his reaction strange, since he had stayed calm, even when hearing about much stronger factions. Yi Zhongming gave no explanation. He only told everyone to rest and assigned Xiao Hu to take turns on guard duty while he handled some private matters. Xia Lei, Liang Suin, and Mo Ye were all surprised by his sudden decision. Night fell, and Ying City sank into darkness with no lights in any of the buildings. Suddenly, the sound of something crashing shattered the silence. In a secret meeting room, Wang Zong slammed the table in anger, questioning Dong Yang over the failed mission. Dong Yang calmly replied that even though Xiao Dao and Ah Quan were dead, as long as the culprit was alive, they would eventually find him. That explanation only made Wang Zong even more furious. Dong Yang took a sip of wine and sneered, saying the death of a few people was not a big deal. Just as the atmosphere was about to explode, the figure at the highest seat finally spoke to stop it. The masked figure wearing an emerald ring coldly ordered them to continue hunting down the nature staff at all costs. He then revealed that the Spirit Merchant Association had taken the initiative to approach them, bringing a highly desirable item, a 2-star evolution potion. Everyone present immediately changed expression in shock. Dong Yang quickly asked if they were not using the nature staff, what the Spirit Merchant Association wanted in exchange. The answer was only one word: humans. The masked leader explained the price: 10,000 ordinary people, or 10 Honestar evolvers, since one evolver was equal to 1,000 normal people. No one understood why the Spirit Merchants Association needed so many people. Some guessed they were expanding forces, while others believed they would never lack evolution potions with their roulette systems. The leader analyzed that although they had seized a 2-star roulette, activation required massive resources. For half a month, they had obtained no 2-star potions and suffered heavy losses after the explosion and the deaths of Xiao Dao and A Quan. Dong Yang and the others understood that strengthening their power was urgent, but they still could not figure out why the Spirit Merchant Association needed so many humans. In the meeting room, the atmosphere grew heavier and heavier. A guard nervously pointed out that collecting 20,000 people in less than a week was nearly impossible. Dong Yang replied that they had previously maintained friendly ties with settlements to turn them into long-term resource zones. But now those resources had already been taken by others, so there was no need to stay polite anymore. Raising his glass, he grinned coldly and proposed Wulan County as their first target. Back to Yi Zhongming, he sat in silence under dim light, not expecting to hear the name Spirit Merchant Association so soon. In his memory, this was the largest, most ruthless, and most inhumane organization he had ever encountered in 10 years of the apocalypse. Looking at the golden gate and the gem in his hand, he decided not to confront the Spirit Merchant Association for now, but to prepare early so he would not be caught off guard if conflict came. He brought the green gem close to the gate, and an eerie blue light instantly burst out. With the materials he gathered in the Forbidden Zone, he finally met the requirement to open the sacrificial gate. The gem on the gate shone brighter as ancient patterns slowly revealed themselves. In just moments, the entire gate was glowing with mysterious runes. But right after that, Ye Zhongming's face turned pale. He had already thrown in almost all his resources. If he wanted to use magic crystals to refill it, he would need over 10,000 Levelone crystals. After some thought, he decided to keep his precious crystals and instead use the available ghost gold as a substitute. He inserted the fully charged metal rod into the gate slot. He could not help but feel anticipation for the treasure about to appear. But in the next second, Ye Zhongming froze completely. He could only stand there in silence, staring at the gate. After swallowing all the items, the gate produced nothing in return. Ye Zhongming gripped the door in anger, demanding what was going on. Looking closely, he noticed a small glowing crack forming on the gem. He immediately guessed more energy was required. Thinking he might need to sacrifice all his accumulated wealth, he muttered in frustration. Still, he comforted himself that he might have simply done something wrong. With that thought, Ye Zhongming reached out and touched the crack on the gem. Instantly, the gate fired a blazing golden beam. The light shot straight into the sky with terrifying force. Panicking, Ye Zhongming fled the room, fearing he would draw attention. Outside, Liang Suoyin and Xiao Hu also stared in shock at the golden pillar piercing through the roof. In the dark cities, the light was so bright that everyone in Ying City could see it. Realizing something was wrong, Ye Zhongming immediately ordered everyone to pack up and leave, leaving Xiao Hu confused. Meanwhile, the gate inside continued to glow with countless strange colors. The two doors slowly opened, revealing a small box engraved with mysterious words. Outside, Liang Suoyin stood on top of the vehicle, observing the town ahead. Beyond it was Yunding Mountain Villa. Ye Zhongming ordered everyone to rest and eat, as the town ahead would definitely be full of zombies, and fighting was inevitable. Tu Ying volunteered to prepare food, while Mo Ye and Xia Lei took guard duty. Xiao Hu took Sheng Yuan to scout the surrounding area. As everyone dispersed, Ye Zhongming sat alone studying the mysterious box. After some analysis, he discovered that the number 1 symbol meant the sacrificial gate could be charged multiple times, and more energy meant better rewards. Holding the box, he guessed it might contain a 3-star evolution potion, a skill, or a rare profession. But when he opened it, what appeared was only a pair of leather boots. At a glance, Ye Zhongming recognized them as blood-stomp battle boots, but he was still disappointed by the result. After appraising them with his craftsman profession, he found they were only a semi-finished item. He immediately spent time studying the equipment carefully. In the end, Ye Zhongming realized that completing the boots required further material fusion, meaning heavy resource consumption. He took out the gem and the cloud claw, deciding to try these materials first. The claw was inserted into the boots. A burst of golden light instantly erupted, engulfing the entire equipment. In an instant, the boots turned from black to white, gaining stats for speed and agility, and a sprint skill that doubled movement speed for 3 seconds. With just a level 2 material, the effect already exceeded expectations. Next, Ye Zhongming took out the lizardman tail, pleased that the boots still had 2 more fusion slots. After the second fusion, the boots turned silver gray, their stats increased further, and a powerful active attack skill was added. At this point, Ye Zhongming completely changed his perception of this equipment. He realized that after only 2 upgrades, the boots had already reached an extremely powerful level, but only 1 fusion remained. He looked at the ghost gold in his hand, considering whether to use it. In the end, he decided to try inserting the ghost gold, but the system immediately reported that the material was incompatible with this type of equipment. Ye Zhongming was shocked. This was top-grade ghost gold taken from a level 9 monster, yet it still could not be used. The image of the chained crimson monster from his past suddenly resurfaced in his memory. Unable to find the reason for failure, he decided to use the remaining level 3 materials instead. At the same time, he took out an ancient golden cloth, curious about its function. Acting immediately, Ye Zhongming stuffed the cloth into the boots. Unexpectedly, the final fusion triggered an even greater phenomenon than before. Golden light engulfed the boots and pierced through his body, but instead of discomfort, he felt intense excitement. The light also attracted the attention of everyone eating nearby. Xia Lei complained while eating, annoyed that Ye Zhongming was causing another huge disturbance. Mo Ye immediately ordered everyone to finish eating quickly and strengthen vigilance to prepare for departure. Meanwhile, Yi Zhongming focused on the boots after the fusion was complete. He discovered the equipment now had multiple insane attributes: speed, agility, balance, sprint skill, active kick skill, a 2 cubic meter storage space, and a passive ability called Devouring Sand Surge that could absorb energy from living beings and fully restore injuries. Yi Zhongming could not hide his excitement. He had successfully forged a top-tier golden epic item with a completely different mechanism from a normal sacrificial gate result. In his evaluation, the Devouring Sand Surge alone was enough to make it priceless. Not to mention both passive skills could still be upgraded further. After putting the boots on, Ye Zhongming tested them by jumping a few steps. Each step kicked up clouds of dust behind him. Returning to the group, everyone was already waiting. Xiao Hu asked jokingly what he had done to cause such a commotion. Yi Zhongming only smiled mysteriously. Xiao Hu quickly noticed his new boots and guessed they were extremely rare. Before he could respond, Mo Ye scolded Xiao Hu for being too nosy. Yi Zhongming did not explain further, and only told everyone to eat quickly and set off, aiming to reach Yunding Mountain Villa today. Early the next morning, the armored convoy rolled forward under a blood-red dawn sky. Yi Zhongming sat in the driver's seat, deep in thought. Not long after, the convoy was suddenly blocked by a group of armed soldiers and military vehicles, all guns aimed at them. The sun had risen high, illuminating the deserted street. Everyone got out of the vehicles. Mo Ye observed their uniforms and quietly judged they were likely from the Isa team. The elderly leader raised his hands to show no hostility and took the initiative to greet them. Mo Ye coldly replied that if they truly wanted to talk, they should lower their weapons first, as being held at gunpoint made negotiations unstable. The old man immediately agreed, ordered his men to lower their weapons, and even brought out a pack of Huanghelo 1916 cigarettes to entertain them. Smiling warmly, he introduced himself as Yuan Shang. He and a few companions formed a small team, and because they all wore black, others called them the Sa team, though they were just a self-defense group surviving day to day. Yuan Shang explained they had stopped the convoy because they wanted to discuss business, with no intention of conflict. Sheng Yuan remained alert, holding his shield tightly in front of Xiaolei. Xiaolei calmly replied that misunderstandings were not necessarily a bad thing. She smiled and said she was interested in trading, but first they had to show what they actually had to offer. Yuan Shang quickly flattered her, praising her sharp words, then introduced their supplies of food, water, and essentials, suggesting they stock up. At that moment, Ye Zhongming suddenly disappeared like a gust of wind. While Yuan Shang was still talking, he had already appeared behind him without anyone noticing. Yi Zhongming calmly walked toward the Sa team's truck. In an instant, he pulled out a box resembling explosives and placed it directly into Yuan Shang's hands. Yuan Shang turned pale in shock, only now realizing his hidden explosives had disappeared without him noticing when. But the shock did not end there. In Ye Zhongming's hand was a remote detonator with a single red button. Sweat immediately poured down Yuan Shang's face, while Ye Zhongming calmly stated that cooperation required sincerity. Holding the remote in front of everyone, he said he did not like killing without reason, but he only negotiated when he had absolute control over safety. Yuan Shang still could not understand when Yi Zhongming had taken the detonator from him. He could only clutch the explosive tightly, panic soaking his face in sweat. In contrast, Ye Zhongming remained calm, because the switch in his hand now decided Yuan Shang's life or death. The atmosphere instantly tightened like a drawn wire. Seeing he was completely at a disadvantage, Yuan Shang quickly lowered his voice and apologized, saying survival was not easy in this era. He then handed the explosive to his subordinate and ordered it taken far away and disposed of to prevent any incident. After handling it, Yuan Shang immediately switched back to a friendly expression as if nothing had happened, warmly asking what Yi Zhongming wanted to buy. After confirming all threats were gone, Ye Zhongming got straight to the point. He said he needed 3 types of resources, and if they could be met, the price was negotiable. He raised 3 fingers and listed them one by one: ammunition, food supplies, and intelligence. Yuan Shang nodded and said ammo was extremely scarce, so they only had a small amount, while food was relatively abundant. As for intelligence, he asked what kind of information Yi Zhongming needed. Yi Zhongming smiled slightly and lowered one finger, explaining that ammo could wait. For intelligence, any valuable information would be paid accordingly. He then emphasized that what he truly needed was real food, not survival rations, because the two were completely different. The two men stood facing each other, each with their own calculations. Yuanxiang still found it strange. In the apocalypse, everyone fought for food, yet Yi Zhongming wanted massive stockpiles, clearly planning something big. Instead of answering, the old man turned and signaled toward the parked trucks behind him. A subordinate immediately carried a dark bag from the passenger seat and respectfully brought it to Yuanxiang. After opening it for inspection, he introduced 90 bullets compatible with their weapons and priced them at 50 magic crystals. Zhongming agreed without hesitation, making Yuanxiang think he had met a very generous buyer. After receiving payment, he sent out another bag and asked if he wanted to buy guns as well. Zhongming calmly asked how many they had left. Yuanxiang replied there were about 10 revolvers left, good quality, but only around 300 rounds of ammo. Zhongming tested one, seemed satisfied, and asked for the price. Hearing the price of 200 magic crystals, Zhongming immediately closed the deal without hesitation. The subordinates behind him whispered among themselves, shocked by the large spending, thinking their boss had made a huge profit. Taking advantage of the situation, Yuanxiang continued offering rice, flour, salt, and other essentials. Zhongming simply tossed a heavy bag in front of him and said it was payment, but he did not want the goods. Yuanxiang weighed the bag and was surprised that the amount seemed to exceed the deal's value. Zhongming said there were 500 level-on magic crystals inside, and in exchange, Yuanxiang had to reveal the location of a weapons depot. Hearing this, Yuanxiang froze, while his men immediately raised their guns, suspecting his intentions. Not only those nearby, but also the guards on the truck shouted and prepared to rush in for support. Yi Zhongming's group also entered combat stance. Mo Ye aimed her weapon, Sheng Yuan raised his shield, while Yi Zhongming remained calm. Just as the situation was about to explode, Yuanxiang signaled for everyone to stop and asked how Yi Zhongming knew about the weapons depot. Yi Zhongming analyzed that with his strength, Yuanxiang could not take it anyway, and trading it for crystals was more practical. According to Ye Zhongming, 500 crystals were enough to give Yuanxiang's team a chance to produce new revolvers, far more realistic than an unreachable depot. Those words made Yuanxiang look at Yi Zhongming differently, becoming more wary of the young man. He then countered with a negotiation, demanding 1,000 magic crystals and offering information about a small food warehouse as well. Yi Zhongming did not agree immediately and asked about the scale of the food supply. Yuanxiang confirmed it could feed about 1,000 people for 2 months. Yi Zhongming accepted the deal, but demanded full intelligence on all nearby factions. Under the scorching sun, Yuanxiang's subordinates stood in formation, watching Yi Zhongming's truck closely. Yuanxiang stood outside with a gun, while Yi Zhongming sat inside the vehicle. The old man loudly asked if he was not afraid of being deceived. Yi Zhongming simply replied that anyone who betrayed him would pay a very heavy price. Yuanxiang understood the consequences and immediately denied any intention of betrayal. Without saying more, Ye Zhongming drove away, stating that if they wanted further trade, they should bring food to Yunding Mountain Villa in 2 days. One subordinate tried to suggest taking the opportunity to attack, but Yuanxiang immediately cut him off. He sternly warned everyone that if they ever encountered Yi Zhongming's group again, they must not harbor any hostile intentions. Yuanxiang emphasized that anyone seeking death on their own could go ahead, but they should not drag the entire team down with them. At sunset, Yunding Mountain Villa appeared like a fortified fortress deep in the mountains and forests. The view slowly narrowed, shifting into a scene seen through a pair of binoculars. Mo Ye observed the villa and noted its excellent defensive terrain, backed against a cliff with only one access road. While everyone gathered around a pot of soup, Mo Yeep continued analyzing the situation. She said the advantage only applied against humans. Against zombies and mutated creatures, it made little difference. Without the old wall system, this place would have fallen long ago. Guogong also calculated that the area was home to several thousand zombies and countless mutated creatures due to the ideal environment for their growth. Xiale added new intelligence, stating that 4 different factions currently existed inside Yunding Mountain Villa. Mo Yi further explained that every entry and exit required luring zombies away and forcing a breakout, so no one outside dared to attack casually. Hearing this, Liang Soyan asked in shock why they would choose such a dangerous place as their base. Zhongming knew the reason from his past life, but could not be sure everything would remain the same, so he decided to personally scout the villa tonight. The scene shifted inside Yunding Mountain Villa, a European-style estate surrounded by water with only a single access route. Inside a villa, Xiaodong sat casually on the sofa smoking, with 4 burly guards behind him. Opposite him, Sister Rong slammed the table in anger, questioning the lack of supplies and accusing Xiao Dong of being too oppressive. Xiao Dong replied calmly that outside was full of zombies, and every supply was traded with lives, so they could not demand more. Luo Yan, standing behind them, could no longer hold back and directly cursed Xiao Dong as a man who broke his promises. Xiao Dong sneered and asked his subordinates whether what she said was correct. The henchmen immediately echoed him, mocking Luo Yan and throwing vulgar insults at her. The two girls beside Sister Rong turned red with anger, and the orange-haired girl cursed that they would eventually face retribution. The words retribution instantly darkened Xiao Dong's expression. He slammed the table and roared in fury. Xiao Dong lashed out, pointing at Sister Rong's group and scolding them. He said they had already traded their last valuable possessions for a bit of food, yet still dared to talk about retribution. Without him changing his mind, they would not even have the ability to survive outside. Seeing them fall silent in fear, Xiao Dong became even more aggressive. He reminded them not to bring up their pre-apocalypse company ties, as the world had completely changed. He suddenly stood up and shouted that without him protecting them, they would have already been dealt with by Ran Xiaodong long ago and would not even be alive to negotiate. After speaking, Xiaodong sat back down, pointing at the small pile of supplies and declaring that this was all they would get, and tonight everything would proceed as usual. The subordinates behind him also joined in, hinting at wanting different women instead. Xiaodong smiled arrogantly and threatened to cut their food supply in half if they refused to comply next time. The orange-haired girl nervously pulled Sister Rong's sleeve, but she calmly told everyone to pack up and leave quickly. The group hurriedly gathered the scarce supplies and left the room with heavy hearts. After they left, a guard curiously asked Xiao Dong whether he intended to keep supporting those women indefinitely. Xiao Dong explained that they could not be abandoned yet. Ruan Xiaodong and Old Lia's faction were strong, while his side was mostly women. Sister Rong's group had 3 evolvers, which still made them useful for balancing power. The subordinates continued discussing how strange it was that the women's group had evolvers, but no roulette was found in their villa. They believed a major secret must be hidden, so they had not acted against them yet. On the other side, Sister Rong's group finally returned to their safe residence. It was a small villa deep inside Yunding Mountain Villa. The women inside rushed out happily to greet them upon their return. Seeing the supplies, some disappointedly asked why there was still so little food and worried it would not last a few more days. Luo Yan immediately shouted, reminding them that this food was traded with their dignity. Anyone who still complained could go serve Xiao Dong themselves. The orange-haired girl also spoke up, urging everyone to remember that those who resisted Xiao Dong had ended up terribly, and they should focus on surviving together for now. At this moment, Sister Dong spoke up and announced that they only got 12 bottles of water and a small amount of food, so everyone had to conserve as much as possible. She also said that anyone willing to take on a special task tonight would be prioritized for extra supplies in future distributions. After speaking, Sister Dong quietly turned toward the window with a heavy, thoughtful expression. Looking at the once beautiful villa district, she could only silently regret how dark and chaotic it had become. Under the fading light, Sister Dong kept staring at Yunding Mountain Villa, wondering how much more terrifying it would become. The scene shifted as Sister Dong hurried down the stairs with an anxious expression. After a few steps, she suddenly stopped and focused ahead. 2 girls greeted her happily when they saw her, and she simply nodded back. Entering the room, she immediately asked for the situation and whether they had found any clues. Inside were 3 girls. Bai Hua leaned against the wall smoking, while Mian Mian was having her wounds bandaged by Mu Mu. Mian Mian endured the pain and reported that anything within a onemeter range would be attacked instantly, and the destructive power was even stronger than before. She said she and Jiaji had tried to rush in together, but still could not cut even a single vine. Hearing this, Bai Hua suggested returning to the original plan. She would act as bait, so the others could cut one section of the vine. As soon as Bai Hua finished speaking, Sister Dong rushed forward with a worried and pained expression. She grabbed Bai Hua's shoulders tightly and firmly stopped her, insisting she would never allow her to give up or sacrifice herself. Bai Hua only looked at her coldly and pushed her hand away, telling her not to touch her. She softly said that she was already too tainted. With an eerily calm expression, Bai Hua admitted she was exhausted with this life. Every time she endured those experiences, she had to bite down hard just to avoid vomiting. If her death could be exchanged for an evolution fruit to strengthen the others, then her life would not be meaningless. Those desperate words dragged up painful memories, along with cigarette butts, silently falling to the ground. Hearing this, Sister Deng immediately pressed Bai Hua against the wall and shouted that she was never allowed to think about sacrificing herself. While choking back tears, she promised that if they found the next evolution fruit, Bai Hua would be the first to use it. She reminded everyone of their vow to remain sisters forever. Immediately after, Sister Deng ordered the secret basement to be opened. Mian quickly pulled a large cabinet aside, revealing the entrance. Moo stepped forward and turned on a switch disguised as a green vase. The mechanism activated, and the basement door slowly opened before them. Standing at the entrance, Sister Deng, Moo, and Mian decided to take a desperate gamble, determined to destroy the strange vine creatures this time. Night fell, and lights gradually lit up Yunding Mountain Villa, making it even more mysterious. At that moment, someone entered Liu Yi's room and reported that the Jianning faction wanted to negotiate food supplies. The one reading under candlelight was Liu Yi. After hearing the report, he calmly asked about the exchange terms. Huo Tao, carrying an axe, entered and reported that the other side wanted to trade a OnStar evolution potion for large amounts of rice, canned food, salt, oil, noodles, and 200 liters of clean water. Liu Yi immediately frowned, noting that although they controlled a stockpile, resources were not unlimited, and the exchange rate was becoming increasingly unfavorable. Huo Tao further analyzed that their faction only had 10 evolvers left, while Xiaodong had 12, Ron Xiaodong had 13, and Jianning already had 14. Hearing this, Liu Yi looked up at Huo Tao with a stern gaze and directly asked for his intention. Huo Tao suggested ambushing Jianning's trade convoy, while they were mostly ordinary people, killing them all except the two strongest, reducing their evolvers to 11. Liu Yi silently weighed the plan. If successful, their faction would be balanced with Jianning's power. However, he still had concerns, and asked what would happen after the attack. Huo Tao smiled schemingly, saying everyone would eventually have to hunt for magic crystals and grow through strength. He also mentioned that many factions around the villa possessed roulettes for trading or draws. After hearing the full plan, Liu Yi finally made his decision. He slammed the table and gave the order to proceed. After a brief consideration, Liu Yi firmly agreed and ordered Huo Tao to execute the plan immediately. At that moment, a shadow slowly approached outside the window. The person hiding was Zhong Ming. He sat on a utility pole across the street, watching and wondering why so many level 2 mutated creatures surrounded Shan Zhuang, but never attacked inside, making him suspect a hidden secret. But Zhong Ming quickly pushed the thought aside. His goal was to find a basement inside a villa, though his memory of its exact location was vague. With that in mind, he immediately left the pole and plunged into the night. In one leap, Zhong Ming landed in front of a solid perimeter wall, with a lit villa behind it. With clean movements, he quickly climbed up to the second-floor balcony to start searching. Next to his hiding spot was a closed window with drawn curtains, but silhouettes were still visible. Inside, mocking male voices, mixed with a girl's desperate cries and pleas. Zhong Ming paused for a few seconds, then decided to ignore it for now, judging the room too crowded to investigate first. After thinking it through, he immediately jumped down from the balcony. Just after landing, a sharp scream suddenly rang out behind him, putting him on alert. Zhong Ming instantly turned around, his hand already on the gun at his waist. A thought flashed through his mind that he might have been exposed. He drew his gun and aimed at the window he had just passed. At that moment, a panicked man's voice inside shouted for someone to let go. Realizing it was unrelated to him, Zhong Ming finally sighed in relief, narrowly avoiding exposure. Sensing something off, he moved closer to the window to observe, hoping to gather useful information. Inside were Xiaodong, several subordinates, Lu Yan, and Xiaobai. Xiaodong lay naked on the bed, terrified, repeatedly screaming at Xiaobai to release him. Xiaodong shouted while condensing fire magic in his hand, while his men urged him to strike. A bodyguard yelled for Xiaodong to burn Xiaobai immediately. Even with fire ready, Xiaodong still hesitated. He lowered his tone and promised mercy if Xiaobai let him go. Seeing the danger, Lu Yan quickly urged Xiaobai to stop. A guard suddenly slapped Lu Yan hard across the face and ordered her to step aside. Another guard pointed a gun at Xiaobai's head, threatening to shoot if she did not let go. Seeing this, Xiaodong panicked and shouted at his men, fearing they would get him killed. Sweating heavily, Xiaodong continued negotiating. He promised 2 evolution potions and to forget everything if Xiaobai released him. When persuasion failed, Xiaodong switched to threats. He warned he would kill all the women, flatten the villa, and even destroy the basement to uncover the evolution secret they were hiding. Outside the window, Zhongming immediately focused on the word basement. That single panicked sentence from Xiaodong gave him a crucial lead. Running out of patience, Xiaodong decided to gamble everything. He activated his fire magic and prepared to fight Xia Bai to the death while roaring madly. Just as Xiaodong roared and moved in for the kill, a bullet suddenly shot in. The shot pierced through his arm where the fire magic was forming, instantly dispersing the flames, and Xiaodong screamed in agony. The sudden attack threw the guards into chaos as they looked around and shouted, "An intruder alert." Without giving them time to regroup, Zhang Ming smashed through the window and rushed straight into the room. Before even landing, he fired a precise shot, killing a guard with a bullet to the forehead. A second shot immediately took down another guard before they could react. Upon landing, Zhang Ming took control of the situation. The remaining two guards were forced to kneel with guns aimed at their heads. One screamed in panic while the other immediately surrendered and begged for mercy. After securing the scene, Zhong Ming told Xia Bai everything was fine and she could release Xiaodong. At that moment, a woman from Zhang Dong's side quickly came to support Xia Bai. Helped up, Xia Bai stepped away from Xiaodong. He trembled and begged Zhong Ming for mercy, promising to fulfill any demand. Zhong Ming coldly pointed his gun at Xiaodong's head and demanded the location of the basement he mentioned. Suddenly, a hoarse voice from behind demanded that Zhong Ming hand Xiaodong over. It was Xia Bai. One eye burned red, half her face severely scorched, making her look like a demon. She promised to reveal everything about the basement if she was allowed to personally deal with Xiaodong. Zhong Ming silently looked at Xia Bai, weighing her proposal. In the end, he agreed, and casually threw the short dagger toward her. Xia Bai quickly caught the weapon, shocked yet unable to hide her excitement. She walked up to Xiaodong with a smile full of hatred. Seeing her, he panicked and begged her to stop. She only gave a cold, towered reply. Die. The blade plunged down amid Xiaodong's screams, while Xia Bai's face stayed completely emotionless. In that moment, she looked like a demon crawling out of hell. Just then, Sister Rong rushed in with two girls, shouting Xia Bai's name. But seeing Xiaodong restrained and Zhong Ming calmly watching, she froze in shock. Xia Bai softly apologized and admitted she had agreed to reveal the basement secret to Zhong Ming. That was the price she accepted for revenge. Sister Rong tried to stay calm and said she would reveal everything Zhong Ming wanted to know. But she also raised a condition. Zhong Ming cut her off immediately, saying she had no right to negotiate. Still, Sister Rong calmly replied that they were no longer afraid of death, and that people like Xia Bai represented the future of them all. While they talked, Xia Bai kept driving the dagger deeper into Xiaodong's chest. Sister Rong looked straight at Zhang Ming and said she would hand over what he wanted, but he must also meet their demands. Otherwise, they would rather die than continue living in humiliation. Hearing their despair, Zhong Ming let out a quiet sigh. Then he signaled her to state her conditions clearly. Zhong Ming stood by the window with a cold expression, while inside the room Xiaodong's screams and pleas kept echoing. He quickly realized their condition was simple. They wanted to eliminate all the men in this house. Their hatred had fully consumed them. At that moment, Xia Bai asked what value she still had to Zhong Ming. He calmly reminded her that she once said she would do anything if he gave Xiaodong to her. With a half-human, half-demon face, Xia Bai let out a bitter laugh. She felt she had nothing left except her broken body, and even that was worthless now. She also sensed she might not survive much longer. Yi Zhongming bluntly admitted she no longer had her former looks, and her life was hanging by a thread. Still, Yi Zhongming remained calm and confident. He held out his hand and offered a deal. If she followed him, he would keep her alive. In return, he needed a loyal subordinate, willing to handle dirty work, suppress enemies, live in the shadows, and even trade her soul for his service. Would she accept becoming such a person? Xia Bai froze, quietly considering while staring at his outstretched hand. After a few seconds, her shock turned into an interested smile. She raised her hand and replied like signing a contract with a devil. If you just need a loyal dog, then I agree. Their hands clasped tightly, sealing the deal. Yi Zhongming smiled in satisfaction and said, "Deal." At that moment, Sister Rong opened the side door and stepped out. Yi Zhongming calmly said everything here was settled. Sister Rong nodded and agreed to lead him to the underground secret chamber. Night had fallen deep, but one house in Yunding Villa still glowed brightly, standing out in the silence. Moo Moo stepped up to a green ceramic vase and gently turned it, triggering a hidden mechanism. Ye Zhongming, Sister Rong, Moo Moo, Lu Yan, and Momo stood waiting before the slowly opening door. Before it fully opened, Sister Rong lowered her voice and said this was their secret. The moment Yi Zhongming saw what lay beneath, his expression changed sharply. Even he was shaken when he recognized it as the false illusory ghost tree. Before them stood a massive wood spirit shaped like an ancient tree, with glowing, eerie eyes and thick mist surrounding it. Its enormous roots dug deep underground, where countless bald men in black robes worshipped it. The false illusory ghost tree had completely hidden its true evolution level. Along its branches hung clusters of fragrant fruits with an irresistible aroma. These fruits drove countless followers into madness, because anyone who ate them would immediately undergo evolution. Because humans are usually weaker than the false illusory ghost tree, those fruits almost always trigger immediate evolution. As a result, many people rushed in just to fight for those strange fruits. At first, everyone believed they had discovered a new path of evolution, no longer dependent on evolution potions or the control of the wheel plate. It seemed like a miracle, but that joy did not last long. About a month later, sprouts began growing out of the bodies of those who ate the fruit. When their evolved power slowly faded, they realized they had become vessels, but by then it was already too late. The false illusory ghost tree did not kill its victims immediately. Instead, it slowly drained their flesh and blood, turning them into living nourishment. In the end, those people became twisted tree-like beings, waiting to be fully drained of life before a new sapling burst out from their bodies. Yi Zhongming turned back and looked at the group behind him, then asked in a low voice, "Only 3 of you have eaten this tree's fruit?" Hearing this, Sister Rong's expression immediately changed. A bad feeling rose in her mind, and worry spread across her face. Sister Rong nodded. Yi Zhongming immediately asked how long ago they had eaten it. Her face turned pale as she replied it had been over a month, and she was the first one to try it. After hearing that, Yi Zhongming remained calm. He secretly felt relieved that things had not reached an irreversible stage yet. If it had been a little later, even immortals would not be able to save them. At that moment, a beast resembling a fox suddenly rushed out of the darkness, but its appearance was completely abnormal. It had golden fur, a blazing orange-gold tail, and a hexagonal silver crystal embedded on its forehead, shocking everyone. The beast showed no hostility. Instead, it immediately ran to Yi Zhongming and allowed him to pet it. He instantly recognized it as Di Huang, sent by Xialei to report that major changes had occurred outside the villa. Yi Zhongming stood up and placed his hand on his blade. Di Huang also entered a combat stance. He coldly said it was time to meet the true master of this place. The man and beast quickly descended deeper into the basement. The one waiting at the end was the false illusory ghost tree. The moment it saw Yi Zhongming, it became extremely alert. Without hesitation, the false illusory ghost tree controlled massive vines that shot forward like countless spears. Facing the violent attack, Yi Zhongming remained calm, already fully prepared for battle. A surge of power erupted under his feet as he activated a speed skill. In the next instant, Yi Zhongming shot forward like lightning. With a single burst, he broke past the ghost tree's sight range and closed in instantly. Once in range, his blade came down decisively, severing all defensive vines of the false illusory ghost tree. The cut vines caused the ghost tree intense pain. Black blood continuously poured out as it roared in agony. Without giving it time to recover, Yi Zhongming immediately ordered Di Huang to join the fight. Di Huang obeyed and rushed in like an arrow, biting down hard on the severed vines. While Di Huang restrained the ghost tree, Yi Zhongming quickly moved around to another side. He told it to hold the enemy down, as this thing still had value. He rushed into the room behind the ghost tree. While running, he recalled that in his previous life, Zhang Dalong had become a 9-star powerhouse thanks to this place. That thought filled Yi Zhongming with excitement. If everything matched his memory, this chance to reach the peak would belong to him. As he stepped into the secret room, rows of glowing wheel plates of different colors appeared before him, making him freeze in shock. Calmly observing, Yi Zhongming found 4 different types of wheel plates, all wrapped in rainbow light. Joy appeared on his face. Everything matched exactly what he remembered. Looking at the wheel plates embedded with white and black crystals, he quickly identified the white one as level 2 and the black one as level 3. Continuing to observe the other 2, he realized the green crystal represented level 4, while the blue crystal represented level 5. Yi Zhongming began transferring energy from the blue crystal wheel plate to the white one. At the same time, he calculated that including the 3 outside, Yunding Villa had a total of 7 wheel plates, forming a 7-star chain formation. After fully draining the blue crystal wheel plate, he installed the white crystal into its correct position. This was also the secret that allowed Zhang Dalong in his previous life to build the foundation for reaching the 9-star realm. Everything completed, Yi Zhongming stood before the wheel plates, arranged in a spiral of 8 white crystals. He smiled confidently, feeling that this era had finally come under his control. Meanwhile, outside the basement, Sister Rong's group anxiously waited. Mo nervously asked if Yi Zhongming might be in danger. Just then, a subordinate rushed over, reporting that Ruan Xiaodong had brought a large force toward them. Everyone's expression changed instantly. Sister Rong quickly ordered them to find Ye Zhongming immediately. Outside the house, Ruan Xiaodong's forces had completely surrounded the area. Uniformed troops were already in formation, clearly prepared in advance. At the front stood Ruan Xiaodong, wearing a scheming expression. He believed that since Liao Yi and Jian Ningxi were locked in a fierce battle, no one would have time to interfere here. Thinking of the gunfire earlier near Xiaodong's side, he became even more certain the enemy was in chaos. To him, this was the perfect opportunity. Sister Rong and the remaining 5 stepped out to face them. Despite being heavily outnumbered, they were ready to fight. Ruan Xiaodong sneered and asked where Xiaodong was. Sister Rong coldly replied it was none of his business and warned him to leave immediately. In response, Ruan Xiaodong declared he would level the entire hot spring villa today. Those words angered and worried Sister Rong, but she still forced herself to stay calm. Not wanting to waste time, Ruan Xiaodong immediately ordered his men to charge. But before the command could even finish, one of his subordinates was suddenly pierced through the heart and dropped dead on the spot. Another man turned around in horror and screamed when he saw the attacker. Xiaobai had appeared, now half human and half monster, her cold face and sinister smile sending chills down everyone's spine. She calmly pulled her blood-covered hand out of the corpse, as if nothing unusual had happened. Sister Rong's group recognized Xiaobai and were stunned. Ruan Xiaodong's men tightened their grips on their weapons, none daring to underestimate her. A fierce thug charged forward, swinging his blade and roaring as he tried to kill Xiaobai. Xiaobai only gave a cold smile and casually threw the corpse toward him. The body slammed into him and his allies, knocking them down. Seeing the huge hole in the corpse, the man panicked, realizing how terrifying her strength was. Xiaobai calmly spoke, delivering Yi Zhongming's order that anyone who surrendered would be spared. Ruan Xiaodong flew into rage and ordered his men to kill her immediately. The group roared and charged together, their shouts echoing across the area. Even surrounded, Xiaobai remained calm. She kicked out violently, sending the leading man flying instantly. Without stopping, she immediately shifted to her next target. A heavy punch like a hammer struck the opponent's stomach, knocking him out in a single blow. At that moment, another man activated his ability, his arm quickly covered in thick stone armor as he charged forward. Xiaobai did not dodge, and directly threw a punch to meet him head-on. One of the onlookers laughed, believing Lao Lia's stone ability guaranteed victory. But the moment their fists collided, the stone armor was instantly crushed like paper. Seeing this, Ruan Xiaodong screamed in disbelief, as his strongest subordinate was defeated so easily. The overwhelming difference in power made the remaining men drop to their knees, begging for mercy. They remembered Xiaobai's earlier words, that those who did not resist would be spared. But at that moment, sharp claws suddenly appeared behind Ruan Xiaodong and rested on his shoulder. He turned in terror and was met with the gaping jaws full of fangs of Di Huang right beside his face. Screams quickly erupted. Sister Rong's group stood frozen, unable to believe what they were seeing. From above, Ye Zhongming quietly observed the scene, watching Ruan Xiaodong being torn apart by Di Huang while his men knelt before Xiaobai. His expression remained cold as ice. Looking at Xiaobai, he simply said she was indeed very suitable. The next morning, the appearance of a group of strangers shattered the peaceful atmosphere of Dongshuangkou village. In the courtyard, Uncle Hai smoked while chatting with Yuan Shang, asking if this trip had been profitable. Yuan Shang smiled and said he had only found a new client and earned some supplies, then offered Uncle Hai a cigarette. Uncle Hai curiously asked who the new client was, since few people in this area had buying power. Yuan Shang explained he had accidentally met a group that had just arrived, targeting Yunding Villa, and all these supplies were pre-ordered by them. Afterwards, Uncle Hai brought up again the invitation for Yuan Shang to join the plan he had mentioned before. Yuan Shang glanced at Uncle Hai's pipe and was secretly surprised. In just a few days, it had gone from gray quality to white quality, proving that a special profession existed in the village. However, he politely refused, saying his forces were too small and weapons too limited to join in. He believed it was better to wait until the village took over the place, and then simply buy the spoils later. Uncle Hai laughed and said spoils taken by one's own hands were completely different from things bought with money. He also warned that if Yuan Shang did not contribute this time, the price later would be much higher. Hearing that, Yuan Shang could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly, saying he would think about it, but hoped Uncle Hai would not expect too much. Yuanshang nodded to end the conversation, then turned to his subordinates. After receiving confirmation that all goods were loaded, he immediately ordered departure. Before leaving, Uncle Hai was still sitting under the massive wheel plate, reminding Yuanshang to be careful on the road. If he met anyone from the Liu family, he should tell them to come visit. Yuanshang turned back and waved, smiling as he said he would remember the message. The truck quickly started up and sped away under the harsh sunlight along the endless road. As the vehicle moved, a subordinate beside him couldn't help asking whether they really planned to go with that group to the hidden treasure site. Yuanshang laughed, calling that idea naive. He said that place was extremely dangerous and not something you could just walk into. Even Uncle Hei's words might not be fully well-intentioned, and one wrong step could mean death. Hearing that, the subordinate finally understood. Then he curiously asked whether that newly appeared soldier would be tempted to head there. Yuanshang only smiled meaningfully, his eyes cold, saying nothing further. The scene returned to the peaceful village atmosphere, with the lake reflecting sunlight in a calm and serene view. Inside the base, Ye Zhongming sat casually on a chair. Di Huang lay obediently at his feet like a loyal guard. Xiao Hu joked that they originally only came to scout Yunding Villa, but in the end Ye Zhongming directly took over the entire base. Sister Rong reported the situation. Jian Ningxi's faction still had about 300 people, while Liao Yi had over 200. Both sides were fighting daily with uncountable casualties. Their own group now had 57 members, 42 of whom were women. A breeze passed by, and Xia Bai suddenly appeared behind Ye Zhongming. Her half-deformed face drew everyone's attention. Without hesitation, Xia Bai reported that Jian Ningxi was preparing to fully withdraw his forces. Xia Lei quietly observed Xia Bai, secretly suspecting she was the one who used the remaining Twa-star evolution potion. Liang Shuyin angrily questioned Ye Zhongming for giving precious evolution potions to Gu Bei and the big man instead of others. Mo Yi immediately teased her for being jealous. Liang Shuyin quickly denied it, explaining she was only curious about Ye Zhongming's decision. Ye Zhongming did not explain, and instead asked Xia Bai how many people Jian Ningxi was taking during the retreat. She replied briefly, 222 people. After hearing this, Ye Zhongming fell into thought. He realized the escort force was larger than expected. Xia Bai immediately opened the window and calmly said she understood his intention. Without hesitation, she jumped straight out of the window to carry out the mission. Ye Zhongming then assigned Sister Rong a task. He ordered a detailed dossier on every member, including background, education, work experience, skills, and specialties. Sister Rong accepted the order and quickly left. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Xiang Dao anxiously asked Liao Yi why they still had not withdrawn. He reminded him that the original plan was to leave this place and find a new wheel plate to build a new base. Liao Yi calmly replied that they still needed to wait. Seeing Xiang Dao's confusion, he walked to the window and asked if he knew the biggest lesson he had learned after years of survival. Xiang Dao shook his head, completely confused. Liao Yi explained sternly that when victory was not guaranteed, there were only two choices: give up or wait patiently for the right moment. Gambling with one's life was the stupidest decision. Xiang Dao still did not fully understand and kept asking. At that moment, gunshots and chaotic screams suddenly erupted outside. People were shouting to shoot a mad woman, making Xiang Dao ask what was happening. The cries for help continued, with everyone terrified of the woman's strength and suspecting she was an evolved being. Before Xiang Dao could finish speaking, Liao Yi sighed and decided to go out and see for himself. A thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps Yunding already had a new master. Not long after, Liao Yi led his entire force into Ye Zhongming's base. Both sides stood face to face in a tense atmosphere. He was about to speak when heavy footsteps echoed from outside. The one who walked in was Xia Bai. Her body was covered in fresh blood, drawing every eye in the room. Every step Xia Bai took left a long trail of blood. Liao Yi silently guessed she had already wiped out the force at Jian Ningxi. But when their eyes met, he suddenly noticed a hint of disappointment in Xia Bai's gaze. The thought sent a chill down Liao Yi's spine. He realized she might be disappointed because he was still alive, meaning she had not gotten the chance to kill him. Just then, Park Sua quickly reported Xia Bai's condition. She explained that Xia Bai had taken 2 bullets, suffered 5 broken bones, and the bullets were still inside her. Without removing them, even Sweet Du Art could not save her. Ye Zhongming calmly replied that he would handle everything. He asked Sister Rong to keep Liao Yi company, while he took Xia Bai for treatment. She agreed without hesitation. In another room, Ye Zhongming began preparing for surgery. Before starting, he explained that besides removing the bullets, he also had to cut away the dead tissue on her face. Xiaobai looked him in the eye and calmly agreed, without a second thought. Park Soo-ah stood nearby and swallowed hard, stunned by her resolve. She finally understood why Ye Zhongming trusted Xiaobai completely. She could accept things that others would never dare face. After some time, Ye Zhongming put down the scalpel and announced the surgery was complete. He turned to Park Soo-ah and told her to heal Xiaobai with her ability immediately. Park Soo-ah focused on casting her skill, while Ye Zhongming and Xiaobai quietly watched the recovery. During the process, Ye Zhongming silently judged that the Apostle of Light class was truly powerful. After reaching 2-star evolution, Bei had spent almost all the loot to upgrade her abilities. Healing energy flowed non-stop into Xiaobai's body. He noticed that although her class had not advanced, it had unlocked several new skills. Warm Fire Chain began taking effect. It was an upgraded version of Sweet Dew Art that specialized in healing specific body parts with greater efficiency, though it consumed much more mental energy. After the treatment ended, Park Soo-ah wiped away her sweat and said that one more session tomorrow would leave Xiaobai's face almost fully restored. Hearing that, Xiaobai lowered her head and shyly expressed her sincere gratitude for the first time. Ye Zhongming gently patted Park Soo-ah on the shoulder, told her to keep bandaging Xiaobai, then left the room alone. Outside, Liao Yi and Sister Rong sat across from each other in the meeting room with their followers standing behind them. The moment Ye Zhongming walked in, the room fell silent as every eye turned toward him. As soon as he approached, Liao Yi immediately stood up and greeted him politely. "Boss Yi." Ye Zhongming gave a faint smile and asked, "So you have decided not to leave?" After they sat down, Liao Yi slowly explained that he did not want to leave because his family's whereabouts were still completely unknown. He sighed and said that although their relationship had not been good before, they might still be able to work together in the future. Then Liao Yi presented a special gift. It was a map drawn by one of his men showing the entire area around the villa district and the mountain. It would be extremely useful if Ye Zhongming took over this place. As soon as he finished speaking, he spread the map out in front of everyone. After looking it over, Ye Zhongming nodded with satisfaction and praised it as something very valuable. Sister Rong then asked what they should do next. Ye Zhongming smiled and answered with one word: fight. He then turned to Liao Yi and asked if his forces were ready. By late afternoon, the entire team had gathered at the base. Standing on the balcony, Ye Zhongming looked down at the crowd and said he could easily rule them through fear like the previous leaders. But in his view, that alone was not enough to survive the apocalypse. Everyone had to push beyond their limits and dare to do what they had never imagined before. The crowd listened in complete silence. Even Liao Yi paid close attention. Ye Zhongming declared that he only wanted people with courage and determination, not those who waited for others to hand them food just to survive. He pointed outside the base and declared that everyone would fight zombies and mutated monsters themselves. Those who earned merit would be rewarded, not just this time, but in the future as well. As soon as he finished speaking, someone loudly protested, saying they refused to fight. The crowd quickly joined in. They claimed they were used to hardship and had no intention of risking their lives against the monsters outside. Some even demanded to become evolvers before they would agree to fight. Hearing that, Ye Zhongming's expression turned cold. He calmly asked what other conditions they wanted. He gestured for everyone to speak their minds. The demands kept coming. They wanted guns, evolution potions, better food, more rest, and insisted that only evolvers should handle dangerous missions because ordinary people deserved protection. Liang Chuyin gritted her teeth in anger and cursed them for being greedy after everything they had already received. Ye Zhongming raised a hand to stop her and announced that doctors, engineers, electricians, construction workers, and anyone with useful professional skills would be excused from today's battle and should register with Xiaogong. He then pointed at Xiaohu and told everyone who refused to fight to register in a separate group. Before they made their choice, Ye Zhongming coldly warned them that rewards always came with contribution. Once they decided, there would be no turning back. Before long, everyone had divided themselves into 3 groups and lined up neatly. Ye Zhongming told Xiaogong to record everyone's information in detail, and Xiaogong immediately carried out the order. He then assigned Xiaolei to organize the people, willing to fight and arrange their battle teams. She accepted without delay. Watching the uncooperative group leave, Liang Chuyin asked why Ye Zhongming did not simply drive them out of the base. He smiled and explained that besides fighters, the base still needed people for heavy labor. Those people still had their use. The next morning, under the rising sun, the battle teams charged together to face the monsters, as battle cries and clashing weapons echoed non-stop. The bloody scene turned Park Soo-ah pale, and many onlookers were too frightened to watch. Only Yi Zhongming calmly observed the entire battlefield. When someone prepared to use a healing ability, Park Soo-ah immediately spoke up. But Yi Zhongming raised his hand to stop her, saying there was no need to interfere yet. Everyone had to experience real casualties before receiving treatment. Watching Liao Yi's team fight, he realized they were veterans with real combat experience and handled zombies with great skill. In contrast, the female warriors were still inexperienced. Some fought while crying in fear, making Yi Zhongming realize they still needed plenty of training. Meanwhile, those who had refused to fight stood on the balcony gossiping. They counted how many zombies others had killed, laughed at those who vomited after their first battle, mocked people used as shields, and panicked whenever someone was bitten because they knew that person would soon mutate. The spectators kept mocking the fighters. They claimed staying safe was the smartest choice, and that fighting only led to death. In their eyes, the demon crystals would end up with the leaders anyway, while those risking their lives would gain nothing. Just as the gossip grew louder, an old man quietly warned everyone to lower their voices. He noticed Xia Gong had been standing behind them for some time, and urged them not to invite trouble. After a fierce battle, every zombie was finally wiped out, leaving piles of corpses across the battlefield. Everyone was exhausted after the fight. Yang Tao leaned on his axe, breathing heavily with a mocking smile. He said Liang Chuyin was right. Those bystanders were nothing but cowards hiding behind excuses, so it was no surprise Yi Zhongming only saw them as ordinary laborers. Xiaolei smiled and raised her hand, though deep down she only hoped those people would know their place and take care of themselves. The mood quickly became lively, as everyone realized the monsters were not as terrifying as they had imagined. After collecting all the demon crystals, the team happily prepared to return and celebrate. As night fell, the lights inside the villa glowed brightly against the silent darkness, creating a rare moment of peace in the apocalypse. Yi Zhongming stood before long tables filled with an incredible feast. The sight left everyone wide-eyed. One person said that in just one day they had faced life and death, fought through bloody battles, and finally begun to feel like a true team. At this rate, they would only grow stronger. Another could only marvel at how lavish the meal was. Xiao Hu excitedly pointed at the giant egg on the table. The others were just as thrilled, because they could finally eat meat again. Liao Yi laughed at everyone's reaction, and explained that the meat and eggs came from a level 2 mutated creature. They were incredibly rare, and eating them for the first time would greatly strengthen the body, with effects almost as good as an evolution potion. Yi Zhongming added that the effect was limited for evolvers, but for everyone else, this food would help close the power gap. No one held back anymore, and the dinner quickly turned lively as everyone enjoyed a well-earned meal after the battle. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. A group barged in, loudly, saying the fighters had done well today, so the food should count as their reward, because contribution deserved compensation. It was the same group that had refused to fight earlier. Their leader swaggered in and loudly ordered everyone to serve them food. But the moment they saw the juicy meat in everyone else's hands, their eyes turned red with envy. They demanded to know why they only got cold steamed buns while the fighters enjoyed a feast. They even argued that if they had been given weapons and proper leadership, they would have fought just as well. So this treatment was unfair. The more they stared at the feast, the less they could hide their greed. They kept demanding an equal share with those who had fought. Hearing them talk about fairness, Xiaolei could only shake her head with her hands on her hips. In the apocalypse, fairness no longer existed. Without warning, a gunshot rang out. The bullet tore through the air and slammed straight into the forehead of the loudmouth leader. As the gun smoke drifted through the room, Ye Zhongmin calmly asked if they still had not realized their situation. His eyes were ice cold, and his voice carried no emotion. He declared that the base had no reason to feed useless fools. From this moment on, they would receive no meals. They were to leave immediately, collect every zombie corpse, and burn them all. Anyone who tried to run would die. Watching their leader collapse with his head blown apart, the entire group turned pale. They stared at the gun in Yi Zhongming's hand, and no one dared say another word. Just as the heavy silence lingered, Xia Bai walked in with news that a convoy had arrived outside the villa. The leader was Yuan Shang, who said he had something extremely important to discuss with Ye Zhongming in person. Hearing the name, Yi Zhongming paused to think. He wondered what could be important enough for Yuan Shang to come himself. Outside the base, 2 military transport trucks drove in one after another and stopped in front of the villa. Yuan Shang stepped out of the truck and froze at the sight before him. He saw everyone working together with remarkable efficiency. From clearing zombie corpses to burning them, everything was organized and smooth. Yuanshang was secretly amazed that in such a short time, Ye Zhongming had not only taken over Yunding Mountain Villa, but had also begun clearing the surrounding area so efficiently. Not long afterward, the two met inside the villa. Yi Zhongming greeted Yuanshang with a handshake and praised the speed of his deliveries. Yuanshang smiled and replied that transportation was his team's specialty, so they were used to moving fast. After taking a seat, Yuanshang got straight to the point. He revealed that several major factions nearby were preparing to join forces and attack a special location, and he wanted to know if Yi Zhongming was interested. Yi Zhongming smiled knowingly and told Yuanshang to explain exactly what valuable information he had brought. He understood that alliances for major operations were common, but without enough benefits, he had no interest in joining. Yuanshang lit a cigarette and slowly revealed that the target was the very place Yi Zhongming had mentioned before. He had discovered the location of an enormous weapons and ammunition depot. However, the entire depot had been occupied by a pack of green-skinned yaksha-like monsters. Every one of them was as powerful as a one-star evolver and extremely difficult to deal with. They hunted both humans and zombies for food, yet ignored the piles of demon crystals and the massive stockpile of weapons inside the depot. The creatures were like unstoppable killing machines that wiped out everything in their path. Hearing that, Yi Zhongming immediately asked if they had green skin, eyelidless eyes, razor-sharp claws and teeth, and no demon crystal inside their bodies. Yuanshang nodded. He said each one was strong enough to threaten a one-star evolver, so no one dared charge in alone. That was why the nearby factions had decided to form an alliance and overwhelm the monsters with numbers. He also admitted that before the creatures arrived, he had managed to secretly steal a considerable amount of weapons from the depot. Throughout Yuanshang's explanation, Ye Zhongming remained silent, yet cold sweat had already begun forming across his forehead. Seeing such a rare reaction, everyone nearby began whispering. It was the first time they had seen Yi Zhongming so tense, making them suspect the weapons depot hid something truly terrifying. Yuanshang kept persuading him, saying that if they captured the depot, they would gain a massive stockpile of weapons and an enormous number of demon crystals. He confidently promised that with Ye Zhongming's strength, he would secure a key position in the alliance. As for negotiations with the other factions, Yuanshang would handle everything. Yi Zhongming clenched his fists as countless possibilities and consequences raced through his mind. After a long silence, he replied that the matter was too important to decide immediately and needed more thought. He also invited Yuanshang to stay for dinner as an honored guest. However, Yuanshang understood the situation, politely excused himself, and left the villa. Once he was gone, Xiaolei immediately approached Yi Zhongming. She had noticed his unusual expression and guessed he knew exactly what those green-skinned monsters were. Yi Zhongming let out a quiet sigh and said the creatures Yuanshang mentioned were demons, an extremely dangerous race. He explained that according to his memories from his previous life, demons were once humans exposed to massive radiation. After a mysterious mutation, they lost all humanity and became creatures driven only to hunt and kill every living thing. They looked like giant insect-like beings, standing on two legs with an alien appearance. At around 1 meter tall, they were as strong as a one-star evolver. Every additional half-meter increased their strength by another level. At 5 meters tall, they could rival a human 9-star powerhouse. Demons possessed terrifying physical strength that could easily tear through a human body. They had no special abilities, but their raw power alone left same-level evolvers with almost no chance unless they had exceptional classes or combat skills. Even more horrifying was their breeding ability. They captured human women and even female zombies, forcing them to reproduce and constantly expand their numbers. Yi Zhongming knew very well that although killing demons brought no direct reward, allowing them to grow unchecked would be disastrous. In his previous life, all of humanity quickly recognized demons as a common enemy that had to be eliminated. He recalled that a little over a month after the apocalypse began, massive rescue operations were launched, and people even witnessed missiles streaking across the sky. Xiaolei could not help but sigh at the memory. Before she could finish speaking, Ye Zhongming wiped his blade and asked a question. If demons were so dangerous, why hadn't humanity erased them with weapons of mass destruction, like nuclear bombs? Xiao Hu guessed that nuclear weapons might have been used somewhere far away without their knowledge. Xia Gong agreed, suggesting the apocalypse had struck so suddenly that missile bases were likely destroyed or buried before they could launch. Xiaolei agreed but proposed another possibility. Humanity might still have the ability to strike back, but the devastating power of such weapons made them unwilling to use them recklessly. Yi Zhongming immediately stood up with a heavy expression. In his view, humanity was already on the brink of extinction, so there was little time left to worry about such concerns. He explained that on the very day the alien ships attacked Earth, humanity's modern weapons stockpiles had all been destroyed in this assault. Those demons had once been human before mutating from overwhelming radiation. Their terrifying power reminded him of the horrifying sight of green monsters melting before his eyes, a memory that still sent chills down his spine. Based on Yuan Shang's information, more than 100 demons might already be gathered around the weapons depot. If that was true, even a full-scale assault would be far from easy. Xiaolei asked if he believed they would fail. Yi Zhongming shook his head and explained that more than 100 demons could still be defeated with perfect coordination. However, they had only just taken over the base, and strengthening it remained the top priority. Thinking about those horrifying creatures, he reminded himself that even if they were humanity's common enemy, he had no intention of charging into the battle alone. He decided to postpone dealing with the golf course, and instead focus on collecting every abandoned vehicle nearby and bringing them back. He encouraged everyone by saying that winter was almost here. Once spring arrived next year and the weather warmed, they would turn that area into a large farm to grow their own food. He then assigned Lao Hu to build up the combat force, create a training program, and recruit promising people from the labor crews, while keeping strict control to prevent any problems. Xiao Hu accepted the order with great enthusiasm, promising to clear the entire area within 2 days. Yi Zhongming then assigned Xiaolei and Mo Yi to set up guard posts at every key position and handle any unexpected situations together. Xiaolei and Mo Ye accepted the mission at once, without hesitation. Yi Zhongming gave the next task to Chu Yin and Sheng Yuan. They would lead a team below Yunding Mountain Villa to protect the survey crew and carefully map the surrounding terrain for future plans. Everyone answered in unison that they understood. He raised his fist high and shouted that victory was theirs. Then he announced the next objective. Once every threat around the base was eliminated, the team would march straight toward Ying City. Dawn slowly broke as the morning sunlight slipped through the clouds, lighting up the rooftops and painting the sky with a clear glow. Thin rays of light passed through the gaps in the iron door and fell across the grim faces of the men inside the dark room, making the already tense atmosphere even heavier. At last, someone broke the silence and questioned whether anyone would really buy scrap metal these days. Another man immediately insisted it was true, saying the news had already spread everywhere, and nearly every survivor nearby had heard about it. Looking out the window with confidence, he explained that the man behind it was a young newcomer at Yunding Mountain Villa who was buying old cars. Rumor even claimed that bringing in one abandoned vehicle could earn a hot steamed bun the size of a fist. A man wearing glasses, curled up in the corner, remained doubtful. Trading an old car for a bun sounded too unbelievable. Even before the apocalypse, deals like that were almost unheard of. After thinking it over, he suggested finding a working car on the street and driving there to see for themselves. If it turned out to be a false rumor, they would lose nothing. His proposal plunged the room into silence as everyone carefully weighed the idea. The atmosphere grew so heavy that no one made a sound. Seeing no objections, he finalized the plan and told everyone to find a vehicle so they could leave immediately. Elsewhere, inside a room thick with cigarette smoke, Lao Zhang cautiously asked Yuan Shang whether everything he had just said was really true. Yuan Shang leaned back in his vehicle, took a slow drag from his cigarette, and calmly replied that they had known each other for many years. Their friendship was not built overnight. Smiling, he handed Lao Zhang a cigarette and said that even in the apocalypse, Lao Zhang still came to him to trade for daily supplies, so there was no reason to lie about something this important. Lao Zhang accepted the cigarette. Yuan Shang continued, saying that Yunding Mountain Villa was indeed recruiting people. With Lao Zhang's skills, he would definitely receive good treatment. Even those without skills or combat ability would at least avoid starving, which was far better than their current situation. After lighting another cigarette, Yuan Shang ignored the people watching from behind and slowly pointed out that Lao Zhang's group had lost another 4 or 5 members in just a few days. They could still hunt zombies for food now, but if their numbers kept shrinking, they would eventually have no way out. That was why this offer deserved serious consideration. Lao Zhang took a deep breath and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke before finally nodding. He decided to bring everyone to Yunding Mountain Villa in search of a chance to survive. The vehicle slowly pulled away. Yuan Shang waved goodbye and called after them, telling them to mention his name when they arrived. Sitting in the cab, Jia Min curiously asked Yuan Shang why Yunding Mountain Villa was recruiting so many people. At a time when everyone only cared about saving themselves, it made little sense. Yuan Shang closed his eyes for a moment, then laughed. He said Jia Min simply could not see far enough, which was why he was only suited to being his driver. He continued by saying that Yi Zhongming had enormous ambitions. Compared to him, they still fell far behind, so it was only natural that they could not guess his plans. With only the two of them inside the quiet vehicle, Yuan Shang added that their job was simply to complete their own missions and earn whatever benefits they could. As for everything else, they would quietly watch to see what move Yi Zhongming made next. Elsewhere, outside a hospital under the blazing sun, a man in a white lab coat quietly hid behind a wall, moving with extreme caution. It was Dr. Zhang. He knew he had been trapped there for far too long, and with food almost gone, his medical knowledge told him his body could only last about 3 more days. He knew it was time to gamble with his life. If he did not risk going out for food today, then by tomorrow, once his strength was gone, even his last chance to survive would disappear. Dr. Zhang kept his eyes fixed on the supermarket ahead, quietly waiting for the perfect moment to make his move. The instant the opportunity came, Dr. Zhang sprinted toward the supermarket at full speed. To him, even a moment's delay could cost him his final chance to live. The moment he forced open the metal door, he froze. The shelves were still packed with food and drinks. Overjoyed, he blurted out that there was still so much food left. Without wasting a second, he grabbed as much food as he could and stuffed it into his clothes. But just then, a powerful hand suddenly grabbed him from behind, making Dr. Zhang freeze in shock. The man yanked him back with brutal force and threw him onto the floor. The painful fall made him cry out. Standing before him was a burly man with messy hair and a mocking grin. The man smirked and said another fool had fallen into the trap. He immediately searched Dr. Zhang from head to toe, but failed to find a single demon crystal, leaving him cursing in frustration. Furious, he slapped Dr. Zhang across the face and sneered that anyone without even one demon crystal should never have survived this long. Then he turned to leave, muttering that he could not let the effort go to waste and would make this guy bleed to lure a few zombies over. While searching for his knife, he never noticed Dr. Zhang quietly getting back to his feet behind him. Still rummaging around, he muttered about where the knife had gone. The moment he found the knife, his excitement vanished as he realized someone was standing right behind him. A sharp slash echoed through the room as Dr. Zhang's blade cut across his throat in a single swift motion. The man only had time to curse before collapsing. Dr. Zhang gripped the knife tightly, his eyes burning with anger, and said not to blame him, because the man had left him no other choice. Outside the house, the group of girls waited anxiously for news. Every one of them was worried about what was happening. Inside the operating room, just then, they saw Yi Zhongming and the others walk out through the door. Ma Te immediately rushed over and anxiously asked how Sister Rong was doing. Yi Zhongming smiled and announced that the operation had been successful. The young deviltree seedling inside Sister Rong had been safely removed. Ma Te was overjoyed to hear the news. He then thanked Dr. Zhang for all his hard work and told him to get some rest because 2 more similar surgeries were still waiting. Hearing that, Ma Te quickly asked Dr. Zhang to help the others who still had deviltree seedlings inside their bodies. Faced with the request, he could only give a wry smile and agree. Next, Ye Zhongming told Park Su-ah to stay behind and keep watch in case anything unexpected happened. While he went to inspect the hot spring villa area, she immediately accepted the order. Before he had gone very far, a teasing voice suddenly called out behind him, saying he always insisted on making decisions on his own and was finally dealing with the consequences. Xiaolei frowned, picked up a sheet of paper, and jokingly declared that she would punish Yi Zhongming in the name of justice. He simply looked at her without saying a word. Ye Zhongming helplessly pointed at Xiaolei and told her to pay attention to her image instead of nagging like an old mother. That only made Xiaolei even angrier. She waved her blade and threatened to fight him, but Ye Zhongming calmly said one hand was enough to deal with her before asking what she actually wanted. Xiaolei finally became serious and explained that, although she still did not understand why he was recruiting so many people, the campaign had been incredibly successful. In just 3 days, more than 300 people had come to join on their own. After the surrounding zombies were cleared and the roads became safe, even more survivors flocked to Yunding Mountain Villa, with over 100 newcomers arriving today alone. Xiaolei also reminded him that the base could grow step by step. Expanding too quickly would inevitably create countless problems. She explained that the biggest concern was food. The supplies originally gathered by Liao Yi were already substantial, and with the additional shipments from Yuanshang, the current stock could feed everyone at the base for about 2 months. After listening, Yi Zhongming calmly asked whether there were any other major concerns besides the food supply. The question made Xiaolei furious. She immediately scolded him, saying that running out of food alone was already a massive problem. Were they all supposed to survive by starving? As she spoke, Xiaoxi suddenly blushed and coughed softly before bringing up the scrap car program. Over the past few days, quite a few people had already traded abandoned cars for food. As they walked, Xiaolei kept complaining. Each abandoned car only earned a little food for now, so the pressure was still manageable. But they had already collected dozens of vehicles. If more people kept arriving, their limited food supply would run out much faster. On top of that, they still had to deal with housing, sanitation, security, healthcare, and the risk of attracting hostile factions. Just then, the two of them passed the area where new arrivals were waiting to be approved for entry into the base. Xiaolei smiled knowingly and asked how the great boss Yi planned to deal with all those problems. Yi Zhongming pointed at the crowd and said there were still plenty of work clothes in the villa's warehouse. They should hand them out, then have everyone wash up and change into clean clothes. He continued outlining the plan. Everyone's meals would include some level 1 mutated beast meat to improve their physical condition. The newcomers would clean the conference hall as a temporary job before helping build the defensive walls. The scrap car program must continue because all that steel would be used to forge broadswords and craft equipment later. Xiao Hu had to train the teams with strict military discipline. Once Ji Rong's group had fully recovered in 5 days, they would immediately begin repairing the machinery. After hearing the entire plan, Xiaolei could not hide her surprise. She quickly nodded and said she would inform everyone right away. Just then, someone urgently called out from behind them. Chuyin ran over and reported that a large group had arrived outside the gate. They had brought many people along with a convoy of scrap vehicles to trade with the villa. However, every one of them was armed and looked extremely aggressive. Xiaolei's face darkened at once. She believed anyone acting so arrogantly on their territory was clearly looking for trouble. Yi Zhongming, however, calmly told everyone to go outside and see what was happening. On the way, he asked Chuyin whether the visitors had revealed their identities. She shook her head and said they refused to say anything, but one of Lu Mis' subordinates recognized them as members of the Ying City prison faction. Hearing that, Ye Zhongming frowned slightly and immediately guessed they were probably under Zhang Dalong's command. At the same time, several large trucks were parked outside the edge of Yunding Mountain Villa, waiting in a long line. Hu Jiao sat impatiently on the hood of a truck, grumbling that the pretty girl who had gone inside to deliver the message had been gone far too long. He crushed his cigarette filter and snorted, declaring that if they had to wait any longer, he would stop being patient and lead his men inside by force. The guard immediately became more alert and firmly told him to stay calm, because the person in charge would be out shortly. When Ye Zhongming and the others appeared, everyone inside the base respectfully greeted him as Boss Ye. Yi Zhongming quietly studied the bald man before him. He had no memory of this person, so he was clearly not one of Zhang Dalong's trusted followers. The moment Yi Zhongming approached, Hu Jiao arrogantly pointed at him and demanded to know if he was the leader of this place. Yi Zhongming calmly admitted it. Only then did Hu Jiao jump down from the truck and nod in response. Pointing at the convoy behind him, Hu Jiao grinned proudly and said he had brought 40 scrap vehicles and 150 people. Then he asked how much Yi Zhongming was willing to pay. The 3 people standing behind Yi Zhongming secretly looked down on him, feeling he was treating them like fools. Yi Zhongming simply replied with a cold offer: 50 kilograms of rice and 50 bottles of water, not one bit more. Hearing that price, Hu Jiao exploded in anger and pointed at Yi Zhongming while shouting. He claimed he had worked hard to escort all those vehicles and people here, bringing such valuable manpower, only to receive such a tiny amount of supplies. Yi Zhongming immediately slapped Hu Jiao's pointing hand aside. He coldly warned him to watch his mouth if he wanted the conversation to continue. Hu Jiao fell silent for a moment as he carefully reassessed Yi Zhongming. The man's presence made him realize this was no easy target. But after glancing at the armed men behind him, Hu Jiao quickly regained his confidence. With Zhang Dalong backing him, he could not return empty-handed today. Running out of patience, Yi Zhongming asked him directly how much he actually wanted. Hu Jiao immediately raised 3 fingers and demanded 150 kilograms of rice. He also wanted 100 cans of meat, plus half a truckload of cooking oil and salt, because he had heard the villa had stockpiled plenty of supplies. The gate guard angrily shouted back that those supplies were enough to keep many people alive, so they could not simply hand them over on demand. Hu Jiao did not even care. He raised his chin and warned that if anyone kept talking, he would open fire on the spot. Zhong Ming stopped arguing and gave the order. Since Hu Jiao had set the price, they would prepare the goods and have Xia Lei deliver the food. Xia Lei and Chu Yin were both stunned. They could not believe Zhong Ming gave in so easily. It was nothing like his usual style. Even with many questions, Xia Lei reluctantly nodded and followed the order. Not long after, Hu Jiao's convoy turned around and left Yunding Mountain Villa. As soon as they were gone, Chu Yin could not hold back and asked why Zhong Ming did not kill Hu Jiao on the spot. Zhong Ming calmly explained that building and strengthening the base came first. It was not the right time to fight the nearby factions. Jia Gong agreed. He said they now had a base to defend, so they could not fight and walk away like before. Every decision had to consider the long-term cost. Zhang Ming then encouraged everyone to return to work because the base still had many important tasks ahead. Watching the three leave with frustrated faces, he could only think that they were still too young to understand the bigger picture. Jia Gong continued that Zhang Dalong was the strongest force in the area with over 500 followers. Yunding Mountain Villa had only a little over 50 capable fighters. Even a victory would come at a huge cost. Zhong Ming only smiled. He said that once the next plans succeeded, Hu Jiao and Zhang Dalong would both pay the price. 1 week later, two major factions gathered in the outskirts of Yingchun County. One side was led by Uncle Hai, the chief of Dongshan Village. The other side was led by Yun Xiao, the leader of the Hungry Wolf Knights. Yun Xiao chewed on a dry blade of grass, looking impatient and restless. Seeing that, Uncle Hai sneered and mocked him. He joked that if Yun Xiao were his nephew, he would have shaved that flashy dyed hair long ago. The insult instantly made Yun Xiao furious, and he demanded to know what Uncle Hai had just said. In just a moment, the tension between both sides reached its peak. Just as things were about to get out of control, another group arrived on horseback. Ho Chengxiao, the head of the Ho family, smiled and greeted everyone, saying it seemed they had all arrived early. Uncle Hai also smiled and replied that they had been waiting for the Ho family for quite some time. Yun Xiao immediately put on a friendly smile, greeted Xiao Ling, and invited her to visit his place someday, because there was plenty of fun there. Xiao Ling coldly replied that she had no interest in getting covered in mud. At that moment, Ho Chengxiao interrupted and told everyone to focus on the real business. He then introduced someone in the group, saying this was Bei Zi, a representative from the Spirit Commerce Guild. Uncle Hai immediately became suspicious, while Yun Xiao objected because this had never been part of the original plan. Ho Chengxiao calmly explained that Bei Zi was only there to observe. He would not fight or claim any of the spoils. Hearing that, Uncle Hai quietly took another drag from his cigarette without saying a word. He finally nodded and agreed to stick with the original plan to capture the military base. The scene then shifted to another group, standing on the roof of a tall building. Xiao Hu quickly reported to Zhong Ming that the other factions had already set out for the military base. Zhong Ming immediately ordered his team to move, but their target this time was the Yingchun County grain warehouse. Smiling at his teammates, he said that if this mission succeeded, the base would have enough food for at least the next year. That was why Zhong Ming stressed that this mission had to succeed. Around the Yingchun County grain warehouse, every part of the plan was already in motion. After finishing their task, two workers quickly called each other over to prepare the next team's positions. Liu Yi kept directing the transport teams, sending more people where they were needed and urging everyone to move faster. Xia Lei also kept encouraging the construction crews, pushing everyone to finish the work as quickly as possible. Chu Yin personally helped carry massive rocks. The rear support was fully prepared according to Zhong Ming's plan, and now all hopes rested on him and the advance team. Meanwhile, on another front, the team fought while shouting at the top of their lungs, charging forward to wipe out the zombies. Zhong Ming swung his great blade and split a zombie in half before leading the charge again. After a quick look around, he realized the team was slowly being surrounded from every direction. They could not fire freely because the noise would attract even more dangerous mutated creatures. The pressure kept growing as endless zombies closed in, slowing their advance. Just as the situation turned critical, Zhong Ming spotted a teammate about to be struck by a fatal attack. Without hesitation, he rushed over, killed the zombie, and saved the man just in time. After clearing the danger, Zhang Ming asked if he was all right. The teammate raised his trident and declared he could still fight. The moment he finished speaking, he drove the trident straight through an incoming zombie with all his strength. Zhang Ming nodded in satisfaction and said the man had earned the right to complete his evolution. The words left him stunned. Zhang Ming then took out a tube of evolution serum and handed it to him. The man was so moved that his eyes turned red as he repeatedly thanked Boss Yi. Zhang Ming seized the moment to rally the team. He knew many of them were facing their first brutal battle and their first real bloodbath, but now was not the time to fear. As long as they kept fighting, victory would be theirs. He pointed at the rewarded fighter as an example. Anyone who made outstanding contributions would receive evolution serum after the battle. He reminded everyone that he never broke a promise. Those words instantly ignited everyone's fighting spirit. The entire team roared and charged ahead, determined to kill the monsters and earn their chance to evolve. Even so, Zhang Ming felt uneasy. He never expected so many zombies around the grain warehouse, and began to worry that Mo Ye's team might have run into trouble. At the same time, another battlefield was also under a fierce assault as waves of zombies kept pouring in. Inside a speeding vehicle, the group did everything they could to shake off the zombie horde, chasing behind them. Mo Ye looked at Sister Rong and Mian, softly thanking them for all their hard work. Just then, her eyes suddenly caught something unusual ahead. Mo Ye immediately pounded on the roof to signal the team. They were almost at the armory, and everyone was to split up according to the plan. The driver and the others acknowledged the order at once. She glanced back at the team, tossing chunks of fresh meat onto the road to lure the zombies. According to Zhang Ming's plan, the meat would draw the horde away from the grain warehouse, while the fierce battle and gunfire at the armory would pull every zombie toward that location. Thinking about the plan, Mo Ye could not help but admire it. Zhang Ming had turned the battle at the armory into a shield against the monster horde. It was a bold move. Still, she pushed those thoughts aside and focused on completing her mission. Standing behind her, Xiaobai seemed to notice that Mo Ye had a lot on her mind. But at that moment, Xiaobai's instincts suddenly sensed an overwhelming danger approaching. She immediately shouted for everyone to get out of the way. Without a second thought, Xiaobai leaped off the truck and urged the others to keep driving forward. Sister Rong reached out in panic to stop her, but Mo Ye held her back and said Xiaobai was already a 2-star evolver and could make the right decision herself. Meanwhile, Xiaobai poured all her strength into her legs and sprinted forward at incredible speed. Her eyes locked onto 2 mysterious figures standing in the road ahead. The 2 men stood there calmly. One of them coldly told Xiaobai to step aside if she knew what was good for her, because they did not want to kill anyone for no reason today. Faced with their arrogant threats, Xiaobai remained silent. She simply pressed her lips together and stared at them with icy eyes. Seeing no response, the younger brother sneered and asked if the ugly woman was stupid. The older brother mocked her as well, saying people who were both filthy and ugly had no right to exist. In his view, only by eliminating people like her could future generations keep their superior looks, because perfect appearance was also a standard of evolution. The younger brother laughed and said they really thought alike. He then accused Xiaobai of leading the zombie horde here. The older brother demanded to know which faction she belonged to. When she stayed silent, the younger one mocked her again, saying maybe she was not only ugly but mute as well. Xiaobai ignored every insult and instantly charged straight at the 2 brothers to strike first. The brothers rushed forward as well, laughing with contempt, as they called her a fool who did not know her limits. The older brother activated his ability and created countless clones to surround Xiaobai, mocking her for thinking a 2-star evolver was enough. At the same time, the younger brother used the same skill, completing the trap and boasting that she was about to witness the true power of the twin brothers. In an instant, countless figures sealed off every escape route, leaving Xiaobai completely surrounded. Even so, she stayed calm, gathered all her strength, and charged at a single target. But just before her strike landed, a powerful sense of danger suddenly hit her. Before she could react, a series of violent explosions erupted right beside her. The massive shockwave blasted Xiaobai dozens of meters away. As the smoke cleared, the brothers appeared with smug smiles. They mocked her, saying that becoming a 2-star evolver did not make her invincible. The world held far more terrifying powers, and even if she joined the Spirit Commerce Guild, she would never rank among its top 50. One brother proudly claimed they were both among the top 20 members of the Spirit Commerce Guild. The other agreed, saying the gap between them was absolute. Ignoring every word, Xiaobai struggled to her feet with blazing red eyes and charged again. But the moment she got close, her target's body suddenly swelled in a bizarre way. Another violent explosion erupted and blasted Xiaobai away once more. She slammed hard onto the ground, and the pain in her chest forced a mouthful of blood from her lips. Seeing that, one of the brothers burst into laughter and mocked her for picking the wrong target again. Despite her injuries, Xiaobai never complained. She simply wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Then she stood up again and threw herself back into the fight with everything she had. But the result was the same. Another explosion sent her flying through the air. The brothers laughed, saying her determination was admirable, but her stupidity stood out even more because she kept rushing toward death. More clones appeared before Xiaobai. The brothers bragged that they possessed a rare mysterious class she had probably never even heard of. They revealed they were both 2-star evolvers and declared that even if Xiaobai had a special class, she would still lose. Before he could finish boasting, Xiaobai gathered her strength and launched another assault. As he retreated, he sneered that she had no advantage against them and was nothing more than a pitiful weakling. Ignoring every taunt, Xiaobai kept pouring all her attacks into a single clone. Driven mad, the brother roared that her stubbornness would get her killed because she was both foolish and reckless. Her determination came at a heavy price, as one explosion after another engulfed the battlefield before her eyes. Seeing Xiaobai lying motionless on the ground, covered in wounds, the brothers calmly walked toward her, convinced they had already won, while continuing to insult her. But against their expectations, Xiaobai gritted her teeth, gathered the last of her strength, and forced herself to stand once again. The instant her enemies let their guard down, she burst forward with a surprise counterattack. Carrying all her strength and fury, Xiaobai's fist crashed straight into one brother's face like a bolt of lightning. The impact sent him flying and completely shattered the threat that had cornered her. The other brother froze in shock as he watched his twin fall. He demanded to know how she had identified the real body among so many illusions. Xiaobai calmly replied that she never intended to tell the real one apart. She only had to hit every target until she finally reached the real body. Only then did he realize how fearless Xiaobai truly was. If she had not been a 2-star evolver, she would have died long ago because she had prepared herself to endure 6 explosions from the very beginning. Furious, the remaining brother charged with his blade, shouting that even if she had broken their ability, she would still die today. But Xiaobai stood completely still. She did not dodge, and even stepped forward to meet the incoming stab, leaving him stunned. Just before the blade reached her, she raised one hand and coldly declared that she did not need to be stronger than her enemy. She only needed enough patience to send them all to the grave. The moment she finished speaking, Xiaobai's blade pierced straight through her enemy's body and deep into his organs. The surviving brother could only stare as his twin collapsed. Xiaobai gave a mocking smile and said that no one had ever taught them the simplest lesson. The more they talked, the faster they died. Meanwhile, at the Yingchun County grain warehouse, everyone fought desperately against the mutated zombies, while shouting for the monsters to be wiped out. Zhongming led the charge, calling on everyone to push forward. Without hesitation, he swung his blade and smashed the rolling steel door. The instant it opened, countless zombies packed inside the warehouse, roared and prepared to rush out. The sight shocked everyone behind him. None of them expected so many zombies inside the grain warehouse. But now there was no turning back. Zhongming remained calm, activated his ability, and ordered everyone else to fall back. He shouted and unleashed the flame seal skill. With a single strike, a sea of fire erupted and burned every zombie inside the warehouse to ashes. In the blink of an eye, the area was completely cleared of every mutated creature. Xiao Hu cheered excitedly, saying the boss attack was unbelievable, because it wiped out every zombie in one move. He then pointed at the mountain of food supplies inside the warehouse, and happily declared that it all belonged to them now. But just as Xiao Hu stepped forward, a strange shadow suddenly shot toward him at incredible speed. Thanks to his sharp reflexes, Zhongming instantly sensed the deadly ambush. He rushed over, shoved Xiao Hu out of the way, shattered the creature's attack with one slash, and shouted for him to retreat. Even with the warning, Xiao Hu could not avoid the attack completely and was struck. Staring at the creature in panic, he asked what it was. Zhang Ming grimly replied that it was a black mud zombie, an extremely dangerous mutation, and even he did not expect to find one in this grain warehouse. Hearing that name, Xiao Hu turned even paler as half of his body began to lose feeling. Without looking back, Zhongming ordered him to find Master Fu for detoxification and assured him the poison was not yet life-threatening. After everyone left, Zhongming walked alone into the dark warehouse and loudly challenged the hidden monster to come out. The moment he exposed an opening, the creature hiding in the darkness lunged out with a sneak attack. But Zhongming had expected it. He spun around, shattered the attack with one slash, and smirked. "So this is where you've been hiding." A black mud zombie with a twisted body covered in sticky slime slowly emerged from the darkness. This special zombie was not only stronger than ordinary mutants, but its muddy appearance alone was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Its deadliest weapon was the thick black mud it spat to trap its prey. The mud was incredibly sticky and filled with powerful neurotoxins. Anyone caught by it would quickly become paralyzed, lose the ability to fight back, and end up as its next meal. Zhang Ming quickly assessed the situation and felt relieved that this black mud zombie was only level 3. If it evolved any further, the battle would become far more difficult. The fight quickly turned intense as both sides exchanged attack after attack. Running into such a dangerous enemy the moment they entered the warehouse was completely unexpected. Just then, Xiao Hu called from the warehouse entrance that Master Fu had already removed all the poison. Hearing that, Zhong Ming immediately ordered everyone to carry out the agreed plan. Xiao Hu and the others quickly formed a defensive line at the warehouse entrance, determined to stop any zombies outside from breaking in, while Zhong Ming dealt with the monster inside alone. After a fierce exchange, Zhong Ming dodged wave after wave of poisonous mud while searching for a chance to get close. He also reminded himself not to use flame power inside the warehouse, or all the food would be destroyed. At the most critical moment, a loud crash came from above, as another group of zombies broke through the ceiling and poured down. Zhang Ming quickly identified them as more than 10 level 1 mutant zombies, most likely the Black Mud Zombies' followers. Without hesitation, Zhang Ming leaped backward to create a safe distance. The Black Mud Zombie let out a furious roar and ordered its followers to charge together. Even as the monsters rushed toward him, Zhang Ming stayed perfectly calm and waited for the right moment to strike. Once they got close enough, he swung his blade and cut down a zombie with a single slash. The remaining zombies kept surrounding him, forcing Zhang Ming to activate his stone armor skill. Zhang Ming followed up with a powerful kick, sending another zombie flying. But during the attack, he exposed an opening, and 2 more zombies instantly latched onto him. Without panicking, Zhang Ming spun at incredible speed, creating a whirlwind that threw every monster off his body. After the counterattack, the zombies crashed to the ground in miserable condition. Zhang Ming coldly walked over and stomped on the monsters lying at his feet. Without stopping, he activated another skill called Blood-Sucking Demon Blood Armor. Thanks to that ability, the bite marks and wounds across his body began healing at a visible speed. Feeling his vitality return, Zhong Ming smiled with satisfaction. Everything was going exactly as planned. His stamina recovered quickly while his injuries kept closing. Just then, another enemy tried to sneak up behind him, but Zhong Ming turned and cut it down with a single slash. Even the wound on Zhong Ming's face disappeared completely. As long as the energy beneath his feet lasted, he believed his entire body would fully recover within an hour. After a fierce battle, only Zhong Ming and the Black Mud Zombie remained facing each other in the huge warehouse. Furious, the monster unleashed countless blobs of black mud straight at him. Ignoring the barrage, Zhong Ming charged forward and delivered a deadly slash into the monster's body. Not long afterward, urgent shouts from his teammates echoed outside while Zhong Ming stood still, breathing heavily after the brutal fight. Once he caught his breath, he immediately ordered everyone to bring the transport teams into the warehouse and move all the food as fast as possible. Liang Yi stood at the entrance, directing everyone, ordering the transport teams inside, while the others held the defensive line. He kept urging everyone to move faster, stressing that not even a single grain of rice could be left behind. Mo Ye stepped forward and reported that after luring the zombie horde away, her team had immediately returned to support the battle. Zhong Ming nodded in approval, before quickly asking where Xia Bai was. Since she did not know the full situation, Mo Ye could only explain that Xia Bai sensed danger, ordered everyone else to retreat first, and stayed behind to hold the enemy back. The scene shifted to Xia Bai as Bei Zi relentlessly chased after her. Even while running at full speed, she kept looking back to monitor his movements. Bei Zi called out, telling her to stop because her teammates had not gone this way. Watching Xia Bai's back, he sneered and said the other route was where her companions were headed. If he was right, they were going to the Yingchun County grain warehouse. Hearing that, Xia Bai suddenly stopped in her tracks. She could not hide her shock that Bei Zi knew such an important secret. Seeing her reaction, Bei Zi smiled even wider, saying he had guessed correctly. He also admitted that Xia Bai was impressive for defeating his boundary witness subordinate. Bei Zi introduced himself as the 5th Sacred Throne of the 9 Sacred Thrones of the Spirit Commerce Guild. He invited Xia Bai to join them, promising to spare her teammates, bring her into a new world, and even restore her original appearance if she surrendered. Faced with the tempting offer, Xia Bai remained silent, without showing the slightest interest. She calmly raised a finger in a mocking gesture, treating Beizi like nothing more than a fool. Meanwhile, more and more zombies surrounded the Yingchun County grain warehouse. The transport teams immediately pushed themselves to the limit, doing everything they could to finish the job. Liang Yi kept reassuring everyone to hold the formation, avoid panic, and keep moving, because they could not afford to waste all their remaining ammunition here. Suddenly, a glowing figure appeared high above the crowd. Zhongming gathered all his strength and unleashed a devastating attack that cleared every obstacle ahead. Once he confirmed the path was open, he immediately signaled everyone to advance. Group after group crossed the temporary bridge over the deep ravine, loading food onto the trucks while shouting that they would press on, even at the cost of their lives. In the blink of an eye, the convoy reached the staging area, where the supply trucks were waiting. Just then, the ground began shaking violently, and everyone realized something was terribly wrong. Xiao Hu rushed over to Zhongming, pointed into the distance, and urgently reported that 2 level 3 monsters were charging straight toward them. Hearing the report, Zhongming's expression immediately changed. Following Xiao Hu's gaze, 2 gigantic 2-headed demons with terrifying appearances came into view, rapidly closing the distance. Zhongming's first question was whether everyone had crossed to the other side. Xiao Hu hesitated before saying Liang Chu Yin and more than 10 others were still covering the rear. Without wasting a second, Zhongming pulled a combat robot from his storage space and summoned the mechanical engineer Ying Lei. As he hurried to finish assembling Ying Lei, he ordered Xiao Hu to send the message and tell the rear guard to retreat immediately. Xiao Hu acknowledged the order at once. Not long after, Xiao Hu led everyone toward the bridge, constantly urging them to fall back as fast as possible. Once nearly everyone had crossed, Zhongming stood at the bridge entrance and decisively ordered the wooden bridge destroyed. Xiao Hu immediately swung his blade and cut the ropes holding the bridge in place. The bridge split in two, cutting off both sides of the ravine and leaving the zombie horde roaring helplessly on the other side. Zhongming then ordered Ying Lei to open fire on the targets. In an instant, overwhelming firepower wiped out every zombie blocking the path ahead. After recalling Ying Lei back into storage, Zhongming immediately ordered everyone into the vehicles and told them to leave at once. Before long, the convoy of trucks set off together and quickly departed Huangxi City. Even while riding in the truck, Zhongming never relaxed and kept watching the rear with full alertness. Suddenly, countless massive boulders rained down from the sky. The 2 two-headed demons had finally caught up. Zhongming repeatedly swung his blade, shattering every boulder flying toward the convoy. Xiaolei asked what those monsters were, and Zhongming explained that they were 2-headed demons, giant creatures with overwhelming strength. If they got close, the consequences would be devastating. While chasing behind the convoy, the 2 two-headed demons kept lifting huge rocks and hurling them forward. Seeing this, Zhongming immediately summoned a heavy machine gun. He focused completely and carefully aimed through the targeting device. After locking onto the blue monster's head, Zhongming pulled the trigger. The bullet shot forward at incredible speed, heading straight for its head, but the monster reacted instantly and raised an arm to shield itself. Although it blocked the shot, the tremendous impact still blew one of its arms completely off. Even so, Zhongming was surprised because his enhanced armor-piercing rounds still failed to penetrate the monster's defense at long range. Enraged by the injury, the 2-headed demon roared and bent down to grab another massive rock. Zhongming gave it no chance and immediately fired another shot. The second bullet was so accurate that it blasted off the monster's remaining arm. Then a barrage of bullets ripped through the air toward both 2-headed demons. Under the relentless firepower, the monsters could no longer keep fighting back. Seeing them slow down, Zhongming stood up and shouted mockingly, asking why they had stopped chasing. He coldly warned them that this was only a warning. If they kept following, death would be their only outcome. The 2 two-headed demons roared in anger before dropping the massive stone packs from their backs onto the ground. Zhongming remained calm on the surface, but inwardly, he breathed a sigh of relief. The monsters finally seemed willing to stop, and he had just used up every armor-piercing round he had saved. Meanwhile, in a corner of a ruined building, 2 figures quietly appeared. Sha coldly kicked the corpse of the enemy she had just defeated onto the ground. She then lowered her head and quietly examined her own hands. Sha stared blankly at the strange symbols appearing before her. She felt they were words, and somehow believed she had once understood them, but she could no longer remember how to read them or where they came from. Just then, Sha heard the soft footsteps of a cat approaching. Yupo calmly reached out a hand and softly called to her, hearing the threat that she could never escape no matter where she ran. Shasha's expression immediately turned annoyed. When Shasha refused to cooperate, the black cat instantly raised its fur and growled a warning. Yupo gently stroked the cat and calmly revealed her true purpose. She claimed that only by letting herself devour Shasha could Shasha be freed, because she had no true host and would never evolve in her current state. Yupo continued trying to persuade her, insisting that Shasha would eventually be destroyed anyway, so surrendering now was the wiser choice. Only then did Shasha finally speak, though her voice was hesitant and barely understandable. For a brief moment, Yupo wondered if she had misheard, but she quickly dismissed the thought. Suddenly, an unexpected attack came out of nowhere, startling her. With lightning-fast reflexes, Yuba leaped high to dodge the sudden attack. The strike had actually come from Shasha's own arm. Seeing her target escape, Shasha looked clearly annoyed. Caught off guard, Yuba fought back at once with her black cat while yelling in anger. Shasha quickly changed direction and sent countless vines charging forward. The vines burrowed deep underground and waited. The moment Yuba stepped into range, they burst from the earth. To defend herself, Yuba wrapped both herself and the black cat inside a thick cocoon of hair. Countless crimson vines slammed into the hair cocoon without stopping. A massive explosion erupted right in front of Shasha. The thick cloud of dust slowly began to clear. When everything settled, Yuba was still standing. She looked battered, but was far from defeated. The sight only made Shasha even more frustrated. Just then, she suddenly sensed something strange surrounding her. Without hesitation, Shasha turned and ran at full speed. Behind her, Yuba gripped her sharp spikes and roared, refusing to let Shasha escape. The scene shifted to another deserted forest. After a long chase, Xiaobai was almost completely exhausted. Even so, Beizi stayed right behind her and gave one final choice: submit or die. Xiaobai answered with nothing more than a mocking smile. Her reaction enraged Beizi. He demanded to know if she really thought a 2-star evolver could stand against him. Beizi mocked Xiaobai and all humanity as narrow-minded fools. In his eyes, only Ling Chamber represented humanity's true peak. He tried recruiting her once again, claiming she would never understand Ling Chamber's real power if she refused. He even admitted that very few people earned his respect, and she was one of them. The moment he finished speaking, Beizi unleashed a powerful attack at Xiaobai. The impact sent her flying into a tree, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Beizi walked over with a cold smile, saying he had not even used his class abilities or full strength, yet Xiaobai was already overwhelmed. He said she should have realized the gap between them and the power of Ling Chamber. With fanatic pride, Beizi revealed that he was a 3-star evolver. He mocked Xiaobai, saying her side had probably never even met someone at his level, and that every evolution rank came with an enormous gap in power. Xiaobai simply frowned as Beizi kept bragging. He claimed Ling Chamber alone had at least 10 people as strong as him, while their president was far beyond everyone else. Beizi knelt before Xiaobai and gently touched her face. He sighed that aside from the ruined half of her face, she was truly beautiful. He mocked the hardships she must have suffered since the apocalypse, but Xiaobai cut him off before he could finish. Her sudden words caught Beizi completely off guard. Xiaobai grabbed his wrist and declared she would chop off that arm, roast it, and feed it to her Di Huang. Her reply pushed Beizi over the edge, and he exploded with rage at her stubbornness. Meanwhile, elsewhere, his men sat quietly beside the body of a fallen comrade. Looking at their dead teammate, Yunxiao shouted in fury that those monsters were unbelievably strong. They did not even have innate skills, yet they had still devastated his starving tiger knights. Hai Shu could only let out a heavy sigh over the loss. As they sat in silence, a body was suddenly thrown down right in front of them. It was Beizi carrying the completely unconscious Xiaobai. Yunxiao immediately complained that Beizi had refused to help earlier, yet now returned carrying a half-dead girl. Hai Shu stayed calm and simply asked Beizi what had happened. Beizi explained that while they were fighting, another group had used gunfire to lure every zombie out of Ningchun County before raiding the grain depot, and it seemed their plans had succeeded. Hearing the news, all 3 of them were left in shock. She was a key figure from the enemy faction. He ordered them to interrogate her, uncover her identity, and gather every piece of information before reporting back. Even so, he warned everyone not to underestimate her, because Xiaobai was a powerful 2-star evolver. After the warning, Beizi clenched his fist and gathered his strength. With a single punch, he brought down the nearby building and warned them to show proper respect to Ling Chamber. Not everyone in the organization was as reasonable as he was. After saying that, Beizi turned around and left. The moment he was gone, a violent explosion erupted beside everyone. The terrifying blast collapsed the entire building and sent debris flying everywhere. Hai Shu and Yun Xiao were stunned by the overwhelming power. Only Xiao remained calm and slowly said he would take Xiaobai away first. He looked at the other two with a meaningful smile and asked if Yun Xiao and Hai Shu had any objections. The story then returned to Yun Ting Villa. At the base, countless people hurried to move sacks of grain into storage. Elsewhere, everyone gathered for a lively meal, celebrating the successful harvest. In sharp contrast, the meeting room was filled with tension as Mo Ye reported the losses. 31 star evolvers had died, 2 were permanently disabled, 45 ordinary fighters were killed, 6 could no longer fight, the transport team lost 21 members, and the ammunition stockpile was nearly empty. She then proposed the next course of action. Mo Yi believed the operation was still a victory for the base overall. However, their defenses had been badly weakened, so they needed to recruit more people and rebuild their combat force as soon as possible. Zhang Ming nodded in agreement and said the fighters who had become disabled should be assigned suitable jobs once they recovered. From now on, the base would support them for the long term. Liu Yi also voiced his support. He said those people had sacrificed themselves for the base and deserved proper care. It would also show everyone that the base would never abandon those who gave everything for it. Yi Lao Da then assigned a task to Mo Yi. He told her to review the personnel, select those with the greatest potential to become evolvers, and prepare a full list. He would handle the distribution of evolution potions himself. Mo Yi immediately took out a prepared list and said the candidates had already been selected. Right after that, another member stood up to continue the report. Time quietly passed, and before long, dawn arrived. Rong Jie looked out the window anxiously and asked Ye Lao Da if there was still no news about Xiaobai. After thinking for a moment, Zhong Ming ordered Xia Lei to have every hunting team search for Xiaobai while carrying out their missions. He also told Liu Yi to announce a bounty of 5 evolution potions and 5 immunity potions for any reliable information about her. Liu Yi accepted the order at once and said he would leave immediately, adding that the base's communication equipment would help spread the message. Xia Lei also confirmed the order without delay. After finishing the arrangements, Zhang Ming handed the list to Mo Ye and said he had prepared 41 star evolution potions. 35 would go to the people on the list, while the remaining 5 were for her to award based on training and hunting performance. Mo Yi immediately understood his intention and confirmed she would handle it. Not long afterward, someone entered the meeting room to report that Yuan Shang had received the request and had already begun spreading the announcement. The messenger also produced a thick stack of documents, saying Yuan Shang had voluntarily shared another highly valuable intelligence report. After reading it, Xiaolei could not help but remark that Dongshan Ko village, Lu Ra, and the starving Tiger Knights had all suffered devastating losses. That monster was clearly no ordinary threat. Zhang Ming was quite satisfied with the information. Although he knew every faction kept some secrets hidden, the report was still an excellent reference. After smiling, he turned to Liu Yi and said there was a mission that required his personal attention. Liu Yi accepted without hesitation. Zhong Ming ordered him to visit Dongshan Ko village and negotiate a trade of food for guns and ammunition. Nothing else was needed for now, but modified firearms would be especially valuable. If necessary, the base was also willing to trade magic crystals, with the exchange rate to be decided later. Liu Yi nodded in agreement. Zhong Ming then told Mo Ye to secretly monitor Zhang Dalong. She was not allowed to lose track of him or let him notice he was being watched. Mo Ye immediately confirmed the order. Just then, Xiaolei asked about Ling Chamber. She said the faction was extremely mysterious and had appeared during yesterday's battle at the armory, so she wondered if they should investigate. Zhang Ming gave only one order: stay away from Ling Chamber for now. He said they would use any cruel method to gain evolutionary power, and their actions were utterly inhuman. This was not the right time to confront them. Night fell over Yunding Villa as Zhang Ming's group entered the second day of their journey. All the key members quickly gathered for a meeting to discuss the situation. Xiaolei gave the first report. At 6:07 p.m., she had received urgent news that an elite force of over 200 fighters from Yingcheng prison was heading straight for Yunding Villa. They were led by Peng Lin, known as Evil Tower, and Hu Jiao was with them. The moment Hu Jiao's name was mentioned, everyone remembered his arrogant attitude and the powerful force behind him. Xiao Hu continued the report. At 8:13 p.m. the previous night, the scouts had spotted a zombie horde of more than 20,000 leaving Yingcheng and moving toward Yunding Mountain. They were expected to arrive in about 7 days, and many of them were dangerous level 3 zombies. Rong Jie added another piece of bad news. At noon today, Liu Yi had sent a message from Dongshankou village. The other side had refused to trade weapons for food. Then at 2 p.m. they arrested Liu Yi and the 10 people with him, demanding 10,000 kilograms of food for their release. After hearing everything, Zhong Ming simply frowned and asked if there was any other news. It was Mo Yes' turn to report. She said Yuan Xiang had just delivered a threatening letter from Da Kai, the leader of the science and technology squad, demanding food in exchange for the captives' lives. Mo Yes' expression turned even grimmer as she revealed that Xia Bai's location had been confirmed. She had fallen into Lu Ra's hands and was being taken to the faction's central island with life-threatening injuries. The news enraged Xiao Hu and everyone else. They were furious that one enemy after another kept putting pressure on the base. Some of them grew even angrier, saying Dongshankou village had not only refused to trade but had also kidnapped their people for ransom. That was completely unacceptable. Xiaolei could only calm everyone down, urging them not to let anger cloud their judgment. She reminded them that everyone knew how serious the situation was, but losing their emperor would solve nothing. What mattered now was finding the best solution as quickly as possible. Tang Tian then offered a suggestion. He proposed ranking every threat by danger level and dealing with them in order of priority. As he reviewed the list, he concluded that the most immediate threat was the army from Yingcheng prison, arriving tomorrow. If possible, they could consider trading some food in exchange for a temporary truce to avoid a direct clash. His idea was immediately rejected. Everyone believed the enemy intended to seize all their food anyway, so negotiations would never work. After thinking it over, Tang Tian agreed. He changed his plan, saying they should first defeat the force from Yingcheng prison, then immediately deal with the two factions, holding their people hostage and rescue them at any cost. As for the science and technology squad, they could leave it for later and wait for the right opportunity. The final and greatest threat was the zombie horde. If it kept advancing toward Yunding Mountain, the base would face the deadliest battle in its history, because those monsters would never know fear or retreat. Zhong Ming nodded with satisfaction at the clear analysis, then turned to Xiaolei and asked what they had learned about Peng Lin. Xiaolei immediately replied that Peng Lin was one of Zhang Dalong's 5 strongest trusted subordinates at Yingcheng prison. Although he was not the strongest among them, he was still highly capable. This time he had brought more than 200 men. He was a 2-star evolver with an unknown class, commanded over 50 Z-star evolvers, and had more than 10 firearms. The exact amount of ammunition was still unknown. He had expected this. Yuan Xiang had traded for evolution potions many times, so his men were gradually becoming evolvers. Despite the pressure, Zhong Ming remained completely calm. He took out a large number of evolution potions from his storage space and told Xiao Hu to inform every fighter about the coming battle and the dangers ahead. Volunteers would be chosen first, then receive their evolution potions. If they ran out, they could always get more. He stressed that the selection had to be completed before handing out the potions. Xiao Hu accepted the order and left immediately. Zhong Ming then told Yue Gong and his assistant to stay behind at the base while assigning Tang Tian and Tang Guo to manage all of Yunding Villa during the main force's absence. He also warned them that, if the base could no longer be defended, they must retreat at once, instead of sacrificing themselves for nothing. After confirming everyone understood, Zhong Ming ordered the team to prepare their gear and move out immediately. He declared that the battle which would decide their future had begun. If these threats could not be avoided, then they would destroy them all. Suddenly remembering something, he asked if Yuan Xiang's group was still staying at the villa. When he learned they had not left yet, Zhong Ming revealed a calculating smile. He urged everyone to move quickly, because the plan had to begin as soon as possible. Hearing that, Yuan Xiang forced a smile and joked that Yelao Da's plan was practically cleaning him out. Zhong Ming smiled and explained that he was only borrowing ammunition and explosives. The truly valuable items would remain untouched. He also reminded Yuan Xiang that he and most of his men had already become evolvers, so there was no need to worry too much. To reassure him further, Zhong Ming promised that after everything was over, he would reward him with a 2-star evolution potion. The unexpected promise left Yuan Xiang completely stunned. Before Yuan Xiang could respond, Zhong Ming had already turned away and called everyone to assemble. Yuan Xiang stood silently as the convoy of trucks rolled away and disappeared into the night. All he could do was quietly pray that Zhong Ming and Yunding Villa would survive this trial. The late night was peaceful, making everyone want to curl up in their tents and sleep. But while the 2 girls were still fast asleep, one figure quietly got up and slipped away. The person gently pulled back the tent flap and stepped outside without making a sound. Peng Lin walked out, covered his mouth with a long yawn, and looked completely unaware of any danger. As he passed the tents, he muttered that his men could enjoy their sleep while he saved his strength. When the time came, he would personally crush that insignificant base. While looking for a private spot, Peng Lin remembered Hu Jiao talking about Yunding Villa. He had heard there was a beautiful young woman and an incredibly attractive married woman there. He only hoped Hu Jiao was not lying, or he would settle the score later. Just then, an icy voice behind him asked if he was Peng Lin. Startled, Peng Lin spun around and demanded to know who had appeared. Zhong Ming did not bother answering. The moment he appeared, he launched his attack. A flurry of blade strikes forced Peng Lin to activate the ring on his finger for defense. In an instant, an energy shield appeared and blocked Zhong Ming's first strike. Zhong Ming only smiled, as if he had already seen through his opponent's ability. He immediately unleashed his firepower, burning through the shield until it shattered completely. Without giving Peng Lin a chance to recover, Zhong Ming poured even more power into his blade. His relentless slashes came one after another, but Peng Lin still managed to lean back and avoid them. Peng Lin slammed one hand against the ground and gathered his strength for a counterattack. Using the momentum, he flipped backward to widen the distance between himself and Zhong Ming. As soon as he regained his footing, he glared fiercely at his opponent. Rage exploded inside him. Clutching his chest, Peng Lin roared that he would kill Zhong Ming. His body then began swelling at an incredible speed until he transformed into a gigantic figure. After completing the transformation, Peng Lin declared that Zhong Ming had no chance of surviving. Zhong Ming calmly recognized it as nothing more than a low-level giant bloodline. Peng Lin charged forward with a devastating punch, but Zhong Ming easily sidestepped it. The giant bloodline was famous for its overwhelming strength, but its speed was nowhere near enough to catch him. Zhong Ming coldly mocked him, making it clear he was disappointed by Peng Lin's ability. Only then did Peng Lin realize something was terribly wrong. His legs had been bound beneath the ground by an invisible force. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. At that exact moment, Zhong Ming appeared right behind him. He calmly said Peng Lin's awareness and combat experience were both pathetic and unworthy of his bloodline. Peng Lin was shocked, having no idea when Zhong Ming had gotten so close. Without hesitation, Zhong Ming unleashed a fatal slash from behind. Peng Lin collapsed to the ground in despair, realizing his spine had been severed and his body could no longer move. The loud noise sent his men rushing out of their tents. They frantically searched for their leader and shouted for the attacker to be captured. At the same time, at the entrance of Dongshan village, Xia Lei stood before the checkpoint and carefully observed the situation ahead. Across from her, Haishu froze when he saw the large force lined up behind Xia Lei. He tightened his grip on the cigarette in his hand and silently cursed because all of their previous intelligence had been wrong. Looking closer, Haishu noticed Chu Yin and Xiao Hu were both ready for battle. Besides their mysterious leader, Yunding Villa actually had 3 2-star evolvers. Even Di Huangwan, the level 2 pet beast mentioned in the intelligence reports, was standing with them. The more he looked, the more shocked Haishu became. His information claimed Yunding Villa had only a little over 10 1-star evolvers left, yet at least 50 stood before him, including those who had been captured and those still guarding the base. Their true strength was far beyond expectations. What stunned him even more was that every fighter carried a supernatural weapon, ranging from white grade to gray grade. He could not understand how Yunding Villa had gathered so much equipment. Haishu knew the force before him would not be easy to defeat. If a battle broke out, his side might not gain the upper hand. He could only apply pressure with harsh words, declaring that if Yunding Villa refused to withdraw, Dongshanko village would consider it a declaration of war. Xia Lei calmly replied that Yelao Das terms were simple: return their people and provide 20 modified firearms as compensation, and both sides could remain on friendly terms. Haishu immediately shook his head, insisting they could never provide that many guns. After thinking it over, he lowered the offer to 10 firearms and the immediate release of every hostage. He said this was his final concession and demanded a clear answer. Xia Lei simply looked at him in silence. Seeing no response, Haishu added that neither side would violate the other's territory for the next 6 months. Only then did Xia Lei smile and gently tease that if they were truly friends, there was no need to be so tense. She raised one more finger and said the terms still needed a small adjustment. Haishu immediately became wary and warned her not to push her luck. Xia Lei remained calm, and said there was no need to get upset. According to Ye Lao Da, as long as they released the hostages, both sides could avoid future conflicts and even become long-term partners. Everything depended on Haishu's decision. After hearing that, Haishu raised a hand to stop everyone and asked her to continue. He then turned to his men and ordered them to bring out the hostages, along with the 10 promised firearms. As soon as Liu Yi was brought out, everyone rushed forward to welcome him. He laughed, rubbed his bald head, and said they had arrived just in time. Holding one of the newly received guns, Xia Lei examined it carefully and realized this modified design was completely different from the base's version. Instead of changing only the exterior, it featured upgraded internal parts, reinforced with better materials. Xia Lei then turned to Haishu and said the matter at the Dongshan village checkpoint was settled, and the grudge between both sides was over for now. Before leaving, Xia Lei asked Haishu to pass a message to Haidong. She said that although he usually seemed foolish, he had shown remarkable talent after becoming a craftsman. One look at the modified firearm proved how much his skills had improved, and his future was incredibly bright. Those words left Haishu deeply surprised, because she knew details that only the villagers should have known. One of his subordinates quietly leaned over and asked whether they should attack, while the enemy had their backs turned and wiped them all out. But Haishu remained motionless, with only one question echoing in his mind. How did Xia Lei know so much about Haidong? Meanwhile, another battle was unfolding on Lu Ra's central island. Xiao Yu stood before Xia Bai, hurling cruel insults as he tried to force a confession. With a sinister grin, he lifted Xia Bai's chin and asked if she was from Yunding Villa. He bragged that Lu Ra had received word the moment she left, and that nothing happening at Yunding Villa could escape their eyes. Xiao Yu kept pressing her, demanding the number of evolvers, firearms, 2-star evolvers, and whether the base had any class holders. He promised to set her free if she talked. Xia Bai only frowned and answered with 2 cold words, "Idiot." Those 2 words alone sent Xiao Yu into a furious rage. He completely lost control, lashing her over and over with a whip, while screaming that he would kill her. Even after a full day of torture, with wounds covering nearly every inch of her body, Xia Bai refused to say a single word. Realizing he could not even break, one girl made Xiao Yu fear for his own position. If another evolution potion appeared, would his father still give him one, even as his only son? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His whip struck even harder as he demanded she speak. Xia Bai remained silent, staring straight at him with unwavering determination. After countless lashes, Xiao Yu's arm finally slowed. His madness only grew stronger. Seeing that she still refused to yield, he decided to kill her and end it. Just as the tension reached its peak, one of his subordinates rushed in with urgent news. Xiao Yu spun around and shouted at him to get out. Ignoring his master's anger, the man quickly reported that a stranger had appeared by the lake, claiming he had come for the girl being held captive. Xiao Yu calmed down slightly and asked if the intruder had brought anyone else. The subordinate immediately confirmed he was alone. Hearing that the man had come alone, Xiao Yu let out a cold snort and ordered his men to follow him outside. By then, darkness had completely covered the central island. Inside the family meeting hall, a subordinate reported that they had thoroughly searched the lake and found no other boats. The intruder had truly come alone. Zheng Xiao smiled faintly and said the man had real courage to cross the lake by himself. He must have some skill as well as incredible luck. Another man agreed, saying even they were wary of the mutated monsters beneath the lake. Zheng Xiao sighed that risking everything for one girl was nothing but suicide. He then handed the matter of the intruder over to his 2 sons. Xiao Hai immediately mocked his older brother, saying they would finish the job this time instead of failing like Xiao Yu, who had tortured the girl all day without getting a single answer. The ridicule made Xiao Yu swallow his anger. He silently cursed that if their father had not favored Xiao Hai, he would never have lasted this long. Xiao Ling cut off the argument, told them both to stop, and asked where the intruder was. Xiao Yu had no choice but to suppress his anger. At that very moment, the meeting hall doors burst open. Zhang Ming walked in under everyone's stunned gaze. His clothes were still soaked from crossing the lake, but his voice was calm and firm. He had come to take someone home. A blonde-haired man immediately exploded, shouting that they had no reason to hand anyone over just because Zhang Ming demanded it, then mocked him with open arrogance. Zhang Ming paid him no attention. He simply stood there with a cold expression, which only made the blonde man even angrier. Xiao Yu pointed at Zhong Ming and sneered that the girl had already taken more than 500 lashes. If Zhong Ming acted just as arrogant, he would gladly give him another 500. But the only thing Zhong Ming cared about was that single statement, because it confirmed Xiaobai was truly being held there. His complete indifference drove Xiao Yu even further into a rage. He shouted that Zhong Ming was treating him like he did not exist. Suddenly, a deafening gunshot echoed through the hall, leaving everyone frozen in shock. Zhong Ming fired without the slightest hesitation. The first bullet went straight through Xiao Yu's head. Zheng Xiao and Xiao Hai stared in disbelief. Neither of them had expected Zhong Ming to shoot before they could even react. Without changing his expression, Zhong Ming calmly raised his gun and pulled the trigger again. The second bullet instantly dropped the blonde man, and he collapsed as terrified screams filled the hall. Watching the two men fall, everyone else drew their guns and shouted for Zhong Ming to be killed. In the blink of an eye, a storm of bullets flew straight toward him. Faced with a hail of gunfire, Zhong Ming calmly raised the ring on his hand. A sturdy energy barrier instantly surrounded him, stopping every bullet before it could reach him. Without giving them another chance, Zhong Ming raised his gun and fired back. The shot rang out, and another enemy fell dead on the spot. The one who collapsed was Xiao Hai. Zheng Xiao's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared that the man who killed his son would never leave alive. Above Zhong Ming's head, a massive, bizarre hand slowly formed out of thin air. In response, Zhong Ming quickly took a magic staff from his storage bracelet. With a single swing, a gigantic water guardian appeared and immediately raised a shield. The power of water easily blocked the attack, leaving everyone stunned by the strange creature. After the violent clash, huge cracks quickly spread across the enemy's giant stone hand. Refusing to lose the initiative, Xiao Ling charged forward and unleashed a technique called Chaotic Island Wave. She poured all her strength into the attack and released it straight at the water guardian. Countless sharp spears pierced through the guardian's watery body. Seeing that, Zheng Xiao immediately believed victory was within his grasp. But his satisfaction lasted only a moment before he felt the cold barrel of a gun pressed against the back of his head. No one knew when Zhong Ming had appeared behind him. Zhong Ming coldly ordered Zheng Xiao to release the hostage at once. Shocked, Zheng Xiao demanded to know how he had gotten behind him. Even with a gun to his head, Zheng Xiao refused. On the other side, Xiao Ling desperately told Zhong Ming to release her father, or he would never leave the island alive. Zhong Ming rested a hand on his staff and calmly replied that he would survive, but if they still refused to hand over Xiaobai, everyone on this island would pay the price today. As soon as he finished speaking, he gently rotated the gem at the top of the staff, revealing another crystal beneath it. The moment Zheng Xiao saw it, his expression changed. He recognized it as the Staff of Nature. Zhong Ming smiled faintly and said that since Zheng Xiao recognized it, things would be much simpler. There were only two choices now: hand her over or die. Zheng Xiao forced himself to stay calm. He admitted both Zhong Ming and the Staff of Nature were formidable, but warned that if Zhong Ming insisted on risking everything, they would both perish. His family still had many fighters left, while Zhong Ming had likely used most of his trump cards. Even if Zhong Ming killed him, he would never escape alive. Xiao Ling and everyone else held their breath, not daring to make a reckless move. In sharp contrast to the tense atmosphere, Zhong Ming calmly replied that everything Zheng Xiao said was true, but none of it changed the situation. That answer left Zheng Xiao speechless. He began to waver because Zhong Ming truly seemed to care only about rescuing Xiaobai. One subordinate quietly reminded Xiao Ling that the family head was being held hostage. Her older brothers were absent, and only she had the authority to decide. Xiao Ling silently looked at her father, in Zhong Ming's hands. After a long pause, she finally ordered her men to bring Xiaobai over immediately. The moment the order was given, the entire hall fell into heavy silence. Before long, a subordinate returned carrying Xiaobai and reported that she had been brought over. Xiaoling demanded that Zhong Ming honor the agreement now that they had handed Xiaobai over, but instead of lowering his gun, he ordered them to keep carrying Xiaobai and follow him. Zhong Ming made it clear that Zheng Xiao would only be released after both he and Xiaobai had safely crossed the lake. The new condition enraged Xiao Ling. She accused him of breaking his promise and demanded that he keep his original word. Zhong Ming slowly pressed the gun against Zheng Xiao's temple and calmly said that if he released Zheng Xiao now, he would never leave safely. He always kept his promises, but he would never trust an enemy. His voice grew even colder as he demanded an immediate decision. Either let him kill Zheng Xiao and fight to the death, or accept the terms and end everything peacefully. After a long standoff, Xiaoling had no choice but to order all of her men to back away and follow Zhong Ming's demands. Holding Zheng Xiao hostage, Zhong Ming slowly led the subordinate carrying Xiaobai out of the area. Xiao Ling watched him leave with hatred in her eyes. swearing she would kill Zhongming and make him pay. Before long, the group safely boarded a boat and left the island. Seeing Zhongming preparing to leave with Xiaobai, Zheng Xiao could not hide his confusion and asked if he really intended to spare him. Zhongming answered with nothing but a cold smile. Then he turned around and walked away without another word. One of Zheng Xiao's subordinates asked why Zhongming had let them go so easily. Only Zheng Xiao understood that smile. His men could not see it, but he recognized the same look he once gave to those weaker than himself. It was absolute contempt for an opponent, the confidence of someone who did not care, even if revenge came later. Only a person with complete faith in their own strength could remain that calm. Zheng Xiao had once worn that expression, but now Zhang Ming was the one holding the advantage. In the end, Zheng Xiao quietly told everyone to return, and his men silently followed. The scene shifted deep into the forest, where Xiaobai stood surrounded by countless monster corpses. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from where she stood. The sudden change left Xiaobai stunned. Sitting nearby, Zhongming silently judged that he had used the scent of blood on Xiaobai to lure monsters in and turn them into a source of energy for her recovery. Her ghost drain ability was truly terrifying. In only 2 hours, she had already regained nearly half her strength. But only a few minutes later, Xiaobai ran over to him. Zhongming asked why she had stopped recovering so soon, since she still needed at least 3 more hours to fully restore her remaining strength. Xiaobai immediately knelt respectfully and said she knew her master had more important matters to handle. As for herself, she had already recovered enough to keep fighting. Hearing that, Zhongming simply nodded without insisting. He placed a hand on the motorcycle and ordered Xiaobai to return to the base immediately. She was to tell everyone to head to the armory and transport the military supplies. It was fine to carry fewer supplies if necessary, but they had to bring every truck. He also handed her his boots and told her to return them after she had fully recovered. Xiaobai accepted the order with complete seriousness. A moment later, she climbed onto the motorcycle, bowed to Zhongming, and rode away. Xiaobai's eyes burned with killing intent. She swore she would kill Beizi with her own hands, chop up his body, and feed it to the dogs. Zhongming calmly agreed, saying everyone in Ling Chamber deserved the same fate. He watched Xiaobai disappear into the distance and quietly confirmed that her rescue was complete. As for Dongshankou village, he believed Xiaolei could handle everything herself. A faint smile appeared on Zhongming's face. Earlier, he had revealed an extremely important secret about Dongshankou village to Xiaolei, something that even Hai Shu had never mentioned. As he gently stroked the precious ring on his finger, Zhongming thought such a treasure had been completely wasted on Peng Lin. Now that Peng Lin and his men were dead, the prison faction's plan had completely fallen apart. Looking toward the horizon, Zhongming calculated that even if Yingcheng prison wanted revenge, they could not mobilize that quickly. Before him stretched a range of dark mountains. In his eyes, the only obstacle left was the remaining force from Yingcheng prison. Dawn slowly broke, and the morning sunlight spread across the armory. Hidden in a secluded corner, someone quietly watched the entire area through binoculars. After observing the situation, Zhang Ming realized the intelligence report had exaggerated the numbers. The zombie horde was nowhere near 20,000, but Yunding Villa still had no chance of stopping it with its current strength. As he chewed on a piece of dried ration, Zhang Ming watched the endless wave of zombies and mutated creatures pouring forward like a flood. At this point, the level of each monster no longer mattered, because even a 3-star or 4-star evolver would have only one choice: retreat. After taking a long drink of water, Zhongming quietly promised himself that no matter what happened, he would never abandon Yunding Villa. With that thought, he casually tossed the empty bottle onto the ground. Once everything was ready, Zhongming left his hiding place, knowing it was time to make his move. He quietly approached the dozing zombie, standing by the front gate. The faint noise made the green-skinned monster slowly open its eyes. But before it could react, Zhongming's blade pierced straight through its head. Feeling the impact of the stab, he quickly judged that the monster's defense was easy to break. The death of one of their own sent a pack of green-skinned zombies crashing through the gate and charging after him. Zhang Ming poured all his energy into the blade and unleashed the hidden wind flame slash. The fiery strike ripped through the charging zombies in an instant. Right then, he sensed another wave of deadly killing intent closing in. From an unknown direction, a massive door came flying straight at Zhang Ming at incredible speed. He answered with a thunder-powered kick and sent the door flying back. Right behind it, a long line of green-skinned zombies appeared all at once. Blocking the exit, Zhang Ming smiled with satisfaction. The high-level monsters had finally fallen into his trap. Soon, the chase between Zhang Ming and the zombie horde continued deep into the forest. Without warning, he came to a sudden stop. Knowing the moment had arrived, Zhang Ming pulled out his magic staff and cast Blue Blood Reaping Scythe. He swung the staff at the zombie horde and released the finishing blow he had prepared. In the next instant, a violent explosion shook the entire area ahead. After wiping out the monsters, Zhang Ming returned to the armory. Holding a flashlight, he walked deeper into the dark tunnel, thinking he would never have entered this cursed place unless the zombies had cornered him. What bothered Zhang Ming most was wasting his only mid-grade natural stone and still getting not even a single magic crystal from the battle. The armory was not very large, but it was packed with equipment. There were over 1,000 rifles, with enough ammunition for a long defense, and although there were only a little over 100 pistols, every one of them was brand new. There were also plenty of military supplies, including several hundred bulletproof vests. Sadly, there were no area-effect weapons like grenades. Just then, a hidden door appeared before him. Without hesitation, Zhang Ming pushed the door open and stepped inside. The sight before him left even him stunned. Inside, countless pregnant women lay waiting to give birth. Zhang Ming finally realized this was the monster's breeding nest. Without another word, Zhang Ming drew his knife and walked toward the nearest woman. He knew this place had to be destroyed completely before it became an even greater threat. The blade plunged straight into the woman's abdomen. Deep down, he could only apologize because there was no way he could save them. Just then, a sound echoed from a distant door, putting Zhang Ming on full alert. As he demanded to know who was there, the newcomer walked in and found a gun pointed right at them. The stranger simply sighed in frustration. The woman named Zheng Hong calmly told Zhang Ming to lower his gun because she hated having weapons aimed at her. Zhang Ming refused at once, saying he only cared about his own peace of mind. At the same time, he realized her aura was unusual. She was also an evolver. Contrary to his expectations, Zheng Hong showed no fear. She calmly said she could understand if pointing a gun at her made him feel safer. Even with the gun still aimed at her, Zheng Hong calmly walked closer. She examined the body of the dead pregnant woman, checking her temperature, blood vessels, muscle stiffness, and eye changes. After finishing, she concluded the corpse could reveal nothing more about the zombies. Zheng Hong then studied Zhang Ming and asked what his profession had been before the apocalypse. She believed no one could gain such precise knowledge of human anatomy and kill with that level of accuracy after only 2 months. The longer they talked, the more cautious Zhang Ming became. Even though Zheng Hong was not strong enough to threaten him, her sharp gaze still sent chills down his spine. He immediately questioned Zheng Hong about her identity, why she was here, and how she knew so much. Zheng Hong smiled and praised his sharp senses. She admitted she had watched him for less than a second before he noticed her. She then asked if Zhang Ming had once been an assassin or specially trained operative because the way he fought and killed looked completely instinctive. Zhang Ming denied it at once, calling it pure speculation. In return, Zheng Hong openly introduced herself as a Heavenly Vision class user. With her unique ability, she had watched his entire battle. Hearing that, Zhang Ming instantly recognized the ability she meant. It was supervision. Zheng Hong looked surprised that he knew the exact name of her unique skill. Since they both had doubts about each other, Zheng Hong suggested exchanging information. She would answer his questions, and afterward he had to answer hers. Still cautious, Zhang Ming finally agreed. Zheng Hong introduced herself. Before the apocalypse, she had been a forensic pathologist, with doctorates in medicine and human anatomy. She was also a genetics expert and an honorary lecturer at 2 universities ranked among the world's top 10. Lu Zhenghong recalled how people had always mocked her. They called her cold-blooded, the corpse woman, a psychopath, and even a demon from hell. She calmly explained that her research focused on corpses and mutations. So many of her experiments crossed ethical lines and could be brutally cruel. Becoming a class user and an evolver required both talent and luck. Although she was not a strong fighter, she could still survive alone in the apocalypse. On a nearby bed lay a dead pregnant woman, covered with a white sheet. Zheng Hong explained that she had discovered these monsters after detecting signs of radiation in them. She concluded they used human bodies and zombies to produce a new generation, a horrifying method beyond belief. After hearing her analysis, Zhang Ming became even more cautious. He realized the woman already knew far too much about these monsters, and troubling thoughts about the danger they posed to humanity crossed his mind. After a long silence, Zhang Ming lowered his gun and asked her name. Zheng Hong looked slightly surprised and asked if it really mattered that much. She finally answered that her name was Liu Zhenghong, joking that it was nothing special. The moment he heard it, Zhong Ming recognized her identity. She was the famous scientist known as Hong the Creator. Zheng Hong noticed the change in Zhong Ming's eyes. She asked why he had shown killing intent earlier. He clearly knew her name, yet they had never met, so what was the real reason? Faced with the question, Zhong Ming chose to stay silent. Memories of Liu Zhenghong surfaced in his mind. To most future survivors, she was a murderer who forced humans to fuse with mutated creatures to create terrifying monsters. There were also countless rumors that she had personally killed many of her own kind. Even so, Zhong Ming quickly calmed himself. He knew most of those stories had never been confirmed. Setting aside her infamous reputation, Liu Zhenghong was still one of the 3 greatest scientists of the apocalypse. Seeing that Zhong Ming had no intention of explaining, Zheng Hong simply shrugged and dropped the subject. She picked up a knife and approached another pregnant woman, only to discover she was still alive. Zheng Hong immediately knelt down and prepared to perform a cesarean section. Zhong Ming hurried to stop her, warning that even a newborn monster would be too much for her to handle. Zheng Hong calmly replied that if the creature would be killed by him sooner or later, she wanted to see what this human-mutant hybrid looked like before it died. She insisted on finding out whether it was an entirely new species or simply a unique mutation. Before she could continue, Zhong Ming pushed her aside. The pregnant woman on the bed suddenly began coughing violently. Using the last of her strength, she begged Zhong Ming to kill the baby inside her. Without saying a word, Zhong Ming slowly drew his dagger. Before the woman could finish speaking, he ended her life with a single clean stab. Zheng Hong looked completely confused. She believed his action had achieved nothing except destroying an incredibly valuable research specimen. She asked why someone as decisive as Zhong Ming had suddenly shown such mercy. Wiping the blade clean with a handkerchief, he calmly replied that she would understand one day. Eventually, ending the suffering of their own people would become the choice every survivor had to make. Zhang Ming then looked at Zheng Hong and asked if scientific research was truly her only goal. Instead of answering right away, Zheng Hong continued her work. As she slowly pulled a green zombie fetus from the woman's abdomen, she calmly said that nothing in the world interested her more than scientific research. After their conversation, Zhong Ming began to see Zheng Hong differently. He believed she was obsessed with research rather than evil by nature. Letting a scientist of her caliber die would be a huge loss. He invited her to join his base, promising full access to equipment, research samples, medicine, and every resource she needed for her work and evolution. Zheng Hong casually tossed the zombie fetus aside and calmly asked if he was trying to recruit her. She did not object, but she saw no reason to follow him yet. Zhong Ming simply smiled, took out a small item, and told her to look at it before deciding. Curious, Zheng Hong accepted the test tube filled with liquid. The moment she opened it, a strange scent spread through the air and caught her attention. After seeing what was inside the test tube, Zheng Hong changed her mind immediately and agreed to join him. She openly declared that from now on, Zhong Ming would be her leader. Outside the armory, a fleet of heavy trucks had already started their engines, ready to haul away the supplies. Xiao Hook could not stop praising Zhong Ming, saying it was unbelievable that he had captured the entire armory by himself. Liu Yi was equally impressed. He said that while many teams had managed to take small amounts before, no one had ever emptied the entire armory like this. Another man quietly added that the 3 major factions had once attacked this place together and still failed, yet Zhong Ming had accomplished it alone. Just then, Zhong Ming and Zheng Hong walked outside together, and everyone greeted them at once. Looking around, Zhong Ming smiled with satisfaction and said he was glad everyone had returned safely. Liu Yi stepped forward and firmly shook his hand, declaring that his life now belonged to Zhong Ming. In return, Zhong Ming promised that no one at Yunding Mountain Villa would ever die for nothing. Zhong Ming then introduced Zheng Hong to everyone. He explained that she was a doctor and a renowned expert in medicine and biology. From today onward, she would lead all medical treatment and research projects at the base. Zheng Hong simply listened in silence as everyone welcomed her. But right afterward, she asked several people to follow her because an extremely important research specimen still needed to be brought out. Hearing that, Zhang Ming could only sigh at her blunt way of speaking. Even so, he quickly assigned everyone their tasks. Xia Lei and Xiao Hu would lead the team to move every weapon from the armory back to the base, while the others would assist Dr. Liu because her research was vital to everyone's future. The assigned members immediately acknowledged the order. 3 days later, the scene shifted back to Yunding Mountain Villa. The key members of the base were now holding an internal meeting. Liu Yi picked up the report and gave his briefing. Over the past 3 days, they had completed 4 defensive lines stretching from the foot of the mountain to the summit. The main gate would serve as the 5th and final line of defense. They had also built 4 reinforced concrete bunkers in front of the gate. If everything went according to plan, the zombie tide would be wiped out right there. By now, most members of the base had been fully equipped with modern weapons and were ready for battle. Jia Gong added that, besides reinforcing the main gate, he had ordered traps to be placed all around the base. They would not decide the battle alone, but together they would inflict heavy losses on the zombies. Xiao Hu then reported on their current forces. Every team was giving its all, with evolvers leading hunting squads, while ordinary survivors worked alongside them to clear out the undead. Even so, he could not hide his concern as each new zombie tide grew larger than the last. No matter how often they tried to split the horde apart, the results remained disappointing. Mo Ye encouraged everyone by sharing some good news. After intensive training, the soldiers had improved greatly. Even ordinary survivors had gained valuable combat experience, learned to use firearms skillfully, shot with much better accuracy, and followed orders well. They had also used up all the ammunition that was close to expiring. Su Yin reported that she and Sheng Yuan had rescued another group of survivors while confronting the zombie tide and were preparing them to join the combat units. Zhongming nodded with satisfaction and praised everyone's hard work. He reminded everyone that they had survived countless trials together, from the Ying City prison to Dongshan Pass and many brutal battles. This time would be no different. They would defeat the zombie tide. The story then shifted to a completely different scene. Yuan Shang asked in shock why the 2-star evolution potion would only be delivered after the zombie tide battle, even though they had already made a deal. Zhongming calmly replied that the agreement was exactly that. If they said after everything was over, then it meant after the zombie tide battle truly ended. Seeing no other choice, Yuan Shang asked for some ammunition instead, because his stockpile was nearly empty. Without bullets, every trip outside left him uneasy. Zhongming agreed without hesitation, but immediately asked what Yuan Shang planned to offer in return. Yuan Shang could only force a smile and hoped their old friendship would earn him some help. He then took out an item and asked if it could be used as collateral. Zhang Ming studied it with a puzzled look before asking if it was an invitation to an event. The card was beautifully printed with colorful patterns. Yuan Shang explained that only small factions remained around Yunding Mountain, so staying there offered little future. If Boss Yi ever decided to wipe them out, he needed another way to survive. Yuan Shang introduced Team Ren Xing, a famous force throughout Ying City with more than 200 evolvers. They were hosting this trade fair together with Xing Mei Company, Team Li Hong, and the Oliver Assault Team. Every guest was a well-known figure, and he had worked hard to obtain this invitation. Zhang Ming carefully examined the invitation. The print quality alone proved they had restored electricity and taken control of a large printing facility. Holding the trade fair in the center of Ying City also showed that Team Ren Xing was qualified to participate in the Academy's assessment. Thinking about that, he pictured the crowded skyline of the provincial capital. With such a dense population, the city center had to be filled with an unimaginable number of zombies. Without overwhelming strength and a solid foundation, entering that place would be nearly impossible. After thinking it over, Zhongming accepted the deal. He took the invitation as partial payment and told Yuan Shang to meet Xiaolei later to settle the remaining details before getting some rest. Leaving the room with the invitation in hand, Zhongming thought things through. Everyone invited to the trade fair would surely possess rare treasures or valuable resources, and trading was the fastest way to grow stronger. This trip was definitely worth making. As soon as he stepped outside, Zhongming called Xiaolei to follow him. Just then, Xiao Hu rushed over with urgent news. Just as Zhongming had predicted, groups of opportunists had appeared behind the zombie tide, waiting to profit from the chaos. Zhang Ming only gave a faint smile. In the apocalypse, people who waited to benefit from others' hard work were everywhere. They planned to let both sides wear each other out before sweeping in to claim all the spoils. He patted Xiao Hu on the shoulder and calmly reminded him that the world would never run out of opportunists. Zhang Ming's eyes turned cold as he gave the order to move out. He intended to wipe out everyone lying in wait because no one else would steal their rewards. Ahead of them, endless waves of mutated zombies surged forward like a massive flood. Not far away, a group of people hid in the tall grass while watching the situation. One of them asked Dong Hu whether he had received the warning from the factions ahead. Dong Hu Ben sighed and confirmed that he had, saying this situation would be extremely difficult to handle. Da Ding turned to Da Kai since this area was supposed to be familiar territory for him. He asked where the Yun Ding Villa group had come from, or if even Da Kai had been pushed aside by them. Da Kai adjusted his glasses and denied it. He explained that this area was never under his control. Zhang Dalong was the true ruler of the Ying City prison region. He then turned to Sha for her opinion. Sha only replied with a bored expression, acting as though nothing happening here was worth her attention. Seeing that, Da Ding immediately teased her and asked what she was thinking. Sha answered, without holding back. She said everyone knew how profitable it was to follow the zombie tide, so no one would back down just because of a few warnings. In her opinion, gathering here to argue about it was nothing but a waste of time. Di Ding quickly changed the topic. He claimed the Yunding Villa group was only bluffing. Once they showed up tomorrow, the allied factions could pressure them into backing down without a fight. Da Kai nodded in agreement and turned to Donghu Ben, asking if he felt the same. Donghu Ben shook his head with a sigh, saying the plan sounded unrealistic from the start. Da Kai grew annoyed, thinking the others were being far too naive. In his view, if everyone acted together, the other side would have no choice but to join the fight, and when the time was right, they could crush their target together. While the discussion continued, Sha turned around and walked away. She declared she had no interest in the plan and would handle things her own way. Through a distant scope, every move Sha made came into clear view. The moment Zhongming saw her, he froze in shock. He never expected to meet her here. Seeing Sha brought back memories of his previous life. Back then, they were both 4-star evolvers. Zhang Ming had just made a name for his team, while Sha's faction was being pushed to the brink by rival gangs. A chance meeting in an underground bar brought them together, and after sharing drinks and understanding each other, they slowly fell in love. They traveled together through a long and happy chapter of their lives. Zhang Ming repeatedly asked Sha to bring her team under his command, but she always refused and insisted on keeping her own faction. Much later, Zhang Ming left for over a month on a major mission. When he returned, he learned that Sha had led her people to take revenge on an old enemy. The attack ended in disaster. Every one of her followers was killed, and she survived only by joining a powerful faction in Ying City. The memory weighed heavily on Zhang Ming. A year later, with the support of that new faction, Sha finally got her revenge. But the moment she tried to kill the very leader who had protected her, the plot was exposed. With nowhere left to run, she charged into a forbidden zone and was never seen again. No one had ever entered that place and returned alive. Thinking back, Zhang Ming could only sigh. Sha had never let go of her peacetime ideals, and they had slowly led her toward a tragic ending. Now Zhang Ming stood with his own team, looking at Sha. They were only a short distance apart, yet they were complete strangers. Xiao Hu eagerly asked if they should attack right away. Before he could finish, Xia Lei smacked him on the head. She snapped that everyone knew they had to fight, but wasting their strength now would leave them defenseless against the zombie tide. Zhongming answered with a single word, attack. The firm order stunned both Xiao Hu and Xia Lei, but they could only obey. He then pointed toward the group ahead and reminded everyone that even an attack needed a plan. He asked if they recognized the man with the glasses leading the group. Xiao Hu immediately recognized him as Da Kai, the leader of the city's technology team mentioned in Yuanshang's intelligence. Zhongming explained that if they were going to strike, Da Kai had to be the target. Taking him down would deal a heavy blow to the enemy, while also warning every other faction. One move would achieve several goals. Zhongming assigned the mission to Xia Lei and promised a generous reward if she succeeded. Before long, darkness completely covered the area. At that moment, Da Kai sat inside his tent, tightly holding a small bag. Opening it, he found nearly 200 magic crystals inside, worth about 2 own-star evolution potions. Following the zombie tide had clearly earned him a huge profit. Da Kai adjusted his glasses and sneered. In his eyes, by tomorrow the zombie sea would overwhelm Yunding Villa. Hearing that they planned to defend from the foot of the mountain, he dismissed it as the foolish confidence of people who did not know their limits. Just then, chaotic screams erupted outside. Some shouted for the enemy's identity. Others ordered fires to be lit, while more yelled to kill every attacker. Moments later, one of his men rushed in with the news that their camp was under attack. Hearing that, Da Kai immediately rushed outside to see what was happening. The moment he stepped out, he watched his trusted subordinates fall one after another under the gunfire of a group of masked attackers who showed no mercy. Rage exploded inside him. Da Kai clenched his hand, turning it into a razor-sharp weapon as he prepared to strike back. Gritting his teeth, he roared the names Hua Hu Knight and Yun Xiao, swearing they would pay for this. But at that moment, another figure appeared right in front of him. Without a word, Xia Lei charged straight at Da Kai the instant she appeared. The sudden attack caught him completely off guard. Meanwhile, from another hidden spot, Zhongming and Xia silently watched everything unfold. Staying on guard, Xia asked if Zhongming's people were really behind the attack on the city's technology team. Zhongming calmly replied that they were not the only targets. Huahu Knight, Yun Xiao, and even Da Ding were all on his list. He smiled and asked Xia if it was finally time for them to discuss a partnership. The people behind Zhongming kept watching closely. As the sounds from the technology team suddenly faded, they were shocked that such a powerful force had been crushed so quickly. Just then, a large truck came rumbling toward them. The door opened, and Yun Xiao quickly stepped out. He walked over to Zhongming and respectfully offered a handshake. Zhongming gladly shook his hand and said he had just discussed an alliance with Xia. If Yun Xiao was interested, he was welcome to join as well. Xia disliked wasting time, so she asked directly about the terms and what her side would gain. Zhongming got straight to the point. His goal was to defeat the zombie tide, and if they formed an alliance, Xia's group would send forces to help defend Yunding Villa. Seeing them both listening closely, Zhongming added that this was his territory. If the battle became impossible to control, they were free to retreat. He would never force anyone to stay. Yun Xiao still hesitated because the plan sounded too risky. Zhongming explained that danger was unavoidable, but if Yunding Villa fell, no one would have any chance to profit. Before the situation changed, they should fight together. Xia remained uncertain, worrying that once the battlefield descended into chaos, even a safe escape route might disappear. Zhongming immediately offered an irresistible deal. If they sent at least 30 evolvers into battle, each participant would receive an evolution potion afterward. For every additional 10 evolvers, they would earn 1 extra OnStar evolution potion, and every 30 firearms committed to the battle would earn another potion as well. Hearing that, Yun Xiao accepted without hesitation. He said his group could easily meet the requirements, and receiving 5 evolution potions would already satisfy him. He then made one more request. If Da Kai was killed and his long spear ended up in Zhongming's hands, he wanted that weapon. Zhongming smiled, then pulled the exact weapon from his storage space. He handed the treasure directly to Yun Xiao and said there was no need to wait because it was already his. Overjoyed, Yun Xiao hugged the weapon tightly and promised to give everything he had. Only then did Xia ask how confident Zhongming was about defeating the zombie tide. If the odds were above 50%, she was willing to bet everything on this alliance. Zhongming laughed and asked if that was all she wanted. He then reached out his hand, hoping for a successful partnership. At the same time, the first light of dawn slowly rose over the city's ruined skyline. Zhongming stood proudly before his forces, drawing the attention of everyone gathered below. He announced that after dealing with the opportunists following the zombie tide, there were still 2 more factions waiting to profit from the battle. He also revealed that valuable evolution potions would be awarded to those who earned merit in the coming fight. Zhongming stressed that after this bloody battle, he hoped more fearless warriors would step forward, seize the chance to become stronger, and grow into the backbone of Yunding Villa. Below him, Xiaohu handed out evolution potions to those who qualified, leaving everyone else eager for their own chance. Every one of them wanted to volunteer, because they dreamed of becoming true evolvers. Seeing everyone's morale at its peak, Zhongming gave another order. He called for a fearless vanguard, willing to face the zombies in close combat, and promised evolution potions to those who distinguished themselves. Finally, he rallied the entire force to march out and wipe out every last zombie. In response, thousands of voices roared as one, and the entire force erupted with fighting spirit. Soon, every unit reached its defensive position and stood ready for battle. Through their binoculars, everyone watched a massive zombie horde rolling in like a tsunami. Mo Ye raised her rifle and ordered the team to prepare to fire. The targets were in range, and everyone waited for the command before opening fire together. The moment the order was given, countless bullets ripped through the air toward the zombie horde. A relentless storm of bullets poured across the battlefield. Wave after wave of zombies were struck down and collapsed in huge numbers. Mo Ye kept reminding everyone to stay calm. She ordered the regular soldiers to aim for the neck to maximize kills and never waste ammo with random shots. Standing on a high cliff, Zhongming listened to the battle reports. Over 1,000 zombies had already been eliminated, and the horde was now only about 800 meters from the defense line. Even facing the endless zombies he see, Zhongming remained calm. To make every bullet count, Mo Ye ordered the army to unleash full firepower only when the enemy closed to around 100 meters. Before long, another wave of zombies charged in. Xiao Hu quickly spotted dark fiends, dangerous second-tier mutant zombies. He immediately warned the evolvers to get ready. Behind them were also shield-bearing zombies protecting the advance. Behind that defensive line, more rows of zombies kept pushing forward without end. After assessing the situation, Mo Ye instantly changed tactics. She ordered everyone to target the legs of the shield zombies and break their formation. But at that moment, she suddenly sensed danger closing in. In front of Mo Ye, a rain of rocks came flying from the zombie ranks. Thanks to her lightning-fast reflexes, she dodged every attack in time. Someone immediately shouted a warning that the enemy had long-range attacking zombies. Zhang Ming pulled out a rifle from his storage space and quickly analyzed the situation. They had to slow down the dark fiends while dealing with the shield zombies and the ranged attackers behind them. As he aimed, he was secretly shocked by how perfectly the different zombie types were coordinating, far beyond anything he had seen before. Focusing completely, Zhang Ming pulled the trigger and fired a flawless shot. The bullet tore through the body of a ranged zombie and killed it instantly. As soon as its ally fell, another zombie swung its arm and launched a massive spiked ball in return. The giant spiked ball shot through the air and landed right in the middle of a squad of soldiers. The entire squad froze, unable to understand why the strange boulder was covered in terrifying spikes. Then, before anyone could react, countless spikes suddenly exploded outward in every direction. Zhang Ming immediately realized what it was and was stunned to discover thorn zombies among the horde. Just then, desperate cries for help came from behind as everyone begged Yun Xiao to retreat because they could not hold on any longer. Hearing his men repeatedly call for retreat with the zombies only 50 meters away, Yun Xiao furiously shouted that once they chose to fight, they would fight to the end, and anyone who mentioned running again would die by his hand first. But despite his tough words, something else weighed heavily on his mind. He thought that if the people of Yunding Mountain had not retreated yet while he fled first, he would never be able to face anyone again. On the other battle line, Mo Ye continued leading from the front while keeping everyone calm and maintaining formation. As planned, the civilians quickly withdrew to the second defense line, while the evolvers stayed behind to hold the enemy. Xiao Hu also hurried over to ask Zhong Ming when they should retreat. After receiving the order, Xiao Hu quickly led the entire team away from their previous position. He shouted that the zombie horde was only 10 meters from the defensive barrier and asked whether they should retreat immediately. From above, Zhong Ming firmly ordered that the team would fall back to the second line only after the zombies crossed the final warning mark. He would stay behind to cover the retreat, and everyone acknowledged the order at once. Before long, the savage zombie horde finally surged forward. They launched relentless attacks, forcing everyone to fight while retreating as soon as the defensive barrier was breached. Amid the chaos, Zhong Ming remained standing at his post, while everyone behind him continued falling back. As the crazed zombie horde closed in, he calmly drew his blade. With one powerful slash, Zhong Ming unleashed the wind flame seal to stop the incoming assault. Sometime later, everyone regrouped at Yunding Mountain's second defense line. Xiao Hu hurried everyone to move supplies faster, joking that they would get a proper meat-filled lunch once the work was done. Standing nearby with his arms crossed, Zhang Ming asked if the battle report had been completed. Mo Yi quickly gave a summary, reporting that casualties were still under control with no major losses so far. However, she pointed out that this wave numbered around 20,000 zombies. Even with extra trenches, they had only eliminated about 3,000. Their troops still lacked training, their archery needed improvement, and they were short on area weapons like bombs and grenades. After hearing the report, Zhang Ming simply sighed and acknowledged everyone's efforts. Zhang Ming recalled that in his previous life, the opening gunfight was always followed by close combat, led by veteran evolvers. Back then, they were far stronger than the current force, and could crush the zombie horde before retreating in an organized way. Unfortunately, today's fighters were nowhere near that level. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao's group simply sat back and watched everyone else working. While eating, Yun Xiao complained that they had wasted far too much ammunition. In his eyes, that amount of ammo could have been traded for a OwnStar evolution serum. If they won, they would also collect around 20,000 level 1 magic crystals, several hundred level 2 crystals, and a fair number of level 3 crystals. At the same time, Zhong Ming assigned new missions. He decided to head to the third defense line with Xiao Hu and the others, while Liang Chuyin would lead another team ahead to dismantle every trap Yue Gong had set before regrouping at the final line. After hearing the plan, Mo Ye immediately nodded in understanding. In the distance, another zombie army continued, rolling toward the battlefield. hidden inside a dense patch of bushes nearby. Another group quietly observed everything. One subordinate leaned toward the leader and whispered that the zombie corpses at the first defense line held at least 3,000 to 4,000 magic crystals, equal to about 40 evolution serums, so they should seize them while they could. But another teammate immediately rejected the idea. He reminded everyone that their leader had agreed to cooperate with Yunding Mountain. Breaking that promise would destroy their reputation. Besides, if Yunding Mountain won and raised many powerful evolvers, they would only create a dangerous enemy. Xiaobai quietly listened, before reminding everyone to lower their voices, admitting that she had not fully thought things through earlier. Xia also turned around and firmly reminded everyone that a promise must be kept and that no one should entertain dishonest ideas again. The whole group immediately lowered their heads and accepted the order. He Hong continued analyzing the enemy's strength. Pointing at the giant dog, she explained that the magic crystal inside it already showed many black spots, a sign it was close to reaching level 3. Owning a battle beast like that alone proved how powerful its master was. Xia added that the woman with the scarred face had once destroyed Dakai's camp all by herself, then asked if anyone among them could accomplish the same feat. She continued by saying that while power ruled this era, keeping one's word would bring even greater long-term rewards, so everyone should simply follow the plan. After speaking, Xia quietly turned her attention toward Yunding Mountain. Hearing that, Xiaobai felt secretly satisfied, thinking her subordinates had shown enough good judgment this time, so she decided to let the matter go. At exactly 1 o'clock, Yunding Mountain's second defense line officially fell to the zombies. By 2 o'clock, the third defense line had also collapsed. Everyone could only risk their lives in close combat, killing the zombies one by one. The battle was soon pushed back to the fourth defense line. During this brief break, everyone treated their wounds. Xiao Hu chatted with the others and remarked that 20,000 zombies outnumbered the entire population of Ao Ke Lan. Zheng Hong explained that Ao Ke Lan had only been built to hold around 19,000 people, so the zombie horde really was larger. Hearing that, Xiao Hu wondered why Dr. Liao had calculated the difference of just 1,000 or 2,000 people so precisely. She then added that Ao Ke Lan's current population had dropped to only around 10,000. Hearing the news, everyone became more optimistic, believing their chances of victory had improved. Zheng Hong remained cautious and replied that it was only an estimate for now, and she still needed to verify the numbers. Just then, Xiaolei rushed over and reported that Zhong Ming was looking for Sister Liu. She immediately replied that she was on her way. On the other side, Mo Ye quickly summarized the situation for Zhong Ming, saying the results at the second defense line were far better than at the first. However, the third defense line faced overwhelming pressure as more than 300 level 2 zombies and 3 level 3 zombies charged together. To cover the retreat, the evolvers had to stay behind, costing them 30 lives. The total death toll had now reached 137. Even so, Zhang Ming knew this was their first time facing a massive zombie wave, so those losses were already an impressive result. At that moment, Xia Lei arrived with Sister Liu and loudly announced that she had brought her over. Without wasting time, Zhongming immediately asked Sister Liu if the critical moment she had predicted was finally here. Zheng Hong gave a slight nod and confirmed the time had come, urging them to begin at once. She closed her eyes, focused all her energy, and channeled it into the mysterious eye on her forehead. In an instant, the eye fired a brilliant beam of light straight into the sky, forming a towering pillar of light. Taking the chance, Zhang Ming explained to the two people behind him that Zheng Hong was a sky observer. Her unique ability allowed her to see across enormous distances without any obstacle blocking her vision. The divine eye constantly shifted its view, watching the entire zombie horde from above. However, the skill had an extremely long cooldown. She had previously used it to scout the monster guarding the weapon depot, so only now had it become available again. After observing for a while, Zheng Hong reported, white targets, 367 in total. Hearing that number, Mo Ye's expression changed. White represented level 2 zombies. Even after killing many of them, there were still more than 300 left. Before anyone could recover, Zheng Hong continued, black targets, 42. Xia Lei was stunned. Black meant level 3 zombies. They had expected only around 20, but the actual number had doubled. After finishing the final report, Zheng Hong ended the skill and said, green target, only 1. Zhong Ming instantly became alert. He knew a green zombie meant an extremely dangerous level 4 monster that excelled at hiding among its own kind. Without Zheng Hong's ability, they would not have discovered it until the life or death battle began. Jung Hong added that she had read everyone's zombie classification records and was curious how they had gathered such detailed information. That discussion could wait. What mattered now was that, according to their records, the level 4 zombie was a neck locker. She explained that the neck locker possessed 2 incredibly flexible and durable tentacles. During battle, they spun above its head, and the moment an enemy exposed an opening, they would wrap tightly around the victim's neck. Weaker opponents died instantly, while even stronger ones could be strangled to death. Zhang Ming added that the creature's most terrifying ability was Golden Body. Once activated, its entire body turned gold, boosting its defense to nearly the level of a 5th-tier monster. While everyone was still discussing the threat, someone ran over and asked how the zombie horde from Ying City had managed to reach this place, and why it even had a level 4 monster leading it. Yue Gong adjusted his glasses and explained that the zombie tide had officially begun. He had placed countless traps along the route to slow them down, but they would still reach this place very soon. Zhang Ming immediately tightened his grip on his blade and declared there was nothing left to discuss. He would personally handle the level 4 zombie, while everyone else only needed to act on his signal. With that, Zhang Ming led the team forward and loudly ordered the entire army to prepare for battle. In another part of the battlefield, the soldiers continued, pouring out heavy fire. Wherever the hail of bullets swept through, groups of zombies fell one after another. Mo Yi warned that although their long-range firepower was suppressing the enemy effectively, their ammunition would soon run out if they kept this up. Zhang Ming calmly replied that they had no other choice. Just then, someone rushed over with good news that Boss Yes forces had arrived as planned and were now striking the zombie formation from the flank. Looking toward the army approaching from the distance, Zhang Ming smiled and shouted his sincere thanks to everyone for keeping the promise they had made long ago. Just as the battle reached its decisive stage, Xia Bai suddenly carried Di Huang and sprinted toward Zhong Ming. The sight shocked Zhong Ming so much that he dropped his rifle and rushed over, asking what had happened to Di Huang. Mo Yi immediately pulled him back to reality, patted his shoulder, pointed ahead, and shouted for him to look. Beyond the defense line, the zombie army was still pouring in without end. Among the horde was a zombie with the Exorcist class, accompanied by a pack of ferocious level 2 mutant dogs. Suddenly, one of the mutant dogs raised its head toward the sky. Its powerful howl spread like a shockwave, sending every low-level zombie into a frenzy. Zhang Ming instantly recognized it as the effect of Madhound's power, a beast tamer talent that greatly boosted the speed and strength of nearby allies. He was stunned that such a rare evolved zombie existed within the horde. The conditions for one to appear were incredibly strict, but once fully grown, it became terrifyingly powerful. Without hesitation, Zhong Ming ordered the entire army to unleash everything they had and maintain non-stop suppressive fire. As soon as the order was given, another rain of bullets poured into the zombie ranks. He then carefully carried Di Huang away from the front line, handed command over to Xia Lei, and sighed that the dog had picked the worst possible moment to evolve. After reaching his teammates, Zhong Ming asked Tang Guo, Da Shi, and Sister Liu to escort Di Huang to the safe zone behind the lines. Tang Guo gently stroked Di Huang's head and worriedly asked if it would be in danger. Zhong Ming calmly assured her that it only needed to sleep through the evolution. The two quickly carried Di Huang away from the battlefield. Only Zheng Hong remained behind. She tightened her grip on her surgical knife and said her physique far surpassed an ordinary person's, so she did not need to stay in the rear treating the wounded. At the same time, the zombies began climbing over the defensive barrier. Liao Yi immediately shouted for everyone to move up and hold the encircled defense line. An evolver quickly raised a shield in front of the group and yelled for everyone to hold their positions. The wall of shields immediately proved effective, stopping the zombie horde in its tracks. Xia Lei seized the opportunity and instantly ordered everyone to throw their weapons. At her command, everyone moved together. A barrage of grenades flew into the enemy formation and exploded violently, wiping out a huge section of the zombie horde. Just then, a dark figure suddenly shot out from the middle of the undead. Moving at incredible speed, it landed on another zombie's shoulder, revealing itself as the neck locker with a sinister grin. Even while fighting, Zhong Ming kept scanning the battlefield and immediately realized the neck locker had finally revealed itself. At the same time, his team was hit by another fierce assault. The zombie wave had completely reached the battle line. Xia Lei immediately redeployed the troops, ordering the evolvers to the front, while everyone else retreated into the building and took firing positions, prioritizing the zombies in the rear. Zhong Ming charged straight into the enemy ranks alongside the other warriors. kicking off a brutal melee as battle cries echoed across the field. His eyes locked on to every evolved zombie, identifying the beast tamer and the necklocker as the highest priority targets. Zhongming quietly activated his speed skill. His body shot forward like an arrow aimed directly at the enemy. In the middle of the battle, a mutant dog clamped its jaws onto a warrior's leg. With a single slash, its head was cleanly severed. After killing the mutant dog, Zhongming immediately turned to hunt down the exorcist. He rushed forward and unleashed a devastating technique. Just as the wind flame seal blade came down, another mutant dog threw itself into the attack, allowing the beast tamer to escape by a hair. But Zhongming reacted instantly, switched weapons, and knew no one would save the enemy this time, because a beast tamer's greatest weakness was always the master. Seeing Zhongming calmly aim the barrel straight at him, the exorcist turned pale and only managed to hear one final farewell. With a single precise shot, Zhongming ended the exorcist on the spot. Riding his momentum, he landed firmly on the ground. Waiting in front of Zhongming were the long road zombies and the necklocker. The monster kept roaring fiercely, as if challenging its opponent. Zhongming calmly aimed his gun at it and coldly declared that it was next. Elsewhere on the battlefield, a zombie suddenly drove a crushing punch into a young woman's stomach. Su Yin watched helplessly as the victim was sent flying and slammed hard into a nearby tree. Rage exploded inside her, and she shouted that she would kill the monster with her own hands. A moment later, Su Yin faced a grotesque multi-armed zombie and charged straight at it. Mo Ye moved in with perfect timing, and the two attacked together. A powerful slash came down hard on one of the monster's arms, but the strike left only a tiny wound. Even so, Mo Ye spotted an opening. She told Su Yin to keep the multi-armed zombie busy while she lured over the other zombies and set up the finishing blow. Su Yin agreed at once. Mo Ye casually threw a rock at a nearby zombie. As the monster turned its head, she taunted it and deliberately drew it after her. Within moments, she had pulled 7 zombies out of formation, all chasing behind her. Mo Ye led the pack back to where Su Yin was holding off the multi-armed zombie. She slid beneath the monster's body and shouted Su Yin's name. Without another word, Su Yin understood the plan and replied that she had it covered. The instant she spoke, she leaped high into the air and prepared her ultimate move. Her whip lashed across the zombie horde as she unleashed 4 direction, 5 mystic wind rain shadow with overwhelming power. After finishing the attack, she landed lightly beside Mo Ye. When the dust settled, every zombie had fallen except the multi-armed one, which was still barely standing. The level 3 mutant zombie was unbelievably tough. Then strange changes suddenly began spreading across its body. The unexpected transformation left Mo Ye stunned. Just as the zombie finally collapsed, Xiao Hu rushed over from behind and quickly asked if everyone was all right. Mo Yi immediately called everyone together and ordered them to kill as many zombies as possible before rushing to support Zhongming. She feared he would not be able to hold out much longer. As he ran over, Xiao Hu could not help admiring the whip boss had forged for Su Yin. It even carried the Windblade skill, making him eager to upgrade his own weapon. But Mo Ye had no time to think about that. Her only concern was that Zhongming was facing a level 4 mutant zombie alone. Meanwhile, Zhongming focused entirely on the battle before him. He poured strength into his legs and charged directly at the long road zombies and the necklocker. The necklocker dodged with incredible speed, causing Zhongming's blade to strike only the long road zombie beside it. Seizing the opportunity, the necklocker unleashed a relentless barrage of tentacle attacks. Fortunately, Zhongming reacted with lightning-fast speed, using his blade to block every deadly strike. From afar, Xialei watched the fight with deep concern, silently praying that Zhongming would survive. After the brutal battle, the zombie horde had dropped from over 20,000 to fewer than 5,000, but the defenders had also lost nearly half their forces. Zhongming continued resisting every tentacle strike from the necklocker. At this point, the outcome of the entire battlefield rested on this single duel. But in one brief moment of distraction, a razor-sharp tentacle suddenly shot toward him. The attack was so fast that even Zhongming was caught off guard. Without wasting the chance, the tentacle instantly wrapped tightly around his arm. Seeing its prey trapped, the necklocker became even more excited and arrogant. In contrast, Zhongming merely curled his lips into a cold, confident smile. At that moment, the Ming war machine hidden behind Zhongming finally revealed itself. He gave a cold smile and ordered it to activate Border Roar Mode 1 and prepare the Fortress Beam Cannon. The moment the command was given, the machines switched into combat mode, loaded its weapon, and locked onto the target. Its only target was the necklocker. Fire immediately. faced with the gigantic shell rushing toward it at incredible speed. The monster had no choice but to take the hit. Zhang Ming held his breath and focused entirely on the decisive attack. The devastating shell flew straight ahead and slammed directly into the neck locker. But what happened next left everyone watching completely stunned. The neck locker instantly activated a layer of armor that covered its entire body, completely blocking the cannon's power. Zhang Ming could only shake his head in amazement. It truly was a level 4 mutant zombie. Even its defense had evolved into an incredibly durable metal armor. Seeing the situation grow even worse, one of Yun Xiao's subordinates panicked and said that not even the elite force sent by Boss Yi could turn the battle around. It seemed everyone would die here today. The others also kept urging everyone to retreat while they still could. But Yun Xiao refused to give up. Too many of his comrades had died for nothing, and he could not accept running away now. Roaring with fury, Yun Xiao declared that even if he died here, he would drag the monsters down with him. Elsewhere, Xia subordinates desperately urged her to retreat while they stayed behind to cover her. Xia shook her head and firmly replied that no one cared about a few evolution serums anymore. This had become a battle for humanity's survival against the zombie horde. Looking at the people still risking their lives on the front line, she choked back her emotions and said that if they only knew how to run today, they would spend the rest of their lives running. In the end, Xia declared she would fight until her last breath. Anyone who wanted to leave could go without blame, but she would give everything she had for humanity and see with her own eyes whether they could wipe out these monsters. As for Zhang Ming, he smiled faintly and thought to himself that a level 4 zombie or even a 2-star evolver was not unbeatable. In the apocalypse, rank alone had never decided victory. As he thought, he pulled another special card from the system storage. Without hesitation, Zhang Ming loudly summoned the Fang Beast Rider and immediately ordered it to attack. The mounted warrior swung its massive sword through the air and brought it crashing down toward the neck locker's head. But at that very moment, the monster suddenly let out a piercing scream. The horrifying sound shook the entire area, causing the Fang Beast Rider to hesitate for a brief moment. At the same time, the roar became a distress signal that instantly drew the attention of every nearby zombie. In the blink of an eye, the entire horde changed direction and charged toward their leader. Realizing what was happening, Xia immediately shouted for everyone to stop the zombies at all costs and keep them away from Zhang Ming's battlefield. Xiao Hu and the other warriors also burst forward at full speed, yelling that they had to reinforce the boss before the zombies could interfere. Meanwhile, the tentacle tightened so much that Zhang Ming's right arm gradually went numb, and he could no longer hold onto his blade. The sword fell to the ground. Zhang Ming knew that if his arm was severed, another tentacle would be free to strangle him or turn and destroy the Fang Beast Rider. Either outcome would be disastrous. At the very last second, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the fallen blade. Zhang Ming was stunned to see that it was Xia Bai. Without hesitation, Xia Bai rushed forward and grabbed one of the necklocker's tentacles with his bare hand. Thanks to that sudden intervention, the tentacle restraining Zhang Ming was pulled aside and loosened, freeing his arm. Xia Bai held onto the tentacle and kicked off the ground, launching himself into the air. Xia Bai threw the blade back to Zhang Ming and shouted that they first had to pin down one of the monster's tentacles. Zhang Ming caught the sword by the hilt and firmly replied that they would do exactly that. Without another moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and charged straight at the necklocker. Using his momentum, Zhang Ming immediately unleashed Sticky Wind. The blade sliced through the air and delivered a fatal strike straight to the monster's head. This time, the necklocker's sturdy armor finally cracked. With one decisive blow, Zhang Ming completely killed the level 4 zombie. The moment their leader fell, every nearby zombie stopped attacking. They all turned and fled, while the survivors erupted in celebration after realizing the level 4 zombie was dead and the battle was finally over. Zhang Ming stepped onto the necklocker's corpse. Breathing heavily, he silently stared at the motionless body beneath his feet. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zhang Ming hoarsely announced that this battle finally belonged to them. As night fell over Yunding Mountain Manor, Zhong Ming and Zheng Hong walked through the area where the seriously wounded had gathered. Zheng Hong instructed everyone to recover every high-level zombie corpse for research, especially the level 3 zombies and the level 4 necklocker. Until her research was complete, no one was allowed to touch them. Zhang Ming immediately agreed before asking whether the casualty report had been completed. Zheng Hong signaled that all the figures would be handed over to Xia Lei. Not long afterward, during the debriefing meeting, Chalet reported that the losses were devastating. More than a third of their forces had been wiped out. Fewer than 200 civilians remained in the manor. Only around 40 evolvers were left, and many survivors had suffered permanent injuries. After hearing the report, Zhong Ming remained silent, lost in thought. Next, Liao Yi delivered the heartbreaking news that many of their comrades had fallen, including Xiang Dao, Momo, Zazi, and many others. Zhang Ming admitted with a heavy heart that although they had won, the price of victory had been enormous. Tang Tian continued the report. After the battle, they collected 22,500 level-1 magic crystals, 385 level 2 crystals, 31 level 3 crystals, and 1 level 4 crystal. Xialei added that after the neck locker was killed, every high-level zombie immediately retreated. The level 2 zombies were no longer a threat because most had been pinned down, but the level 3 zombies were far too strong. Aside from Zhong Ming, Di Huang, and Xia Bai, almost no one could fight them alone. So even though Ye Xiaohu tried to chase them down, about 9 still escaped. Zhong Ming simply nodded in understanding, though he could not hide his disappointment at losing the chance to earn more rewards from the level 3 zombies. Next, Mo Ye reported that 2 squads were still staying inside the manor. They had also suffered heavy losses, and Yun Xiao wanted to meet Zhong Ming in private. Slightly surprised, Zhong Ming agreed to see him. At that moment, Yun Xiao was quietly sitting beside a campfire outside the manor. When Zhong Ming approached, Yun Xiao asked if he had a moment to talk. Zhong Ming joked that Yun Xiao must be worried he would back out of the deal they had made. Yun Xiao shook his head and said that if Zhong Ming truly wanted to break his promise, there was nothing he could do about it anyway. Zhong Ming laughed again and asked if Yun Xiao wanted to raise the payment, adding that he always kept his word. Hearing that, Yun Xiao fell silent for a long time. After gathering his courage, he looked Zhong Ming in the eye and asked if he could follow him. The request caught Zhong Ming completely off guard. For someone like Yun Xiao, a pampered young master, to voluntarily ask to become a subordinate was the last thing he expected. Yun Xiao clenched his fists and admitted that he had done many terrible things because he relied on his family's power. Even after the apocalypse began, he had never truly regretted any of it. He also understood why Zhong Ming would find it hard to trust him. Even he had never imagined he would one day bow his head and follow someone else. But Today's battle had changed everything. For the first time, he had fought with his life on the line, risked himself to protect his comrades, and witnessed someone die while shielding him. After the battle ended, Yun Xiao looked back on his past and felt nothing but disgust for the person he used to be. He sincerely said that from this day forward, he wanted to rely on his own strength and fight beside everyone else. Even if he died on the battlefield someday, he would have no regrets, unlike living a meaningless life while depending on others. Finally, Yun Xiao earnestly asked Zhong Ming to accept him into his ranks. Yun Xiao added that as long as he was accepted, he was willing to do anything. Zhong Ming rested his chin on his hand for a moment before suddenly throwing a punch straight at Yun Xiao. The fist stopped just short of his face. Zhong Ming laughed and said the first thing Yun Xiao needed to do was cut off that flashy hairstyle because it was painful to look at. Yun Xiao could only stare in disbelief. But a moment later, his face lit up with joy, and he immediately agreed to get a haircut. Zhong Ming also said he had already prepared the perfect place for Yun Xiao to train and grow stronger. Sometime later, Zhang Ming returned to the familiar entrance of the underground bunker. Seeing the demon tree sprouting new branches again, he could only shake his head. Without showing mercy, he swung his blade and chopped off every fresh shoot, coldly calling it a lesson for never learning. After walking deeper inside, Zhong Ming calculated that, with the 30 level 3 crystals he had obtained, he finally had enough to test his luck with the level 3 roulette. One by one, he fed the crystals into the machine, hoping to win a 3-star evolution potion this time. Standing before the roulette, Zhong Ming carefully watched the pointer spin around. After a while, it stopped on a different reward. Zhong Ming frowned slightly and muttered that this attempt had failed, so he would try again. The next spin rewarded him with a 4-leaf lucky card. It was still a valuable item, but it was not what he wanted most because it could not compare to a 3-star evolution potion. Refusing to give up, Zhang Ming inserted more crystals into the roulette and decided to try one more time. Spin after spin, every disappointing result filled him with regret, yet he kept going. Then, at one moment, Zhong Ming suddenly froze. The pointer had finally stopped on the reward he had been waiting for all along. It was a level 3 evolution potion. Zhang Ming could not hide his excitement as he clenched his fist. Elsewhere, Zheng Hong firmly gripped her knife and prepared to examine the neck locker's corpse. She was just about to bring the blade down when Zhong Ming suddenly appeared, stopped her, and told her to wait. Zheng Hong immediately looked displeased, reminding him that he had promised to let her conduct the research, and changing his mind now meant breaking his word. Zhong Ming quickly explained that was not his intention, then suddenly asked whose knife she was using. Zheng Hong replied that Xia Lei had lent it to her. A moment later, she sensed that Zhong Ming's aura had changed, and asked in surprise if he had already broken through to 3 stars. Zhong Ming did not answer directly. He said she could study any level 1, level 2, or level 3 zombie corpse, but he had to keep the level 4 neck locker. Still reluctant, Zheng Hong asked if they could trade for something else. He could only promise there would be another chance in the future, but this time he could not compromise. Hearing that, she finally agreed on one condition. Zhang Ming had to give her the formula for the level 2 evolution potion. As Zhang Ming stored the necklocker's corpse, he replied that not only the level 2 formula, but even the methods for making level 1 through level 3 evolution potions would be given to her. What he truly wanted was for her to research and to produce them herself, and eventually create even more advanced versions. Zheng Hong looked completely confident, yet she could not hide her curiosity about Zhang Ming's identity. In her opinion, even an improved OnStar evolution potion formula could never have been developed in just a few short months. She kept watching Zhang Ming's back and said that he even possessed the 2-star and 3-star formulas. With knowledge like that, he could have become the first person to build an apocalyptic pharmaceutical industry. She insisted she was helping him, not helping the monsters. Hearing those words, Zhong Ming suddenly stopped walking. He turned around with an icy gaze and said that if Zheng Hong ever discovered who was truly behind the apocalypse, she had to tell him. No matter the cost, he would tear that person apart with his own hands. Not long afterward, Zhong Ming brought the necklocker's corpse back to his secret base. From his system storage, he took out a level 4 skill card, an item that could only be used on an intact level 4 zombie or any lower level target. Thinking about the reward he had just won from the level 3, Roulette made Zhong Ming even more excited. In his eyes, the greatest value of the lucky card was the chance to obtain incredibly rare skill cards. As long as he gathered enough level 3 crystals, he would soon become a 3-star evolver, but skill cards like this were true treasures. He then placed the skill card onto the necklocker's corpse. Although it was a on-Tim-use item, the monster possessed both the necklocking tentacles and the full-body armor ability, so Zhang Ming estimated he had about a 50% chance of obtaining full-body armor. The card quickly began glowing as it absorbed the remaining energy inside the necklocker's corpse. Just then, the card in his hand suddenly erupted with an incredibly powerful surge of energy. Zhang Ming immediately smiled with excitement, knowing he had successfully obtained a skill card. It was the full-body armor skill. Holding the card in his hand, he began thinking about who should receive it. In just one morning, he had experienced so many highs and lows that everything had gone far beyond his expectations. He considered the choice carefully. Full body armor offered incredible defense, but sacrificed speed and mobility. Zhang Ming already possessed Bloodstep and Gentle Wind Moon to boost his speed, making the skill unsuitable for himself. The strongest member of the team seemed like a logical choice, but that assassin relied mainly on equipment for defense, so the skill might not be the best fit. Zhong Ming also thought about Sheng Yuan, but because of his class restrictions, he was even less suited for such a defensive skill. Strangely enough, while weighing his options, the faces of Xia Lei and Liang Chuyin kept appearing in his mind. After much consideration, Zhong Ming decided to store the card away for now. Mo Ye, Xia Lei, and Xiao Hu all disliked purely defensive skills that made it harder to rescue others. Zheng Hong and Luo Daiyuan were people who needed protection, while everyone else was still unqualified, so the card would remain in storage. Before long, the morning's sun once again bathed Yunding Mountain Manor. Standing before everyone, Zhong Ming sincerely thanked Xia team and the Wohu team for sacrificing so much to defend the manor. On behalf of every resident of Yunding Mountain, he expressed his gratitude and promised that every sacrifice would be properly repaid. Xiao Hu immediately burst into loud cheers, praising the boss for looking even more impressive after reaching 3 stars. Standing beside him, Mo Yi could only laugh and tease that he would never break his habit of flattering people. Xia Lei and Mo Ye brought out 2 large boxes. Zhang Ming announced they held 31-star evolution potions to help make up for everyone's losses, plus 10 gray-grade weapons that anyone could claim from the armory. The unexpected gifts left everyone stunned. He then handed out supplies and gear to Yun Xiao's team under the same treatment. They gladly accepted and kept thanking Brother Yi. Next, Zhang Ming praised every teammate for their outstanding performance in the last battle. He declared that even those who had not evolved yet would each receive a 1-star evolution potion to awaken, along with a wind moonblade to support them after evolving. The crowd erupted in cheers and promised to become evolvers as soon as possible to live up to boss yes expectations. Right then, Liang Chuyin excitedly carried over a box covered with a red cloth and placed it before Zhongming. The unexpected sight caught him completely off guard as he turned around. Seeing the box in her hands, Zhongming laughed helplessly and lightly tapped her head for pulling another stunt. Then he faced everyone and said, this was the real reward for those who had fought beside him since the very beginning. After saying that, he slowly lifted the red cloth off the box. The moment Xiao Hu saw what was inside, his eyes went wide as he shouted, "Are those all evolution potions?" The crowd below was so shocked they could only swallow hard. 4 evolution potions at once meant Yunding Villa was about to gain 8 second-level evolvers. It seemed Yunding truly rewarded its people generously. 2 days later, Yunding Villa had changed noticeably. Zhang Ming quietly smiled as the new uniforms with matching logos clearly boosted everyone's morale and unity. He sincerely thanked Sister Rong for finishing the design and adjustments for the entire villa's uniforms in just 2 days. Sister Rong humbly replied that she had mostly reused old uniforms with a few modifications, so it was nothing special. From afar, Xiao Hu proudly showed off his new outfit and asked if he looked cool enough. Zhongming only smiled but seriously reminded him to always wear protective armor underneath and never let his guard down. Looking at the women in their new uniforms, he suddenly realized how fortunate it was that this villa had once been rented by many film crews, leaving behind countless costumes in the prop warehouse. Zhongming then reorganized the personnel. Everyone was divided into 5 squads led by Mo Ye, Xiao Hu, Liang Chuyin, Lu Yihe, and Sister Rong. He assigned the remaining members as vice captains, while Xiaolei would oversee all squads as the chief captain. Then he asked if Xiaolei accepted the role. Xiaolei only asked one question. If he became the chief captain, what position would Zhongming hold? Zhongming calmly replied that his job was to lead everyone forward. Not long afterward, the convoy sped up again and crossed a vast forest. Sitting beside him, Yuan Shang kept praising Zhongming for wiping out such a massive horde of zombies and openly expressed his deep admiration. Zhongming simply stayed silent in response. After thinking for a moment, he handed Yuan Shang a potion and said he knew the man had come for payment. As long as he safely escorted him to Ying City, there would be an even greater reward waiting. Yuan Shang immediately agreed, then curiously asked if Zhongming planned to attend the trading fair alone. Zhongming calmly replied that everything had already been arranged. Gripping the potion tightly, Yuan Shang sighed that this trading fair in Ying City would definitely be worth looking forward to. After a short journey, the group entered the central district of Ying City. Zhongming stopped by the roadside and patiently waited for the person he had arranged to meet. Just then, an excited voice called out from the distance, as Yun Xiao waved them over. With his head completely shaved, Yun Xiao ran over and reported that everything had been arranged, including the surveillance work. Seeing his new look, Zhongming was speechless. He had only told him to change his hairstyle, not shave it all off. He quickly asked if everyone had been warned not to alert the target. Yun Xiao happily confirmed that every instruction had been delivered. With the binoculars Zhongming provided, the surveillance team could monitor targets from far away and secretly follow them the moment they appeared to uncover their true hideout. Hearing that, Zhongming fell into deep thought. From what he knew, Lu Luo had close ties with the Spirit Merchant Guild. He had no plans to confront them yet, but their influence had already spread near Yunding Villa. He asked if Yun Xiao was a native of Ying City and if his class was Tide Marsh Shaman. Yun Xiao scratched his head in surprise, wondering how Zhongming knew so much. Zhongming explained that he had once seen Yun Xiao use his skills by chance, so he recognized the class, then asked where it came from. Yun Xiao honestly said, "It all started with a multicolored roulette wheel at the Maza cement factory. The Fallen Tiger Knight class scroll also came from there, while all their magic crystals had been spent spinning the wheel, so no one in the group had reached 2-star evolution yet." He added that the roulette wheel was suddenly destroyed later on. Zhang Ming explained that it was an extremely dangerous type of roulette wheel and warned him never to touch the black spaces. Yun Xiao then pointed at a ruined building ahead and said they still had to cross another quarter of the city to reach the trading fair, and night was already approaching. Zhongming decided to stop for the night because zombies were most active in cities after dark. They would continue the journey the next morning. With that, the group kicked the door open and entered the building. The sudden noise instantly put the people inside on alert. Both Zhongming and Yun Xiao were surprised by the scene before them. Just as the tension peaked, a man hurried out and stopped everyone, asking them not to attack. The moment he recognized Yun Xiao, he happily shouted, realizing it was little Yun. Yun Xiao could hardly believe his eyes, and stammered, calling the man little uncle. The old man hugged him tightly, overjoyed that his nephew was still alive. Yun Xiao immediately asked if his father was safe. Just then, a man called Team Leader Lin walked over and asked if Yun Xiao was the old man's relative. The old man quickly nodded and said everyone had believed Yun Xiao was dead, so seeing him alive was beyond expectation. He then carefully handed Team Leader Lin a crystal and asked for his opinion. Team Leader Lin coldly said accepting new people was no problem, but the old man had to explain every rule of the camp. If they caused trouble later, he would not take the blame. The old man hurriedly agreed. Before leaving, Team Leader Lin ordered everyone to stay there for the night and told the old man to take the two newcomers to gather food. Seeing the old man obey so humbly, Yun Xiao angrily glanced at Zhongming, clearly disgusted by their arrogant attitude. Zhongming remained calm and told him not to rush, because he still needed to observe and gather more information. Along the way, the old man slowly asked Yun Xiao about his life outside, and said that ever since the apocalypse began, both he and Yun Xiao's father had constantly worried about him. Holding back tears, the old man said Yun Xiao had little life experience, and had wandered alone through the apocalypse, so everyone believed he had died. His father had even gone half gray from worry. Yun Xiao smiled and reassured him that he was safe and doing well. Right then, Zhongming suddenly lowered his voice and ordered everyone to stop. The old man looked confused, while Yun Xiao immediately signaled everyone to stay quiet. In the distance, someone was running in panic, with a pack of vicious zombies chasing close behind. In the blink of an eye, the zombies caught him, knocked him to the ground, and brutally tore him apart. Zhang Ming's group could only hold their breath and watch the tragedy unfold, because rushing out to help would only put everyone in danger. The old man's face turned pale with fear. Even such a powerful evolver had died in an instant, making him afraid to imagine how many zombies were gathered outside. Unlike everyone else, Zhongming stayed completely calm. He casually slipped his hands into his pockets and said that zombies ruled the battlefield at night. Going outside now was no different from seeking death, so they should make do with the food they already had. Just then, Team Leader Lin walked over, snatched all the food from the old man's hands, and smugly praised the haul. He and his followers carried everything away, without even looking back, loudly telling everyone to split up the food they had just taken. The old man and Yun Xiao could only stand there in silence. They clenched their fists and glared at the people who had openly stolen their supplies. Just as Yun Xiao was about to charge forward, Zhongming stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. Even though Yun Xiao begged to teach them a lesson, Zhongming shook his head, reminding him that this was the reality of the apocalypse, then told them both to stay calm and follow him. The three of them found a quiet corner and sat down. Zhongming divided the remaining food among them. Even while eating, Yun Xiao was still furious, saying the other side only had 2 evolvers, so dealing with them would be easy. Zhongming calmly explained that their priority was finding Yun Xiao's father. Once they reunited with him, they could either bring him back to Yunding Villa or let him stay with the fallen Tiger Knights, so there was no need to create trouble now. Only then did Yun Xiao realize his boss had been planning everything for his sake, and he sincerely thanked him. Zhongming handed the old man another share of food and asked about the current situation in Ying City. The old man nodded and agreed to tell him everything he knew. Holding up 4 fingers, the old man introduced the 4 strongest forces in Ying City: Ren Xiang Squad, Li Hong Squad, Ganlan Lu Assault Team, and Xing Mei Company. He said Ren Xiang ranked first because every member was an evolver. Their leader, Bai Feng, had already reached 3-star evolution, and the squad also had an incredibly powerful class user. As he ate, Zhongming quietly compared the information with what Yuan Shang had told him and concluded that the invitation was highly reliable. The old man added that although the other 3 factions were weaker than Ren Xiong, each still had a 3-star evolver, so none of them could be underestimated. Yun Xiao asked in surprise why there were so many 3-star evolvers. The old man explained that for the sake of the 3-star evolution elixir, Ying City had been drenched in blood for the past 2 weeks. Anyone who accurately reported the location of a level 3 evolved creature would receive a level 1 magic crystal. The old man slowly recalled that whenever an evolved creature appeared, the area instantly became a brutal battlefield as countless factions fought over it. Yun Xiao asked in disbelief if everyone was sacrificing their followers just to create one 3-star evolver. The old man gave a bitter smile and said the only way to grow stronger was by paying with lives. Many smaller factions did not even have the chance to make that trade. He then continued talking about the smaller factions. There was now a ranking list in Ying City, with Ren Xiang in first place, Xing Mei in second, and Li Hong in third. Yun Xiao curiously asked where Yun Ding Villa ranked. After thinking for a moment, the old man said it was mostly known as a resort, and he had heard there was a strong expert there who ranked 41st on the list. Zhongming thought to himself that rankings like this were becoming more common as survivors reconnected. He then ended the conversation and told everyone to get some rest so they could bring Yun Xiao's father back the next morning. The next morning, faint sunlight filtered through the thick haze, covering the ruined skies of Ying City. Led by team leader Lin, the group quietly headed toward another location. They gradually entered an area known as the Blazing Fury battlefield. Along the way, the old man told Yun Xiao that his father and he were staying in a garage ahead. Conditions were poor, but it was safe enough to survive. He promised to take Yun Xiao there soon. Pointing at the buildings in the distance, he explained that he and Yun Xiao's father took turns hunting outside. If they were lucky enough to find magical items, they traded them for food, and that was how they managed to get by. Yun Xiao suddenly stopped when he saw a large crowd ahead. At that moment, angry shouting came from the group. The leader cursed an old man, saying the days of power and money were over, that he was now useless, yet he still dared to spit in his face. Then he demanded the old man kneel. In the middle of the crowd, 2 burly men pinned down a thin man and kept yelling at him to kneel before them. The moment Yun Xiao saw the scene, his anger exploded. He could not hold back any longer and charged straight at them. Yun Xiao burst forward like the wind and slammed a powerful punch into the man who had been shouting, ordering them to release his father at once. The man's face was covered in dirt and mud. He stared at Yun Xiao in shock before choking out little Yun. The old man quickly helped him up and anxiously asked if he was hurt. Yun Xiao's father was still stunned and kept asking why little Yun was here. The old man hurried to calm him down, then looked toward Zhongming for help. He pleaded with him, believing Yun Xiao could not stand against the entire crowd alone. Zhang Ming merely frowned slightly. In his eyes, the other side only had a few evolvers mixed with ordinary people. He calmly watched Yun Xiao surrounded by enemies, and thought that if he had to step in over something this small, then Yun Xiao was no longer worth cultivating. As the standoff intensified, the gun Yun Xiao was carrying suddenly fell onto the ground. It rolled a few times before coming to a stop in the open. One of the men immediately grabbed the gun and cursed in shock that Yun Xiao was carrying a firearm. He sneered and shouted for everyone to charge in and beat to death the fool who dared interfere with Da Yu's business. Gritting his teeth, Yun Xiao spun around and drove his elbow into the man rushing him from behind. He followed with a straight punch at the man clinging to his leg. Without slowing down, Yun Xiao slammed another heavy blow that left his opponent reeling. Da Yu was both furious and terrified as he screamed that Yun Xiao would die today. Before he could finish, a sharp object suddenly pierced his throat. He could only choke out a few sounds before collapsing. The entire area instantly fell into chaos as cries of murder echoed everywhere. Yun Xiao's father and the old man desperately urged him to run before it was too late. Yun Xiao calmly shook his head, took out several items, and handed 2 evolution potions to his father and the old man, telling them to use them immediately because they would all leave together. Just then, a group of men rushed over, shouting for the crowd to clear the way. The moment they saw their companion lying dead before Zhongming and his group, they froze. The second young master flew into a rage, pointed at the 3 of them, and ordered his men to kill them all at once. The order left Yun Xiao and everyone nearby stunned. Zhang Ming frowned slightly. The other side wanted to kill people without even asking what had happened. That might make sense against enemies, but treating their own camp like this was far too ruthless. The second young master sneered and pointed at Zhang Ming, coldly ordering his men to kill him as well. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Yun Xiao's father hurried forward and begged for mercy. But before the leader could react, Zhang Ming appeared right in front of him and grabbed him by the throat with one hand, giving him no chance to resist. The aggressive followers instantly turned pale as they watched their leader get subdued so easily. Zhang Ming gave a faint smile and calmly said, "You seem to have forgotten that I'm here too." His grip tightened, turning the second young master's face purple as he coughed violently and twisted in pain. Just as the tension reached its peak, a voice from the distance suddenly asked Zhongming to show mercy. A middle-aged man slowly walked over raised a hand to calm everyone, apologized on behalf of his son, and promised to compensate for every loss. Forcing a smile, the man politely invited Zhong Ming to his room, saying he had found a fine bottle of wine so they could drink and talk. Hearing that, Zhong Ming slowly released his grip, while quietly judging that the man was likely an evolver as well. After a brief pause, he looked at the man and nodded in agreement. The man immediately kicked his troublemaking son and angrily ordered him to get out of sight. After scolding him, he turned back to Zhong Ming and apologized again, saying that someone with Zhong Ming's 3-star strength could easily level this place, so he hoped Zhong Ming would not hold a grudge against his reckless son. He even offered to personally pay for the evolution potions for Yun Xiao's father and uncle as compensation. If that was still not enough, everything could be negotiated further. Yun Xiao's father was left speechless, while Yun Xiao proudly introduced Zhong Ming as his boss. Not long afterward, Zhong Ming, Yun Xiao, and Ying Bao sat together in a room, sharing a meal while they talked. Zhong Ming glanced at Ying Bao and asked how he had been injured. Ying Bao's expression darkened. He let out a sigh and said the injury had been caused by the Jier warrior team. Clenching his wine cup until his knuckles turned white, he angrily explained that the group had obtained a 3-star evolution potion, seized the right to attend the trading fair, and even stole their invitation. The second young master angrily cut in, saying that if his older brother were still alive, those people would never have acted so arrogantly. He swore they would repay the debt sooner or later. Zhong Ming looked at Ying Bao and said he had been too harsh on his son. Ying Bao simply shook his head, saying Zhong Ming had done nothing wrong, because his son was never some pampered young master. Other people had only started calling him that. Ying Bao then revealed that a few days earlier, his men had discovered a large building where level 1 and level 2 monsters were constantly entering and leaving. After investigating inside, they found the 5th floor filled with strange plants. Every plant carried gray sacs that pulsed like beating hearts. Watching more closely, they realized that after a certain amount of time, a new monster would crawl out of each sac. One survivor from the expedition added that the larger plants spawned level 2 monsters, while the biggest ones nearby had already reached level 3. Even with a 3-star evolver leading them, the mission ended in disaster. Zhong Ming gave a faint smile and told Ying Bao there was no need to compensate him with evolution potions anymore. Everyone in the room froze in surprise at those words. Slowly swirling the water in his cup, Zhong Ming said all he needed was to borrow Ying Bao's team for a while. Before long, Yun Xiao and Ying Bao led their men into hiding behind the rocks across from the building. Ying Bao was secretly amazed that Zhong Ming had brought the entire team this deep without losing anyone. Staring ahead, Yun Xiao said it was almost time for the boss signal. At that moment, a flare shot into the sky and burst overhead. Yun Xiao immediately announced that Zhong Ming had given the signal and everyone could begin. Ying Bao instantly ordered the team to carry out the plan and set the fire. Within moments, roaring flames spread across the area, burning everything in their path. One after another, monsters burst through the shattered windows and rushed out of the burning building. Seeing this, Ying Bao quickly ordered everyone to retreat into the bank across the street. As long as they held the entrance, the monsters would not be able to break in. Watching from above, Zhang Ming nodded with satisfaction as the fire team successfully lured most of the monsters outside. This was the perfect chance to begin his real plan. Tightening his grip on his sword, Zhong Ming recalled that the monster responsible for Ying Bao's son's death was called the Abyss Ghost Nest, a bizarre plant once known as the Living Plague. From what he remembered, wherever an abyss ghost nest appeared, there was always a mother plant behind it. The plant released poisonous gas that easily trapped living creatures in hallucinations. Anyone who entered its range would unknowingly walk toward the mother plant and be devoured as nourishment. It would then produce cocoons that hatched dependent creatures known as blood swallows. Blood swallows possessed a unique scream that could stun and slow their targets, but their defenses were extremely weak. Even a 2-star evolver could kill several of them with a single strike. Resting a hand on the door, Zhong Ming continued that once the mother plant gathered enough nutrients and sent the blood swallows out to hunt, it would produce offspring plants. Those could not reproduce again, but they were otherwise almost identical to the mother plant. He quietly opened the door and stepped inside, estimating that there had once been more than 20 abyss ghost nests here. After all this time, the real number was surely much higher. Zhong Ming quickly calculated the situation. As a 3-star evolver, he could hold his breath for about 5 minutes, so the entire battle had to end within that short window. As he moved deeper inside, the enormous and horrifying mother plant of the abyss, Ghost Nest, finally came into view. The blood swallows, still sleeping inside their cocoons, caught the scent of a human and instantly woke up, letting out piercing shrieks. The monsters immediately charged at Zhang Ming with savage fury. Without hesitation, he swung his sword and unleashed a blazing arc of fire that swept straight through the incoming blood swallows. Zhang Ming frowned slightly. Even though he had told Yingbao to lure many of the blood swallows outside with fire, he had not expected so many to remain inside. As he kept cutting down the monsters, Zhang Ming remembered why Yingbao's team had failed. They had no idea the Abyss Ghost Nest released hallucinogenic gas, so they breathed in a deadly amount. Even with a 3-star revolver, they were doomed to die inside this building. While he focused on his target, a familiar figure quietly appeared beside him and softly said it was time to stop. Zhang Ming spun around in shock and saw Xiaolei stepping out of the gray mist. Stunned, he asked why she was here. Before he could make sense of it, another figure suddenly rushed over and wrapped both arms around his. He froze when he recognized Liang Chuyin. All he could do was stammer and ask why she was here too. Then Mo Ye gracefully walked over with a charming smile and said she had also come to bring him home. Surrounded by the 3 beauties, Zhang Ming hesitated for a brief moment. But the longer he looked, the more unnatural everything felt. Without another thought, he swung his sword in a powerful horizontal slash through all 3 figures and let out a laugh. Keeping his sword pointed ahead, Zhang Ming calmly concluded that if even a 3-star revolver like him could be trapped in this hallucination, then the source of the poison had to be very close. Trusting his instincts, he dashed forward and thrust his sword straight at the hidden mother plant. Zhang Ming coldly mocked the illusion. Xiaolei and Liang Chuyin were believable, but Mo Ye would never act like that. Not long later, Xiao Yun returned with his team and reported that the battle had ended in their favor. Zhang Ming nodded in satisfaction. The casualties were minimal, so the outcome was better than expected. Just then, Yingbao rushed over and slashed the monster's corpse, gritting his teeth as he shouted that this creature had killed his son. Choking back his emotions, he thanked Boss Yi for helping them get revenge and declared that every bit of the loot belonged to him. Zhang Ming smiled and refused, saying everyone had contributed, so the magic crystals should be shared equally. Hearing that, Yingbao stood there in stunned silence, unsure how to respond. Zhang Ming then suggested that if Yingbao truly did not want the reward, he could exchange it for an invitation to the trading fair. On the rooftop of a tall building, another group quietly watched everything happening below. Suddenly, one of them looked up and pointed into the sky, saying someone was approaching. Dongbao gently landed from the air as everyone greeted him. He joked that the last time he had seen Boss Bai was after they joined forces to kill a mutated snake. Bai Feng smiled and guessed Dongbao had found another valuable treasure. The two exchanged a polite handshake, while Bai Feng quietly noted that the leader of the Xinlian Lei team was still as energetic as ever. Just then, a flying vehicle shot across the sky and came to a sudden stop in the open plaza. The unexpected arrival made both Bai Feng and Dongbao stop talking and turn toward it. Boss Li stepped out of the vehicle with his muscular build and warmly greeted both Bai Feng and Dongbao. Bai Feng immediately recalled the man's background. He was the leader of the 3rd-ranked Hongjian team, a former mechanic who had awakened the shooter class after the apocalypse. At that moment, someone pointed toward the sky again and told everyone to look in the opposite direction. Following the gesture, everyone saw a group repeatedly leaping through the air. Someone introduced them as the 50th ranked Yin Bing team. Dongbao was surprised. He had heard that most of them had once been trampoline athletes, but he still found it hard to believe they could leap nearly 100 meters. Bai Feng explained that only 2-star revolvers or stronger could perform such jumps with that level of precision. Boss Li immediately gave Bai Feng a thumbs up, praising him for living up to his reputation. As he observed the shopping district filled with zombies and mutated creatures, he quietly memorized the strengths of every invited team, knowing that information would be valuable in the future. But when another group arrived, Dongbao immediately recognized Sasa and wondered why her team had qualified for a gathering reserved for the top 20 teams and major trading factions. Filled with curiosity, he carefully examined everyone walking behind Sasa. Bai Feng calmly explained that the latest rankings had moved her team up to 20th place, leaving Dongbao shocked since they had previously been ranked 30th. As the doors opened, whispers spread through the crowd, with many guessing that the newcomers were the Furious Blaze team. From a distance, someone suddenly recognized a familiar face and was surprised to see both Zhong Ming and Yun Xiao there, secretly complaining that the two had joined the same faction long ago without ever mentioning it. Amid the lively crowd, Zhang Ming quickly spotted her and immediately waved. Suddenly, Bai Feng stepped into the center of the crowd and clapped loudly for everyone's attention, announcing that everyone had arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated a swirling spatial gate behind him and told everyone to prepare to depart. The sight immediately caused an uproar, as many believed it was the legendary teleportation gate. Zhang Ming watched carefully and quickly recognized it as a rainbow gate. Although it consumed mental energy, could only transport people up to about 2 kilometers, and required a long recovery time, its tactical value was enormous when used properly. Bai Feng looked around at everyone and frankly explained that the purpose of the gathering was to trade surplus items for more useful ones, helping everyone grow stronger and evolve faster. He also assured them he had no intention of setting a trap or harming anyone. To prove his sincerity, Bai Feng was the first to step through the gate. He added that the Ren Xiong team would remain behind until everyone else had gone through, so there was no need to worry. After a brief moment of thought, Zhong Ming nodded and led his group through the gate. Ying Bao immediately followed. Once everyone settled in, Bai Feng stepped onto the stage and announced the opening of the first auction hosted by the Ren Xiong team, where every item would go to the highest bidder in magic crystals. Everyone in the audience listened closely to every word. Bai Feng then explained the rules. Teams would auction their treasures one by one, according to the latest rankings, setting their own prices and handling their own deals. After that, everyone could freely trade whatever they owned. The hall quickly fell silent, while Dong Bao's expression also turned serious. Boss Li, on the other hand, looked excited since any deal could be completed directly as long as both sides agreed. The atmosphere grew livelier as Bai Feng added that if several people wanted the same item, they could negotiate among themselves, because the organizers would not interfere. After saying that, Bai Feng reached toward the first item and pulled away the black cloth covering it. He announced that this would officially open the auction. A glowing red stone appeared before everyone. Bai Feng explained that the Ren Xiong team had found it during a life-or-death expedition. They still did not know what it was, but they could clearly feel the immense heat inside it. The opening price was 200 level 1 magic crystals, or 2 one-star evolution potions. The person sitting beside Zhong Ming quietly whispered that his eyes had lit up just now, so he clearly recognized the stone. Zhong Ming simply smiled knowingly and turned to the man beside him. He immediately told Ying Bao that they had to buy the stone, no matter what, and urged him to place a bid. Ying Bao instantly raised his hand with the first offer, and the host eagerly asked if anyone else wanted to compete. Seeing no further bids, Bai Feng declared the stone sold to the Furious Blaze team. Zhang Ming was extremely pleased because he knew this was a natural firestone. Trading only 2 one-star evolution potions for such a treasure was an incredible bargain. Thanks to his knowledge far beyond everyone else present, he had easily claimed a priceless treasure that no one recognized. Bai Feng calmly announced that the second item of the auction was next. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled away the covering cloth. A polished key now rested on the display tray beneath the lights. The moment Zhong Ming saw it, he was stunned. He had never expected to find the second secret key so quickly. Bai Feng explained that it was a secret key whose purpose even he could not uncover. He mentioned the Lanluan team, a faction once even stronger than Ren Xiong that had mysteriously vanished overnight. He had taken in a few surviving members, and the key had originally belonged to them. The entire hall burst into discussion. It turned out this was a relic from the once famous Lan Luan team, and many people began suspecting that the team's mysterious disappearance was directly connected to the key. Looking at the key, Bai Feng seriously stated that it might have been the very reason the Lan Luan team was wiped out. In his opinion, they had unlocked its secret, but fewer than 1% of them returned alive. Hearing that, many people immediately objected, saying that auctioning such a dangerous item was no different from leading others to their deaths. Faced with the criticism, Bai Feng simply smiled. He said the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Although he did not dare try it himself, anyone capable of surviving might obtain advanced evolution potions, rare classes, or even more powerful skills. After saying that, he quietly observed everyone's reactions. Seeing no one speak, Bai Feng continued that the path of evolution was a gamble. Once someone chose that path, even their life became a wager, so there was nothing left to fear. He then raised 2 fingers and announced the price. Anyone who wanted the secret key had to exchange 2 two-star evolution potions. The audience immediately erupted. Everyone thought the price was absurd, because anyone with 2 two-star evolution potions would benefit far more from increasing their own strength than gambling on such a risky item. Seeing the crowd's reaction, even Bai Feng began to wonder if he had asked for too much. Just then, Zhang Ming suddenly asked if he could pay with 1-star evolution potions instead. Bai Feng thought for a moment and replied that he actually needed 2-star evolution potions, but he would accept 1-star ones as long as there were at least 30 bottles. The moment he finished speaking, Zhang Ming agreed without the slightest hesitation and closed the deal on the spot. That answer stunned the entire hall. Everyone wanted to know who this young stranger was and why he would pay such a massive price for an item everyone considered cursed. Bai Feng smiled mysteriously and announced the third auction item, a white-grade piece of equipment. As more items appeared, Zhang Ming quickly lost interest. In his eyes, the treasures he had already secured were more than enough, since very few items at this stage were truly valuable. After the auction ended, Bai Feng announced the start of the free trading session, where everyone could exchange their own items. The venue instantly became lively. Every team set up stalls, selling everything from 2-star evolution potions and level 3 monster intel to even a famous actress, each with its own price, and some sellers refused to negotiate. Amid the busy crowd, Zhang Ming calmly wandered from stall to stall, checking everything. Suddenly, a loud sales pitch made him stop at once. An old man kept shouting that he was selling a job scroll and wanted to trade it for 1 evolution potion. Walking behind him, Ying Bao recognized the old man as the Elder from the Taiping Ancient Capital faction. He suspected their fall from 6th place to 10th was caused by that very job scroll. Many people gathered to bargain, offering other items because they believed the scroll was not worth an evolution potion. The Elder coldly rejected every offer. Seeing he refused to compromise, the crowd gradually left while complaining that the price was far too high. Zhang Ming walked straight over, skipped the small talk, and asked if the Elder would accept level 2 demon stones instead. The Elder calmly raised one finger and set his condition. Anyone who wanted the scroll had to pay at least 100 level 2 demon stones. At the same time, 2 figures quietly stood by the railing on the rooftop of a distant building, watching everything below. Mo Jin stood proudly with a confident smile and asked if this was the right place. Beizi nodded and confirmed that Mai Lin had just completed a divination, and it pointed here. Mo Jin grinned and said the fat pigs below were enough to push him into the 4-star realm. When he asked Beizi for his opinion, the reply was cold. It was none of his business. Mo Jin sneered that he finally understood why this trading event was divided into different regions. As evolvers grew stronger, raising pigs became harder, but even if they were getting close to his level, they were still prey he could kill with ease. His finger pointed directly at the place where Bai Feng and the other teams were holding the trading event. Mo Jin looked at Beizi and said he knew the other man was still unhappy about not controlling Ying City. Although Xiongzhou lacked a major city, it had many connected urban zones worth even more. Yet Beizi still focused on this place. Beizi only smiled faintly and said the reason was simple. There were a few people here who had caught his attention. With that, he turned around and left without staying any longer. Mo Jin curiously asked who could possibly attract Beizi's interest. He even wanted to meet them himself for a little fun. Seeing his arrogant attitude, Beizi simply laughed. Before leaving, he gave Mo Jin one final warning. He should make sure to stay alive. Mo Jin only laughed in contempt, believing no one here was capable of killing him. Back at the trading area, after completing the deal, Zhang Ming happily shook the Elder's hand and wished for a successful partnership. Holding the newly acquired job scroll, Zhang Ming felt satisfied to add another rare treasure to his collection. He then remembered the golden body skill card and decided to trade it for something more suitable. Without hesitation, he took the shining golden card out of his storage space. Zhang Ming raised the skill card high and loudly announced the sale. He explained that the basic golden body could turn the user's body into solid gold, greatly boosting defense while enhancing physical strength and weapon power, without affecting other skills or equipment. Its only drawback was reduced speed and agility. He added that the skill could be upgraded further. With the strength of the people here, anyone who learned it could hunt level 3 zombies alone without much trouble, leaving a nearby girl completely stunned. His sales pitch quickly attracted a huge crowd. Everyone agreed. The skill offered incredible offense and defense, and some even said it resembled the innate ability of a certain zombie race. A certain zombie possessed an ability almost identical to the one on this skill card. Standing beside him, Xia was deeply shaken. She immediately thought of Zuo Hoze, the infamous level 4 zombie, and realized Zhang Ming seemed able to obtain abilities from zombies. The thought made his strength seem even more terrifying. Bai Feng stepped forward and asked for the price. Zhong Ming calmly replied that Bai Feng should make an offer first, and he would agree if it was reasonable. Someone immediately offered one level 2 evolution potion, but Zhang Ming refused without hesitation. He said he would only consider a level 3 evolution potion. The man frowned and argued that although the skill was rare, it was not worth a level 3 evolution potion. He warned Zhang Ming not to ask for such an outrageous price. A member of Xingmei Luancheng Company stepped forward, drew his sword, and asked if he could trade it. Zhong Ming glanced at it once and flatly refused. He could get as many white-grade weapons as he wanted. The man silently fumed, believing Zhong Ming's demands were far too high. Even Bai Feng might not be able to afford it. If Bai Feng really obtained this skill, his defensive melee class would make Team Ren Xiong even harder to defeat. After a brief silence, Bai Feng offered a sound upgrade scroll. Zhong Ming immediately asked how many scrolls he planned to trade. Bai Feng was visibly annoyed by the question, but Zhong Ming calmly repeated his condition. The deal required 2 scrolls. Bai Feng frowned and bargained, saying he only had 1 scroll and that it was already a fair price. Zhong Ming refused to budge. Without the second scroll, there would be no deal. In the end, Bai Feng added another job scroll to increase the trade's value, but he demanded extra compensation because his 2 scrolls were worth more than the skill card. Zhong Ming agreed and offered 5 one-star evolution potions. Bai Feng was still unsatisfied and raised the price to 10 potions. This time, Zhong Ming accepted without another word. Just as the trade was completed, a figure was suddenly blasted into the hall from outside. The body slammed hard onto the floor, throwing the entire area into chaos. Someone angrily demanded an explanation from Bai Feng. He looked at the corpse of his subordinate and gritted his teeth, confirming the dead man was from his own team. Moments later, Mo Jin casually walked in with his followers, smiling as if he had arrived at an ordinary gathering. He laughed excitedly and asked everyone how it felt to hold an evolution potion. Wasn't it thrilling and exciting? He then said he was feeling that same excitement right now. Sweeping his eyes across the panicked crowd, Mo Jin called them all pigs and declared they had been born only to become sacrifices for the demon throne. Zhong Ming immediately tightened his grip on his blade. His eyes turned ice cold as he drew his weapon. Without a single warning, he burst forward at lightning speed and charged straight at Mo Jin. Mo Jin only sneered as he summoned a soul wolf, mocking the pigs for daring to resist. But with one clean slash, Zhong Ming split the soul wolf in half instantly. Liu Chong, standing nearby, immediately asked for permission to deal with the stubborn fool. Mo Jin nodded and ordered him to kill Zhong Ming as a warning to everyone else. Zhong Ming gripped his sword tightly, his eyes locked on Liu Chong. He recognized him as one of the 6 great envoys, serving under the demon throne. Looking closer, he became even more certain. In his previous life, Liu Chong had evolved to level 8 and ruled the entire underworld of Ying City. Thinking of that, Zhong Ming turned around and shouted at the people still frozen behind him, urging everyone to fight. But someone blamed him instead, saying his reckless attack had ruined the chance for peace. Zhang Ming laughed with open ridicule and replied that these people belonged to the Spirit Merchant Guild. Their method of evolution was raising pigs, and those pigs were everyone standing here. His voice turned heavy as he recalled the horrors of his previous life. Captured people were raised as food for zombies controlled by the Spirit Merchant Guild. Afterward, they detonated implants inside the zombies' heads to harvest demon stones and used them to strengthen themselves. After hearing the truth, everyone turned pale. Many stood frozen in shock, unable to believe their enemies could be so cruel. Even Mo Jin's expression changed. He was stunned that Zhang Ming somehow knew the Spirit Merchant Guild's greatest secret. He did not care what the others chose to do. Liu Chong froze in place with wide eyes, too shocked to say a word. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Ming closed the distance and unleashed a lightning-fast slash. He vowed to kill every one of them he could today. He remembered his previous life, when he was not even worthy of standing beside these people. Mo Jin was one of the 9 demon thrones of the Spirit Merchant Guild, a symbol of terror and overwhelming power. From Mo Jin and Bei Zi to Xuanlong, Li Qing, and Du Sheng, every one of them had climbed to the top over countless corpses. No matter how powerful they were, Zhong Ming saw them as nothing but scum. The blade reflected Zhang Ming's cold face, completely free of hesitation. He poured all his strength into one massive strike aimed at Liu Chong's staff. Only one thought filled his mind. In this life, he would never bow to them again, and this slash would destroy the fear left from his past. A piercing clash of metal echoed through the hall. After a single blow, Liu Chong's staff snapped in half like rotten wood. Even after losing his weapon, Liu Chong showed no panic. Instead, a strange smile spread across his face as he began to speak. Liu Chong looked at the blade and praised it as a rare weapon. Then he calmly reached behind his back, drew a pair of hidden daggers, activated dagger mastery, and signaled Zhong Ming to continue the fight. The next second, he exploded forward at incredible speed and charged with overwhelming killing intent. Zhong Ming carefully watched every move. He knew Liu Chong's core class was weapon mastery, allowing him to unleash the full potential of any weapon. No wonder he would become an 8-star powerhouse in the future. He was truly difficult to deal with. Watching from outside the battle, Mo Jin crossed his arms with an arrogant smile and declared that everyone was about to witness the true power of the Spirit Merchant Guild. He slowly clapped with a sinister grin, making the already tense atmosphere even more suffocating. As the applause ended, the ceiling suddenly cracked apart, revealing countless massive openings overhead. From those gaps, endless figures descended on ropes like a tidal wave. The entire hall erupted into panic as enemies launched a coordinated assault from the rooftop. The battlefield instantly fell into complete chaos. Someone shouted that this was no longer the time to hold back. Anyone who did not want to become livestock had to fight now. Amid the chaos, Baifeng clenched his teeth as rage filled his face. Mo Jin narrowed his eyes at Baifeng, cutting through the crowd straight toward him, and laughed. He found it amusing that Baifeng dared to challenge him instead of running, but insisted Baifeng was still unworthy of being his opponent. Instead of attacking right away, Mo Jin offered an alliance. He believed Baifeng was the most influential person in Ying City, and both sides could benefit greatly by working together. The Spirit Merchant Guild needed not corpses, but a respected force that could stand beside them. Baifeng clenched his fists and charged forward, answering the offer with action. Mo Jin merely asked one cold question. "So you refuse?" The moment he finished speaking, waves of black energy burst from his body and transformed into a pack of roaring wolves, charging straight at Baifeng. Baifeng did not dodge. He poured all his strength into his fists and smashed every wolf apart. But intense pain immediately spread through his hands, because the dark energy carried a terrifying corrosive effect. Seeing that, Mo Jin nodded with satisfaction and praised Baifeng for destroying his wolf souls, saying he was finally worthy of some respect. 2 razor-sharp blades suddenly extended from his palms like claws. Mo Jin smiled coldly and declared it was time to get serious. He charged forward with overwhelming force and unleashed the bone claw technique. Baifeng was startled as Mo Jin closed the distance in an instant, leaving barely enough room for a killing blow. Refusing to lose the initiative, Baifeng instantly activated his skill, slammed Mo Jin away, and hurled him into the distance. Golden Body protected Baifeng from the attack. Mo Jin slid backward before laughing that he had underestimated Baifeng, but insisted all resistance before a demon throne was meaningless. As soon as he finished speaking, countless eerie white tentacles sprouted across his arms, signaling another surge of power. The tentacles quickly twisted together into a violent whirlwind. Mo Jin calmly revealed that he possessed 2 classes. He excitedly raised both hands high and prepared to unleash the ultimate move, Fixed Light Withered Bone Rest. While Baifeng's battle grew more intense, Zhong Ming was still evenly matched with Liu Chong on the other side. He gripped the class change scroll and decided to use it immediately, advancing into the Radiant Seal Master class. The moment the class change was complete, Zhong Ming slammed his foot into the ground and shot into the air, leaving Liu Chong stunned. Zhong Ming raised his weapon high as lightning, and raging power wrapped around his entire body, then shouted. He unleashed the Mountain Seal Blade, sending a brilliant golden slash, crashing down with overwhelming killing intent. Liu Chong gritted his teeth and quickly crossed his twin daggers in front of himself to form a defense. The terrifying radiant power engulfed him, flooding the entire area with blinding light. After the attack, Zhong Ming landed lightly on the ground. Behind him, Liu Chong's body had already crumbled into ashes before fading into nothingness. Mo Jin knocked Baifeng aside, but the moment he saw that scene, he cried out Liu Chong's name. He whipped around toward Zhong Ming with bloodshot eyes and coldly declared he would not stop until Zhong Ming was dead. Zhong Ming calmly pointed his blade at his opponent and replied there was no need to rush, because the next one to die would be Mo Jin. Enraged, Mo Jin charged forward with a furious roar. Yet Zhong Ming calmly blocked the attack, neutralizing the entire assault with a single slash. Their powers collided violently, sending both of them sliding backward and carving long trails across the ground. Mo Jin gritted his teeth in disbelief. He had never expected the young man before him to withstand his full-powered strike. Stepping on Liu Chong's corpse, Zhong Ming smirked and mocked that the great demon throne was only this strong. Furious, Mo Jin immediately summoned 2 wolf souls and ordered them to tear Zhong Ming apart. Zhang Ming quietly chanted a spell, and a mass of earth rose from the ground through the basic condensation skill. The earth quickly took shape into a solid figure and stood before him, blocking the enemy's advance. At the same time, a radiant glow erupted beneath Zhang Ming's feet. He activated Blood Step Battle, together with Sprint. His speed soared as he shot toward Mo Jin like an arrow released from a bow. His blade carried terrifying force as it came crashing down toward Mo Jin's head. Mo Jin barely raised his weapon in time to block the strike. With a sinister smile, he admitted Zhong Ming was far stronger than he had expected. As he shifted positions, he arrogantly declared that Zhong Ming was still far from defeating him, then decided to unleash his strongest battle form. The instant he finished speaking, Mo Jin's body began to transform into a savage monster. Watching black energy erupt around his opponent, as if it would swallow the entire battlefield, even Zhang Ming was surprised. Mo Jin roared with murderous intent, declaring that Zhang Ming would become his next meal. Just then, the ground suddenly shook violently, forcing both of them to stop fighting. Panicked screams echoed everywhere, as everyone thought an earthquake had struck, and the place was about to collapse. Amid the chaos, someone pointed into the distance and shouted for everyone to look at the golden light. Following the direction, they saw a gigantic exchange wheel in motion and believed it was the source of the violent quake. Zhang Ming fell into deep thought. He could not understand why the exchange wheel had appeared in Ying City at this moment, because nothing like this had happened in his previous life. The crowd instantly erupted after seeing the rewards on the exchange wheel. Evolution potions from 1-star to 6-star, battle bows of every grade, and countless skill cards were displayed before their eyes, leaving everyone speechless. Without another second of hesitation, Zhong Ming withdrew from the battlefield and sprinted toward the exchange wheel. Seeing that, everyone else rushed after him, afraid he would seize the opportunity first. Mo Jin clenched his fists and roared in fury, swearing he would hunt Zhong Ming down and kill him with his own hands. As he ran, Zhong Ming thought to himself that Mo Jin should feel lucky because the appearance of the exchange wheel had accidentally saved his life. He smiled confidently, believing that without Mo Jin's subordinates interfering, he had a 90% chance of defeating this demon throne in a one-and-known battle. Zhong Ming recalled the rules of the exchange wheel. Once activated, it did not produce a single item, but instead opened an entire item catalog. After selecting a category such as weapons or medicine, every item inside could be exchanged directly. Each item's value was clearly listed, and all it took was trading an item of equal rank, with value tiers ranging from 1-star to 9-star. Every time the exchange wheel finished a spin, a stream of red liquid seeped out beneath it. The substance was irresistibly attractive to mutated creatures, and any beast that consumed it would gain enormous energy. Weaker ones could even evolve on the spot. Zhang Ming rushed forward while calculating non-stop. A giant exchange wheel like this could never stay hidden. Before long, this place would become a bloody battlefield filled with survivors, zombies, and monsters. He quickly concluded that the first 30 minutes after the exchange wheel appeared would be the safest period, because the strongest creatures had not arrived yet. He had to make every second count. Suddenly, a sly-looking man blocked his path and asked if Zhang Ming knew what the giant wheel ahead was. Zhang Ming did not even bother answering. He casually forced the man aside with one strike and coldly said he had no time to waste on people like him. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Ming reached the destination and became the first person to stand before the exchange wheel. He immediately took out a level 1 demon stone and eagerly prepared to activate the wheel. As soon as the trade requirement was met, the exchange wheel began spinning. Seeing that, the crowd behind him shouted for everyone to speed up. Some even yelled that Zhang Ming had to be stopped and everything he carried should be taken by force. A moment later, the pointer stopped on the crafting blueprint section. A list of blueprints appeared, and Zhang Ming immediately chose the Radiant Scale Armor blueprint without hesitation. The blueprint scroll appeared before him, and Zhang Ming was extremely pleased with the successful exchange. In the distance, Mo Yi narrowed his eyes as he looked toward the pillar of light rising from the exchange wheel. At the same time, another person calmly kept eating while slowly making his way toward the disturbance. On the rooftop of another building, 2 young women quietly appeared and silently watched the exchange wheel continue spinning without pause. Zhong Ming gripped the blueprint tightly and told himself there was still enough time for 1 or 2 more spins. As he activated the exchange wheel again, he clearly sensed many powerful auras rushing closer, including at least 2 level 5 evolvers. Zhong Ming frowned slightly. The evolution speed of mutated creatures was still far beyond that of humans. After another spin, the pointer finally stopped on the space marked with a question mark. Zhang Ming could not hide his surprise. This was the only space that revealed nothing in advance, making its reward completely unpredictable. With time running out, he decided to trust his luck and confirmed the choice. By then, the crowd finally caught up. Everyone was shocked that Zhang Ming had already spun the wheel 3 times and could not understand how he had so many demon stones. Quite a few people charged at him with weapons, convinced he possessed a storage equipment, and planning to rob him of everything. Zhang Ming immediately cast basic condensation, creating an earth construct that stood before him, and left the attackers stunned. The third spin rewarded him with something incredibly valuable, a bloodline potion. Looking around, Zhang Ming realized he could still break through the encirclement and leave before the strongest mutated creatures arrived. For him, the rewards were already more than enough. In an instant, he used the chaos to leap onto a rooftop, while more and more powerful monsters and evolvers flooded toward the exchange wheel. Looking down at the fierce battle below, Zhang Ming knew the fight for the exchange wheel had officially begun. Elsewhere, Yingbao hid behind a massive boulder and quietly observed everything. He knew survivors, the Spirit Merchant Guild, and mutated creatures were all converging here, so his biggest concern was getting his entire team out safely. Suddenly, one of his subordinates pointed ahead and reported that a team was approaching, led by what seemed to be a woman. Sure enough, Xia walked over and got straight to the point. She apologized for the interruption and said she was only here to wait for someone. Yingbao curiously asked if she had known Boss Yi before. She calmly replied that they only recognized each other by face and were not close, leaving Yingbao even more confused about her true purpose. Xia spoke honestly. She wanted to follow Boss Yi because staying by his side was the best way to survive. Yun Xiao immediately gave a thumbs up and said he could not agree more. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed nearby, and Yun Xiao instantly turned around in alarm. Zhang Ming appeared with a smile, waved to everyone, and apologized if he had startled them. The moment Yun Xiao saw him, he shouted with excitement. Delighted to see his boss return, Yun Xiao eagerly asked if the group was about to take on another major mission. Zhang Ming calmly replied that they should rest and recover first, before deciding on their next move. After saying that, he turned to the homeowner and politely asked to stay a little longer. The man simply laughed and told him to treat the place like home and stay as long as he wanted. Zhang Ming quickly reviewed his options. A major mission had to be done, but his trusted teammates were absent. He still did not fully trust Bao Ge and Xia, leaving him with only one choice. He looked straight at Yun Xiao and said the next trip would be extremely dangerous, with their lives on the line. Did he still want to come? Without a second of hesitation, Yun Xiao agreed, saying he would not deserve to call Zhang Ming his boss if he backed down now. Yun Xiao's father immediately tried to stop him out of concern, but the old man beside him advised that Yun Xiao should choose his own path because he was already grown. Seeing that Yun Xiao's resolve had not changed, Zhang Ming took out 2 treasures and handed them over, telling him to use them to grow stronger. Looking at the precious items in his hands, Yun Xiao was speechless with emotion. A 2-star evolution potion and a job scroll were incredibly rare treasures. He admired Zhang Ming even more, because he knew his boss truly wanted to nurture him, instead of treating him as a disposable pawn. Zhang Ming gently patted his shoulder and told him to master his new abilities as soon as possible so they could fight side by side in the future. Yun Xiao lowered his head and answered with unwavering determination. A while later, Zhang Ming walked over to Xia and asked directly what she really wanted. She seemed to have expected the question and smiled, saying she was willing to help in exchange for 1 3-star evolution potion. Zhang Ming refused immediately. Even if he had one, he would save it for his own teammates before ever using it in a trade. Xia changed her approach and asked if joining his team would give her a chance to earn that reward. Zhang Ming still shook his head. Instead, he promised to compensate her team for any losses at double the value. She accepted and ended the negotiation. As they shook hands, Xia admitted she only cared about benefits because no one had ever liked her appearance since childhood. Zhang Ming looked genuinely surprised. He looked at the scar on her face and told her it was not ugly at all. He even accidentally mentioned another scar hidden on a private part of her body. That instantly made Xia blush bright red. She angrily demanded to know how he could possibly know such a secret. Only then did Zhang Ming realize he had slipped up. He hurried to cover his mistake before revealing the secret of his memories from his previous life. Meanwhile, Xia was both embarrassed and furious. She quickly covered her lower abdomen and accused him of being a shameless peeping creep. At the same time, the others happily received the gray-grade weapons Zhongming had crafted. They praised him non-stop, with some even wishing he were their leader. Bao Ge and Xia Xia brought over a bag filled with level 1 demon stones, saying it was everything they had collected from the lake. Xia Xia said the partnership had gone extremely well, and Today's harvest had surpassed the previous one. Bao Ge, however, believed it was all thanks to Zhongming upgrading everyone's equipment. Zhongming immediately asked about the situation around the exchange wheel. Bao Ge could only sigh, saying the place had become a sea of corpses, while no one knew what was happening in the very center. After hearing that, Zhongming realized he would have to investigate the place himself, instead of relying on second-hand information. Just then, sunlight streamed between the tall buildings, casting shifting patches of light and shadow across the ground. A group of people came running back into panic, and immediately started asking about the situation outside. Lao Li shouted impatiently for everyone to stop asking, because the scene around the exchange wheel was beyond imagination. After taking a quick drink, he explained that countless zombies, mutant beasts, and mutated animals had packed the area. With that many creatures gathered, humans had almost no chance of getting inside. Someone immediately asked whether all those monsters were killing each other. Lao Li shook his head. At first they were fighting fiercely, but then they all stopped at the same time for some strange reason. Dong Bao impatiently urged him to continue. Lao Li explained that every region had produced its own dominant leader. First was the eastern side, where a monster resembling a western dragon had appeared. Although smaller than the dragons of legend, it still stood about 20 meters tall, with an enormous wingspan, tearing other creatures apart with terrifying ferocity. What impressed him the most was the blue demon stone embedded in the dragon's forehead. Hearing that, everyone was horrified. Someone immediately asked what level a blue demon stone represented, because the strongest demon stones in Ying City so far were only green level 4 stones. He did not dare get close and could only observe from afar. Besides the dragon in the east, the south was occupied by a terrifying swarm of mutated rats. He described the rat leader as a level 4 creature, as large as a 7 or 8-year-old child. It could stand upright like a human and wore a strange piece of armor over its belly. That was not all. Under its command were hundreds of level 3 rats, thousands of level 2 rats, and countless level 1 rats, far too many to count. In his opinion, the black dragon had probably reached level 5. Despite its overwhelming strength, it did not attack the rat leader, while the other creatures had all fallen under the rat's control. When everyone asked if there were any other factions, Lao Li's expression turned grim. He revealed the most terrifying force of all. The West had been occupied by a zombie legion, and it was being commanded by a group of humans. Dong Bao was stunned. He could not understand how humans could possibly lead an army of monsters. Lao Li firmly insisted he was telling the truth. That force alone had 4 level 4 zombies. What puzzled him the most was that 2 incredibly beautiful women stood among the commanders. Dong Bao still refused to believe it. He argued that no normal person could survive in the middle of a bloodthirsty zombie horde, so Lao Li must have seen it wrong. But Lao Li insisted he had risked getting close to confirm it. One of the women was actually a zombie carrying a black cat, and she possessed breathtaking beauty. Mo Ye quietly listened from above, while Lao Li remarked that although she could not compare with Xing Mei, she was still exceptionally beautiful. The other woman had red hair. Since there was no demon stone on her forehead, Lao Li was certain she was a real human. Before he could finish, a spear suddenly shot over and embedded itself into the wall, followed by an irritated shout that everyone had talked long enough without getting to the main point. Da Long immediately asked the most important question. Was there any way to break through and reach the exchange wheel? He then pointed straight at Mo Ye above and loudly ordered her to come down and join the discussion, or get out of his sight. Mo Yi landed gracefully and calmly analyzed that the mutated creatures seemed to be fighting over something extremely important. Only then did she ask the man who had shouted at her for his name. The moment Da Long introduced himself, Mo Ye's gaze turned ice cold. She declared that once everything was over, he would be the next person she killed. Da Long showed no fear. Instead, he laughed mockingly and said that after this was over, he would drag her into his bed. At that moment, flocks of blood swallows circled through the sky before diving together toward the exchange wheel. Zhongming calmly cut them down one after another, every move swift and perfectly precise. After each kill, he quickly removed the gemstone embedded in its head. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed across the battlefield. Zhongming immediately turned around and recognized the beast as Iangos. The instant he saw the monster, memories from his previous life flooded back. After leaving Ying City, this western dragon-like creature had personally killed one of humanity's famous level 9 powerhouses. As he watched it soar through the sky, he remembered its peak years even more clearly. It had invaded a forbidden land, slaughtered countless lives, forced its ruler into submission, and later earned a title of its own. Thinking about that, Jiang Ming's expression grew heavy. He had never expected to encounter it so early in this life. It had already reached level 5, powerful enough to crush almost any creature. If it continued occupying this place, everything would become far more complicated. Jiang Ming clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on Iangos as it flew toward the exchange wheel. He knew that facing such a terrifying existence meant nearly all of his original plans had to change. Even if the evil dragon lay directly on top of the exchange wheel, it still could not move it an inch. Looking more carefully, he realized the dragon still could not completely control the red evolution fluid. Unfortunately, the exchange wheel could never be destroyed, and no creature except humans could activate or use it. Watching its flames reduce everything around it to ashes, Jiang Ming could only sigh with regret. If he could kill this monster, its demon stone, eyes, claws, horns, blood, and even its flesh would all be priceless treasures. Just then, the actions of a group below caught his attention. They were clearly preparing to carry out some kind of plan. Jiang Ming observed quietly, unable to understand why Ying City's elites had chosen this moment to launch an attack on the mutated creatures. It was not just one group. The elite force on the opposite side also moved at the same time and charged straight at the zombie horde. Without wasting the chaos, Jiang Ming rushed down at once. It seemed the major forces of Ying City had secretly joined forces to start a massive battle. He quickly headed toward the dragon, but he knew as long as Iangos guarded the exchange wheel, getting close was almost impossible. Suddenly, an object shot in from the distance at incredible speed, aiming straight at the giant monster. It slammed directly into the dragon's face with tremendous force. Iangos let out a furious roar and frantically searched for whoever had dared to ambush it. Hidden behind a wall, Jiang Ming silently watched everything. The moment the dragon was distracted, he realized their true plan was to lure the tiger away from the mountain. After watching a little longer, he spotted 2 figures moving in secret. Sure enough, someone had used the sewer system to sneak in. The 2 quickly closed in on the exchange wheel. The plan was clever, but too few people were involved to guarantee success. It did not take long before they reached the target and activated the wheel. But their joy lasted only a moment before disaster struck. The distraction was not enough to fool every monster, so failure had been inevitable from the start. A mutant insect immediately screeched and whipped its massive tentacles through the air like steel lashes, attacking the group without mercy. Surrounded on every side, the group had no chance of escaping. When the wheel stopped, even Jiang Ming was surprised by the reward. It was a top-grade 3-star evolution potion. Sadly, everyone who had spun the wheel was already dead, leaving no one to claim it. Just as he was deep in thought, a pale arm suddenly shot out with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the treasure was snatched away. The moment Jiang Ming saw the thief's face, he froze. It was the red-haired Xia. According to his memories, she had died long ago and could never have been saved. Yet now she stood before him, and the mental link between them had completely disappeared. As if she sensed someone watching her, the red-haired woman slowly turned her head. The instant their eyes met, an invisible shock slammed straight into Jiang Ming's mind. Countless memories connected to the red-haired woman surged back like crashing waves, leaving his head feeling as if it were being torn apart. Below, Xia seemed to be suffering the same kind of mental turmoil. Not daring to stay any longer, Jiang Ming immediately turned and left. What had just happened completely shattered everything he believed about the line between humans and zombies. On the way back, he could not stop thinking. If more evolved creatures with true intelligence appeared, humanity's chances of survival would only grow slimmer. But right now, what mattered most to Jiang Ming was creating another puppet to uncover why the red-haired woman had become what she was now. Dark clouds covered the skies of Ying City as the heavy scent of blood filled the air alongside the endless roars of monsters. On a rooftop, a pale icy hand slowly rested on the edge of a blood pool. Jiang Ming carefully watched the new life form he had created slowly awaken inside the blood. The process was almost identical to when he had created the red-haired woman before, but this time, he could clearly feel a powerful mental connection with the puppet. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly whispered beside his ear, making Jiang Ming freeze. "I hate it." At that very moment, Xia suddenly appeared behind Jiang Ming at astonishing speed. She swept past him like a shadow without stopping. The instant she reached the blood pool, she grabbed the newly awakened life form. Without the slightest hesitation, Xia destroyed it, and calmly said she did not like that thing. Even so, she admitted it could still serve as nourishment to increase her own strength. Then she handed the evolution potion to Zhang Ming, and softly thanked him for saving her, saying it was her gift in return. Looking at the priceless treasure placed in his hands, Zhang Ming stood there in silence, unsure how to react. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. If anyone learned that a puppet which had lost its mental link, and was no longer even considered human, had carried a priceless 3-star evolution potion back just to thank its former master, they would be left speechless. Seeing that he still would not accept it, Xia tilted her head and quietly asked if he did not like her gift. She pointed at the destroyed life form and explained that she liked him, but did not like that thing, so she chose to give the potion to him instead of keeping it. Zhang Ming could only accept it helplessly and thank her. After that, he carefully observed Xia and asked if she still remembered what had happened before. What troubled him most was whether the memories she carried belonged to her former human self or to the consciousness she had gained after becoming a zombie. She desperately wanted the red liquid flowing from the giant round wheel. Zhang Ming understood at once. The red blood left behind after every round wheel activation was also an important source of power for her. He asked about the black-haired woman who had been with her. Sasha admitted they only teamed up to claim the red liquid. She hated the woman and wanted to eat her, but she had no intention of hurting Zhang Ming because she liked him. Zhang Ming quietly thought it over. Both Sasha and Yu Po clearly knew the value of the evolution blood, so they formed a temporary alliance. The mutated creatures let humans spin the round wheel, then slaughtered everyone to steal the reward. The more he thought about it, the clearer their plan became. They hunted evolvers for food while collecting the precious evolution blood after every round wheel activation. Zhang Ming then asked if she and others like her could control part of the zombie horde. Sasha immediately shook her head and said they could not command them. The answer disappointed him a little. Even powerful mental mutants like Sasha and Yu Po could not control the zombies while the zombie king was present. Zhang Ming looked down at the evolution potion in his hand, deep in thought. A bold idea suddenly came to him. He asked if she could disrupt the zombies and throw them into chaos for a short time. Sasha quickly nodded and said she could. Hearing that, Zhang Ming excitedly reached out his hand and said they would create a massive battle together. By then, the center of Ying City had become a sea of blood and chaos, with the heavy smell of blood filling the air. It was now the 5th day since the round wheel appeared. Inside a tavern, many hidden factions gathered to discuss their plan. Some worried about joining, while others suggested watching first. Soon they began talking about major forces like Nuhuo Renshao and Sasha's squad, wondering who would lead the operation. Another man shook his head and pointed toward the stage. He said the real leader was rumored to be the young man standing beside Bao Ge and Xia. Everyone turned to look at Zhang Ming. It did not take long before they recognized him as the leader of Yun Ding Mountain Villa, one of Ying City's strongest factions. The discussion quickly stopped as Bao Ge stepped onto the stage. He said everyone already knew the purpose of the meeting, and showing up meant agreeing to join the operation. He stressed that this mission was so dangerous that even the alliance of 50 elite fighters had failed. Everyone had to obey the commander's orders without question. The crowd immediately agreed, promising to follow every command and urging Bao Ji to reveal the plan. But Bao Ge announced that he was not the real commander. The true leader was Boss Yi of Yunding Mountain Villa. Many might not know his name, but almost everyone had heard about the man who spun the round wheel 3 times on the very first day. He slowly looked around the room before pausing for a moment. Bao Ge then officially introduced Zhang Ming. Stepping forward, he announced the best prices for everyone joining the operation. A 1-star evolution potion would cost only 70 level 1 demon crystals. The entire room instantly erupted. Many thought they had misheard because the price was unbelievably low. Seeing everyone's interest, Zhang Ming revealed another offer. Grade equipment cost only 1 level 2 demon crystal, while a white battle blade was priced at 20 level 2 demon crystals. One subordinate quietly asked Xia if those promises were real. She simply smiled and said Zhang Ming had far more secrets than anyone realized. Finally, Zhang Ming announced purchase limits. Every group of 10 people could register for 1 evolution potion, 1 immunity potion, and 1 piece of grade equipment. Every 20 people could also buy 1 white battle blade. Hearing that the rare supplies were limited, everyone rushed to register and praised Zhang Ming for his generosity. Watching the scene, Zhang Ming smiled inwardly. The plan united the factions, earned profits, and quickly boosted everyone's combat strength. He raised both hands and said, no one could guarantee this operation would succeed, or that everyone would return alive. But in this world, every day was already a fight for survival. Zhongming declared that he would stake his own life on his promise. Anyone who fought beside him from today onward would be treated as a brother of Yunding Mountain Villa. Everyone listened in silence. He also promised future discounts on potions, equipment, and supplies. If they ever needed help, they could turn to Yunding Mountain Villa, as long as it did not threaten his core interests. After finishing his speech, Zhongming immediately ordered all the goods to be brought out for trading. Under strict coordination, everyone lined up and registered in an orderly manner. Just then, Xia quietly approached Zhongming. She believed that even without risking everything for the round wheel, he would still become the strongest person in Ying City, with enough time. Zhongming smiled and replied that such a goal was far too small. He looked down at the map in his hand. Although the smaller guilds lacked powerful fighters, their intelligence network was extremely valuable. Before long, Tong Ho reported that the other side had finally started moving. He suggested waiting for them to act first before taking advantage of the situation. Another person agreed, saying it would be much safer to let the alliance of 50 teams clear the way while they collected the rewards afterward. However, Zhongming immediately rejected the idea. He looked around the room and declared that this time they would strike first. The whole room was stunned. No one understood why they had to take the greatest risk, and questions filled the air. Zhongming calmly explained that the monsters were truly after the evolution blood that appeared once the round wheel finished. Since they could not activate the device themselves, they needed humans to do it. He continued by saying the monsters would certainly kill whoever activated the round wheel. Even so, human greed for its rewards would never disappear. That was exactly why the mutated creatures would not stop people from entering and activating the round wheel, no matter how dangerous the area was. After hearing that, Xia finally understood and seemed to figure out his real plan. But Zhongming cut her off and stressed that the most dangerous moment was not during the activation. It was when the evolution blood appeared, and that was when the entire team had to retreat immediately. Bao Ge still looked worried and asked how they could possibly escape while surrounded by countless monsters. Xia admitted that, even if every evolver in Ying City joined forces, they still could not defeat the mutated creatures outside. Zhongming looked at everyone with unwavering determination and said he had never gambled his life without reason. Activating the round wheel was necessary, but he had no intention of seeking death. Those words instantly fired up the entire room. Everyone shouted that they would follow Boss Yi to the very end, because great rewards always came with great risks. Dark clouds still covered the skies above Ying City as the roars of monsters echoed everywhere. Elsewhere, Lao Li was also holding a private meeting with his trusted subordinates. After explaining the plan, he asked if anyone still had objections. Lao Li could not hide his regret. He thought that if Bai Feng were still alive and Team Rensheng had remained intact, the situation would have been much better. At that moment, the meeting room door burst open. A subordinate rushed in with an urgent report. Even after being told to calm down, he hurriedly announced that a group had headed straight for the round wheel. The news shocked everyone in the room to their feet. Around the round wheel, countless zombies had formed layer upon layer of encirclement. Under Zhang Ming's command, the team split into several small groups and quietly advanced toward the danger zone. Dong Bao raised his binoculars and stared in disbelief. He could not understand where those people found such courage. Lao Li believed they would soon be devoured by monsters, while Da Long sneered because he saw it as a perfect opportunity. In Da Long's eyes, the more others sacrificed first, the easier it would be for his side to reap the rewards. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Zhang Ming's team successfully broke through the outer ring and entered the inner area. Someone quickly checked the situation and reported that only a few minor clashes had occurred, with almost no casualties. At the same time, Sasha and Yu Po confirmed that the entire team had maintained its formation almost perfectly. Zhang Ming immediately reminded everyone to keep following the plan exactly as prepared. The members raised their shields together and formed a solid defensive line. That wall of shields completely surrounded Zhang Ming, determined to hold the line while he focused on activating the round wheel. High above, the dragon continued roaring as it watched every move of the group below. Meanwhile, the other mutated creatures remained silent around the perimeter, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Sasha and her companions also watched closely, never taking their eyes off the round wheel. The giant wheel began turning slowly, and strange sounds echoed across the entire area. Zhong Ming stayed perfectly calm as one treasure after another appeared before him. Suddenly, a small opening beneath the round wheel slowly slid open. Moments later, drops of dark red blood slowly fell and soaked into the blade placed right in front of him. Zhong Ming gripped the sword tightly, smiled with confidence, and declared that it was time to begin the plan. The instant the first drop of evolution blood fell from the round wheel, he turned and acted exactly as planned. One teammate quickly drew the sword they had prepared in advance. He skillfully caught the precious blood drop, then hurled the sword into the sky with all his strength, sending it straight toward the waiting monsters. Every mutated creature was instantly drawn to it, locking their eyes on the sword carrying the evolution blood. At that moment, Ian Goes let out a thunderous roar and dived straight toward the target. Seeing everything unfold exactly as expected, Zhong Ming smiled. Before the humans even acted, the monster factions had already reached a secret agreement. The zombies had given the first drop of blood to the mutant Rat King. Ian Ghost fiercely suppressed every nearby creature, refusing to let any of them get close. As a level 5 monster, it would only allow the Rat King or a few extremely powerful mutants to approach the first drop, but it would never let them claim the second one as well. Deadly blue flames gathered deep inside the dragon's throat, ready to incinerate anyone who dared fight over it. It knew that if the Rat King gained another drop of evolution blood, the rat swarm would produce another powerful warrior. Then the rats and zombies could join forces against it, something Ian Ghost's pride would never accept. Suddenly, a mutated rat shot toward the flying sword. In the blink of an eye, Ian Ghost's blue flames reduced it to ashes. Seeing its subordinate killed, the Rat King shrieked in fury and ordered the entire swarm to attack. Ian Ghost refused to back down, constantly spewing blue fire and wiping out every creature that came too close. The chaotic battle unfolded exactly as Zhong Ming had hoped. Ian Ghost and the Rat King had finally begun fighting each other. Even so, Zhong Ming remained serious. Although he had obtained the bloodline crystal and the second drop of evolution blood, he did not have much time left. He knew he could not afford to waste another second. Zhong Ming immediately inserted demon crystals into the round wheel and began the next spin. Shasha anxiously reported that the zombie horde had changed targets and was charging straight at them. Zhong Ming calmly reassured everyone and told them to stick to the original plan. The round wheel stopped on the weapon reward section. The reward left Zhong Ming extremely satisfied. It was the purple-grade weapon he had been waiting for. Without hesitation, he stored the newly obtained gun inside his storage space. Zhong Ming then took out the bloodline crystal and the third drop of evolution blood to prepare for the next step. Countless people watched from nearby buildings while discussing what they saw. They kept guessing about the potion, the bloodline crystal, and especially the incredibly rare purple-grade weapon. Someone asked in shock who Zhong Ming really was. Even while surrounded by monsters, he calmly claimed the very prize they were all fighting over. Hearing that, Lao Li angrily shouted for everyone to be quiet, saying they were only seeing the surface of the battle. Da Long also sneered and reminded everyone not to forget that the massive zombie army was still closing in. An old man analyzed the situation and said Zhong Ming's team was not actually that powerful. Their strongest member was only level 3. Even though they had successfully started a war between the monster factions, the outcome was still impossible to predict. Mo Yi watched closely before coldly pointing out that several level 4 zombie kings were already charging toward Zhong Ming, bringing an endless sea of zombies with them. In her opinion, the only way to escape was to restore the three-way standoff between the factions. Only then would there be a chance to retreat safely. Dongbao immediately raised a question. Even if the three factions fought each other again, Zhong Ming's team was still trapped in the middle. How could they possibly escape? Everyone nearby also became curious, waiting to see how he would break this deadlock. High above, Ian Ghost continued circling through the sky, its claws slicing the air with terrifying sounds. On the ground, Zhong Ming's team was completely surrounded by a sea of zombies from every direction. Shasha immediately released an elite rat to lead the way and shouted for everyone to hold their positions. Zhong Ming accepted the item she handed him and smiled in thanks. He raised the item that had absorbed the bloodline crystal and loudly warned every mutated creature. He declared that he would keep the bloodline crystal for now, neither using it nor taking it away, so they had better not act recklessly. Strangely enough, the entire monster horde really did hesitate, and not a single creature dared move forward carelessly. He wanted to spin the round wheel one more time. The people watching from outside had no idea what was happening. They only saw the monsters suddenly freeze and assumed Zhong Ming was begging for his life. Someone who could read lips immediately spoke up, saying Zhong Ming had just asked for another spin. Everyone fell silent in complete shock. DeLong burst into laughter, thinking this guy was unbelievably arrogant. Lao Li believed Zhong Ming would soon be burned to ashes, but Mo Ye was convinced he still had one final trump card. In her eyes, someone capable of planning everything this far could not possibly be missing the decisive move. The tension kept rising as every eye focused on the round wheel, which continued to spin. Zhong Ming looked at his latest reward and smiled with satisfaction. He had finally obtained the job scroll. At the same time, another drop of evolution blood fell before him. Holding his prize, Zhong Ming looked up at Ian Gose and taunted him. He asked if being the strongest was the only reason he dared rule this place. The evil dragon answered with a furious roar, as if it understood every word. Zhong Ming calmly stepped forward and admitted that his opponent was powerful, but not enough to frighten him. To him, Ian Gose's entire body was nothing more than a treasure waiting to be harvested. Dong Bao and everyone behind him broke into cold sweats, unable to understand why their leader kept provoking such a terrifying monster. Ignoring his teammates' worried looks, Zhong Ming continued mocking Ian Gose. He declared that aside from the first drop, the remaining 3 drops would never be handed over. Hearing that, Ian Gose threw back his head and roared so loudly that it shook the sky. Zhong Ming then pointed at the other mutated creatures and mocked them, saying that if they actually worked together, Ian Gose would never be able to suppress them all. He even ridiculed the entire horde, saying that despite living in resource-rich Ying City, they had only reached level 4, not even matching a servant puppet he had created himself. Then he shifted his attention directly to the Rat King. His endless insults struck straight at the Rat King's pride. Zhong Ming mocked it, saying that no matter how well it copied human behavior, it was still just a sewer rat. Ian Gose completely lost control and unleashed a massive stream of blue flames. Zhong Ming only laughed harder, calling it nothing more than a flying lizard unworthy of the name dragon. He loudly declared that his own battle beast would wipe out every monster in the area. The moment he finished speaking, a gigantic figure suddenly burst out from the center of the round wheel. The thick mist slowly cleared, revealing the creature's true form. Its body was covered in steel-hard scales, and countless crimson eyes stretched along its massive frame, sending chills through everyone watching. Seeing his battle beast appear, Zhong Ming smiled confidently. He introduced it as the twin-winged golden-eyed king python, ordered it to stop Ian Gose, and continued mocking the dragon as nothing but a mixed-blood fake. Every spectator immediately erupted in surprise after noticing the blue crystal on Zhong Ming's battle beast, proving it had reached level 5. Da Long was both horrified and jealous. He could not believe Zhong Ming had tamed such a powerful creature. Lao Li instantly realized this was the true trump card Zhong Ming had been hiding all along. Dong Bao could only smile bitterly, finally understanding that Zhong Ming had been acting from the very beginning. The more Lao Li thought about it, the more terrifying it became. This level 5 battle beast alone was enough to crush every faction in Ying City. Mo Ye stood frozen for a moment, silently admitting that Zhong Ming had surprised her once again. Even so, she still felt that something about the entire plan did not quite add up. Zhong Ming continued provoking Ian Gose, insisting that none of the monsters before him were worthy of being his opponent. He even joked that after killing Ian Gose, he would harvest its horns, hide, blood, meat, tendons, and crystal, then find a necromancer to turn its corpse into his next battle beast. Those words left Ian Gose completely stunned, as if it had no idea how to respond to such a bizarre opponent. Zhong Ming simply smiled and said that sooner or later, every word would come true. In the end, Ian Gose chose to turn around and flee, screaming in panic as it flew away. Watching the evil dragon escape, Zhong Ming even looked disappointed that they never got to fight. But things had already gone far beyond his original expectations. Once the strongest leader fled, all of its followers lost their will to fight and scattered after it. In just moments, every obstacle around the round wheel disappeared, creating an even greater opportunity for Zhong Ming. The round wheel continued operating and slowly began another rotation. As soon as it finally stopped, Zhong Ming quickly collected every reward and stored them inside his storage space. He then turned to everyone and immediately ordered a full retreat. Shasha was stunned and asked why they had to leave. Ian Gose had already fled, and the other 2 factions were keeping their distance. It was the perfect chance to keep spinning the round wheel. Zhong Ming gave no detailed explanation. He simply ordered the entire team to leave at once. Seeing how firm he was, Shasha quietly obeyed. Strangely, every mutated creature stepped aside on their way out, clearing a path for them. After witnessing the power of the twin-winged golden-eyed king python, neither monsters nor humans dared block Zhang Ming's team. As they walked, Shasha stared at his back in disbelief. A plan that seemed completely insane had succeeded beyond anyone's expectations. Before long, everyone returned to the alliance base of the smaller factions. Yun Xiao was helped into the room. The moment he saw Zhong Ming, he shouted excitedly. Grinning with pride, he asked if he had lived up to the evolution potion and the job scroll his boss had given him. Zhang Ming immediately gave him a thumbs up. Zhong Ming then handed Yun Xiao 2 more items, including a scroll he had just obtained from the trading hall. Without hesitation, Yun Xiao crushed the scroll and absorbed its power. Zhang Ming explained that it was a shape-shifting profession. It allowed the user to almost perfectly copy a target's appearance, presence, and features, though not their full strength. To unlock its full potential, the user had to kill the creature they wanted to imitate, then absorb its blood and demon crystal to recreate its abilities as well. Zhong Ming recalled one important condition. The target could be no more than 2 levels above the user, which was why he had first given Yun Xiao the evolution potion to raise his level. Thinking about how Ian Gose had been scared into fleeing, Zhong Ming still found it surprising. Thanks to that, he had successfully created a level 5 battle beast. He announced that everyone had worked hard and should rest before the celebration feast. The whole team erupted in cheers. Afterward, Zhong Ming sat alone and checked his rewards. He had spun the round wheel 8 times, but the evolution blood had stopped appearing before even half the spins were used. By his estimate, this round wheel could be activated about 20 times, meaning there were still 12 spins left. Unfortunately, every demon crystal he had saved was already gone. Otherwise, he would have continued spinning. Zhang Ming focused on the 4-star evolution potion in his hand. This treasure marked the transition into the intermediate Evolver stage, unlocking an entirely new level of power. Without hesitation, he drank the entire potion. His body shook violently as his bones and flesh were completely rebuilt. Before long, Zhang Ming officially advanced to level 4. Thick purple energy surged from his body like a raging storm. Zhang Ming crushed the empty bottle in his hand and felt his new strength. After using the improved version of the potion, his power was now nearly equal to that of an ordinary level 5 evolver. His eyes soon shifted to the 2 remaining crimson bloodline crystals. He fully understood their value. Even 10 years into the apocalypse, bloodlines like these were still among the rarest treasures anyone could obtain. After examining them carefully, Zhang Ming regretfully discovered that one bloodline was completely unsuitable for men, and each person could fuse with only a single bloodline. So he chose the remaining crystal, containing the Novice Hell Messenger bloodline. Without delay, Zhang Ming crushed the crystal and absorbed all of its power. Instantly, a strange crimson gate appeared before him. From deep inside the gate, terrifying monsters began forcing their way toward the entrance. Zhang Ming instinctively stepped back after sensing the overwhelming pressure. But he quickly regained his composure, and his eyes turned cold and sharp. Once he was fully conscious, his body became wrapped in dense crimson energy. Zhong Ming opened his eyes in astonishment as he finally understood the true power of this mysterious bloodline. Looking at the mark that had appeared on his wrist, he knew it was the symbol of his new bloodline. As long as he activated it, he would gain the ability to connect directly to hell. Zhong Ming clenched his fist, filled with excitement. Once this bloodline evolved to the intermediate stage, he would unlock an incredibly powerful transformation ability, greatly boosting his combat strength. This time, he had truly struck gold. His gaze then landed on the gun beside him. Aside from the bloodline, this magical firearm was undoubtedly the most valuable reward of the entire trip. He carefully picked it up and examined it. It was a purple-grade weapon, far beyond ordinary gold-grade equipment. In his memories, even level 9 powerhouses had fought over weapons like this because they were only a few steps below legendary equipment. But after taking a closer look, Zhang Ming realized the gun did not come with a single bullet. That detail quickly revealed how it worked. Its real fuel was not ammunition but demon crystals, which also powered its mysterious crystal energy. The thought gave him a headache. His mech needed demon crystals to unlock skills. The sacrifice gate consumed them. The round wheel required them. Evolution potions depended on them. And now this gun burned through them as well. The more he calculated, the more helpless he felt. No matter how many demon crystals he collected, it was never enough. In his view, if the magic crystal represented demon crystals, then magic bullets represented mana. Wind, fire, water, earth, light, and darkness each had their own matching energy. When fired, the gun would draw mana directly from its user and turn it into bullets of the corresponding element. To unleash its full power, Zhang Ming had to activate his bloodline. Even so, he set the gun aside for now. Once his bloodline was active, his physical abilities increased so much that even close combat was terrifying. After thinking it over, without finding the perfect answer, he decided to examine the skill card he had just obtained. The result delighted him. It was Novice Lightning Spell, which could strike enemies from a distance with lightning, while also supplying lightning energy as ammunition for the magic gun. The two rewards were a perfect match. Next, Zhong Ming took out the job scroll he had traded from Bai Feng. The moment he saw the job's name, cold sweat covered his forehead. It was the Novice Deadly Marksman, another profession with unusual activation requirements. Without hesitation, he used the scroll and officially obtained his new profession. Zhang Ming felt this trip had been unbelievably rewarding, as he gained one new ability after another. The first passive skill, Firearm Mastery, greatly increased the speed, power, and range of every gun he used. The second was an active skill that paired perfectly with the magic gun. Thinking about it, he immediately left the base to test his new weapon. After finding a safe location, Zhang Ming tried loading demon crystals while grumbling the whole time. The gun's resource cost was outrageous. It swallowed 5 level 1 demon crystals, and then 5 level 2 demon crystals without any reaction. He had no choice but to try a level 3 demon crystal. If even that failed, he would probably have to wait until reaching level 6 before he could use the weapon. The moment he pulled the trigger, a terrifying shockwave exploded toward the monster horde. The blast swept through an entire line of enemies, reducing countless mutated creatures to skeletons in an instant. Even Zhang Ming was shocked after checking the result. A single shot had wiped out nearly 100 zombies, including several level 2 ones. With that kind of power, even a level 3 creature would struggle to survive. What surprised him even more was that the active skill allowed the bullet to appear directly from space itself, without ever passing through the gun barrel. Only then did he understand why Bai Feng had traded away this profession. Bai Feng specialized in close combat and had no suitable firearm, making the job useless for him. The only downside was that every shot consumed 5 level 3 demon crystals, an incredibly expensive price. After finishing the test, Zhong Ming returned to the base and found a crowd gathered at the entrance. He walked over and asked what had happened to draw everyone outside. The crowd immediately stepped aside and pointed toward the woman standing in the center. She had come to see Zhang Ming. It was the same red-haired woman who had once appeared with the zombie horde. Zhang Ming nodded, confirming that he knew her, and motioned for her to follow him inside. Watching the two enter the hall together, the subordinates immediately began whispering. They never imagined their boss had ties to someone who once stood among the zombie army. As soon as they entered, Zhong Ming took out a vial of blood and handed it to the red-haired woman. She frowned at the vial and asked why there was only a single drop left. Zhang Ming calmly replied that she should not force him to settle things by force. Realizing she could no longer stay hidden, Yu Po jumped through the window and entered the room. The moment she walked in, she confronted Zhang Ming. In her opinion, the two of them had helped him during the battle, so they deserved every drop of the evolution blood. Zhang Ming immediately rejected the claim. He bluntly stated that his safe retreat was thanks to his level 5 battle beast and the coordination of the evolvers. Not because of them. Their original deal was to trade blood for real assistance, but they had contributed very little. 1 drop was already enough to repay the 3-star evolution potion he had given them earlier. Yu Po still refused to accept it. She insisted that she had stopped the zombies from attacking his team, so that should count as helping. Zhong Ming patiently replied that with her current intelligence, she should understand that it barely changed the outcome. That was why he only gave her 1 drop, just as agreed. With nothing left to argue, Yu Po suddenly exposed a secret. She claimed Zhang Ming's level 5 battle beast was actually fake, and her instincts had already sensed it. Her words caught Zhang Ming off guard. He never expected a level 3 zombie to have such sharp instincts. He remained calm on the surface, but inwardly became far more cautious. Yu Po had clearly developed remarkable intelligence, even if she still did not understand humanity's deeper secrets. Yu Po glanced at Red Hair. Seeing her remain silent, Yu Po spoke for both of them, saying they could not keep this vague partnership going any longer. Sensing the growing tension, Zhong Ming lowered his voice and suggested they sit down and talk. He proposed a new plan. The round wheel still had many spins left, but he lacked demon crystals. They would work together to hunt zombies for demon crystals, use them for more spins, and every drop of evolution blood would belong to Yu Po and Red Hair. Meanwhile, the demon crystal hunting team had been waiting in ambush for over half an hour without spotting a single zombie. Someone began questioning Zhang Ming's plan, but the commander immediately silenced him. He ordered everyone to hold their positions and stop the pointless chatter. Just then, a wave of footsteps echoed through the area. Yu Po arrived, leading an entire zombie army straight into the ambush. The moment she delivered the horde, she leaped onto a wall and disappeared, leaving her followers to walk straight into the trap. Zhang Ming's team instantly entered battle formation. A loud charge echoed across the battlefield, marking the start of a bloody massacre. Watching from above, Sasha noted that this was already the 5th sweep of the day, with each one eliminating around 1,000 zombies. Yun Xiao could only marvel that their boss had somehow made the zombies deliver themselves to their own deaths. Sasha pointed out that most of the targets were only level 1 zombies, while level 2 zombies were still quite rare. Zhong Ming nodded and said they had to move even faster because their preparation time was running out. He understood that if even Yu Po had seen through the fake level 5 battle beast, then Ian Gose would eventually discover the truth and return. Before that happened, he had to spin the round wheel as many more times as possible. Perhaps it was finally time to hunt truly powerful enemies and crush them head-on. Elsewhere, Dong Bao slammed his fist onto the table and cursed the failed plan that had gotten all of his teammates killed. Lao Li immediately told him to calm down. It was not just Dong Bao's team. Every major faction had suffered heavy losses. One elder sighed and admitted they had tried copying Zhong Ming's plan to create chaos and profit from it, but the Rat King had ended up claiming the first drop of evolution blood. Just then, a scout rushed in with urgent news. Dong Bao immediately demanded that he report at once. The scout announced that Xing Mei Company had withdrawn its forces. Dong Bao cursed in anger, furious that they had left at the most critical moment. DeLong simply sneered and said he could manage just fine without them. The alliance's atmosphere immediately turned heavy. Everyone realized that the coalition of Ying City's major factions was on the verge of falling apart. On the rooftop of another building, 3 members of the Sacred Throne watched the round wheel from afar. Bei Zi sighed in regret that even after rushing back as fast as possible, he had still arrived one step too late. Someone beside him joked that Bei Zi always appeared wherever there were valuable rewards, so the moment Ying City showed an opportunity, he rushed back. Bei's only smiled and explained that the battle at the Forbidden Land had been incredibly brutal. Only after meeting the messenger in person did he truly understand everything that person had endured. Du Xiong nodded in agreement and said uncovering the secrets of the apocalypse could not be rushed. For now, following the round wheels appearing around the world was enough. He then turned to Zhu Jie and asked which faction in Ying City they should work with. Every eye turned toward Zhu Ge, the member responsible for monitoring the city's factions. After a long silence, Zhu Ge slowly said that the situation had become incredibly complicated. Back at the base, Zhong Ming explained the plan once more and asked whether everyone remembered the route. They all answered yes. He then checked whether everyone had memorized the full set of hand signals, and the entire team confirmed they had. Zhong Ming stressed that during battle, everyone had to keep watching the command flags and obey every signal without hesitation. He also warned that anyone bitten by a zombie must be left behind immediately. Each person only needed to complete their own mission. After that, Zhong Ming gave the order to move out without hesitation. The whole team charged forward. Some carried sacks, others held blades, and everyone moved in perfect sync. Every time a zombie fell, teams behind rushed in to collect the demon crystals. While gathering loot, one member casually killed another zombie. The captain immediately yelled at him to keep moving and never stop. The man said it was just a quick strike, but the captain still scolded him because his job was collecting demon crystals, not fighting. The captain knew the Dark Long Blades had helped the team collect hundreds of demon crystals in just one morning, something they had never dreamed of before. Just then, the man counting the loot suddenly pointed into the distance and shouted after spotting the signal flag. Everyone looked up. The flag bearer was signaling them to turn left. The captain immediately led the team toward the new direction. Near the wheel platform, the Rat King had already gathered all of its elite forces. Its eyes stayed locked on the approaching survivors. Zhong Ming gripped his battle blade and led the formation forward. He knew that no matter how well the survivors worked together, their numbers were still too small. So his mission was to hold back the Rat King and its strongest mutants, while the outer team safely gathered demon crystals. The two sides quickly entered a tense standoff. The Rat King let out a sharp screech to give its orders. Its body rapidly transformed, covering itself in a suit of spiked armor before roaring fiercely. Zhang Ming did not hesitate. He rushed straight in and swung the flame wind blade, releasing waves of blazing fire. The Rat King immediately raised its staff to block the attack. The instant they collided, a massive burst of heat shattered the ground around the Rat King. As the dust slowly settled, the Rat King remained standing and kept searching for Zhongming. When Zhongming appeared holding the head of a level 3 rat, the Rat King realized it had been tricked. Zhongming laughed and thanked the smoke for helping him eliminate another powerful enemy. After that, both sides fought through many more exchanges without a clear winner. As the sun began to set, Zhongming reluctantly admitted the Rat King was too cautious. No matter how many times he tried to lure it out, it never left the protection of its rat army. He estimated he had about a 70% chance of winning in a one-unknown fight. Since his mission was complete, he chose to withdraw. As soon as he returned, Yun Xiao and the elders rushed out to greet him. Bao Gi excitedly reported the results. In just one day, they had collected over 6,000 level 1 demon crystals, 500 level 2 crystals, and 3 level 3 crystals. Xia Xia said it was a pity they had killed even more monsters, but they had to leave many demon crystals behind to avoid being surrounded. Tao Ding added that the team had only lost about 60 people. Compared to the rewards, it was an incredible victory because they normally had to sacrifice more than half their forces for similar results. Zhongming nodded with satisfaction and told everyone to get some rest. Tomorrow would be the decisive battle. He also announced how the loot would be divided. 20% would be shared equally, and any force that suffered heavy losses would receive an extra 10% as compensation. All level 3 demon crystals would belong to him, while everyone else could keep all the level 1 demon crystals from the share he would have received. The leaders happily thanked him because the distribution was extremely fair. Before returning to his room, Zhang Ming reminded everyone to rest well while he prepared for tomorrow's battle. Inside the room, Red Hair and Yu Ba had already been waiting. Zhang Ming handed each of them a bottle of evolution blood. He watched closely, eager to see how they would change after absorbing it. Yu Ba went first. She quickly entered a breakthrough state, and her long black hair flowed like waves. Meanwhile, strange thorny vines began growing all over Red Hair's body. Zhongming knew this was their evolution process. He paid little attention to Yu Ba, but he could clearly feel Red Hair's strength rapidly increasing. When the process ended, the bond between Zhongming and Red Hair was restored. Even more surprising, she barely looked like a zombie anymore, and now resembled an ordinary young woman. Looking into her eyes, Zhongming could clearly sense her joy. However, their bond had become much more equal, instead of a strict master-servant relationship. Red Hair pointed at Yu Ba and casually asked if she could eat her. Zhongming smiled and shook his head, saying Yu Ba was still useful. Red Hair immediately changed her mind and sweetly asked if she could eat the replacement puppet instead. Hearing that, Ye Zhongming froze for a moment. Through their mental bond, he realized she was clearly acting cute with him. At the same time, Yu Ba and the cat beside her also finished evolving. After evolving, the cat openly showed its dislike for Red Hair. It suddenly lunged at her, forcing Ye Zhongming to shout and instantly draw his divine crossbow. Luckily, Yu Ba grabbed the cat in time before things got out of control. Once the danger had passed, Ye Zhongming lowered his weapon. He sternly warned Yu Ba to keep her pet under control and never let this happen again. Ye Zhongming bluntly said Yu Ba was not irreplaceable. She quietly stroked the cat and did not dare argue. Only then did Ye Zhongming put away the crossbow and coldly announce his next order. Ye Zhongming ordered both of them to give everything they had and work with him starting tomorrow, then commanded the entire team to regroup at once. Red Hair and Yu Ba quickly headed toward the zombie horde. Yu Ba was fully dressed, while Red Hair was still completely naked because she had not fully regained her awareness. But in this era, no zombie cared about that anymore. The Zombie King roared in satisfaction when it saw the two newly evolved zombies, while Red Hair coldly thought that her master never cared about him or any of the zombies here. At that moment, fierce fighting erupted on the right flank. Flashes of light kept appearing as Ye Zhongming swept through the zombies there. At the same time, Yu Ba moved behind the Zombie King to form perfect support for Ye Zhongming. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Zhongming smashed through the defensive line and charged straight at the Zombie King, causing all of its elite guards to rush forward. Seeing everything unfold as planned, Ye Zhongming loudly ordered the full assault to begin and wipe out every enemy. Yu Ba and Red Hair worked together flawlessly. In the blink of an eye, each of them had pinned down a powerful high-level zombie. Both targets were the Zombie King's most trusted guards. Red Hair pierced the blue-eyed zombie with the thorns growing from her body, while Yu Ba wrapped the giant tightly with her black hair and left him unable to move. Looking at the remaining enemies, Ye Zhongming simply smiled and activated his low-level Hell Messenger bloodline. His eyes burned brightly as endless resentment surrounded his body, making him look like he had stepped out of hell. Then he shot into the sky. In mid-air, Ye Zhongming summoned the Green Seal Peak and the Mountain Blade to prepare his finishing strike. The Zombie King had no choice but to raise both arms to block the thunderous attack crashing down from above. The two powers collided violently, and a brilliant explosion of light covered the sky. The Zombie King remained completely confident in its nearly indestructible armor, but Ye Zhongming immediately shattered that confidence, declaring that this time there would be no escape. He drew his magic gun and coldly muttered, "Bye-bye." The moment the Zombie King saw the weapon, it sensed the danger and instantly hardened both arms into a massive shield. Ye Zhongming calmly loaded the gun and carefully took aim. However, the Zombie King had no idea that the purple-grade gun was only part of Ye Zhongming's diversion. While the enemy was distracted, every escape route from the space was completely sealed, leaving it with nowhere to run. A terrifying bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky and shattered the Zombie King's armor. As it fled in panic, Yu Ba and Red Hair blocked every possible escape. Right then, Ye Zhongming rushed in from behind and unleashed a fatal strike. The blade sliced clean through its neck, ending the Zombie King with a single decapitating slash. Watching the supreme ruler of this place fall before their eyes, both Yu Ba and Red Hair stood speechless. After the victory, Ye Zhongming declared that Red Hair would inherit the throne as the new Zombie King and become the highest authority in Ying City. Hearing that decision, Yu Ba was stunned and unwilling to accept it, but she still did not dare object. Once the zombies in this area were wiped out, the pressure on the remaining forces dropped sharply. At that moment, the Golden Python transformed by Xiao Wen was also summoned into battle. With the Golden Python guarding the rear, everyone's morale soared. Even the high-level zombies no longer dared approach, allowing the team to sweep across the battlefield. Standing on top of a building and watching the entire battlefield, Ye Zhongming confirmed that all 4 zombie lords had been eliminated. With every leader gone, the zombie army fell into complete chaos. Although the mutated rat was close to reaching level 5, it was far too cowardly. The moment it learned the Zombie Kings were dead, it led its mutated beast horde in retreat over a kilometer away. Bao Gage hurried over and reported that many outside factions were taking advantage of the chaos to steal resources. He asked if they should send troops to stop them. Ye Zhongming shook his head. There were still too many zombies left, and with only a little over 1,000 people, clearing them all was impossible. He regretted that Red Hair was not a true zombie. She could influence them with mental power, but without a demon mark, the zombies would never recognize her. Otherwise, she would have been the perfect new Zombie King. Looking at Yu Ba, Ye Zhongming remembered the limits of his bloodline. Even though he had reached the edge of level 5 evolution, his Hell Creature Summon could only call beings of his current rank, meaning level 4 at most. He decided to end the operation and ordered Bao Ji to prepare the retreat because pushing further would cost too much. Bao Ge felt sorry about the demon crystals left behind, but Ye Zhongming explained that both Yun Dai and Yu Ba were nearly out of strength. Going deeper could lead to heavy losses or even death. Just as the order was given, Bao Ji spotted a large army heading straight for the wheel platform and immediately sounded the alarm. Ye Zhongming looked in that direction and quickly judged them to be an extremely dangerous force. From their uniforms and boots to their weapons, every soldier was equipped the same, showing discipline and strength far beyond ordinary factions. More than 300 of them were level 1 evolvers. Over 200 had reached level 2, and they even had 7 level 3 evolvers. The scale of that force shocked Ye Zhongming. Gathering enough evolution potions in just 3 months meant they must have obtained tens of thousands of demon crystals, something nearly impossible without ruthless methods. Leading the army was Xiao Chaoji of the Miaoxi army, someone Ye Zhongming would only truly understand much later. Just as Xiao Chaoji stepped forward, a pack of monsters rushed in to block the way. With nothing more than a murderous glance, Xiao Chaoji effortlessly wiped out the entire pack. Seeing that, Ye Zhongming was stunned to realize his opponent was also a level 4 evolver. Besides himself, the president of the Spirit Merchant Guild, and Red Hair, another had reached this level. Xiao Yun returned to the group and immediately began asking about the mysterious army. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became because they were clearly planning to steal the rewards his team had fought so hard to earn. Yi Zhongming stayed silent and continued analyzing the situation. In his view, no one could gather that many evolution potions in 3 months without hiding a huge secret. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun eagerly asked for permission to teach them a lesson. Yi Zhongming signaled everyone to stay calm and keep watching instead of acting too soon. He knew that group had been watching from the beginning. They had seen him summon his battle pet, kill the zombie king, scare off the rat king, and only appeared after his team was exhausted. Although he was furious, Ye Zhongming forced himself to stay calm and search for the best solution. On the other side, Jin Quan smiled with amusement, convinced that Ye Zhongming must be wearing an ugly expression right now. Xiao Chaojia reminded everyone not to get careless and to stay focused on the enemy. Jin Quan confidently replied that Bai Pao was already watching everything, and their goal was the 4-star evolution potion, so everything was still on track. Bai Pao, whose real name was Bai Ziqing, appeared and casually killed a mutated creature. Jin Quan immediately teased him about watching someone else take the 4-star evolution potion. Bai Pao angrily told Jin Quan to shut up, but Jin Quan only laughed even harder. Jin Quan even mocked Bai Pao for leaving his level 5 battle pet behind to guard someone important, saying it would be hard to explain later. Hearing that, Bai Pao only smiled with complete confidence, treating the level 5 battle pet as no threat at all. Xiao Chaoge remarked that they were lucky to discover the situation in time. Otherwise, Bai Pao's return trip would have been wasted. Speaking of Yi Zhongming, Xiao Chaoge admitted he had underestimated Yunding Mountain Villa and apologized to everyone. He believed that overconfidence had caused intelligence failures and nearly ruined the entire plan, so he would personally report the mistake to the commander. Bai Pao, however, did not think it was a serious issue. In his eyes, Yunding Mountain Villa was still not worthy of being an opponent, while the real threat remained the Spirit Merchant Guild. Jin Quan agreed and excitedly said they only needed to move a little farther to claim every remaining reward at the wheel platform. In their minds, every treasure at the wheel platform would eventually belong to the Miao Shi army. Elsewhere, the survivors from Lao Li's and Dong Bao's factions could only sigh. They compared the situation to a mantis stalking a cicada, only to be hunted by an oriole waiting behind. Lao Li refused to accept it, but Yuan Lao coldly asked if they were not the helpless cicada in this situation. Dong Bao clenched his fists and said that even if they were the cicada, he still wanted to see whether the newly arrived oriole could really defeat the mantis. As the tension reached its peak, Ye Zhongming stayed hidden and continued watching every movement around the wheel platform. Meanwhile, the Miao Shi army was in high spirits. They began taking turns using the wheel platform while excitedly discussing what rewards they might win. Some wanted a level 4 battle pet, while others insisted that bloodlines should come first because they were far more valuable. One precious reward after another appeared, including evolution blood, rare materials, and powerful weapons, making everyone even more excited. As the final spins were about to finish, Bai Pao suddenly sensed killing intent and immediately warned everyone. He realized that although Ye Zhongming had left, the forces of Yunding Mountain Villa were still hiding around the area. Spotting Ye Zhongming standing on a distant rocky peak, Bai Pao could not figure out what he was planning. In response, Ye Zhongming remained completely still. From above, he quietly observed the entire battlefield, paying special attention to Xiao Chaojia. Xiao Chaoge believed Ye Zhongming simply refused to accept defeat, so he decided to teach him a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned a massive weapon, as large as an armored vehicle. The moment it appeared, all of his subordinates cheered because it was the Pandora of destruction. Jin Quan proudly spoke of Xiao Chaojia's unique class. As a grand mage, he possessed outstanding offensive and defensive abilities. Xiao Chaoge aimed the crossbow directly at Ye Zhongming and declared that he had reached the mid-stage mage rank, while Pandora was powerful enough to threaten even a level 5 creature. Ye Zhongming calmly changed his position, making them believe he had retreated in fear. Meanwhile, the wheel platform continued spinning without stopping. When the reward landed on the blueprint section, Bai Pao complained that Jin Quan had terrible luck before taking the next spin himself. But his own spin also landed on the blueprint section, making Jin Quan burst into laughter. Unwilling to give up, Bai Pao prepared to spend more demon crystals for another spin, but Jin Quan stopped him after sensing something was wrong. Jin Quan quickly climbed to the top of the wheel platform to look around. The moment he looked down, his expression changed as countless zombies were already surrounding the area, completely different from what they had expected after the zombie king's death. Just then, a red figure shot across the battlefield. Red Hair was now fully dressed and held an extremely precious bottle of evolution blood in her hand. She landed exactly at the position prepared in advance. Seeing that, Ye Zhongming smiled faintly and drew his blade. He thought to himself that anyone who wanted to play the Oriole first needed the strength to do it. Standing on high ground, Red Hair calmly held the evolution blood and coldly watched the battlefield below. Only minutes later, cries for help echoed everywhere as the zombie horde suddenly went berserk and charged at the Miaoxi army. Xiao Qiaojia instantly realized that Red Hair was using the evolution blood to lure every zombie and mutated creature toward them. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, he immediately ordered Jin Quan and Bai Pao to prepare for a retreat. However, Bai Pao quickly concluded that it was already too late because the zombie horde had grown far too large. Jin Quan immediately suggested their only chance was to kill Red Hair with the Pandora crossbow. Although Xiao Qiaoga suspected it might be a trap, he had no choice but to attack. Pandora began charging its bolt. He believed that once Red Hair died, the zombies would lose their target, and the evolution blood would no longer matter. Red Hair stood calmly in the crosshairs, without showing the slightest fear of the incoming shot. Xiao Qiaojia still believed that once the evolution blood disappeared, the pressure from the zombie horde would be greatly reduced. A sharp whistle split the air as Pandora's bolt shot toward its target at terrifying speed. Red Hair immediately controlled her thorny vines to form a defensive wall around herself. The bolt slammed into the barrier while she smiled mysteriously from behind it. The Miaoxi army cheered, believing the attack had succeeded. But a moment later, Jin Quan was horrified to discover that Red Hair was completely unharmed. What shocked everyone even more was that Red Hair had never tried to dodge. Hidden behind the dense thorns, she calmly uncapped the evolution blood, let the bolt pierce straight through her chest, and drank every last drop. While everyone focused on Red Hair, Ye Zhongming quietly carried out a completely different plan. Using the smoke as cover, he slipped across the battlefield and finally reached the place he was looking for. Without delay, Ye Zhongming opened a magic portal and appeared before the Rat King and its loyal rat guards. Hearing the disturbance above, the Rat King looked up and instantly went on alert the moment it saw Ye Zhongming. It quickly signaled its followers to fall back while preparing for the surprise attack. Without hesitation, the Rat King wrapped its tail around a nearby rat and pulled it in front as a living shield. Ye Zhongming's shot pierced straight through the unlucky rat. After landing, he calmly raised his magic gun, completely overwhelming the Rat King with his presence. Ye Zhongming loudly warned the Rat King to leave because he had no intention of killing it. But he also made it clear this was the last warning. If it stayed stubborn, this place would become its grave. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Zhongming pulled the trigger. The powerful shots tore through the mutated rats behind it, throwing the entire pack into panic. Terrified, the Rat King finally turned around and fled to save its own life. Watching it escape, Ye Zhongming thought the Rat King was both cowardly and incredibly clever. It always overthought everything, making it easy to manipulate through suspicion. In reality, his bloodline power was exhausted, and he only had enough demon crystals for 1 or 2 more shots. If the Rat King had stayed calm and dodged, he would have had almost no chance to kill it. Besides, even if he had killed the Rat King, the leaderless mutated beasts would have gone berserk and destroyed everything. This victory came from exploiting its mindset. Throughout the risky plan, Yuba had quietly protected his back. She walked over and openly praised Ye Zhongming for being truly impressive. Then Yuba proposed a deal. She would help him seize the wheel platform and eliminate Xiao Qiaojia's forces in exchange for a share of the evolution blood. Ye Zhongming immediately made a counteroffer, agreeing to give her only 1 drop. He felt that negotiating with a smart person was much easier. But Yuba shook her head. She pointed out that Red Hair was badly injured, and Ye Zhongming had no other strong allies, so she demanded 5 drops of evolution blood. Ye Zhongming calmly bargained back. He raised 2 fingers and said 2 drops were the absolute limit. Otherwise, he would call Red Hair back and leave Yuba to deal with the enemy alone. He also reminded her that only he could help Red Hair evolve to level 5. After more negotiation, Yuba lowered her price to 3 drops of evolution blood and suggested that they become allies from now on. Ye Zhongming was slightly surprised when Yuba took the initiative to offer her hand. He smiled and agreed, believing that gaining a friend like her was well worth the price of 1 extra drop of evolution blood. The two shook hands and sealed the agreement. In the end, Ye Zhongming accepted the 3-drop deal, and they officially became allies. With Yuba now on his side, Ye Zhongming finally felt relieved because his greatest concern had been resolved. He looked toward the wheel platform and ordered everyone to prepare to claim all the spoils. After absorbing the evolution blood, Red Hair gradually recovered her strength and immediately grabbed the arrow lodged in her chest. She pulled the arrow out without hesitation, and the vines covering her body instantly sealed the wound. After wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she looked down at the chaotic battlefield. Finally, she raised her head and unleashed a deafening roar that echoed directly into the minds of every zombie. Red Hair's roar instantly triggered a chain reaction. The tense standoff turned into a bloody all-out battle as the zombies charged together. The zombie horde became more savage with every moment, forcing the Miaoshi army into a desperate defense. Jin Quan quickly realized that Red Hair was still the one controlling the zombie horde. Meanwhile, Bai Pao discovered that another mysterious force behind their formation was also secretly manipulating the zombies. The Miaoshi army's elite troops were steadily pushed back and forced into a defensive circle. What terrified them most was how perfectly the zombies coordinated with one another. Unable to stay still any longer, Jin Quan charged forward and told everyone to get out of his way so he could find out what was really happening. Through Jin Quan's special glasses, Ye Zhongming, calmly walking through the zombie horde, came into clear view, leaving him unable to believe his eyes. Yi Zhongming looked straight at him and calmly said that the world held many things beyond their imagination. As he approached, the Miaoshi army's elite guards immediately stepped in front of him. Yi Zhongming remained relaxed and mocked Xiao Chaoge for still having so many loyal followers. Xiao Chaoge frowned in confusion and demanded to know how Ye Zhongming knew their every move. He knew the Miaoshi army's secret mission into the Forbidden Land should never have been exposed. Yi Zhongming only smiled and said it was nothing worth mentioning. Since they had tried to seize the wheel platform, they should have already known who he was. Then Ye Zhongming declared that the initiative now belonged to him. He stated that every zombie surrounding them was under his control. Leaving safely was simple, but the Miaoshi army had to hand over everything they had just taken from the wheel platform. That demand enraged Jin Quan, who immediately prepared to charge at Ye Zhongming. But just as he reached for his weapon, someone grabbed his arm. It was Xiao Chaoge. He immediately told Jin Quan to calm down and not act recklessly. Yi Zhongming thought to himself that the moment he recognized Xiao Chaoge, he had already guessed the true identity of this group. In his previous life, the Miaoshi army never ruled a city, but its elite forces were terrifying. Even as an 8-star evolver, Xiao Chaoge could already challenge 9-star powerhouses. Yi Zhongming knew the people before him would one day become the foundation of the mighty 7th Legion. Even so, after making an enemy of the Spirit Merchant Guild, another powerful foe made little difference. Still, because the Miaoshi army had not earned a bad reputation in his previous life, Yi Zhongming did not want to push things beyond repair. Xiao Chaoge stepped forward to negotiate. He admitted that he had underestimated both Yunding Mountain Villa and Yi Zhongming, but he also gave his word on one thing. From this day forward, Ye Zhongming and everyone from Yunding Mountain Villa would become the Miaoshi army's #1 targets. Xiao Chaoge mixed threats with persuasion. He claimed they would be far better off as allies, because becoming enemies would come at a terrible cost. According to him, anyone who truly opposed the Miaoshi army would face endless hardship. Faced with the threat, Ye Zhongming calmly asked if he was finished. Xiao Chaoge replied that the choice now belonged to him. Yi Zhongming pointed back at them and declared that the rules had not changed. They could leave alive, but they had to surrender all their loot and every piece of equipment they carried. Jin Quan and Bai Pao were both stunned. Not only had Yi Zhongming refused to back down, he had pushed them into a corner instead. Yi Zhongming continued his warning. If they kept arguing, even the leaders would have to hand over all their weapons and possessions. Every word he spoke drove the tension between both sides even higher. Even Xiao Chaoge could no longer stay calm, and his expression turned ice cold. Through gritted teeth, he asked whether Ye Zhongming truly believed victory was already his. Ye Zhongming answered with nothing but a confident smile. Xiao Chaoge raised his arm high and declared that no one had ever been worthy of looking down on the Miaoshi army. A green flare shot into the sky, lighting up the darkening night. Xiao Chaoji explained that it was a rally signal. The major factions of Ying City would immediately come to reinforce the Miaoshi army. In his eyes, Yi Zhongming was no longer facing only the Miaoshi army, but nearly on a third of Ying City's elite forces. He coldly asked whether Yi Zhongming was ready to face that outcome. Xiao Chaoge also warned that if they could not leave safely, everyone from Yunding Mountain Villa would be wiped out as well. After letting him finish, Ye Zhongming calmly replied that those threats might scare children, but not him. He added that if he wanted, he could create the same situation himself, instantly putting Xiao Qiaozhe on guard. At that moment, the radio on Jin Quan's waist began sounding non-stop. After hearing the report, his face immediately changed. Jin Quan anxiously reported that Xing Mei Company, the Ren Xiang Super Battle Team, and many other Ying City factions had surrounded the entire Miaoxi army. Xiao Qiaoge glared at Ye Zhongming and demanded to know if this had all been part of his plan. Yi Zhongming calmly replied that anyone who always prepared for every possibility should have expected this one as well. If both sides truly fought to the end, the Miaoxi army's entire plan would collapse. Xiao Qiaoge finally admitted that Yi Zhongming had outplayed him completely. Then he took out a special cube. With a single glance, Yi Zhongming recognized it as the FL Steel Mana energy ship. It was a white-grade flying device, something everyone from his previous life knew well. It was not especially fast, but its stability and versatility made it useful in many situations. Xiao Qiaoge clearly planned to use it to escape. Seeing that, Bai Pao immediately stepped forward to boost everyone's morale. He declared that he would stay behind to cover the retreat. As long as Xiao Qiaoge survived, he would return to avenge them all. His words made every member of the Miaoxi army shout their battle cry as their morale surged. But Ye Zhongming simply clapped with a faint smile and mocked them, saying they really had caused him plenty of trouble. Seeing that reaction, Xiao Qiaoge suddenly suspected Ye Zhongming still had another trump card. Yi Zhongming looked straight at him and admitted he was surprised that Xiao Qiaoge possessed a white-grade flying device with such powerful defenses. Then he sighed softly and said his opponent had forced him to use something he had hoped to save. A grenade appeared in Yi Zhongming's hand. He smiled and said it might not look impressive, but it would get the job done. He even praised Bai Pao for reacting so quickly, calling him a truly clever subordinate. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Zhongming threw the grenade toward Bai Pao and said he could serve as a test subject to broaden his leader's horizons. Bai Pao could only freeze as the grenade flew straight toward him. Before everyone's eyes, it exploded. Strangely, the blast was not powerful. It only produced smoke and a blinding flash. As the smoke cleared, Bai Pao staggered to his feet, completely confused about what had happened. Coughing violently, he shouted for Xiao Qiaoge and Jin Quan. Seeing them still standing ahead, Bai Pao immediately asked how the rest of the team was doing. But the horrified looks on Xiao Qiaoge's and Jin Quan's faces filled him with dread. Jin Quan trembled as he pointed downward and stammered that both of Bai Pao's legs were gone. Hearing that, Bai Pao froze in shock. Looking down, he saw nothing but 2 empty pant legs and screamed in despair. Unable to understand what had happened, Bai Pao clutched his head and cried, desperately begging for his legs back. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Xiao Qiaoge's anger exploded. Seeing that Xiao Qiaoge was furious, but still forcing himself to endure it, Ye Zhongming knew he had completely taken control. Holding another grenade, he smiled and asked whether they still wanted to keep fighting. Xiao Qiaoge was so furious that he could only repeat Ye Zhongming's name while coughing violently. Jin Chuan quickly supported him, and Xiao Qiaoge immediately ordered everyone to remove all their equipment, take Bai Pao, and retreat at once. The subordinates immediately objected, begging to fight to the death rather than leave in humiliation. Xiao Qiaoge roared at everyone to stay silent and obey his orders without question. After saying that, he became the first to remove all of his own equipment. Jin Quan also urged everyone to strip off their gear and prepare to leave. With no other choice, the entire Miaoxi army left behind their demon crystals and weapons, piling them into a mountain of loot before silently carrying Bai Pao away from the battlefield. Watching Xiao Qiaoge's retreating figure, Ye Zhongming smiled faintly. He admitted that his opponent knew exactly when to advance and when to retreat, proving he was no ordinary man. The demon crystal grenade he had just used was a weapon far ahead of its time, with astonishing destructive power. Deep down, he could not help admiring its creator. Turning a few scraps of information into such a weapon was the work of a true genius. After the Miaoxi army had completely withdrawn, Ye Zhongming turned back and told everyone to finish what they had started. Their next goal was to continue spinning the wheel platform. Thanks to the huge pile of demon crystals left behind by the Miaoxi army, the spins went smoothly. Once every reward had been claimed, the wheel platforms slowly sank back into the ground. Yi Zhongming quickly reviewed the results. They had completed 5 more spins. This time they obtained 2 class change scrolls, 2 rare materials, and 1 crafting blueprint. The luck was only decent, but it was enough to satisfy him. Yu Ba also obtained what she wanted, so her objective for this trip was complete. After that, she signaled every zombie to withdraw from the battlefield. Xiao Yun and the others hurried over, praising Ye Zhongming without stopping. Everyone admired how he had secured every treasure from the wheel platform almost entirely on his own. Bao Ge also sighed in relief, saying the wheel platform that had caused so many bloody battles had finally disappeared. Yi Zhongming disagreed. He believed it was only temporary. Sooner or later, the wheel platform would return, bringing an even more brutal war between humanity and the mutated creatures. Xiao Yun looked at Miao Shijun's loot and asked how they should handle it. Yi Zhongming said to do the usual and sell it back to everyone at low prices. The moment they heard that, everyone from Ying City erupted in cheers and praised Yi Zhongming's generosity. Xiao Yun took full charge of the sales. He kept telling everyone to line up because everyone would get a chance to buy. Only then did Yi Zhongming get a moment to rest and think things through. The rewards were huge, but he had also made plenty of enemies. He did not care about the Spirit Merchant Guild, since a war between them was inevitable anyway. Miao Shijun was the bigger concern, because they were experts at recruiting allies. But after every faction in Ying City got a share of the benefits, they might not side with Miao Shijun anymore. More importantly, Ye Zhongming now had a crafting profession. Once he gathered enough materials, he could mass-produce white-grade equipment like Wind Pool Moon and Thousand-Leaf Light-Scale Armor. As for the gray-grade gear, it would be handed out to strengthen Ying City's warriors, so everyone could fight mutated creatures together. Just then, the female leader of Jingmei Company walked over and asked if Yi Zhongming had time to talk. He smiled and agreed, believing it was finally time for the leaders to discuss a long-term alliance. After the battle, Ying City slowly returned to its normal atmosphere. Not long later, Ye Zhongming arrived at the meeting spot and found Yu Po already waiting. He smiled and said she was always on time. Unlike his relaxed attitude, Yu Po simply held out her hand and reminded him about the blood he had promised. Yi Zhongming immediately took out the blood tray and said he always kept his promises to his allies. He gently handed the tray with 3 drops of evolution blood to Yu Po. Without hesitation, Yu Po accepted it and drank all 3 drops at once. After that, Yi Zhongming also gave Hong Fa 3 similar drops. She drank them without pause and continued her path of evolution. The more they evolved, the more beautiful and flawless both Yu Po and Hong Fa became. Even so, Yu Po was still not satisfied. She asked if Yi Zhongming had more evolution blood and said she would accept any condition to obtain the rest. Yi Zhongming narrowed his eyes before making an offer. If she wanted more evolution blood, she had to bring him plenty of level 3 magic crystals, because she already had many level 3 zombies under her control. Hearing that, Yu Po flew into a rage, crushed the empty blood tray, and declared that every level 3 zombie belonged to her, and she would never give them up. Yi Zhongming could only spread his hands, knowing there was no point in negotiating further. His calm attitude only made Yu Po even angrier, as if he were deliberately provoking her. Watching Yu Po lead her zombie army away, Yi Zhongming finally felt somewhat relieved. Starting today, Ying City had a level 5 zombie king with extraordinary intelligence. Still, Ye Zhongming believed that position would not last for long. As night fell, Mo Jin calmly grilled meat on a deserted hill beside his 2 teammates. Qinghua asked in confusion if he had called everyone there just to watch him cook. Mo Jin smiled as he enjoyed the aroma of the meat and said a full stomach came before any major mission. Vincent laughed and said he already had a general grasp of the situation and only needed to wait for Yi Zhongming to come to them. Mo Jin warned them not to underestimate their target. Yi Zhongming was now a level 4 evolver and had gained countless rewards. Even though the 3 of them still had the advantage together, they could not afford a single mistake. He then divided the grilled meat between his teammates and invited them to enjoy his cooking. But a moment later, his eyes turned icy. Mo Jin swore that this time he would make Yi Zhongming experience what it felt like to be hunted by multiple factions at once. Meanwhile, Ye Zhongming's trip was coming to an end, and he began saying goodbye to everyone. Donghuo could not hide his confusion and asked why Yi Zhongming would not let them escort him back. Yi Zhongming refused and told them to stay in Ying City and finish their work first. Leaving in about half a month would not be too late. In truth, he knew Donghuo and his wife still lacked experience, so they were better suited to managing the rear. Zaza also suggested sending people with him, because the journey back would definitely be dangerous. But Yi Zhongming just laughed and joked that he was completely broke after this trip and could not afford to hire anyone else. Zaza immediately called him a fraud, because everyone who spun the roulette ended up broke. Even so, she believed Ye Zhongming had already planned everything, which was why he sent Xiao Yun ahead first, and she reminded him to stay safe. After saying that, Sa suddenly pulled Yi Zhongming closer and kissed his cheek, leaving him completely stunned. Seeing him blush, she quickly explained it was only a deposit. Once he finished crafting the equipment from the new blueprint, she wanted to be the first buyer. With a smile and a wave, Zaza turned around and left. Yi Zhongming touched the lipstick mark on his cheek and laughed. She was still exactly the same as in his previous life, always fair and straightforward. On the other side of the city, Mo Jin had already gathered a large force for the coming battle. Standing on a high platform, he declared that many people did not know the full story, but that did not matter. According to Mo Jin, all they needed to know was that their target threatened their future and possessed extremely important secrets. He called on everyone to kill Yi Zhongming and loudly claimed that only the Spirit Merchant Guild was humanity's true hope. The crowd immediately roared in excitement and repeatedly chanted the Spirit Merchant Guild's name. Just then, a spatial portal opened. Mo Jin laughed and said he would show everyone an exciting performance before the battle began. Under his control, Yi Zhongming's image slowly appeared inside the portal. Yi Zhongming looked up and saw a helicopter flying toward him while carrying a massive shipping container. From the helicopter, Mo Jin loudly mocked him, saying this was a special gift prepared just for Yi Zhongming. The chain was cut, and the container crashed heavily right in front of him. As the dust settled, a muscular arm smashed through the steel wall and reached out from inside. Yi Zhongming glanced at the helicopter and quickly guessed its pilot was a skywalker. From above, the man introduced the creature inside the container. It was nearly level 6, could control lightning, possessed terrifying combat power, and he promised to record Yi Zhongming's death. Yi Zhongming slowly drew his blade and smiled. He replied that even a saint throne should not be so overconfident. Right then, the familiar call of his battle pet echoed out. A creature quickly arrived in response to the summon. The battle pet leaped from a rooftop, landed on one knee before Yi Zhongming, and he calmly patted its head before saying that a single level 5 creature was far from enough to defeat him. The two level 5 battle pets instantly charged at each other, beginning a fierce clash. As his battle pet gradually gained the upper hand, Yi Zhongming suddenly thought of Xiao Yun. He had entrusted all the remaining evolution blood to be delivered to Di Huang, believing its rise to level 6 was not far away. Next, Yi Zhongming took out his sniper rifle and prepared to add pressure from long range. Through the scope, he carefully watched the brutal fight between the two monsters. Seeing the battle, Qinghua and Yuanshan were both shocked and remembered that they had first learned about Yi Zhongming through the reflection device. Mo Jin was extremely pleased, convinced the two level 5 creatures would exhaust each other, while his side still had 3 experts and 600 soldiers, making Yi Zhongming's capture only a matter of time. Qinghua was equally confident. With 3 level 3 evolvers and a powerful force behind them, defeating a lone level 4 evolver would be easy. Mo Jin immediately signaled Yuanshan's to prepare to join the battle with him. But just as he was about to move, a familiar voice suddenly reminded him that their fight was not over yet. A figure dropped from the sky and landed right in front of him, instantly igniting Mo Jin's anger. After recognizing the newcomer, he gritted his teeth and spat out the name Bai Feng. Bai Feng no longer looked like the scholar he once was. With a powerful physique, he coldly thanked Mo Jin, because everything Mo Jin had done had helped him break his old shackles and reach new strength. Qinghua immediately stepped forward to mock him, while Yuan Shan looked down on Bai Feng for not even carrying decent equipment. Just then, Yi Jie appeared and sarcastically remarked that if they loved using numbers so much, they might as well all charge in together. She admitted this was originally a grudge involving Yunding Mountain Villa, but sincerely thanked Bai Feng for stepping in to help. Yi Jie also mocked the fact that even someone as strong as Bai Feng had once been driven into misery by the Spirit Merchant Guild. After finally meeting the Saint Thrones in person, she could only say she was deeply disappointed because they were nothing like the legends. In Yi Jie's opinion, both their strength and their presence were far inferior to Yunding Mountain Villa. Right after that, Xiao Hu, Liang Chuyin, and Lu Yi also arrived as reinforcements. Xiao Hu loudly declared that only the guild master of the Spirit Merchant Guild was worthy of facing Yi Zhongming, while everyone else was unqualified. Qinghua burst into laughter and mocked Xiao Hu, saying he was nowhere near worthy of challenging the Saint Thrones. But at that moment, the female leader of Xingmei Company stepped forward and accepted the fight against Qinghua. Her sudden appearance instantly put Qinghua on guard. The newcomer was the leader of Xingmei Company, and she was carrying the battle bow that once belonged to Yi Zhongming. Outside, the armies of both sides officially clashed in a fierce battle. A soldier rushed over with urgent news that the Renxiong squad and Xingmei company had completed their encirclement. Mo Jin gritted his teeth in fury as he realized both major factions had joined forces with Ye Zhongming, meaning his entire plan had been seen through from the start. Mo Jin realized there was no turning back. Now he could only risk everything in one final gamble. He roared the order to fight to the death, while Bai Feng answered with nothing but a mocking smile. Bai Feng taunted Mo Jin for still refusing to use human spirit transformation, and Mo Jin immediately fired back with his own provocation. Mo Jin swung his elbow and loudly declared that Bai Feng was not worthy of being his opponent. Unshaken, Bai Feng steadied his defense and prepared for battle. On another part of the battlefield, Ye Jie shifted her attention to Yuan Shan. She openly challenged him with a fearless grin. Yuan Shan barely dodged her surprise attack and angrily accused her of fighting with sneak attacks. He immediately unleashed Mother Earth, causing countless monstrous roots to burst from the ground and rush toward Ye Jie. He proudly declared that her body would soon become nourishment for this land. Ye Jie remained completely calm and simply sneered at the technique's power. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingmei calmly raised her bow while gripping a razor-sharp arrow. She recalled the enormous price she had paid for the Flying Star bow, almost draining every resource her company had saved. Even so, she believed the investment was worth every bit because the bow would quickly repay its cost. Facing the arrow aimed directly at her, Qinghua laughed because no one had dared target her life in a very long time. Drawing her twin blades, Qinghua claimed that archers might trouble others, but against her, they could only lose. The moment she finished speaking, Qinghua charged into the attack. At the same time, Zhao Xingmei fired her first arrow and immediately prepared the next shot. At the center of Ying City, a loud explosion made Bai Zi turn around. After seeing the newcomer, he realized Mo Jin's entire plan had been completely exposed. When Xiaolei landed on the battlefield, Bai Zi mocked her for coming alone. Xiaolei coldly confirmed that she had indeed come by herself. She pointed straight at Bai Zi and reminded him of her promise to cut off his arm and feed it to the dogs. Bai Zi noticed she had gained a new profession and guessed that Yi Zhongming had given her a 3-star evolution potion. He continued using filthy insults to provoke Xiaolei and even deliberately insulted Ye Zhongming. Xiaolei simply replied with one cold sentence, saying he was afraid. She explained that if he were not afraid, he would not be trying so hard to provoke his opponent. Xiaolei also declared that Ye Zhongming was more than just her leader. Her body quickly entered a crimson bloodline transformation, and she declared she would protect Yi Zhongming even with her life. Bai Zi immediately realized that one of the 2 precious bloodline potions had been given to Xiaolei. Even then, he still tried to recruit her to his side. Xiaolei answered with a single insult before instantly teleporting behind him and throwing a punch. But Bai Zi reacted in time and turned to meet the attack head-on. Their fists collided with tremendous force, creating a massive shockwave. After the clash, Bai Zi finally revealed that his true profession was rhythm warrior. Xiaolei was knocked backward, and the impact left her hand badly twisted. Bai Zi claimed that even with her bloodline allowing her to move through darkness, she could never defeat him in broad daylight. Xiaolei quietly cracked her fingers and completely ignored his threats. Before Bai Zi could finish speaking, Xiaolei fixed her eyes on the shadow beneath his feet. She shouted for him to shut up and summon Dark Calamity. At the same time, she revealed her new profession as Soul Reaper. Meanwhile, Mo Jin's battle beast gathered an enormous amount of lightning to strike Yi Zhongming's battle pet. The tightly compressed sphere of lightning was launched at once. The battle dog quickly raised a defensive barrier to block the attack. From the shield, countless bullets rained down to stop the lightning sphere. The 2 attacks collided in a devastating explosion, leaving Ye Zhongming watching the outcome with intense anticipation. As the dust slowly cleared, the level 5 demon appeared in a miserable state. It lay motionless with one eye pierced by bullets, while smoke continued to rise from its body. Although badly wounded as well, Ye Zhongming's battle pet claimed a decisive victory, leaving the observer in the helicopter speechless. Knowing there was nothing more he could do, the man quickly flew away, worried about how he would report this failure. Before leaving, he shouted that next time, he would return with a level 6 battle beast. But at that very moment, a terrifying force suddenly tore through the sky. The helicopter was instantly burned to ashes in mid-air. Looking at the enormous dragon below, Ye Zhongming realized the worst had finally happened. Yangos had returned with overwhelming killing intent, clearly determined to finish him this time. What worried Yi Zhongming even more was that Di Huang was completely exhausted. He could only carry Di Huang on his back and search for a way to escape. However, Yango's roar echoed directly inside his mind, demanding to know where his battle pet was. The mental pressure from that roar was so overwhelming that Yi Zhongming dropped to one knee. Clutching his head through the unbearable pain, he cursed under his breath. After forcing himself back up, Ye Zhongming quickly realized retreating to Yunding Mountain Villa was no longer possible because the Dragon Clan was simply too powerful. In his estimation, defeating the level 6 Yangos would require Di Huang, Yu Po, Hong Fa, and himself fighting together just to stand a chance. Circling overhead, Yangos continued forcing Yi Zhongming to kneel and accept death. The moment he finished speaking, he unleashed a terrifying bolt of heavenly lightning. Yi Zhongming activated Bloodstep Battle Flower and barely dodged it in time. Even without taking the full hit, the explosion ripped apart the ground and left countless massive cracks behind. Yangos remained completely calm before switching to another method of attack, continuing his relentless mental assault. Carrying Di Huang while constantly moving, Ye Zhongming was being pushed to his absolute limit. Facing Yangos' next attack, he no longer had the ability to dodge it completely. He could only shove Di Huang forward to keep it away from the center of the blast. The fireball exploded with even greater force than the previous lightning strike, leaving Yi Zhongming crawling from the rubble while coughing violently. By then, Yangos had already closed the distance. Pointing down from the sky, he once again ordered Yi Zhongming to kneel and accept what he called a glorious death. Hearing those hypocritical words, Yi Zhongming could only sneer. In his view, anyone with weaker mental strength would have already lost their mind or gone completely insane under this mental attack. Yangos loved dirty tricks while pretending to stand for justice. Just then, a signal suddenly arrived from the north, and Ye Zhongming sensed multiple powerful energy waves rapidly approaching. He immediately realized that his alliance with the factions of Ying City was finally paying off. That also meant Xia Lei and the others had officially entered their life-or-death battle. Clenching his fist, Yi Zhongming stared at Yangos and declared that he still had one final trump card. He once considered it a move that would destroy them both, but now there was still a chance to survive. Whether Yangos lived or died would depend on his own luck. Yangos only laughed with contempt, eager to see what Ye Zhongming could possibly do. Without hesitation, Ye Zhongming took out the key he had won from Elder Bai's auction. He said he had always wanted to uncover the true origin of Yangos, the monsters, and the secret behind the dead zone. The moment Yangos saw the key, even his expression changed in shock, because he never expected it to be in Yi Zhongming's hands. Before Yangos could react, Ye Zhongming shouted, "Open the secret realm." In that instant, the surrounding space froze as a blue vortex above his head erupted, creating an enormous pull that dragged everything into the secret realm. Before disappearing completely, Ye Zhongming managed to leave one final message. The trials ahead would be unimaginably harsh, and only by standing together could they survive what was coming. Finally, he drew his familiar blade, pointed it straight at Yangos, and boldly declared that they would settle everything when they met again inside the dead zone.